Just how terrifying is a zombie with absolute self-discipline? Meet Jiang Si. Every single day he runs the equivalent of a light year, then races sharks in the open ocean. Before bed he even does a few dance moves just to relax. Other zombies only crave meat, flesh and more flesh, but his eyes are fixed solely on protein powder. In the end, Jiang Si went bald, but he became much stronger. All of his intense training is for one simple goal: to make friends with humans, to understand why we have to go back to the apocalypse. Jiang Si was sitting in a lecture hall when the virus hit, turning him into a zombie. After that, he just drifted like the rest, wandering around with hordes of the undead. Until one day, humans arrived with massive cannons, wiping out his own kind, and even using advanced tech to turn captured zombies into perpetual motion engines. Jiang Si could not understand why humans hunted them, just as he could not understand why zombies ate people. But to survive, he knew he had to keep moving forward, pushing himself to become strong enough to change how humanity views the undead. Will Jiang Si actually make his dream come true? What kind of crazy challenges will he face on this bizarre path? Let us watch on as his journey unfolds. Underneath a quiet sunset sky, a massive train continues its journey, rolling steadily along the iron tracks. Suddenly, the heavy wheels start spinning faster and faster over the rails. Near the tracks, a crowd of busy locals goes about their day. Suddenly, the engineer leans far out of the cabin window, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run, the train has lost control." The train crew is desperately trying to jump off the runaway locomotive. It is bad. The bystanders outside look up in absolute shock. Hearing his desperate warning, everyone starts running for their lives as fast as they can. Run away. In the middle of the utter chaos, a stroller wheel gets tightly wedged in the tracks. A panicked mother struggles to free it. She cannot budge the stroller at all, screaming out for help. Those who already escaped can only shout from safety, "Get out of there." But there is no time. The massive runaway train barrels directly toward the helpless mother and her child. Behind the screaming crowd, a hooded young man quietly observes the unfolding disaster. In a flash, he vanishes from sight. Right at the crucial second, he appears out of nowhere and completely smashes the front of the train with a single punch. The shockwave derails the carriages behind, sending them crashing into each other. The mother tightly hugs her crying child, closing her eyes. Everything suddenly comes to a dead stop, prompting her to slowly open her eyes and look up in disbelief. Her vision is blurred with white dust, revealing only the broad, straight back of the mysterious young savior standing there. Debris bounces and settles on the ground. The boy reaches out his hand to help the terrified mother, asking if she's okay. She grabs his arm, whispering her thanks. Both she and her child look up at their savior, but then, their faces instantly pale with sheer terror. The man standing before them has pale skin, a mouthful of jagged teeth, and hollow eyes. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. A piercing scream echoes high into the clear blue sky, and the scene suddenly cuts away, showing a random house with some yellow laundry hanging out to dry. There, our hero stretches energetically after a deep sleep. His name is Jiang Si. He turns toward the window, happily greeting the beautiful morning sunshine with a warm smile. Dressed in a pink strawberry patterned outfit that clashes hilariously with his buff physique, his age and time of death remain completely unknown. Walking into the bathroom, he stares at his reflection in the mirror. He holds on to a deep, earnest dream, wishing that one day he can befriend humans and live peacefully without constantly being hated or chased away. Squeezing toothpaste onto his brush, Jiang Si keeps encouraging himself. He always works his absolute hardest to achieve this goal, believing that as long as he stays dedicated, no matter how distant it seems, success is bound to happen. He spits into the sink only for a loose tooth to fall right out. Shrugging it off, he grabs his clothes. In truth, to reach this dream, he has quietly helped humans countless times before, like the time a falling airplane plunged directly toward a crowded soccer stadium, sparking utter panic. "Run for your lives," the terrified spectators screamed. Suddenly, a shocked onlooker pointed straight at the falling vessel. "Look over there. What on earth is that?" The massive plane somehow came to a complete halt, suspended in midair. It was all thanks to Jiang Si, who caught it single-handedly, leaving the crowd completely speechless. On another occasion, a high-rise apartment caught fire, spreading massive panic. A mother wailed that her child was trapped inside. Jiang Si plunged straight into the flames, emerging with a whole group of rescued children, leaving the firefighters utterly stunned. Grabbing a towel, he remembers the past, long before he built this incredibly muscular physique. Back then, a strange, ominous aura suddenly enveloped the busy city. It was a hot summer day when the apocalypse arrived and a terrifying zombie outbreak instantly erupted. He was just sitting in class when it hit, and anyone who could not escape was immediately bitten, turning them into ordinary zombies. They bit each other in a frenzy, turning everyone around them into the undead as the virus slowly spread across the entire city and turned it into a massive zombie wasteland. Yes, just your typical mindless undead. Back then, Jiang Si wandered around like a total idiot in the mindless crowd. He was just a low-level grunt blindly following wherever the horde went. Then came the humans wielding heavy weapons and blazing six-barrel miniguns. Soon buff military squads with serious firepower began showing up. Armed with rifles and heavy artillery, they did not care to negotiate. Instead, they shoved fire-spitting guns right into his face. Weak zombies were immediately shot in the head. The horde was slaughtered, and the survivors were captured to serve as high-grade energy sources. Humans did not just turn zombies into oil lamps. They even built perpetual motion engines using undead labor to generate infinite power. Lying alone on a simple cot, Jiang Si wondered why zombies had to eat humans and why humans had to slaughter them. To survive in this cruel world, he made a grand decision. He was going to change himself from the inside out. He sneaked into a gym and turned on the equipment. From that day on, strict self-discipline became his new lifestyle despite almost fainting. He pushed through the pain. Every single day was packed with intense running, swimming, and chin-ups. To ramp up his training intensity, Jiang Si even had wild sharks chase him while swimming. Embracing this disciplined lifestyle meant saying goodbye to all regular meats. His meals were incredibly basic, yet highly nutritious. Every day, his strict diet consisted of nothing but pure egg whites. He never stopped training at home either, wrapping up his exhausting days with intense evening aerobics sessions. Eventually, rock-hard muscles began to pop out all over his body. He did it. Looking at his ripped six-pack physique, he realized he had become an unstoppable powerhouse. Bundling himself up in tight, fully covering clothes, he headed straight for the human city. Using his intellect and overwhelming strength, he easily blended into human society, which had grown highly advanced and crowded over time. To slowly change how humans viewed zombies, he spent his days doing good deeds and helping everyone he could. He aimed to be a model citizen, polite, law-abiding, and civilized. Now let us check back in on his daily routine. Hanging up his laundry, Jiang Si opened his refrigerator only to find an empty shelf. No food left, forcing him to head out. Time for a grocery run. Stepping outside, he felt the bright, scorching sunlight beating down on the bustling city streets. Inside a convenience store, a friendly clerk greeted her favorite regular, asking if Jiang Si was restocking his supplies again. She curiously asked if wearing that mask all day got uncomfortable. Clutching several cartons of eggs, Jiang Si politely said it was fine. Outside, a large truck was being loaded with crates of eggs. Helpful bystanders assisted Boss Jiang in packing the vehicle up. He kept chatting happily with the clerk, completely unaware of two suspicious figures watching his every move from across the street. One young, one old, both tailing Jiang Si. The younger partner asked the captain if this was indeed their target. Squinting, the captain confirmed it, declaring that today they would unmask this mysterious man and discover his true identity. Peering through binoculars, they watched Jiang Si wave goodbye to the store staff and walk out holding a piece of paper. He sighed, noting that Ah Go was wanted by the law again. The poster displayed a heavily masked triple S-class zombie. The young officer holding a video camera asked if this guy could really be the super-powered hero who lifted an entire airplane. Or maybe the media just blew everything out of proportion. The captain kept his eyes glued to the target, highly suspicious. It was highly possible, but the veteran officer suddenly shook his head, insisting that the rumors were absolutely exaggerated. He vowed to expose the man right then and there. But the moment the words left his mouth, their jaws dropped in shock. Jiang Si casually hoisted the entire delivery truck over his head with zero effort. He glanced toward the open sky. The concrete cracked under his feet as he prepared to launch. With a massive boom, he shot straight into the air. The spies stood frozen, completely dumbfounded by this magical feat. Up in outer space, Jiang Si soared while carrying the heavy truck. He crossed over continents, heading toward a heavily barricaded, desolate region shrouded under a pitch-black, gloomy sky. Mindless zombies roamed the ruined streets. Nearby, a hungry child shook his mother, who gently told him to hold on just a bit longer. Suddenly, Jiang Si descended from the clouds, slamming into the ground with immense pressure that shook the entire ruined neighborhood. Setting the massive delivery truck down gently, he was immediately surrounded by gaping zombies, all murmuring in absolute awe. They cheered that their great king had returned. A curious zombie child approached, wondering why their leader did not just drive the truck. Jiang Si calmly gave his reason, leaving the young zombie thoroughly confused by his simple answer. He did not have a driver license. This desolate wasteland was the safe haven he ruled over, intentionally chosen to keep his kind far away from human conflict. To maintain peace, he strictly ordered his zombie citizens to eat chicken eggs instead of human flesh. Standing tall, he asked where Ah Go and his gang were. The boy pointed toward a crumbling building, directing him to the ruined hotel nearby. He walks over and opens his apartment door. Standing right in front of him are two werewolf-like zombies, including Ah Lang, a triple S rank zombie boss. There is also Ah Mao, another triple S danger level zombie boss. Right next to them stand two muscular ones, including Ah Gan, also a triple S boss. Along with Ah Gu, another triple S zombie boss. Slightly shorter but with a terrifying face is Ah Ju, a triple S zombie boss as well. And, Finally, looking the most decent of the bunch is Xiao He, a triple S zombie boss. The moment they see him, they line up in formation. They yell out in unison to welcome their king. Jiang Si walks past Ah Go and slaps a paper onto his chest, saying he got wanted by humans again. He honestly apologizes to his leader, explaining that his body just loses control whenever he sees a human around. Then Jiang Si walks over and sits on his seat. It is just an old rundown sofa placed right in the middle of a pile of scrap metal. Xiao He mentions that although their zombie territory is expanding endlessly, they have been moving their capital around just to avoid humans entirely. Meanwhile, Aju raises his trusty chainsaw and speaks up aggressively, asking the boss to let them loose since it has been forever since they saw blood. His chainsaw is practically rusting away. But of course Jiang Si has no intention of letting them go, knowing exactly how dangerous humans can be. He tells them they understand nothing. Humans are terrifying. Suddenly, a deafening engine noise roars right above their heads. A fighter jet is flying straight across the sky. Inside, a beautiful curvaceous woman waits, furious. Ziling stands tall with a serious look on her face on the airship, arms crossed as she closely monitors the view ahead. She silently stares at the coordinate screen in front of her. Soon, a crew member from the control room reports directly to her. He says that all systems are normal, everything is ready, and they can proceed. Inside the massive ship lies a secret cargo. Ziling softly asks them where the cargo is. Inside the massive ship, they are carrying an active nuclear warhead, set to detonate in 20 minutes. Back at the base, Jiang Si is resting casually when he suddenly looks up in surprise. Up in the air, the girl smirks with satisfaction before her face quickly turns into pure hatred. She dares the disgusting zombies to come at her. The jet approaches the city close enough for them to spot it. Aju immediately gasps as he realizes humans have arrived. Eager for a fight, he begs Jiang Si to let him shred them to pieces, while telling the boss to just leave and stay safe. But Jiang Si refuses, saying they will lose control if they get near humans. He commands them to evacuate the citizens first. With a serious face, he decides to go check it out himself. Meanwhile, Ziling remains in the cockpit contacting her team. She asks if the ground squad received her message. Down on the rocky path, 3 trucks filled with soldiers are moving forward. They only have 20 minutes to search for survivors. Armed to the teeth in full armor, under her orders, they must act fast. After 20 minutes, they withdraw. A soldier quickly nods. Meanwhile, a swordsman steps out from the back of the jet. This is Xiao Wu, ready to take orders at any second to intercept any high-level zombie boss. He looks incredibly cool up there. Standing high in the sky as the morning sun shines down, Xiao Wu swiftly replies that he understands. A slight smirk forms on his face. Behind his mask, he tells her not to worry, promising to shred any zombie boss into pieces the moment they show up. Attracted by the bright light, zombies across the city begin to swarm. At that moment, a mad scientist stands before a giant monitor. He adjusts his glasses with an amused smirk. His young subordinate calls out to Ying Ming, pointing out that these intruders look like members of the Extraordinary Academy. Finding this highly entertaining, Ying Ming decides to play a little game with them. They slam down a big red button. Instantly, a cage filled with innocent humans drops down below, screaming for help. Seeing living prey, the zombies rush forward like a massive tidal wave. Down on the ground, the soldiers quickly receive their orders. The radio crackles. Squad A is ordered to locate survivors and provide immediate backup. Their commander nods in agreement. The commander nods to comply. Quickly, setting up their weapon mounts, they begin firing an endless stream of bullets. Xiao Xiao stops mid-fight in absolute shock. A bizarre sight. She cannot believe a certain zombie is refusing to die. Amidst the intense gunfire, 2 small zombies huddle together in fear. Jiang Si steps up and raises his arms to shield them. A sniper locks onto him and scoffs, muttering that no zombie is truly immortal. Wait, he is about to find out. This time, he fires a massive shell that travels a long distance before detonating right on target, triggering a violent explosion of fire and smoke. Thick white smoke envelopes the entire area, quickly hiding their figures. But suddenly, another soldier walks over with a photo. He asks if they just shot the wrong person, pointing out that the target looks like a well-known superhuman. The picture shows Jiang Si lifting an entire airplane. He is the famous masked zombie boy who always helps people out. Realizing their mistake, the sniper screams they shot the wrong guy, yet Jiang Si stands completely unharmed. He calmly turns his head to look at the airship, as if absolutely nothing happened. Inside the ship, Ziling notices a flashing red warning zone on her radar and immediately orders the warrior at the back to deploy. She calls out to Xiao Wu. A zombie boss just spawned in Sector B, I got this. Xiao Wu barks into his comms before free-falling from the sky. Dr. Jia Ming stands silently before his high-tech monitor. His subordinates furiously tap their keyboards, warning that the humans are already starting to evacuate. The military is evacuating the citizens, so they cannot be underestimated. Jia Ming calmly mutters a cold command, then let us give them a little excitement. A sly smile spreads across the subordinate's face, making his glasses glint sharply. He immediately understands the dark task ahead. Outside, a massive zombie horde continues to swarm. Suddenly, one of the infected begins to change as the skin on his face tears apart. His skin rips open and his arm instantly swells with bulging mutated muscle that expands completely out of control. What was once just a normal weak zombie rapidly mutates his body, expanding until he transforms completely into a towering, ferocious monster. From a distance, Jiang Si suddenly senses a strange, powerful energy. Meanwhile, the mutated beast unleashes a deafening, earth-shaking roar. While the monster screams, Xiao Wu continues his free fall from the aircraft. Suddenly, a chaotic alert blares over the ground team's radio. Warning to all squads, a zombie boss has appeared in Sector B. Hearing the urgent broadcast, Xiao quickly radios back. Understood, we are heading over right now. But right then, her captain suddenly bolts away, leaving her utterly confused. Captain Jiang Si snaps out of his daze, lunging forward to grab a soldier and drag him out of harm's way just in time. Talk about a clutch save. As Jiang Si returns from the edge of the horde, Xiao and her teammates stare in utter shock. Without wasting a second, the captain roughly throws the soldier into the back of their vehicle and barks orders at his subordinate. Get behind the wheel and drive. Are you waiting for me to hand you an award? The vehicle swerves sharply and speeds off. Leaving the chaos behind, they manage to stabilize and drive steadily down a quiet, deserted road. That is when Xiao speaks up. She asks if he is the mysterious guy in the zombie mask who always helps people. She is dying to know why he keeps it on. Why do you wear it all the time? Jiang Si tenses up, completely flustered and struggling to find the right words to say. Back on the battlefield, the soldiers lower their weapons in pure confusion. What is that thing planning? The mutated beast grabs a nearby bus. With terrifying strength, the monster lifts the massive vehicle and hurls it straight at them, sending the squad into a panic. But hold on, Xiao Wu drops in right in the nick of time. With a blinding flash, the bus is sliced clean in half. The two halves split apart as Xiao Wu stands coolly in the center, sheathing his sword. The metal chunks crash onto the asphalt behind him. As the debris finally grinds to a halt, the soldiers let out sighs of relief and celebrate. It is Xiao Wu from the Saber Academy. We are saved, there is hope. Xiao Wu draws his second blade, standing tall and confident in front of the massive threat. Go evacuate the citizens first, he commands. I will handle things here. Meanwhile, Xiao's team is busy moving people to safety. Move along, do not rush, she guides them. Nearby, the captain asks a soldier about the front line, who quickly reports back. A zombie boss appeared, but Xiao Wu of the Saber Academy is already handling it. Hearing this, Jiang Si stares down the road with a familiar feeling. That roar, it sounds like Ju. Back on the street, Xiao continues, directing the crowd, yelling for everyone to stay calm. Do not push, we are not zombies. Suddenly, she remembers something and turns around only to find the space behind her completely empty. Where did the masked guy go, she wonders. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu confronts the monstrous zombie, remaining perfectly calm and collected. Does it hurt that much, he asks. In response, the zombie shrieks, opening its pitch-black maw and lunging forward with pure fury. The beast charges like a freight train. Xiao Wu calmly releases his blade and dashes right past the giant creature, slicing cleanly through. He elegantly sheathes his sword, whispering that he will set it free. His figure blurs against the stark white sky as he strikes. In an instant, a flurry of blinding slashes crisscrosses through the air, binding the monster in a web of pure sword energy. Xiao Wu slides gracefully across the ground and raises his clean, bloodless sword, his movements sharp and completely effortless. The massive zombie freezes in place as the lethal cuts take effect. A second later, its giant body violently explodes. A dark, gruesome cloud fills the air as the beast inevitably succumbs to its fate, collapsing heavily onto the hard pavement. Xiao Wu smoothly sheathes his blade, looking entirely satisfied with his quick work. All done, guess. I can head home early today. Just as he relaxes, Jiang Si walks closer to the scene. Sensing the sudden movement, Xiao Wu turns his head in surprise. Catching Jiang Si's small shadow, Xiao Wu initially mistakes him for a surviving zombie. Nearby, half of the giant beast lies severed and unregenerate. But Jiang Si only has a deep, heavy sadness on his face as he looks down at what remains of his mutated friend. Up in the command aircraft, the operators happily broadcast the good news. The zombie boss has officially been dealt with by Xiao Wu. Ziling smiles at the report, ordering them to credit Xiao Wu with the top achievement. But down in the quiet streets below, Jiang Si's voice drops to a heavy whisper as he comforts his fallen friend. It is not your fault. I am sorry we lost control. Hearing those shocking words, Xiao Wu reacts instantly. In a split second, he swings his blade with lethal intent. Jiang Si is incredibly reckless, and to her all zombies must die. But a girl monitoring the computer screen suddenly gasps, wait a minute. They just detected a brand new zombie boss down on the ground. Is there still more? The man next to her calmly asks. Why panic, he says, with Xiao Wu down there, taking it out should be easy. But this time she frowns in sheer disbelief. Xiao Wu is already down. Hearing this, Ziling turns around in absolute shock. What? Xiao Wu's face is completely battered, covered in bruises and blood. He was stripped completely bare and hung from a street lamp, totally exposed. She reports this with a look of pure embarrassment on her face. His vital signs are plummeting and he has been beaten half to death. The man beside her is just as stunned as everyone else, especially since they have not even finished evacuating the citizens yet. This sudden setback makes Ziling freeze up as she thinks things over. The more she dwells on it, the angrier she gets, letting out a sharp snort. Without wasting another second, her figure blurs inside the cabin. She dives straight down toward the ground, leaving everyone else on board completely speechless. The crew inside the cabin frantically tap their screens. They shout out, telling their leader she is being way too reckless, and they are not ready. But Ziling is completely furious. She snaps back that she wants to see just how tough this monster really is. High up in the sky, a tiny white light flashes. Jiang Si turns his head immediately, noticing the disturbance. Ziling is already right on top of him, drawing the sword at her hip. And get this, her blade completely shatters into useless metal fragments before he even has a chance to react. Ziling stares wide-eyed at the bizarre sight unfolding right before her. Her hair is still whipped back by the sheer speed of her descent. Jiang Si looks utterly confused as she lands beside him with a broken hilt. She, on the other hand, breaks out in a cold sweat. What on earth is this monster, she wonders. Ziling immediately leaps backward to keep a safe distance from him. Up on the flying ship, the operator connects to her radio, checking in on their leader. Ziling, you went in alone, are you okay? We cannot support you from up here. Despite being thoroughly rattled by that first exchange, Ziling still acts incredibly tough. She snaps back that she is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Jiang Si raises his hands, awkwardly trying to defuse the situation. He quickly apologizes, but in her eyes, he only looks more suspicious. He can actually speak human language, making him a true mutant. Since he is a freak, she draws another weapon, this one engraved with blood-red runes. Ziling runs her fingers along the polished blade. She prepares to unleash her next strike. Jiang Si gets even more anxious as he watches her prepare to attack. Wait, he protests, I have not even finished talking yet. But the leader, ignoring him, completely lunges forward with a vengeance. Go tell it to King Yama, she snarls. Left with no choice, the young man quickly jumps out of the way. Ziling's slash cuts through nothing but Jiang Si's afterimage. She reacts instantly, sliding backward and performing a clean flip to strike again. To Jiang Si, the entire world seems to flip upside down, leaving only her furious, bloodthirsty gaze locked directly onto him. She spins around, unleashing a massive area of effect slash that tears up the street. Rubble and lampposts are sliced in half like butter. Yet Jiang Si easily leans back to dodge the devastating blow. Still, Ziling refuses to stop, unleashing another massive energy wave. Her slash slices right through the surrounding skyscrapers. The young man just looks up at the sky, completely relaxed through it all. This laid-back attitude only makes Ziling even angrier. She screams at the freak for daring to mock her before vanishing again. Meanwhile, the recovery soldiers finally reach the scene to carry Xiao Wu away. They yell at each other to move faster. The poor guy is foaming at the mouth from pure trauma, forcing them to fan him. Up on the ship, the crew yells out. The civilians have all been evacuated, they tell her, urging her to retreat. They try desperately to establish a stable radio connection. But right now, Ziling and Jiang Si are locked in an intense battle, flashing from one location to another. The guy actually seems to be having fun leaping around the city, even striking hip-hop poses. The leader grips her blade tight. She glares at him, asking if he thinks he can actually run away. They plunge down the side of a massive skyscraper. Falling into a very narrow alleyway, Jiang Si innocently asks if she expects him to just stand still and get sliced. He leaps back up to the rooftops, bouncing off a car to keep moving. Ziling clicks her tongue and sheathes her sword. This time, she focuses all her strength into her legs, preparing a dual-stage charge. Mechanical thrusters on her calves slide open, venting steam. Her power core hums as it spools up to maximum capacity. The green indicator lights turn a frantic deep red. She launches herself off the roof, tearing through the air. Jiang Si is still floating in mid-air, completely unaware of the incoming threat. In a fraction of a second, Ziling closes the gap and appears right behind his back. Gritting her teeth, she swings down. She unleashes all her bottled-up rage in a single devastating strike. Following the hit, she swiftly glides back down to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Si plummets from the sky, crashing onto the pavement like a sack of potatoes. Ziling sheathes her blade once more. She taps her earpiece and flatly reports that the mission is complete. Up on the ship, they prepare to retrieve her. Ji Ming's lackey quickly reports back to him, Boss Ming, they have fully evacuated all the civilians. A devious smile creeps onto his lips as he mutters, don't we have a spy? Even from a massive distance, Ji Ming only has to give a quiet order to deploy it. Meanwhile, the evacuated civilians cheer in celebration, praising their amazing mayor. Up in the main cockpit of the aircraft, the silence is dead silent. The pilot suddenly notices his coworker's strange behavior. The suspicious guy next to him flips open the cover of a big red button and slams it down without hesitation. The main pilot panics and yells out, "What are you doing?" A massive bomb on the hull immediately begins its countdown. The heavy weapon drops from the sky, heading straight for the city. Down below, the survivors are still happily celebrating. They laugh, thinking they are finally going home. But up above, the crew subdues the spy and warns everyone immediately. Do not celebrate yet, there is a spy on board and a nuclear warhead has just been launched down. Everyone freezes, trying to process the terrible news. Their mouths drop open in utter disbelief. Down below, Ziling hears the panic. Her team radios her in a panic, telling her about the spy and the incoming warhead, urging her to escape. She looks up at the sky in complete shock, whispering what a massive projectile is plunging straight toward the city center. She alerts the aircraft crew to brace for impact, open the hatch, and lower altitude so she can jump aboard. Ziling tries to activate her high-tech leg thrusters to leap up, but the gear fails to spark. She stares at the thin trail of smoke, wondering what went wrong. The crew urgently shouts through the communicator. They scream that time is running out. She wants to move, but she grimaces, admitting her legs are completely frozen. Ziling plops down, glancing over at Jiang Si, who is still half buried. She realized she burned all her power earlier. She used everything to defeat that monster. Struggling to unstrap her failing gear to inspect it, she hits another wall. Damn it, did they forget to charge this? Suddenly, her sharp instincts flare up. She turns, demanding to know who is there. Somehow, Jiang Si has crawled out of the dirt and is staring directly into her face. Before she can react, he grabs her. Jiang Si starts spinning her around like a lasso, making her scream out in pure confusion and rage. He launches her straight into the air like a rocket, sending her flying right into the open hatch of the aircraft. Her subordinates rush over to assist her, asking if she is all right, but her focus is on something else entirely. She looks down at Jiang Si. Right then, the massive, terrifying warhead is only seconds away from wiping out his city. The dark weapon looms dangerously close. Standing on the empty street below, Jiang Si looks up calmly, assessing the danger. He bends his knees to build up incredible momentum. With a massive boom, the pavement shatters as he launches skyward. The zombie hero exhales hot steam, pushing his limits. Almost his entire power is concentrated into this insane upward leap. While the massive warhead continues its inevitable plunge, Jiang Si charges directly toward it like a comet from below. He reaches out with his bare hands to intercept the massive falling threat, preparing for the ultimate head-on collision. His raw grip completely crushes and deforms the colossal metal shell. Up in the aircraft, Ziling and her crew gasp. They scream in pure disbelief as Ji Ming and his lackeys stare at the monitors with intense curiosity. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xiao, and the captain all watch in shock. Then a titanic explosion erupts in the sky, threatening to consume everything. The terrifying pressure and deafening roar shake the entire ship, causing Ziling and her crew to lose their balance. From outer space, a giant cloud of smoke is visible, rising from the blast. After the chaos settles, the young mayor looks out. Billowing flames and thick black smoke light up the devastated ruins of the city below. She stares down in absolute shock. Old buildings and rubble are completely buried under a thick blanket of ash. She waits anxiously, hoping for some kind of miracle. Heavy dust and pulverized stone blanket the ground. Suddenly, a lone foot steps out of the debris with calm composure. Jiang Si stands there completely unscathed. His clothes are mostly scorched away, but his ripped muscular physique remains intact. He casually scratches himself and mutters that the blast didn't do a thing. Meanwhile, Ji Ming decides it is time to leave. Having seen enough, he turns his back to slip away. But his subordinate keeps staring at the screen in confusion. It makes no sense. How is something still moving in the blast zone? Dr. Ji Ming shows zero interest. He dryly remarks that they have been fighting this academy for years, so a single failure is nothing new. The lackey quickly drops the subject and complies. Meanwhile, back on the academy helicopter, the main hatch finally closes shut. Ziling sits quietly in a corner, lost in deep thought. Her teammates only dare to watch her from a safe distance. They wonder what is wrong with their mayor, but another colleague explains that fighting zombies your whole life makes things weird. How would you feel being saved by a zombie? An assistant steps out with an info sheet to show the chief. She hands the file over to Ziling. It is a mistake. He is not a zombie. The screen shows Jiang Si. Apparently, he is just a vigilante who loves wearing a creepy mask. He is incredibly active lately. Hearing this, Chief Ziling grips her tablet so hard it literally snaps. Total destruction. The next morning arrives with bright sun, but the quiet neighborhood is about to get a massive shock. Everyone on the street completely freezes up at a bizarre sight. Wherever this mysterious figure walks, he leaves a trail of pure shock. The entire neighborhood is about to panic. Inside a phone booth, the strange man steps in and dials a number. On the other end, Ah Ju energetically reports that everyone evacuated safely and most of their crew is doing fine. They are currently looking for a new place. Jiang Si calmly tells them to settle down first and he will find them. Meanwhile, life goes on as normal around his apartment complex with residents going about their usual routines. Jiang Si slips back into his apartment wearing nothing but a pair of shredded pants. Luckily, the coast is clear as he mutters his passcode. He enters 741-741-7474741. Meanwhile, the academy spots something. This makes the assistant gasp and call the chief over to look. They both stare intently at the live surveillance footage. On screen, Jiang Si suddenly turns around and looks directly at the camera. The chief and her assistant freeze their faces instantly pale with shock. Oblivious to the surveillance, Jiang Si casually walks inside. He turns on a workout video to pump himself up for some weightlifting. The video tells everyone to raise their hands and lift their legs. On his desk sits a heartwarming photo of him and his crew. He smiles, wondering if they have all settled in yet. He makes a silent promise to join them very soon. Suddenly, his door is violently kicked open by Ziling, making him scream in terror. She marches in with a squad of men in black. She immediately commands them to search the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, demanding they seize every single item in the apartment. The agents nod and begin packing up his belongings. Jiang Si panics on the floor, frantically asking who they are and what they want. Before he can get answers, an official document is shoved right in his face. Ziling stands tall and introduces herself. She announces they are from the Academy of Extraordinaries, bluntly telling him he has just been admitted without even asking for his opinion. Starting today, he is officially a student. It is a completely done deal, and she is not taking no for an answer. She points a finger at the confused guy and signals her bodyguard. The massive agent immediately steps forward and hauls Jiang Si off the ground. Jiang Si desperately struggles to break free, shouting to ask if zombies are even allowed to enroll in school. Ziling tells him a human is a human, so there is no point pretending to be undead. She orders her men to take him out. The street is buzzing with excitement as neighbors watch his entire life get packed into a truck. Xiao Xiao stands nearby looking quite concerned. She quietly warns the chief that the academy has strict enrollment rules and recruiting someone on a whim like this might cause trouble. Besides housing, there is strictly tied to work assignments, so the poor guy will have absolutely nowhere to live once they arrive. Ziling watches her men load up the final boxes. She processes the problem for a brief second before making a bold decision. He can just live with her for now. Back at the mansion, the professional moving crew works quickly to haul everything inside. They carefully place his belongings in the guest room. Within hours, his entire life is fully set up in this massive new place. The moving crew bows politely and heads out, leaving them alone. Jiang Si is still standing there, wearing nothing but those shredded shorts. He kneels right in front of Ziling, completely lost and sweating bullets from the pure intensity radiating off her. She just stares down at him in heavy silence, studying his face. Desperate to break the ice, he finally speaks up. He asks if this is his new home and where he should sleep. Ziling shoots back coldly, asking where else he would go. Her gaze turns menacing as she asks if he expects to sleep in her room. He waves his hands frantically in absolute terror. He shudders at the thought. Seriously, can you imagine a zombie sleeping in the same bed as a human? Talk about absolute madness. The chief points him toward the guest room next door. Jiang Si shrinks back slightly, deciding this is the moment to share his secret. He quietly tells her they got it all wrong because he is definitely not human. But Ziling just ignores his warning entirely. Instead, she grabs her own leg and pulls it up. Curious, he watches closely until she suddenly pops her entire leg joint right out. He jumps back in horror, staring at her detached limb. She calmly reaches down and does the exact same thing to her other leg. She explains she dislocated them herself, asking if he has a problem with that. He quickly shakes his head in total denial. She frowns, clearly reluctant to revisit the memory, but she starts telling him the story anyway. It began inside a blazing house. Back when she was just a little girl, a terrible zombie outbreak hit her village, leaving her trapped as monsters closed in. She tells him a zombie bit her leg. Back then, her tiny hand gripped a kitchen knife. To survive, she did not just chop off both her own legs while crying in absolute terror. She even had to hack down her infected parents. She glares at him, declaring her pure hatred for zombies and vowing to slaughter every last one she sees. Jiang Si keeps his mouth completely shut, too terrified to make a sound. Finally, she asks what he wanted to say earlier. The terrified guy waves his hands frantically, insisting he did not say a single word and she definitely did not hear anything. To avoid getting skewered right then and there, he quickly changes the subject to the Academy of Extraordinary People. Since the question is right up her alley, Ziling softens up slightly and starts explaining the details to him. It is an elite training facility for exterminating zombies housed in an ultra-modern compound with incredibly complex architecture. Over 1,000 years have passed since the world ended, and 2 centuries into the apocalypse, humanity founded this school. It was built to keep humanity alive, and every single student enrolled there is either an absolute genius or a monster. The place exists solely to train expert zombie slayers. Hearing this, Jiang Si suddenly remembers something important about his past. He transformed into a zombie right when the outbreak first started 2 centuries before the academy was even built. He sits there totally frozen. Is he seriously 1,000 years old? Ziling tells him to register tomorrow without fail, but he is already looking for an escape, wondering if he can skip it. Anticipating this, she warns him, "Do not even think about running because this is no ordinary school. Register and skip, and they will hunt you down." She wheels herself away, introducing herself as Ziling and letting him know that Xiao Xiao will guide him tomorrow. She mentions they actually knew each other in the past, leaving Jiang Si totally confused about who this girl is. Who is Xiao Xiao? The answer is a highly confident girl with high twin pigtails standing before the massive gates. She stands proudly in front of the grand entrance. Seeing his familiar mask, she cheerfully calls out to him. She asks how he is doing, but Jiang Si immediately hits her with a blank stare, asking who she is. Offended, she raises her voice, reminding him they literally met during that intense armored car incident a while back. He finally remembers but gestures with his hands, mentioning he only recalls her being a tiny little kid back then. She scowls silently, chanting to herself to play nice because this future classmate is clearly just a total idiot. Deciding not to argue, she heads inside, telling him they need to hurry before the entry exam begins. Jiang Si is shocked to hear about an exam. They step into a massive quiet courtyard with only the two of them. He nudges Xiao Xiao, whispering his doubts about why they even need to take a test to enter this place. She explains that every school has tests and they will get a week of basic combat training before the exam. She mentions some insane standards. For example, the world record for the 100-meter dash is 9.58 seconds. But to qualify for this academy, she tells him that he needs to run it in 9.57 seconds. He nods along, finally grasping why they call it the Academy of Extraordinary People as they climb the stairs. Xiao Xiao asks what he expected and Jiang Si shrugs, admitting he honestly thought it was a mental hospital. A massive red banner hangs proudly on the wall as thousands of elite candidates gather below looking deadly serious. These people are either high society heirs or absolute prodigies. Trust me, standing out in this crowd is not going to be easy. Xiao Xiao climbs onto Jiang Si's shoulders to get a better look, but she still cannot see over the crowd. A snobby candidate in front of them turns around and snaps, calling them trash who belong in the back. Never one to back down, Xiao Xiao immediately snaps back at his attitude while Jiang Si looks up thoroughly confused. He wonders why he must take an exam when he literally lifted airplanes in human territory multiple times already. She tells him he is overestimating himself as plenty of freaks in this academy can lift airplanes with ease. She explains this academy is government-run and highly classified, meaning the people here do not care about viral internet news. Just then, a strict-looking man with a prosthetic leg walks onto the high stage and demands absolute quiet. Clearing his throat to test the microphone, Chief Examiner Chen Chen looks over the crowd with a very stern gaze. He welcomes everyone, introducing himself as the Chief of the Education Division, Chen Chen, and their head examiner. He boasts that in the 800 years since this academy was founded, they have trained elite defenders. These warriors even split a massive mountain in half to block a terrifying attack from the legendary Zombie King. But he gets straight to the point, admitting he does not expect any of them to match those legendary feats. Someone suddenly shouts from the crowd, calling him teacher, before correcting himself to team leader Chen. Jiang Si timidly speaks up, asking what they should do if a zombie somehow sneaks into this school. Chen Chen answers, immediately tear them into 8 pieces and hang their head right at the school gate. To warn everyone and use castration too. Jiang Si does not even understand that last brutal punishment yet. The examiner smiles widely and explains that he means the little birds of young men. Jiang Si immediately imagines a banana getting chopped right off. The thought makes him turn pale with fear. After that brief speech, the morning sky remains bright and completely clear. The referee stands by to signal the start of the 100-meter sprint. Jiang Si is nervous but gets into position. Just like everyone else, he waits. The starting gun fires, and the moment the signal sounds, the students dash forward. They zoom past, leaving a gust of wind behind. One elite student even blasts past Jiang Si, confidently taking the lead. They run dozens of laps around the field until the whistle blows. Wu Shengshu passes the 100 meters in 3 seconds. The young man immediately brakes hard after hitting his goal. Jiang Si just stares blankly as he continues his run. Next up is target shooting with countless scarecrows set up. Chen Chen stands right behind them and shouts his instructions. Shooting is the absolute basic skill for fighting zombies. Do well and you survive, do poorly and you become their dinner. He feels completely overwhelmed by how fast everything is moving. Out of nowhere, he got dragged into this bizarre school. Now he is forced to learn how to fight zombies. Besides theory classes, they have all kinds of intense physical training. Right next to him, a fair, slender hand picks up a pistol. It belongs to Xiao Xiao, who decides to blindfold herself while firing rapidly. The bullets fly toward the moving scarecrows that are scattering all over the place. Yet every single shot hits the targets perfectly. She pulls off her blindfold with a very proud, satisfied smile. Xiao Xiao passes the shooting test easily. Jiang Si stands there with his jaw dropped, staring at the crazy students around him. One guy is even hugging a scarecrow and screaming. Sweating profusely, Jiang Si watches Chen Chen direct the crowd. Next is the weight throw. Some struggle to lift the weights while others look completely calm and relaxed. Throwing 80 meters is the passing mark, but over 100 meters is excellent. The students prepare to throw. Depending on their strength, their weights either pass the white line or fall short. Number 20 passes, another is disqualified. Jiang Si tries his best to look completely normal while running. That is how he ended up in this insane place. To avoid drawing any attention to himself, he holds back his true power. But examiner Chen Chen is watching him closely. Looking at Jiang Si's file, his height is 1.82 meters, weight 72 kilograms, and 100-meter sprint is 9.57 seconds. Everything is barely average, yet team leader Dao Ziling claimed this kid was incredibly strong. The examiner looks up wondering if he is being played. Meanwhile, under the clear blue sky, the next test is ready. One student leans his entire body back to gain momentum for the javelin throw. Then he launches it high into the air. The sharp javelin pierces right through a scarecrow and drags it along. The sheer force leaves Jiang Si completely stunned. It impales several more targets, yet the weapon does not slow down, flying straight toward a sign on the street. Nearby citizens look up in absolute shock at the destruction. Chen Chen checks his small stopwatch and announces the results. 32 kilometers, a perfect hit. As the student walks back to the group, Jiang Si steps forward. Wu Shengshu passes the javelin throw. Next up is Jiang Si. Wu Shengshu gives him an incredibly arrogant look. Jiang Si picks up his javelin, leaning his body back to copy the exact throwing posture of the others. But before he can throw, Chen suddenly shouts for him to hold on, drawing everyone's attention. The examiner walks right up to him and asks directly if his name is indeed Jiang Si. He asks if team leader Dao Ziling was the one who recommended him, holding up his screen. She claimed Jiang Si was powerful, yet his scores are only average. Is he holding back or just messing with them? The surrounding crowd stares curiously. Suddenly, Chen brings up the question from earlier, making Jiang Si freeze in panic. He asks if Jiang Si was the one who asked about the zombies, noting that everyone else wants to show off. Leaning in close, Chen whispers a terrifying question that makes him shake. Could Jiang Si actually be a zombie? Terrified, Jiang Si frantically waves his hands to deny it desperately, claiming that he is completely human. Chen tosses his thin screen at him and tells him he wants to see his full power. Walking back, he adds that he does not expect Jiang Si to throw 32 kilometers like the last guy. If they can pass 3 kilometers or even a fraction of his distance, they qualify. Glaring hard to warn him, Chen keeps emphasizing that if he fails to reach it, it proves he lied about his strength to the leader. He will be charged as a spy and sent for severe punishment. Jiang Si shuts up, not daring to speak, but his mind is flooded with conflict. Even though he cannot remember much, the people who hunted him down so long ago, he refuses to become fuel for an oil lamp. Absolutely not. Nor does he want to become a perpetual motion engine. Jiang Si casually decides to just throw it as far as he can. He asks himself how he survived until this day. Wu Shen folds his arms, waiting for the guy he scoffed at to perform. Xiao watches with intense focus. Jiang Si takes a deep stance, gently raising the sharp javelin. He takes a deep breath, remembering all those grueling hours of training hard in the gym, fueling his determination. A fiery red light ignites in his eyes. Memories of when he was. Back then, he was just skin and bones. But now, a single step of his cracks the ground. The space around him starts to blur from his sheer speed. Wu Shen, who was acting so cool and cold a second ago, is completely blown back, in absolute terror. Jiang Si releases the throw with his full power. The javelin flies straight out into outer space and smashes right through a cluster of satellites. Streaking at light speed, it wrecks several more before crashing onto the surface, right on the moon. The shockwave blows the students away like a violent hurricane, but Jiang Si remains firmly planted, even though the ground behind him is completely destroyed. Chen gaped in shock, uttering a silent curse. The moon remains silent and orbits as usual. But get this, suddenly a blinding flash of light erupts right in its center, showing a massive, carved clean through, offering a tiny view of Earth. Jiang Si's eyes are still blazing with that intense, unstoppable spirit, as muscles bulge and tear right through his clothes. The less fortunate students start falling from the sky. Jiang Si's body remains, leaning forward, surrounded by thick white smoke. He looks up at the sky where the moon hangs silently, as if staring back, demanding answers. It takes a long moment for the young man to finally calm down and stare in total disbelief. Chen and the others are frozen in shock, while Xiao rushes over with absolute excitement. She asks if he saw how Instructor Chen froze. Wow, he is so awesome. She eagerly demands to know how far he actually threw it. Jiang Si scratches his head, saying he has no clue and just threw it randomly into the sky. Out in space, debris blasted off the moon is left floating. Massive chunks of rock drift aimlessly through the void. That massive hole in the moon will likely never close, leaving a giant window looking straight back at Earth. Jiang Si grabs his info sheet and asks if he can go home now. Xiao Xiao is completely dumbfounded, asking if he is joking. He is the squad leader's man now. She waves her hands around, trying to make the situation sound as grand as possible. You can probably guess his reaction to that. Jiang Si has absolutely no idea, looking totally clueless. Xiao Xiao dramatically mimics the fearsome presence of Ziling. Using the Blade Squad leader as a prime example, she explains that she commands an entire military faction with access to tanks, aircraft, and heavy artillery. She even holds the power to authorize nuclear strikes. Meanwhile, Ziling is sitting by a window, gazing quietly over the massive city. She manages an urban hub of 35 million people. Even the mayor is just a tool to run daily operations for her. She is the true ruler of this place. Jiang Si shrugs off the news, realizing he basically has a whole city backing him. After a bit of small talk, they head over to their next major destination, the biotechnology division. The tables here are packed with test tubes and strange chemical compounds. Jiang Si wonders where they are so energetic. Xiao Xiao happily explains, this is the biotech division where their weapons are researched. He can basically think of it as logistics. Jiang Si looks over at a nearby desk and spots a photograph of a very happy family. Xiao Xiao explains that this is Dr. Ji Ming, the head of logistics and former leader of the biotech group. His story is quite tragic. After losing his wife, the spectacled doctor became entirely obsessed with fulfilling her dying wish. To achieve this, he plunged deep into twisted, highly illegal biological research, conducting horrific experiments on both living humans and zombies alike. Eventually, the Academy blacklisted him and issued a strict kill-on-sight order. Just as they discuss this, a girl inside the room greets them with a warm wave, asking how they are doing and if Xiao Xiao passed her exam. Xiao Xiao beams and confirms that she did. Not knowing anyone here, Jiang Si quietly wonders who this new person is. Xiao Xiao quickly explains that she is an orphan raised by Dr. Jie Ming, now serving as the squad leader's representative. The girl pulls out a chair and sits down at her desk, gesturing for them to come get their gear. Xiao Xiao beams with absolute excitement. She really wants a custom suit, one designed specifically to let her carry way more weapons than usual. She is already picturing some incredibly weird mechanics. Ideally, she wants something that can hide a massive Gatling gun right between her legs. The professor writes it down. Looks like Xiao Xiao is heading straight for the gun division. She says, of course she is. She only came to this academy to follow her heart. Then she goes quiet, waiting for the next student. Jiang Si steps forward. He points to himself, asking if she means him. But the second the professor spots him, she shrieks so hard, her glasses fly off. Zombie. Xiao Xiao chuckles awkwardly and tries to clear up the misunderstanding. No, he is not an actual zombie, he just wears a zombie mask. The professor snaps right back at her, demanding if they think she is stupid. That is clearly a real zombie standing right there. Xiao Xiao keeps a straight face and promises she is telling the truth. After all, she literally saw his face earlier. Still trembling, the professor slips her glasses back on. She agrees to trust Xiao Xiao just this once, though she is still terrified. Meanwhile, Jiang Si just stands there like a literal statue. The professor calms down and asks him what kind of gear he needs. He cheerfully tells her he has 0 weapon requests, but he does have one highly specific problem with his current wardrobe. Every single time he fights, he ends up completely naked. He just needs a durable set of clothes that cannot be ripped apart. The professor blinks, her brain short-circuiting at the weird request. She types it into her computer. Anyway, one wants heavy weapons, the other wants pants. It is a bizarre combination, but she has to make it work. Meanwhile, a wooden sign for the sword faction hangs above a doorway. Inside, Xiao Wu sits stiffly, still completely shirtless. Sitting right across from him is a girl who looks incredibly relaxed. Xiao Wu begins recounting his fight, and yeah, his opponent was way too strong. He relives the exact moment he charged in. Everything went pitch black in a split second. The next thing he knew, he was hanging limply from a telephone pole like laundry. The mysterious girl lifts the book covering her face. She asks if that means their team captain actually lost the fight. Xiao Wu nods nervously, admitting their leader stood 0 chance. Hearing this, the girl stands up and tosses her notebook onto the table. She steps right up to him, leaning her stunning face incredibly close. She softly asks what the guy's name is. This is Lan Qi, and her sudden gentle smile makes poor Xiao Wu blush instantly. He cannot even look her in the eye. She turns and walks away, telling them to let him go. Behind that mysterious smile is the powerful sword faction leader herself. She has a notoriously bad relationship with Ziling, the head of the Blade faction. The two are bitter, long-time rivals. They will use any underhanded tactic to recruit talented fighters. Currently, the Blade faction controls a slightly larger territory by just one person. That single head count makes Lan Qi so furious she wishes she could just give birth to a new recruit herself. Xiao Wu quickly heads out silently, wishing Jiang Si the best of luck. He is going to need it. Back at the academy, classes are already underway as the morning sun beats down. The instructor points his pointer at the blackboard. Today is all about capturing zombies. Aside from raw flesh, they apparently love chicken eggs, which makes for perfect bait. Aiming for their weak heads is key. Jiang Si is aggressively taking notes on everything, catching Xiao Xiao's attention. She asks what he is writing. He replies that he needs to share these survival tips with his family back home. She blinks, highly confused. His family. Before she can ask, a sudden loud announcement cuts through the entire classroom. The speaker calls for all first years to gather at the arena immediately. The students look up, listening closely. Xiao Xiao finds it pretty strange since they already did a head count earlier. Still, they have to follow orders. The entire class packs up and heads straight to the massive arena. A huge crowd of freshmen is already waiting there. But while everyone else is taking this seriously, Jiang Si and Xiao are casually walking around eating ice cream. Ziling suddenly cuts them off, warning them to keep quiet. Since she recommended them, they better not embarrass her. She stresses that this assembly is incredibly important, but Xiao is barely listening, completely distracted by something else. She asks Jiang Si how he is even eating ice cream through that thick mask. He begins panicking to explain. Just a short distance away, Lan Qi is watching them intensely. Her subordinate mutters that the guy doesn't look very bright. He honestly does not look powerful at all. But Lan Qi is still highly intrigued by this mysterious new student. She orders her lackey to step back while she goes over to introduce herself. He bows and leaves. Suddenly, the main doors slam open to welcome the final arrivals. A single man strides into the room. Behind him stands a massive army of highly advanced robots. They march in perfect, terrifyingly cold sync. All the students instantly bow in deep respect. Xiao Xiao quickly grabs Jiang Si by his head and forces him down. She frantically tells him to bow. That is the legendary leader of the Mechanical Life faction. He walks through the crowd, passing both new students. The commander glares at Lan Qi with annoyance, asking what she is doing there and telling her not to cause him trouble. She just smiles politely and leaves right away. But her subordinate is utterly confused, wondering about their squad leader, named Jiang Si. Why not meet him? What if he runs Lan? She raises her eyebrows, stating that compared to Jiang Si, the commander is far more important since she only respects the strong. Meanwhile, the commander pats Ziling on the shoulder, praising her for her hard work. She simply nods, saying it is just her duty. Holding his melting ice cream, Jiang Si mumbles that things feel pretty strange, wondering if Ziling from the Blade Squad has a thing for him. Xiao Xiao immediately teases, asking if he is jealous. But he innocently replies that he is just eating eggs, completely forgetting what Xiao Xiao told him earlier about how powerful the commander really is. She patiently repeats everything, asking if he still remembers that photo he saw before. Turns out the commander is no ordinary human. He is actually the very last survivor of the test subjects, under Dr. Ji Ming from the Bioscience Division. Out of countless human test subjects, he was the only one who survived. The commander built this whole modern city with his own hands. After Dr. Ji Ming became a wanted fugitive, founded the Mechanical Life faction. Thanks to his overwhelming power, the population of the city he runs has grown to 50 million people. Everyone lives in total peace under his protection. During his 10 years in charge, the city has never seen a single zombie. If even a trace of a zombie shows up, he will immediately wipe it out. Hearing this, Jiang Si is completely frozen and speechless. Up on the high stage, the commander announces that he will keep it short. Even though they are just first years, they are the elite and he needs their help with a special mission. Everyone waits in tense silence. Once the crowd settles down, he commands the robot beside him to pull up the file. Its mechanical eye projects a bright red beam like a projector, revealing a very familiar face right behind him. The man's face is bruised and battered. The commander explains this is the spy, captured months ago, who went rogue and launched a nuclear warhead that almost killed one of their top squad leaders. Jiang Si gets incredibly worked up, realizing this is the guy who nuked him. All around the crowd starts muttering, enraged, saying this scum deserves to be skinned alive. According to reliable intel, he is a key confidant of Dr. Ji Ming, head of the bioscience team. No wonder his own zombie subordinates instantly lose control around humans. He suddenly realizes a shocking truth. The zombie apocalypse is actually over, and this is just humans fighting amongst themselves. Xiao Xiao agrees, letting out a heavy sigh, noting that they must have nothing better to do. The commander continues to explain their struggle. They tried to make him reveal where Dr. Ji Ming is hiding, but to no avail. Students from year 2 to year 5 have all tried with zero luck. From branding to electrocution and brutal beatings, nothing worked. These brutal tortures left him in pieces, but he never broke. The commander coldly announces that they have exhausted every option. The prisoner refuses to speak, but he believes these elites from different regions can get him to talk, and whoever succeeds in getting the location of Dr. Ji Ming will be rewarded. Shoving his hands in his pockets, the commander casually promises to promote them to deputy commander immediately. Trust me, every single rookie in that room instantly loses their mind hoping for that easy promotion. Who knew a first year could land such a sweet deal? Hands shoot up everywhere as everyone volunteers, and the commander points them toward the secret interrogation room. He wishes them luck. Outside, the clear sky stretches on, and 2 hours quickly pass by. Inside the room, a massive muscle-bound student is still desperately trying to rage his way through the interrogation. During those 2 hours, the students tried absolutely everything. They started with standard questioning before quickly cross the line into absolute madness. One guy burns incense in front of him while another bangs loud gongs right by his ear, nearly bursting his eardrums. There is even a monk chanting prayers to help him find enlightenment. Ziling holds her head in pure embarrassment at this ridiculous circus. Xiao Xiao just watches from the sidelines, asking Jiang Si if he can actually get the guy to talk. He replies with absolute confidence, saying he can make the prisoner sing. Xiao Xiao gasps in disbelief, completely amazed. She eagerly raises her hand to grab the crowd's attention, shouting that her friend over here can easily get the prisoner to confess. The commander looks over and invites the student to step forward. Jiang Si calmly walks toward the front while Xiao Xiao finds his behavior a bit odd. Didn't he always prefer to keep a low profile? As he walks past, he ignores the intense stares from Lan Qi and her subordinate. Secretly, Jiang Si has his own reasons for doing this, since his loyal zombie horde keeps losing control, and he hopes this human captive knows the secret behind it. He opens the heavy door and steps into the interrogation room. Inside, the bruised spy is still talking tough. Another target. The guy refuses to even look at him, turning his head away. Jiang Si just looks down from above. The captive spy scoffs, asking if the academy has run out of real fighters. Why keep sending weaklings to deal with him? He refuses to betray his boss, Ji Ming. But Jiang Si moves like lightning. A tiny cut appears and blood starts to trickle. Looking down at the minor scratch, the spy does not get it at first. Then he bursts out, laughing at the pathetic attempt. He asks if this is supposed to be torture, mockingly telling Jiang Si to try harder because this scratch is nothing to him. It is basically a mosquito bite. Jiang Si stays completely silent and delivers a single cold command, stand up. And the spy actually does. He struggles to his feet against his own will. Watch closely, even Ziling, Xiao Xiao, and the commander are frozen in absolute shock. The bloodstain on the spy's skin runs deep. Zooming into his veins reveals a terrifying, unnatural process already taking place inside him. The virus Jiang Si injected has already bonded with his blood, multiplying at an insane rate throughout his entire body. It spreads up to his brain, slowly hijacking his neural system. The spy's expression completely freezes over his mind, slipping away. Jiang Si finally asks for his name. The spy blankly replies that he is Xiao Kai. Xiao Xiao gasps in utter disbelief. She cries out to her leader, realizing Jiang Si can actually control minds. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stares directly at Xiao Kai. He asks the spy if he is Ji Ming's trusted right-hand man who knows all of his master's secrets. He obeys instantly like a loyal pet, admitting he knows almost everything. Now Jiang Si dives straight into the real questions. Why did the zombies in the city suddenly lose control when they used to be perfectly docile? The spy spills everything. It turns out Ji Ming released a drug over the city. Any zombie that caught a whiff instantly went completely wild. They could no longer be controlled. Ordinary mindless zombies had no idea what was happening when the chemicals hit them. The victims had no idea. Soon they mutated into giant hyper-aggressive beasts ordered by the Group 2, attack survivors and gather combat data on the awakened. Jiang Si frowns, asking why they would do this. Xiao Kai admits he does not know. He only knows that Ji Ming claimed to be doing something truly great. He ordered them to use the undead to slaughter humans just to gather experimental combat data on the awakened. Lan Qi and the young man stand frozen, listening to this chilling confession. Where is Dr. Ji Ming hiding now? 500 meters beneath the ruins of City H. Having got his answers, Jiang Si orders Xiao Kai to turn around. Using the silent language of the dead, Jiang Si sends a final chilling message: you people are truly pathetic. A suicidal virus has been injected into your brain. End your own life. Fully controlled, Xiao Kai blankly obeys. He whispers yes, ending it right there. Meanwhile, deep under the ruins of City H, Ji Ming hides in his lab. Inside the secret lab, Ji Ming is working. His bowl-cut assistant with round glasses rushes in to report some terrible news. Their spy has confessed under interrogation. The location is compromised. But Ji Ming, looking messy, just stands there calmly. He folds his arms, completely unbothered, telling his assistant to carry on with their work. Let them come find them. The assistant panics, warning him that the intruders are extremely dangerous. But Ji Ming merely turns around to look at a glowing light. The blue glow illuminates his face. He smiles, saying it does not matter because his experiment is finally complete. He stares into the massive glass tube with pride. Floating inside the liquid is a bizarre pulsing object. It looks exactly like a giant human brain. Jiming wants them to witness the grand birth of a brand new species. Back at the facility, Jiang Si finishes his business and steps outside. The surrounding students stare at him in pure dread. They quickly back away whenever he gets too close. Nobody wants to be anywhere near him right now. Whispers break out as he stands isolated in the empty space. Even Ziling hesitates to approach, keeping a careful distance, but Lan Qi merely smirks with absolute fascination. Nearby students mutter in trembling voices about his terrifying mind control power. Suddenly, a slow clap echoes through the tense room. The commander steps forward, praising Jiang Si for a job well done. He admits the first-year class has some hidden monsters. He then tells Jiang Si to follow him to make things official. The promised deputy position is officially yours. Jiang Si registers the promotion, but asks about the rogue Dr. Ji Ming. The commander tells him there is no rush as they are searching for him too. Lan Qi watches them leave frowning. A fleet of mysterious robots departs alongside the commander. Lan Qi's subordinate raises a suspicious question about this sudden deputy registration. Finding it highly unusual herself, she orders her man to tail them. Meanwhile, outside the abandoned warehouse in the suburbs, a cold, depressing rain begins to pour. They trek through the drenched streets, soaked to the bone under the gray sky. Standing under the heavy downpour, Jiang Si suddenly senses something is off. He looks around anxiously, questioning the guide ahead. He looks around. Where is this place? Didn't you say you'd take me to register and then find Dr. Ji Ming? The commander stops walking. He suddenly turns and asks when a zombie learned to speak human tongue. Jiang Si points to himself. Are you talking to me? But the commander whirls around a loaded gun already aimed. I am talking to you, he snarls, then fires. A devastating blast strikes Jiang Si right in the head. Lan Qi's subordinate instantly grabs her, pulling her low to the ground. Watch out, leader. The young man panics, desperately worried for Lan Qi. Leader, are you okay? She slowly looks up carefully. I am fine, but that is the commander's rapid-fire cannon burning at tens of thousands of degrees to melt anything. After that devastating shot, white smoke drifts from the commander's gun. Those fools might be blind, but I am not, he mutters. He transforms his weapon back into a hand, grumbling about what the academy guards are even doing, letting weird things slip inside. Jiang Si stands frozen in the open, clearing his head completely burned away. A zombie's weak spot is always its head. Destroy it, and they lose all ability to move. The commander even speaks with a sort of polite mockery to the corpse. Sorry, zombie, this is not the place you belong. But a split second later, a hand suddenly shoots out right in front of his face. Moving with blinding speed, the attacker grabs him and drags him flying away. The commander crashes violently into a building down the street, utterly stunned. Before he can react, a tight grip chokes his neck. His robotic escorts immediately deploy to support him, firing the same melting energy blasts at the enemy. Relentless strikes rain down on the corner, causing a massive explosion. Yet not a single blast touches Jiang Si. He even manages to snatch one of the robots. A shadow suddenly leaps from the thick smoke as the commander slides across the dirt to regain his balance. He gnashes his teeth, staring ahead in complete disbelief. What a dark silhouette begins to emerge through the smoke. It is Jiang Si, effortlessly crushing the entire drone squad into piles of scrap metal with his bare hands. How is this possible? He still has no head, yet he holds a robot's skull tightly in his grip. Lan Qi's subordinate stares in sheer disbelief. Are you kidding me? Jiang Si lunges forward again, reaching out his hand as the commander frantically tilts his head to dodge. Another strike forces the commander back even further. In a panic, he transforms his arm back into a massive blaster. He fires a heavy shot, but Jiang Si easily outmaneuvers him, ducking low to dodge. The commander gasps in shock. How can he move this fast without a head? But while he is still frozen in confusion, Jiang Si unleashes a relentless barrage of kicks. The two finally separate when the commander leaps backward to open up some space. Lan Qi's subordinate mutters that the commander is in deep trouble, but she quietly notes that the monster is just getting serious. The commander's face darkens with rage. Their heavy attacks are going to level this place. We need to back off right now. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is already generating a fresh layer of skin over his neck. His face slowly begins to take shape, and he sighs in relief as his vision returns. The young subordinate, watching from afar, completely loses his mind. Leader, look, his head literally grew back. Meanwhile, Jiang Si remains calm, patiently, offering the commander a peaceful way out. Let us talk, I do not want to hurt you, Jiang Si offers. But the commander only scowls with deep contempt. He grabs his cloak. You think you can control my mind, he sneers, ripping the heavy garment off and tossing it aside. With a loud roar, he summons his most advanced mechanical armor. Model 1 units immediately deploy from all directions. They dive straight toward them. The massive mechanical units crash directly into the commander, making a deafening metallic clanking sound. Jiang Si watches quietly, waiting for the smoke to clear. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and her subordinate retreat to a higher vantage point. As the dust settles, the commander is revealed, his body completely encased in heavy battle armor. "I am a cyborg," he declares proudly. Armored up and ready to fight, he charges ahead. "I will never negotiate with a filthy zombie." The cyborg launches a brutal knee strike right into Jiang Si's chin. "Consider it an honor to witness my true form." Jiang Si's body is launched backward, but the commander is already speeding ahead to cut off his path. Jiang Si spins in midair, but the commander crouches for momentum and delivers a brutal punch straight to his gut. The impact sends him hurtling high into the sky. The two onlookers watch in pure shock, unable to look away from this clash. The cyborg leaps into the air to catch Jiang Si, unleashing a blinding flurry of rapid punches that rattle his opponent. Jiang Si doesn't even fight back, taking the full brunt of the heavy strikes. After landing a barrage of blows, the commander prepares his final strike. He slams Jiang Si hard into the concrete, sending him bouncing off the shattered ground. The commander lands heavily right on top of him, cratering the street. The bright red visor of his helmet glows with murderous intent. "Zombie, you must die," he growls, crossing his heavy mechanical arms as his power begins to swell. Deep inside, raw energy builds up. He powers up to fire his strongest death cannon. Lan Qi is completely shocked by its sheer force. The blast expands rapidly, obliterating absolutely everything in its path. Shredded metal and streetlights are violently swept away in the chaos, wiped clean. The street is a blinding white void. Panting heavily, the commander mutters to himself, surely he must be dead. But out of the smoke, a heavy footstep echoes. The commander looks up. His face is twisted in absolute disbelief. Then Jiang Si throws his head back and lets out a monstrous roar. The district shakes. Lan Qi and her crew cover their ears. The pressure is too intense. They cannot even open their eyes. What is he doing? Even the commander's glasses shatter from the shockwave. Jiang Si's face begins to change. More human, yet far more savage. The onlookers can only stare in sheer horror. Something strange is happening. What is this? The evolved Jiang Si slowly turns, leaving the trembling commander to wonder what he is facing. He is taller now, looking like a mature young man. But the pressure radiating from him is on a whole different level. Absolutely terrifying. Above them, dark clouds swirl into a massive vortex. Jiang Si stands tall and silent right in the middle of the wreckage. High above the city, those dark clouds spin together. A violent, swirling hurricane completely blocks out the afternoon sun. Watching from a window, Xiao Xiao gasps. "Look over there. What is with the sky?" Lan Qi and her team are equally terrified. This is bad. Really bad. Across the city, terrified citizens begin pouring out into the streets to see what is happening. Anxiety is written on every face. What is going on? What is happening? They have never seen clouds like that before. Keeping his distance, the commander watches Jiang Si closely. He is waiting to see what the monster does next. Jiang Si grinds his teeth. "You foolish human. I gave you a chance to negotiate before." The commander cannot even comprehend this. Wait, what? Jiang Si's voice sounds bone-chillingly demonic now as he smirks and issues a terrifying question. "Now tell me, how exactly do you want to die?" Lan Qi's subordinate screams out in terror. His entire personality has completely flipped. Realizing the danger, she spins around. This is bad. The two of them immediately scramble to find high ground. "Stop talking and just run." Meanwhile, the commander mutters to himself, "In my entire life, no creature has ever made me feel death this closely." He roars in a panic, demanding to know what Jiang Si is, desperately trying to bluff his way through this fight. He challenges the zombie to a rematch, while the other two leap across rooftops, desperately trying to reach a safe zone. The young subordinate is still in absolute shock. "I have read all the Academy history books, but I have never seen a zombie like this." Lan Qi agrees she has never seen anything like it either. Her subordinate sighs in relief, thinking they are finally safe. But get this, the very moment those words leave his mouth, a blinding beam of light flashes right past them, nearly burning both of them to ashes. Left suspended in mid-air, they can only watch in sheer terror as the fight spills over into the brand new district. Meanwhile, the commander's limbs are shattered, pinning him deep into a brick wall. Jiang Si stands before him looking completely calm and unfazed. With his remaining strength, the commander desperately calls out to robots number 2, 3, and 4. Instantly, the surrounding machines leap forward. Jiang Si simply raises a single hand. A massive explosion erupts at the top of the building, lighting up the entire area in a blinding flash. The three onlookers roll across a rooftop like rag dolls, coughing violently. Despite being completely beaten, the commander grinds his teeth and speaks to Lan Qi. He says everyone has a duty to handle zombies. She snaps back, "You are the idiot who provoked him in the first place." They scatter in 3 different directions, flying high into the sky. Down below on the street, Jiang Si waits, plotting his next move. He suddenly crouches low and raises one arm high into the air. Sensing immediate danger, Lan Qi watches him with a growing sense of dread. Her intuition is absolutely spot on. Jiang Si brutally plunges his entire arm directly into the hard concrete ground. A massive shockwave ripples through the city. Gliding close to the street, Lan Qi suddenly realizes something is very wrong. She feels the ground rising, closing in on her. Terrified, she spins around to look what on earth is he planning. Jiang Si violently lifts an entire chunk of earth with one hand. Still flying, the commander crashes face first into the rising wall. More than half the city is lifted by Jiang Si, forming a colossal wall. The citizens in the unaffected area stare in absolute disbelief. This insane sight leaves them utterly speechless. Oh my god, what is happening? Xiao Xiao is too shocked to even speak. The brand new district has been completely flipped over. Before her eyes, the chaotic city is literally being ripped apart in massive chunks. After pulling off that insane feat, Jiang Si pauses for a second, then flashes forward at blinding speed to grab his target. He slams the commander right into the wall, sending massive cracks, ripping all the way up the earth. Jiang Si smirks with satisfaction. Holding the broken commander high in the air, he asks him, "Do you feel it now?" The absolute power is overwhelming. The helpless machine cannot resist his absolute power. Jiang Si mocks him, "You were right, machines are pretty hard to control." The commander winces under the crushing grip. "But as a human with actual consciousness, you really should have used your brain." He groans in absolute agony as Jiang Si's virus seeps into his bloodstream, slowly spreading everywhere. It reaches the commander's brain. Jiang Si scrolls through his memories, seeing two shadowy dark faces appear before him. Both end up lying in pools of blood. Orphaned. The scene shifts to a doctor restructuring his body. The surgeon slices him open piece by piece, attaching cold metal parts. Not a single part of his body remains normal. Jiang Si is totally unamused. Living hurts more than death, and existence worse than a zombie. He lets go, letting the commander's body fall. Killing him is practically a mercy. Down below, Lan Qi quickly acts. She swings on a lamppost to catch the falling commander, looking up in absolute shock. Can he actually read memories too? Jiang Si vanishes into thin air right after. The sky rapidly darkens, leaving only a crescent moon to light up the night. Back home, Jiang Si frantically packs his suitcase. This is bad. His secret is out because he lost control of his emotions again. He is completely terrified of his own monstrous side. It is too scary. He is supposed to be good. Grabbing his luggage, he rushes out the door to say goodbye to humanity. But right as he steps into the hallway, a familiar voice stops him in his tracks, asking where he is going. Jiang Si shivers in panic, wondering how to handle this. He hates the idea of silencing anyone permanently, but there is no choice. To his surprise, a document is presented. Ziling holds up his permit and casually announces that Deputy Chief Jiang Si's official paperwork is finally complete. From today on, he is officially the Deputy Chief of the Extraordinary Academy. Jiang Si can only stare. Unreal. He asks if the commander actually approved this. Ziling turns around to leave, confirming that indeed he did. Puzzled, he asks if the commander said anything else. She stops, looks at him, and mentions that the chief called him human. She opens the door to go inside, telling him to work hard. Make it big. Then do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Lan Qi is taking care of the injured commander at his home. She cannot help but complain about his reckless decision. And get this, she demands to know why he still wants to employ a literal zombie. Covered entirely in bandages, the commander calmly replies that whether Jiang Si is a zombie or a human does not matter at all. To capture Dr. Jiming, they absolutely need his raw strength. Still, Lan Qi remains extremely cautious and warns him. Jiang Si is incredibly dangerous when he loses control, but the commander remains completely unfazed, saying everything is under control. He asks about the arrangements and she confirms everything is set. The commander narrows his eyes with intense, absolute determination. He vows to finally deal with Dr. Jiming this time. Meanwhile, faraway mysterious structures sit right above the rushing sea. A ruined apartment, harsh blinding sun. Panicked voices begin to echo from deep within the hot rubble. Word is spread that their great king has been captured by humans. Ah Ju is absolutely furious about this devastating news. He was their ultimate anchor. Now he is gone. The ordinary zombies begin to panic, completely lost. They scream to eliminate the humans and rescue their king. But Xiao He calmly asks if their king actually needs saving. He only wants to slaughter humans anyway. Gu wonders if they should stop him, but Xiao He knows the truth. No one can stop him besides the king himself. The scene shifts to a massive battleship floating slowly across calm waters. The commander is back in his gear, standing firmly in the control room. Listen up, everyone, he commands. They only have one shot to capture Dr. Jiming at all costs. Their journey takes them to an abandoned city. Despite being deserted, the buildings look surprisingly new. Xiao Xiao walks with Jiang Si, excited to be in enemy territory. It is incredible how intact the city remains. Suddenly, a powerful stomp echoes through the air as soldiers line up. They report that the 56th Regiment is fully assembled. Jiang Si looks at them in total confusion as they coordinate. They bow deeply before the great Deputy Chief Jiang Si, and a representative steps forward to shout with immense pride. They belong to the 4th District of the 56th Regiment and will only follow Deputy Chief Jiang Si's orders now. Wait for it, he now has a massive army of over 100,000 soldiers under his command. With a massive army and tanks awaiting his command, he quickly leans in close to whisper to the officer. He asks if they will truly do anything he says, even if he orders them to go and die. The soldier pulls out a live grenade claiming Jiang Si's word is law and that dying for him is an honor. Terrified, Jiang Si screams that he was only joking. He snatches the live grenade, tosses it far away. He sighs in relief after almost causing a major disaster. Up on a tank barrel, a guy in a tight bodysuit sits and sneers, mocking the new Deputy Chief Jiang Si as a useless weakling, despite holding such a highly praised position. Xiao Xiao looks up to see who just arrived. Two guys leap down to the ground, already trash-talking without stopping. What a joke. A strategic position like this, yet they only sent a piece of trash to guard it. Both of these newcomers are wearing heavy steel armor. We are from the Stainless Steel Academy, here to work with your extraordinary academy squad to make the arrest. Xiao Xiao instantly recognizes them. Are these not the famous Steel Sword group from the Stainless Steel Academy, team leader Bong and Vice Chief Chui? Meanwhile, things on the base ship are not any calmer. That arrogant chief holds two swords showing off. So this was your internal mistake, yet headquarters called us to help. Helping is fine, but I do not understand why you made a rookie the vice chief, then let him guard such a vital strategic location. Lan Qi, annoyed, snaps back. Chief Gang, we asked you to support us, not to talk trash. Outsiders have no right to judge the student council appointments at our academy. They also begin discussing their battle strategy right away. So, let us keep business separate. We will enter the city to capture the target. You seal the escape routes from the outside. The northern sector has complex roads and massive highways. Why did you only send a tiny vice chief to guard it? The chief of the Anti-Hero Academy coldly speaks up because he can easily beat you to a pulp. The smug guy still does not get it. Big talk. I am way stronger than you, Chief Gang. Whatever, I already sent my top team leaders over there to assist, so you guys can just sit tight. Meanwhile, Jiming and his assistant are fully prepared for the coming fight. The young assistant reports that they have surrounded the city. Jiming gives a cold, brief command to release the zombies, instantly pressing the red button to unleash the horde. Roger. On the security monitors, Jiming suddenly spots Ju. What on earth is he doing there? Bullets rain down across the city, shredding the low-level zombies who stand absolutely no chance. Meanwhile, team leader Bong and Vice Chief Chui easily finish off a weak pack of monsters with zero effort. Meanwhile, Jiang Si holds the lifeless body of a zombie, wondering if this is his own kind. Xiao Xiao whistles and looks away, muttering that she heard nothing. Team leader Bong arrogantly steps up to make a suggestion. Vice Chief Jiang, right, we do not need you here anymore. Leave this to us and head on home. He points back with a mocking sneer, saying that weaklings belong at the kids' table. Xiao Xiao immediately snaps back on Jiang Si's behalf, telling the arrogant jerk that he's the weak one who needs to shut up. The guy's face turns dark, threatening her so badly that she hides in terror, asking if she even has a right to speak. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo nearby. Ju approaches, carrying a large container of gasoline, looking incredibly fierce and ready for violence. Jiang Si, not sensing any danger, asks in surprise what Ju is doing here. Meanwhile, Ji Ming's young assistant laughs in absolute delight. What kind of creature is this? Every single stat is completely maxed out, absolutely perfect. It is his first time seeing a boss of this level. He pulls the lever to accelerate the showdown, eagerly whispering for them to bring it on. Going back 2 hours only, Ju and a tiny zombie stood alone in the street. Earlier, everyone was shouting big talk, yet in the end, not a single soul showed up. What a loyal bunch of brothers. The cowardly zombie quickly shoves the gas can over, muttering that this is the fuel he wanted, so whatever he does with it is none of his business. Then he runs off, refusing to disobey the king's orders. Ju just holds the gas can, shouting after him with surprisingly cheerful optimism. Just do not let the king find out. What a coward. Driven by his battle-hungry nature, Ju decides to take matters into his own hands, boasting he can destroy humanity alone. Just then, Jiming drops experimental tubes right into his path. Sniffing the air, he wonders what that strange smell is. Over at the lab, the system announces a new registered species. Now, they stand face to face in the deserted streets as a giant shadow looms. Jiang Si keeps asking if it is really Ju standing before them. Xiao Xiao shivers, utterly terrified. With a swift strike, Ju uses his chainsaw to rip the canister open. He proceeds to gulp down massive mouthfuls of raw gasoline, the yellow fluid spilling over his muscular chest as he drinks. Xiao Xiao watches in absolute horror as he drinks the fuel. Next, Aju violently pulls the starter cord of his chainsaw, revving it to life. He throws his head back like a rabid wolf, unleashing a terrifying bone-chilling roar that shakes the streets. Everyone desperately covers their ears to block the sound. The sheer acoustic pressure shatters glass windows across all the neighboring buildings. Jiang Si remains completely unaffected, but the arrogant squad behind him writhes in agony. The ground erupts violently beneath them, blowing Xiao Xiao clean off her feet. She crashes onto the pavement, staring in absolute terror at the nightmare unfolding. What on earth is that monster, completely out of control? Aju challenges them, yelling for the pathetic humans to come play. Team leader Bong just grins, excited that an interesting opponent has finally shown up despite almost losing his hearing. Only, Jiang Si keeps his head, grabbing Xiao Xiao's hand to pull her away. Fall back, he urges. The confused girl looks back. Run, they have captain-level power. But Jiang Si warns that they cannot kill him. Aju is ready. His body is fully charged. Xiao Xiao hears something completely unbelievable again. What, kidding? Jiang Si is dead serious. He is not joking. Aju throws his head back and laughs loudly. He is a 100% rank immortal. The captain glares and sneers. Trash is truly trash, running faster than a plane. Vice Chief Chewy raises his hand to power up. The captain is told to leave this boss to him. He approaches Aju on his own, incredibly naive. Captain Bong is still, smugly giving orders when his deputy is suddenly sent flying backward. Tell him to leave some life in him for some fun later. The deputy smashes straight into the tank behind, making it shake. The captain looks in surprise, completely missing the dark shadow right in front. What? The deputy is already foaming at the mouth, passing out. The captain turns around way too late. Aju and his fist are ready to send this weakling away. How do you want to die? The captain tries to fight back, but fails. Jiang Si, Xiao Xiao, and the commander reach the rooftop, catching their breath. Below, Aju goes absolutely wild, violently throwing the steel man around, shattering buildings. In the lab, a researcher laughs loudly at the sheer chaos. What is this? He is too strong. Captain Bong stands absolutely no chance against Aju's extreme blinding speed. But while the captain yells that he is not easy to beat, the high-level zombie already spins him around. The steel man smashes face first. Aju kicks Captain Bong directly in the face, sending him flying like a ball. Vice Chief Chewy is still throwing up when the captain slams right into him. Instantly, Aju pins them down. He swings the sharp chainsaw high. Captain Bong grits his teeth in sheer panic. What is this? Luckily, he blocks the blade with steel. Up on the roof, the other three look down. Xiao Xiao worries. Captain Bong is reaching his limit. Aju's loud laughter echoes, forcing him to struggle hard. How can a great captain lose? His face tenses up as if he is planning something. But then he throws away all pride and bursts into tears, begging for his mommy. Jiang Si is completely stunned. Xiao Xiao is speechless, watching this through their binoculars. Meanwhile, Ji Ming's subordinate is laughing at them. The idiotic academy has finally met its match. Up on the rooftop, the three cannot reveal themselves yet. Xiao Xiao lowers her binoculars. Will he kill everyone? The commander panics, asking Jiang Si what to do. Jiang Si calculates his options. If he steps in, his identity is blown. He turns to Xiao Xiao. Go down and beat him. Xiao Xiao screams back, asking if he is blind to how strong that monster is. He crushed Captain Bong. Do you want me to be its dinner? But Jiang Si completely ignores her. He tells her to give him her hand, then suddenly bites down on her arm. She panics wildly. She stares blankly at the fresh bite mark on her hand. Knowing this trick, she quickly clutches her arm and shouts, "Are you trying to brainwash me like that snake spy?" He replies that he is not nearly that boring. His cryptic words hang in the air as he watches. Meanwhile, Captain Bong is weeping loudly, begging him for mercy, sobbing that he was completely wrong. But the louder the captain yells, the more excited Aju gets. He presses the blade closer. Suddenly, a fierce voice calls out behind them, telling him he is boring. Aju spins around in surprise, hearing an unhinged laugh. A pair of sneakers steps onto the road. She drags a massive minigun, sending sparks flying everywhere. Xiao Xiao finally emerges with a wild grin. "Play with me," she says. Her eyes are hollow like a zombie. Inside, her body cells move freely. Then they undergo a crazy mutation. Her cellular structure and genetic sequence are being completely torn apart right now, only to quickly rebuild themselves into a brand new gene chain. Bitten by Jiang Si, Xiao Xiao is transformed. She clutches her heavy weapon with a crazed smile. Ju looks at her with growing interest. Captain Bong immediately recognizes her, weeping that she is the girl from earlier. Now Aju focuses entirely on her. He mockingly asks if she wants to play, sneering as he demands to know who the hell she is. With mutated genes, she looks completely different, Wearing a savage smile, she tells him he is all talk. She mocks him as a total nobody, then proudly raises her heavy minigun with a crazed yell. Telling him to cut the talk and bring it on, she unleashes a relentless barrage of bullets. She screams for him to eat lead. A storm of bullets flies at high speed as she laughs. She is completely thrilled as she fires. Ju easily dodges the bullets, but the captain is still right there. All the squad leader can do is cower behind his ally, clutching his knees in prayer as tears stream down his terrified face. Meanwhile, Ju seems to sense a terrifying shadow looming over him. Luckily, the squad leader gets dragged away by his team. Run it, turns out Xiao Xiao had flipped upside down in the sky without anyone noticing, causing his sudden panic. Up in the air, she quickly pulls the safety pins from the 2 grenades in her hands. She forcefully stuffs both of them right into his mouth before flipping away, shouting for him to enjoy this little appetizer. The moment her feet hit the ground, the explosives detonate in a massive burst of fire. But surprisingly, those 2 grenades do not leave a single scratch on Ju. He casually strolls out of the thick smoke, laughing and mocking that it did not even tickle. But immediately after, and before he can even react, several bullets smash directly into his face. Xiao Xiao bites down on a bullet casing, cheering that this is incredibly satisfying. The soldier standing next to Jiang Si shivers at the sight and asks Vice Commander Jiang, "What on earth did you just do?" He calmly replies that he simply modified Xiao Xiao's genetic makeup, but then he suddenly goes completely quiet. For a moment, he focuses on editing her genetic code, further muttering that she can definitely become much stronger. Meanwhile, Ju groans in pain after taking those direct hits to the face. He struggles to complain about how much it hurts while she is already going completely wild, with manic laughter, shouting that she absolutely loves this feeling. Seeing her go full psycho, the squad leader and his comrade hold each other, shaking and crying in pure terror. Suddenly, Ju snaps back to reality, raising his deadly chainsaw arms as he charges directly at her. She easily dodges his clumsy chainsaw swing and stomps his weaponized arm right into the ground. Before he can react, she delivers a brutal kick that sends him flying backward. Ju gasps in pain from the heavy impact, completely unable to control his body. As he rolls across the dirt dozens of times, he ends up tumbling upside down with his head dragging and his feet in the air, all from a single kick from Xiao Xiao. The squad leader, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely horrified by her terrifying strength, muttering that she was acting so weak and helpless just a moment ago. His fellow soldier completely agrees with him, calling her a total lunatic. Out of nowhere, she swaps her weapon for something even more ridiculous, a massive RPG rocket launcher. Up on the rooftop, Jiang Si watches the chaos unfold, suddenly looking a bit taken aback by her choice. Ju finally stops rolling after slamming hard against a warehouse wall. Moaning in pain, he notices several barrels of fuel right next to him. He immediately grabs one and starts chugging the gasoline like water. After refueling, his energy returns and he confidently tells her to bring it on. Xiao Xiao is not intimidated at all, laughing like a maniac as she welcomes the challenge. Nearby, the squad leader and his partner are crying tears of absolute terror, screaming about the absolute psychopaths in front of them. Xiao Xiao unleashes her first rocket, directly at Ju. But before the projectile can even hit him, it gets sliced clean in half. He moves with blinding speed, flashing past Xiao Xiao to land far behind her. Just like that, her midsection is completely sliced through by his blades. She is literally cut in half, blood spraying everywhere from her severed waist. Watching the horror unfold, the squad leader and his ally scream in panic, thinking it is all over. Ju is incredibly smug, believing he won, and boasts that his immortal body makes him completely unkillable, so she should stop wasting her energy. Meanwhile, up on the roof, Jiang Si silently clenches his fist with a serious expression. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's severed body begins to knit itself back together as if nothing ever happened. Her flesh and bones reconnect right before his eyes. Ju breaks into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping in absolute shock at the impossible sight. He gasps out in disbelief while Xiao Xiao stands opposite him and repeats his words with a completely crazed and joyful smile. She mocks him, saying she is immortal too. Her body seamlessly fuses back together without a single scar. The squad leader and his partner scream at the top of their lungs, completely traumatized. After another intense clash between Xiao Xiao and Ju, the battlefield is left in ruins with thick clouds of dust swirling around them. The squad leader and his companion are absolutely terrified but still cannot look away from the sheer insanity. Now equipped with the regenerative power granted by Jiang Si, Xiao Xiao laughs wildly and tells him to bring on some more pain. The squad leader and his friends scream out in terror, wondering what kind of monsters they are dealing with. In a total panic, they finally scramble to their feet and run for their lives. Ah Ju is also deeply unnerved by her rapid regeneration, hesitatingly wondering what she is and who the real zombie here is. Meanwhile, Jiang Si casually peers through his binoculars to observe the chaotic brawl below, while the soldier next to him continues to shiver with fear. Jiang Si admits he is quite impressed by how insanely strong Xiao Xiao has become after her genetic modifications. However, he notes that her skeletal structure is completely shattered at the moment. He analyzes the situation, with a tense expression stating that every muscle in her body is torn. Even with rapid cellular regeneration, she still felt the agonizing pain of being sliced in half. He urges that they need to wrap this up quickly, his expression darkening, as he warns Ah Ju that disobeying orders to stay inside will only get him beaten up again. Right after that, her body, Xiao Xiao, suddenly overflows with a surge of power even greater than before, letting out a wild, savage laugh. Out of nowhere, she charges forward, closing the distance to Ah Ju with terrifying speed. Before he can even finish his sentence, a brutal punch slams directly into his face. She follows up instantly, burying another heavy blow deep into his gut. Every time he gets blown away, she is right there waiting for him. Xiao Xiao suddenly teleports right behind his back, swinging her heavy weapon to bash him right in the skull. She keeps up her relentless assault, unleashing wave after wave of strikes, leaving him zero room to fight back. Then Ah Ju crashes straight down to the hard ground. The impact is so violent it kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Barely holding on to consciousness, he can only offer a weak, broken whisper. But before he can even utter a word, relentless blows keep raining down on his head. As soon as she lifts her weapon, she slams it down again. Crack down it goes, smashing his skull. Every single time Ah Ju tries to lift his head, he gets slammed back down into the dirt. He screams out in sheer agony. Finally reaching his absolute limit, he completely breaks down and starts desperately begging for his life. Stop hitting me, I surrender. Tears well up in his eyes as he miserably cries out, okay, I will go home, just stop. I am leaving right now, standing at a distance. Jiang Si watches this utterly pathetic display of submission from his underling with complete silence. He is utterly speechless. Over on the monitor, the glasses guy is also lost for words watching the guy grovel on his knees. Hearing Ah Ju begging like a dog, Xiao Xiao finally lowers her weapon, intending to show some mercy. But the second she lets her guard down, the cheap coward throws a dirty sucker punch straight to her face. The force of the cheap shot sends her flying so far that she crashes straight into Captain Bong and his running ally. Watching this pathetic backstabbing, Jiang Si holds his head in pure frustration, cursing out Ah Ju under his breath. He immediately turns to Xiao Xiao and yells out, how could you actually believe his lies, Xiao Xiao? He urgently continues, why did you let your guard down? 1 second of carelessness, and you are right back to square one. A heavy cloud of dust rises where she crashed. Trembling in pain, she leans against the other two and speaks in a weak voice. I do not know, she whimpers. Seeing her shrink back to her normal, helpless form, Ah Ju bursts into a wicked, triumphant laugh. So you were just doping on stimulants, he sneers. Looks like your buff just wore off. He proudly revs up his chainsaw arm, mocking her. In your next life, remember to never trust a dead man. Behind the monitor, the glasses guy laughs hysterically at the screen. What kind of zombie is this? So powerful. Not only does he have a hidden skill, but his passive sneak attack is top tier. Jiang Si can only facepalm and let out a deeply exhausted sigh. The glasses guy slams his desk in pure excitement, shouting out, go on, slice them all to pieces, finish it. On screen, Xiao Xiao and the other two are shown shivering in absolute terror. Help us, I do not want to die. While the screen shows Ah Ju grinning like a maniac, something else suddenly catches the glasses guy's eye. He stares closely at Jiang Si's display feed, completely caught off guard. There's another figure stepping onto the battlefield right now. Another challenger has arrived. Standing tall and unshakable, Jiang Si confronts him. The glasses guy snickers, saying it does not matter. No one is a match for your power, go crush him. Meanwhile, Ah Ju feels an overwhelming pressure and begins to shake uncontrollably. Jiang Si's face is dark and freezing cold. He slowly calls out his name, Ah Ju, before stepping forward with a chilling question. Do you still remember who I am? Seeing him step up, Xiao Xiao, Captain Bong, and the other ally instantly drop their terrified acts. The glasses guy sees Ah Ju standing frozen and grows extremely confused. Why are you just standing there? Strike him down now. Yet Ah Ju cannot move a single muscle, groaning in absolute terror as Jiang Si looks down on him. Did I not tell you to stay home? Explain to me why you are here. Suddenly, a memory flashes in Ah Ju's mind. Back then, his subordinate had rushed in to report, my lord, a corpse has come to ruin our plans. He wants you to be his underling. Hearing this, Ah Ju had laughed it off. Who the hell is this arrogant punk, he scoffed. But when he finally met Jiang Si face to face, he could only force a nervous smirk. So it was you all along, he sneered, insulting Jiang Si as neither human nor corpse. He put on an incredibly punchable face, asking, You look weak as a slug. What makes you think you can order me around? Back in the present, the watching trio are completely dumbfounded. What are they even talking about? One asks, while another whispers back, no clue, but I think that guy just pissed his pants. Unbelievably, standing right before Jiang Si has terrified Ah Ju so badly that he literally lost bladder control. His face turns completely blank. He shivers in absolute dread as a warm puddle of urine begins dripping down his pants. Behind the screens, the glasses guy is furious. He furiously bashes the buttons, screaming, "What are you doing? Attack him!" Even though Jiang Si's face is hidden, his terrifying aura is undeniable. Ah Ju remains frozen, unable to move a single millimeter as cold sweat pours down his entire body. Suddenly, he remembers their last encounter, but in a completely different form. Back then, Jiang Si had grabbed his face in a crushing, suffocating grip, forcing him to squeak out a desperate, pathetic apology. Feigning total innocence, Jiang Si had simply tilted his head and asked him, "Wait, what did you just say?" Below them, his terrified lackeys could only call out his name in sheer panic. Back in the present, Jiang Si slowly flashes a terrifyingly savage grin. He asks why he stopped talking. His deathly glare locks onto the guy as he slowly demands, "Come on, you. Tell me what makes you think you have any right." Scared half to death, his eyes pop as snot runs down his nose. Just then, an angry shout rings in his ears, demanding to know what the hell he is doing. Four Eyes keeps screaming to urge him on. "Do not be afraid, aren't you immortal?" But right now, Ah Ju is too terrified to even think of fighting. Of course, Four Eyes has absolutely no idea. Terrifying memories of the past keep rushing back into Ah Ju's head, remembering the pathetic state he was in. Even as an immortal, he was shredded into sushi and hung on a tree for hundreds of years. Four Eyes does not care about Ah Ju tearing up in fear, only focusing on frantically pressing the red button in front of him. Smash him now. Right then, Ah Ju screams out a loud no, and the control panel instantly blows up. Running away in sheer panic, Ah Ju shouts that he does not want to fight, and if Four Eyes wants a fight, do it himself. This cowardly retreat leaves Four Eyes completely stunned, standing frozen with his jaw hanging wide open. Honestly, who can blame him? Xiao, Captain Bang, and his teammates are all rendered totally speechless. Over on the side, Jiang Si is also completely dumbfounded. They are utterly speechless at his shameful escape. But even at this late hour, the four-eyed scientist still thinks he can fully control. Ah Ju feeling extremely frustrated. Damn it, he thinks this is the first time his control has actually been broken. But he refuses to give up, planning to unleash other zombies to attack them, telling himself that he still has plenty left. "I will show you guys what happens." Suddenly, a cold hand rests on his shoulder as a familiar voice speaks up behind him, telling him to just give up on this path already. Recognizing the voice, he slowly turns around to look at Ji Ming. Ji Ming calmly warns the four-eyed guy that they have arrived. Suddenly, a massive military helicopter appears in the sky. Inside the chopper, several familiar faces emerge as a loud voice suddenly rings out over the comms. "Captains, we have arrived." Sitting inside the cabin, Lan Chi glances over at Xiao Kai and frowns, asking if their leader is below. His face swollen from injuries, he replies that yes, it is divided into 6 levels, spanning 11,000 square meters. She is utterly shocked upon hearing this, shouting, "What? Over 10,000 square meters? Finding the entrance will take us forever." Suddenly, someone speaks up to answer her. Right then, Captain Geng Dai stands right at the exit of the helicopter, drawing his massive sword with a menacing look, declaring that before absolute strength, raw violence can solve any problem. And just like that, his figure completely vanishes from sight because he literally dives straight down out of the flying helicopter. Lan Chi is startled by this insane move, screaming and calling him a total brute. Meanwhile, Captain Geng Dai hurtles down like lightning. His sword tip points directly toward the ground, spinning rapidly. His body spins right along with it, forming a massive tornado. He happily laughs and tells Lan Chi not to worry, saying it is totally fine. Next, he slams directly into the ground. He crashes violently into the Earth's crust, triggering a massive explosion that kicks up a colossal cloud of dust and debris. Due to his extreme speed, the ground completely caves in. Deep underground, he stands incredibly calm and composed right now, sheathing his sword like nothing happened, muttering that this is way faster than taking stairs. Watching this, Lan Chi is completely speechless and annoyed by his sheer stupidity. She turns to the others in the helicopter with a frustrated look, asking, "Do you men ever use your brains at all? What if it is a trap?" Hearing this, the commander remains stone-faced and says, "Before absolute power, any scheme is useless," saying that he also takes a leap straight out of the helicopter, flipping through the air with total main character energy, calling back to leave the second defensive line to them. Lan Chi never expected him to act so recklessly, too completely losing her temper as she screams out in absolute anger, "Does your brain hold anything other than raw power?" Meanwhile, military forces infiltrate Dr. Ji Ming's base, searching for any traces. As they sweep the area for clues, one soldier carefully kicks open a heavy door and yells that they are completely surrounded. But after a thorough search, they find absolutely nothing and start reporting back to Captain Gang Dai over the radio, reporting that Zone 1 is completely clear of hostiles. Meanwhile, over on Captain Gang's end, his team receives a very similar report, reporting that Zone 2 is also completely empty of targets. Hearing these reports, Captain Gang Dai frowns deeply in concern, wondering out loud if they have already managed to escape. The commander standing right next to him immediately denies the possibility. That is impossible since he has locked down all sea, land, and air routes of this city, confident that not even a mosquito can escape. On the surface, Lan Qi and Ziling stand quietly on the ground, choosing not to rush down into the base like the others did. Lan Qi is incredibly frustrated, raising her fist in a threatening gesture as she complains about why they are stuck on guard duty, while the guys get to go down and capture the target, muttering that the two of them combined are not weaker than anyone. Threatened by her, the black-clothed man panics and scrambles to explain, urging leader Lan Qi to calm down because their ranks are actually pretty high. Hearing this, Lan Qi can only snort coldly and curse them. Meanwhile, the scene shifts high up onto the roof of a certain building. It turns out Dr. Ji Ming and his crew have not actually escaped. They are hiding on the rooftop to plan their next move. Just then, the glasses-wearing lackey speaks up, telling his brilliant leader that the targets have walked right into their trap. Receiving the news, the doctor immediately orders them to execute the plan. Meanwhile, inside the base, leader Gang Dai spots something. He finds a massive experimental tube with a strange note stuck on it. He pulls the paper off, looking at it with deep suspicion. Wondering what it could be, he begins reading the message aloud. It says the dangerous zombie king is inside, so open it if you are a real man. Without hesitation, he immediately orders a nearby soldier to detonate the test tube right then and there. Blow it up for me, he commands. The obedient soldier immediately steps up with a fuel container in hand, ready to carry out the explosive order without a second thought. Seeing this, the commander tries to stop them, saying they are only here to arrest people and should not cause extra trouble. Watching from afar, the glasses guy reports that the targets look hesitant. Ji Ming simply smirks and orders them to initiate Plan B. With a cold grin, he raises a suspicious red button and presses it. Instantly, a hidden timer inside the base drops to 0. Alarms blare continuously throughout the facility. The commander suddenly realizes there is a bomb and panics, shouting out in absolute shock. But before anyone can react, the explosive detonates directly in front of leader Gang Dai with a massive deafening blast. Soldiers unable to flee are caught in the devastating inferno. Debris and shattered fragments of concrete fly wildly in every direction. Standing at a safe distance, the commander calmly shields his face. Meanwhile, leader Gang Dai takes the brunt of the explosive power. Despite taking the blast head-on, he remains completely unfazed, scoffing in disappointment and wondering if they even call this a trap. Watching the chaos, the glasses guy reports the success to Ji Ming. Realizing his devious plan actually worked, the villain chuckles darkly. His dark chuckle quickly turns into an arrogant laugh as he loudly declares that today marks the absolute end of humanity. It is an incredibly dramatic speech, but looking down at his ridiculous strawberry patterned pants ruins the entire serious vibe. Calling to welcome a great new species, he flashes a menacing grin and whispers a chilling command to his secret weapon. He orders it to wipe out all humans, even himself. Meanwhile, back inside the smoke-filled ruins of the destroyed base, as the thick dust slowly settles, both leader Gang Dai and the commander stare ahead in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief. It is the infamous Zombie King. The smoke clears to reveal a ghastly pale green arm characteristic of the hideous undead. But the terrifying creature in the legends turns out to be a tiny toddler sucking peacefully on a little pacifier. This bizarre entrance leaves the entire group completely speechless. Seeing this, the cautious commander quickly holds his partner back. He warns the hot-headed leader Gang Dai to wait, pointing out that seemingly harmless kids are always the most dangerous opponents. He continues to analyze the tiny beast, warning him that this deceptively cute creature is definitely hiding a monstrous amount of power. But his words of wisdom cannot stop the enraged leader Gang Dai, who instantly lunges forward to deliver a deadly strike. He unleashes his signature odd blade slash, a strike so blindingly fast that ordinary eyes cannot even track the movement. Yet somehow the zombie baby effortlessly evades the attack, suddenly appearing right on top of the leader's head. The shocked commander immediately screams that he knew it, frantically shouting at his troops to initiate a full retreat. The loyal soldiers waste no time following orders, instantly abandoning their leaders and running away as fast as they can. Infuriated by the sheer humiliation of having a baby sit on his head, Gang Dai swiftly spins around to attack. He swings his blade with brutal force, clean slicing the zombie king completely in half right down the middle. Surprisingly, the strike does not kill it. Instead, the split body transforms into two identical zombie kings hanging upside down. This bizarre sight completely dumbfounds both Gang Dai and the commander, leaving them utterly speechless as they watch. The twin zombie babies casually suck on their pacifiers for a moment before creepily fusing back into a single creature. The recombined beast simply stands there completely motionless. Meanwhile, on Dr. Jiming's side, their objective is fully complete. The glasses lackey orders his men to retreat, noting that they have unleashed the zombies and must escape immediately. His subordinates quickly acknowledge the command. Meanwhile, in a desolate, completely abandoned area far away from any civilization, suddenly a massive horde of zombies surges forward like a raging flood. Lan Chi and two of her companions spot them. The black-clothed man panics, instantly cursing out loud at the sight of the massive, overwhelming sea of incoming monsters. Still clutching his food, he frantically tells the group he will set up a defensive barrier to hold them off. But Lan Chi quickly holds him back, instructing him to step away. With a calm expression, she unties her hair. She steps down and confidently tells them she is just warming up, facing the terrifying zombies ahead. Lan Chi decisively draws her sword. Holding her weapon with ultimate confidence, she stands ready to take them all on. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward. One flip and a direct kick to the face. Lan Chi unleashes a rapid series of kicks, strikes, and quick thrusts, instantly wiping out the entire zombie horde. They are sent flying into the sky. Then she uses a nearby tree to launch herself. The springy branch shoots her straight into the clouds. Meanwhile, the guy in black is still trying to finish his meal when her spectacular display leaves his jaw on the floor. Up above, bright flashes of light begin, slashing across the sky, moving way too fast for the naked eye to track. Suddenly, Lan Chi's sword comes crashing down, piercing deep into the dirt. Balancing perfectly, she lands lightly on the hilt of her blade. Up in the air, sliced-up zombie chunks start raining down. A couple of rotten pieces land right into the black-clothed guy's plate, but he is too shell-shocked by her combat skills to even notice. Then, he looks down and realizes his unfinished dinner is now covered in perfectly sliced zombie flesh. It is literally presented like a master chef's dish. Talk about some unexpected jaw-dropping style right here. Praising team leader Lan Chi for her unmatched cool factor. Calmly striking a pose, she says, she warns them that escaping is impossible, not happening. The glasses guy furiously curses. He is mad that his fresh batch of zombies was wiped out so fast, but he is not giving up yet. Tapping on his control screen, he orders another wave. He desperately wishes for another chainsaw zombie right now. The newly released monsters run wild, hunting for food. Suddenly, two familiar figures appear, revealing Xiao He and Ah Go. Ah Go leans in, telling his partner that he must keep a big secret about the mask-wearing zombie. Xiao He casually nods, telling him to relax since his lips are sealed. Then he pulls out a photo of Ah Ju and asks a passing zombie if they have seen him. The annoyed creature simply slaps the photo out of his hand and snarls at them to get lost. Watching the grumpy zombie walk away, Xiao He mutters under his breath about how rude these outsiders are. Suddenly, Ah Go sneaks up behind him, quietly warning that if they do not find their target soon, they might both get absolutely pulverized. Xiao He sweats bullets, but he acts cool anyway. He tells his friend to stay calm as they transition deep into the secret underground base. Here, team leader Gang Dai and the commander stand frozen, completely terrified by the zombie king's power. The monster spreads its arms wide, gesturing for them to bring it on and keep the fight going. The commander warns him that the beast is just playing games, which drives Gang Dai absolutely insane. He charges forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Still, the creature easily dodges them all. Finally spotting a split-second opening, he swings his sword with full force, slicing the monster clean in half. Using its signature trick, the zombie king splits into two identical bodies and leaps backward to escape. The two halves quickly merge back together, leaving the monster completely unharmed and grinning as if nothing happened. Failing to land a fatal hit twice, Gang Dai completely snaps. No more games. He demands a proper face-to-face duel. Hearing his passionate challenge, the zombie king seems strangely moved. It drops its pacifier as its body begins a bizarre evolution. Its hair grows and its features shift. In a flash of light, the creature transforms into a stunning, fully grown young woman, leaving the two men completely speechless. The boss went from a baby-faced creature to an incredibly curvaceous woman right before their eyes. And seriously, talk about an upgrade. Both Gang Dai and the commander are absolutely losing their minds. Their jaws drop as they shout out in absolute disbelief. The zombie king has completed her final form. The commander stutters, completely paralyzed by this sudden transformation. Meanwhile, the newly evolved king sits casually, answering Gang Dai's earlier challenge with a playful nod. Her voice is smooth, agreeing to his request. Looking incredibly alluring, she beckons him to come closer. But Gang Dai is not distracted at all. He coldly declares that he is going to slice her to ribbons. Without another word, he unleashes a rapid dual strike, but his blade is stopped dead in its tracks before even touching her. He is completely shocked to see his ultimate strike effortlessly blocked by the zombie king using just a single finger. That razor-sharp blade did not even leave a single scratch on her. Captain Gang Dai watches this in sheer disbelief. Grinding his teeth in absolute rage, he curses under his breath before turning to the commander and shouting for backup. He screams for help, but hearing the desperate distress call, the commander only clicks his tongue in frustration. He sheds his cloak, transforming into the robotic Model 1. But before he can even strike her, knee slams right into his head. That devastating blow catches him completely off guard, sending him flying. The Zombie King's strike literally launches him right out of the underground base. Nearby, Ah Go and Xiao He suddenly hear a faint, distant scream echoing through the air. Lan Qi and Ziling hear the exact same noise as the commander goes airborne, blasting straight out from the underground. He crashes straight through a high-rise building rooftop, tumbling across the ground, and by some crazy coincidence lands right at the feet of Ah Go and Xiao He. The duo just stands there frozen. "What on earth is this?" Ah Go asks. Xiao He looks down with a strong sense of duty, wondering if they should help since he seems to be dying. Ah Go snaps back, "Are you crazy? We are literal zombies." Below them, the defeated commander can only groan in pain. Meanwhile, back at the underground base, a thick cloud of dust rises alongside the sounds of intense combat. Suddenly, another figure gets blown out, crashing right through a nearby building. Lan Qi immediately recognizes who it is. It turns out to be Captain Gang Dai. Ziling immediately rushes over, demanding to know what is going on. The battered captain coughs weakly, trembling as he points a finger and tells them to look over there. Lan Qi and Ziling look toward where he is pointing, utterly confused. What exactly is over there, they wonder. As they turn, they spot a girl standing in the distance, casually yawning like she's completely bored with this fight. Dealing with the Zombie King is clearly no walk in the park. But while they fight for their lives, things are very different elsewhere. Over on Jiang Si's side, everything is incredibly chill as they host a massive, delicious outdoor feast. Xiao Xiao hums happily while waiting for the meat, singing about how much she loves grilled chicken wings. She grabs a skewer, mentioning that while she has seen grilled chicken, grilled eggs are definitely a first for her. Jiang Si simply shrugs, saying he just likes eggs. Right then, Captain Pang does a complete 180 and eagerly approaches him. He respectfully offers him some tea. Jiang Si takes a slow sip and notes that it's a bit too bitter. Captain Pang immediately snaps, demanding to know which idiot brewed this, and orders premium tea flown in from the south. But just then, strange noises echo from far away, instantly catching everyone's attention and interrupting their feast. Xiao Xiao looks up with a mouthful of meat, wondering what that noise is as the scene shifts back to the brutal battlefield. The Zombie King stands there looking completely relaxed, a faint, playful smirk playing on her lips. She straightens up, her expression turning dark as she readies herself. Ziling watches her closely, sensing the danger. She mutters that this zombie seems off and warns that they are in deep trouble. Drawing her blade, she prepares to fight. She tells Lan Qi to put aside their differences so they can work together, and Lan Qi immediately agrees. The Zombie King stares back with a cold glare, slowly advancing on them. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao gets incredibly anxious. Sitting next to Jiang Si, she points out those constant underground rumbles, worried that they are getting way too close. Without a word, Jiang Si stands up to investigate. Back at the fight, Lan Qi swiftly hurls her sword straight at the Zombie King. The blade flies with incredible speed, cutting a clean line right across her cheek. Ziling immediately follows up on the opening, rushing in to slash her, but the Zombie King reacts instantly. She delivers a brutal kick straight to Ziling's chin, sending her flying back with a cry of pain. The Zombie King mockingly praises her impressive speed. Mid-air, Ziling manages to quickly recover her balance. She teleports directly in front of her opponent, spinning around to launch a powerful kick straight to her face. But the Zombie King blocks it effortlessly, noting the lack of power. Ziling clicks her tongue in frustration. Flipping backward, she creates some distance between them. Just then, Lan Qi appears out of nowhere, slashing rapidly. But the incredibly agile Zombie King remains completely unfazed, easily dodging every single one of those sword strikes. Watching the fierce battle from a distance, Captain Gang Dai slowly struggles to get back onto his feet. Clutching his injured arm, he grinds his teeth and mutters for them to just hang on a little longer. He slowly straightens his posture, warning that they only need to give him just 2 more minutes. With those words, he barks out a command to activate the backup engine. Instantly, team leader Gang Dai's entire body starts to be encased in sleek steel armor, looking incredibly badass. Watching this transformation unfold, the Zombie King smirks in sheer amusement. The king mutters that this is interesting. By now, the leader's body has swelled far beyond its normal size, encased in heavy armor. He looks absolutely legendary. To top it all off, 2 massive, devastating swords materialize right at his hips. The transformation is finally complete. This is the Steel Heart Generation 1 armor. Over on the sidelines, Ziling struggles to her feet, shouting through the thick smoke not to look down on others. Together with Lan Qi, she bursts from the white haze. The duo charges forward to strike together, and Lan Qi is clearly still furious, screaming at the monster. But even as they rush him, the Zombie King does not flinch at all. He slowly snakes out a disturbingly long tongue. Seeing this, Lan Qi and Ziling gasp in pure horror. Wait, what? The zombie king is changing shape again, swelling in size as massive, jagged spikes erupt from his back. With a heavy, devastating sweep of his massive claw, he smashes the ground to pieces, sending Lan Qi and Ziling flying back. Now the beast stands fully transformed, presenting an absolute mountain of muscle and terrifying power. The monster roars with laughter, staring down team leader Gang Dai. Yet facing this monstrosity, our leader stays completely calm, challenging the beast to bring it on. Meanwhile, the girls are sent crashing hard into the streets and nearby buildings. Bloodied and bruised, they struggle to breathe. Shaking all over, Ling looks up in absolute terror, whispering, "What on earth is that thing?" She cannot tear her eyes away from the giant, terrifying creature. The zombie king slowly takes heavy earth-shaking steps toward Gang Dai, but the leader refuses to back down. Instead, he steps forward to meet the beast. The giant rumbles, let one strike decide the fate of humanity. Without another word, both of them throw their fists forward. Just looking at the sheer difference in size, everyone knows how this clash will end. It's totally uneven. Both fighters pour their final ounce of strength into their fists. Their knuckles collide. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of energy erupts completely, blowing away everything around them in an instant. The sheer force sends Lan Qi and Ziling flying backwards. Meanwhile, Jiang Si and Xiao Xiao are still rushing toward the noise. They witness the colossal explosion. It's totally unexpected. Now a dense cloud of dust makes it impossible to see a thing. The smoke slowly clears. Two figures emerge from the wreckage. One is the clear winner. The other is defeated. Shockingly, the loser is leader Gang Dai. His upper body is in terrible shape, nearly obliterated by that final devastating blow. Standing victorious, the zombie king proudly declares that the human has lost. But leader Gang Dai is still stubborn. He wheezes that he hasn't lost yet. It's a miracle he's even speaking. But the zombie king is losing patience fast. Some people just need to see their coffin before they cry, he snarls. The harsh sun beats down on the battlefield. Jiang Si and Xiao Xiao finally arrive at the crater. Staring at the massive destruction, Xiao Xiao's eyes widen in absolute shock. "Is it here?" she asks. Leader Gang Dai, following close behind, looks around in confusion and asks what on earth happened. Jiang Si quietly sniffs the air. "It's a familiar scent," he mutters. He stands there calmly, observing the chaotic aftermath. The zombie king transforms into his towering muscular form. He looks down at the broken leader with a terrifying grin. He threatens that without world-ending power, humans will never learn to fear. Hearing this, leader Gang Dai is completely frozen. What he mutters. Suddenly, the monstrous zombie king gets hyper-excited and screams for another round right now. Then his giant body contorts. It shrinks rapidly. In seconds, he returns all the way back to his regular human size. Yet he still radiates absolute power. "How's that?" he asks. Lan Qi and Ziling are completely dumbfounded by this. Meanwhile, Dr. Ji Ming has been watching the entire fight unfold. Suddenly, his four-eyed assistant calls out in a panic. "Brother Ming, we can't analyze him anymore," he warns. But Dr. Ji Ming only grins in absolute delight. He laughs that this is a true zombie king. Suddenly, the zombie king turns around with a very mysterious look. It seems they don't even need to fight anymore. But leader Gang Dai, with only one arm left, still charges forward anyway. "Keep dreaming," he roars. Lan Qi and Ziling rush in from both sides, launching their ultimate attacks at the same time. He doesn't even flinch. "Sneak attacks are bad manners," he chuckles. Then he casually raises his single hand. With a simple finger flick, he blasts leader Gang Dai backward. Their joint attack is shattered into a million tiny pieces. The broken energy rains down like sharp glass. Both Lan Qi and Ziling cough up blood from the heavy backlash. They are sent flying through the air. They crash hard onto the ground, sliding right back to where they started. Jiang Si catches the two of them just in time, landing them safely on the ground. Xiao Xiao and the others stand watching from behind. Their eyes go wide with pure shock. Xiao Xiao panics and calls out immediately, asking if Captain Lan Qi is all right. "And what about Captain Ziling? What is happening?" The other team leader and his allies rush to check on the wounded leader. Captain Gang Dai is badly hurt. They yell out, asking if the commander is still alive. He lies on the ground, struggling to speak. He rasps that he is not dead yet and can still fight. Seeing him talk back, the zombie king feels nothing but utter contempt. He mocks him, "Oh, still tough talking, even before paying with your life." Weak and in pain, Ziling tries to warn Jiang Si. He gasps that this is the newest zombie king created by Dr. Ji Ming, urging him to run. Xiao Xiao can only whimper in fear. Barely conscious Lan Qi also desperately tells him to flee. "Run now," but the zombie king simply points at Jiang Si and his group. He barks in order to feed on them. Suddenly, a massive swarm of low-level zombies surges out from nowhere, answering his command. The other captain and his team are terrified by this overwhelming horde. They panic, wondering where all these creatures came from. This is bad. Why are there so many slung over Jiang Si's shoulder? Lan Qi winces in pain and urges him to retreat. Jiang Si, we have to pull back now, she cries. We cannot all die here. But the low-level zombies are already closing in. They rush forward with insane speed, bearing their claws. Watching from afar, Dr. Jiming laughs, completely thrilled with his creation's power. He boasts that this is the true charm of a zombie king. Suddenly, Jiang Si does something completely unexpected. He tosses Lan Qi and Ziling straight onto the ground. Lan Qi's eyes widen, totally confused. Jiang Si gets dead serious. With a freezing cold glare, he lets out an absolute roar, telling them all to get lost. Hearing his command, the monsters freeze. Terrified, they halt instantly. They stand there completely paralyzed with fear surrounding him, but not daring to take another step. Even though they are starving, their knees buckle from sheer terror. Observing this, the zombie king is utterly shocked. He demands to know who Jiang Si is and how he is doing this. Suddenly, Jiang Si's face begins to change. A thin mist rises from his skin as his features shift. Now watch, here comes a massive reveal. His expression turns dark as he asks if the mutant is supposed to be the zombie king. Beneath his foot, a terrified zombie grovels. Then he asks what that makes him. In the empty, ruined city streets, the battle lines are finally drawn. Dr. Ji Ming's prize creation stands opposite him. Jiang Si remains perfectly calm in the center of the silent city. He keeps his foot firmly planted on the trembling zombie. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and a soldier drag the injured leaders to safety. They carefully help Lan Qi and Zi Ling away. Over on the side, Captain Gang Dai sits utterly powerless, unable to move. His arm was completely severed during his brutal clash with the monster. Meanwhile, the mist continues to swirl around Jiang Si's face. His appearance reshapes, completely revealing his true power. He stares directly at the mutant leader with cold indifference. Why so quiet all of a sudden, he asks. Standing tall, he looks incredibly imposing, keeping the horde beneath his boots. The mutant king is left utterly speechless, stunned by how effortlessly this man has brought the entire swarm to heel. Jiang Si laughs coldly, looking down at his rival and asking if he is mute. Staring at him, Captain Gang Dai gasps. He is shocked to see his transformed face. Xiao Xiao is equally stunned, wondering how he could possibly look like that. The mutant king scoffs, realizing they might be of the same kind. But Captain Gang Dai is furious, turning to Ziling. He rages, asking if the academy has gone completely insane, allowing a zombie to serve as their deputy chief. Ziling merely shrugs it off with a cold grunt, telling him to mind his own business. Now only the two kings remain. Looking up at Jiang Si perched high on top of the zombie pile, the mutant king decides to propose a deal. He suggests that only the last survivor should claim the true title of zombie king. Jiang Si finds this pretty reasonable. He calmly agrees to the terms. The mutant king smiles mockingly, challenging him to show what he has got. With a terrifyingly cold expression, Jiang Si accepts. Right as the words leave his mouth, the enemy lunges forward. He throws a massive punch straight at Jiang Si's face, but it does absolutely zero damage. Jiang Si even mocks him. He casually asks if the guy forgot to eat breakfast. Enraged, the mutant stutters, but Jiang Si does not wait. He buries a brutal counterpunch deep into his stomach, the shockwave blasting nearby zombies away like ragdolls. He advises the mutant to get a meal next time. Holding Ziling, Xiao screams in absolute horror. Broken zombie bodies go flying in every direction right before her eyes. The mutant king shrieks in agonizing pain. The impact launches him backwards, sending him flying hundreds of meters through the air without stopping. He is blasted clean across the continent, hurtling straight toward the ocean. People at the harbor look up in confusion. Panicked crowds scatter, yelling to run. Suddenly, the beast slams hard into the massive ship, cracking its hull wide open. The impact is violent. It sends the giant vessel rocking. Even the mutated zombie king groans in pain from that hit. Ji Ming and his glasses-wearing lackey watch in shock. Jaws dropped. Wait, is that powerful fighter really a zombie? A massive shockwave erupts out on the open water. Yet the monster just grins and compliments his opponent's power. His glasses-wearing lackey panics. He tells Ji Ming they cannot analyze this guy. The boss is completely lost. Without warning, the mutated zombie king dives deep into the ocean. He lifts the entire ship with bare hands. He hurls it straight at him. Xiao shrieks in terror as she watches the massive ship flying. What on earth is that? Even Ziling panics, watching the giant vessel hurtle straight toward them. A submarine is flying. The colossal ship gets thrown all the way from the sea directly into the city. The villain smiles wickedly, yelling that he is full. The immense impact of the ship completely pulverizes the street. Roads shatter. Xiao is so terrified her legs give out, leaving her collapse on the ruined ground. She weakly suggests they fight elsewhere. Meanwhile, the chief is still accompanied closely by Ah Go and Xiao He. Ah Go stands nearby, watching the chief diligently welding. Suddenly, he steps forward, telling him to stop. Xiao He is confused. What's wrong? Ah Go simply points toward the distance, telling him to look. The chief thought they were safe, but things look grim. He grinds his teeth, cursing their absolute stupidity. Those two idiots took apart the wrong parts. Ah Go quietly whispers that it is the king's aura. After throwing the massive ship, the zombie king watches as something suddenly bursts upward, tearing right through the hull. Out pops Jiang Si, completely unharmed. He executes a flawless flip in midair, landing with a playful taunt. Seeing him alive, Xiao Xiao gasps in absolute shock. The giant zombie king also stares in disbelief. Without warning, the beast charges. But watch closely, Jiang Si is already preparing his next move. He loops the lasso around the giant monster's neck and smiles. Let the games begin. Clinging to the rope, he acts like this is a fun game. Team leader Gang Dai watches in awe. Is that guy really a zombie? Jiang Si tightens his grip, diving down to make his move. Run all you want. The monster finds himself violently yanked backward by the strong rope around his neck. Pulling the beast close, Jiang Si delivers a devastating kick to his jaw. The impact is absolutely unreal. His face caves in. He is sent flying high. Oh man, the zombie king is completely outmatched here. Frustrated and humiliated, the beast clicks his tongue. He grabs the rope, determined to turn the tables. He pulls hard, shouting that he knows this trick too. But Jiang Si instantly snaps the rope. You know nothing. Instead of fighting back, the monster suddenly bolts in the opposite direction. He retreats so fast he crashes through the shipwreck, nearly knocking over the nearby rescue team. Jiang Si remains perfectly calm atop a red pillar, looking down at his retreating foe with amusement. He unleashes a quick blast to cut off the escape. Enraged, the beast claims he's just changing spots. Excuses mean nothing. Jiang Si hits him with a strike that sends him crashing hard into the ocean. The giant monster skips across the water like a flat stone. Jiang Si lands gracefully on a nearby deck. Onlookers panic, asking what kind of bizarre thing just flew in. Some shout that it looks like a person. Standing at the edge, Jiang Si asks if the beast just loves breaking things that much. Once the crowd sees his face, pure chaos erupts. They scream that he is a zombie and run. The monster defiantly tells Jiang Si to shut up and try breaking things himself if he is tough. The chief watches the battle completely speechless. Ah Go is holding him up so he can see everything. He turns to Xiao He, urgently insisting they leave. Jiang Si is strong, but Dr. Jiaming is different. The doctor is their only hope, capable of turning any ordinary human into an absolute powerhouse. If they do not escape now, they never will. Xiao He is not intimidated at all. He bluntly tells the human to shut up and watch. The chief is left utterly confused. Xiao He flashes a confident, deeply respectful smile. No one can ever stand against their powerful king. He stands completely tall, leaving the chief to stare on in silent amazement as the battle reaches its peak, not forgetting to add that even a god stands no chance. Confused, he mutters God. Right then, Jiang Si's figure on the ship suddenly flashes and vanishes without a trace. The mutated zombie king, standing upside down with his head pointing down, looks around in a panic after seeing him disappear. But in a split second, Jiang Si appears right before his eyes with a dead serious expression. Pale with shock, he stammers his speed is even faster, but before he can finish, he takes a brutal punch directly to the face, sending him flying straight into outer space. He groans in agonizing pain out in the cosmos, and before he can even catch his breath, another shock makes him scream, "What?" Right then, a massive shadow looms directly in front of him. Jiang Si actually threw the entire massive warship straight into space, aiming right at him. The ship hurtles forward at a terrifying speed, slamming directly into him before he can even react. The impact drives them both straight into the moon, causing it to fracture and crack. Down below on Earth, Xiao Xiao and her crew watch the moon splinter, their jaws dropping in absolute terror. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands on the harbor, soldier's lifeboat, laughing like a maniac. The ship pins the villain and continues to drive him deep into the lunar surface. Watching this, Xiao Xiao is completely dumbfounded, offering a hilariously dry, sarcastic comment. Alright, no point running anymore, it is useless anyway. But amazingly, the mutated zombie king still is not down. He clings to the moon, snarling that it is not over yet. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he lets out a roar and violently shoves the massive ship off his body. Sending the warship flying, he leaps from the moon, diving back down at insane speed, screaming it is not over, so wipe that smug look off your face. Jiang Si looks up, seeing him, still eager to fight, and just lets out a cold snort. He calmly watches the monster die before bursting into laughter and instantly dropping into a stance. With a powerful leap, he launches himself high up onto the ship, drifting in space. Looking absolutely unhinged, he chases the king down, shouting, "Then let us keep going." He pursues him all the way from space, back to Earth. Their wild dogfight leads them straight to a nuclear reactor. With a brutal punch, the mutated zombie king sends the core flying, yelling, "Try this on for size." The nuclear reactor hurtles into the sky, glowing intensely as it threatens to detonate. Down below, Xiao Xiao and the others scream in absolute terror as the nuclear energy expands rapidly across the sky. The shockwave reaches the coastline, causing the sea to violently churn and swell out of control. Then a massive nuclear explosion rips through the sky. Xiao Xiao and her team scramble for cover under some heavy steel plates. Once the blinding flash fades, only thick clouds of ash remain, but Jiang Si emerges completely unscathed as he touches down. The king lands on a nearby ship, clicking his tongue in sheer frustration. Now here is the crazy part. Jiang Si is fine, but the shreds of his clothes prove that nuclear blast was no joke. Still, he just laughs it off mockingly, asking his opponent what is wrong. Done already, this small amount of damage barely even tickled me. Hearing this, the king grinds his teeth in pure rage, screaming, "What?" Meanwhile, Jiang Si just stares coldly from across the water. Nearby, Xiao Xiao and her crew are completely wiped out after barely surviving that terrifying nuclear shockwave. Weakly lifting her head, she checks on the survivors, asking if everyone is okay before looking up with dread and whispering, "Is it over?" But the zombie king refuses to yield, powering up with a furious roar of "Not yet." His arm morphs into a colossal appendage as he tries to bargain, saying, "We are the same kind, listen to my proposal." With a dead serious look, he continues, "Since neither of us can kill the other, why not team up instead?" Extending his massive arm to push Jiang Si back, he proposes that they join forces and destroy the world together. The giant limb shoves Jiang Si deep back into the city limits, while the king boasts in absolute delusion, promising they will rule half the world each, never crossing paths. Jiang Si is slammed violently through a massive skyscraper, causing the entire structure to erupt in flames. Xiao Xiao screams at the sight as the king pulls his hand back, asking, "Brother, what do you think of my offer?" Still, his attack fails to leave a single scratch. Jiang Si sneers and replies with ice-cold venom, "I have zero interest in destroying the world." Then he calmly adds, "Besides, there is more." The scene cuts to Xiao He, Gu, and the chief, whose face is still pale with terror, and stammering that this is completely insane. Turning sharply to Xiao He, he frantically urges him that they should just escape, insisting they need to get out of here immediately. Seeing that Xiao He does not move, the chief quickly explains that while transformed Jiang Si is strong, their opponent is also a monster. They should fall back and find a weakness to deal with that zombie king later on. Sick of hearing his useless whining, Xiao He frowns and barks, "Shut your mouth." Left speechless and shut down, the chief stands silent while Xiao He flashes a highly confident smirk. He mocks him, asking who told him their king could only transform once. The chief is completely stunned. He screams out in disbelief, "What?" Meanwhile, Jiang Si looks incredibly cold as he brings up that talk about cooperation. He looks down at him and bluntly states, "You are simply not worthy." Jiang Si stands tall on the roof. Atop the crumbling building, he asks in a dark voice how the guy even had the nerve to suggest splitting things half and half. Seeing Jiang Si completely unharmed, the chief hangs his mouth open in pure shock. Jiang Si's eyes flash a deadly crimson red. "Only weaklings run around screaming about destroying or ruling the world," he scoffs. Below them, Xiao Xiao has no idea. She asks what they are talking about. The team leader admits he has no clue since they are way too far. The furious zombie king grits his teeth, absolutely seething with rage at being dismissed. Jiang Si does not care about his feelings at all. He is here to teach him a real lesson. He growls that the newbie needs to be put in his place to understand. Right after, Jiang Si's body begins to shift again. He releases plumes of white smoke as he transforms again. He unleashes so much raw energy that the ground cracks and his clothes tear. His power totally erupts, triggering a massive physical evolution right before their eyes. Down below, Xiao Xiao and the others look on. They watch this transformation and freeze in absolute shock. Jiang Si emerges from the dust sporting a completely new look. He does not look like a monster or a zombie at all. Instead, he looks just like an ordinary human. Seeing his true human form, their eyes nearly pop out of their heads. Talk about an unbelievable plot twist. He stands casually on the roof, looking exactly like an ordinary guy. But his cold eyes tell a completely different story. He casts a chilling glare in one direction. Across from him, the enemy immediately feels the weight of his terrifying aura. Completely terrified by this sudden shift, the enemy screams out in shock. Meanwhile, Xiao He, Go, and the chief stay quiet. The chief is completely silent, unable to process anything. Suddenly, Go smacks him with his massive hand. The hit is so hard it sends him spinning. Go yells at him to wake up, calling him an absolute idiot. He grabs the chief's head, pulling it up to force him to look. The clearer he sees, the more he sweats in terror. Go proudly tells him to witness their god. Right then, Jiang Si lifts his foot and steps onto a nearby ledge. Striking an incredibly epic and imposing pose, he keeps his sharp gaze locked dead on toward the mutated zombie king. Ziling looks at him in complete disbelief, noting that his new transformation is entirely different from the usual zombie king. Behind her, Lan Qi and Dr. Ji Ming agree that he looks more and more like a normal human. The chief trembles. He stammers in fear, comparing this to what he saw back then. Seeing him looking completely human is just too mind-blowing. He fearfully wonders how this is even possible. Suddenly, rain begins to fall. Watching the dark sky, Ziling mutters in surprise. She is stunned by the sudden rain. The furious zombie king grits his teeth and demands to know what Jiang Si is. He warps directly in front of Jiang Si, raising a massive fist while screaming, demanding to know what he is. Is he a human or a zombie? He throws a devastating punch, aiming to completely obliterate Jiang Si right there. Jiang Si does not even flinch, keeping a perfectly calm expression as raindrops suddenly freeze in midair right before hitting the ground. He is the one manipulating the water. In a split second, the zombie king's body is sliced into a million pieces. The suspended raindrops are then commanded to flow backward, rushing straight up toward the heavens in a massive reverse torrent. The sheer force pulls everyone else up into the sky. Xiao Xiao realizes what is happening and screams in utter shock. She screams out in disbelief, wondering how on earth a zombie could possibly possess the power to make rain flow backward. Even a massive ship weighing hundreds of thousands of tons gets lifted right off the ground, floating toward the sky. Sea creatures of all sizes are dragged upward as well. Once he stops the control, everyone starts plummeting back down. Xiao Xiao and the creatures crash to the ground. Meanwhile, the limbless zombie king lies completely defeated, unable to move. Jiang Si glares down at his helpless foe, delivering a cold, insulting final blow. Meanwhile, looking down from outer space, a massive vortex is gathering. The swirling storm forms over the planet. Xiao Xiao witnesses this bizarre phenomenon in the sky, completely frozen in fear. She is absolutely terrified, wondering if they are looking at the eye of a giant storm. Lan Qi and Ziling, who were sucked up earlier, also fall. They tumble back down to earth. All around Jiang Si, countless sea creatures rain down from the sky. They were pulled straight out of the ocean. Ziling struggles to look up, questioning how a zombie could possess such insane power. Even a massive whale crashes onto a nearby skyscraper. Watching this insane scene unfold from a distance, Dr. Ji Ming is shocked. His four-eyed subordinate screams in panic, utterly baffled by the sight of a flying whale. Dr. Ji Ming watches in total shock. His assistant screams in terror. What is even happening? The zombie king is unstoppable. The mutated zombie king lies defeated on the ground, staring up helplessly at Jiang Si. Glasses spins around to face Ji Ming, utterly shocked. Is this really happening right now? He trembles, asking Ji Ming if he has ever seen a zombie king reduced to this. Ji Ming stutters in sheer terror. No, never, never in his life. Not once. Suddenly, the mutated zombie king forces his broken body off the ground, a desperate resolve in his eyes, and snarls a single word. Regenerate. Flesh and bone crawl out, weaving his severed arms back together. Even with his limbs freshly restored, he tries to sound tough, spitting blood. What is the point of this? I cannot touch you, but you cannot kill me either. He roars the frustration, turning his veins black with fury. His voice shakes the air as he boasts about his absolute immortality. Chop me into a million pieces, I will still put myself back together. Jiang Si does not even blink. He just lets out a quiet sigh. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, the air itself seems to bend. An invisible gravity yanks the giant zombie forward. The beast gasps out in pure panic, trying to claw at the empty space. What is this? Before he can breathe, Jiang Si has him by the throat. The mutated king writhes, choking desperately, trying to break the iron grip. Jiang Si looks into his eyes, his voice dropping to a freezing whisper. You seem to have a major misunderstanding about what death actually is. Destroying someone, he continues, goes far beyond just tearing apart their physical body. The zombie king freezes, a cold dread washing over his face. What are you? He stammers, but Jiang Si just stares back with dead, empty eyes. Under that freezing gaze, the beast suddenly begins to wail. It is as if some terrifying hypnotic abyss is pulling him straight in, enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. Massive starships warp into the cold expanse of outer space, their sleek, dark hulls reflecting no light. Are they human or something far worse? Out on the open ocean, violent, deadly waterspouts begin to tear through the waves, churning the sea into a chaotic, foaming graveyard. The zombie king screams, his head splitting as if his very consciousness is being shredded. Visions of those massive cosmic ships flood his mind again. Inside his head, the alien fleet looms large. Then a figure clad in towering heavy armor speaks in a voice that shakes the heavens. Ancient Ones, he commands. At his word, countless armored warriors dive from the ship, plunging straight toward the earth like falling stars. Kill them, the red armored commander orders. This is the 1351st hunt, the 6th time we erase humanity. Eradicate them completely. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appears, standing dead center in the middle of the churning, storm-tossed ocean, staring up at the sky. He bends his knees, preparing to launch himself upward. Back in reality, the zombie king's eyes roll back as his mind begins to shatter. Starships explode into brilliant fireballs in the void. Inside, the invaders scream in pure panic, crying out that he has transformed again. "Help us, save us." The long-haired warrior's eyes gleam with a merciless icy light. Seeing that face, the zombie king shudders in absolute terror. He lets out a long, agonizing shriek as a massive blood-red eye opens within the pitch-black void, staring directly into his shattered soul. His entire body goes completely limp. His eyes roll back, showing only dead white as his life force is utterly snuffed out. The fearsome zombie king hangs like a rag doll in Jiang Si's grip. Down below, Xiao Xiao squinted up, totally clueless about what just happened. "What is going on up there?" she calls out. Jiang Si frowns, looking at the quiet rooftop, wondering if it is finally over. With a quiet sigh, Jiang Si opens his hand. The massive body of the mutated king slips from his grasp, tumbling off the roof. He crashes hard onto the pavement below, perfectly still. He is completely broken, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at nothing. His eyes have turned completely black, void of any pupils. The chief stares in disbelief, trying to understand what just happened. "Why did he suddenly stop moving?" the chief mutters. Xiao He shrugs, saying the beast was probably scared senseless by the king's third form. The chief nearly jumps out of his boots. "What do you mean scared to death? That is supposed to be an unstoppable monster." Over in the shadows, Dr. Jiaming watches the body fall, his face pale. How could this possibly happen?" he whispers. Glasses watches their ultimate weapon lie dead, his teeth chattering. It is over. Luckily, they had already prepared an escape helicopter just in case. Glasses grabs Jiaming by the arm, dragging him backward in a panic. "Brother Ming, we have to go right now. The coastal air defenses are completely destroyed. We need to leave this exact second or we will be stuck here forever." But as they spin around to run, they crash headfirst into a rock-solid chest. Talk about the worst possible moment to try and escape. They stumble back in absolute terror, nearly tripping over themselves. Glasses shrieks, "How does this zombie even know we are here? We never showed our faces." Jiang Si just stares down at Dr. Jiaming and his terrified crew, his expression entirely cold and unreadable. Glasses and the remaining lackeys scramble backward, crying out for their mothers in sheer panic. Jiang Si looks down at their pathetic display, unfazed. "Are you going to surrender quietly?" he asks, "or would you rather go join your zombie king on the pavement below? I will give you exactly 1 second to make up your minds." Before he can even finish, Glasses and his men raise their hands. "We surrender, we confess. Please do not hurt us," they cry. Jiaming grashes his teeth, helpless and consumed by absolute rage. "Damn it," the doctor spits out his bitter words, tasting like ash. Jiang Si just watches him quietly, saying absolutely nothing. And just like that, the long-dreaded crisis finally comes to a quiet end. Dr. Jiaming, once the mastermind of this nightmare, is captured. Captured right on the spot, Dr. Jiaming and his lackeys are thrown into a van. But then things take a weird turn. Ziling spots Jiang Si behaving very strangely. She nudges Xiao Xiao, asking what is up. Xiao Xiao just shrugs, completely clueless. Suddenly, Jiang Si shrinks back to his regular form. He sighs heavily, looking pretty miserable as he contemplates his existence. Turning into that giant monster is way too scary. He mutters about being a good zombie while Ziling pushes Xiao Xiao. "Go talk to him," she demands. But Xiao Xiao is traumatized. That terrifying beast form has left her too scared to move. "No way," she stammers, "he is way too frightening." But Ziling is not about to let her run away. She shoves her forward, promising to make her deputy leader. Xiao Xiao slowly drags her feet toward him, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Si, are you all right?" she stammers. "Let's go." Suddenly, he stands straight up, making her heart skip. She shrieks, expecting the worst. But he just calmly announces that he is hungry and needs a clean set of clothes. "Thank goodness," Xiao Xiao sighs. He is completely harmless now. She catches up, walking right alongside him through the ruins. "So Jiang Si, do you actually remember what you just did?" she asks. He answers her with total honesty. "I do, but it is all a blur." He frowns. "I really do not have any real concept of time." He guesses he must have thrashed plenty of weirdos like Jiming before. Xiao Xiao is left totally lost, blinking in confusion. "They were too weak," he mutters. Meanwhile, inside the transport vehicle, a sudden sinister laugh echoes through the metal cage. The four-eyed subordinate looks at Ji Ming with absolute horror, asking why on earth he is laughing like a maniac. Ji Ming does not care about his execution. He only marvels at Jiang Si, utterly fascinated by such a powerful species. A dark plan begins forming in his head. "I will get your genes," he whispers to engineer an even stronger weapon. And just like that, the brutal war against the mutated zombie king ends, bringing a fragile peace back to the world. Ji Ming's custom zombies were literally scared to death by Jiang Si. The Mad Doctor's reign of terror is officially over. Later, Jiang Si is brought into a secure chamber. He stands surrounded by several highly mysterious, high-ranking figures. One of them steps up, asking if he has any complaints about becoming the new team leader. Jiang Si casually shrugs. "None at all," he says. They nod, reminding him that a true leader needs much more than just raw power. Besides defending the border, you must manage the population, they explain. Then they drop a massive catch. If the city's population does not cross 10 million in time, you will be instantly stripped of your title. They ask which territory he wants to claim. Jiang Si just scratches his head with a very humble smile. Just give me H City, he says, where we caught Ji Ming. This insane choice leaves the council completely speechless. What they shout, that is a ghost town. If you want to raise chickens, you need eggs to start with. They yell that without even a single cell, how can he build anything? There are literally 0 citizens left there. How can you possibly develop a wasteland? If you fail the quota, your leadership rank will be revoked immediately. Despite their frantic warnings, Jiang Si remains totally stubborn. He insists that H City is the only place he wants. Realizing he won't budge, they finally sign the papers. Jiang Si is officially appointed as the governor of H City. But not everyone is happy. A blonde officer wearing an eye patch slams the report down in pure frustration. Who is this absolute idiot? She snaps, glaring at the academy files. Even when colleagues try to calm her down, she keeps ranting. He rejected perfectly fine cities just to rule over a desolate, empty wasteland with no future. Ziling can only facepalm in absolute exhaustion. Sometime later, the desolate streets of H City begin to change. Now under his direct control, the ruins are being reborn. Jiang Si takes his role seriously, ready to protect. He expands his local forces into 4 massive legions, creating a truly historic turning point for the continent. Surprisingly, the new citizens are actually gentle, homeless zombies. A tiny zombie child points out to the street, gasping at how grand their new home is. Another young zombie looks up and points toward the guard towers. "Mommy, look, humans," he whispers. Standing guard are the human soldiers sent to keep the peace. It is a historic moment, a human army guarding moving zombies. Up high, Jiang Si surveys his new territory. Xiao He approaches to report, stating that, as requested, all the zombie citizens have successfully relocated. Jiang Si simply nods, whispering a quiet good. Suddenly, the entire human platoon snaps into a formal salute. The loud sound scares a little zombie boy who instantly runs back to hide behind his mother's legs. "Will they hit us with those fire sticks?" he whimpers. But the soldiers stand tall, silent, and proud. They declare that leader Jiang Si's orders are absolute. His people are their people. They must protect everyone during the move. The rival zombie breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He is completely speechless, unable to say a single word. Ah Mao enthusiastically cheers. Finally, they have their own city. Jiang Si calmly walks along, sharing his deep thoughts. He believes that to help their species grow, they don't necessarily have to rely on constant bloody warfare. His loyal underlings completely agree with his peaceful wisdom. Ah Go happily nods, then suddenly remembers their other companion. He asks about Ah Ju, who has been hanging from the ceiling for several months now. Jiang Si doesn't care. "Just let him keep hanging," he waves off. Cut to a massive grand building. This is the Jiang Si City Hall. Up on the roof, poor Ah Ju is suspended in the air by his limbs. He weeps uncontrollably, crying floods of tears. "I was wrong," he sobs. He begs for forgiveness, crying that he's turning into a dried mummy, and promises to listen next time. And just like that, the first season of Mr. Zombie wraps up in peace and laughter. Now things are looking bright. Thanks to Jiang Si, zombies can finally live happily and freely. A zombie mother happily lifts her child up high. She tells the little one to thank their great king because they finally have a home. Season 2 promises more epic surprises. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Ziling makes an unexpected appearance. She gets violently blasted back, slamming hard into a wall. She screams in pain before collapsing into a pile of rubble. The brutal assault leaves her heavily wounded and gasping. Coughing up blood, she struggles to lift her head. She stares at her opponent in complete shock and utter disbelief. Standing right across from her is Xiao, who is transformed after absorbing Jiang Si's powerful genes. Shouldering an absolutely massive, terrifying gun, she laughs maniacally. The battle between Xiao and Ziling is reaching its peak. Severely injured and barely holding her ground, a desperate Ziling mutters that this makes absolutely no sense. Quite a transformation. Driven mad by Jiang Si's jealousy, Xiao turns into a zombie, laughing hysterically before making her next move. She screeches out that she can still fight, challenging senior Ziling. Ziling refuses to back down, instantly prepping her next move. She teleports on the spot, vanishing from sight in 3 breaths before instantly reappearing right behind Xiao's back. She prepares to strike. Instantly, Xiao spins her head 180 degrees to stare with a terrifying look. She slips. Crashing hard toward the ground, she barely braces herself in time to avoid the worst of the impact. Landing on her hands, she questions her entire life, wondering if this creature is even human anymore. Suddenly, her expression tightens. Xiao, completely devoid of humanity, raises her weapon to smash her. Ziling rolls back several meters just in time to dodge. She desperately dodges a relentless hail of gunfire as Xiao opens fire, spraying bullets in her direction without stopping. With a contorted face, Xiao Xiao screams, asking Senior Zi-Ling if she can finally be the team leader now. Empty bullet casings rain onto the ground. Xiao Xiao just laughs like a maniac, keeping her weapon pointed directly at her target. She unleashes another heavy volley of bullets. Zi-Ling slips through the gunfire and leaps toward a nearby wall to regroup. Kicking off the wall to build up maximum momentum, she looks up at Xiao Xiao and clicks her tongue in frustration. In an instant, Zi-Ling launches herself straight at her opponent, telling her to show her absolute best skills. Xiao Xiao doesn't flinch, merely snorting as she begins mutating the cells inside her own body to prepare for the impact. At that exact moment, Zi-Ling unleashes her horizontal blade slash, but her sharp sword strikes fail to leave a single scratch. Xiao Xiao turns around and mocks her, asking how she can fight seriously if the senior refuses to even try. Getting the message, Zi-Ling holds nothing back as she raises her sword high into the air for a decisive strike. Her downward slash slices Xiao Xiao clean in half, yet the zombie girl shows no fear, laughing through the entire ordeal. Zi-Ling is completely stunned that she stood there and took the hit. Why on earth didn't she even try to dodge? What the hell? Witnessing Xiao Xiao regenerate so quickly leaves Zi-Ling completely terrified and totally out of her depth. Once fully healed, Xiao Xiao just grins as if nothing happened, forcing a panicked Zi-Ling to leap backward to safety. Terrified, she wonders what kind of modifications Jiang Si did to her. Xiao Xiao looks back with absolute confidence and a smug grin. She smugly asks if she is finally qualified to be the team leader. Right after she charges with a raised fist. She lunges straight at Zi-Ling, landing a massive, undefended blow that sends her opponent flying backwards into the wall. Coughing in pain, Zi-Ling looks up with a serious expression and calmly tells her that the fight is finally over. White smoke erupts from Xiao Xiao's body as the transformation wears off, returning her to her normal human self. Terrified, she stutteringly asks if Senior Zi-Ling is alright, quickly apologizing and saying she did not mean to do that. Zi-Ling does not waste any time. She asks her straight up if she turned into a zombie after Jiang Si bit her. Xiao Xiao naturally denies it. No way, she says, pointing out they did a full body scan in the lab just yesterday. Her cells are completely normal. Even her genes did not mutate. But Zi-Ling still does not buy it. How on earth did she spin her head 180 degrees? Then Xiao Xiao answers honestly. She admits she does not really understand it either. She just transforms on a whim without any discomfort. She adds that if she ever feels down, a couple of booster shots are enough. She becomes even more formidable. And after all this time, there are still no side effects. Having explained everything, she loudly calls out to leader Zi-Ling. Zi-Ling is completely speechless at the explanation. She stays silent. What on earth is wrong with our group leader? Xiao Xiao wonders. But Zi-Ling suddenly stands up to leave, pushing her away and telling her to step aside. She frantically asks the leader where she is going. Xiao Xiao watches her rush off in absolute and total confusion. What happened to Zi-Ling? Zi-Ling simply snaps back to leave her alone. Her subordinate also runs up anxiously. He asks where the group leader is going. Without pausing, Zi-Ling coldly replies that she is heading to Ha City. She immediately boards a private jet. It takes off toward the city currently managed by the mighty Jiang Si. Finally, they land. Zi-Ling dashes off the plane in a flash, not even bothering to wait for her subordinate. He is forced to chase after her, yelling for leader Zi-Ling to wait up. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. We are at the Ha City town hall. Jiang Si is holding a serious meeting with his trusted subordinates. He looks closely at the document in his hands and reads the assignments aloud, naming Ah Mao as Tsinghua manager, Ah Gan as chief of police, and Ah Lang as director of civil affairs. Finally, he calls out for Xiao He. Xiao He instantly stands at attention, loudly reporting for duty. Jiang Si appoints him as the director of finance. He puts him in charge of all the municipal funds. He accepts the appointment letter and solemnly swears an oath. He promises to protect every single dime in the treasury with his life. Suddenly, the meeting room doors fly open. Zi-Ling bursts inside, completely out of breath. Jiang Si is surprised but welcomes her with a warm smile. He asks what brings her there. She does not say a single word, marching straight toward him with purpose. Seeing her in such a rush, he does not suspect a thing. He casually mentions he was about to find her. But before he can even finish, she grabs his head, forces his mouth open, and commands him to bite. Completely caught off guard, Jiang Si is utterly baffled. His fangs sink directly into her fair, very slender arm. Once it is done, she bids him farewell, telling him to carry on with his work, and quickly runs off. She is no longer in a hurry. She strolls casually through the building. Meanwhile, her subordinate finally catches up. He complains that leader Zi-Ling is moving way too fast. With a deeply worried look, he warns her. Did she seriously forget that spy can control people? Why on earth did she let him bite her so easily? He adds that she is a high-class lady. It would be disastrous if he forced her to do unspeakable things. Zi-Ling's expression remains completely resolute. She slowly points out that possessing such immense power is worth any price. Even surviving being cut in half is possible. She then reveals her reckless thoughts about the whole thing. He can do whatever he wants to her, even if he commands her to dance naked. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is lost. He is left scratching his head in sheer bewilderment. Following the brutal battle against the mutant zombie king, peace returns. Ha City is finally quiet. Having taken charge, Jiang Si initiates major reforms and delegates tasks to his crew. Everything is back on track. Just like any normal town, Ha City starts organizing markets and trade activities. Excited female zombie owners eagerly welcome customers inside their brand new clothing shops, passionately promoting their local businesses. Even zombie barber shops are popping up as these local undead want to look neat, clean, and fully presentable. There is even zombie real estate. Undead construction workers are busy building brand new high-rise apartments all over town. And wait until you see the zombie real estate brokers. They are pitching special deals to potential buyers. They advertise unbelievably cheap special rates for these newly built homes, complete with free interior design and decorations. If that is not enough, Ha City even has a zombie driving school. New laws require everyone to pass exams. Every zombie must follow the rules to get a license. The instructor calls out for applicant 54 to step up. The examiner notices the zombie applicant cannot even tell the driver's seat from the passenger side, asking why he sits there. The scene cuts to Jiang Si standing atop a massive skyscraper, quietly looking out over his city below. He thoroughly enjoys the moment, slowly sipping coffee while taking in the view. It seems their zombie king is living a rather peaceful life. That peaceful and leisurely life is cut short. The scene shifts elsewhere as a document with his personal information is held. A woman with long blonde hair and eye patch holds his file, her brow furrowing deeply as she begins to evaluate him. She notes that Jiang Si is weak-willed and entirely lacks personality, just another completely ordinary guy out there. Her subordinate hands her a cup of coffee and wonders aloud why the Academy of Extraordinary People would ever make a guy like him team leader. Supervisor Chen, did you hear what the director of the Stainless Steel Academy said about this? The woman known as Supervisor Chen hears this and points out that constant bickering between different academies is just a completely normal, everyday occurrence. They slander each other constantly, but this time she explains there is no need for any false accusations. She simply does not like Jiang Si. She notes with a bit of hesitation that a leader should not be so spineless. And as for whether he is actually a zombie or not, Supervisor Chen crumbles the paper in her hand, ready to investigate. A quick trip will settle it. Meanwhile, in the freezing cold wastes of the North Pole, a helicopter suddenly appears in the sky. It flies over the icy landscape while a massive ship appears just off the frozen coast of the Arctic region. A rather young man steps forward to greet a gray-haired elder, politely welcoming the famous man known as Dr. Weird. Dr. Weird speaks up, explaining that he heard they discovered the frozen remains of an ancient human out here. The young man confirms it is indeed a mummified body estimated to be at least 1,000 years old. He shares that their scientific expedition found the mummy buried 500 meters deep under the solid ice. They are currently using cranes to hoist it up, prompting Dr. Weird to remind them not to damage the precious remains. He slowly adds that if this is truly an ancient human, it will be the greatest discovery in human history. Nearby, massive cranes haul giant ice blocks up from the frozen depths, while a worker signals the construction crew. He warns them to be careful and pull up slowly while Dr. Weird lights a cigarette with high hopes. He really hopes this finding will shed some light on ancient history, completely unaware of the mysterious figures watching nearby. Clad in heavy fur coats, they loom in the distance. Dr. Weird admits that as the team leader, he is incredibly nervous. This is his first time feeling this tense. Below, the worker continues to signal the crane to ease the process. He directs them to set it down slowly, and the mysterious frozen block is gradually lowered to the ground. Deep inside the massive block of ice, a figure is hidden, a desiccated body with very dark skin and incredibly long white hair. Dr. Weird is absolutely stunned as he stares at this mysterious figure trapped inside the glacier. Just when things look calm, look at that. A terrifying shadow suddenly creeps up right behind the young assistant. The attacker covers his mouth and bites down hard, sinking sharp teeth right into the young man's completely defenseless neck. Dr. Weird gasps in horror, demanding to know who these intruders are since they definitely do not belong to his crew. The other crew members are instantly slaughtered. Dr. Weird is kicked to the ground, crying out in intense, searing pain as the leader coldly orders his followers to prepare him as a sacrificial offering for their dark ritual. He desperately begs for mercy, but the cold-blooded attacker simply tells him not to panic as they only need his blood. Standing nearby is a strange man with long blue hair staring intently ahead with a very cold, inhuman gaze. Beside him, a brown-haired woman smiles gleefully while wiping blood from her mouth as the massive ice block fully settles. The robed figures immediately set to work, chipping away at the thick ice block to free the ancient prisoner. As the ice cracks open, a thick, eerie white mist billows out, completely shrouding the newly awakened figure. Her shriveled body rapidly regenerates. Seriously, wait until you see this, quickly filling out as she is draped in a cloak. The surrounding cultists immediately drop to their knees respectfully, bowing to welcome back their incredibly powerful demon queen. With deep devotion, they wish her eternal youth and absolute power. Yet the newly awakened demon queen remains completely expressionless. Her cold voice delivers a single sharp question. Wearing nothing but thin pants and her new fur cloak, she demands with deep boiling hatred to know if that absolute fool Jiang Si is still alive. Xiao Hong stands silently, while Lan Ling kneels down in fear, trembling as he respectfully reports that Jiang Si is indeed still alive. In fact, even after 1,000 years, the zombie king is apparently doing quite well. Sweat pours down his face. He looks up awkwardly, mentioning that after Jiang Si destroyed human civilization last time, he is now just living among them. Coexist with them and rebuild our race. The maid nearby helps steady her, urging the demon king to remain cautious. Xiao Hong narrows her eyes and spits out the name Jiang Si. She turns a cold glare toward Lan Ling, declaring that this time she will not let him off. In Guangzhou, a massive city filled with skyscrapers and modern tech at the academy headquarters, Jiang Si is quietly enjoying a cup of tea when a voice suddenly calls out, telling him that he has a phone call. Inside the headquarters, everyone stands in a tense silence as a patient on the bed screams, leaving the doctor completely flustered. Ziling widens her eyes in shock, asking what kind of creature that is, since she has never seen anything like it. Lan Qi, standing right behind her, says it does not look like a Jiangshi. The creature's eyes turn blood red as it roars, struggling against its chains, as the doctors try to hold him down. According to their findings, this person was a member of an archaeological expedition from the neighboring province discovered in the frozen Arctic. Strangely, the head of our own local archaeological team went missing as well. Investigation reveals he was just a regular human, yet capturing him managed to injure two of our top team leaders. Xiao watches Ziling observe the room and suggests that they might have no choice but to bring in a real expert. Sune, black car pulls up flanked by guards. As Jiang Si steps out, everyone lines up in 2 rows, raising their voices to greet Captain Jiang Si. Bright lights illuminate the hallway as an escort guides him directly toward a secure meeting room. Everyone inside turns their eyes toward Jiang Si. Captain Geng steps forward and extends his hand to greet him, smiling as he introduces himself as the renowned Captain Geng from Geng-kun Academy. Before he can finish, Captain Geng asks if he was the one who captured Dr. Jae-ming. Jiang Si just laughs, throws out a casual hello, and brushes right past him. Captain Geng smirks with pure contempt, muttering that he is just a low-born trash who would actually shake hands with humans. Nearby, a brown-haired guy wearing gold glasses sneers, mocking Jiang Si for looking incredibly weak, him to be a team leader. Captain Gang Dai, standing right beside him, silently agrees, wondering why on earth they invited this guy here. Is the academy trying to get killed? Meanwhile, Jiang Si looks around and casually asks where Captain Gang Dai is. Gang Dai is actually hiding outside the room, shivering with absolute terror. He mutters that he should have just stayed home. Deep inside the lab, terrifying growls echo continuously. As Jiang Si walks in, the doctor urgently asks him if he recognizes this monster. Jiang Si is completely speechless, muttering that he does not even know his own age, let alone this thing. Still, Jiang Si reaches out and gently touches the bite mark on the patient's neck. Suddenly, his eyes flare with deep surprise. Ziling enters the room carrying a glass of water, nervously asking if he has managed to discover anything about the creature. As the monster growls, Jiang Si slowly pulls his hand away. Strangely, the beast instantly shuts its mouth, staring at him in panic. Jiang Si grins with dark amusement, identifying the creature as a vampire. Instantly, an immense wave of magical power erupts from him, blowing everyone in the room backward. Terrified by the raw pressure, the vampire bursts into tears, trembling and curling into a ball. Jiang Si looks down coldly, muttering that he thought their kind went extinct long ago. The overwhelming magic forces the onlookers flying backward. Captain Gang crashes hard against the wall, while the brown-haired boy struggles to sit up, utterly confused about the situation. He wonders why Jiang Si is suddenly losing his mind. Captain Gang grits his teeth in frustration as Ziling and Xiao cover their heads on the floor. Jiang Si looms over the shivering patient, whispering that he clearly remembers wiping out their entire species with his own hands. He flashes a savage grin, wrapping his fingers around the creature's throat to demand where Xiao Hong is hiding. Terrified, the vampire weeps and screams that he knows absolutely nothing, begging him to stop. He cries out that he only became a vampire yesterday. Before he can even finish, Jiang Si tightens his lethal grip, reducing the beast to a cloud of ash. Captain Gang breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe what he just witnessed. Outside, Captain Gang Dai shivers violently, muttering once again that he should have definitely stayed home today. Meanwhile, after his display, Jiang Si stands in deep thought. Ziling and Xiao quickly rush over, asking him if he discovered any useful clues. Ziling looks at Jiang Si, asking what he meant when he brought up the vampires, but instead of explaining, he simply warns them both to be extremely cautious when going outside. Jiang Si's expression turns deadly serious, leaving the two girls completely speechless. He then scratches his head with an awkward smile, admitting he forgot his train of thought, causing them to collapse. Back at the academy tower, Ziling complains loudly, asking him to keep his head straight when he is in this form. Jiang Si innocently defends himself, waving his hands around in a panic and promising to remember the next time. Captain Gang rolls his eyes, muttering that he is a complete weakling. But when Jiang Si suddenly turns around to look back, both he and his golden-spectacled companion freeze up. Outside, heavy rain drenches the city as a mysterious voice whispers the name Xiao Hong. Pointing up at the dusty cobwebs, Lan Ling awkwardly asks Xiao Hong if she can get used to their new home. Xiao Hong looks totally miserable as they huddle in a corner soaking in the rain when suddenly a coin drops. The clinking sound catches their attention while a passerby snorts in disgust, wondering why beggars are allowed in this secure capital. Her flustered maid quickly tries to calm things down, urging Xiao Hong not to lower herself to a human level. Meanwhile, Lan Ling's eyes spark with greed as he reaches out for the cash, making Xiao Hong instantly lose her temper. She hurls a can against the wall and screams, demanding to know why they even summoned her if they are this pathetic. Bursting into tears, the maid asks if she has any idea how miserable they have been for the past 1,000 years. She recalls the brutal showdown between Xiao Hong and Jiang Si, where their master was beaten down to a shriveled corpse. They had to watch the horror unfold from below, and she still bites her handkerchief in sheer terror just thinking about it. To make things worse, Jiang Si wiped out their entire clan to survive, forcing them to play dead just to escape. Shivering at the terrifying memory of Jiang Si, she explains how they spent the next millennium hiding away from his wrath. Living under constant threat, they stayed completely out of sight, crouching behind dark walls to avoid getting caught by anyone. Whether dealing with humans or zombies, they would literally take detours just to avoid crossing paths with a single soul. The maid breaks down completely, sobbing that they have spent 10 whole centuries trapped inside this filthy, narrow alleyway. She even claims that Lan Ling has practically lost his mind from staying cooped up in the dark for so long. Xiao Hong stares blankly into the distance, grumbling that bringing her back to life was a total waste of time. She openly admits she is absolutely no match for Jiang Si now, but Lan Ling quickly speaks up to correct her. He explains they actually resurrected her because they just intercepted some incredibly vital intel that could change everything. Pulling a serious face, he reveals they found someone who has the power to make her completely invincible. The maid eagerly backs him up, prompting Xiao Hong to give them a cold stare and demand a name. Lan Ling pulls out a newspaper as his answer, while elsewhere, Jiang Si and his crew stare silently at their captives. Dr. Ji Ming and his henchmen are bound tight, prompting Jiang Si to coldly ask why they do not just execute them. Ziling explains they cannot do that yet, as they first need to root out all the spy snakes he planted. Plus, they still need to locate and completely destroy his dangerous anti-humanity research documents before they fall into the wrong hands. Jiang Si voices his concerns about a potential escape, but Leader Ngan just crosses his arms and laughs at the idea. He boasts that the guy is tied up so securely that escaping is impossible, then invites Jiang Si to come see. Looking down from their helicopter, a massive plain unfolds beneath them, packed tightly with countless buildings and structures. Leader Ngan explains this is a specialized high-security prison built by the capital, and the scale of it is absolutely mind-blowing. They hollowed out an entire mountain down to 3,000 meters deep, designing the base with only a single skylight. Armed guards stand ready with massive cannons across 1,500 underground floors, boasting a force of 100,000 soldiers. Jiang Si looks on in sheer disbelief from the elevator as Leader Ngan continues to lay out their absurd defensive setup. It takes 30 minutes just to ride down to the bottom, which is packed with bazookas and heavy artillery. Pointing to the heavily armed lines, he smugly adds that all of this is actually just the opening act. A masked guard with a glowing red sash steps forward, explaining that a leader guards every 100 floors. With 30 leaders and 2 chief commanders on duty, Jiang Si is left completely speechless by the sheer scale. Confident that no one could ever bypass their guard, they look down to see the prisoner chained to a massive pillar. To make escape even more impossible, they have rigged a massive detonator directly onto Dr. Jiming himself. The explosive payload is equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, set to trigger the second anyone gets too close. Leader Gana smugly points out that even a successful escape attempt would just result in everyone blowing up together. As Jiang Si breaks into a cold sweat, the leader proudly claims even a god would only find corpses here. The leader bursts into laughter and runs off his echoing voice, leaving Jiang Si absolutely stunned by these extreme human measures. He mutters a quiet good luck to those crazy bastards before deciding it is definitely time for him to bail. Meanwhile, a hand holds a tablet displaying a live security feed of Leader Nganham moving through the underground base. Back in the gloomy alleyway, Xiao Han and her 2 followers freeze their eyes, widening in absolute horror. Lanling stammers that the humans even rigged a self-detonate device, driving a furious Xiao Hong to scream in rage. Chief Gang lights his cigarette, looking at Ziling with a curious glance. He casually mentions that he forgot to tell her something. Supervisor Chen has already headed to Jiang Si's city for an inspection, asking if she should warn her boyfriend. Ziling glares at him in annoyance, snapping back that he's the boyfriend, not her, and asking why he's even telling her this. Leaning casually against a nearby boulder, he indifferently reveals that Commander Gang snitched to Supervisor Chen. He claimed Jiang Si is a zombie who actually built a whole zombie city, though Gang himself doesn't really care. He glances at Ziling with a smirk, adding that he only respects real power regardless of what Jiang Si is. Ziling gives him a cold stare and sighs. Meanwhile, in a bustling, crowded city where countless people pass by, Jiang Si strolls around happily, drawing attention as he marvels at how incredibly lively and prosperous the human city is. Meanwhile, Dr. Jie Ming stands frozen, tied tightly to a massive pillar. Inside, a guard quietly pushes a food cart past. Chained right next to him, his minion weeps, crying out that they are completely finished. Yet Ji Ming just smiles wickedly, without fear. He mutters that he will definitely get his hands on Jiang Si's genes, leaving his terrified henchmen deeply confused. The minion panics, reminding him they're about to be executed, but the doctor scoffs, confident they won't kill them yet. Not until they secure his research data, which he hid in an unclassified location before they got captured. Even he doesn't know where it is now. Ji Ming growls, promising those fools will regret keeping him alive. The underling remains skeptical, pointing out that Jiang Si is too powerful, making it impossible to acquire his DNA. Creating a subject stronger than him seems almost hopeless, but Dr. Ji Ming still remains incredibly calm and confident. He explains he just needs a powerful vessel capable of holding Jiang Si's genetic material to make it happen. His assistant quickly retorts, pleading to stop talking about research, since they're stuck in the world's most secure prison. They are just ordinary humans after all. Ji Ming frowns in deep thought as the food cart rolls closer. An operator stands next to a high-tech robot. With a low-engine hum, the smart machine prepares their meals. The automated system chimes and the robotic arm gently feeds Ji Ming, leaving his helper in absolute shock. The subordinate cries out in panic, but the doctor just calmly chews, eating his meal with surprising relish. He has a transmitter hidden inside his tooth. He sits there in complete silence, a grim look on his face. Outside, an ally murmurs into a receiver, asking where the newly captured zombie king is currently being held. He reports that the subject is on the 200th floor of the bio lab, guarded by two powerful commanders. Nearby, a vampire lies unconscious on a bed as a mysterious voice commands him to watch over their vessel. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is strolling down the street when his phone vibrates. Ziling is already on the line. She tells him she has some urgent news. Jiang Si listens intently as she explains that Commander Gang snitched. He told Supervisor Chen about the zombie city, and now the supervisor is on his way to inspect it. The supervisor sits in his car, arms crossed, with a stern look, while Ziling frantically continues. She warns him that the supervisor conducts provincial audits, and if he confirms the rumors Jiang Si is finished, he will lose his captain title instantly. Sweating bullets, Jiang Si desperately stammers that he is totally human. Ziling is not buying it, telling him to stop pretending since she knows exactly what is in his city. She hangs up on him, leaving Jiang Si standing completely frozen in absolute shock as reality sinks in. He throws his hands up, screaming in pure panic. What is he supposed to do now? His eyes suddenly lock onto something. He squints, staring intently at a makeup shop glittering under the sun. Meanwhile, an assistant opens the car door for Supervisor Chen, gesturing toward a helicopter parked nearby. He reports the transport to City H is fully prepared. The supervisor scoffs coldly, staring straight ahead. She mutters that useless leaders do not deserve their positions, vows to strip Jiang Si of his captain title. Suddenly, cars start falling from the sky. Xiao He watches in utter shock as they smash onto the pavement. Jiang Si lands gracefully beside him. A confused Xiao He quickly asks his boss what on earth is going on. Jiang Si rushes over to explain that the supervisor is coming, so they must disguise all the zombie citizens immediately. If they get caught, the city will be seized. Hearing this, Xiao He instantly begins barking out urgent orders. He tells Ah Go to cover Sector D and Ah Lang to head to Sector C right away. A zombie carrying a car midair freezes, warning the others to control their expressions if they want to survive. Listen up and take this seriously, hanging on to every word. Everyone get to your designated zone right now. Move it and deploy immediately. Ah Go holds up a lipstick, staring at Xiao He, applying face powder in utter confusion, asking if this stuff is actually going to work. Concentrating on putting in his contact lenses, he replies that the boss definitely has a good reason. Just then, Jiang Si's lackey waves them over. He shouts that the boss ordered anyone who doesn't want to live under the overpass again to grab their gear because everyone gets a share. A little zombie kid asks his mom what they are doing, and she gently explains that the boss ordered them all to pretend to be human. A pretty zombie girl stands in front of his makeup-applying crew and asks for her share, wondering if she's doing it right. The little zombie kid grabs his mother's leg, crying out that he wants to join too, while the pretty zombie mom holds up a lipstick. She turns to her child, leaving him wide-eyed, telling him not to rush since she is not finished. Just then, Ah Mao walks in announcing their return. Ah Gu and Xiao He show up with their faces completely covered in makeup, leaving Ah Lang and Ah Mao staring in absolute shock. They ask why Ah Go went this far with his makeup, and as he snaps back, Ah Lang nervously wonders what they should do next. Xiao He sighs, saying they will have to take one for the team before slipping leashes onto Ah Lang and Ah Mao to look like pets. He wonders why Supervisor Chen is not here yet, which makes the two new pets roar in anger at Xiao He. They complain that everyone has the exact same rank, so why are they the pets? But Xiao He casually fires back with a question. He asks if they were not basically pets back when they were alive anyway, while they watch a plane fly across the sky. Supervisor Chen's subordinate happily looks ahead, praising her incredible foresight for having them travel by train instead of flying. She steps forward and coldly snaps that even a fool would know Guangzhou province does not have that many squad leaders. Assuming their arrival has leaked, she decides to take a detour and start investigating from the very bottom of society. She believes this is the best way to uncover clues about Jiang Si, while her two lackeys whisper behind her back. They wonder why she hates Jiang Si so much for being weak and cowardly, noting she despises everyone except the minister. To her, everyone is a disappointment, but she suddenly freezes, making the gossiping underling panic and tell his buddy to quiet down. Frowning deeply, she spins around and asks with sheer annoyance if they really thought she could not hear them. She snaps that she heard every word and has no problem admitting her prejudice while a dark memory flashes through her mind. She fumes that ever since the minister stepped down, any random nobody can become a team leader in this system. Her mind conjures up the glorious image of the minister, the only leader truly capable of guiding humanity to absolute prosperity. To her, only someone with that absolute dominant aura deserves to lead, and honestly, can we even blame her for being intense? He is completely unbothered by the chaos outside as Supervisor Chen gathers her squad to begin their thorough investigation. Her assistants follow along, whispering that it has been ages since they last saw the minister go on an adventure. They assume he must be returning soon, while Xiao He and the rest of the crew wait in absolute silence. Xiao He wonders what is taking so long since the target should have arrived, but Ah Gu tells him to just be patient. One of the investigators spots his shop and walks inside, looking around in complete confusion before approaching the shopkeeper. He asks why the entire shop only sells egg-based items, making the old merchant sweat and quickly look away. The merchant claims he cannot hear a single word, leaving the investigator utterly baffled and wondering if the man is deaf. Outside, another squad member asks a citizen if their leader Jiang Si has been oppressing them since taking over the city. The citizen pats his chest and proudly claims their boss is amazing, providing them with housing and free food every month. But just as he praises the free eggs, his entire arm suddenly pops off and falls straight to the ground. I mean, imagine trying to investigate a city and a literal severed hand starts waving at you from the dirt road. He screams that the man dropped his arm, but the guy just grabs it and runs, claiming it is just a prosthetic. The investigators are left sweating bullets, while Supervisor Chen stomps her foot in absolute fury, completely losing her temper. She screams that this entire city is filled with lunatics, realizing humans can be just as brainless as actual zombies. She grits her teeth, cursing Jiang Si for seemingly building an entire civilization designed solely for mentally unstable people. She commands her assistant to write everything down, declaring this is more than enough evidence to strip Jiang Si of his rank. The lackey immediately obeys, while high above clouds drift peacefully over a laughing Jiang Si, sitting all by himself. His sudden giggling fits leave his subordinates thoroughly confused, forcing Ah Gu to step in and ask what is going on. The minion admits he has no idea, explaining Jiang Si started acting completely insane right after finishing his meal. He adds that their leader is shaking like a leaf, shocking Ah Gu so much that he grabs the underling by his collar. He yells, "Wait, what did you feed the king?" The terrified underling says he does not know. The leader came back complaining of hunger. Remembering the food, the underling says they made chili fried eggs for the leader. Chili fried eggs. Ah Gu gets incredibly nervous. We are doomed, he worries. The king cannot eat that. The confused underling wonders what will happen if he does. Meanwhile, Jiang Si sits in a corner by the glass window, eyes glowing as a creepy grin spreads across his face. Ah Gu frantically explains that chili is like a stimulant for their king, turning him completely berserk for an entire month. Meanwhile, Xiao He and his group stand, waiting. He presses the phone to his ear and answers. Ah Gu frantically shouts from the other end that Xiao He, we have a huge problem. The king just ate chili fried eggs. It is a disaster. Xiao He gasps in disbelief. What? But I hid all the chilies. He is totally baffled. Ah Gu says he has no idea how they found them, asking what to do. Xiao He helplessly replies that asking him is useless since he does not know either. Seeing his panic, Ah Gan asks what is wrong, wondering if The king will wipe out the inspection team. Xiao He narrows his eyes and stammers that it is very, very likely. Meanwhile, clouds float lazily in the sky. Supervisor Chen barks out an irritated order to leave, claiming there is nothing left to investigate there. She suddenly freezes as she looks up. A massive truck is falling from the sky, slamming into the ground and cracking the pavement. Supervisor Chen screams in absolute terror. Jiang Si drops down from above, landing heavily on the truck, sending her and her subordinates crashing to the dirt. They stammer what just happened is that a truck. Jiang Si frowns, letting out a highly sinister grin. Supervisor Chen, he says, next up I will take you on a little tour. Meanwhile, her men slowly scramble back to their feet. Confused, they ask what is going on and who that guy is. Jiang Si looks down at Supervisor Chen from the truck, his face dark and menacing. She stammers, asking who he is. Jiang Si smirks, a highly cunning gleam flashing in his eyes as he speaks. Forgot me already, I am the Jiang Si you have been looking for. Supervisor Chen's men freeze in sheer disbelief. Her jaw drops open. What? Another panic-stricken lackey asks if he is really Jiang Si. Supervisor Chen quickly stands up, saying she remembers him looking quite different. Jiang Si lands on the ground with a dark grin, explaining he removed his mask. Terrified, she backs away as he steps closer, begging him to stay away. Jiang Si simply snaps his fingers and speaks. Since you traveled so far, he says, I prepared gifts. Canned chili eggs, please accept them. His lackeys appear, each offering a bowl of eggs. Jiang Si leans in, putting his face right up to Supervisor Chen. Relax, we do not eat humans, he says. She frowns in confusion. What? Suddenly, he grabs her, lifting her up. Jiang Si crouches down, ready to spring, saying they cannot investigate properly out here. Let us move somewhere a bit livelier. He leaps into the air, carrying her along as she shrieks in panic. Seeing this, her two subordinates completely lose it. Supervisor Chen, oh my god, she stares at him with wide shocked eyes as they soar higher. One subordinate gasps at how high. He jumped while the other shouts to grab a taxi and stops staring. Below, Xiao He spots him carrying her across the sky. He shouts that Supervisor Chen is over there. Ah Gan quickly adds that the king is too, urging them to move fast. Dangling helplessly in midair, she screams in pure terror. Jiang Si picks a nearby skyscraper and lands right on top. Holding her up, he gives her a gentle shake. Look, he says, introducing his city spanning over 2 million square kilometers. We are even preparing to expand a new zone. Looking through the company windows, he notes they have high-level office workers and fully listed corporations. Jiang Si then points toward a group of zombies busy constructing another massive skyscraper nearby. They have construction every industry imaginable, over 1,000 jobs, and can bring in nearly 100 billion in tax revenue for Guangzhou. Suddenly, he drags her off the edge, making her sob and scream to put her down already. Jiang Si drags Supervisor Chen along, saying they should talk about public safety, pulling her right up to a traffic light. We always obey the law, keeping the roads safe with absolutely zero traffic violations. Just then, a truck driver approaches and panics at the sight of him, shaking in fear as Jiang Si strolls by. Oh no, my leg is cramping, the driver cries. Unbothered, Jiang Si says if anyone does, he kicks the truck, making Chen scream. They get kicked away. The truck crashes far off. Her subordinates pull up and quickly pay the taxi driver, their eyes bulging as they watch. The vehicle smashed directly into a high-rise. Xiao He flies over to pull the driver out. Meanwhile, Supervisor Chen stammers, in utter shock, accusing him of murder. Jiang Si coldly replies that he did not, explaining that as his underlings appear, every single one of his subordinates has special skills. They would never let any citizen die needlessly. Out on the quiet, empty streets, Supervisor Chen's two subordinates run up, calling her name. Jiang Si casually tosses her over to them and they quickly catch her. Jiang Si walks over to Xiao He, stating he knows exactly why Supervisor Chen came here today. Let them go, regardless of the consequences. They stand frozen, staring in silence. Jiang Si casts a dark glance back. Who would dare stop me from opening this city? A truck violently slams into the skyscraper. Jiang Si mutters darkly, if you think you've lived too long, then go ahead and try. Supervisor Chen's henchmen drop their jaws and scream. On the empty intersection, one of them finally speaks up. Xiao Guang, let's head back, my legs are going numb. Xiao Guang stutters, asking if this is really the overwhelming pressure a human can possess. Staring at Jiang Si, he nervously adds that compared to the minister, this guy feels even less like a human. Jiang Si just flashes a devious grin. Xiao Guang breaks into a cold sweat, muttering, who said he was weak? I want to strangle whoever spread that lie. Jiang Si walks away, calling out behind him. Let's go. I do not provide free meals, so leave before I change my mind. Supervisor Chen suddenly speaks up. Hold on. Sweating profusely, she forces herself to speak, admitting that while his city management skills are actually pretty impressive, as a group leader, you need more than just management. You must have combat power. Jiang Si freezes right in his tracks upon hearing her words. Xiao He is stunned. Ah Go is completely thrown off while Ah Gan looks confused. Ah Mao and Ah Lang are left utterly speechless. She frowns and continues, a leader needs the strength to protect their city, and I just do not see that power in you. Jiang Si's loyal lackeys immediately rush forward to cover Supervisor Chen's mouth, leaving her looking around in absolute utter confusion. Jiang Si stands quietly in front of them, his voice dropping low as he asks, "Oh really?" He turns back with a sinister grin. Staring right at Supervisor Chen, he asks if she wants to witness his true power. Behind him, his entire crew starts trembling in fear. This only leaves her completely puzzled. Jiang Si casually agrees, fine then. Under the bright blazing sun, everyone gathers at the beach. Ah Go stands nearby, nervously whispering that he has a really bad feeling about this. The tension in the air becomes incredibly thick. Supervisor Chen's side is totally lost. She demands to know why they brought her here as Jiang Si's sly shadow stretches across the water. She's getting highly anxious. Suddenly, Ah Go calls out to her with a subtle warning, if anything happens next, you are solely responsible. This has absolutely nothing to do with us. Panic sets in as Supervisor Chen stands there completely flabbergasted. Jiang Si glances over at her. Everyone stares in anticipation. She still does not get it. What is he even doing? Suddenly, rocks start rising. Floating stones shock her subordinate, who stammers, what on earth is this, flying rocks? Jiang Si clenches his fists, standing perfectly still. With his eyes half closed, he stares blankly ahead. Supervisor Chen's entire crew gasps in terror, screaming out, what is going on? He remains completely motionless as a massive wave rises high, crashing violently against the rocky shore right in front of them. Jiang Si commands them to halt. He stands calm and composed while everyone around him is panicking. Her two subordinates are utterly terrified. The entire atmosphere shifts completely. What is this guy planning to do? A massive invisible force suddenly slams into the three of them. They shriek in terror as the ground explodes, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Ah Go quickly grabs one of her men by the collar. The sheer pressure knocks Supervisor Chen flat onto her back. She wide-eyedly stares alongside Xiao Guang, both sitting there in absolute shock. Xiao Guang asks in a daze, where did your leader even go? Suddenly, Ah Go pulls out a massive telescope from nowhere. He sets it right in front of her. Supervisor Chen looks through the lens and instantly drops her jaw in sheer disbelief. She sees Saturn spinning quietly in the deep, dark void of space. Jiang Si looks up to the sky, leaving her completely baffled. Is this even physically possible? Jiang Si's expression grows intense as he stares ahead, the image of Saturn suddenly magnifying. Right next to Saturn, another massive celestial body appears, drifting in the vastness of space millions of miles away from Earth. Are you even human? Honestly, you can't blame them for losing their minds. Meanwhile, Jiang Si slowly raises his arm. He bends two fingers and locks his hand into a tight fist, windmilling his arm a few times to build up momentum. Then he unleashes a devastating punch straight toward the sky, forcing everyone to scream out in sheer terror that they are doomed. He holds his finishing pose. Ah Go yells at everyone to take cover as a ferocious gale blasts right into Supervisor Chen's face. The ocean level on one side of the planet surges upward, sending a massive deluge toward the city. Ah Go tries his best to block it. Her men shriek in terror. Inside headquarters, Zi Ling and Xiao Xiao are thrown across the room. Shaken on the floor, she asks what happened. Alarms start blaring throughout the base. Warning, Category 12 tsunami detected. Danger, repeat, Category 12 tsunami incoming. Zi Ling and Xiao Xiao dash toward the open doors. A towering wall of water is crashing into the city. They scream in horror. Is this the actual apocalypse? The two girls stand completely frozen. The automated system blares again, warning, Category 12 tsunami detected. This is an existential threat to humanity. Deploying defensive barriers, initiating Level 1 emergency protocols. The giant wave slams into the shield. Jiang Si leaps high into the air, landing right in the middle of the raging waves. With a terrifyingly calm expression, he looks back. He asks if they can finally see it now. As the water continues to churn, Supervisor Chen collapses onto the ground in sheer awe. Jiang Si stands silently, watching the massive waves tower behind them as the sunlight pierces through the stormy sky. Oh boy! Jiang Si's group watches as the taxi drives away. Inside the car, Supervisor Chen and his two partners are sweating in pure panic. He is a monster, no worse than a monster. He is not even human. As the car speeds off, the silhouettes of Jiang Si's crew fade into the distance. Ah Go worries if they push too far and if the authorities will reclaim the city. Xiao He sweats bullets, doubting they will. From above, a vast plain stretches out with a massive gaping crater right in the center. Ever since returning, Supervisor Chen has been completely traumatized, leading him to silently accept Jiang Si's control over the entire city. Meanwhile, deep beneath the prison housing the laboratory of Dr. Ji Ming, things are taking a much darker and more sinister turn. The red visor guard stands with folded arms staring at the zombie king, who is securely strapped to an experimental bed. That Jiang Si guy is terrifying, the doctor mutters, wondering how he managed to subdue such a beast. He stares at the weakened creature. The guard asks if they should actually be marveling at Dr. Ji Ming for creating such an incredibly terrifying monster in the first place. The doctor scoffs, wondering if that crazy bastard Ji Ming was trying to play God. The guard gazes ahead thoughtfully. If Ji Ming had dedicated his mind to humanity, he would have been legendary. The doctor sighs and raises a question. Stop dreaming, do you think he might still be alive? The red visor guard quickly shuts it down, insisting it is completely impossible. All life signs are gone. Suddenly, a hidden spy slips into the room and silently pours a strange liquid into their cup. The two keep chatting, completely oblivious to the intruder. Meanwhile, Dr. Ji Ming's voice echoes directly into the spy's earpiece. Just follow my orders, he commands. Initiate the fusion of CHL-47 with the prime solution. The spy grabs both chemical vials. Mixing them exactly as instructed, the ratio must be 71%. The zombie king has only lost consciousness. His physical vessel remains intact. There is still a chance to revive him. The spy draws the mixture into a massive syringe, waiting for Ji Ming's cue to strike. His mission is to inject the new zombie king. Just then, the red visor guard turns toward the door, announcing his departure for patrol. The spy scoffs in his mind. We are 3,000 meters underground. What is there to patrol? He sneaks back over to the beast. Without hesitation, the spy plunges the needle directly into the monster, catching the doctor and the guard completely off guard. The fluid drains. The glowing serum flows into the zombie king's veins. Furious, the guard punches the spy, slamming him hard against the concrete wall. He screams out, demanding to know what the spy just did. Suddenly, the zombie king's eyes snap open, and we are in serious trouble. Alarms blare through the smoke as scientists scream. Outside, Captain Ngana's eyes widen in pure shock, demanding to know what is happening. Warning sirens echo everywhere. As the thick dust clears, the zombie king slowly rises, clenching his fists and glaring at his captors. Dr. Ji Ming commands the beast, promising to make him stronger than Jiang Si if he slaughters everyone and breaks him out of prison. High above, an aircraft approaches the base. Suddenly, someone kicks the emergency cabin door completely off its hinges, sending it plummeting down. Terrified passengers scream in absolute panic. A commanding voice barks out, telling them to sit still and cooperate if they want to live. One of the hijackers walks into the cockpit, pressing a cold gun barrel against the pilot's head to prevent any smart moves. He warns the pilot to fly straight, promising they will be freed once the job is done. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong appears at the open door. Passing by one of her men, she remarks that the enemy has set up a massive radar warning grid spanning hundreds of miles. This high-altitude drop is their only way in. Her subordinate warns that Ji Ming has been rigged with a self-destruct device, suggesting a plan. Xiao Hong frowns deeply at his hesitation. Restless and arrogant, she places a hand on her hip, dismissing his concern as trivial. She scoffs that it is just a petty human trick. If she cannot handle this, she does not deserve to rule over them. With that, her crew leaps from the plane, roaring that the only way to crush violence is with even greater absolute brutality. They dive straight toward the compound, screaming for bloodshed. Inside, an alarmed shout breaks the silence, telling the captains to look up. Captain Ngan quickly calls for a defensive formation, realizing a massive prison break is underway. The invaders rain down from the sky. Soldiers open fire, but the intruders dodge the hail of bullets with inhuman agility. One captain yells out to keep everyone calm. He reassures them they still have 30 captains on site. The invaders do not stand a chance. Chaos instantly consumes the facility. The chief demands to know what is going on, only to receive a grim response: a jailbreak. Xiao Hong stands watching smugly. The layout is complex. She stands on level 1. 320 meters below are Captain Nane and the other guard captains. Another 500 meters down sits the chief and Captain Gang Dai. Below them, the Zombie King, and finally Ji Ming at 3,000 meters. Down at the bottom level, the Red Visor guard is slammed brutally into the wall, watching in absolute shock as the Zombie King passes. Standing before Dr. Ji Ming, the beast admits his pure hatred, questioning why the scientist ever thought he would actually rescue him. Between Jiang Si and you, your death matters far more to me, he sneers, leaving his accomplice completely dumbfounded by the betrayal. Dr. Ji Ming snarls in a threatening tone, asking if the beast honestly believes he is invincible without fighting Jiang Si first. Bow down, you were created by me. Even though I am just an ordinary human, if I want you to live, you live. And if I want you dead, then you die. Acting tough in front of me is a joke. The Zombie King grits his teeth, completely stunned by this human audacity. But don't worry, once you fulfill my dream, I will end things myself. The Zombie King rubs his chin in pure contempt. He says humans who lose their minds are 100,000 times scarier than any monster. Can you really make me as strong as Jiang Si? Dr. Ji Ming eyes him with sheer determination, promising that his word is absolute. Meanwhile, looking down at the base, the commander faces an escaped prisoner while another intruder charges toward team leader Ingan. Alarms and screams echo through the entire facility. Team leader Ingan raises his weapon, standing his ground as he growls out, "Who are you and what do you want?" Xiao Hong and her group just stare back with cold, lifeless eyes. She steps forward, telling them she has no time for idle chatter. Glaring at each team leader, she makes it clear. Hand over Dr. Ji Ming and live or refuse and feel her wrath. There are only two choices on the table. Enraged team leader Ngan swings his weapon, shouting that she is dreaming. Xiao Hong simply frowns in irritation as the others charge. They yell, asking where she thinks she is trying to demand a prisoner release. Absolute chaos breaks out. Down on level 3000, a robotic arm clatters to the floor. The commander lies defeated, barely asking what just happened. Team leader Nan is just as lost, admitting he saw absolutely nothing. Nearby, the soldiers panic in sheer terror. They raise their weapons towards Xiao Hong, screaming to open fire. She just stands there calmly, watching their desperate struggle. A barrage of bullets rains down, but they bounce off her like harmless pebbles. She shrugs off the heavy gunfire. Her subordinate scoffs, arrogantly mocking their high-tech weaponry as nothing more than a child plaything. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks Dr. Ji Ming's cell. His loyal subordinate helps him up, thoroughly confused by their survival. They were told the barrier would detonate on touch, yet they are completely unharmed. The doctor darkly explains the loophole. A power outage leaves a 2-second delay, proving no machine is truly perfect. The Zombie King strides past them. The subordinate whispers, questioning if making the already monstrous Zombie King even stronger is a safe bet. His extreme arrogance could lead to disaster, but they agree there is simply no better vessel. Suddenly, the monster pauses. He glares ahead at the absolute carnage. Dozens of elite guards are already scattered across the floor. The commander, now missing an arm, barely clings to consciousness. The doctor-follower gasps in utter disbelief. As the thick smoke clears, Xiao Hong stands completely unscathed, locking eyes with the newly freed scientist. She mockingly addresses Dr. Ji Ming, declaring that someone who cannot even touch Jiang Si is a useless vessel. That sharp insult leaves the doctor baffled, while the Zombie King narrows his eyes in brewing fury. Instead of that weakling, she boldly proposes that the doctor study her body instead, waiting for his reaction. The Zombie King bursts into a mocking laugh, asking if she truly believes she is stronger than him. Tension suffocates the room. Xiao Hong flatly challenges him, claiming she is not just stronger but on another level. If he doubts her, he is welcome to test his luck. Enraged, the beast lunges forward with blinding speed. Xiao Hong throws a direct punch right into his face. Dr. Jie Ming and his ally watch in absolute shock. Her fist remains locked in place as the base leaders look on, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Talk about a wake-up call. A massive shockwave erupts from her fist, sending the king flying right through a concrete wall. Massive cracks splinter across the concrete as he grits his teeth, feeling a terrifyingly familiar level of strength. It feels just like Jiang Si. Panicked, the beast spots a heavy explosive mounted right in front of him. Crouching down, he leaps directly toward the massive bomb, roaring for everyone in the room to die with him. The doctor assistant panics, screaming that it is a nuclear reactor. Xiao Hong just watches with absolute calm. The commander realizes the danger too late as the desperate king swings his fist directly into the nuclear device. The subordinate screams in terror. Within seconds, a series of devastating explosions rip through the entire holding cell. Yet Xiao Hong remains completely unfazed. She calmly raises her hand to unleash a mysterious space-bending magic of her own. The massive explosions suddenly freeze and reverse, reverting back to their original form. The Zombie King is left speechless. The doctor assistant is completely stunned, while the commander and team leader Ngan stare in absolute frozen disbelief. The heavy metal structure is crushed like scrap paper, collapsing directly onto the pinned Zombie King with crushing force. He groans in agony beneath the heavy debris. Looking down at him, Xiao Hong mockingly asks if this is his limit. "And you claim to be a king?" She suddenly raises her hand, sending his body flying straight towards Xiao Hong as she grabs his throat. She lifts the Zombie King up and coldly asks how Jiang Si dealt with him. Gritting his teeth in anger, he spits out what? Xiao Hong tightens her grip, making his face twist in pain. Her razor-sharp eyes stare straight into his soul as she prepares her next move. Xiao Hong enters his mind, sending him into a panic. He stammers in terror as memories of Jiang Si flood his thoughts. "You belong to the previous civilization," the Zombie King screams in absolute panic, but Xiao Hong only tightens her grip. She whispers darkly that it is good he knows. Her eyes narrow sharp as blades before she violently slams him down. The defeated Zombie King crashes onto the floor. Xiao Hong leisurely looks down at his broken, collapsed body with absolute indifference. Silence fills the room as he lies motionless. Talk about bad luck, this poor guy just resurrected only to get utterly crushed. The chief and the team leaders stare in wide-eyed shock while Dr. Ji Ming's subordinates break out in a cold sweat. She turns her gaze to the scientist and mockingly addresses him as the respected Dr. Ji Ming, resting a hand on her hip. She proudly asks if she finally has the qualifications to be his vessel, staring intently at him for an answer. Dr. Ji Ming freezes in shock, but then a smirk creeps onto his face as he instantly agrees. Meanwhile, over in Jiang Si's city Z, Ling rushes past Ah Go, shouting to get out of the way because it is urgent, but he nervously blocks her path. Ah Go warns that now is not the time to see their leader. Frustrated, she insists she has no choice and demands to see him. Ah Go gets goosebumps and warns her it is too dangerous, leaving Ziling puzzled as to what he even means. Ignoring his warning, she throws the door open and rushes in, shouting to Jiang Si that they have got a major problem. Jiang Si simply turns around with a wine glass in hand. Startled by his fancy setup, she asks when he started living like this. He flashes a chilling smile, replying that a change of pace is fun, then asks what she wants. Frowning, she delivers the news. She reveals that Dr. Jiming has escaped. Jiang Si is not surprised at all, scoffing that her weak allies were no match. He knew they could never defeat Xiao Hong. Ziling gasps in shock, pointing out that this only happened 10 minutes ago. He chuckles and explains that he felt Xiao Hong activate her bloodline power. Confused, she repeats the term in bewilderment. Ziling immediately turns to leave, declaring she must report this to her superiors, but Jiang Si quickly grabs her arm. He tells her not to rush off. Since it has been a while since he socialized with humans, he suggests having a meal. He even offers to show her around his city. Shocked, Ziling struggles to break free from his grip, raising her voice. She yells that this is definitely not a normal tour, adding that she knows exactly what he did to Supervisor Chen. Jiang Si remains completely unfazed, calmly taking a sip of his drink. She turns to leave, throwing another warning over her shoulder. She tells him she has no time to play because this is critical. But as she walks away, Jiang Si calls out with a smirk. He mischievously asks if she really wants to miss out on learning his bloodline secrets. Ziling suddenly freezes in her tracks. She spins around completely shocked, asking if he really means his own bloodline power. He responds with a devious grin. Ziling takes a panicked step back, reluctantly agreeing to a date. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, the emergency room is chaotic. Doctors hurriedly wheel the injured team leaders inside, yelling to clear the way while confirming they are still breathing. The doctor leans in close to the chief, who is desperately trying to whisper something through his oxygen mask. He weakly gasps to call the minister to Dr. Jiaming's laboratory. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong sits calmly back at the base. She relaxes in a chair while Dr. Ji Ming leans on the table, marveling at her abnormally powerful modified body. He calls her biology completely unscientific. Lan Ling coldly warns them not to mess around with their experiments. He insists the king's genes must work and they must not ruin his body. The assistant confidently folds his arms. He tells them to trust the doctor's research, boasting that Ji Ming is the smartest human alive. Dr. Ji Ming frowns, noting they had a successful case before, but only because Jiang Si brought it in himself. He adds that even if their king is not human, he can handle it. They are just missing Jiang Si's genes. Lan Ling breaks into a sweat, asking if they are supposed to go pick a fight with Jiang Si. From afar, the scientist scoffs. He explains he is not stupid enough to send them on a suicide mission. Xiao Hong's two henchmen trade uneasy glances. They ask what they should do since Jiang Si will never just hand over his DNA. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong silently listens. Dr. Ji Ming's assistant laughs out loud and starts rummaging through his pockets to retrieve a hidden item. He pulls out a mysterious vial, boasting that a simple task like this is incredibly easy for them. The thugs stare in disbelief, demanding to know how they pulled that off. Dr. Ji Ming calmly pours the liquid into a test tube. He obtained Jiang Si's genes to check if his body was turning into a zombie. He continued, I ordered my subordinate to take her blood. Her underlings froze, calling humans devious. Dr. Ji Ming looked at his smiling disciple and added, sometimes spies are pretty reliable. All right, let's begin. Later that evening in the big city, a chef at a restaurant nervously serves food, confused by Ziling's strange attitude. She suddenly realizes something and asks, so that is it your power isn't actually called that. What if you can't change back? Are there any side effects? Jiang Si doesn't rush to answer, only giving an arrogant smile. Ziling urges him to talk. Suddenly, he snaps back to normal with a totally dazed look. Furious, she grabs Jiang Si by his collar and screams, damn it, couldn't you wait until you finish speaking to change back? I dropped so much important work to date you and you flip on me like this. You irresponsible jerk. Ziling shakes him violently, screaming at him to change back right now. Jiang Si calmly replies, no, it wasn't like you had to do this. You volunteered. She screams in rage, then glares at the chef and yells, where are your chili peppers? Give me a kilogram. The chef panics and replies that Minister Xiao He destroyed all the city's chili peppers. Meanwhile, at the city hospital, 2 months later, Lan Chi folds her arms, looking at him and saying she has already visited twice. The chief, lying on the hospital bed, asks with difficulty if they sent the message before he passed out. Reassuringly, she replies, "Don't worry. As soon as I got the message, I sent it out via satellite as an urgent alert." He remains completely silent, saying nothing. Lan Chi leans back, questioning him, saying they are pretty useless considering they had so many men and a voice-controlled nuclear bomb, yet still let some girl break into the prison. The chief explains that this time the enemy is completely different, and although the bomb detonated, she somehow compressed the explosion. It was as if she didn't belong to this era. She quietly responds that she gets it, and since she sent the message, the minister must have received it. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, shining down on the city. Underground amidst piles of ancient machinery, someone marvels that there is a hidden city down here, meaning their civilization must have been highly advanced, though unfortunately only ruins remain. The other person briefly responds that they understand. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in reporting an emergency. The minister remains silent, carefully observing his surroundings. He stares intently at a withered corpse sitting right in front of him, unable to look away. Another subordinate approaches him from behind, urgently reporting that Dr. Ji Ming, whom they had just captured, has escaped once again. The subordinate looks in the direction of the minister's gaze and gasps in shock, completely stunned. The minister looks at the corpse, confirming it is an ancient human. He notes that the body has 134 bone fractures, as if crushed by some terrifying monster. The subordinate is left utterly speechless. The minister adds with regret that the most terrifying part is how all tissues were carbonized, preventing decay over thousands of years. Now it is just an empty shell with no research value left. The subordinate marvels, realizing a massive war must have occurred here with such advanced technology. That monster must have been incredibly powerful. The minister looks around, noting there is nothing left to explore, before asking what his subordinate had reported earlier. He explains that the Extraordinary Academy recruited a pretty powerful team leader who managed to capture Dr. Ji Ming. But for some unknown reason, Dr. Ji Ming was rescued. Most of their team leaders were severely injured during the incident, meaning headquarters is highly vulnerable with their overall combat power heavily depleted. The minister takes a step forward, ordering everyone to move out. His subordinate wonders what is on the ground and brushes away some sand, slowly revealing an ancient device. Suddenly, the minister freezes as a small hovering drone approaches, scanning their faces. Startled, the minister gasps. His two subordinates are also stunned by the scan as a fully cloaked figure suddenly appears right in front of them. One of the subordinates exclaims in disbelief that a device damaged for thousands of years could still function like this. The projection of the cloaked figure speaks from beneath the corpse, remarking it is his first time seeing such a powerful human frame. The subordinate frantically warns the minister to be careful, but the minister calmly tells him not to panic as it is only a projection. Looking straight at the minister, the ancient hologram extends an offer: "I can help. You become even stronger provided that you protect human civilization." Above them, the withered corpse remains seated silently on the platform. The minister respectfully replies, "Senior, there is no need for that. I only want to learn about ancient humanity and why your civilization perished." Suddenly, a screen flashes to life above the cloaked hologram's head. The minister and his men look up in sheer confusion. Jiang Si's face appears on the screen, leaving his subordinate completely stunned. He asks if this is even real. As Earth appears amidst the vast cosmos, the ancient being begins to explain that over 1,000 years ago, the planet had more than just the two continents existing today. Another massive territory began to rise. Back then, Earth was once divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans, with over 100 highly prosperous nations. Countless people invested heavily to create advanced machinery, making humanity stronger than ever by pooling their resources. Eventually, massive spacecraft took off into the deep cosmos. Interstellar travel was finally a reality. Even powerful robots were created, bringing scientific and technological power to unprecedented heights. But then a massive explosion rocked the universe. In those days, humanity easily overwhelmed alien threats with their superior technology. Alien civilizations were nothing but tiny ants compared to human tech. Even giant beasts soaring through the sky or burrowing underground were no threat. Yet the ancient ancestor reveals a frustrating truth: there was one single enemy. They could never defeat the zombies. The minister's subordinate asks in confusion why they couldn't beat them. The ancient's hologram points directly to Jiang Si's picture, blaming him. As everyone stares up at Jiang Si on the projection screen, the subordinate whispers a skeptical thought directly into the minister's ear. "Is this guy lying to us?" he asks, because that zombie looks completely harmless. But the minister quickly shuts down his doubts. The ancients wouldn't joke about this, the minister warns. Besides, don't you realize zombies have existed since the day we were born? The subordinate quickly nods in agreement, while another team member wonders why they built so many academies to fight these zombies. "We always suppress them, yet we can never wipe them out entirely. Could this guy really be the sole reason for that?" Turning back to the ancient hologram, the minister asks what they should do against such a terrifying, invincible threat. The ancient figure sighs, admitting his time is short because he is merely a dead man's memory uploaded into an artificial intelligence. His generation only focused on pure intellect and technology, but this current generation has taken a completely different path. Cultivating the physical body can actually reach unbelievable heights, which has given the old ancestor a brand new ray of hope. Just then, a small compartment opens up, revealing a mysterious ancient relic as the hologram continues to speak. By combining modern physical cultivation with the deep wisdom of the ancients, humanity might actually stand a real fighting chance. A gleaming metallic gauntlet rises up, leaving the minister utterly stunned by this advanced piece of ancient technology. The ancient voice echoes with a final chilling warning: no matter what other race emerges, zombies will always be humanity's ultimate enemy. He then commands his men to secure the gauntlet, bowing with deep respect to thank the ancient ancestor for this legendary gift. He promises they won't let him down as the glowing projection fades away, shrinking back into the withered, silent corpse. Taking one last look, the minister orders his team to pack up since these old machines have officially served their purpose. A subordinate asks if they should search for the zombie in the video next, but the minister wants Dr. Jiming handled first. He pauses, realizing that tracking down a single elusive zombie in this massive world is like finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, under a bright cloud-filled sky, Ziling answers a phone call and calmly confirms she understands the situation. Hanging up, she tells Jiang Si that the minister is returning, meaning every single officer, including him, needs to attend a meeting. Caught off guard, Jiang Si wonders why on earth he is being summoned to meet with the top minister. Sometime later, inside the laboratory, Dr. Ji Ming stares at a glowing green serum, hoping his ultimate creation is finally ready. Just a little bit more, he mutters before laughing maniacally at his success as Xiao Hong floats inside the chamber. She is completely submerged in the eerie green liquid while two of her loyal vampire lackeys wait anxiously outside. Lan Ling pulls out a single coin they got from begging, lamenting that their proud blood clan is down to their absolute last cent. As the head vampire butler, he has to work 10 different jobs a day, yet he still cannot afford to feed them all. He cries out in utter despair, wishing he could just end it, but his subordinate quickly leans in with a sneaky idea. Reminding him of their supernatural powers, the lackey suggests they use their physical advantages to pull off a quick side hustle. Lan Ling rolls his eyes, asking what kind of side job they could possibly do, and his buddy casually suggests robbing a bank. The subordinate explains that he spotted a local bank nearby where the staff moves slower than snails, making everything incredibly easy. Even getting a simple ticket takes forever, and the tellers just offer awkward smiles amidst the absolute worst customer service. With their vampire speed, they could clear the vault in 10 seconds flat, moving faster than a rocket can fly. They can grab the cash and vanish in the blink of an eye, and Lan Ling is totally sold on the brilliant plan. Believing everything will go perfectly, the two share a devious grin before heading out to the modern bustling city center. Over at the provincial headquarters, an officer reports to the minister that all squad leaders have gathered for the briefing. After the minister fastens his mask, the official tactical convoy departs, carrying Jiang Si, Ziling, and the other leaders. They arrive at their destination just as Xiao Hong continues her liquid transformation and a guy wearing a pig mask appears. He stands right outside the targeted bank, while elsewhere Lan Ling and his accomplice watch the street as a car drives past. Lan Ling grumbles. The car stops. It is way too sluggish. From inside, a voice echoes out, "Brother Lan. Ling, we are ready." Lan Ling holds a gun, his pig mask on his head, demanding absolute perfection. There must be no mistakes. The lackey in the front seat, wearing his mask, turns around with total confidence. This spot is quiet. Robbing banks is their specialty. High above them, Xiao He calmly sips his warm tea. He listens to his subordinate. "Minister Xiao He, the February financials are ready." Meanwhile, Lan Ling and his lackey step out of the car. "Let's move," they say, heading inside. Too bad they do not recognize this bank. Jiang Si manages it. The subordinate reports that the monthly total is 435.6 billion yuan. Xiao He cautions them. Check it again. No mistakes. As the top subordinates of the great Jiang Si, they cannot lose a single penny. His subordinate salutes. Meanwhile, inside the bank, Lan Ling barged right in. He barks orders. "Nobody move." Lan Ling grabs stacks of cash, laughing in pure greedy excitement. They are rich. But outside, Xiao He spots rising smoke and wonders what is going on over there. Cash in hand, Lan Ling escapes. No more living like dogs. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate calls his boss, warning Minister Xiao He that the bank was just robbed. Xiao He panics. What meanwhile, Lan Ling's car speeds down the road. He beams holding the cash. But his face suddenly freezes at an ominous voice. It calls his name. Lan Ling. Turning pale, he sticks his head out of the window, demanding answers. He looks up. Xiao He is staring down at them. Lan Ling breaks into a cold, terrifying sweat. He grabs his lackey's collar, screaming to know which bank they robbed. The terrified accomplice can only stutter. He cannot read. He pulls out a ledger. It reads, Jiang Si's People's Bank. Lanling freezes. Speechless, he sticks his sweating face out of the window. Lanling shrieks as Xiao Hei's furious face looms directly over them. Xiao Hei descends like a god, his hands scattering tiny glowing particles. Lanling and the driver scream in pure terror. Frantic, he barks urgent orders at the cloaked driver. Drive already. What are you waiting for? He is the most mysterious lackey Jiang Si ever recruited in 800 AD. Xiao Hei warns them coldly. Return the cash if you want to live. He does not care about their queen. He charges forward. His fist is raised. His eyes glow, furious red, screaming at them to return the money. He slams his fist straight into the ground, shattering everything. His power is absolutely off the charts. It shakes the entire skyscraper, sending nearby cars flying. Inside the building, terrified people are tossed around. They have no idea what hit them. Dozens of regular vehicles float helplessly high up in the sky. The driver peers out, awestruck by the sheer destruction. Lanling stares, utterly stunned by the chaotic sight. The driver grips the wheel, complaining that their stolen cash won't even cover the car repairs. Then, looking out, he gasps that they are doomed because the guy is totally insane. Xiao Hei stands in silence. He gazes at the sky. Realizing the immediate danger, Lanling orders his crew to scatter and run. Go warn the boss that we caused huge trouble. Lanling leaps out, offering to stall Xiao Hei himself. Immediately, the crew jumps from the car, scattering in every direction. Xiao Hei spots them all running off. Nobody escapes. Lanling remains incredibly arrogant, boasting that as fellow butlers he wants to test his strength. He wants to see his power. But suddenly, his eyes freeze in shock as Xiao Hei lunges forward. He rams a brutal elbow right into Lanling's face, mocking him for thinking they are actually equals. The villain groans in pain before taking another heavy punch. Seeing his boss getting absolutely wrecked, the driver shouts out in shock. Suddenly, an impact makes the driver shriek. It turns out that Xiao Hei has arrived. He is now chasing him down. He screams desperately for help as the scene shifts to Guangzhou headquarters. Inside the main Guangzhou hall, a massive crowd has gathered. The director arrives alongside his trusted subordinates. The crowd bows respectfully, greeting the director. He addresses the room, speaking about some urgent news. He announces that Dr. Jiming has escaped from prison, but first, he must share another critical piece of news. The director turns his gaze toward an officer who is carefully retrieving a mysterious object from a case. It is a golden arm embedded with a glowing green gem. Frowning with curiosity, the commander asks what it is. The team leader quickly guesses it is the golden right hand. The director clears their confusion, introducing the relic. It is ancient technology. The two guys below both gasp in disbelief. What? Even the bystanders in the crowd find it hard to comprehend. Ziling and Lan Qi stare wide-eyed in shock. Meanwhile, everyone else just glares at that strange arm, completely clueless. They do not understand what is happening. The minister begins his tale, explaining that he discovered it deep underground in a canyon. The moment he secured it, all historical records of that ancient era vanished. Hearing about this high-tech treasure, Captain Gang laughs. With ancient tech, Dr. Jiaming and his companion are history, gone completely. Right, Chief Gang? But the minister cuts in to explain its true purpose. We do not need this weapon to handle Dr. Jiaming. We will use it on someone else. He explains that according to the hologram of an ancient survivor, a monster once roamed the earth and completely wiped out their entire civilization. Hearing this, the chief stammers. Hearing this, Ziling cannot believe her ears. She immediately speaks up, asking if the minister is joking. How could a monster be so terrifying that it wiped out all of ancient humanity? The minister answers her very seriously. Yes, the ancients left a warning that this creature is extremely dangerous, a civilization killer. We must be extremely cautious. Ziling asks in confusion if such a beast really exists. And where is it hiding now? The minister has no idea, but warns that the ancients left few clues. It could be hiding anywhere on Earth, so vigilance is key. Jiang Si then steps forward, asking how to use the device. The minister raises his hand to demonstrate. It looks simple enough, so he decides to give it a shot. He just needs to put it on and press the center button. He and Jiang Si stare at the golden arm full of hope. They must hunt down this monster, no matter what. But suddenly, the minister completely freezes. Looking down in sheer panic, he spots something incredibly bizarre, looking like he wants to speak but can't. Jiang Si looks at him with a forced, awkward smile, utterly confused about what is happening. The minister suddenly screams in terror, frantically reaching out to grab that precious golden arm. The chief and Captain Gang look around. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands there completely blank. Suddenly, Lanling's body comes hurtling down from the sky. He crashes straight into the building. Boom! The massive shockwave sends Ziling stumbling backward. Lan Qi frowns, wondering what on earth just flew past. Lanling has crashed directly into the main conference hall. He slides across the floor so violently that it leaves a thick trail of smoke. Ziling gets up coughing. She shields her nose, wondering what happened. Believe it or not, only dust remains burying him completely. He is trapped under a pile of rubble. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a clear, sunny sky looking perfectly peaceful. But back inside the main hall, Xiao He lands right after him. From the outside, the headquarters now has a massive hole. Lan Ling left a giant gap in the wall when he got blasted inside. Xiao He stands up, chest puffed out with pride. Covered in bruises, Lan Ling weakly begs Xiao He to save him. The crowd watches in utter confusion. They whisper among themselves, wondering who this newcomer is. Ziling stares in shock, recognizing him as Jiang Si's underling. Jiang Si steps forward, his eyes locking onto Xiao He. Suddenly, a soldier frantically reports to the minister that he is a zombie. Xiao He stands tall on a high ledge, looking down at everyone below with total contempt. Suddenly, a horde of fighters from the hall charge toward him. Captain Gang yells in absolute fury. "You arrogant zombie, do you even know where you are?" Xiao He snaps back, telling them to get lost. "Shut up." He fires a devastating kick right into Captain Gang's face before landing gracefully. Instantly, he drives a brutal punch straight into the chief's stomach. A crowd of other enemies quickly surround him. Gang stubbornly tries to attack again, only to get grabbed and thrown straight over the edge. Gang Day is crushed under a pile of heavy rubble, barely gasping out a question about what this monster even is. The remaining captains gang up on him, but they get absolutely demolished. They complain about why they always face these monsters. They are top-tier captains, yet they keep getting wrecked. Watching this utter chaos, Ziling and Xiao Xiao are stunned. Xiao Xiao is completely amazed by Xiao He's absurd power, staring at the battlefield in disbelief. He is definitely next level compared to that chainsaw guy from before. Meanwhile, Gang and Lan Ling lie defeated on the ground. Xiao He leaps high into the sky, scattering strange glowing particles everywhere as he prepares for a devastating blow. Xiao Xiao panics, screaming in terror, while Ziling desperately raises her hands to stop him. But right then, Jiang Si lunges forward, driving his fists straight into Xiao He's stomach to stop the attack. A flawless strike. Jiang Si drives a devastating punch straight into Xiao He's stomach, making him cough in sudden agony. The shockwave blows everyone inside the hall backward. Ziling manages a safe landing, but Xiao Xiao is slammed violently, right into the wall. Seeing the disaster unfold, a panicked subordinate yells out to the minister about that team leader's insane strength. The minister calmly replies that he sees it. Slipping on his golden gauntlet, his voice carries a tense, uneasy edge. Normal team leaders are mere ants to him. The ancients were right, he is far stronger than expected. Meanwhile, Jiang Si drags Xiao He down to the ground. Wheezing in exhaustion, Xiao He looks up to ask his king why he even came here. Jiang Si coldly replies that he cannot kill them. Right then, the minister channels crackling lightning through his golden gauntlet. Jiang Si looks over, telling Xiao He that this is headquarters and these are city-level authorities. Suddenly, he spots something strange. A dark crescent shape slowly cuts across the sky, turning the daylight into shadow. The sun itself is slowly being swallowed by darkness. A terrified subordinate screams out to the minister, asking what is happening. The minister has no idea, either stammering that it is not his doing. Ziling gasps, "Is a total eclipse." Lan Ling and the chief are completely stunned. Everyone stares at the sky. Broad daylight is turning into an eerie, deep darkness. The sun is completely blocked out, leaving only a faint, ghostly ring of light. Honestly, it looks like the end of the world. Amid the chaos, Zhao Hong suddenly appears out of nowhere, hovering high above the city like a dark omen. Panicked citizens point at the flying figure, wondering why the sky went completely black. Even the minister turns his gaze toward her. Ziling looks on in utter confusion, asking who she is. The chief, recognizing her from before, yells out. He warns them that it is that dangerous woman. Ziling quickly glances at him as Xiao Hong touches down, walking forward. Her eyes glow a sinister crimson as she smirks. Striding forward with supreme confidence, she boasts that she is now completely invincible. Nearby, her allies land to back her up. Meanwhile, Lan Ling's panicked men cry out for their leader. Lan Ling is currently pinned flat under a giant boulder, weeping and begging his subordinates to save him by taking down the enemies. The loyal goons charge forward with a loud battle cry. But out of nowhere, the minister delivers a brutal double punch to their guts. The impact is so violent, it blasts them straight out of the building. Across the street, Xiao Hong watches the crumbling headquarters. As thick dust and smoke billow into the air, she stands there silently, her sharp gaze filled with calculating malice. The minister urgently orders his subordinate to evacuate the citizens, warning him that things are about to get incredibly chaotic. He promises to handle everything here. After the subordinate salutes and retreats, Xiao Hong coldly warns the minister not to interfere. But instead of backing down, he moves like a flash of lightning, delivering a hard, direct punch straight to her face. Shrugging off the blow with a furious snort, Xiao Hong spins on her heel and delivers a devastating upward kick. The three girls spectating the fight gasp in utter disbelief at how insanely strong and direct her attack is. Meanwhile, things are surprisingly quiet over by Jiang Si. Xiao He nervously stammers that the fight has finally begun. Jiang Si shrugs indifferently, muttering that it is none of their business. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the city. Thick smoke billows as the eclipse slowly passes, letting the blinding sunlight break through once again. Get ready, the real fight is starting. Landing heavily, the minister glares up at Xiao Hong, growling that he will finish her off before dealing with Jiang Si. Xiao Hong just scoffs at his arrogance. Watching from afar, Lan Qi can only whisper Jiang Si's name in worry. Raising his golden gauntlet, the minister prepares for a final strike, aiming a massive surge of crackling lightning forward. He proudly declares, "This one move will decide everything." With her hair blowing wildly, Xiao Hong calmly accepts the challenge. Jiang Si and Xiao He just stand there watching in pure confusion. Suddenly, Xiao Hong leaps high into the air. She points her hand downward, declaring it is exactly what she wanted, then dives toward him at blinding speed. She moves so fast that she looks like a trailing streak of fire, closing the distance to the minister instantly. Xiao Hong cocks her fist back as the minister counters with his heavy golden gauntlet, thrusting it forward with maximum force. Their clashing powers trigger a massive shockwave, shaking the ground so violently that Xiao Xiao and Lan Qi nearly fall over, screaming. Xiao Hong completely shatters the minister's fingers, the sheer force from their collision so intense that car windows down on the street instantly shatter. Through the swirling dust, a painful scream echoes as one combatant is blasted straight into a neighboring building, triggering a massive explosion. The minister hunches over, coughing in pain. His golden arm is completely pulverized. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong stands with her hands on her hips, entirely unharmed by the clash. Clutching his utterly ruined golden gauntlet, the minister sees with immense rage, cursing the sheer power of ancient technology. A nearby underling mutters in disappointment about it being all show, wishing he had just taken the fight himself instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong praises the director's power, calling them the strongest human she has encountered in 1,000 years. She notes that with this technology 1,000 years ago, the outcome of their battle might have been completely different. An absolute pity. Teleporting away, she slams the poor director hard against the cold concrete wall. Xiao Hong raises her fist, screaming for him to open his eyes, unaware that Ziling has already arrived behind her like an absolute goddess of war. Holding her staff in hand, Ziling prepares to strike. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hong is forced onto the rooftop. Standing on the opposite building, she glares across, warning Xiao Hong that she messed with the wrong opponent today. "Who are you?" Xiao Hong demands to know, but Ziling draws her sword, proudly declaring herself the opponent. "What is that?" Lan Qi watches from inside in absolute shock as her eyes glow crimson with a sly smile. "What?" Even Xiao Hong cannot believe it, while Lan Ling's underling looks up to the sky in sheer panic. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao rushes in to drag him away, just as a massive explosion erupts right where he was standing. She grabs him with her bizarre red and black eyes active, leaving the poor underling stuttering in absolute terror. Xiao Hong gasps in surprise while Xiao Xiao glares back, still gripping the neck of the underling who refuses to shut up. He warns her not to get cocky, but a sudden silence falls as Xiao Hong, Ziling, and Xiao Xiao face off. The three stand locked in a tense standoff, with Ziling already mentally calculating dozens of moves ahead. Ready for battle, Ziling raises her sword, leaving the watching director completely speechless at her sheer combat presence. "Ziling." Lan Qi cries out while the groggy commander wonders what crazy events he missed during his faint. The team leader looks equally confused, sensing something is off as Xiao Xiao grabs the underling by his collar. "Damn it, do not look down on me." She slaps Xiao Xiao's hand away and does a few quick backflips to escape. Xiao Xiao turns her head to search for her. Lan Ling's stubborn subordinate arrogantly snaps back that she is no pushover. She thinks she can just bully her like that. Xiao Xiao merely sneers, telling her to go ahead and prove it. The girl leaps high to launch an attack. Xiao Xiao reacts instantly, delivering a sharp upward kick straight to her chin. It sends her flying back as Xiao Xiao mutters that she is nothing special. Lan Ling's minion groans in absolute agony. She drops low on the ground, posing like a feral wolf with a wild, savage laugh. Then she lunges forward like lightning. Xiao Xiao closes the distance instantly and plants a heavy punch straight into her opponent's face. The office crowd watches in disbelief. Is Xiao Xiao really this incredibly strong? Lan Ling's subordinate pushes herself up on her hands, spitting curses on the floor. Damn it all, she extends one hand, throwing her legs high into the air as she spins, panting heavily toward the sky. Blood splatters as she swings her arm, screaming out her blood clone technique. Suddenly, multiple identical copies of her materialize out of nowhere. Xiao Xiao watches from a distance, calmly realizing it is just a simple illusion. She refuses to let these clones distract her. With a sudden burst, she lunges and drives her foot right into the real opponent's stomach. Instantly, all the fake copies dissolve. They vanish into thin air. Lan Ling's subordinate takes the brutal hit directly, coughing up as absolute shock washes over her face. Is this girl even human? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong slashes the air with her bare hand, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ziling spins her blade in rapid circles before thrusting it forward, launching a devastating invisible slash right from where she stands. The entire building far behind her is sliced clean in half, completely shattered by the insane speed and force of that strike. The top half of the structure slides right off, sending everyone inside screaming in pure terror. Back in the office, things are shaking. Everyone loses their footing. Someone screams out in awe of her power, and even the chief is stunned by Ziling's strength. Wait, how is she this strong? Something feels completely off here. Why does her current state make her look like another person? Xiao Hong watches this unfold, whispering that it all makes sense now. She steps onto a rock, locking her eyes on Ziling. She warns Ziling to stay out of this, noting that she was clearly enhanced too, though she is not her target. She only wants to find Jiang Si to settle an old score. Xiao Hong closes her eyes tightly before snapping them open with fury. Her entire body turns dark, releasing an eerie, overwhelming aura, yet she calmly warns Ziling to just turn around and walk away. She has waited 1,000 years for this very moment. Her power is absolute, and she tells her that she stands no chance. She advises her not to stand in the way. Back in the office, the onlookers watch with their jaws practically hitting the floor. Ziling stands completely still, totally unfazed by the threat. She finally speaks up, throwing those arrogant words right back at her. She admits that her raw strength is indeed weaker even with the help of powerful stimulants and calming agents. She wouldn't win either, but she refuses to believe she can beat him with that. Raising her hand, she opens her mouth, smiling as she promises to show her something interesting. Xiao Hong frowns in confusion. Interesting, Ziling claws at her face, her eyes turning blood red with black sclera. Flashing a wicked grin, she whispers, second form. Slowly, Ziling's face petrifies as she looks up at the sky. Lanqi gasps in sudden realization, while the commander wonders what on earth she is doing. Ziling snaps her arm down. Xiao Hong watches with a deep scowl, completely clueless about this bizarre display. Right across from Xiao Hong, a massive pink vortex erupts. The violent winds howl, blasting right into the office where everyone is standing, forcing them to shield their faces and scream in shock. Xiao Hong freezes. Ziling has transformed her face, becoming monstrous. Her skin is gray and severely cracked, jagged fangs protrude completely, and 4 long white horns sprout from her head. Thick smoke billows from the office building. Looking out at Ziling's horrific new form, the crowd stands dead silent, their jaws hitting the floor. Even Xiao Hong is utterly stunned, stammering in sheer disbelief. Watching from a distance, Jiang Si and Xiao He are equally amazed. Xiao Xiao, who was leading the landling security men, stops and gasps that she can actually shift forms. Xiao Hong's glare turns venomous as she demands an explanation. Then she lowers her head, muttering quietly to herself as if lost in thought, repeating again and again, Ling cuts her off, asking if she is reflecting on life, saying they do not need to talk anymore. Suddenly, a hand fires a red needle. Xiao Hong has already lunged, flipping through the air and diving straight downward. Ziling immediately draws her blade. Xiao Hong swings a massive, elongated red sword, shouting that she is right. Slashing downward, she screams that only the weak talk too much. Ziling unsheathes her weapon, chanting to activate her seal. Delivering a swift strike, she unleashes her scarlet blade slash. A clean cut splits Xiao Hong's face down to her neck, terrifying her. She immediately turns and flees. The landling thugs scream in panic as a massive spiderweb-like network spreads across a deep crimson shield. Tiny red cells begin to shift and move rapidly. Ling crouches at a sharp angle to the ground, sword extended, looking like she just delivered a devastating strike. The onlookers gasp in absolute shock at the sheer power of the move. The landling goons burst into tears, crying out for their master. Ziling stands down, sheathing her sword, remaining completely calm and steady on her feet. Inside the office, the director's guards report that squad leader Ziling has successfully shredded the target's cells. The commander cannot believe his ears, demanding to know if this is a joke, while Lanqi simply scoffs. The director lies defeated on the ground, utterly speechless. Ziling glances back, asking if she is really that weak or planning a sneak attack. A DNA sequence appears. Suddenly, countless red streams rain down from the sky, splashing onto the ground, right where Ziling is standing. The blood forms a swirling vortex, pouring over her like rotating fan blades. A hand reaches out, nothing but raw muscle and bone, with all the skin seemingly stripped clean. Someone lands hard, pressing her palm against the floor. It is Xiao Hong, rising up completely naked without a single shred of clothing. The squad leader mutters in terror, wondering if these two are even human. Watching this unfold, Jiang Si knows Xiao Hong is about to go berserk. He and Xiao He quickly leap from the building to find a safer vantage point. Seeing that Xiao Hong is still breathing, Ziling muses that the tactless guy was right to call her a 1,000-year-old monster. She truly defies all logic. Over on the side, the director spots something terrifying and shouts out in absolute shock. Lanling also reacts with furious disbelief, cursing Jiang Si under his breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is currently flying through the air on Xiao He, shouting that it is too dangerous and everyone needs to evacuate. Xiao Hong remains dead silent, standing there with her head bowed and face shadowed. Ziling watches intensely, not letting her guard down for a second. Xiao Hong raises one hand, plunging the sky into darkness as if prepping a devastating new move. Black clouds swirl menacingly. Looking up, her eyes burn with pure hatred as she snarls that this is far from over. Ziling gets into position, gripping her sword for the next round. Meanwhile, two dark figures land on a nearby roof, muttering that this spot is safe. Obviously, it is Jiang Si and Xiao He looking for a front row seat to the action. Just then, Lan Qi flies in alongside someone else, shouting out Jiang Si's name in a panic. Suddenly, a figure shoots up into the sky at blinding speed. Xiao Hong draws her crimson blade again, unleashing a barrage of rapid slashes that weave a deadly spiderweb of energy across the facing building. Predictably, the structure shatters into pieces, forcing Ziling to quickly leap away to another rooftop. Her footing collapses completely. No sooner does she land than another skyscraper is sliced clean in half. Ziling immediately charges in clashing swords with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong swings her blade straight at Ziling's face. Ziling throws both hands up to block the impact and build momentum. She leaps high, diving down with her sword pointed below. Onlookers gasp in utter shock. Even Jiang Si can't help but let out a surprised cry. Seen from high above, the entire massive city takes the brunt of Ziling's strike, looking as if the whole world is cracking apart. Xiao Hong gets sent spinning through the air, struggling to find her footing before she turns around with an incredibly annoyed grunt. Xiao Hong raises her leg, readying a stance. Lan Qi looks up, completely frozen in shock. It is just too hard to believe. She never expected Xiao Hong to survive such a brutal beating from Ziling completely unscathed. How is she not dead? Nearby, the director desperately tries to yank the golden glove off his hand, shouting in pure frustration. What is happening? Why won't this thing come off? Suddenly, a white shadow flies over from the roof of a nearby building. Ziling crawls flat across the glass like some creepy spider. Xiao Hong moves like a flash, charging straight at her to reclaim the advantage. She kicks Ziling square in the face, shouting, "What can your second form possibly do against me?" Then Xiao Hong leaps high into the air. She dashes forward in a blur. Xiao Hong raises her arms as a dark red aura wraps around her every movement. She thrusts her palms forward with immense force. Meanwhile, the commander and Captain Gang can only stand there watching with wide, stunned eyes. Xiao Hong blasts a strike right into Ziling's stomach, slamming her into the skyscraper and shattering the glass before hitting her again. Ziling gets thrashed around like a ragdoll. The glass shatters under the impact, leaving the imprint of her body. Lan Qi gapes in horror. Ziling is pinned to the cracked glass, her head hanging without a single sign of life. Suddenly, the golden glove sparks. A powerful shockwave ripples out, making the director convulse in pain. He growls in frustration, "What is wrong with this damn glove?" A mysterious voice echoes, "Let me borrow your body." Suddenly, a swirling vortex of energy wraps around him, sparking sheer panic. "Who are you?" he gasps. "This cannot be happening." Out of nowhere, a mysterious man in a black cloak appears right before his eyes. The cloaked figure speaks, "I am an ancient." The director gasps in utter disbelief. What? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ziling has a sword run right through her stomach. She weakly speaks, "You are right." Xiao Hong just stares at her in silence. Her expression turns dead serious. Ziling suddenly grabs the blade violently, pulling it out of her own flesh, and admits, "I cannot beat you." She leaps down, landing with her sword planted firmly in the ground. Ziling stands tall, showing absolutely no signs of damage. It is as if nothing even happened to her. She smiles, "But you cannot do anything to me either." Lan Qi is absolutely floored. She grabs Jiang Si by the collar, shaking him violently as she whines, "I want that power too. Do not think I do not know what you did." Jiang Si awkwardly backs away, telling her to stop being so violent. Suddenly, near the massive skyscraper, strange plumes of smoke begin to swirl. The smoke spirals up like a massive cyclone. Jiang Si suddenly hears a loud explosion and turns his gaze toward the source. Ziling looks over in utter surprise, and even Xiao Hong watches with deep curiosity. What in the world is happening now? The commander looks up, asking what that noise was. High above, a massive golden giant begins stepping onto the Earth's surface. Its gargantuan hands reach down from deep space, slowly touching the planet. A booming, thunderous laugh echoes out, "I am finally reborn." As the giant foot stomps down onto the city, the sheer shockwave throws the streets below into absolute terrifying chaos. Traffic grinds to a halt, leaving cars completely jammed. Frustrated drivers stick their heads out, shouting and swearing at one another. Screams and angry shouting echo everywhere as people on the streets freeze, looking up at the sky in complete disbelief. The very building Jiang Si is standing on begins to crumble into pieces. Lan Qi loses her footing, screaming in sheer terror. Though Jiang Si has no idea what is going on, he calmly watches the massive debris rain down, staying completely still. In a flash, Jiang Si leaps across the fallen boulders, quickly grabbing Captain Geng the commander and Lan Qi. Before she can even voice her shock, Jiang Si throws her far away to safety, then launches himself off the crumbling debris. As he leaps into the air, a massive golden hand rises, casting a giant shadow before quickly closing to snatch him. The hand traps Jiang Si completely. Zooming out, a gargantuan armored golden titan larger than Earth itself looms in outer space. Xiao Hong stumbles, dropping to one knee to steady herself. Ziling is also pushed back, sliding across the ground. The silent cosmic giant looms quietly. Trapped tight inside his massive palm, Jiang Si can only shout in utter confusion. "What do you want from me?" he yells. Suddenly, the cloaked man appears once more, speaking with a calm voice. "Forgive me for using you, young one," he says, "but your sacrifice is necessary to save all of humanity." Slowly, a blinding golden light completely swallows the director. Meanwhile, the allies Jiang Si saved gather on top of a nearby rooftop. Gang Dai freezes in absolute terror, asking what that monstrous thing is. Everyone watching can only look on, their faces twisted with dread. The minister has completely transformed into a massive golden armored giant floating right next to Earth. Down below, everyone stares up in absolute awe with their mouths wide open. Ziling is equally shocked seeing him like this. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is using both hands to hold back the minister's giant finger. Just then, a passenger plane flies right by. The aircraft looks incredibly tiny, next to the giant minister, showing just how colossal he really is. The passengers looking out of their windows are utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Si pours every ounce of his strength into holding off that finger to avoid getting crushed. From afar, Zi, Ling, and Xiao Hong charge together toward the Colossus. Seeing each other rushing in at the same time, they both yell to stay out of this. They both unleash powerful kicks at the giant, but their attacks are instantly blocked by a solid energy barrier he generated. A sudden bolt of lightning crackles, and in the next split second, Ziling finds herself tightly bound by glowing golden ropes. Over on the other side, Xiao Hong suffers the exact same fate. The minister, now fully possessed by the iron entity, sneers and warns them to stop interfering. He yells out that they have been researching Jiang Si's genes for centuries. He berates them, calling them foolish women for using stimulants just to attack him. Meanwhile, over on Jiang Si's side, he is still straining to hold off those two giant fingers. Just when it seems like he is completely exhausted with no way out, Jiang Si suddenly shifts into his second form. Looking up with a devious smirk, he prepares to turn the tables. With a sharp twist of his body, he grabs the minister's giant finger with an iron grip, forcing it to bend backwards. The brutal twist forces the minister's entire massive arm to rotate. Looking down in pure shock, the giant lets out a gasp as a shadow darts up his massive arm. Looking closely, it is Jiang Si sprinting up the Colossus at blinding speed. As Jiang Si races along his arm, the minister desperately swats at his own shoulder to crush him. Spreading his arms wide, the minister booms in satisfaction. 1,000 years, he has finally waited long enough. Xiao Hong looks on in shock, letting out a weak cry while Ziling is completely stunned. Meanwhile, the tiny Jiang Si actually grabs and lifts the giant's massive arm, heaving it up with a ferocious roar. He yells out a direct provocation, "Come on, what are we waiting for? Let's start round 2. The giant snaps back, telling him to show his true nature. A brief silence follows as a pair of fierce, determined eyes glare forward. The minister's heavy arm presses down hard on Jiang Si's back, but as the giant raises his limb once more, Jiang Si immediately drops into a battle stance. Xiao Hong watches in awe as the minister's eyes burn crimson, raising his arm to destroy everything. But before striking, he roars out in anger, demanding to know if Jiang Si is looking down on him, calling him a damn monster. Jiang Si merely glares back with sharp, deadly eyes. Watching from the sidelines, Lan Qi stammers in absolute terror, wondering what on earth is happening. Without a single word, Jiang Si launches himself upward. The minister grunts in surprise as the complex microcircuits inside his body begin to hum. Internal mechanisms violently collide immediately, summoning a massive wave of combat robots. The commander marvels in deep shock at this ancient technology. Gang Da adds that he is starting to feel like they are the ones who are completely outdated. Showing zero hesitation, Jiang Si leaps straight into the fray. He vaults over the robots' heads, unleashing devastating kicks one by one. He fights like a beast, trading blows and blocking every incoming strike with insane speed. And just like that, he rips a combat robot completely in half. But as soon as one falls, even more mechanical soldiers drop down to join the fight. The minister glances at his own shoulder only to see a relentless swarm of robot soldiers crawling up like a colony of angry ants. Every single one of them is dripping with pure bloodlust. He yells out that it is not over yet, while Jiang Si clenches his fists, ready to go all out. Spinning in midair, he blasts a crowd of robots away in a devastating tornado. They scatter through the air in absolute chaos. Seeing Jiang Si completely wreck his army, the minister clenches both fists in pure rage. He growls, demanding to know why Jiang Si is still holding back, accusing him of looking down on his power. Suddenly, even more giant colossi identical to him descend to Earth from another dimension. Down below, the crowds panic, unable to believe their eyes. "This is completely absurd," they scream. The colossal machines surround Jiang Si on all sides as the ancient being speaks up once more. He mutters about the final night before dawn. Listening closely, Jiang Si takes in every single word as the giant continues. The minister angrily reveals that this is not Jiang Si's true form. Bound tightly nearby, Xiao Hong gasps in sheer disbelief. Down on the ground, everyone, including Lan Qi, is left completely speechless, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Catching Jiang Si off guard, the minister suddenly drives his colossal fist straight toward him with terrifying force. Faced with that overwhelming strike, Jiang Si looks absolutely microscopic, like a tiny ant trying to stop a charging elephant. The impact sends shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing people, cars, and streets to shake and violently lift into the air. Vehicles float chaotically across the sky in a scene of pure destruction. Above the madness, the ancient being lets out a furious roar. "Look at your masterpiece," the minister shakes as he confronts him, asking if he really has to destroy it. But the ancient one ignores everything. Furious and obsessed, he shouts to shut up because it must be destroyed. Right after speaking, he smashes his fist down, hard onto the Earth's surface. Everyone watching below can only stare in absolute shock, their mouths wide open in disbelief. The massive ancient one claws his hands tightly onto the globe, slamming his giant fist onto the Earth's surface. Through the gaps of the minister's fingers, Jiang Si leaps out, escaping while screaming in pure hatred. He is determined to survive, but the enemy wants him gone forever. Jiang Si quickly scales up the massive body, moving with near light-speed velocity. He reaches the minister's shoulder in a flash. Everyone watching through binoculars has their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. Jiang Si leaps up, moving seamlessly through the air. He is so fast that even the minister cannot keep up with his movements. Out in space, the giant robot floats before Earth. The Ancient One hesitatingly begins to speak. He explains he has read the files and the Zombie King was never as evil as claimed. He goes on, explaining the city he manages is run much better than human ones, not only paying taxes but also thriving beautifully. Looking at the peaceful and happy life on Earth, the Ancient One is completely certain of his claims. Jiang Si never meant any harm to humanity, standing high above memories of him helping others flash by. Like carrying an old lady across the street as the Ancient One asks why they cannot just live together. But the robot refuses to listen to him, shouting to shut up before unleashing a massive, devastating explosion. Even amidst the blast, the Ancient One keeps pleading for peace. Why can they not just coexist? The minister points toward Jiang Si, telling him to look at the monster. Suddenly, Jiang Si smiles deviously. The minister completely loses his mind, screaming out that peaceful coexistence is a complete joke. He rants that the Jiang Si were once weaklings, easily wiped out by bombers, but this one is different. Jiang Si watches his beloved Earth from afar. Meanwhile, the minister arrogantly claims their lives depend on his mood. The minister raises his hand, determined to enforce his cruel and stubborn will onto the world. He declares that different races can never coexist and such an existence must be completely erased. His armor suddenly shatters with a thunderous roar. He screams that the monster has to die. Suddenly, the minister dons a glorious new set of golden armor that looks incredibly powerful. He draws a massive golden sword. Below, the stunned crowd whispers of divine punishment as giants appear. Dozens of giant clones suddenly materialize out of nowhere, with each one holding an identical and deadly warlike sword. The clones surround the planet, driving their blades deep into Earth's surface. Terrifying lightning strikes everywhere. Jiang Si swiftly dodges the catastrophic onslaught, teleporting to safety. Seeing this, the minister grunts in anger. Jiang Si feels the sheer force, his eyes freezing with an unyielding determination that fears nothing. Jiang Si stands silently in the sky, calmly analyzing that size does not always equal more power in battle. The minister stares in confusion. With a calm expression, Jiang Si reaches out his hand. He snaps his fingers, and just like that, all of the minister's massive clones shatter into tiny pieces. Simultaneous explosions wrap around the entire planet, sending violent shockwaves down to the surface. People below stumble as the violent shockwave hits. Lan Qi screams that the area is no longer safe. She orders the team leaders to evacuate everyone immediately. The crowd on the rooftops quickly scatters. Captains bark orders, dividing their forces. High above, Jiang Si closes in on the giant minister. He lands a brutal punch right to the face. Suddenly, a cascading wave of fire pours down. The minister is engulfed in the flames and plummets. His massive size triggers a colossal tidal wave in the deep sea. Jiang Si lands safely on the shore. He drops to his knees, gripping the ground. He rips the earth in half with his bare hands. The Ancient One hovers, cursing in despair. On the ground, panic erupts. Lan Chi screams for the squad leaders to fan out. They must help those who cannot run. Lan Chi rushes through the chaos, shielding a newborn. Everyone screams to run. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tear open. Lan Chi panics. She stutters in confusion, realizing Jiang Si is literally ripping the earth apart with his bare hands. The crowd freezes in sheer disbelief. Honestly, even the team captain can barely process what he is seeing. Jiang Si continues to tear the earth in two. Lan Chi screams in terror while clutching the baby. The island chief yells out, "Not this again." "What is this?" another whispers. A level 20 earthquake. The massive fissure created by Jiang Si widens as he refuses to stop. He keeps splitting the ground. Soon he tears the entire earth apart as easily as ripping a piece of paper. Looking down at the city, the gaping abyss looks like a catastrophic disaster. Everyone witnessing this scene is left completely stunned. They scream in absolute shock as a massive stretch of land spanning hundreds of kilometers is ripped in half while a trembling hand reaches out. It is all over. How can a mere carbon-based creature pull off something this insane? Even from outer space, the view is terrifying. The colossal crack is clearly visible on the Earth's surface. Nearby, someone grabs Lan Chi's hand as she slips toward the deep abyss. He desperately tries to pull her up, telling her to hang on. Lan Chi suddenly looks over and her eyes widen in shock. In the distance, the giant robot is falling rapidly. A second later, Jiang Si appears, landing a devastating punch right to his stomach. A massive explosion erupts, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The minister struggles to rise from the rubble, coughing painfully. As his mask slowly shatters, he laughs with malicious joy. "Look at that, Junior. This is his true destructive power." The giant robot glances to the side, completely stunned into silence. Suddenly, the ocean's surface begins to violently surge. Waves swell up as if a massive tsunami is about to strike. By now, Jiang Si has entered his fourth form. As the giant robot watches him, arcs of furious lightning wrap around his own body. He is completely baffled by what kind of creature this is. Meanwhile, Ziling clings to a large piece of floating metal. She looks up at him with a surprised grunt. Beside her, Xiao Hong is equally shocked, muttering that she has never seen Jiang Si look like this before. The giant robot remains frozen, speechless at this unbelievable sight before suddenly bursting into a satisfied, triumphant laugh. He gloats that this is the exact face he saw right before the dawn vanished. On the other side, Jiang Si prepares to strike. Jiang Si leaps high into the air, dragging up a massive cloud of dust. He stands on a high cliff looking down. Watching his leader, Xiao He begins to stammer in sheer panic, asking if everyone has lost their minds before speeding away. He drives so fast he flips his vehicle, declaring that the ancient warrior is done for and they need to run. The Ancient One floats into the sky, crackling with aggressive lightning as he laughs maniacally, thrilled to finally unleash his power. He boasts that Jiang Si is about to suffer, despite his tough body, but Jiang Si just stands there in absolute silence. With his head bowed, Jiang Si slowly raises his hand toward the Ancient One, sending an invisible force crashing into his gut. The impact makes him gasp in agony. Then as Jiang Si clenches his fist, the Ancient One is squeezed by an unseen power. He is crushed from a distance like a piece of soft clay, screaming in torment as the pain completely overwhelms him. Even the Ancient One residing inside the minister feels this excruciating agony, crying out in utter disbelief as a beam of light shoots up. A towering pillar of light pierces the sky amidst swirling dust. The giant robot's body begins to fracture into pieces. He screams, no uttering his final desperate words before his body completely shatters. How could he lose when he was this strong? He plummets helplessly through the open sky, leaving a massive gaping hole right in the center of his chest. Below, onlookers watch through binoculars, tears welling in their eyes as they cry out that the minister is dead. Xiao He panics, pleading with his leader not to kill the human minister, but Jiang Si simply snaps his fingers. The DNA inside the minister's body begins to rewrite itself. Muscle fibers around the gaping wound start to reconnect. They spin rapidly like fan blades. Jiang Si falls back to the ground, bathed in the warm glow of the sunset. He extends his hand and points his single finger forward. A massive opening appears on the minister, his muscles swirling violently. Like a spinning propeller, a beating red heart is violently pulled out. The shocked onlookers scream in absolute horror. Xiao Hong jumps up in disbelief, speechless at the sight, while Lanling watches stealthily, trembling with absolute fear. Tears stream down his face as he cries out. Even Ziling is left in awe, wondering how such a feat is even possible. After his heart is ripped out, the wound instantly heals itself. The minister looks down at his body, screaming in confusion. Something suddenly flashes past his face, leaving him completely frozen. Jiang Si raises his hand in the quiet air. The minister is sent spinning headfirst through the sky, groaning in frustration as he falls helplessly toward the earth. From a distance, Jiang Si calmly watches the minister plunge, his expression remaining completely unbothered by the chaos. Now the human minister finally understands why the Ancient Ones sacrificed everything just to destroy this monster. Gazing at Jiang Si in his terrifying fourth form, the fear is absolute. Even after defeating his enemies, he stands perfectly still. Everyone on the rooftop witnessing this is completely paralyzed in silence, unable to look away from the legendary warrior. As the binoculars are lowered, her face is still completely pale from that brutal earth-shaking and chaotic battle. Suddenly, something crashes into the water. A massive splash sends waves flying. Then a loud shout rings out for Jiang Si. It is Zi Ling. She lands quickly, her eyes instantly scanning the area. Right in front of her is Jiang Si. He is back to normal. Bald head, pitch black eyes, and zero aura. He sheepishly scratches his bald head. He asks if her bloodline power is doing all right. Seeing him completely unharmed, Zi Ling lets out a massive sigh of relief. She sighs in pure relief that he is safe. But anyone expecting a sweet, peaceful reunion is in for a shock. Zi Ling immediately loses her temper. She screams that their home is completely ruined, scolding him at the top of her lungs. Why did he not just say he could handle the guy himself? All around them, the ground is literally split in half. In the middle of absolute destruction, Jiang Si just scratches his head casually, saying he did not want to terrify anyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and Lan Ling are hiding behind a nearby boulder, desperately trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. The aftermath is insane. The battle actually shifted the southern continent by 130 kilometers, warping global climates. It even carved out a massive ocean trench. 2 months pass. Humanity is now busy trying to rebuild. Casualties were quite low due to early evacuations, but entire cities were completely reduced to rubble. The massive task of rebuilding everything is being fully handled by the Jiang Si Construction Association. Inside his quiet office, the minister reviews a secure digital dossier detailing Jiang Si's various terrifying forms. He sits in total silence, staring at the screen as a heavy unanswered question hangs in the air. Knowing why the ancients wanted to erase Jiang Si, what will the government decide to do with this overwhelming power? Right then, Supervisor Chen quietly steps into the room, asking if the minister had called for her. The minister simply gives her a mundane errand to buy some eggs. Turning to the window, his voice drops. He wants to pay a quiet visit to the newly appointed mayor of H City. Meanwhile, Phase 2 of development begins. Over at Vampire City, Lanling is loudly tapping a wooden stick, yelling at the workers to hurry up. He yells at them to move faster, claiming he is paying them to work, not to sit around lazily. His subordinate is covered in bandages, still recovering from the last battle. She looks at him in utter disbelief. Where did he even get all this money? Lanling just stammers, unable to find an answer. Up above, Xiao He watches them from a window, calmly sipping a warm cup of coffee with a smug smile. A voice asks why on earth he would decide to lend so much money to their literal enemies. Smiling, he explains that since the king banned fighting, this keeps them from looking at the bank's money. With a sly grin, he explains that loan sharking is the perfect way to force them into heavy labor. They will be working off this debt for at least 3 million years. Ah Go is speechless and Ah Lang is horrified. He quietly mutters about the evils of capitalism. Back at the site, Lan Ling asks where their queen went. She has no idea. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black room, Xiao Hong sits entirely alone on the cold floor. She sits in total silence, hugging her knees as her mind spins with a chaotic mess of dark, heavy thoughts. Even after poisoning him and launching a sneak attack, she had only faced a tiny fraction of his strength. As she remembers his terrifying fourth form looking like a literal god of death, she faces a painful truth. She can never defeat him. Not in this lifetime. Xiao Hong grits her teeth, tears of sheer frustration spilling over. Tears of defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands on a high rooftop, silently looking down at the world. Deep inside a massive industrial factory complex, machinery is actively pumping toxic waste into the environment. A blue-haired subordinate of Dr. Ji Ming finishes reading a report and immediately shouts for his boss. He confirms that they found him. Right by the door, a broken, shadowy figure sits slumped against the wall. Standing over him is the arrogant Dr. Ji Ming, his glasses reflecting a cold, incredibly dangerous light. He fiercely vows that even in death he will never let Jiang Si go. Suddenly, an alarm clock rings. Annoyed by the sudden noise, Jiang Si instantly slams his hand down and smashes the clock to pieces. Sitting up in his incredibly cute pajamas, he is still half asleep as he tries to wake himself up. This is Jiang Si, a zombie of completely unknown age whose very first morning routine is raiding the fridge. Only one hot summer classroom memory remains. Out of nowhere, a terrifying zombie suddenly bursts into class. Right in the middle of a lesson, Jiang Si turns into one. After that wild transformation, he officially joins the undead ranks. At first, he is just a completely normal zombie. Wherever his undead peers run, he just mindlessly tags along. Eventually, these zombies gain a bit of intelligence and try to get in shape. They actually start working out by dangling fresh bait in front of themselves and chasing it. Anything to survive and avoid capture. Humans would easily turn them into fuel, so Jiang Si starts working out. And yes, these zombies even learn to lift weights. No eating humans for him, just daily protein shakes to survive. Finally, he succeeds. Jiang Si grows incredibly tall and strong. He stands tall as a powerful young man with unmatched strength. Looking down from above, he silently vows to become truly invincible. With clenched fists and a grim, tense face, a sudden gust of wind blows away his hat, revealing a highly satisfied smile. His corpse-like face suddenly softens, returning to a completely normal human appearance. Then comes his mighty fourth form. He becomes incredibly muscular, sporting long black hair that reaches his knees. This peak form is the ultimate proof of his massive power. It represents every bit of hard work he has put in. Jiang Si recalls all his brutal past battles against dangerous enemies. He remembers the pain he was forced to inflict on others. No more war. He decides to help humanity secure a peaceful future. He dedicates himself to helping humanity solve their problems. Eventually, after a massive conflict involving the new zombie king and ancient humans, the human perception of zombies completely shifts. Up in the sky, a hot air balloon floats by trailing a massive banner. Jiang Si finally has a whole city to call his own, but his grand thoughts are cut short as he snaps back to reality. He is back in his pajamas at home, brushing his teeth. Honestly, the gap between his godlike form and this is hilarious. Humans might be trying to destroy him out of pure fear. Then a finger presses the doorbell, interrupting his thoughts. Jiang Si cracks the door open slightly and asks who is there. Turns out it is Ziling standing with her hands on her hips. She immediately starts complaining, asking what he is doing and pointing out she has been waiting for over 2 hours. Jiang Si straight up slams the door right in her face, casually calling out that he will be ready in just a second. The scene shifts to a massive academy hall packed with people. A grand ceremony is underway and a speaker takes the stage. The announcer proudly welcomes everyone to a brand new year, reflecting on how much the academy has grown over the terms. They live in dangerous times, yet this era brings incredible opportunities alongside its trials. Standing at the podium is Lang Shi. She gestures off stage to make a highly anticipated announcement. This year, Jiang Si will be the one leading their academy forward. As a slightly awkward Jiang Si steps out, Lan Chi respectfully introduces him as their newly appointed chief commander. The massive crowd erupts instantly, chanting a loud greeting to their new commander. Jiang Si is now the absolute center of attention. Feeling all eyes on him, he awkwardly scratches his head, trying to come up with some halfway decent opening words. He bids them all a warm good morning, asks if they are hungry, and offers them some eggs he brought along. Expecting a legendary speech, the crowd is left completely speechless by his bizarre offer. Just like that, Jiang Si officially takes charge. One of the former chief's lackeys leans over nervously, pointing out that their leader has officially been replaced. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the demoted leader tells him to shut up, pointing out they stand absolutely zero chance in a fight. Over at the minister's office, the boss is quietly sipping tea when Supervisor Chen suddenly storms in, pushing past everyone in her way. Shouting that it is an absolute emergency, she leaves a coworker asking in confusion why she is in such a frantic rush. Fumbling through her bag, she frantically pulls out a device and stammers that something truly massive has just happened. She thrusts the phone forward, announcing that the president is calling. The minister freezes in sheer shock. Clueless but terrified, he snaps to attention, standing straight up to answer the call with his utmost respect. He quickly explains that he was just about to file a report, nodding along as the president speaks. He promises there was absolutely no cover-up, explaining that the sudden chaos simply left them with zero time to report. After swearing to carry out every single command, he hangs up. Standing nearby, Supervisor Chen cannot contain her curiosity. She asks what happened, and the minister grimly replies that the entire world now knows about the ancient humans. Stunned by how fast the news spread, she points out they had kept the operation completely classified. Tossing his phone onto the desk, the minister snaps that news this massive easily reaches the other side of the globe. Supervisor Chen checks her screen to scan the breaking news. Headlines in the north are already reporting a fierce battle down south. It looks like those ancient humans have officially made their move. The minister sighs, mentioning that the upcoming exchange conference is starting soon. With so many crises colliding at once, he turns to Supervisor Chen and asks about the special purchase they requested. She holds up the 2 plastic bags in her hands to answer. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jiang Si's house in City H on a beautiful sunny day. The minister is already standing outside the door. He is holding a carton of eggs, which is Jiang Si's absolute favorite. Before pressing the doorbell, the minister carefully plans his next move. Since he promoted the guy to chief, setting things straight should be easy. Performing his duties as a superior will be a piece of cake. He finally reaches out to ring the bell, but before he can, the door suddenly swings open to reveal a girl. It is Ziling. She opens the door wider, showing off a cute maid outfit complete with fuzzy cat ears. She looks incredibly adorable and quite charming. Seeing Ziling dressed like this completely catches the minister off guard. He jumps back and screams, "What the heck, Ziling? Why are you dressed like this? Are you two actually?" Ziling is also shocked. Realizing he totally misunderstood, she quickly stammers out that he has got it all wrong and it is definitely not what he thinks. Lan Chi then walks out from the back holding 2 plates of pastries wearing the exact same maid outfit as Ling. Spotting the minister, she gasps. "Oh, my minister," she exclaims. Seeing Lan Chi join this maid dress-up party feels like a massive lightning strike to the poor minister's brain. He trembles in pure shock. Sure, Jiang Si just got promoted, but how can you guys shamelessly play these games right in front of me? I will have to report this to the higher-ups. This is way too much. Lan Chi suddenly looks down at something on the floor. Spotting something strange, she shrieks in terror and drops her plates. The minister, feeling deeply disappointed and betrayed by both of them, turns on his heel to leave, muttering that he has an urgent matter back at headquarters. Seeing the minister completely misunderstand the situation, Ling and Lan Chi scream out in unison. "Minister, wait, we are only celebrating that jerk's promotion and we are wearing these because we lost a game." The minister halts in his tracks, turning back with absolute curiosity to ask what is going on. "Are you guys really attending a meeting dressed like that?" Ling, her face turning bright red, points toward the living room. She tells him to see for himself if he does not believe her. Inside, Jiang Si is playing cards with Xiao Xiao, who also wears a maid outfit. Oh, and the chief is there too. Clutching his hand of cards, he sweats, trying to plan his next move. He is determined to defeat Jiang Si this time. He draws a red card from Jiang Si's hand, making Jiang Si scream out in shock. It is like he has been completely red. Nearby, a massive banner hangs on the wall to celebrate Chief Jiang Si's very first gathering. Underneath, Captain Gang Dai is launching party poppers, joking that anyone who skips the party gets fired. The minister watches in total disbelief. Right before his eyes, a barrage of vegetables suddenly flies through the air as lightning-fast slashes cut them to pieces. Turns out Captain Gang Dai is using his epic sword to chop veggies. Quite the flex. Soon the final masterpiece is beautifully plated. The dish looks absolutely delicious. Gang Dai raises 2 plates high in the air excitedly, shouting that the sushi has finally arrived. He suddenly glances over and freezes when his eyes lock with the minister. The minister just stands there completely speechless. Gang Dai panics, waving his hands to explain that it is not what it looks like, and Jiang Si forced him into it. He insists he is not this kind of guy. The minister calmly places a hand over his mouth, trying to maintain his composure. He clears his throat and regains his dignity, raising his voice to announce some very important news to the entire room. Since everyone is already here, there is no need for a formal summon. It is time for an urgent meeting. The minister sits down to join them. Jiang Si looks over and asks if he is supposed to be the ultimate leader of humanity. The minister shakes his head. Seeing Gang Dai approaching with food while wearing a cute apron, the minister offers a polite thank you. He touches the horn on his armor and begins explaining the geography. Every region contains several provinces spanning thousands of kilometers. The whole crew leans in close, staring intensely to catch every single detail. Suddenly, the minister removes the armor covering his mouth. He reveals he is actually just the chairman of Guangzhou province. Seeing their shocked faces, he asks what they are staring at. They quickly avert their eyes and act casual, claiming it is nothing. The minister then decides to lay everything out on the table. He asks Jiang Si to listen closely. The world is divided into 2 major continents, meaning there are only 2 nations, Country A and Country B. They currently reside in Country A. He launches into a long, detailed history about their relationships. The 2 nations once allied to wipe out the zombies, but conflicts soon arose over global influence. To maintain a fragile peace, they hosted friendly global exchange conferences, but in reality this peace is strictly kept through massive military power. The tension stems from their completely different government systems. Country A is a wealthy federal state, while Country B is a highly militaristic monarchy. Both sides desperately want to take over the other to unite humanity. Even though Country A usually gets crushed in skirmishes, their brilliant president has managed to keep them from being annexed. A war between people of the same race is completely absurd. Hearing this massive history lesson, Jiang Si is totally lost and asks what this exchange conference even is. Ling chimes in. It is basically like a school sports day, but on a global scale. Think of it as a massive military drill. Every 4 years, the world holds this massive tournament and they actually won the last one. But Jiang Si just shrugs, calling it pretty boring. Lan Chi leans back on her hands, staring off into the distance. Last time, in the zombie-killing event alone, their guild wiped out 8 million zombies, which is honestly hard to believe. Hearing that terrifying number, an actual zombie, like Jiang Si, completely loses his cool and yells out in shock. Lan Chi just glances over, reminding him that, as commander, he has to participate too. Hearing this, Jiang Si shivers quietly, wondering if this woman actually thinks he is a normal human. Minister sitting nearby speaks up to calm things down. He tells them not to worry since they are hosting and won't include an event that humiliates them. But Jiang Si is still totally lost, asking what a monarchy or federation even means. He has no clue. High above the city, a sleek white plane cuts through the clouds. Down below, someone steps into a high-rise office and speaks up, confirming that this place is the capital of Country B. Scattered across the desk are documents, case files, photos, and detailed reports about that bizarre ancient human attack on Earth from a few months back. A man sits with his back turned, not even bothering to look at his guests as he grumpily tells them to check out the photo on the table sent directly from Country A. She quickly nods and picks up the shocking picture of colossal robots slamming giant swords right into the earth. The two agents examining these files are actually twin sisters from the Yao family. Black hair is the older sister, brown is the younger, and both stare at the unbelievable photo. Yao Ji looks at the giant mechs, realizing this is advanced ancient technology. Meanwhile, the mysterious man sets down his cup of coffee to explain the situation. Their intelligence suggests that Country A has already acquired this powerful technology. If they weaponize that kind of force, their own nation will be at a massive disadvantage. He turns to the Yao sisters, explaining that Country A's president is visiting next month. He reminds them they are his top agents and their sister's business has absolutely nothing to do with them. Lifting his coffee cup, he coldly announces that he brought them here to investigate this massive threat. Revealing a thick brown beard, the man notes that although their sister participated in the recent armed rebellion and angered the king, he will personally vouch for her if they handle this mission successfully. He promises to speak with the royal family on her behalf. Instantly, the sisters shout out in perfect unison, promising to obey the prime minister. Meanwhile, under a gloomy sky, we cut to a highly advanced laboratory where a technician announces that the CH-47 solution is fully prepared for injection. Standing nearby, Jie Ming watches, with folded arms, brimming with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, his blue-haired subordinate is busy working away, confirming that device number 1 is online, asking numbers 2 and 3 to respond. Another doctor pulls a massive lever, reporting a connection with number 3. Inside the chamber, an ancient human sits strapped to an electric chair with absolutely no clothes on. The blue-haired guy signals that everything is ready, and Ji Ming nods with a cold, satisfied smile. But the subordinate is still curious, wondering how they can possibly revive a body that has been dead for 1,000 years. Ji Ming just scoffs with supreme arrogance, declaring that in the field of biology, absolutely nothing is impossible for him. This is his playground, and there is nothing he cannot achieve. Now, he coldly barks out the order to begin. Instantly, the doctor throws the main switch, sending a massive surge of power that triggers a skin-crawling, agonizing scream. The blue-haired lackey watches in absolute awe, silently wondering if this legendary ancient warrior is actually coming back to life. He remembers the giant mech from that previous battle, thinking that resurrecting a legendary powerhouse would be a true miracle. Meanwhile, inside the heavily reinforced glass chamber, the ancient subject is blasted with a relentless onslaught of high-voltage electrical surges. The sheer raw energy from this procedure shakes the entire facility, leaving the ground covered in thick smoke and dust. Everyone witnessing is terrified and stunned, while inside the subject is repeatedly shocked, without stop. Through the heavy haze, a weak, raspy cough echoes out. Seeing the process finish, the blue-haired subordinate grins triumphantly. But as the smoke clears, he does not see a legendary warrior. Instead, it is just a shirtless, completely bald, middle-aged guy, having no idea where this random uncle came from. The blue-haired guy completely panics and curses, utterly unable to comprehend what is actually happening. Where did their legendary ancient warrior go? The blue-haired lackey rushes inside, grabbing the bald guy by his collar, shaking him violently and demanding to know where the ancient human is. The bald uncle, tears streaming down his face, trembles and begs them not to kill him, swearing he is the ancient human. The blue-haired guy shoves the giant robot photo in his face, shouting that the legendary warrior was supposed to be a badass. But as the bald guy starts explaining, it turns out he really is the ancient human, detailing his bizarre situation. He is just all flash and no combat power. What is wrong with a mecha designer making a cool outfit? Dr. Jie Ming had been watching from behind the glass this whole time. Disappointed, he could not help but click his tongue. As Ji Ming turned to leave, the ancient one stopped him. Hey, aren't we both human? Let us talk. Ji Ming paused. Curious, he turned back. The sharp glare on his glasses flashed with a mysterious light. Total silence. Nobody spoke. The green-haired punk stood there completely clueless. Ji Ming finally broke the ice, asking what they should discuss. The ancient one got straight to the point. Our paths are different, but our goals are exactly the same. We can cooperate. But thinking the old man was far too weak, Ji Ming rolled his eyes and turned to leave. You were beaten by Jiang Si, he said. I thought you were a stronger vessel than that vampire girl, but I was wrong. I must return to my research. Do not bother me. Hearing this, the ancient one recalled old zombie experiments and revealed a secret. We studied Jiang Si's genes 1,000 years ago. Your current methods will fail. His real power is not physical strength, but his limitless growth potential." Jiaming frowned, utterly confused. Sensing his doubt, the Ancient One regained his composure and declared proudly, "Right now, we are the two smartest minds left on Earth." He locked eyes with Ji Ming, analyzing the Kaal situation. "You are a biological genius who holds Jiang Si's genetic codes, and as for me, I possess unrivaled god-tier ancient technology. By combining our knowledge of his genes, why do we not just create an entirely new Jiang Si?" His words hit like a sudden thunderbolt. Shocking. The green-haired punk could not help but scream out what the Ancient One calmly asked for his thoughts. After a tense, silent moment of deep hesitation, Ji Ming finally reached out his hand, signaling his agreement. Just like that, the two most devious, brilliant minds in the world shook hands, forming a dark alliance. They happily shook on it, but watch what happens next as a terrified scream echoes from the laboratory. "What? Make him the president's bodyguard." Meanwhile, inside Jiang Si's home, the group finished their discussion. Ziling suddenly jumped up, slamming the table. "Is the minister insane, making him a bodyguard?" She glared at Jiang Si, voicing her deepest fears. He might literally end up assassinating the president. Jiang Si just pointed at himself, completely clueless. The minister sighed gravely and explained, "I have no choice. The summit is coming and Country B is unstable. They even know about the Ancient One. I fear they might do something reckless." Lan Chi listened in silence, unsure of what to say. The minister stood up, finalized his decision. "It is settled then. The president directed us to recruit top-tier fighters from all over the country." He turned to Jiang Si, trying to convince him. "Do you not want to blend into human high society? With the president's endorsement, nobody will ever dare question your identity again." The minister turned his back and added, "But you cannot reveal your true nature yet. A zombie working as a state official would cause massive public panic. From now on, every team leader in Guangzhou reports to you. And just to be completely safe on this mission, you may bring along two capable assistants." With a final nod, he cheered them on, telling them to do their best. Do not let Guangzhou down. Time flew by and the scene shifts to Jiang Si's office where his crew had gathered. Sitting across from his loyal subordinates, Jiang Si leaned forward. He cleared his throat and delivered the big news. "The chief ordered us to act as the president's bodyguards. I can bring two helpers. Who wants to come?" Silence. Everyone hesitated, completely unsure of what to do. Xiao He was the very first to speak up, offering his excuse. "I have to manage the year-end taxes, boss. I'm just too busy for this right now." Ah Go shook his head too. "Sorry, boss, but I have security issues to handle across several local districts." Ah Gan chimed in, saying he was too busy sleeping. But on the other side, Ah Lang and Ah Ju were incredibly hyped, shouting that they were free and ready to show those humans what real monsters can do. Highly satisfied, Jiang Si praised them, admitting he really liked their wild enthusiasm. And you won't believe this next part, Jiang Si actually walked his subordinates down the street on dog leashes. The two felt super awkward, dragging their feet. Suddenly, they ran right into Ziling and Lan Chi. Lan Chi stared at the massive beasts and gasped, "What cute puppies." She knelt down, waving her finger. Offended by her baby talk, Ah Ju lost his temper. He bared his fangs and roared in her face. "Want to get bitten to death?" Shocked, Lan Chi leaped back into defense, stammering that the dog was actually talking. Ziling stepped up, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Relax," she explained. "These are Jiang Si's subordinates." Crossing her arms, she got straight to business. "Follow me, the president wants to meet you." They followed a shadow into. Deep inside the factory, a few mysterious figures are already waiting, with a girl in a pink dress watching Jiang Si's group arrive. She points them out, noting the arrival of the abnormal academy team as a masked guy steps forward to intercept them. He mockingly asks what took them so long, suggesting they were planning to abandon the mission before stopping directly in front of Jiang Si. With absolute contempt in his voice, he openly wonders why they replaced Chief Gang with such an unknown junior. Getting right in his face, he loudly demands to know why the president puts so much blind faith in those weaklings. He boasts that his own province is strong enough to crush 10 guys like Jiang Si, but a devastating fist suddenly answers him. Erupting in a small explosion, the masked guy goes flying back, all thanks to the devastating punch Jiang Si just threw. Asking him to repeat what he just said, Jiang Si stands calm while Ziling sighs in total exhaustion. Utterly shocked, the opponents can only stare in complete disbelief, while Lan Chi chuckles in absolute satisfaction. Cut to an office where Jiang Si is meeting the president of Country A, who stands with his back turned. The leader coldly asks if he is indeed Jiang Si, who stands stiffly at attention, swallowing hard from the tension. He notes that the Guangzhou minister highly recommended Jiang Si as a strong bodyguard who is fully capable of the job. Stroking his blonde beard with a sly smile, he asks if Jiang Si can truly keep him safe when real danger strikes. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Si honestly replies that danger is nothing to him, making the leader burst into loud laughter. He marvels at how confident Minister Henry is, deciding that if that is the case, he will place his trust in him. Outside, a plane cuts through the clear blue sky, while in the ruins of some city outside Country B, a lonely figure sits. Revealing fair skin, it is a beautiful young woman. This is Zhao Yan, looking incredibly stunning in a stylish black dress. Sitting there, completely relaxed, she suddenly hears someone call out to her as the boss, making her stand up. The man holding up her weapon is a she, who respectfully places a hand on his chest to report that the zombie army is ready. Taking her gear, Zhao Yan starts walking, thanking A Shi for his hard work and saying she will handle the rest. As hordes of zombies wander through the ruined city streets, she quietly reflects on the harsh nature of the world. She asks A Shi why humans keep constantly fighting one another when they live in such a beautiful world. Watching a man and a zombie fighting side by side, A Shi admits he has no idea since he is not human. He then guesses it might be over resources, just as a massive army of zombies gathers before them. Zhao Yan shares her own theory that human selfishness is to blame before raising her voice to address the entire crowd. She firmly declares that the president of Country A is visiting soon and their mission is to eliminate those dogs. A Jiao and another young man listen with absolute and total focus, absorbing every single word of her speech. She acknowledges that many have questioned their actions since the outbreak, admitting that zombies have caused real trouble for humans. Yet the undeniable truth is that zombies are absolutely no match for human forces as she looks back at their history. In the face of advanced human technology, zombies are nothing, especially since humans learned to control them a century ago. She asks why they still push so hard to build up their military power just to completely wipe out the remaining zombies. She angrily explains that this is a conspiracy meant to hide the fact that zombies actually possess their own conscious minds. Wiping them out is just a convenient cover for their internal power struggles, while innocent people suffer in the crossfire. So many good innocent people have absolutely no idea, leading to countless broken homes and ruined lives. Comparing the tragic fates of both sides, she firmly asserts that the situation does not have to be this way. Countless conscious zombies have died by their weapons, even though humans and zombies are fully capable of becoming friends. Hearing this, the entire army begins chanting, demanding the elimination of both presidents to finally expose the truth to the world. Seeing their fierce determination, she falls silent in deep thought as both humans and zombies raise their hands for peace. Meanwhile, Lanchi Ziling and Jiang Si wait boredly on the plane while a live news broadcast plays on screen. A cheerful female reporter announces to the viewers that the highly anticipated exchange conference is finally about to begin. She shares that the president of Country A will embark on a 7-day visit starting from today. Huge crowds have already gathered, and Country B's news station is reporting live directly from the scene. Over on Country A's news channel, they report that their president will arrive at the hotel today before meeting the prime minister tomorrow. Xiaoji watches the screen with absolute excitement, ignoring his parents who keep telling him to finish his dinner. He insists he is just too curious, desperately wanting to see what the president of Country A actually looks like. Xiaoji watches skeptically, thinking it looks grand, but wondering what kind of shady business they are hiding. His mother sighs and calls their country weak, but Xiaoji happily replies that the audience knows everything while a plane flies past at high speed, leaving their territory. The Yao sisters appear, and the younger one impatiently asks about their mission, given to them by the prime minister. Her older sister calmly replies that they must secure the area first for President A. The younger sister asks if their eldest sister will take direct action, but the older sister responds with total indifference. Knowing her personality, she will handle it before the plane even lands. Meanwhile, inside the crowded airport, a young guy from the zombie army walks with a heavily disguised companion, confidently boasting that everything is set to decapitate President A. His companion is A Shi, who suddenly feels a sudden wave of dizziness and collapses straight onto the ground. The guy panics, asking what is wrong and anxiously checking if A Shi is feeling sick or in pain. He warns him this is no time to joke, but A Shi groans that something on that plane brings back a familiar terror. As a young man's silhouette appears, the guy helps A Shi up and reports over his walkie-talkie that everything is fine. A Shi is just feeling unwell, but he weakly insists on sticking to the plan as the plane begins its landing. A female reporter speaks to the viewers, pointing toward the incoming aircraft and the massive crowd gathered at the airport. The plane is landing at the capital airport, where the governor of HD State is waiting to welcome the arriving delegation. Everyone prepares to formally welcome President A. The reporter cheerfully calls for peace, then quickly glances over at the announcement. President A has arrived and the cabin door opens. An elegant man in a black suit and hood steps out first. That man is Jiang Si. The moment A Shi sees him, he panics, grabs the radio, and desperately yells a warning. He screams that it is dangerous, telling them to stop immediately. A Jiao, ready to snipe, hears this and freezes. A Shi asks if he doesn't feel anything, but A Jiao is confused, explaining he wore a mind enhancer for better focus. The woman receiving the transmission jumps up in shock, urgently commanding everyone over the microphone to immediately pull back. She warns them that this guy is not President A. As Jiang Si steps forward, dozens of cameras flash instantly. TV cameras broadcast the moment live to the world. Xiao Zi's family stares at the screen, completely baffled by this stranger. Xiao Zi sits in a corner looking dazed, while countless other families watching the broadcast share the exact same confusion. This is the first time Jiang Si is revealed to the world. But what lies ahead for Jiang Si in this mess? His face flashes across the screen of the Yao sisters, leaving both of them just as bewildered as the general public. The younger sister asks who he is, pointing out he is listed as President A's chief bodyguard, Jiang Si. She wonders why he feels so strange. On the plane, the minister praises Jiang Si, saying this is exactly the effect he wanted. He tells him to act as a shield against snipers, prompting Jiang Si to complain about being used as bait. The minister casually shrugs it off, calmly pointing out that Jiang Si cannot be killed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Standing still, Jiang Si receives a new order to monitor the area while the president prepares to step outside. He is told to stand in the sniper's blind spot, but he grumbles that he could catch missiles barehanded anyway. Dodging a simple bullet shouldn't require this much fuss, but the minister simply urges him to play along for now. The president is just a normal human, not tough like them, as the female reporter announces his arrival. President A steps out, waving and smiling warmly as the crowd explodes with cheers to welcome his arrival. The airport buzzed with excitement, with officials welcoming the president warmly after his long journey to their country. They assure him that comfortable accommodations are ready, and the official itinerary will begin the very next day. The ambassador stands before President A, introducing the governor of He State, who is hosting this grand reception. Ziling nudges Jiang Si to stay focused, while the female sniper staring at her screen wonders about that heavy pressure. She questions if she just hallucinated, while Jiang Si stands silently as his image broadcasts across the live feed. Seeing no action, the younger Yao sister grows impatient, wondering why their eldest sister has not struck yet. The older sister says it is their turn now, noting that the prime window for assassination has already passed. The screen cuts to the host officials discussing their bugged vehicles, hoping to intercept any mention of the ancients. During this 7-day visit, they have plenty of time, and they intend to make full use of it. Back at the airport, the governor eagerly offers the custom transport they prepared for the visiting president, but the president politely declines, stating there is no need for trouble since they brought their own private vehicles. Standing there, Jiang Si receives orders from the minister to move the president into another vehicle. He then grabs a handheld device to cut the connection, pressing a quick button. Meanwhile, the Yao sisters are still discussing. The younger one asks if they brought bodyguards along. She wonders if security is still set. Holding her lollipop, the older sister questions the combat strength of Country A. Staring at the monitor, she asks if she forgot the last exchange where Ziling and Lan Qi got absolutely demolished. The younger sister underestimates them, believing that no matter how flashy their security seems, their actual strength is quite lacking. Suddenly, a man sitting behind them screams in panic, cutting their conversation short as things take an unexpected turn. They didn't get in our vehicle and moved to another car instead. Shocked, the younger sister quickly grabs her microphone, demanding to know which car their president is in. Over the radio, the man frantically tries to explain. He reports they brought a signal jammer and cut the connection. Infuriated, she slams her hands on the table, cursing. Damn it! Jiang Si, Ziling, and Lan Qi approach two prepared cars, following the minister's orders to split up. Moving out, Jiang Si is set to take the underground route to escort the president safely back to the hotel. The minister lays out a detailed map, instructing Jiang Si that from now on nobody is allowed near the president. Ziling and Lan Qi will take the old route as decoys. Meanwhile, the woman is still recovering from the shock. Holding his walkie-talkie, Ah Zhao repeatedly asks his boss what they should do next and if they should continue the hit. She speaks into her mic, warning that there is a bizarre freak in that crowd, ordering everyone to stand down. But Ah Zhao's connection is already dead, completely cutting off her orders. He keeps shouting, "Are we killing them or not?" Complaining about the cheap gear, he stares at his sniper rifle and kicks it away, grumbling about how useless it is. With his raw strength, why even use trash weapons? He can just charge in and smash them. He then pulls a knife. Telling his boss to rest easy, Ah Zhao boldly decides to act alone, planning to slaughter them all and claim the glory. Working beside the minister, the assistant asks why he is still jamming the signal when they are already safe. The minister, seeing right through the situation, explains that everyone has hidden agendas. Do they really think they are safe now? Our main threat is Dr. Ji Ming, as their nation possesses a tricky underground organization of their own. Inside the car, Jiang Si sits beside the driver. Suddenly, the president of Country A pipes up from the back seat, asking if he is a zombie. Surprised by the question, Jiang Si remains quiet, but the president presses on, asking if he will truly protect him. Jiang Si answers with a simple yes. Hearing this, the president laughs out loud, finding the cold response pretty amusing. He is reassured but raises one more concern, wondering if Jiang Si might randomly decide to wipe them out and rule the world. Jiang Si calmly replies that he has zero interest in that. Hearing this conversation, the driver breaks into a cold sweat. The subordinate quickly reports to the female boss, explaining that they have completely lost all direct contact with Jiao, which really worries her. She receives the news, guessing the convoy has a signal jammer preventing communication. Another guy adds that he went to hijack a car. The Yao sisters also rush into action carrying a very bad feeling. They head toward the convoy. In the peaceful city center, Jiang Si's motorcade rolls out under heavy security. With special forces lining the streets, Lan Qi sitting next to Zi Ling suddenly senses a strange movement nearby. Peeking out the window, she wonders what the noise is just as Jiao drops from the sky screaming at them to freeze. A massive collision caused by Jiao throws everything into absolute chaos, sending Lan Qi and Zi Ling flying from the vehicle. Zi Ling is totally dazed, wondering what is happening as Jiao emerges from the thick smoke like a total monster. Lan Qi asks what that freakish thing is. Suddenly, something drops down from a nearby rooftop at blistering speed. The Yao sisters arrive in a hurry, with the older sister screaming a warning that this guy is extremely dangerous. Jiao scoffs at the foreigners from across the globe, confidently brandishing his blade and declaring his intentions. The absolute power of a country bee zombie. Hearing this, Lan Qi is left totally confused by his weird boast. The older Yao sister instantly recognizes him as the zombie boss under her command. Jiao raises his hand, conjuring black oil. He splatters the oil around, ignites it, and orders an all-out attack. Lan Qi can only watch in complete disbelief, wondering what is happening as Jiao uses the burning oil to send a massive wave of fire rushing toward her. The younger Yao sister is horrified. The destructive flames surge at Zi Ling and Lan Qi, but they manage to leap away just in time. The younger sister screams a warning not to touch the fire as it cannot be put out. Zi Ling asks how Yao Xiaoshui and Yao Xiaoyu got here, while Lan Qi realizes the spreading fire is too wide. Watching this develop, she grits her teeth in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, near a city skyscraper, Shi and young Geng Yan receive an order from Big Sis. She commands them to drag Jiao back immediately, since they missed their assassination window. If Jiao keeps acting rogue, the president of Country B will have them cornered, get leverage on them. Shi replies that he is on his way, then tells his partner he does not need help because he has already recovered. He insists he is fine. Inside the car, Jiang Si sits in silence. Down on the street, Shi and his partner spot another vehicle. Shi senses something off. From inside the vehicle, Jiang Si is staring straight at him, sending a wave of panic through Shi. What on earth is that? A sword is flying toward them at incredible speed, heading straight for Jiao. That weapon belongs to none other than Lan Qi. She appears surrounded by floating blades, confronting him and asking who exactly he thinks he is looking down on. In response, he pulls something out, lights it behind his back, and throws it right at her, mocking her. The object flies straight toward Lan Qi. Before she can react, it explodes into a thick cloud of dust and smoke, catching her off guard and leaving her coughing violently. As the smoke clears before she can even recover, Jiao strikes. He is right in her face, relentlessly slashing at her with his blade. She is overwhelmed. Zi Ling screams out for Lan Qi in horror, while the Yao sisters watch in shock. They warn everyone to be careful. With a brutal hit, Lan Qi is sent flying. Armed and ready for more, Jiao sneers, ready to take down his next victim. Lan Qi slumps against a car covered in wounds. Zi Ling panics, calling out her name, while the Yao sisters quickly prepare to retreat. Suddenly, a swarm of levitating swords completely surrounds Jiao. Two unexpected allies appear in front of Zi Ling to help. They tell her to get their president out of here, pointing out that attacking with such weak power was foolish. They add that she should go save Lan Qi right now before it is too late. Armed with swords, they prepare to face the enemy. The younger sister warns they must use force. Threatening Jiao, they advise him to get lost before things get lethal. He points a finger at them in rage, barking back nonsense. Raising his knife, he warns that if it was not for their connection to Big Sis, he would have chopped them up already. But now he is happy to teach these brats a harsh lesson. Jiao summons his power to teach them a lesson on behalf of Big Sis, warning them not to complain later. He manifests a pool of dark corpse oil around himself, uttering the name of the technique, which leaves Zi Ling and the Yao sisters stunned. They stare in pure shock. Jiao drops his lighter into the puddle, igniting a violent blaze right before Zi Ling's eyes. The burning oil surges, wrapping Jiao in a fierce vortex of flame. His head, hands, and body are completely engulfed in the fire. As the initial blast subsides, Jiao himself becomes the source of the flame, standing tall in his terrifying new form. His mutated head and arms burn with a relentless fire, a monstrous sight that makes the Yao sisters scream in absolute horror. They watch him transform right before their eyes. The younger sister gasps, realizing he can shapeshift, while the older sister stands frozen. She cannot believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Ziling remains completely quiet, her expression darkening with an eerie, ominous silence as Ah Jiao gloats. He sneers, asking if they are impressed. He only held back out of respect for Big Sis, but they clearly overplayed their hand. One sister wonders why Ziling has not taken Lan Qi away yet, but right then Ziling's own body begins to warp and change. Just as she readies herself for combat, a voice calls out. Lan Qi tells Ziling to step back slowly, floating into the air. She remarks that Ziling had all the spotlight last time. This sudden display leaves both the Yao sisters and Ah Jiao totally stunned. She declares that it is her turn now, standing side by side with Ziling as her face morphs into a terrifying skull. The Yao sisters shriek in absolute terror, demanding to know what that thing is. Lan Qi grips her weapon, standing tall and majestic. She challenges him, wanting to see just how strong the chief's gene is. Meanwhile, Ziling's face also transforms into a horned skull. Unsheathing her blade, she agrees that they should wrap this up quickly without wasting any more time. The Yao sisters are left completely baffled. They wonder if their allies are even human anymore. Ah Jiao watches the transformation, feeling a deep sense of confusion washing over him. He senses something familiar, almost like his own kind, but then realizes it is something entirely different. Lan Qi brandishes her blade defiantly. She taunts him, asking what he is waiting for if he wants them dead. Thrilled by the challenge, he charges forward with a roar. He promises to grant her wish, unleashing his devastating flames across the area and reducing a corner of the city to ashes. He conjures a massive wall of fire and hurls it straight at them. Instead of dodging, Lan Qi stands her ground without fear. She stands directly in the path of the blaze, inhaling and swallowing the entire inferno whole, shocking everyone watching. The younger Yao sister is utterly stunned, unable to believe she just ate fire. The sheer shockwave knocks her back, but Ah Jiao is thrilled. He finds the display highly entertaining. But before he can laugh, Lan Qi closes the distance at blinding speed, preparing to strike. She delivers a brutal kick right to his face, catching him completely off guard as he mutters in disbelief that this is impossible. The heavy blow knocks him off balance, though he barely manages to steady himself. Suddenly, a transmission from Big Sis comes through. Look at that! Yet he is still hyper-focused on Lan Qi's raw power. Is this really a human kick? The big sister is absolutely furious. She screams for him to answer her, but Ah Jiao brushes her off, saying he is busy. Meanwhile, Lan Qi just laughs happily. Over in a quiet and secure building, Jiang Si receives an urgent call from the minister. The voice on the other end delivers some news. It seems Ziling and Lan Qi have run into some trouble. He confirms the connection is back up and asks about the president's status. Specifically, did the president reach the hotel safely? He confirms it, so the minister orders him to head over and check on Ziling. Jiang Si carefully asks if their current location will be secure if he leaves. The minister reassures him that this is their home turf. It is perfectly safe here, he says before hanging up. With his orders received, Jiang Si wastes no time and begins to move out. Lan Qi stands in silence atop a badly wrecked car. Flashback to a moment earlier when Xiao Xiao was resting inside a testing tube. She stumbled out in a complete panic, asking what Lan Qi was planning to do with that strange substance. Holding a syringe filled with a mysterious fluid, Lan Qi tells her to stay out of it. She is deeply jealous of Ziling. Why should another squad leader stand above her? She refuses to let it happen. Xiao Xiao watches her reckless behavior and tries to intervene. She warns her that the drug is untested and could have dangerous side effects, but Lan Qi simply does not care at all. Telling her to shut up, she plunges the needle directly into her arm. The glowing chemical floods her system as she fights the pain. She forces herself to endure the agony until the syringe is empty. Now transformed, she stands completely still, prompting Ziling to speak up. Ziling warns Lan Qi to control her emotions. Suddenly, Ah Jiao laughs with pure glee, sensing that things are about to get wild. The Yao sisters stare at him in shock. Lan Qi opens her mouth and literally inhales his flames, forcing him to summon even more fire. He conjures a massive fire tornado, but she screams and fires the absorbed flames right back at him with interest. She unleashes a blast several times stronger than his original attack. Everyone watches in sheer disbelief as Ah Jiao is swallowed by flames. He screams in agony, unable to accept his sudden defeat. As soon as the blazing inferno clears, Lan Qi is already right in front of him. The younger Yao sister gasps in utter shock, wondering how anyone could possibly redirect an elemental attack with such raw power. With blinding speed, she delivers a devastating kick that sends Ah Jiao crashing straight through the concrete and deep into the dirt below. Lan Qi revels in her newfound dominance, loving the rush. But Ah Jiao drags himself back up, absolutely furious and screaming at her. He demands to know what kind of monster she is. From behind, Ziling desperately yells for her to keep her sanity in check. If she loses control now, she will slip into a mindless frenzy. Hearing this warning, the younger Yao sister looks on in horror. Lan Qi's face contorts into a ghoulish grin as she mutters that she wants to devour him. The Yao sisters freeze in terror. Completely unhinged, she lunges at him. Jiao is left utterly speechless before snapping back and asking which one of them is the actual monster. Just then, his leader contacts him over the comms, frantically ordering him to abort the mission and retreat immediately. She warns him that a terrifying force is heading his way. Right on cue, a shadow streaks across the sky at breakneck speed. It is Jiang Si, crashing down from the heavens like a meteor. Talk about a grand entrance. As the dust slowly settles, a stubborn Jiao refuses to back down, insisting that the battle is not over yet. Suddenly, Gui appears behind him and grabs his shoulder, dragging the stubborn fighter away before things get any worse. Lan Qi screams that nobody gets to escape. Jiao struggles against his ally, complaining that he still wants to settle the score. Gui snaps back, warning him that staying here means certain death. But Lan Qi is determined to wipe them out completely. She unleashes a massive wave of energy to cut off their escape. Looking back, Jiao panics at the sheer scale of the attack. The destructive energy splits and converges on them from all sides. Realizing they are cornered, Gui raises his hand to teleport. But the blast is too massive and slams directly into a nearby building, seemingly disrupting Gui's spatial abilities in the process. Shocked that his escape trick failed, he can only watch as the Yao sisters stare in absolute horror at the collapsing structure. The explosive shockwave knocks them off their feet. Tumbling to the ground, they realize there is no way to dodge the falling rubble. Tons of concrete come crashing down directly toward them. Ziling watches helplessly, completely unable to stop the impending disaster. She screams that the energy has surged past the safety limit. Xiao Yu closes her eyes, bracing for the impact of the falling debris. But the crushing blow never comes. Sensing a strange silence, she slowly opens her eyes to see a savior standing before them. Jiang Si has arrived, splitting the massive falling structure right down the middle to keep them safe from harm. Though covered in dust and thoroughly shaken, they are alive. Xiao Yu stares at their silent savior as he slowly turns around. His monstrous features recede, revealing his human face once more. Xiao Yu can only watch in silence as he looks back down at her. Meanwhile, Lan Qi is completely lost to her primal rage, destroying everything in sight. Jiang Si turns his gaze toward the rampaging ally. On her end, Xiao Yu glances over. He calmly extends his hand forward, but Lan Qi is completely oblivious to his presence, still charging ahead in a blind rage. With a sudden flash, Jiang Si throws a heavy fist, landing a direct strike right to Lan Qi's face. The terrifying bone mask covering her face completely shatters. Her rage instantly evaporates and she begins to quiet down. Seeing this, the Yao sisters freak out. What just happened? Jiang Si merely stands there looking at Lan Qi with absolute indifference. The bone plating covering Si Ling's face vanishes too. She calls out to Lan Qi in shock, whose eyes close as her energy drains away. The Yao sisters keep their eyes glued to the scene. But when they look back at Jiang Si, his face has already reverted to its zombie state. They are left completely bewildered. Si Ling rushes over to catch Lan Qi, lecturing her that she told her to control her emotions. Lan Qi just mutters back that she got a little too excited. Xiao Yu rubs her eyes, sitting up as she doubts her own senses. Is something wrong with her eyes? Why did she just see a handsome guy? But right beside her, Xiao Sui confirms she saw him too. They are seriously questioning reality now. Did they both see the exact same thing? It must be some illusion. Or maybe they are just desperate for some male attention. Xiao Yu instantly rejects that idea, while Xiao Shui looks at Jiang Si with suspicion. Who is this guy? Jiang Si whispers something to Lan Qi and Si Ling, and they both obediently nod. Xiao Sui turns to ask. Xiao Yu has been researching Country A for ages, so has she ever run into him? Xiao Yu admits she has never heard of this guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Si and his group get into their car to leave. Xiao Shui watches them, convinced they hold some ancient tech. Otherwise, how could they be so ridiculously strong? They left before we could even move, making us look totally useless. Suddenly, Xiao Yu gets a call. Her contact reports that the president of Country A has already arrived at the hotel. She immediately calls for a change of plans. Forget about these guys, for now their president is here and we just got played. We need to head back to headquarters and regroup. Then she coldly orders Xiao Ji to listen very carefully. Find out what that guy in the hat is doing in Country A. Meanwhile, a Gui drags A Jiao up to a rooftop. They land so hard that A Jiao face plants onto the concrete. He gets up furious, yelling at A Ji for the rough landing. He complains he was not done fighting yet. A Gui snaps back, telling him to shut up because he would be dead without him. A Gui tries to calm down and tells A Jiao that they have completely missed their window for the assassination. He mentions sensing two incredibly powerful and unfamiliar zombie signatures that have just breached their home territory. This news shocks A Jiao. Meanwhile, high above a plane begins its final descent as it reaches its destination. Inside the cargo hold, A Lang and A Mao are locked up in standard pet crates. The plane safely touches down. A Mao growls inside his iron cage. Suddenly, Lan Qi leans in close, grabbing the cage and threatening him to play nice. She warns him that if he blows their cover, she will tell his big boss. He instantly imagines getting hung up. He is completely helpless and paralyzed with fear. Terrified of what might happen to him, he can only whine in distress. He howls at the sky. Seeing Lan Qi and Si Ling wheeling the two out, the Yao sisters are utterly baffled by these pets. They comment on how unique their pets look. Si Ling laughs nervously while Lan Qi just looks away, pretending not to hear. The sisters shake their heads in disbelief. The older Yao sister shakes hands with Si Ling, asking if that is everything. Si Ling confirms it is. The sister explains their visit starts in 2 days, wishing them a great partnership before they head out. The younger sister watches Lan Qi and Si Ling leave, noting how sharp they are and how they will never leak their secrets. They are hiding where their power comes from. The older sister asks if their invited expert has arrived yet. The younger sister checks her watch and says he should be here by now. 2 days later, under a beautiful morning sky, the president of Country A officially kicks off his 7-day visit. A female reporter confidently starts broadcasting live. She announces that the president has just arrived at their biggest shopping mall. The camera pans over the excited crowd. People are packed everywhere as the reporter explains he is here to check out their local business operations. There's a high chance of a massive deal. The camera catches the local embassy greeting the visiting president. The crowd cheers as he prepares to visit some tech companies this afternoon, followed by a meeting with the Black Queen. Locals are busy snapping pictures of the historic moment. Meanwhile, inside a formal conference room, a voice breaks the silence. The president states he is here to hold a roundtable discussion with the prime minister. By the time they finish, it is already late at night. Si Ling walks behind Jiang Si, complaining about being completely exhausted. She is glad the tour is almost over. Thankfully, security handled everything smoothly, or it would have been a total nightmare. Over in the monitoring room, the Yao sisters watch Jiang Si on screen. The younger sister asks if she is sure about his transformation. Is he a hottie? The older sister confidently nods, absolutely sure she did not get it wrong. Just then, the door behind them swings open and a man steps inside. He says the prime minister sent him to work with them. The younger sister casually tells him to get over here, addressing him as Minister Kui. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know whose memories they need him to steal. She points directly to the monitor showing Jiang Si, pointing him out as she gives a quick briefing. With the state visit now over, time is running extremely short, and this guy is a mysterious figure from Country A. Looking at him, she asserts they have been completely unable to find any information, but she is certain he is linked to the ancients. The man smirks, saying it is his specialty and there is nothing he cannot do. Minister Sui grabs a spray can and douses himself in white smoke, which instantly begins to swirl around him. As the thick white fog slowly clears, his entire appearance undergoes a total transformation. Right before their eyes, he has completely changed into the president of Country A, asking if it is a match. The Yao sisters smirk, saying they are counting on him. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is waiting for Si Ling at a vending machine. She hands him a cool bottle of water and holds her own can, starting to wonder about his past. She asks him how long he has been alive, but he awkwardly replies that he forgets. This only makes her to throw out random guesses: 800 years, 1,000, or maybe 2,000. She throws her empty can away, muttering that asking him is totally pointless since even he does not know his own age. Left behind, Jiang Si just says he is going to bed. Meanwhile, the young man and Shi are sneaking behind a wall. The kid asks if they really have to do this. Shi whispers that he must make sure who that terrifying guy actually was, since he is definitely not human. But as they round the corner, he freezes. The back of Jiang Si is standing right there. She gasps in pure terror, paralyzed. He looks at him and senses a horrific force staring back from deep within, silently threatening his life. Terrified, Shi grabs the young man and immediately turns around to run. "This is bad, I give up, run," he screams. The confused kid can only yell out. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is walking down the hall when his base phone starts ringing. Answering it, he hears Si Ling's voice on the other end telling him that the president is calling for him. This gets him wondering, since he thought she went to sleep, but in reality it is actually Xiao Yu mimicking her voice. She quickly brushes it off, telling him the president is waiting in room 614. Seeing Lan Qi enter her room, Si Ling is confused and asks why she is here. Lan Qi replies that she was told the president summoned them both. Meanwhile, a hand turns a doorknob somewhere else and Jiang Si steps inside. Seeing him, Minister Kui, still disguised as the president, welcomes him and says he has a few questions. On the other side, Si Ling is desperately trying to call Jiang Si. Lan Qi asks if she reached him, but Si Ling says no. Watching them, Xiao Yu smirks, saying they also know how to jam signals, meaning they will soon uncover his power source. Sometime later, Lan Qi and Si Ling enter a room where A Lang and A Mao are locked up. Honestly, it is hilarious seeing this fake president casually playing video games. Si Ling steps up and asks why the president summoned them. He simply says he needs to use the bathroom and spouts off random nonsense that completely stuns them. Standing outside, the restroom doors, Lan Qi and Ziling stare awkwardly at the gender signs on the wall. Ziling hesitantly asks if they should really just stay outside, instead of going in. Lan Qi shrugs, saying this is their turf so nothing could possibly go wrong. However, inside the restroom, two guys are currently using the urinals, the young kid and Shi. The kid curiously asks about what went down earlier, wanting to know why Shi dragged him all this way just to run away. Shi replies that he only wanted to double-check and see if they still had an opening to strike. The kid looks at him skeptically and asks how that is possible, reminding him that he said a terrifying monster was lurking around. He complains that they already missed their window. Just then, the president of Country A walks in casually whistling. He steps right up next to them to do his business. Glancing over at Shi, he cheerfully compliments his size, calling him a solid bro. Outside, the two girls get increasingly anxious. As they wait, suddenly, a corner of the building gets completely blown apart. The kid and Shi are carrying the president on their shoulders, leaping out into the open while laughing hysterically. Shi cannot believe their crazy luck, cheering that they have just hit the ultimate jackpot. Who would have thought? The target they were searching for was right under their noses. The duo quickly parkours across the rooftops, rushing to get back to their hideout as fast as possible. They laugh, talking about this unbelievable bonus haul, confident that everyone back at the base will have to respect them now. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and Ziling stand outside, ears perking up at the loud noise. Hearing something suspicious, they awkwardly peek into the men's restroom. Lan Qi wonders aloud what on earth the president is doing to cause such a racket, but both of them instantly freeze when they see the massive gaping hole blasted right through the concrete wall. Realizing what just happened, they start screaming in pure panic. Alarm bells instantly begin ringing throughout the entire facility. Everyone scrambles into action as an emergency announcement blares. Attention all personnel, the president is missing. Initiate a complete lockdown immediately. We must locate the president before the media catches wind of this. Also notify Country B's security team right away since this happened on their turf, and they must assist in checking the security cameras. Back in the president's room, Lan Qi and Ziling are panicking, clutching her phone. Ziling keeps dialing and anxiously asks if anyone has been able to reach Chief Jiang Si yet. Standing nearby Lan Qi, she replies that they still have no idea where he is, gritting her teeth in anger. Lan Qi hurriedly says, "Let me transform and search," but she rushes to stop her. "Wait, did you forget? You almost couldn't change back the other day." Ling warns her that without Jiang Si around, she would eat everyone here. She raises her hand to explain. "Even I cannot control it 100%. We cannot end up becoming the ones threatening the president's life. Until it is absolutely necessary, do not use the gene." Hearing this, Lan Qi asks in confusion, "What do we do now? Why are they also silent?" Without reacting, soon they stand before the cage of Mao and Lang, making them uneasy. Lan Qi speaks up. "Ziling, are you serious?" She squats down and holds out the key of Country A's president, asking if they can find the president. Mao simply replies, "Let me out first." Once released, the two of them sit on the chairs, making Lan Qi doubt Ziling. They are not dogs. Can they really find him? Suddenly, Lang grabs the collar around Mao's neck and starts pulling him up. This completely shocks Lan Qi and Ziling. Lang ruthlessly throws Mao straight at the wall, smashing it to pieces. Dust fills the room, forcing both girls to cover their eyes. Lang looks at the shattered wall, cheering that they are finally free. Watch closely, he gets into stance and springs forward to launch himself. Instantly, he flies out at an incredible speed, shouting, "Just leave it to us." The soldiers are caught in the dust storm. Lang left behind, coughing uncontrollably. In the haze, Ziling asks in disbelief what that was, while Lan Qi compares it to their own transformations. Up in the sky, a streak is shooting forward at the speed of light. Shi and the young man stare in utter shock. Mao is hurtling toward them, warning, "Brother, if you want to live, leave the man behind." She panics, screaming in sheer shock. Damn it, those Country A people are actually raising zombie kings. Then, Shi and the young man start running, telling each other to get back to headquarters first. Lang and Mao chase close behind, shouting that they are dead meat. Meanwhile, Ziling's group starts moving. Lan Qi asks what to do and Ziling signals to follow. The two begin the chase. Ziling is amazed at how incredibly fast they are running, while an impatient Lan Qi grumbles about being useless despite having power. It is so annoying. Right now, all three groups are moving at absolute maximum speed, racing across the sky. Over the ruins, a loud shout grabs the attention of the surrounding zombies. "Get out of the way, Shi and the young man land in a hurry." Jiao and Gui step closer to them, with Jiao gasping in surprise. Gui immediately realizes, "Wait, Isn't this the president? Ah, she screams frantically, don't just stand there. We have two absolute freaks chasing us. Right then, Ah Mao and Ah Lang catch up. This completely shocks the group of zombies who shout out in confusion as they begin gathering together. Before the gathered zombies, focusing their eyes on Ah Mao and Ah Lang, someone asks if they are foreign zombie bosses. Ah Mao boldly declares hand over the man and there will be no war. We are dealing with foreign zombies, so stay on guard. Hearing this, Ah Gui immediately questions him. Human war between our two countries hasn't even started and we are already fighting. As a zombie leader, why are you helping humans? Ah Mao quickly fires back, asking what about me? Look at yourselves, aren't you guys also living with humans? Ah Shi and the young man remain silent, as he snaps, what right do you have to judge me? But Ah Gui immediately counters, claiming he is doing this so the zombies can survive in the future, calling it a grand plan. Hearing this, Ah Mao just laughs. Flashback to the past, a lone figure walks across a barren wasteland toward the sun. Ah Mao recalls his past life as just an ordinary bird. Back then he was merely a bird in a flock helping humans by cleaning up their garbage and corpses. He remembers their daily work, hunting insects and stopping the spread of diseases. Yet he wondered why in their eyes his kind was viewed as pests, a terrifying, wicked existence. Ah Mao realizes he hated humans not because of their prejudice but out of pure jealousy. He desperately wanted to be human. Watching them walk and talk so happily, he always wished for that same life. He wanted legs like them, conscious thoughts, and intelligence to finally become a higher species. But then gunfire killed hundreds of birds, leaving him crippled and ultimately left to die at the hands of humans. That was when Jiang Si appeared, crouching down and curiously lifting up a heavy stone slab. With Earth in this state, is there anything left alive? He looked at Ao Lang with pity, noticing his lower half and wings were already gone. He gently lifted him and said, from now on I will call you Ao Lang. He took him in and raised him, warning Ao Lang hatred and destruction will never solve anything. Even now, he still remembers the cozy feeling of resting inside Jiang Si's pocket, being protected. Back in the present, Ah Mao chuckles proudly, declaring reality has proven that our plan is far more grand. Seeing his attitude, Ah Gui realizes there is no room left for negotiation. Right at this moment, Lan Qi and Ziling also, having caught up, they complain the others ran too fast. Ah Jiao transforms ready to fight, but Ah Kui stops him. Why even talk to them? This is not their territory, so they should not think. Country B zombies are useless. Right then, Ah Mao begins to transform. Lan Qi and Ziling watch in absolute shock as his rugged facial features soften, becoming refined and human. He remembers the warm moment when Ziling held him, recalling her words that he could become whatever he truly wished. Now that his body has fully transformed into a human, he coldly declares that he has absolutely no intention of negotiating anything with them. Seeing Ah Mao in his human form, the two girls scream. He stands tall, completely changed and imposing. Lan Qi holds her head in shock, wondering what this is, while Ziling screams, asking if he was supposed to be a giant coon. Ah Kui is stunned. Nearby, Ah Jiao mockingly sneers that a bird with broken wings thinks it can become human. But Ah Mao glares back in silence. Infuriated, Ah Jiao raises his burning hands to attack, shouting to ask why he is acting so arrogant. He unleashes a scorching wave of extreme heat directly at Ah Mao. Knowing how Ah Jiao fights from prior experience, Lan Qi warns them to be careful as this opponent is not simple. Suddenly, a massive tornado from Ah Thap rushes straight toward them. Ah Mao quickly dodges to the side. Missing him, the blast does not fade but morphs into a raging whirlwind. It tears through the area, buffeting Ziling and Lan Qi with wind pressure. Assessing the situation, Ziling tells Lan Qi they must move. She urges her to escape now, leave the fight to those two, and head off to find the president. Emerging from the flames, Ah Jiao lunges at Ah Mao with a flaming fist, but Ah Mao plants his feet and delivers a powerful punch. He strikes directly into Ah Jiao's stomach, leaving Lan Qi, Ziling, Ah Kui, and Ah Thap completely stunned in shock. Sent flying dozens of meters away, Ah Jiao crashes hard. Ah Kui stares at Ah Mao in sheer horror, shocked by his terrifying attack power. Ah Mao advances toward the crowd of zombies. Caught off guard, the monsters can only stand there in blank confusion. Unleashing three massive claws, he slices a ruined building into three sections, wiping out a countless number of zombies in the process. Ah Kui looks toward the rising smoke, only to find that Ah Jiao has reverted to his original form on the ground. Astounded by his strength, Ah Kui watches as the two girls make their move while Ah Mao absorbs all of Ah Jiao's fire. Realizing he cannot win alone, Ah Kui draws his blade and orders his zombie horde to charge and drive them away. Charging forward, he hurls his weapon and unleashes a flurry of flying daggers that rain down rapidly toward his silent target. But Ah Mao stands completely still. Ah Kui lunges at him with his remaining dagger, but his attack is still effortlessly blocked. Ah Mao glares at him before hurling him back with a massive shockwave. The sheer force completely shatters Ah Kui's blade into tiny pieces, leaving him horrified. What is worse, Mao generated that power, with just his arms, looking like he barely even tried. While scouting the area, Ziling suddenly calls out to Lan Qi, telling her she has finally located the president. Hearing her shout, Thap spots them. Kuei quickly signals his forces to stop the girls from getting any closer. Instantly, a swarm of zombies surrounds the two girls, but wait, something far more terrifying on the horizon suddenly grabs their attention. Lang is perched at the peak of a towering pillar and massive wings are starting to sprout from his back. His hands grow incredibly massive, swinging down to obliterate multiple buildings in an instant. Lang has now transformed into a giant monster. The nearby zombies are sent flying into the sky screaming. Witnessing his monstrous form, Lan Qi and Ziling gasp in shock. Stunned, they watch as Lang places one colossal foot onto a massive building, effortlessly crushing it down to mere dust. Kuei screams in horror, and honestly, can you blame him? This is an ancient aberration from a bygone era. Pointing frantically at Lan Qi and Ziling yell in disbelief, wondering how something this terrifying was ever kept in a cage. They assumed he was harmless when released, but this is just as destructive as their own transformations, and they must protect the president. Standing proud in the middle of the city, Lang's colossal size makes him impossible to miss for the young man and Thap. Looking up, Thap is struck with immediate panic as he recognizes this legendary terrifying creature from the ancient myths. He hands the country a president over to the young man, instructing him to deliver the hostage to Big Sis while he goes to support. He also needs to activate their consciousness booster. Facing Lang, they know they stand no chance unless they find a way to power up. Otherwise, the country B zombies will be completely wiped out. Seeing how badly they are outmatched, Kuei curses the hopeless situation. He cannot believe primeval monsters still exist in this era. Suddenly, a figure moves at lightning speed, heading straight for Lang's eye. That shadow is Mao, who has landed right on Lang. Both of them possess absolutely terrifying power far beyond any normal zombie bosses. Meanwhile, the panicked young man quickly carries the country A president back to Big Sis, rushing to deliver his urgent report. He warns her about the two monsters, but she calmly replies that she has already seen everything, prompting him to hand over the president. Back in country A, she angrily yells to just kill Guo instead of returning him. But the guy immediately makes an excuse and runs off. Gui. Shi warns that they are extremely dangerous and he has to support them. He rushes toward Gui as fast as he possibly can to help. Standing in front of the consciousness enhancement device, the young man impatiently asks how high to set it, warning that too much enhancement will turn them back into mindless primal zombies. Shi gets the reply to just do it and turn it on. After the enhancement starts, Gui suddenly roars in pain. The other zombies do the exact same, standing up resolutely to chase those outsiders away. Watching from above, Mao scoffs at their struggle. Combining zombie power with human technology is a neat trick, but they are still just weaklings. Lang begins slashing with his massive claws. He ignores everything else, fully aware that they only serve one master and nobody else matters. He swings his massive hand with absolute violence all around him, releasing a shockwave that tears through everything. Just that single movement blows dozens of zombies away. The strike is so powerful it literally tears a massive chunk out of the city. Debris and zombies rain down everywhere. Caught in the devastating blast, Lan Qi and Ziling scream out in absolute shock. The team behind the consciousness tech is completely baffled. They wonder how this is possible when the enhancement device was active. The young man stammers in terror that everyone was wiped out in a single blow. Furious, Gu roars out in frustration. He charges at Mao to attack but gets blocked instantly and slammed onto the hard ground without any effort at all. The impact leaves Gui coughing up blood from severe injuries. In Chapter 88, Mao shows absolutely no mercy and completely shuts him down. Meanwhile, Shi is rushing to support his ally. Left with no other options, the young man cranks the consciousness system to its absolute limit. He desperately tells himself to hold on. Underground, Shi is stealthily trying to close the distance on the colossal Lang. Lang glances down in surprise. The massive surge of electricity activated by the young man is finally starting to kick in. Shi screams as his body undergoes a violent mutation, transforming him into a giant monstrous beast just like Lang. He stands tall and aggressive. Lang silently stares at the giant opponent standing before him before speaking up with amusement. Calling him one of his own kind, Shi immediately charges and tackles Lang. High above, Mao watches the chaos unfold. Suddenly, Gui struggles back onto his feet. Raising a clenched fist, he angrily demands to know why they are so strong. He questions why they would ever help humans when they should be standing together as brothers. Mao prepares to fight. Mao replies that he cannot answer that, since his only directive is to secure and bring back the human president. He delivers a brutal punch straight to Gui's face, sending him crashing backward. Gathering his remaining strength, Gui mutters, asking what is wrong with simply wanting their species to survive. Meanwhile, Ah Shi is desperately using all his strength to hold Ah Lang back, declaring that this place does not welcome them. But Ah Lang remains unfazed, calmly delivering a chilling warning. He warns that if they refuse to hand over the human president, everyone present will end up losing their lives. Ah Lang suddenly grabs Ah Shi by the throat, making him roar in pain. Watching this, Ziling and Lan Qi panic. Ah Lang channels devastating energy into his hand and blasts Ah Shi point blank. Seeing this, the young man screams in terror. Ah Shi is sent crashing into the dirt, surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Ah Lang casually grabs his throat again. He lifts him up effortlessly. Lan Qi and Ziling watch the two giants face off. Choking, Ah Shi struggles to speak. He asks why they let humans manipulate them despite having such power, calling them lapdogs of humanity with zero pride. Ah Lang asks why he would ever think they do not want to destroy humanity. He remembers his dark, painful past. Back then, he was just a child of the mutant zombie clan. They were not mindless ghouls but possessed consciousness and souls. They only wanted a small sanctuary of their own. But then those humans arrived with their advanced cold machinery. Armed with high-tech weapons, they mercilessly laid waste to everything, destroying their homes and wiping out their lives. Declaring that outsiders must be eliminated, they slaughtered all the clan elders. Even though he was just a child, he survived. To protect him, his parents hid him deep beneath the rubble, keeping him safe from the ruthless human sweep. It was a horrific, traumatizing experience. Humans labeled them as monsters, but they were the real demons to him. Having witnessed his entire family get slaughtered, his burning hatred for humanity became deeper than anything else on Earth. He wanted revenge but despised his own helpless weakness. Peeking out from the rubble, he watched a massive robot patrol. The machine declared that all targets were neutralized and that mutant zombies had been completely eradicated from the Earth. But then it marched right up to his hiding spot, detecting one last survivor. Ah Lang backed away in terror. Just when all hope seemed lost, a powerful figure suddenly leapt in to shield him, destroying the machine. It was Jiang Si, a fellow mutant who had saved his life. Ah Lang watched him with absolute awe from behind the rocks. Back then, Ah Lang spotted a kindred soul. Jiang Si emerged, looking like a powerful living beacon of hope. Standing tall in a human form, Jiang Si seemed bizarre to Ah Lang, yet he was undeniably one of his own. Single-handedly, Jiang Si fought off a massive horde of robots and stood firm against the entire human military. The ground forces were completely wiped out. Instantly, the heavy battleships stationed out at sea unleashed their colossal cannons. Cannon fire rained down non-stop. Their commander shrieked, "He is looking right at us, fire everything on land, sea and air." But Jiang Si possessed absolute control over the ocean itself, watching the human onslaught with utter chilling calm. Ah Lang watched the showdown unfold. With a simple flick of his wrist, Jiang Si decimated their high-tech arsenal. He commanded the sea to swallow the incoming cannonballs. Massive waves rose up, stripping the heavy ammunition of all kinetic force. The high-tech weapons became completely useless. Colossal walls of water towered high, easily dwarfing the massive human warships. In mere seconds, the churning tides dragged those mighty battleships deep down into the cold, dark abyss. More desperate reports flooded the military comms. The Navy was gone. Fire the orbital electronic laser immediately. A blinding beam of pure destruction erupted from the heavens, tearing across the atmosphere directly toward Jiang Si. He stood his ground unfazed. The impact triggered a monstrous earth-shaking explosion that lit up the entire horizon. The soldiers gasped in sheer disbelief. How was he completely untouched? The orbital laser weapon had shattered instead. Talk about overpowered, a weapon designed to vaporize zombie cells was nothing more than a harmless toy to him. Through the clearing smoke, a colossal silhouette emerged, a towering, heavily armored mechanical warrior holding a massive blade. This was humanity's pride, their strongest mecha, but it could not even survive a single blow from him. Jiang Si swatted the iron giant aside like a fly, achieving the ultimate revenge Ah Lang had always dreamed of. Fighter jets, heavy mechs, and elite soldiers fell like dominoes, and for the first time, humanity knew true terror. Able to survive underwater, Ah Lang realized just how incredibly lucky he was to live through that apocalyptic war. The Earth was left a scorched, barren wasteland, and almost every other living species was utterly wiped out. In one swift move, Jiang Si completely obliterated human civilization, taking down the entire biosphere with it. Everything withered away as oceans dried, life evaporated, and the 100 continents of the old world shrank to just 2. Staring at Jiang Si, Ah Lang knew he could never match that level of power, nor that absolute deep-seated hatred. The world was now a completely silent, barren grave, but there was no joy in this ultimate vengeance. Looking at the lifeless world, Jiang Si felt no satisfaction from his successful revenge, only a profound, heavy emptiness. As Ah Lang crawled out from the rubble, he saw Jiang Si in his true zombie form, eyes completely hollow. Oozing absolute loneliness, Jiang Si quietly picked up his discarded coat, unaware of the small creature watching him. He threw the coat over his shoulders, pulled the hood over his head, and began walking into the wasteland. But suddenly he stopped. Ah Lang crept behind a rock and watched as Jiang Si cleared some debris away. A dying, half-crushed creature lay beneath. Jiang Si gently lifted the broken survivor and gave it a brand new name. "I will call you Ah Lang," he said. Since that day, the little creature followed his savior, remembering his words. He taught him that hatred solves nothing, and as long as they did not threaten humanity, their grand plan would succeed. Now snap back to the present. Ah Lang gripped Ah Shi by the throat, asking him if he understood any of this. His erratic behavior left Ziling and Lan Qi utterly baffled, but Ah Shi remained stubbornly silent, offering no response. Frustrated, Ah Lang hurled him into a nearby building. Ah Shi slumped against the wall, weakly muttering that it was all lies. He refused to believe anyone could be that powerful. Meanwhile, over with the fake president, things were getting incredibly weird. The decoy cried for help before his face darkened, sneezing violently and turning back into Minister Kui while coughing black smoke. The Yao sisters panicked, demanding to know what he saw under hypnosis and why he had suddenly shifted back. Minister Qiu Lin began stuttering wildly, foaming at the mouth as he babbled about someone slaughtering all of his ancestors. Xiao Yu yelled at him to speak clearly, while Xiao Shui rushed to the door screaming for an ambulance. She begged her sister to stop shouting and focus on saving him. Meanwhile, Jiang Si just stood there blankly, scratching his head. He seemed half asleep. Staring at the empty chair, he wondered where the president went while the sisters wheeled Kui out. They rushed the unconscious minister to the medical bay, begging the doctor to save him before he died with the secrets. Suddenly, Jiang Si's phone rang with a call from the real minister demanding to know if he could hear him. He finally manages to get through and immediately drops a bombshell: the president has been captured. Jiang Si finds this hard to process, explaining that the president was literally just with him. The stunned minister blurs out what he was captured 30 minutes ago. Hearing this, Jiang Si goes completely silent. Suddenly, the wall behind him completely shatters as he takes off at absolute breakneck speed. Meanwhile, at the hospital emergency room, the Yao sisters wait anxiously by the door, quickly asking the doctor for an update. The doctor shakes his head, saying it doesn't look good. Xiao Shui sighs; she just wants her father to speak again. But the physician scoffs, telling her not to expect miracles since surviving is already lucky. He then casually details the minister's brutal condition: a permanent vegetative state with absolutely zero chance of ever talking. This crushing news completely shatters all of their remaining hope. Ah Shi, bloody and severely wounded, spits out a question. Ah Lang is a liar. If such a powerful zombie exists, why do we live like rats? You claimed he wiped out all of humanity, so why are there still survivors? Ah Lang just shrugs, telling him that they should ask humans themselves, since they seem to love running toward death. Then he snaps, refusing to give up the president. The entire horde of zombies suddenly rises up, ready for a riot. Watching this chaos unfold, Lan Qi panics instantly. They have completely lost their minds. Hearing Ah Shi's stubborn defiance, Ah Lang's eyes turn ice cold, then prepare to vanish. Ah Lang lets out a terrifying roar, releasing a massive wave of energy far stronger than before. Ah Mao looks on, utterly bewildered by the sudden spike. Ziling and Lan Qi shout in panic, asking if everyone forgot their actual mission. Terrified, Ah Gui trembles, realizing they cannot fight back. He begs to surrender, pleading to just hand the prisoner over. Ah Shi freezes. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches straight out toward Ah Lang. Ah Gui is absolutely stunned by what happens next. Ah Lang's massive swirling energy just vanishes into thin air. Ah Shi stares in absolute disbelief. But wait, here comes the real boss. Jiang Si has arrived to shut down the entire battlefield. Standing directly above Ah Shi, Jiang Si looks down coldly. With one soft word, he commands everyone to stop. The crazed charging zombies freeze instantly, shivering in absolute terror. Sitting on the cold ground, Ah Shi is completely paralyzed with fear. Jiang Si quietly scans the area before turning his gaze toward the massive horde. As they look back at him, panic sets in. Driven by pure primal instinct, their legs buckle. The zombies drop to their knees, bowing their heads in complete submission. They chant in unison, hailing him as their king. Lan Qi is dumbfounded. The chaotic battlefield is suddenly dead silent. Ah Lang smirks, pointing out the obvious. Ah Shi can only stare with wide, trembling eyes, wondering what kind of monster he is facing. Is he one of them, or perhaps some ancient ancestor? Before he can think, Jiang Si asks where the human president is kept. Terrified, the zombie stammers out directions to the basement command room. With the information secured, Jiang Si vanishes instantly. Still kneeling in fear, Ah Gui watches Jiang Si leave, completely overwhelmed. This level of pressure is unlike anything he has ever felt. Meanwhile, deep inside the command room, the female leader of Country B's zombies points a gun directly at the human president. She coldly declares that she never shows mercy to her enemies, telling him to rest in peace as her finger tightens on the trigger. Desperate, the president quickly speaks up, asking if she is the leader of the rebel organization from Country B. He adds that he never expected their formidable leader to be a woman. However, she remains completely unmoved by his flattery. She retorts that compliments won't save his life, Sensing his time is running out, the president quickly offers another card. He begs her to wait, claiming he has classified intelligence on ancient human technology that she surely cannot resist. Hearing about the ancient humans instantly piqued her interest. She immediately rips the hood off his head, staring at him intensely. She demands that he explain himself clearly, coldly warning him that her patience is rapidly running thin. The president explains that Country B targeted them solely because Country A had successfully unearthed the ancient human ruins. They had to fight a terrifying ancient guardian, and though they only defeated one, their incredibly advanced technology was fully secured. He explains that Country B is just trying to steal that data and suggests they make a far better deal instead. Why let everyone destroy each other when she could just free him, get the ancient secrets, and claim all the power for herself? But she quickly realizes he is just stalling. Losing her temper, she screams that he must take her for a fool. She pulls the trigger, but the gunshot goes wide as her own zombie subordinates suddenly grab her arm, shocking her completely. Confused and angry, she demands to know why the very creatures she raised and gave consciousness to are turning on her. They ignore her screams, dragging her forward. When she finally looks up, she sees a towering figure standing right before her. It is Jiang Si. She gasps in utter shock, but he merely stares back at her with a completely blank expression. In Chapter 92, the zombies completely pin her to the ground. Despite her status, she is effortlessly forced flat against the floor. She groans in pain, gritting her teeth and screaming for them to let her go, but her power is completely useless now. "Who are you?" she demands. Jiang Si spares her a quick glance before giving a praising smirk. "Who knew that the zombie leader of Country B would be a human girl? Interesting, but I have no interest in your leader, and you are not allowed to kill that person." Exposed, she flinches and screams out in disbelief. "What did you say?" Just then, the president of Country A suddenly walks over. "Ah, Chief, Jiang is here." Seeing this, her face darkens as she shrieks, "Stop them now, or we will have no hope left, let me go." But the completely blank reaction of the zombies makes her panic even more. Staring at the zombie in front of her, Country B's boss widens her eyes and mutters, "Why is there absolutely no reaction? Is she being controlled? Is the consciousness enhancement device totally useless?" As if suddenly realizing something, she looks up in sheer panic right at him. Jiang Si coldly drops a final word, "Release her after we leave. We are civilized zombies, no needless killing." The scene then cuts to the outside of a towering mountain range. Seeing them, Ziling and Lan Chi rush over immediately to ask, "Is the president all right? You scared us to death." He smiles and replies, "I am perfectly fine." The president of Country happily laughs it off. "Who knew a bathroom break would cause this? My bad, let's just count it as a little trip." Strange though. Hearing this, Jiang Si recalls they were chatting just a moment ago. Yet he somehow made it all the way out here so quickly. Do human presidents actually possess some kind of secret superpowers? They really shouldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, the other two look quite drained, having to listen to his constant, endless rambling. Just like that, the president's tour of the zombie base ends. Afterward, Jiang Si escorts him back to his hotel. Elsewhere, Ah Mao turns around and mutters, "You guys got lucky." This comment catches Ah Gui completely by surprise. He snorts in annoyance, clearly unhappy about the whole thing. Meanwhile, Ah Lang is slowly making his way forward. After touring the Country B zombie base, the president of Country A has one final day left on his visit. The citizens of Country B welcome him very warmly, constantly showering the president with gifts to show their genuine affection. After greeting the public, the president will fly back home. But the bodyguards cannot let their guard down because, after that close call, they must watch him 24 hours a day. Jiang Si brings along Ah Mao and Ah La to keep a sharp eye out for any suspicious movement. Their imposing presence makes a little boy cry out in curiosity, "Mom, look at that cute dog." Ah Mao and Ah Lang are left completely speechless by the compliment. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Yao twin sisters kneel on the ground, pale and wide-eyed as they stammer, we fail our mission." They watch in absolute despair as the plane streaks away into the bright blue sky. 1 month later, Lan Chi and Ziling are practicing combat. She gives serious instructions: take a deep breath and tense your upper abdomen. Ziling does not just explain, she demonstrates for Lan Chi, showing how to focus power into her palm. But Lan Chi, on the receiving end, finds it all incredibly annoying. She lets out a roar, "Enough, I can't take this anymore." Pushing off, she launches into the air like a bullet. Ziling drops low into a fighting stance. Lan Chi screams in excitement, "Let's begin." Her echoing shout startles Xiao Xiao, who had just walked in. Suddenly, the two of them trade blows rapidly like flying bullets. Lan Chi strikes excitedly, completely thrilled by the rush of the fight. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Xiao is incredibly worried, shouting, "Lan Chi, control your emotions." She then turns to scold the observer, "What are you staring for? Hurry up and record the battle data before and after transformation." He panics right away. Meanwhile, the battle between Lan Chi and Ziling reaches its climax with relentless attacks being thrown. However, a sweep kick from Ziling ends the match. This unexpected move leaves Lan Qi stunned for a few seconds. Just as Ziling prepares to follow up with another strike, Lan Qi quickly executes a backward flip. Mid-air, just as Lan Qi is upside down, Ziling's foot is already incoming. But with a swift counter kick, Lan Qi strikes right on Ziling's chin, forcing her to flip back 3 or 4 times to regain her balance. Seeing them fight with such deadly intensity, Xiao Xiao screams with wide eyes, "Stop fighting, we have all the data." Hearing this, Ziling pauses for only a second before immediately charging forward again, unleashing a barrage of punches. Lan Qi refuses to back down and punches right back. They keep clashing until their massive powers collide, blasting them apart. Ziling gets blown back right next to her training sword quickly, dropping low to regain her balance. Xiao Xiao watches in pure terror. Meanwhile, Lan Qi grabs her own blade and leaps high, preparing for a devastating strike. The terrifying pressure instantly catches everyone's attention right before a massive, deafening explosion erupts out of nowhere. Knocked off balance by the shockwave, Xiao Xiao screams out at the top of her lungs, quickly turn on the. Witnessing this sheer world-shaking power, the man can only widen his eyes and stammer out a shaky response in agreement. Right then, a series of gas vents appear, spraying thick mist. Ziling lands heavily on the ground with her broken sword. Lan Qi is in a similar state, gripping her own broken blade before charging forward with everything she has got left. Xiao Xiao watches, totally stunned. Neither girl hesitates as they clash, putting every ounce of their strength into a massive collision. But check this out, this brutal deadlock battle shows no signs of ending as both fighters push each other to the absolute limit. They finally stop to catch their breath, completely exhausted. Drops of blood slowly drip down, staining the cold ground below. Xiao Xiao quickly starts analyzing the combat data. According to the stats, their post-transformation power has spiked over 20 times. That is far higher than her own limits. It seems directly tied to their base strength, making them far too strong to face. Ziling and Lan Qi limp out completely drained. Xiao Xiao approaches them, admitting she's incredibly curious about something. They literally pierced each other's hearts without being transformed, yet they recovered instantly. That is a level of healing she cannot replicate. To put it bluntly, they are simply no longer human. Lan Qi snatches the tablet, staring at the data in utter disbelief. Is this really the dark price of gaining such immense power? She mutters that her recovery speed makes absolutely no sense. It is godlike, so how does that make them monsters instead of humans? Ziling frowns, asking her with a cold look. They still have their minds and bodies, unlike those mindless beasts. Xiao Xiao hesitates, trying to find the right words. To her, only the mindless ones are true zombies. She sighs, admitting that while that is true, there are still risks. Ziling cuts her off sharply, refusing to debate. She insists she must immediately focus on creating an emotion control device. With the exchange conference coming up, she refuses to risk losing control and hurting innocent people. After their mission to Country B, the group finally gets to enjoy a rare, peaceful vacation. Sitting at the table, Jiang Si happily digs into his favorite food. He smiles to himself, looking absolutely delighted. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He looks up, completely puzzled about who it is, only to find Ziling. She urgently tells him that the president ordered him to come with her immediately. Elsewhere, Dr. Jiming is preparing to execute a dark plan. He grins wickedly. The ancient man pours a strange liquid from one test tube into another, urging his subordinate to drink it down. The confused subordinate asks him why a mecha engineer is doing biological experiments, wondering if he is actually more of a biologist than them. Looking at the bubbling, decomposing mixture, he explains that this is nanotech liquid metal. Earth's cheap metals are useless for their advanced science. He asks how trash Earth metals could ever support the Empire's grand technology. Even a subject's physical body must be capable of hosting high-level power. Hearing this, the subordinate is scared out of his wits. The liquid slowly decomposes, releasing thick vapor. The ancient researcher continues his lecture. He explains that this liquid metal can spread everywhere and take any form. Its sheer density and hardness are comparable to an entire planet. The subordinate shudders, calling it completely absurd. He wonders how Earth could possess such a material where just one single gram could expand infinitely. Just 1 gram can grow infinitely. Completely shocked, the minion exclaims that this ancient technology is far more terrifying than anything they have today. He asks if everything in the past was this insane, finding it hard to believe their ancient civilization achieved such heights. The man shrugs, stating the obvious. Because their technology was so advanced, people back then became utterly useless, relying on machines for everything. Artificial intelligence turned fully grown adults into giant helpless babies. The ancient scientist then looks toward the battlefield, thinking of Jiang Si. Watching him fight, he feels a reluctant sense of admiration, noting that they had to push their technology to its absolute limit. Yet even then, they still could not defeat him. This prompts the subordinate to ask a crucial question about whether they stand a chance. He asks how their era could even produce a monster like Jiang Si. The ancient man's face darkens as he scoffs at the assumption. He reveals Jiang Si belongs to a much older generation. The subordinate gasps. Jiang Si is the original zombie. Hearing this, the subordinate is deeply unsettled. The ancient man looks back, noting that Jiang Si lived among humans far longer than anyone realized. The shocked minion realizes this means an even older civilization existed before them. The ancient scientist nods, ready to share the true history. He confirms this, offering to explain their true past. Long ago, on ancient Earth, much like any other rising society, they began with agriculture. They spent their days laboring in the fields, but then a bizarre anomaly broke the peaceful cycle of their farming lifestyle. A simple farmer suddenly began acting strange. One fateful day, a burial site exploded and he rose as the very first zombie. Total war erupted. Much like humanity today, they fought desperately, unleashing every weapon in their arsenal against the relentless undead horde. The conflict dragged on. To permanently eliminate the threat, they realized they had to evolve down an entirely different technological path. They researched tirelessly. Lacking the raw physical strength of later generations, they chose to rely heavily on artificial enhancements instead. Over the next 1,000 years, their technology advanced at an unbelievable pace, bringing them closer to a final breakthrough. Their immense efforts finally paid off. During their research, they uncovered a terrifying, world-shaking secret hidden deep within the system. Unbelievable. The cells are active within the genes. Humans turning into zombies is because of a dormant virus inside us, not spontaneous mutation. Outside, zombies swarm in a frenzy. Jiang Si's powerful silhouette looms large in the old man's memories. While researching the origins of human civilization, they uncovered a terrifying truth: he has existed through every single era. The subordinate breaks into a cold sweat hearing this, feeling completely helpless. He was the very first human to turn. His genetic structure is incredibly complex, leaving the researchers totally in the dark. It is an ever-evolving gene sequence. Yet they discovered 6 other human civilizations existed before them. Throughout those eras, extinction and rise was the norm. Every single rise and fall of those worlds was tied directly to him. Calmly, the old man notes he did more than just destroy. He destroyed multiple civilizations. The underling panics at the thought while Dr. Ji Ming quietly listens from the corner. Jiang Si is far more ancient than anyone imagined. With a completely expressionless face, the elder says they already know this. Scientists researching day and night realized such a glitch existed on Earth, filling them with absolute dread. He worked relentlessly, desperately advancing their technology. In his mind, he pictures Jiang Si walking across a vast wasteland. If he showed up within a 500-kilometer radius, every single human trace would be completely wiped out. They kept digging deeper, studying his habits and his exact genetic code for years. The subordinate just stares blankly. He watches the monitor, which displays Jiang Si standing victorious over smoking ruins. They pushed technology to its absolute limit. They assumed that no matter how strong he was still carbon-based and could never break the speed of light. The elder adds with deep regret that they failed at humanity's final hour to ensure their survival. They buried fertilized human eggs deep underground, and the rest is history. Ji Ming repeats this in utter disbelief. Burying fertilized cells underground. Shaking with sudden rage, Ji Ming demands to know if this was all a sick joke. Are you saying our entire generation came from test tubes? Beside him, the green-haired guy stands frozen like a statue. The ancient survivor quickly waves his hands to calm Ji Ming down, explaining they raised hundreds of men and women. They let them reproduce naturally. Ji Ming slowly calms his temper, focusing intently on every single word of the elder's explanation. After thousands of years, the genetic makeup naturally evolved, leading to an unexpected genius like Ji Ming himself. He calls it the true greatness of humanity. Having heard enough, Ji Ming turns away and cuts him off coldly. He refuses to listen to any more nonsense, directing the elder to check out the experimental chamber instead. Inside, a zombie sits strapped to a chair for research. The green-haired guy looks disappointed, asking if that is really it. Ji Ming calmly explains it is just a prototype. He injected Jiang Si's DNA into a blank vessel. The vessel still lacks consciousness, which is where the elder comes in. Nodding, the old man picks up a strange vial. He explains that injecting this liquid nanometal into the subject will create a mechanical replica of Jiang Si. Combining an immortal body made of nanometal with Jiang Si's genes will make the clone identical to the original. The green-haired guy instantly panics upon hearing this, shouting in alarm and asking if they are seriously cloning Jiang Si. He gestures wildly with his arms and legs, desperately trying to talk some sense into the other two. He asks if they forgot Jiang Si's core ideals. The original always wanted peaceful coexistence with humanity. If they clone someone with those exact thoughts, won't it doom their plans? Ji Ming replies they simply won't grant him that mind. The elder cautions that they must tread carefully, suggesting they only program the clone with Jiang Si's previous generation mindset. Still terrified by the idea, the weak-hearted green-haired guy remains extremely hesitant to go through with this. What if his old self decides to team up with the real Jiang Si? All their hard work would be ruined. The elder calmly shrugs, admitting they have absolutely no idea what Jiang Si was thinking back in those ancient days. All they know is that back then he slaughtered any human on sight. The green-haired guy gasps in absolute horror. Ever the relaxed one, Ji Ming coldly brushes it off since the clone is already built. Outside, the scene shifts to the harbor. Ships and planes are departing all at once. Jiang Si spots something unexpected, catching his eye as he looks around. He asks Zilang why they are at the harbor instead of the office. She casually points ahead. She tells him to see for himself. A massive battleship equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry stands before them. The president of Country A spots Jiang Si from the deck and gasps in surprise as their vessel draws closer. Getting a clearer view of Jiang Si, the president excitedly throws his arms wide open in a grand welcome. He loudly welcomes Chief Jiang Si, shouting that it has been far too long since they last met before rushing over. Jiang Si receives a warm thank you. Thanks for saving me, the president says, glad Country A has someone so strong. Then the president of Country A puts his arm around Jiang Si like a close buddy. To show my gratitude, I have prepared a massive gift for you, he announces. Just say the word, whether you want money or girls, I can give you anything. If not, how about Ziling and Lanqi then? He points into the distance with a hearty laugh. But I figure Chief Chiang does not care about those things, so do not worry because I have got plenty of options. Right where the president points, massive high-tech warships are anchored, and he proudly offers them to Jiang Si. How about a whole naval fleet, 4 aircraft carriers, and 60 other military ships? He laughs with genuine goodwill, looking to cooperate. Starting today, you are the chief of VR Super, and half the fate of Country A rests in your hands. Just do not betray us, he adds. Unbelievable. Standing nearby, Ziling is completely speechless at how easily the president trusts this guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Si reacts with absolute indifference, just letting out a flat "oh ho." Annoyed by his blank face, Ziling immediately cuts in. What do you mean, oh ho? I have never even seen a navy before. Aside from the minister, other leaders only rule the cities and army. The president of Country A raises his hand toward the soldiers, commanding them to stand at attention and salute their new officer. All the troops salute in perfect unison, shouting out a loud welcome to Chief Jiang. Immediately, other soldiers pull out drums and trumpets, making a massive festive racket. The president proudly introduces them as elite naval advisors, handpicked from other ministries to help train the navy. Right on cue, fireworks burst from the ship deck, alongside dramatic, flashy banners as the president loudly and excitedly declares they are launching the ships to celebrate the new chief. Out on a different stretch of sea, another fleet is setting sail. On board is the big boss of Country B's zombie horde. Before they even get far, she's already chewing out her subordinates, telling them to drop their arrogance and earn their high pay. Ah Jiao and Ah Gui hang their heads too scared to speak, while Zhao Hong stands with her hands on her hips, looking highly annoyed. Seeing his boss growing furious, Lan Ling quickly steps in to calm her down, asking her to take it easy and talk. He then asks the big boss why she summoned them here. Without even turning to look at him, she bluntly states her goals. The upcoming exchange event between Country A and Country B is about to start, featuring a massive maritime firepower showdown. She wants them to sneak in and trigger a brutal civil war between the two nations. Hearing the scent of a huge payday, Lan Ling chuckles and gets straight to the point, asking how much she is willing to pay for a job like that. The boss raises 3 fingers, offering 3,000 tons of gold. Noticing Xiao Hong still scowling, she tells Lan Ling to make sure their leader stops making that annoying face. But the moment Lan Ling hears about the money, his eyes light up. He quickly turns to Xiao Hong, pleading with her to stay calm and remember the massive debt they still owe. Those fools from Dahe gave them an insane interest rate of 40%, which would take centuries to fully pay off. Right as he finishes, Xiao Hong marches straight toward the boss. Ah Zhao instantly steps in to block her path, demanding to know what she wants and telling her to keep a safe distance of at least 5 meters. Xiao Hong snarls back with total arrogance. Are you scared I will bite her head off? Standing her ground, Ah Jiao retorts that they are highly sensitive to ancient beasts right now, so stay away. The boss finally speaks up, telling everyone to step back and let them talk. Xiao Hong looks her in the eye and boasts that she does not care about human plans, except for those she cannot beat. Nobody stands a chance against her. However, getting her to fight will require a much higher price than that. The boss keeps her terms simple, just trigger an internal war. Xiao Hong smirks and agrees to the deal. With the contract settled, their ship continues its voyage. The poor vampire queen, the once noble Xiao Hong, is forced to do dirty work just to pay off loan sharks. Meanwhile, the grand exchange between Country A and Country B is about to begin. Massive firework displays light up the entire city like a national holiday. Inside the broadcasting station, 2 anchors are hyping up the crowd, welcoming viewers to the live broadcast channel of Country B. Although this historic event has been running for decades, they take a moment to explain the deep meaning behind it. Ever since civilization began, humanity has faced constant torment from zombies, eventually forcing them to retreat behind city walls. Down at the harbor, a female reporter is also delivering a live update on the situation. Because of this threat, we poured everything into developing military hardware for self-defense. Though the two nations are far apart, sharing the same race means they host this joint event every 4 years. Citizens across the country are glued to their screens. The maritime games will be broadcast globally, while massive displays on towering skyscrapers stream the spectacular event live. The excited voices of the anchors echo through the streets as they announce the main theme. The goal of this military exchange is to fight over the island, showcasing each country's military power to the world. On the sea, news broadcasts are buzzing, showing off advanced military gear capable of protecting the public. The live broadcast now connects to the on-site reporter of Country A. The camera cuts to the beach. The leaders of Country A gather on the isolated island with Country B's lieutenant. Various departments are arriving too. The exchange is about to start, beginning with a simple beach volleyball match. A highly attractive girl begins stretching. It is none other than Ling. The male spectators in the crowd stare with absolute excitement, completely mesmerized. Some of them even pull out cameras to take photos. The atmosphere on this isolated island is hitting its peak. Chi changed into a stunning yellow bikini, looking around with a cold glare and letting out a sharp huff. Nearby, the Yao twin sisters get ready for the match. They quickly warn each other to stay sharp. Even if it is just a show, they cannot lose. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands shirtless in shorts, looking absolutely clueless. Chi stands confidently with her hands on her hips in her swimsuit. Gang Dai looks at the girls with sheer excitement. The previous years were totally boring. Watching these girls face off is the real highlight of the show. Down in the crowd, everyone notices Jiang Si and whispers, "Who is that skinny guy? Is he today's team leader? Why wears that weird zombie hat? He looks incredibly weak for a former presidential guard." Jiang Si wonders if Ling's leg has fully healed. The chief replies that the bio group leader made a prosthetic for her. Just then, the referee shouts a loud announcement to the crowd. The battle is officially on. Chi serves the ball first as the referee explains the rules. Players must form pairs of their own choice. Ling leaps high into the air, aiming her strike directly at the ball while the announcer keeps talking. Spectators are in for a real treat, getting to witness the physical power of these elite soldiers in action. The volleyball weighs a massive 48 kilograms. Normal people cannot even lift it, let alone play with it. The guys in the crowd whip out binoculars, completely drooling over the attractive girls on the court. Ling fires a brutal serve straight at the elder Yao sister, knocking her flat onto the sand. The younger Yao sister leaps up and snaps, "Are you serious?" She hits back with an aggressive, powerful strike. But she suddenly freezes. Across the court, Chi is already waiting, roaring out to get ready to die. The two trade insanely fast strikes. Suddenly, the ball flies right toward Jiang Si, but he effortlessly dodges it. Seeing his insanely fast reflexes, the spectators gasp. Wait, is not this supposed to be just a friendly game? Dai watches closely, immediately noticing his strange reflexes. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into loud cheers. The ball lands out, and Country A scores a point. The sudden deafening shout startles Jiang Si completely. He quickly scrambles forward, but because he gets distracted and turns around to grin like an idiot, he takes a massive volleyball straight to the face. The crowd absolutely loves seeing him get wrecked. The referee signals a point for the other team. Chi screams in outrage, feeling completely cheated. She yells out, "That clearly hit your side." The referee just rolls his eyes in utter boredom. It is the same drama every year. Ai casually lowers her glasses, curiously observing the chaotic court. Everyone stares at Jiang Si as he holds the ball, standing completely still with a frustrated look. Ai softly warns Dai, "Be careful or we will get exposed." But Jiang Si remains motionless. Dai keeps her eyes locked on him, anxiously waiting for his next move. Ai watches arrogantly. Dai glances over, trying to reassure her. "Do not worry," she says, "our battle was centuries ago. He will not remember a thing." She looks at Jiang Si, who is desperately trying to dodge balls. He's getting hit constantly like a total clown. "Look at him," she snickers, narrowing her eyes. "His first form is just a joke. No one would ever suspect that after he transforms, he is a living nightmare. Who knew we would run into him here after hiding in Country B? This is my first time seeing him." Dai cuts her off, warning her that now is not the time to make contact. Her eyes burn with deep hatred as she recalls those terrifying, painful memories permanently burned into her mind. He only brought pure despair. Back then, everyone inside the spaceship stared out of the round glass windows. Feeling completely suffocated, they watched Earth fade away as the ship slowly carried them into the cold void. It kept flying to another alien planet. The more Deep spoke, the more frustrated she got, biting her lip as tears fell. This memory was something she could never forget. Nearby, Sun glared at Jiang Si with gritted teeth, but Deep quickly spoke up to calm him down and tell him to be quiet. He grumbled but reluctantly agreed, saying yes. I watched the two of them with deep curiosity. Meanwhile, Dab sat on Sun's hand, reminding him of their true goal in this fight. "Remember," she said. We are not here to duel him. Reckless moves will cost us dearly, and I do not want to be left alone. Just then, Nai Ai began to approach them. Leaning down from Tai Sun's shoulder, Diep whispered a clear warning to her. If Ni Ai does not want to sleep, then I will go rest for a bit. Stay on guard here and make sure you keep your distance from Jiang Si. Before leaving, Deep emphasized their main goal once more. Remember, the most important task right now is to thoroughly test Jiang Si's actual strength. On the other side, Jiang Si seemed to overhear them, casting a quick glance their way. The scene then shifts to the Jiaming Science Lab. An ancient man picked up a newly finished spreadsheet, marveling at his own work. Now that the design is complete, it seems I might actually be better suited as a programmer, even if it causes some serious hair loss. The green-haired guy then curiously asked a question. He realized he used the wrong word and quickly corrected himself. No, that is not it. The green-haired guy looked at the ancient man, asking how the older ancient human civilizations actually looked, but even the ancient man could not give a straight answer, offering a pretty vague response. Unfortunately, I do not know much about it, but at least we left some literature behind for you. They left absolutely nothing behind, which initially made us believe that we were the very first generation during that early phase. Meanwhile, out at the harbor, massive warships were already docked. The fleet slowly began to set sail and move forward. Helicopters flew overhead, escorting the ships. Inside one of the choppers, a reporter was actively broadcasting to the public. Dear viewers, the joint exchange between our two nations is about to begin. I am reporting live right above a major division of Country A's massive fleet. We will bring you full coverage of this entire event. Now let us cut to the control room. A zombie soldier suddenly called out to his boss. A very familiar figure turned around. It was indeed Jiang Si. He was dressed in an incredibly commanding chief commander uniform. In Chapter 98, out at the harbor docks, warships lined up in dense rows along the docks. Jiang Si used his binoculars to carefully examine the outside situation. As the fleet set sail after several months of rigorous training, our main character, Jiang Si, had successfully built his very own navy. Through this training, the zombies under Jiang Si had completely mastered the complex skills of operating a massive aircraft carrier. One zombie guided the warships, while others were assigned as helicopter pilots fully capable of flying and executing coordinated combat. They also mastered land, sea, and air assault maneuvers. The citizens of Country B would never in their wildest dreams expect this. A guide zombie leaned down to signal a fighter jet. The very military weapons designed to wipe out zombies were now operated by an entire zombie fleet disguised among them. The jets finally began to take off one by one. If the Country B reporters knew those zombies were piloting fighter jets directly over their heads, what would they think? A bit later, the ships and planes drifted across the vast ocean. Tu Lang was also on board, standing tall and looking out. A zombie captain brought over a captain's hat, telling her that the higher-ups assigned leader Tu Lang to Jiang Si's main fleet. Handing over the appointment letter, the captain then approached Lang Qi, telling leader Lang Qi that it was time to set off. The zombie captain offered her a similar hat, presenting the official military uniform to leader Lan Qi next. However, Lan Qi flatly refused, with an incredibly logical excuse, pointing out that a team leader does not need to wear a uniform. Just then, an announcement blared across the fleet, declaring they were on board Jiang Si's Country A fleet. In the Central Ocean region, Country A deployed its entire navy, totaling 3 fleets. The female reporter continued her enthusiastic broadcast, explaining that the theme was island capture, designed to test the quick thinking and coordination of the team leaders and officers. All fleets had disabled their satellite communication and navigation systems, relying solely on wireless radio to communicate. Helicopters and warships advanced along the same path. Group 1 consisted of Jiang Si, Tu Lang, and Lan Qi. The reporter introduced that Country A's side featured Jiang Si's fleet, which was currently led by the 2nd Navy. Group 2 was comprised of Minister Chen and Dai Quang. The announcer introduced the 2nd Navy's steel fleet led by Minister Chen. Group 3 consisted of Minister Chuang and his 2 imposing subordinates commanding the roasted sausage fleet of the 3rd Navy. On the opposing side stood the Yao twin sisters and another mysterious young man. On their opponent's side, Country B deployed its 1st fleet commanded by Officer Ban Ho alongside the twin Yao sisters. Group 5 consisted of 3 women in police uniforms representing the 2nd Fleet of Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hoa. Group 6 includes Colonel Ho Diep Ni Ai and Tai Sun alongside Colonel Ho's 3rd Naval Fleet. Up on the giant projection screen, jumbotrons in the city center broadcast a female reporter announcing that unfortunately they cannot interview the fleet captains. Everyone seems dead set on winning, and all the fleets decline interviews to keep their military secrets classified. Still, she quickly points over to Jiang Si and improvises, telling the crowd not to worry because the captain of Country A's 2nd Fleet is incredibly friendly and happy to answer any questions. Meanwhile, Jiang Si just scratches his head, clueless as a deer in headlights. The reporter shoves her microphone in his face, asking what major advantages Country A's fleets have and who will walk away with the ultimate victory. But acting as a commander, Jiang Si immediately spits out a completely ridiculous and playful answer saying everyone should just stop fighting, keep the peace, get this over with, and head home for dinner. Even the people watching the news at home hear this and wonder if this guy is completely stupid. The reporter quickly pivots to Tu Lang, asking what secret weapon his fleet has to win. But Tu Lang is honestly no different from his friend. His answer is just as baffling, claiming that as long as they do not accidentally sail into a river that is already a massive win. The reporter stands there completely speechless. Suddenly, Lan Chi glares with a dead serious expression, muttering that he has a really bad feeling about this. The fleets finally set sail as a loud voice commands them to begin. Leading the charge is a red-bottomed battleship from Country B's First Fleet. Yao Ji watches closely from the deck and sighs, complaining that fighting over islands is incredibly boring compared to their brutal zombie hunting exam. The younger Yao's sister crosses her arms, asking if she knows the two new female lieutenants over on the Third Fleet. The older sister shakes her head. She heard they were stuck as corporals forever, only recently getting a sudden special promotion. She glares toward Colonel Ho's squad, deeply suspicious and wondering what could possibly make these newcomers so incredibly special. Suddenly, Tai's son starts sniffing the air. Diep notices this strange behavior and asks what is wrong with him. He quietly brushes it off. Their warship glides smoothly across the ocean, but Tai's son can sense a strange presence, warning everyone that someone highly dangerous is approaching them. Meanwhile, Xiaohong is chilling on deck, sitting cross-legged as she enjoys the view. Diep looks up in total shock at his warning. Ni Ai also chimes in, demanding to know what he means by dangerous. He slowly explains that her origin might actually be just like his, meaning they belong to the very same ancient species. He stares over at Xiaohong sitting quietly on the deck, but a completely different realization suddenly washes over him. He senses her energy is surprisingly faint and fading fast. Diep whips around in absolute shock, questioning what he means. Tai-sun calmly explains that with her life force this incredibly weak, her physical form might completely fade away very soon. Meanwhile, on a lonely green island tucked away in the Atlantic Ocean, military helicopters are already circling overhead. At the same time, a warship approaches the coast. An officer reports to Commander Hong Hoa that they have finally reached the target island. He notes that Country A's forces are on their left. A subordinate peers through his binoculars before quickly turning back to report that the battle has officially begun. Hearing this, Commander Hong Hoa instantly orders her crew to fire, launching a massive projectile right toward the enemy fleet. The opposing ship descends into absolute madness as alarms blare and speakers announce the sudden attack. They warn Minister Chen that Country B's Second Fleet has opened fire. Caught completely off guard, the minister can only curse, in pure rage, shouting that those Country B bastards are dead meat. A broadcast then confirms that Country A has lost one destroyer, costing them 3 points. A panicked soldier looks down at the bright red paint splattered across the hull. The nearby ships are in equal chaos. A lookout screams out to Minister Chen that the battle has officially begun. Geng Day watches from a distance and mocks them, asking if Minister Chen's defensive cannons are just there for show. The commander calmly peers through his binoculars, noting they are simply too close. Up in a helicopter, a reporter is completely stunned. He yells to the audience, asking if they saw that. The impatient forces of Country B have officially made the first move. Back on the mainland, every single citizen is glued to their screens. The reporter continues his hyperactive broadcast, explaining that besides capturing the island, there is a complex point system, meaning the team with the highest score will win. He jokes about their motto, friendship first, competition second, and beating the absolute living daylights out of each other third. Although they swap real ammunition for paint fireworks to avoid injuries, everyone is secretly hoping for some brutal hand-to-hand combat. They want to see Country A's leaders and Country B's generals trade blows up close. The crowd back home goes wild, chanting and screaming for them to tear each other apart. The reporter yells that it is finally time to test their teamwork. Back on the flagship, Minister Chen wastes no time roaring an order for an immediate all-out counterattack across the entire line. His crew quickly obeys, spinning the helm to swing the battleship around and prepare to unleash their retaliation. That's right, the enemy ship is firing non-stop, blasting massive columns of water into the air. A bespectacled subordinate quickly grabs his binoculars to scan the area, screaming in sheer terror. No way is that the human army. Minister Chang roars in anger, shouting orders to fire at will. He slams his fingers onto the control keys like a madman, forcing his panicked crew to yell a warning. Minister Chang stopped pressing it. The console is literally smoking. Meanwhile, General Xinghua's ship keeps up their relentless heavy bombardment without stopping. For a second, wiped them all out. A subordinate asks if they were here to secure the island, but she snaps back to obliterate the enemy first. Once everyone else is dead, the island is theirs. Watching the chaos, Gang Dai asks anxiously if they should help before their allies lose. But the director remains completely unbothered, calmly offering a response without a single trace of panic in his voice. He tells them there is no rush and orders them to steer around, explaining that the first fleet to land gets 40 points. If they let those two idiots fight it out, they can sneak right past them, a perfect steal. Gang Dai can only stare in shock. Meanwhile, the bespectacled officer on the other ship stammers in pure terror about the human army, while Singhwa's ship continues its relentless assault. The barrage shows zero signs of slowing down. Just then, Minister Chang's subordinate delivers a piece of absolutely terrible news. Their artillery ammo is almost completely dry. Hearing this, the minister loses his patience, shoves his soldier aside, and decides to take charge. To win a fight, you have to take out the leader first. Suddenly, a strange round object is launched from Minister Chang's ship. His panicked subordinates scream out his name. On the other side, General Singhwa spots the incoming threat flying straight toward her deck. Though she cannot identify it, she quickly warns her crew. But then Minister Chang's back muscles begin to expand rapidly. The sudden growth tears his shirt to shreds. As his dramatic muscular transformation finishes, his clothes completely rip apart, leaving him entirely exposed. Naked and thrilled, the muscular man leaps high into the air. Over on General Singhwa's ship, the crew looks up in sheer horror. Seeing this utterly shameless guy flaunting everything without a single shred of clothing on, they hold their heads and scream in unison. Even the reporter in the helicopter is so deeply traumatized by the horrific sight that nosebleeds start pouring out of him. The distant soldiers watching through binoculars suffer the exact same fate. Meanwhile, the home audience glued to their screens can only stare. Everyone is completely frozen. With nosebleeds running wild, it is safe to say Minister Chang's stripping technique deals devastating mental damage. The reporter aggressively rubs his eyes, trying to recover before apologizing to the viewers for the blinding, eye-burning display. Furious, Singhwa crushes her device to pieces, cursing the absolute lunatic. Her terrified subordinate desperately calls out her name. In a fit of pure rage, General Singhwa launches herself straight toward Minister Chang's ship, ready to obliterate him. She screams at the filthy pervert to get lost. While he is busy flexing his naked body, she closes the distance instantly. Her heel connects heavily with his face, delivering a brutal kick that threatens to completely break his jaw. Now look, seeing the sudden turn of events, the reporter quickly regains his hype, excitedly announcing the showdown. The crowd watching the broadcast goes absolutely wild, cheering her on and yelling at her to beat him to death. Even from a distance, the ships can hear the passionate cheers echoing over the water as the fight heats up. Watching through his binoculars, Gang Dai suddenly shouts out, pointing toward their right side to get the director's attention. The younger Yao's sister trembles in sheer panic, while the elder Yao's sister stares intently at an approaching fleet from Country A. Realizing their intentions, she screams out that the enemy is trying to sneak in and steal the 40 landing points. With Gang Dai and the younger sister agreeing on a plan, they offer to send forces to block them. But the director quickly declines, knowing they are too late to intercept such a massive fleet without getting completely bogged down. As their ship charges straight ahead, the elder Yao's sister takes charge and commands the crew to floor it. It is a pure test of speed now. Meanwhile, deep inside the island, a green-haired guard frantically bangs on the door. He yells out a critical report warning Dr. Ji Ming that the human army is heading straight toward their position. The doctor turns around in absolute shock, unable to believe his ears as Chapter 100 begins. Peering through his binoculars from his quiet hiding spot, Dr. Ji Ming silently surveys the vast ocean stretching out before him. Two ships are racing side by side near the beach. On deck, Gang Dai furiously slams the thruster lever all the way down. He challenges them to a race, confident they cannot even catch up to his wake. The vessel tears through the waves. On the rival ship, the Yao sisters are just as fired up, refusing to back down from the challenge. Vowing they have never lost a race, they order full speed ahead. Back on the island, Dr. Jie Ming curses in frustration. His disciple nervously asks if their position has been compromised, but the doctor immediately shuts down the idea. There is no way they were spotted. He handpicked this island as the safest, most hidden spot around. Inside a quiet office, a voice wonders who would ever pay attention to this remote border between Country A and Country B. The voice asks what he thought of the upcoming exchange event. The Prime Minister of Country B stands beside the President of Country A, holding a teacup as he wonders where they should hold this event. He keeps his eyes locked onto the world map on the screen. He warns him not to host it in his country again because cleaning up the massive mess last time was a total nightmare. The Prime Minister of Country B sips his tea and replies that if they both refuse to host it, they need another option. Pointing directly at an island on the digital map, he suggests they just pick this unclaimed spot instead. Ownership of this tiny island is still completely undecided. While the rest of Earth is fully divided, this piece of land remains. The map zooms in on the island as the two leaders clink their glasses together to seal the deal. Whoever wins this match claims the island. The President of Country A laughs heartily as the secret agreement is finalized. Dr. Ji-Ming slams his hand onto the table with absolute rage. He barks out, demanding to know if it is finally finished. The ancient programmer panics, frantically typing on his keyboard while pleading for just a little more time to write the code. Nearby, a zombie sits during programming, missing a crucial arm. High above, a fleet of helicopters buzzes through the sky. An excited reporter hosts the live broadcast from the cockpit. Viewers glue themselves to TV screens as both naval fleets arrive. The group stands in silence, listening intently to the commentator. Finally, the main fleet from Country B makes its grand entrance. Citizens stare up at massive outdoor screens, cheering that the real show is about to start. The helicopter reporter leans out, scanning the waters in confusion because the second fleet is nowhere to be seen. The helicopter sweeps past the ships. Out on the freezing waters, Ling shivers on a lone boat drifting near massive icebergs. Cold goosebumps break out everywhere. Teeth chattering, she demands to know where they are. Chi shivers beside the captain, yelling for him to check their location. The captain breaks into a cold sweat, warning they are about to crash. Xiao crouches by a fire, sighing in frustration. She snaps, asking if they are at the North Pole or South Pole, cursing her decision to let zombies navigate. Jiang Si holds a cup, sweat dripping down his face as he confesses they are totally lost. Suddenly, the boat slams hard. Ling grits her teeth, struggling to keep her balance as the captain shouts that they have struck a massive reef. She screams at Jiang Si, claiming she can literally see the fish through the hull. Shi grips the railing, furious. Jiang Si stays silent, sweat pouring like rain. It turns out they ended up on the far side of the world, stranded in the freezing Arctic, half a world away from the actual venue. He smiles sheepishly at Ling's yelling. Shi keeps nagging him, asking how the leader of a fleet could mess up a simple journey so badly. She demands to know if he can ever be reliable. Clutching her phone, she screams that their satellite signal is gone. Even the compass is useless. She asks what they should do now. Jiang Si scratches his head, completely flustered. Ling frowns as he suggests they just take a nap and withdraw from the exchange event entirely. A helicopter flies. Now watch above the stormy sea, the fierce battle is already raging. The excited reporter screams that the fight has begun. The top champions of both countries are finally clashing. Lieutenant Xinghua falls into the ocean, her eyes widening in shock. A completely naked man suddenly rises from the water right in front of her. She lets out a deafening shriek. The midday sun beats down on the beach as Dr. Ji-Ming raises his binoculars, watching the waves crash violently. Spray flies in all directions. Listening to the reporter's energetic voice, the zombie leader grits his teeth with fierce determination. The fleets from both countries are pushing through the narrow waters. Who will be the first to secure 40 points? The Yao twins grit their teeth, pushing their vessel forward. Dr. Ji-Ming scoffs angrily at the useless soldiers rushing in. He snaps at the ancient coder, demanding he help instead of just keeping his head buried in his computer screen. Looking exhausted, the ancient coder reminds him that he already has a massive stockpile of zombie samples at his disposal. He suggests checking the scrap heap for any spare nanometals, since building a high-tech beast should be easy for him. Dr. Ji-Ming's assistant tears the room apart, searching desperately until he finally pulls out a small chemical vial. Dr. Ji-Ming snatches the container instantly. On the screen, human and zombie troops are falling in massive numbers. He mutters darkly that he is no fool and will not go down without a massive, brutal fight. Meanwhile, Ling peers through his binoculars and reports that the battle has started, suggesting they use the chaos to their advantage. Xiao Hong orders them to fire. A shell roars from the vessel, catching Dai and Ni completely off guard. Taishan remains calm and reaches out as their boat collides with a massive boulder, causing the entire vessel to shudder. An explosion erupts. Colonel Ho is completely furious, demanding to know if Country A is really using live ammo, shouting to load up and fire back. Live ammo indeed. Lin breaks into a cold sweat, warning his king about an elite enemy expert. Just then, a massive figure approaches Colonel Ho as Taishan issues a command. He orders the crew to steer the ship over there. But Colonel Ho clenches his fists and angrily barks back, screaming that he is the highest commanding officer here. He orders the two lieutenants to obey his command. Instead, Taishan simply grabs Colonel Ho by the head, lifting him high up as the colonel struggles wildly. Shattered and pale, the colonel panics at the insane strength. He desperately yells that he is a general of Country B, demanding to know who they are. Ling gasps in sheer terror, shouting to his king that they are about to crash. He reminds him they quietly snuck into the third fleet of Country A. They absolutely cannot get exposed. While Taishan silently holds Colonel Ho high in the air, Xiao Hong and Ni both shout out at the exact same moment. They order the crew to completely smash the enemy to pieces. Xiao Hong's ship charges forward at high speed, and Ni's vessel also races right alongside. The commentator gets incredibly excited, shouting that both sides have totally lost their patience. Country A's third fleet and the rival fleet are heading straight for each other. Neither Country B's Third Fleet nor their rivals will back down, gearing up to show everyone a dramatic Pacific Ocean collision. This exchange meeting is definitely going wild. It is bound to be much more exciting than previous years, but completely ignoring all the loud chaos, Jiang Si and DM Nian are peacefully fishing with the zombie. The two massive ships keep closing the gap. Lan Qiling gasps in panic, shouting that they are about to crash. Colonel Ho is so terrified that he starts drooling. Xiao Hong charges right to the front while Taishan also rushes forward. She gets a running start, launching an incredibly powerful high kick with absolute force. The sheer impact sends Taishan flying straight onto Xiao Hong's boat. She spins around in complete shock as he lands heavily right on the deck. Taishan bends his knees to steady himself. The boat shakes with a loud thud, splashing ocean water everywhere. A terrified Lan Qilin screams out in panic. He shrieks, demanding to know who this guy is. Xiao Hong's subordinate just scoffs from the corner. The excited commentator keeps hyping up the crowd. He yells that the battle between the president's and general's subordinates is just as thrilling, highlighting the raw muscular power of Country B's lieutenant. That single kick almost capsizes Country A's warship. Instantly, Xiao Hong's hand glows with immense magical energy, creating a massive swirling whirlpool beneath the boat. Taishan immediately prepares for combat. Frowning deeply, she watches as he quickly clasps his hands together, activating an incredibly powerful spell. A massive boulder suddenly materializes tightly, trapping and binding Xiao Hong. The nervous commentator breaks into a cold sweat, stammering in pure disbelief. He wonders if this is truly the insane combat power of a president's subordinate. Across the city, stunned citizens stare wide-eyed at the giant screens. Everyone is completely speechless. The announcer quickly flips through his notes for info, noting how weird it is that Lieutenant Taishan is listed as a competitor. Yet there is absolutely no record or data regarding this mysterious, barely clothed girl from Country A. Meanwhile, Lan Qilin and the Diu twins scream in panic. The chief turns to the minister, warning him that something is terribly wrong and that there seems to be a strange presence on the island. He peers intently through his binoculars, asking what on earth is going on over there. A giant monster stomps through the dense trees of the island aggressively, charging forward. The minister stares in absolute shock at the sight. Dr. Ji Ming angrily issues a challenge, calling them a bunch of complete fools. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is still quietly fishing with his zombie companion. The zombie squad leader asks what those island creatures are, wondering if they are part of the drill, just as the minister orders a sudden retreat. Hearing this, he is very confused. In the cockpit, the younger sister of the Diu twins suddenly speaks up, pointing out that the enemy is slowing down. The older sister peers outside, yelling that she cannot hear a single thing over the noise. Suddenly, the monster lifts a massive rock and hurls it. The rock skips across the waves, smashing directly into the cockpit. Surrounded by a sudden sea of fire, the terrified Diu twins scream out in fear. The zombie leader gasps in shock, telling the minister that the opponent's hull just blew up. He leans over the railing in total disbelief. He wonders if that was a real explosion, muttering that if this exchange event is truly playing for keeps, they are going way too far. Dr. Ji Ming stands in silent thought. Meanwhile, the commentator is completely speechless, shouting to ask what happened as Country B's lead warship suddenly explodes. He yells that this drill is looking way too realistic. Gritting his teeth, the mastermind mutters for every single one of them to just drop dead. Inside a spacious office, Country B's prime minister answers a call, asking if the other side planned this. Country A's president immediately replies. He asks how he could possibly do that, reminding him that he chose this location. Back on the ship, the minister signals a full-scale counterattack. Neither president wants to lose their military assets, especially with an active enemy on the island. This situation is getting completely out of hand. On a giant ice sheet, Jiang Si continues to fish peacefully. He suddenly turns, asking where Tu Lang and Lan Qi went. The zombie Ingo replies that he has no idea since they were just here. Right now, Tu Lang and Lan Qi are stranded on a boat. Out in the middle of the ocean, she clenches her fists in rage, gritting her teeth about how long she has waited for this 4-year event. She finally obtained incredible power, planning to use these weapons to wipe away her past humiliation, but that idiot navigator made a massive mistake. He somehow dragged them all the way to Antarctica. The exchange meeting hasn't even started yet, their journey is already completely over. The zombie captain panics, warning her that without their main mothership, they do not have enough fuel. Tu Lang yells right in his face. She snaps at him to shut up, calling him completely useless. She yells that she would rather die than give up, demanding he find a solution. They better swim back to the arena. A zombie beats a drum to cheer them on with a rhythmic 1, 2, 3, 4. Rowers on both sides paddle in unison, shouting out as they go. Meanwhile, the ancient man stares at his computer screen. He laughs like a maniac. It is a complete success. His ultimate creation is complete. Dr. Kipming's assistant approaches with a worried look. He warns the doctor not to awaken the beast here. The doctor scoffed, saying he is not that stupid, having already aimed the pod toward the ocean. With the pod prepped, the screen shifts to Jiang Si's crew. They stand tall, their spirits burning hot as they face their rivals. Xiao Hong's faction waits on the opposite side. Over at Guan Canaleo Island, Ah Jiao clicks a lighter to spark his cigarette. He wonders how their hired help is doing out there. Ah Gui, puffing on his own smoke, chimes in with a frown. It should be done by now, right? He suddenly spots something and gasps, asking Ah Jiao what on earth that thing is. Ah Jiao squints, wondering the same. Down in the sand, a massive pod emerges. A pale hand reaches out, claws scraping the metal. The strange capsule pops open from the inside. Ah Jiao and Ah Gui stand frozen, staring right into a pair of glowing red eyes. Pure danger radiates from those eyes. Elsewhere, Xiao He is taking notes when his pen suddenly snaps in half, leaving him completely stunned. As he stares at the broken pen, heavy footsteps rush toward him. Ah Gu and Ah Lang burst in, asking what is going on. The king is acting weird. Xiao He frowns and whips around. Ah Gan is panicking, barely able to explain what the king is doing. The king looms over them, looking terrifying with jagged razor-sharp fangs. Back on the beach, Ah Gui stares anxiously at the smoking pod. A massive figure steps out from the steam, wearing a wicked, arrogant grin. Ah Jiao and Ah Gui can only watch in utter disbelief. The king stands still for a moment, then suddenly bolts across the sand. Watching the feed, the ancient man slams the desk in excitement. It worked. Now show me what you can really do. The king blurs forward, closing the distance to the two shocked scouts in seconds. He gets so close so fast that Ah Gui screams in terror. The ancient man laughs like a lunatic as the king stares down Ah Jiao. Then the unthinkable happens. The terrifying monster bursts into tears and hugs Ah Jiao, crying about how happy he is to see them. He is just so glad they are alive. Ah Jiao stands frozen, completely lost, while the ancient scientist pulls his hair out in rage. What kind of joke is this? Ah Jiao squirms, begging the stranger to let go. Over in the lab, Dr. Kitming's face turns completely pale. The ultimate weapon is currently clinging to Ah Jiao's legs, sobbing about how lonely he was and how glad he is to find another zombie. Ah Gu is speechless, his cool image of the beast completely ruined. Ah Jiao struggles to drag his leg away, screaming for him to let go. Dr. Kitming screams that this is a total failure, but the ancient scientist begs him to calm down, claiming it must be a minor glitch. The weeping monster finally calms down, wiping his tears. He apologizes for his behavior and politely extends a hand to Ah Jiao. He introduces himself as Jiang Si. Ah Jiao stares at him, realizing this guy is a zombie. Jiang Si nods happily. He says it is great they are alive, saving him the trouble of resurrecting them. Ah Jiao scratches his head, completely lost. Ah Gui checks his wrist scanner, confirming the reading. This bizarre guy is indeed a registered zombie, much to their surprise. Ah Jiao points at him, asking why he looks so human. Jiang Si tilts his head and raises his hand toward the sunlight. He grabs his own wrist, telling them not to worry about his weird body. It is really nothing to worry about. He rubs his head and laughs, admitting he does not always know what form he will take. The two scouts stare at him, completely speechless. Just then, Ah Shi shouts from a distance, telling them to stop gossiping. Their mission is a success, and it is time to move. They need to get out of there immediately. Ah Jiao waves goodbye to Jiang Si, telling him they have to run. This island is dangerous territory, so he warns Jiang Si not to wander off. Soon, their helicopter takes off into the sky. On board, their leader glares at them, asking what took them so long. Ah Jiao nervously rubs his neck, mentioning a weird encounter. Down on the shore, Jiang Si waves goodbye with a bright smile. Feeling energized, he decides to go explore some other places. Back in the lab, Dr. Kitming points a gun right at the scientist's head, screaming that he ruined everything. He wasted all of their research funds on a useless crying zombie. The furious doctor tells him to prepare to die. The assistant can only watch in absolute terror. Meanwhile, the helicopter cuts through the clouds, flying over the ocean waves. Jiang Si finally wanders into a massive city standing between towering skyscrapers. Passers-by immediately start pointing and whispering at his bizarre look. People break into a cold sweat just looking at him. But the undead king merely glares back, growling a single word under his breath. Humans. Up in the chopper, Ah Gui looks over, asking his partner what is on his mind. Ah Jiao stares out the window. He admits he is thinking about that weird zombie, wishing he had brought him along. He looks down at the sprawling city. He worries the fragile guy might get wiped out by humans. But down below, Jiang Si raises his hands, preparing to strike. Back in the lab, the scientists freeze in sheer shock as the zombie slams his fists down, unleashing a blinding pillar of light. The earth completely shatters. Dr. Ji Ming and his team can only watch in absolute shock as cars and people float high up in the air. A Jiao looks out, gasping at the floating bodies right before a massive impact rocks the chopper. Everyone screams. Endless floating cars crash right into them. A Jiao and a Qi tumble to the side, shouting in pure terror. Is it an earthquake? Akwe screams while the Country B zombie leader barks to keep the helicopter steady. He asks Ejiao what is going on out there, both of them staring forward in panic as the helicopter sweeps through. It glides right over the sea towards the massive city skyline. Dr. Ji Ming and his crew freeze completely paralyzed. The giant zombie king barely moves, yet the entire city gets ripped to shreds. Talk about an absolute cheat code. As the monster rises, a heavy rain of shattered cars and helpless people falls behind it. Even the zombie leader of Country B is stunned. Out on the boat, Chairman Lan Chi screams at the top of his lungs, demanding they crawl to the exchange venue if they must. The zombie sailors surrounding him immediately scatter in absolute chaos, completely swept up in the panic of the moment. Look southwest, Lan Qi turns and faces a terrifyingly familiar sight. Half the ground has been flipped straight up like a colossal wall. Both Tu Lang and Lang Qi scream in utter shock. Elsewhere, Chu Tu Hong struggles inside a massive stone hand, shouting who else besides Jiang Si could possibly stand against her. She demands to know who they are, but Deep only smiles and tells her to guess. Tu Hong scoffs at their cheap tricks. The man with hair covering his eyes gasps as Tu Hong easily shatters the heavy stone prison with a single swing. She leaps down. The tall man warns Deep that this girl is way stronger than they ever expected. Tu Hong glares at them, demanding to know who they really are. Excited for a fight, Deep wastes no time. She orders Tu Tai Sun to attack, but Ni Ai steps in and stops her before things can escalate further. Telling them this is no time to argue over underlings, Ni Ai calmly claims they have no bad intentions. All they want is to meet Tu Hong's master. But Tu Hong only scowls, completely clueless about what they mean. Deep just laughs. This girl has absolutely no clue. She mocks her, asking if she truly believes vampires exist or if she is just some ancient remnant left behind. Tu Tai Sun chimes in, pointing out that logically, she should have ceased to exist a very long time ago. Even with advanced life support, she should never have retained this level of raw, destructive power. Losing her patience, Tu Hong snaps back, annoyed by how these strangers talk like they know her inside out. But Tu Tai Sun continues his analysis, leaving Deep stunned as he mentions a special gene granting eternal life. Ni Ai steps forward, explaining they are from an ancient civilization and they came to test Jiang Si's actual power. Since she has lived on Earth for so long, they want to know where the creator of her kind is. This questioning only angers the female vampire lord even more, sick of listening to their endless scientific babble. She snaps that she hates humans and understands none of this, turning a cold, sharp glare directly toward Diep. Warning her opponent that she successfully sparked her fight, Tu Hong leaves Deep completely shocked. Tu Tai Sun leaps forward to shield his master, warning her that their opponent is finally getting serious. But get this, a deafening rumble suddenly shakes the area, and they watch a massive island literally flip over. Tu Hong and Deep can only stare in disbelief. Even the usually calm Ni Ai completely loses her composure. She stammers, completely bewildered. High above, the news helicopter is still broadcasting the intense exchange meeting live. The reporter clutches his microphone, shouting that the competition has reached its absolute peak, when suddenly he stops. He screams in terror as the entire island literally starts turning upside down right before his eyes. Everyone nearby watches in absolute horror. Chief Gang Dai clutches his bag, completely unable to form a sentence. He stutters out a cry for the minister. Nearby, two people clinging to a float stare in pure amazement. Even Hung Hoa stops, drowning his target, totally frozen. Then the massive zombie giant takes a single heavy step. The earth shakes violently. Suddenly, a high-tech jet shoots up, trying to escape before the collapsing island crushes it. Rocky walls rise on both sides, sandwiching them as the passengers scream in terror while everything closes in. Pilots scream to pull up while Jiao and Akwe spot that same familiar monster. A strange object shoots into the sky, revealing the massive back of the zombie king right in front of them. Gazing in shock, Jiao watches the giant turn its head before its entire body suddenly detonates. His dark eyes hollow out, his nostrils turn pure white, and a sudden red light flashes as the zombie king bares his massive fangs. He evolves into his second form in the blink of an eye, leaving Jia and Gui screaming in absolute terror. Their female leader leans against the doorway, drenched in cold sweat, watching the zombie king charge straight toward them before something crashes down hard. The impact shatters the city ground into fragments, completely blindsiding both the humans and the zombies stuck aboard the chopper. Suddenly, the muscular zombie king bursts through the thick smoke. Jia and Gi jump back, utterly speechless with fear. Another massive shockwave sweeps across the city, lifting everything into the air and sending the survivors spinning out of control. The two zombies desperately grab their leader as the aircraft starts falling apart. They scream out to protect their boss, but the deafening chaos makes it impossible to hear. Agui yells that he cannot understand a single word they are saying. The horned zombie gets sucked into the vortex while screaming to protect their boss right before the ground below collapses. A massive crater opens up, channeling a terrifying pool of energy that leaves Ziling and Lan Chi staring in shock. Then a violent gravitational pull drags at them, forcing both girls to scream out in sheer helplessness. A blinding beam of light erupts from the sea near a ship of mysterious guests, leaving both girls frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ajia and Agui are straining every muscle just to survive this crushing atmospheric pressure. The entire area plunges into chaos as the light swallows everything, but the king just stands there under the scorching sun. He stands dead center in the giant crater shrouded in white steam before letting out a series of bizarre guttural roars. Out on the ocean, the mysterious ship gets violently rocked by the shockwaves, making Dai cry out in panic. Ni scrambles to confirm their coordinates near Gordon Kano Island while Xiao Taishan suddenly mutters a single name, Jiang Si. Meanwhile, the terrain around the zombie king has been completely flattened, leaving absolutely no survivors in sight. In an instant, Gordon Kano Island was wiped off the map and at least 30 million people just vanished. News stations across the globe immediately broadcast an emergency alert about the sudden disappearance of the massive island. The broadcast echoes through city streets reporting that tens of millions of citizens are now missing without a trace. Viewers stare at their screens in utter shock, completely unable to process what kind of tragedy just occurred. Somehow, a lone news helicopter survived the blast, and the crew is pushing forward to get a closer look. The bald reporter clutches his microphone, stammering in absolute horror at the devastated wasteland unfolding right below him. They fly deeper into the disaster zone just as the zombie leader and her crew finally crash land on the ground. A massive zombie shields their female boss from the fall while Ajia and Agui lie shivering on the dirt. Standing right before them is the king. Ajia stammers out a question, but the monster just groans about hateful humans. The survivors freeze in terror. Behind a nearby boulder, the horned zombie hides as the king catches a fresh scent. He mutters about surviving humans, prompting the group to quickly cover their leader's mouth to keep her silent. Ajia frantically waves his hands, claiming it is just his own scent because he spends all his time dealing with humans. Behind him, Agui trembles as he whispers to his ally to protect their boss at all costs, receiving a tense nod back. The king's eyes narrow as he suddenly reaches out, grabbing Ajia's body with an invisible, crushing force. He lifts him high, questioning his loyalty. Ajia desperately tries to de-escalate, asking if they are still brothers. But the king only responds with a chilling threat that sends a shiver straight down their spines. He declares that killing him allows him to make better zombies, making Agui stumble back in pure horror. His personality has completely warped. Facing this absolute monster, Agui wonders how their ally could change so drastically. Stealing his nerves, Agui argues that as a zombie he would never choose to conspire with mere humans anyway. The king demands immediate proof, prompting them to quickly reveal a vital piece of information. They point southwest toward a massive city of 70 million people, the closest major hub to Gordon Kano Island. The king's eyes glow crimson before he rockets into the sky, leaving a bewildered Ajia collapse on the ground. The powerhouse blazes across continents toward his new target, while the abandoned group slowly recovers from the near-death encounter. Ajia is still trembling from the crushing aura. They quickly gather around their leader to check on her. The news helicopter spots them from above, and the reporter points out the survivors huddled on the ruined ground. As the chopper lands, their leader struggles to stand, insisting they must find a way to stop the rogue king. Their goal is peaceful coexistence with humans, not total extinction. Sis, are you kidding me? Didn't you see what he just did? Meanwhile, the zombie king is charging forward at an insane speed. Is there any creature left on this planet that can actually stop him? His sheer velocity sends a blinding streak of light across the earth. I bet humanity won't last another 30 minutes before they're wiped out. The reporter and soldiers quickly raise their weapons. Seeing them, the reporter and soldiers are shocked, while the girl desperately tries to approach the zombie. She grabs the camera. She takes over the broadcast to scream for attention. The zombie queen tries her best to warn the people in the distant city. A terrifying monster has appeared, slaughtering humans indiscriminately. Run and hide now if you want even a slight chance of survival. Run and hide to survive. Watching this, a young guy gets annoyed and turns off his screen. Is she out of her mind? Why is everyone on TV such an idiot? Around him, the city is still perfectly peaceful under the bright, warm sun. Setting his phone on a stand, he happily calls out, "Director Nye, our stream just gained another 100,000 viewers." He laughs with excitement. Wait, what? On screen, a beautiful, innocent girl is gracefully spinning in the gentle breeze. The live chat is blowing up. See, I told you. Who wants to watch some boring exchange meeting anyway? Watching pretty girls stream is the real deal. Turns out plenty of people actually share my excellent taste today. Time to steal some hype from the official event. He grabs a cosmetic bottle and starts pitching. Check out this local specialty. Our skin whitening cream from NB City. Today it's not $9.98 and not even $2.98. He turns the camera. Today it is yours for just $98. Don't you want yourself or your wife to look as beautiful as this fairy? Don't you want to look this good? Buy it now, but watch what happens next. Their worst nightmare arrives. Director Nye turns around in utter shock. Suddenly, the entire ground explodes beneath them, sending all three flying through the air. He crawls on the ground completely dazed. Who are you? Nearby the phone stand miraculously keeps filming the entire scene. The pretty girl is also panicking. Who are you? What do you want? Suddenly, a sharp, monstrous hand reaches for her. With a single light push from the zombie king, half of her body is vaporized. Blood splatters everywhere, sending the chat into shock. The director screams in pure panic, calling for his cameraman Gu Tao. But a second later, the cameraman is erased entirely. Save me, please. The zombie king grabs the terrified director by his collar, choosing not to kill him just yet. He drags him mercilessly across the dirt toward the edge of a cliff, while the phone continues to capture every horrific second. With a casual flick of his fingers, a tiny sphere of energy appears. It looks small, but the power behind it is terrifying. Holding the director with one hand and the energy sphere in the other, the camera behind the ring light records his every move. Back in their office, Go and Xiao He watch the broadcast. Xiao He immediately recognizes the power on screen. That is your signature ability. Go stammers his realization. It's him, he really is the ultimate zombie king. Meanwhile, the general public is deeply confused. Why did the broadcast change? What is going on in MB City? Giant billboard screens across the city broadcast the zombie king's feed. Who's that guy? He then drops the energy sphere. It plunges down the cliffside. A massive shockwave ripples through the area. Down below, the citizens realize something is terribly wrong. In an instant, countless people across the city begin turning into dust. What is happening? They desperately try to flee, but there is nowhere to run. Do not touch those black particles. High above, the zombie king clenches his fist. Pure energy erupts from the ground, sweeping through everything in its path. A supernova-like blast dyes the sky blood red. Panic spreads instantly to neighboring provinces. What on earth is that? What were those black particles he just unleashed? Back at the scene, everyone is utterly terrified. Running is useless. Meanwhile, the ship carrying Xiao Hong and the others drifts. Xiao Taishan tries to negotiate a peace, saying they should stop here. Right now, you are simply no match for me. Do not look for trouble, he warns. But Diep cries out, we have to stop him. We cannot let him massacre humanity. Just then, Xiao Hong's subordinate rushes back with news. The monster destroying the human city just used Xiao Hei's skills. It is definitely Jiang Si. Xiao Taishan suggests they team up to deal with him given Jiang Si's current unstoppable state. If he wipes out all humans, we are next. Her subordinates wait anxiously for her to make a final decision. With no other choice, she agrees to go check it out. Suddenly, a booming announcement echoes across the island. Attention, emergency broadcast. A terrifying, powerful madman is indiscriminately slaughtering humans right now on Country B's mainland. Following careful deliberation by both presidents, the exchange meeting is officially cancelled. All combat personnel are placed on high alert. The zombie sailor holds his phone looking deeply unsettled. Ziling quickly barks out orders to his men. Cancel the exchange meeting, get a helicopter ready immediately. We are heading to the mainland of Country B right now. They enter first-degree combat readiness. The other group's helicopter takes off immediately. All four of them, despite their deep dislike for one another, sit together. They sit in tense silence, listening closely to the broadcast. According to investigative reports, the sudden disappearance of Gankano Island was also connected to this mysterious figure. Shocking statistics reveal that he slaughtered nearly 100 million people in just 3 minutes. Xiao Taishan slips his headphones on as a curious voice speaks up from behind. If you say you guys are ancient humans, I have to ask. Xiao Hong's subordinate wonders aloud why Jiang Si harbors such a deep hatred for humanity. Xiao Hong herself tilts her head waiting for the answer. Ni Ai calmly delivers the brutal truth because we killed his entire family and wiped out all of his followers. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, now raging in his massive Tai King form, continues to tear the city apart. Blood-curdling screams echo through the broadcast. A talkative director desperately begs for his life on screen before getting brutally eliminated right in front of the camera. The giant Tai King roars with laughter and leaps high into the sky. What on earth is he planning? Everyone is absolutely terrified. Inside the lab, Ji Ming's ancient scientists celebrate, hugging each other. We did it, they cheer. But one of them quickly composed himself and adjusted his glasses to ask a question. Wait, wasn't your ultimate goal the future of humanity? Why would you help us? The lead scientist simply chuckles and types on his computer. What do you know? It's time to say hello. The ancient human pulls the microphone close to his mouth and begins to speak. Hello to everyone across the globe. Let me introduce myself. Massive screens all over the city flicker with his face. I am the very ancient human you all speak of and wonder about. I don't mean any harm, but first, let me show you some interesting footage. Suddenly, video of Jiang Si fighting terrifying monsters flashes across the screen. The footage shows him waging war, pushing the battle all the way into outer space. A captured warrior is shown screaming in absolute terror in his grip. The ancient human proudly explains that this creature represents the ultimate zombie that wiped out our entire civilization. He has repeatedly crushed human history generation after generation, causing a massive gap in human evolution. Watching the broadcast, the citizens of the world are left completely speechless and frozen in fear. Despite a fading signal, the audio remains crystal clear as the ancient man warns them that this monster is still living among them today. He has always walked beside us. On screen, a military drone attempts to fly closer to the giant Tai King, but he immediately senses its presence. That is why we developed a creature capable of rivaling his absolute power. Watching this, a young man sitting in his room freezes in shock. Can you even imagine the sheer panic of this moment? Across the city, families freeze and stop everything just to listen to the broadcast. Our scientists are already at work. But do not worry, I have already secured fertilized human eggs and cells deep underground for safety. Millions of years from now, our humanity will survive. The ancient human claims this proudly as the Tai King slowly reaches out his hand. He ruthlessly crushes the drone. The apocalyptic destruction our civilization suffered is a fate you all will inevitably face very soon. The giant Tai King stares quietly at the crushed wreckage in his hand. For the sake of human evolution, go say your final goodbyes to your loved ones. Suddenly, the screens cut to black with a chilling final message. While there is still time, I am proud of everyone's contributions to humanity. Driven to absolute despair by this terrifying announcement, panicking citizens begin to flee, screaming for help. Somewhere far away, the real Jiang Si is startled by the news. Neatly dressed, he sits quietly on a thick sheet of ice. The giant Tai King has just laid waste to another city, turning the landscape into a desolate ruin resembling his ancient homeland. Two news reporters are drenched in sweat from pure shock. Early reports confirm that multiple major cities have already been wiped out. Hundreds of millions of people have simply vanished. Global society is rapidly unraveling as widespread rioting, looting, and utter chaos erupt everywhere. Mob crowds storm banks and spark riots, completely destroying what little social order remains. Let's face it, when the world is ending, nobody cares about the law anymore. Tear gas and soldiers do nothing. Instead, protesters raise signs of freedom, chanting and screaming. With the entire globe descending into complete madness, the president tries to calm the public. Do not give up, we still have hope. Our allied nations possess the strongest leaders and most powerful generals. We will absolutely put an end to him. His supporters rally behind his words, chanting that humanity is not weak and must fight. Kill the monster, they scream. Their resolve is fierce. A small fraction of humanity refuses to lay down and die. Xiao Hong's helicopter touches down back on Earth. Ground officers wave them over, shouting to land right here. Ni Ai is the first to step off. What is happening here? Officials demand to know. The professionals have finally arrived. You are with the allied generals, correct? Where is your leader? She calmly responds that he won't be coming anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Taishan remembers his past actions, his face darkening with guilt. The soldiers look deeply uneasy. Is that so? Naye asks, looking around. What exactly is going on here? They notice a massive wall being erected to separate the two zones. That is G City right ahead, a commander explains. The monster completely slaughtered everyone inside. To stop him, and we have no idea how it went. Mi-ai demands to let them inside, but he quickly stops her. If you only hold the rank of lieutenant, going inside is a death sentence. Better wait for your superiors. Just then, little Tarzan appears with an annoyed look on his face. You talk too much, we are going in with them. Ziling and Lan Qi then jump down from their helicopter and the guards rush over to ask who they are. Ziling steps up to introduce them as the Second Fleet of Country A, arriving quickly due to their proximity. Hearing this, the guards instantly perk up, thrilled that the chairman of Country A is here, a rank equal to their own Grand General. Following orders, the soldiers start to clear the barrier wall and open the perimeter. Ziling is shocked to spot Xiao Hong nearby, asking what she is doing there. She coldly replies that she was just passing by, then asks why their big boss is throwing such an insane temper tantrum. Ziling pretends to be clueless. Dai looks over curiously, asking if they know each other, so Xiao Hong explains they fought once before. Ni-ai heads inside but still questions the hatted guy, wondering why reporters are entering the danger zone too. He chuckles, saying that with so many generals and chairmen around, there is absolutely nothing to fear. She then asks how many have gone inside already. The reporter clenches his fist confidently, claiming there are over 100 generals and nearly 1,000 lieutenants. With so many elite fighters, they will surely take down that madman. Zai Ling raises an eyebrow, thinking about 100 chairmen and 1,000 vice-chairmen. Country B is truly a massive superpower. Lan Qi is the first to see the horrifying sight inside. Watch closely, because this is pure insanity. Right in front of them is a mountain of fallen commanders, piled high. Everyone stands frozen in absolute shock. The only survivor is completely unconscious and lying face down in the dirt. The overlord grabs one of his legs, dragging him along like a stray dog. Hearing a sudden noise, he turns to look. Ziling and Lan Qi shiver under that terrifying gaze. Up in the sky, countless other military helicopters begin to arrive. Fresh reinforcements touch down rapidly. The Grand Generals of Country B make their entrance with overwhelming power and authority. Their spokesperson issues a harsh warning: everyone below the rank of general must withdraw, leaving the battle to them. Ziling is stunned by the sheer number of high-tier fighters. They walk past her, repeating that Number 1 ordered all low-ranking soldiers to clear out. That mountain of casualties will probably grow even higher, and honestly, they are in for a rude awakening. They tell Country A's group to stay back and avoid causing trouble. Meanwhile, the Overlord sits calmly atop the pile waiting. The scene shifts to land. She sent crashing into piles of debris, cracking her mask to reveal her true face. Meanwhile, Jiang Si's subordinates watch closely. Ah Go stares at the monitor, noting that it is the Overlord's fourth form. Xiaohei stands beside him with clear hesitation, wondering if that identical aura really belongs to their Overlord. He sincerely wants to follow their leader's guidance, asking Xiaohei if they should stop him since the Overlord is away and he is currently in charge. Sweating under the intense pressure, Xiaohei answers that if that is indeed the Overlord, they must obey his every choice. After all, it is not like their boss has not done something like this before. Ah Gan stands nearby with no objections, giving his full agreement, and Ah Go nods along too. But when it is Ah Mao's turn, he furiously waves his hands and yells that they do not agree. Pointing at the monitor, he asks if they are completely out of their minds. The screen displays a highly advanced robot, and Ah Mao questions how they could possibly mistake it for their true leader. It merely harvested the Overlord's genes to construct a synthetic disguise. Ah Mao continues to lay out his theory for them. He asks if they know how much the Overlord sacrificed for peace, claiming their king would never engage in such mindless slaughter. An image of Jiang Si flashes in his mind, a mature, incredibly powerful figure who has truly grown beyond this. Their king is currently pursuing the ultimate truth, making him far nobler than that tin can monster. Over with Ah Lang, he recalls Ah Mao's words and sinks into deep thought. In his memory, Ah Lang's words ring completely true. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands frozen silently, clutching a scrap of cloth. That thing is just a cheap machine, not their leader. The scene suddenly shifts to a desolate and dry desert, baking under a ruthless, blazing sun day after day. A girl crawls painfully across the scorching dirt, weakly reaching out and calling for Tarzan. The advanced robot now stands directly in front of the president of country, sighing in disappointment. Rubbing his wrists, he complains that it was a waste of effort to switch forms just to play around, boasting his original state could have easily crushed them. The president remains completely frozen. A second later, he collapses lifelessly. The robot shifts from white to pitch black, muttering that it feels like bullying a toddler. How boring, he sneers arrogantly, declaring that once he wipes out all of humanity, he will return to play. Hearing the broadcast, the citizens stand frozen in pure terror, while the brave fighters who went out to battle lie defeated and utterly drained on the ground. Tarzan, the dark beast, builds up massive momentum, launching forward like a rocket while sneering mockingly. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong collapses to the ground, struggling with all her might to stand. Damn it, sorry, deep, I couldn't help. Beside her, Ziling is completely covered in wounds. Totally helpless, she cannot withstand even a single blow. Lan Ling rushes over to help her up, calling in panic for the sovereign. Down in Antarctica, Jiang Si suddenly senses something and turns to look right as a loud shout echoes beside him. Sovereign, hey sovereign. The zombie sitting next to him exclaims in sheer excitement. The fish has taken the bait, boss. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth, massive explosions are ripping through cities, claiming countless lives. You can hear the sheer panic as emergency broadcasts blare out. To our viewers worldwide, we are now facing an unprecedented, catastrophic threat. Over the last 30 minutes, we have watched helplessly as thousands of cities have been destroyed. This is the relentless, maddening work of that mysterious entity. His next target is a brand new city located right along the 30th parallel north. Ah Go looks at the data, realizing it is their very own city. The scene shifts to the spacious outskirts of City, where the black-cloaked monster gazes down intently. Watching this unfold, Ah Mao screams out in desperation, "Are you seriously just going to watch our sovereign city get demolished?" He stands his ground firmly, declaring, "If you guys won't go, then we will." Ah Go turns to Xiaohei with a heavy sigh, murmuring that those kids are still far too green for this kind of fight. Over in the city, Ah Lang has transformed into a giant looming over the streets as the radio broadcast crackles to life. Citizens of the world, today is a day of profound tragedy. The camera cuts to a packed refugee shelter overflowing with people of all ages. Over half of humanity has already been slaughtered. Young couples cling to each other in terror, while a newborn baby cries out in sheer panic. This is easily the worst disaster mankind has ever endured. Up above, the dark monster gazes at the shelter with sick amusement, finding the sight of humans and zombies coexisting highly entertaining. Suddenly, Ah Mao shifts his form and appears alongside the special forces trying to jog the giant's memory. "Sovereign, did you forget about us? This is your city." The dark beast responds with cold indifference, asking who he is and claiming he doesn't know him at all. Meanwhile, the president's voice echoes. Nearby, Ziling is dragging herself up. "I am the president of Country A, addressing all surviving citizens right now." His words strive to rally their spirits, declaring that as long as they hold on to the light, humanity will never face extinction. Suddenly, the refugees point at the screens. "Look there." Ah Mao gasps in shock. What on earth? He immediately charges forward to help. The dark monster roars in anger. "Get lost." The deafening sound wave hits Ah Mao hard, blasting him backward into a building. He crashes violently into a rooftop, triggering a massive shockwave. As the president's speech continues, Jiang Si makes a breathtaking entrance. Standing surrounded by dramatic swirling dust and clouds, he points toward the light before the scene cuts to another rooftop. This broadcast, echoing through the streets, is far more urgent. "In the face of tragedy, all of us are equal. There is simply no time to mourn the dead." The listeners stand frozen as the voice urges them to never lose faith in survival. The citizens look up in shock and disbelief, their tearful eyes searching for the source of this unexpected transmission. Even President A looks deeply shaken as the television displays Ah Mao and his guards being effortlessly blown away. Right then, a figure abruptly materializes next to the fallen Ah Mao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ah Mao spins around in shock. Meanwhile, the giant Ah Lang begins firing powerful energy beams from his eyes, but out of nowhere, something heavy strikes him dead in the face. The impact sends him crashing down completely off balance. Tell me that did not just happen. The dark beast lands right on top. Back with Ah Mao, Jiang Si suddenly appears. Complete silence. He stares directly at the enemy ahead with a cold expression. He issues a swift command to Ah Mao, telling him to evacuate the citizens and retreat, leaving the rest to him. Without a moment of hesitation, Ah Mao salutes and flies off to execute the orders. Seeing this, the dark monster just snickers. It then calls out mockingly, "Hey, Xiao He, are you still around? Go kill every last one of them." Hearing his name, Xiao He squirms nervously from side to side, stammering his response. Ah Gu stands beside him, placing all his trust in his companion. "Our lives are entirely in your hands, buddy." Jiang Si glares, his face darkening as he firmly orders Xiao He to evacuate. Caught in a dilemma, Xiao He frowns but obeys, leading the flying squad out of the observation room while shouting for them to move. Stressed about who to listen to, Xiao He grumbles before shouting to evacuate the citizens. Up ahead, the dark monster only lets out a dismissive mocking laugh. Meanwhile, the news reporters are still on site, bravely broadcasting live from the field. "Dear viewers, we have followed that giant machine all the way to the city border. We are still unsure why the president is taking such an active interest in this." Suddenly, Ah Lang bursts into a booming laugh, firing massive laser beams from his eyes. The beams shoot straight up into the sky toward the hovering monster, but the beast dodges the attack with effortless grace. Panic spreads like wildfire throughout the shelters. Everyone shields their eyes from the rising dust. "Look at what is happening over there." The black monster lunges forward and smashes a nearby base, sending debris flying everywhere. Ziling can only stare in absolute shock. People panic and hide their faces, too terrified to look. Nearby, a young mother holding her baby slowly opens her eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Zifei steps in effortlessly, blocking the monster's heavy strike. The entire crowd watches in sheer disbelief. Even the beast is stunned. But its cool moment doesn't even last 3 seconds before Jiang Zifei grabs it by the face. With a brutal slam, he cracks its head against the pavement, shattering the concrete. He hurls the beast away like garbage. It flies straight into a skyscraper, crashing through the office walls at terrifying speed and tumbling deep into the building. Just as the dust settles, a white streak flashes from the tower. Over at the shelter, the refugees wipe their cold sweat. Everyone wonders who this mysterious fighter could be. Meanwhile, the beast tries to regroup, eager to get back in the game, but it's already getting completely wrecked again. Blinded by confidence, it charges forward just as its opponent descends. Jiang Zifei intercepts it mid-air, both of them charging head-on. He clenches his fist, ready to deliver a massive blow. Grinning with pure excitement, he throws a heavy punch. The onlookers scream in utter shock at the sheer power. Jiang Zifei smiles, loving every second of this fight. The beast crashes back to Earth like a falling meteor. He raises his hand, preparing for round 2. Planting his feet, he releases a wave of pressure that shakes the ground. High above the atmosphere, a dark figure watches. The Overlord looks down, amused by the thrill of fighting his own double. Below, the panicked citizens can only watch in fear. Who's that guy in the military uniform anyway? Jiang Zifei crouches down with a wild grin. You know something big is coming when he smiles like that. He yells for everyone from the next sector to evacuate immediately. Then a man in the crowd points and shouts. He remembers him now. He was the president's personal bodyguard and the commander of Country A's 2nd Fleet. A news helicopter circles above, broadcasting live. The reporter announces that a lone hero from country A is fighting the beast. Xiao He looks back in sheer panic, breaking into a cold sweat. Up in orbit, the Overlord begins to move. Blinding flashes of light erupt around him as a roaring streak of fire begins falling from the sky. Down on Earth, Jiang Si launches himself directly toward the impact point. The Overlord matches his speed, diving down. The burning fireball blazes intensely as they close the gap. Time completely stands still as they finally clash. The onlookers watch with wide eyes. Both fighters take a sharp breath and simultaneously throw a devastating punch. They strike each other's faces, blasting the Overlord downward while Jiang Zife is blown back. The crowd watches, sweating with anxiety. The Overlord clenches his fist for another strike. Jiang Zife quickly recovers and locks onto his target. They clash with unbelievable force. A massive explosion rips through the ground, sending shockwaves across the entire city. Skyscrapers collapse one after another, and absolutely nothing is left standing under the sheer pressure of this terrifying clash. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry echoes. Aju is blown away by the wind as buildings crumble behind him. He weeps in total confusion, rambling incoherently. Even the civilians watching from safety can only gasp at this insane power. Leader Gang Dai watches with wide eyes, asking the minister what they should do now that Jiang Zifei is fighting the monster. The minister stays silent, staring into the distance. Suddenly, he points straight ahead and orders an attack on the small island. He claims there is something wrong with that island. Seeing Zi Ling pick herself up from the ground, the minister calls out. He asks if she is still alive. Sore all over, she responds that she is and asks for some help over here. The ancient people and Dr. Jiaming's disciples cheer wildly, urging him to finish the beast off. Meanwhile, the crowd starts to realize. They finally connect the dots, realizing he really is the presidential bodyguard. Just then, an incredibly cool shot of Jiang Zifei appears. The television screens broadcast the battlefield, but viewers can only see thick clouds of smoke rising from the ruined skyscrapers. People wonder why Jiang Zifei's appearance is changing again, making him look like an entirely different person. Right before him, the Overlord sits completely motionless on the shattered ground, slumped against a heavily broken boulder. But the crowd does not care about his looks. Inside the shelters, citizens cheer at the television screens, overjoyed. They shout that he is helping them and call him their true hero. Even the direct witnesses cannot contain their excitement. They scream for him to finish the monster. Jiang Zifei stands tall and majestic amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd. Families at home celebrate and both districts erupt in joy. He glances down with a cold, menacing stare. He mutters that his opponent is still far too weak to compare himself to him. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots from a distant building. Jiang Zifei effortlessly deflects the attack with a swipe of his hand, sending the beam shooting straight into outer space. Boom! A massive explosion tears across the planet, sending shockwaves wrapping all the way around the Earth's surface. On the other side, people casually shield their eyes from the blinding, radiating heat. Onlookers freeze in pure terror, completely drenched in cold sweat. Just seconds ago, this man effortlessly flicked away a nuclear warhead with his bare hand. Is that even humanly possible? But since he did it, who are we to doubt our own eyes? He stands emotionless in the glorious blinding light. Where the blast erupted, a collapsed building reveals massive shadowy fingers twitching inside the rubble. Large boulders shift as the debris begins to crumble, and the Overlord in his terrifying new form slowly emerges from the wreckage. Citizens scream in horror as he begins to mutate again. Suddenly, a figure leaps from the building and Jiang Si lands a devastating punch straight to the monster's face. But the Overlord fires back immediately with an equally brutal counterpunch. They clash at blinding speeds, leaving behind a trail of rapid afterimages. Jiang Si launches another strike, but the beast casually blocks it with just one finger. Stunned, he looks up at the monster. The Overlord starts charging energy in that very fingertip, glowing intensely. Facing the blinding light, Jiang Si's silhouette begins to fade. Bystanders scramble backward in absolute panic. Jiang Si leans back, digging his heels into the ground as golden rings cage him in. The energy from the Overlord's hand flares violently. Seeing this, the ancients and Ji Ming's disciples erupt into cheers, urging him on. Strike now, while he is down, blow him to dust so he can't regenerate his head, erase him completely from existence. A continent-splitting beam of light shoots forth, piercing through country after country. Back at headquarters, the staff watches in stunned silence. He has been vaporized, not a single shred remains. The ancients and their lackeys cheer wildly, hugging each other in triumph. They celebrate their hard-won victory. That show-off did not even have the time to shift into his new form. Back at the battlefield, if we zoom in 1,000 times, we can see tiny green particles floating lazily. Despair washes over everyone witnessing this. They weep openly, knowing it is all over. Meanwhile, out in deep space, across the vast galaxy, these minuscule particles begin to pop up. Right here on Earth, they are still floating around. Floating around, these cellular remnants begin to reform. They are gradually building a glowing double helix gene strand that links together. The celebrating crowd suddenly freezes, staring in absolute disbelief as a skeletal arm begins to materialize from the glowing genetic strand. Swirling red and blue energy lines wrap around it, weaving together. What on earth is happening? Emerging from the smoke is a fully formed human skeletal structure. Dr. Ji Ming's team looks on, their eyes practically popping out of their heads in horror. Confused, they yell. The drone operator quickly maneuvers the camera closer to capture the unfolding nightmare. Back at headquarters, officials leap to their feet in shock. Out in space, a faint massive light suddenly flashes across the screen. Right in front of the Overlord, two skyscrapers are cleanly pierced by an unfathomable force. The onlookers at the scene gasp. Is that even humanly possible? They mutter. Jiang Si floats in the air, still in the middle of reconstructing his entire body. The Overlord looks up and glares at him. Suddenly, Jiang Si appears fully formed as if nothing happened. The Overlord stands frozen, staring at him in dead silence. The ground observers are still struggling to process this, unable to comprehend what is happening. Wait, why does he look so familiar? Dr. Ji Ming's subordinates leap up in shock. How can he regenerate like that? Jiang Si is only halfway done, but a citizen suddenly screams in realization. That is the ancient being from the video. The crowd erupts. At home, the young boy breaks out in cold sweat. He recognizes him instantly as the destroyer of the previous civilization. Jiang Si steps confidently out of the swirling fog. Inside the command center, everyone breaks down in tears. No, this can't be happening. Both sides are literal monsters. How can we survive this? Who will save us now? Miraculously, a pair of pants suddenly materializes on Jiang Si's body. Ziling and Lan Qi rush over, knowing his identity is fully exposed. The minister mutters that Dr. Jam must be on that small island, and they likely built this machine. Jiang Si leaps down, landing right before the Overlord. With an icy piercing glare, Jiang Si stares straight at him. The Overlord stands absolutely still, but the observers suddenly panic. Jiang Si dashes forward like a ferocious wild beast, leaving a massive shockwave that catches the monster completely off guard. He drives a brutal punch straight into the beast's stomach. In the city, people clutch their heads and scream in terror. A massive boom echoes as roaring flames shatter the surrounding area, and a crimson beam of light tears the ground apart. It shoots straight into the heavens. The onlookers watch with their hearts in their throats, unable to sit still. The beam bends and curves in midair, completely pulverizing the surrounding skyscrapers. Coughing up blood, the Overlord is sent flying at extreme speed. He is blasted clean off the planet, smashing through the moon and piercing right through Saturn at the speed of light. Unable to halt his momentum, the Overlord pierces right through Saturn at the speed of light. Blasting through deep space all on his own, he rockets from planet to planet, practically carving a massive orbit. The Sovereign flies straight ahead, slamming right into the final planet and shattering it completely in half. Down on Earth, everyone watches in absolute shock with wide eyes and open mouths. Ni breaks into a cold sweat. She cries out in disbelief. What kind of creature is this? Suddenly, a small flash erupts from that orange planet. A massive circular shadow looms behind Earth. Looking back from the moon, Jiang Si still stands perfectly still, staring at the sky. Suddenly, he launches himself straight into the heavens. He traces the exact trajectory where the Sovereign was blasted through that planet. Startled, the Sovereign snaps his head forward. Jiang Si suddenly materializes right before his eyes, drawing back a massive fist. Unable to resist, the Sovereign takes a devastating punch straight to the face. As he falls, he fires a beam of light. Jiang Si effortlessly slips to the side, dodging it completely. The Sovereign crashes down hard, coughing up blood from the heavy impact. Dragging herself up, Ni prepares to pull her troops out. They have to leave this nightmare before they all get wiped out. Jiang Si looks forward in confusion, then catches sight of a brilliant streak of light shooting up into the sky. High above a distant planet, the Sovereign loops clockwise, while Jiang Si rockets around the opposite side in counterclockwise motion. They collide head-on, and Jiang Si immediately throws a strike. But in an instant, the Sovereign vanishes into thin air, leaving Jiang Si looking around in annoyance. He turns his head and get this right, where Ni is standing, something crashes down. She freezes, screaming in pure terror. Completely panicked, Ni whips around to see what just landed behind her. Jiang Si is hovering there, glaring right at her. Meanwhile, the Sovereign somehow manages to push himself back up with a grunt. He slams his hand down, and suddenly dozens of figures soar into the air. They howl wildly, looking like crazed beasts. Terrified by the sight, Ni screams out in utter shock. They are alive. They have actually come back to life. These newly resurrected warriors are wrapped in a sinister red energy, making eerie hissing sounds as their minds remain completely broken. Marked with glowing red bands, they look completely feral. Ni trembles in panic, glancing back and forth, utterly lost. Meanwhile, the support fighters hiding behind a massive boulder tremble in fear, realizing the fallen generals have returned from the grave. The Sovereign's mechanical zombie army is back. Jiang Si simply sweeps his hand aside, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. They stand amidst the ruins of a destroyed city, a completely desolate wasteland. Suddenly, tiny green particles begin floating around them. These glowing particles gather together slowly, forming skeletal remains. One after another, a terrifying army begins to take shape. A massive horde of muscular zombies rises, each looking uniquely menacing. The reporters filming the scene are left speechless. They stand frozen, unable to process what they are seeing. An entire legion of the undead is now fully formed. Inside the shelters, people watch in dead silence before erupting into chaotic screams, clutching their heads in sheer panic. Yet the sovereign still stands strong, ready to fight. Jiang Si glares at him, waving his hand through the heavy smoke. The base goes into complete meltdown as people panic over their lost loved ones, seemingly turning into zombies right before them. Ziling whips around with a gasp. Jiang Si clenches his fist tightly, his expression darkening as he prepares to strike. The zombies Jiang Si summoned begin to transform, steam rising from their bodies as their features morph into terrifying white skulls. They wear a grotesque, bone-chilling grin. Lan Qi and Ziling watch in absolute horror, completely taken aback by this sight. These undead have clearly evolved to a higher level. Lan Qi and Ziling can only watch, completely dumbfounded by this. They stammer in disbelief that these monsters possess their exact powers. This is their second transformation. Jiang Si points forward, commanding them. Instantly, countless white beams rain down from deep space onto the battlefield. On the other side, the Sovereign's minions charge forward. Jiang Si's summons immediately clash with them, delivering relentless punches and brutal kicks to the Sovereign's zombie army. Unable to fight back, the enemy zombies shatter into red fragments. Each of Jiang Si's beasts unleashes a unique style. One lands a heavy punch to the face, while another tears its opponent apart with a sinister laugh. Others deliver knockout blows or drive their knees straight into the enemy. Some even toy with them, tapping their heads playfully. Another lands a brutal elbow headshot. It is a completely one-sided beatdown with zero resistance from the enemy. Watching his useless minions fall, the Sovereign grunts in annoyance and charges straight at where Jiang Si is standing. They clash head-on, perfectly matched in strength. The Sovereign laughs wildly, finding this highly amusing as they trade blows. Their clashes trigger massive shockwaves that ripple across the battlefield. Shielding themselves, Ziling and Lan Qi can feel the pressure. Out in the distance, small drones hover around the island to monitor the battle, broadcasting the grim reality to observers. If they cannot settle this, our entire world will be wiped out alongside them in the aftermath. This land is no longer safe for those two to survive, so they have to reach that small island immediately. Dr. Jamin and his men are screaming in absolute panic inside the chopper, yelling to kill the guy. The human army has already landed on the island. Do they want to end up in jail? The ancient looks back in terror. He looks at Dr. Jamin, who angrily screams at them to retreat. Meanwhile, Captain Gang Day is locked in fierce combat. Gang Day is taking down enemies while the doctor's group frantically burns all the research documents they cannot carry. A chopper lands on the island. Spotting it, the ancient grabs the remaining files and runs toward it. Damn it, they are already here. Weren't these humans supposed to be busy stopping that monstrous Jiang Si machine? Inside, Dr. Jamin screams at the pilot to take off immediately, desperately asking what on earth he is doing. They look outside and freeze. Lan Qi is holding onto the landing gear with her bare hands, keeping the helicopter grounded. Her eyes glow red as white veins spread across her face. The crew panics, wondering how she got here. Weren't they supposed to be at the front line? With one effortless move, she throws the chopper, triggering a massive explosion. The villains go up in flames. Later, under the blazing sun, Dr. Jamin and his remaining men are tied up. They watch their torn research papers scatter on the ground. Ziling grabs the ancient by his collar, demanding answers. She insults him, saying she thought he was noble after seeing his mecha, but he is just a bald fraud. She pressures him intensely, stating he caused all of this and demands to know how to stop this war. The terrified ancient stammers, claiming he knows absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiang Si and the Overlord rages on. It is incredibly tense. Ziling shakes him again, shouting for the exact way to end this fight. Being held in the air, the ancient gives up, whimpering that such massive energy is completely impossible to stop. Ziling tightens her grip, refusing to believe his lies. He must have an escape plan just like Jamin did. Lan Qi calmly tells Ziling to put him down, claiming she has a very effective way to make him speak. The ancient groans as he hits the dirt, watching in utter terror as Lan Qi steps toward him. With a swift hand gesture, her power tears a tiny rip in his sleeve. Instantly, his eyes shift color. His pupils turn a deep blue. Ziling is stunned to see Lan Qi pull off hypnosis like that. Lan Qi warns that she cannot maintain it for very long. Hearing this, Dr. Jamin gasps in pure disbelief. His henchmen yell in shock right along with him. Lan Qi starts the interrogation. How do we end this war? Under hypnosis, the ancient answers honestly. There is indeed a way. Inside that black briefcase is a terminal device. Just press the red button on the terminal and the nanomaterials carrying the Jiang Si gene will instantly dissolve. Without those crucial nanites, the mechanical Jiang Si will lose its physical host and quickly fade away into absolute nothingness. Ziling quickly rummages through the briefcase and pulls out the device, asking if this is the trigger. The hypnosis breaks and the ancient screams in panic, but Lan Chi cuts him off with a chilling glare. She tells him to shut it while Ziling admits she has to respect the insane level of their research. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Jiang Si and the Overlord remain frozen, silently staring each other down. While their minions still tear each other apart in the sky, Jiang Si's terrifying gaze locks right onto the Overlord. Ziling slams her thumb down on the button to end this, while the Overlord shivers under that intense glare. He finally feels the overwhelming terror he used to inflict on everyone else, realizing how truly terrifying it is. But as Ziling repeatedly clicks the button, nothing happens. She panics, wondering why it is not working. The Ancient is equally stunned, claiming it is impossible because without a physical body, the creature cannot survive. The Overlord readies his next massive attack, mockingly muttering that they even brought some spectators to watch. Ziling and the Ancient stare at the monitor in absolute shock, desperately whispering that this cannot be happening. The Ancient furiously mashes the controller, crying out that his custom nanites are supposed to be top-tier tech. The Overlord's body suddenly surges with crackling lightning and a blinding energy blast shoots straight at Jiang Si. Ziling gasps in shock, asking why it is alive without a mecha body while a strange blue gene mutates. The glowing gene extends and twists as the shockwaves intensify. Ni Ai and the nearby commentator struggle against the gale, but Jiang Si stands completely unbothered by the fierce winds, staring back with wide, silent eyes of pure power. Inside the shelter, shocked survivors watch their screens completely frozen as muscular definition emerges from the thick smoke. Thin smoke clears, a dark figure emerges. Ziling and the Ancient crowd watch in absolute shock as the king smirks. He laughs maniacally. His body undergoes a mechanical evolution, the deadly fifth form. Apologies to the nearby crowd. Far away, Ni Ai and her cameramen freeze in terror before screaming in pure panic. The Great King smiles confidently. No host, no problem, I can still survive. Ziling's crew scrambles back, screaming as he turns to look at them. Pure amusement. Trembling in terror, Ni Ai wails, wondering what terrible nightmare their ancient ancestors fought. Dust settles. The Great King stands fully revealed in his monstrous fifth form. Now humanity must face the impossible. It is a power far beyond any human comprehension. Where can they even run? Ziling stares in disbelief. This is insane. Completely absurd, he mutters. Jiang Si's underlings panic while the monster grins with twisted excitement. He taunts Jiang Si directly. Come here, my original body, let's see what you've got. Ni Ai watches in terror. Her heart pounds. High above, Jiang Si stands like a quiet statue, glaring down with cold eyes. She and the cameraman are trapped right in the crossfire, weeping. Why did they come here? Meanwhile, the minions glare at the king. They charge forward with furious roars. He only laughs. Confident and arrogant, he bellows for them to get lost. Get lost. With that single shout, the oncoming beast horde instantly detonates. They shriek in agony as they rip apart. In a second, they vanish. No trace remains. It is as if they never existed. Ni Ai's crew freezes. They are utterly speechless. Dozens of monsters detonate all at once, dissolving into tiny glowing particles. Complete obliteration. The king sneers. Contemptuous. Nearby, Xiao He, Ah Go, Ah Ling, and the other onlookers break into a cold sweat. He looks exactly like the king. Xiao He panics, screaming for them to stop before humanity is wiped out. Jiang Si ignores them. He slowly raises his arms, stepping lightly across the shattered stone as he prepares. He glares at the Great King, hand lifting. Below, the terrified onlookers brace themselves for whatever is coming. Covering his face, he slowly tilts his head toward the dark sky. A quiet, deliberate motion. Ziling panics. His hair moves. Glowing red markings appear across his face, looking incredibly fierce and powerful. Ziling gasps in awe. Alongside Lan Chi, they stare with open mouths. Jiang Si looks handsome but utterly terrifying with that red stripe. The team leader and the minister freeze. Above, a massive burning crimson vortex begins swirling across the entire sky. The clouds roar. Suddenly, a beam of pure red light shoots down, engulfing Jiang Si where he stands. He floats upward into the beam. The citizens scream as a blood-red light begins pouring from deep space, consuming the pole. It spreads quickly. It wraps around the globe until our once blue planet is dyed in a terrifying shade of crimson. The bloody tide flows down from the heavens. It is blood. Pure blood. In space, cosmic forces shift wildly. Earth and the sun align. A massive stream of crimson energy begins flowing directly into the sun itself. Onlookers scream, pointing at the sky. Look, even the shattered remains of the ruined planet are turning red. Crimson threads link the cosmic bodies. One by one, the surrounding planets bleed, bound together by the red energy. The ancients and exhausted underlings watch in dread. The entire world is dyed in blood. Minister and leaders stand speechless. They are paralyzed. The Great King, however, is absolutely thrilled, grinning wildly at this world-ending sight. Ziling and Lan Qi stare in awe. Jiang Si has transformed. His hair turns pure white as Niai's crew trembles. They try not to breathe. White-haired Jiang Si glares forward, his face marked with glowing red runes. The Great King smiles, intrigued. High above the desolate wasteland, a silver-haired figure floats in the air. This is his new form. Muscles, toned hair, pure white, he stares cold-eyed at his opponent, ready to fight. I have this form too, he mutters. The robotic spectator on the sidelines freezes, jaw-dropping in absolute shock. The cameraman collapses beside Ni-ai. Weak, terrified. He screams that it is a monster. Ni-ai starts weeping. She is speechless. Her partner begs for mercy with a trembling voice. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands cold and silent. Strange markings glow on his face. An icy, suffocating pressure radiates outward. The survivors below stare paralyzed. They cannot process this. The Great King, however, is delighted, demanding to know the secret behind this form. Thunder roars. Jiang Si explains that he unlocked this state after personally crushing humanity's ancient Iron Age. The villain cuts him off, laughing wickedly. I see. Worthy of being my original self, he smiles. He rips his outer coat off, eyes glaring madly. But I still have plenty of fight left in me. Jiang Si's face darkens. No, you do not, he whispers. The king only laughs, charging forward at high speed. He looks up, sensing that something is about to go down. Jiang Si stands still, slowly raising his hand. He pauses. He stops midair as he cautiously screams out, "What is that?" Suddenly, a massive beam of energy shoots straight from Jiang Si. The overlord stands frozen, smiling in absolute amusement as he suddenly shrinks down while his surroundings seem to expand. He claims he can see the entire Earth in its full spherical glory. Suddenly, Jiang Si's crimson power surges forward. Our heroes look on in pure terror as his crimson power approaches Earth, while Jiang Si holds a mysterious object. All the citizens are left completely dazed, witnessing this overwhelming massive display of power. What on earth is that? People scream for their lives. Jiang Si holds the tiny sphere in his hands, and without a single moment of hesitation, he squeezes. He crushes the miniature planet. The horrified crowd below screams in absolute shock while the overlord's face darkens, eyes wide open. Suddenly, the eerie crimson sky clears up, returning to a peaceful, gentle blue. The citizens who just witnessed this mind-blowing scene are left sweating, collapsing to the ground in total disbelief. What just happened? Dizzy and completely disoriented, they look up in shock. Look over there, Ni-ai and the cameraman are lying completely unconscious on the ground. Unnoticed by anyone, Jiang Si has already grabbed the overlord by the neck. Ziling sweats bullets, completely baffled by what just happened. What on earth did he do? Lan Qi is stunned. Somehow, they are completely unharmed. Jiang Si holds the villain by the throat, hoisting him high into the air. The overlord chuckles, offering endless praise for his absolute power. Up in the air, Jiang Si holds only the villain's upper torso. Ni-ai and the reporters are flat on the ground, keeping a safe distance while watching. Ziling cannot believe his own eyes. He wonders if Jiang Si just literally warped space itself. Lan Qi clutches her chest in utter shock, feeling as if she was crushed. Amazingly, the overlord still smiles. He claims he can feel that deep down Jiang Si still harbors a hatred for humanity. Jiang Si glares. He warns the clone that this was intentional. Annoyed, the overlord snaps back, asking why Jiang Si gave him away when he was perfectly fine. Ziling and Lan Qi are stunned by this bombshell. The overlord complains, claiming he was perfectly content staying inside Jiang Si's body. He never once thought of escaping. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's jaw drops in shock, but the overlord continues, blaming Jiang Si instead. Since Jiang Si gave him to Xiao Xiao's group, he should have foreseen today's disaster. The overlord recalls her fiercely blasting enemies. With Jiang Si's silent permission, the overlord lent those useless humans a fragment of his power, giving them strength beyond compare. He boasts about possessing Ziling to boost his power and how he even granted incredible strength to help Lan Qi along the way. He asks which of these actions did not have Jiang Si's silent approval. Slowly fading away, the overlord smiles warmly. He knew humans would inevitably fight and shed blood just to claim a tiny piece of this godlike strength. He recalls the ancient clan and Ji Ming's subordinates cheering in triumph. This is his very gene. The old man laughed in pure excitement. It's a complete success. Jiang Si quietly listens. Without your consent, who could ever control me? Meanwhile, back on the other side, the ancient elder stubbornly presses the button. Why are the nanomachines working? The overlord, however, knows his own nature all too well. He is merely a single strand of gene from Jiang Si's body. Born from his blood, the clone's destiny and ultimate purpose were already set. Once he gained freedom, his first move was to fulfill his duty. Now, as this intense battle finally draws to its dramatic conclusion, the city lies in absolute ruin. No plants, no animals, not a single building left standing. Desolation. Do you really believe this was all my doing? Look at this devastated, empty world. The Overlord laughs hysterically, driven by his desire to erase human civilization. Jiang Si watches him in absolute silence before stating firmly that it is actually Jiang Si who still harbors resentment deep down inside. He tightens his grip on the clone's neck, but the Overlord merely chuckles, claiming he was simply following his programmed protocols. Ziling and Lan Qi stand frozen in place, staring blankly toward him. Hearing these words, the surviving citizens are left completely stunned. Some feel a bit heartbroken, crying out in disbelief that this guy is literally having a conversation with his own gene. Jiang Si completely loses his patience, asking if he is finally done. The Overlord casually replies there is still more to say. Looking from outer space, the blue Earth appears quiet and peaceful. He boasts about wiping out billions, erasing over half of humanity. The Overlord continues his psychological game, mocking Jiang Si's efforts. Does he honestly believe these humans will ever be grateful to him? They will only fear him plotting behind his back once again. He suggests they might as well finish the job and kill them all. Jiang Si's face darkens as he flatly rejects the idea, prompting the clone to mockingly ask what other choice he actually has. Aside from turning the deceased into zombies, what else could he possibly do? Jiang Si's expression grows cold, radiating a terrifying aura. He simply states he can bring them all back to life. Hearing this, the Overlord's eyes light up with twisted excitement. Jiang Si immediately acts, slashing open his own chest. He forcefully plunges his bare hand inside, grabbing onto his own beating heart. He pulls it out without a single flinch. Down below, Xiling and the others gasp in horror, stumbling backward in absolute shock. Meanwhile, on the ground below Xiling, the onlookers gasp in absolute horror as Jiang Si unleashes his true raw power. Jiang Si rips the heart clean from his chest. In his palm, the core begins to shine as he raises it high. Soaring high into the sky, he crushes the glowing core. Streams of light burst forth, raining down in every direction. The energy wraps the planet. It is a miracle. All the dead are restored to their original perfect forms. No scratches remain. The resurrected crowd gasps in utter shock as they watch others reform right before their eyes. A bizarre sight appears. Human legs supporting a bare white skeleton. Onlookers quickly pull out their cameras to capture it. They snap photos in awe of the rapid regeneration. Suddenly, a familiar green-haired girl appears among the newly revived. She looks around completely normal but utterly lost. Ziling, Lan Qi, and Dai Yi's crew watch in disbelief. Each crimson spark represents a restored soul. Among them, Dai finds herself whole again, sitting on the ground. She mutters in confusion, "Wait, weren't we dead?" The once-deceased crowd stands frozen, staring blankly at one another. Across the entire city, the fallen return fully intact. Everyone is equally bewildered by this massive, sudden miracle. Dr. Jamin, tightly bound, stammers that this is impossible. Jiang Si just mocks him, asking how it feels. The Sovereign snaps out of his shock. He smiles his usual smirk, but this time it feels much gentler. With a satisfied grin, he admits defeat and fades away. Ziling remains dazed. Everything happened way too fast. Jiang Si holds the Sovereign's gene. He silently notes that his rival can finally rest easy now. Then he vanishes. The Great War is over. Suddenly, the Minister and the elite squad leader appear right beside the stunned Ziling. Hearing that Dr. Jamin is secure, she hands the control button over, telling them to guard the prisoners closely. They must check the front lines. The two immediately soar into the air, leaving Jiang Si alone, quietly staring down. He contemplates the gene in his hand. Clenching his fist, he realizes his clone was never just Dr. Jamin's plot. He once thought the ancients made the clone to destroy him. In truth, it was his own hatred taking form. That deep-seated malice birthed the duplicate. Recalling the clone's words, he knows his raw genetic double was absolutely right. The desire to destroy humanity came from his own heart. Then he pulls out a glowing crimson core. Refusing to suffer eternal loneliness, he raises the heart-like core high, preparing to unleash an ancient hidden power. Jiang Si activates his legendary sixth form to save all Earth. With a firm squeeze, he crushes his own core. He vanishes into the sky. The resentment in his heart and his genetic source disappear together, completing his redemption. 2 hours later, two bright streaks of light descend upon the ruined battlefield. Let's see who just arrived. Ziling and Lan Qi touch down, looking around. They freeze, their eyes going wide in absolute shock. Silence hangs heavy. In the distance stands a bald, shadowy figure, prompting both of them to rush over quickly. They ask why he is standing so still after that terrifying clash. That skeleton-like figure surely can't be dead. There is zero response from the giant. Cautiously, they step closer to get a better look at him. Ziling asks if he's okay, while Lan Qi wonders about something else. Since he has no heart, Will he just turn into a mindless zombie? Jiang Si suddenly snaps back to normal, grinning like a fool. Pointing to his chest, he says a new one will grow. Lan Shi sighs, feeling stupid for even worrying. She mutters that she wants to strangle him. Ziling agrees, but they both know they'd lose the fight. They yell at him to wrap up his fights cleanly so their president can actually defend his actions. Jiang Si shrinks into a corner, muttering an apology. Suddenly, he looks down at his hand in curiosity. Ziling guesses they might be nanomachines. The tiny black specks on his palm seem quite fond of him. Closing his hand, he decides to keep them. Who knows what kind of fun they might bring later. Time passes and the ruined city is completely rebuilt. Peace returns, bringing the quiet life everyone had prayed for. But with Jiang Si's identity exposed, humanity faces an uncertain future. Where do they go from here? Jiang Si's zombie crew shows up carrying a heavy pole while chanting a rhythmic beat alongside Ho Ho. They plant it firmly onto the rooftop. Poor Aju is left suspended high in the air weeping. He is completely stuck with no way down. Talk about bad luck. Meanwhile, the president sits inside his jet. Ziling and Lan Qi stand before him asking if he called. He is currently reading about Jiang Si. Turning around, he asks where the zombie hero is. Ziling admits she has no idea where he went. Ever since that final showdown, Jiang Si has not shown up for work. The president sighs heavily. The massive plane is still cruising through the sky, but the atmosphere inside has turned incredibly tense and dangerous. Meanwhile, Dr. Jamin and his associates have been arrested and are currently being escorted directly to a high-security detention facility. He realizes it. Society is fracturing. Outside a towering high-rise, the heavy transport doors finally swing open. Someone urges Dr. Jamin to look outside, where a massive crowd has completely packed the streets, gridlocking everything. The angry crowd waves signs and chants demanding justice, calling Dr. Jamin the true savior of all humanity. They scream that Dr. Jamin is innocent, demanding the release of humanity's only hope. Watching this, Jamin's top subordinate looks out. He wonders, have the good guys become villains now? Inside the transport vehicle, Dr. Jamin just sits there quietly. He smiles widely as his ally tells him he has officially become a beacon of faith for humanity. The camera shifts. The scene descends deep into a dark underground sewer where a small knife and a map appear just as promised. Even though the real Jiang Si saved the entire world, humanity does not feel gratitude. Instead, they only fear him. Devout believers kneel to pray and burn incense. A dark, suffocating fear slowly grips society, pushing even ordinary citizens to act. They clasp their hands in desperate prayer, furious but silent. On the other hand, some fanatical groups actually build statues. They worship Jiang Si. These fanatics absolutely revere his power, convinced that his terrifying strength is the ultimate path. To them, he is a god, the absolute peak of human evolution. The camera cuts back to the underground. At the dark entrance of an underground pipe, the good worship villains while the bad worship heroes, dividing society. Anarchy is brewing. Violent protests are raging completely out of control. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a quiet room awaits. Inside his home, Jiang Si is just chilling in his pajamas, lying flat on the floor and playing video games. On the television screen, a competitive fighting game is running. He happily taps away on his controller, completely in the zone. Xiao He walks in to report, warning him that human society is acting pretty weird lately. Jiang Si just blinks, sweating. He lets out a confused sigh, then turns with a smile, asking what's up as Xiao He points toward the door. He claims two absolute jerks want to see him. In the living room, those unexpected guests are waiting. They are the zombies, Ajiao and Agui from Country B. They sip water nervously until Jiang Si, now dressed, appears. He walks out and asks who's looking for him. They startle as he recognizes his old acquaintances instantly. He asks why they came. Agui and Ajiao trade looks, then drop to their knees, begging the Great King. They beg for his protection. Meanwhile, a massive white spaceship appears in orbit, floating alongside urgent global news broadcasts. At exactly 2:20 p.m., the joint government passed a strict new bill specifically to control and manage Jiang Si. Under this new bill, the entire moon will be remodeled using advanced nanometals to serve as an inescapable prison. Astronauts are already on site, assembling the massive structure, announcing that the dangerously powerful Jiang Si will be locked away. He will stay here for life, ensuring human civilization remains safe. A triangular logo with a volcano and the letters SAEB appears. This red symbol belongs to the newly formed authority. Meanwhile, a small orb floats silently above the barren lunar surface. The project is run by SAEB, the Special Enforcement Bureau formed by the Joint Alliance to oversee this operation. Back on Earth, the vast city seems peaceful at first, but suddenly the sky is filled with speeding military jets. Soldiers scramble into heavy armor. Down on the streets, a massive convoy of tanks rolls out in perfect formation. Jets fill the sky while tanks lock down the ground in an imposing display of military power. Watching from above, Agui. He looks through his binoculars. The surrounding forces are multiplying. It seems they brought out every high-level combat asset. Ah Zhao sparks flames in her hands, absolutely furious at how humanity fears and shuns them. Now, hordes of zombies. Sentient zombies from all over the world are seeking refuge in City H. Good thing they decided to seek the king. Suddenly, another guy casually reaches over with a meat skewer using Ah Zhao's flame to grill his lunch. He just eats on the roof. Absolute silence. Behind them, Ashi is quietly hanging up the laundry. Ah Zhao agrees, noting that with City H's crazy real estate prices, they could never afford a rooftop terrace. If Big Sis had to sleep in sewers like those pathetic vampires, it would be humiliating. Nearby on a hammock, their Big Sis relaxes with a soda. Shaking the can, she remarks that humanity fears Jiang Si. They are too terrified to touch him, so they pick on ordinary zombies instead, which is just pathetic. They should have chosen their path. Suddenly, Agui gasps and yells to Big Sis that things are taking a turn. Through his binoculars, he sees angry citizens staring right back. Damn it, the humans are actually attacking. They shout with absolute determination the new bill is now in effect, and today they must bring Jiang Si to justice. Big Sis is shocked. Are these people crazy? Do they actually want to drive human civilization into total extinction? Up on a rooftop, Ziling appears. Ready to strike, she teleports so fast her movements are barely even a blur. She dashes up the building in a zigzag. Down below, the minister barks the order to begin. Her purple eyes flash with determination. A bright beam shoots into the sky. Meanwhile, Ah Mao and the Yao twins and Chief Gang Dai show up. Ah Lang leaps from above while Ziling tears through the city. Suddenly, she spots something flying right at her. She quickly dodges to the side only to see Xiao Xiao wielding a. Xiao Xiao fires a flamethrower as a massive blast erupts. Laughing maniacally, she locks her ammo belt, shouting President Ziling. A hail of bullets storms toward Ziling, who swiftly runs to dodge. Xiao Xiao yells out, "Hey President Ziling, bringing this many people to the party. Why don't you fight me instead?" Ziling glances back to finally identify her attacker. It is Xiao Xiao. Behind her, a series of violent explosions detonates. Ziling expertly evades. She leaps right in front of Xiao Xiao, shouting, "Let me remind you who actually saved this world." They clash in a fierce battle of strikes and parries. Xiao Xiao slips up, taking a direct hit to the chest. She quickly recovers, landing safely at a distance. Watching her opponent closely, Ziling starts transforming. She warns her that human survival is on the line. She does not have time to mess around here. Xiao Xiao ignores her twisted arm. But suddenly, two figures dive down from the sky, shouting at the top of their lungs. Xiao Xiao turns in shock. A massive crash shakes the entire rooftop. Before she can react, she gets pinned down hard. She grits her teeth in sheer frustration, looks behind, and realizes who caught her. It is Agu, the muscular powerhouse who dropped in to restrain her. "Wait," she stammers, "aren't you one of Jiang Si's underlings?" She freezes, then looks up. A crowd of anti-zombie protesters gathers in front of her, demanding Jiang Si's arrest. They warn her not to move, wanting to avoid any unnecessary casualties. Up on the roof where Agu landed, the crowd disperses. Gan is seen holding a tightly bound Ah Mao on the roof, while the Yao sisters standing nearby report in confirming they have successfully subdued the boss-level zombie underling who serves Jiang Si. Elsewhere, Lan Chi manages to capture Ah Lang and cage him, declaring the first stage of the battle is complete. Ah Mao screams in fury, accusing them of betraying their king. Xiao He then appears, straightening his tie. He explains that border wars are breaking out daily. Standing alongside the humans and Chief Gang Dai, he believes enforcing this new bill is the only way to realize their master's dream. The scene then cuts to a television screen, flashing a game over screen. Jiang Si sighs. He is disappointed that he lost, yet he still sits back relaxed, munching on snacks, drinking cola, and playing games. He wonders how things got so messy, debating if he should just wipe everything and do a full reset. Flashback to a few months ago, before the bill was even implemented, when Jiang Si's crew, Ziling and Xiao Xiao, met to discuss the plan. Ziling asks everyone if they remember their roles. She reviews the setup. When she charges into the main city hall, Ah Lang will flank from the left and Ah Mao will cover the right. Xiao Xiao holds a script sheet in her hand, staring intently at Ziling, who continues. Just as Ziling approaches the building, Xiao Xiao must block her path, get subdued by Xiao He's squad, and deliver her lines. Xiao Xiao practices while sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Lan Chi and Chief Gang Dai stand ready in the other group. Ziling issues the command to test the strength of Jiang Si's containment cell under normal attack conditions. But out of nowhere, Jiang Si appears, winding up for a massive punch. With a dark expression, he locks onto his target and moves. He throws a devastating punch that shatters the test barrier. Hearing the massive crash, Ziling spins around in panic. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave blasts through, sending everyone flying, and Ziling is blown far away, coughing as she pushes herself up to see what happened. It turns out Jiang Si single-handedly leveled an entire fortress wall. Ziling and Lan Qi look on in sheer terror. Look at that crater from space. A colossal trench is visible, carving a massive straight line right across the surface of the planet. Jiang Si grins with satisfaction, stretching his hands. He notes they have successfully mastered the ancient nanometal technology. He confidently looks over the rows of stone pillars at Si, adding that using such a sturdy cage to hold him will surely calm humanity's fears about his power. The minister and Xiao Xiao can only facepalm at the ridiculous sight, while Ziling slams her fist down, screaming in frustration. Total lies, there is absolutely no way that thing can hold him. The minister nearby grumbles that this will only make people panic more. If that video gets out, it will only trigger a massive panic. But Jiang Si is completely relaxed and full of confidence. His absolute confidence leaves Ziling totally speechless. He simply suggests building a wall 1,000 kilometers thick, claiming the moon is perfect. She ignores his crazy ideas and shifts the subject, while Jiang Si mentions his own subordinates will coordinate their moves with her team. Their goal is to completely change how humans view zombies. Suddenly, Jiang Si's underlings pose together, forming a perfect six-pointed star. With their neat six-pointed star pose ready, the scene cuts to the big day. Ziling acts as the host, reporting live from the special bureau, announcing everything is going smoothly. Up in the sky, the massive capture device is already deployed. A plane delivers the hovering containment unit. At home, people watching the live broadcast are utterly stunned, glued to their screens. This special Class A containment unit is a technological masterpiece. It combines advanced human science with ancient tech to secure Jiang Si. The device hovers ready over Hat City while people watch the broadcast in complete awe. Meanwhile, Xiao He and Ah Go take a quick selfie with Ah Mao and Ah Lang, who are acting as locked-up rebellious prisoners. They are testing the containment unit in real combat, proving it is indestructible. This bill is the first step toward peaceful coexistence between humans and zombies. Jiang Si is actually just chilling at home, watching the broadcast and his underlings taking selfies on screen. He finds it pretty hilarious, admitting Xiao He and the gang have some real acting talent. That mock beatdown looks surprisingly realistic. On his floor, several books are scattered. One says Jiang Si's traffic economy to save humanity. He must debut as an idol. He opens a black box to pack his things. Once he gets successfully captured, his image makeover plan can officially begin. Then the next phase of his image campaign will kick off. Jiang Si snaps the black box shut, absolutely satisfied that everything is perfect. He is fully prepared, looking sharp and happily carrying 2 suitcases. With his essentials packed, he is ready to head to prison. Up on the plane, the self-proclaimed human heroes sneer. They mock Country A for being completely weak and cowardly. Bragging about how they possess such advanced technology, the leader laughs, completely blinded by his own arrogant and foolish mindset. With Jiang Si completely isolated, any talk of coexistence is just childish. Arrogant Country B has no idea they are absolutely doomed. They have no clue what is about to happen next. Right where the plane passes, Ah Ju is still tied up, witnessing everything. Crying in despair, he feels like he is about to turn into a mummy. When will his master finally let him down? Suddenly, he stops crying and freezes. A high-tech missile from the plane is aimed straight at him to eliminate the threat. The projectile hurtles toward Ah Ju at an insane speed, carrying massive destructive power. The giant shell is about to strike. It slams right into the building, punching straight through it. The massive impact miraculously snaps the ropes holding Ah Ju hostage. Freed from his bonds, Ah Ju rejoices only to realize he is currently suspended midair. He panics, flailing wildly as he drops. Apologizing, he claims he did not mean to escape, the ground just exploded. Confused, he turns to see Xiao He nearby. Xiao He stands proudly before the media, assuring everyone that the zombie faction will firmly stand by humanity's side and help capture their rogue king Jiang Si. Hearing this, Ah Ju flies into a rage, accusing them of betraying their master. Suddenly, Ziling's voice rings out, demanding who authorized that shot. She yells that the people of Country B must have plastic for brains. Tied up nearby, Xiao quickly whispers a reminder that they are currently live on television. Hearing this, Ziling instantly switches back to her sweet TV persona. She cheerfully claims she meant the 2 nations are friends. Elsewhere, a few pebbles roll near a pair of boots. Jiang Si stands in an abandoned area, silently watching the broadcast. With complete ease, he catches Country B's massive missile in his bare hands. It seems Ziling's side is struggling. He pulls out a soda can as Ziling continues her speech, declaring that Jiang Si was never actually their enemy, and that force is only used to show human determination to protect civilization. Jiang Si smiles, completely satisfied with her explanation. Fortunately, it was just a minor hiccup and his master plan remains intact. On TV, Ziling continues her public interview. She reassures everyone that this operation will end in peace. But suddenly, another massive explosion rocks the entire sky. Wielding a giant saw, Ju charges in determined to avenge his master. Jiang Si accidentally crushes his soda can in shock. Soda sprays all over his face as a chain of massive explosions tears through the sky. The self-proclaimed human heroes land under Ziling's guidance. This reckless assault is exactly what they planned, but Ju stands firm, evaluating the situation. In the next second, he swats another soldier away, sending him flying miserably. Carrying a wounded ally, Gu mutters. He wonders if Ju is actually fighting for real or if this is just their master's secret plan. Xiao He cautiously advises them not to act recklessly, believing their king has a genius strategy. Back at his hideout, Jiang Si is sweating bullets. Stuck hanging there too long, he forgot to notify him. Ju winds up furious. They promised to lead the zombies to prosperity together. Why betray the king? Why betray the king for these humans? Gripping the iron bar with one hand, Ju violently rips it out with sheer force. He raises his saw to modify the metal. If that is how it is, he will turn this iron bar into a weapon. It becomes a deadly chain to wipe them all out. Xiao He and his crew panic. Oh no, Ju is completely out of his mind. Someone stop him. And trust me, things are about to get incredibly chaotic as massive explosions rock the building, tearing everything apart. Not even the helicopters can escape. Mid-air blasts erupt wherever people gather, triggering massive fiery explosions. Several aircraft are caught in the blasts and start spinning out of control. Panicked pilots scream as the prison block begins to plummet. One pilot sticks his head out in sheer terror as the facility freefalls. Just then, Jiang Si streaks through the air. He catches the falling prison with immense strength. His eyes glow crimson with a terrifying, monstrous grin. Suddenly, something heavy smashes right onto Ju. A deafening blast erupts, blowing away tanks, soldiers, and debris in every direction. Lan Qi raises his arms to shield himself. Ziling stares in absolute shock. There stands Jiang Si, completely unfazed amidst the burning wreckage. He has returned to his second evolutionary form. Terrified soldiers aim their weapons at him, but Jiang Si just smirks. Why are you all just standing there? He mocks. Come on, arrest me. Cut to later, and Jiang Si is actually in custody. He gets his mugshot taken at the station. The capture plan is deemed a success. The scene shifts to the massive rocket launch pad. This is the Special Law Bureau headquarters where a rocket is prepped to head to the moon. A broadcast echoes through the facility. Today at 10:10, this launch will be recorded in human history. Crowds of reporters gather outside, eager to capture the big scoop. They shout out questions, asking if Jiang Si will truly obey human laws. Standing high above, Xiao He declares that they stand with humanity and that the law will keep Jiang Si fully contained. He claims everyone worldwide has the right to monitor him. Peace and stability are the shared goals of humans and zombies alike. After wrapping up, he turns to walk inside. Go stands nearby, holding the door as reporters keep shouting questions. They beg him to stay for more questions. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is looking up at the massive rocket system. His underlings Xiao He, Go, and Gan strut in looking incredibly cool. But get this, a second later they completely lose their composure. Sweating buckets, they bow and beg their king for mercy, apologizing for their disrespectful tone in front of the press. Jiang Si turns around effortlessly, snapping his handcuffs with a grin. He assures them it is fine, asking how his performance was. He asks if he looked weak and friendly enough. Just then, Xiao Xiao appears holding up her phone with a skeptical look. She scoffs at the weak part. Her screen displays footage of thick smoke, utter devastation, and a massive crack in the ground. As the dust clears, rubble is piled high, and a familiar voice demands to know what they are waiting for. His second form smirks, brutally kicking Ju and asking if they have all gone quiet. Ziling and the guards scramble to escape the terror. Xiao Xiao blankly shoves the video right in his face. She sarcastically notes how friendly he is, thanking him for not wiping them out. Who would believe he was actually captured? Jiang Si sweats nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. He laughs it off, calling it a minor, harmless accident. Ziling approaches with a serious expression. Everyone knows his true power, and his mere presence terrifies humanity. This elaborate show is purely to give people hope, letting them believe they can actually control him. The launch pad is fully prepared with zero room for error. No matter what, the first step is complete. The next phase will take place on the moon. She looks over, confirming that all personnel for the next step are ready. They will use the lunar prison as a stage to broadcast a massive zombie reality show, showcasing his daily life. Xiao He shows him a tablet outlining the public relations strategy, and Jiang Si smirks with absolute confidence. Xiao He tells his king not to worry since they have mobilized their entire network to support him. They have planned for every possible outcome. He put together the most powerful public relations team, ensuring zero negative feedback. Jiang Si remains skeptical. In a human society like this, there is no way they will not have haters. Xiao He brushes it off confidently, telling him he has his ways. But elsewhere, online trolls are actively mocking him while a dangerous figure monitors their moves from the shadows. Xiao He insists his team is highly professional. Behind him, Ah Go mutters to Xiao He to lose the murderous look. Meanwhile, Ziling brushes back her hair with interest. As his designated warden, she will be accompanying him into the prison. The other two watch her completely stunned. Jiang Si smiles warmly, welcoming her and saying he will rely on her. They shake hands, but fear always stems from the unknown. If humans just understood him, they would realize they are exactly the same. Suddenly, she freezes in absolute shock, completely dazed before she can even finish her sentence. He lifts her up effortlessly and grabs the suitcase. Jiang Si stays silent, then charges forward with a serious face. Instantly, a bright light shoots up from the launch pad, soaring high into the sky. That beam blasts straight into outer space without any resistance. Ziling finally catches her breath to finish speaking when a massive sound echoes. Right across the lunar surface, something just crashed down. Ziling gasps in sheer panic as she goes flying headfirst into the dirt. Jiang Si lands safely, with all his gear totally unfazed. "We have arrived," he says casually, looking around at his new surroundings. It has been ages since the Great Extinction event, and he has not seen a wonder like this in forever. How nostalgic. Right there, in front of him is a massive network of incredibly advanced and sleek equipment. Jiang Si turns his gaze over. Ziling is glaring, her face dead serious as she motions for him to come closer with a challenging gesture. He walks over slowly. "Oh right, sound cannot travel in a vacuum." She grabs him by the helmet, pulling his face close to hers, eyes locked. Z. Ling grabs his collar and screams in pure fury, "You literally dragged me to jump onto the moon. Are you completely insane? Are you trying to kill me? We had an entire spaceship prepped for this landing." Jiang Si breaks a sweat, scratching his head in confusion. "Isn't this way faster?" he asks, offering to take her back if she really hates it. Z. Ling clutches her face in absolute shock, her eyes wide. Throwing a massive tantrum, she stomps her feet and screams, "Do not even bother, you might as well just end me right here." Suddenly, Jiang Si spots something ahead, and Ziling looks over as well, stating they are almost here. Jiang Si curiously asks what she means, and Ziling calmly tells him it is his new roommates. That incoming object is a hybrid rocket plane barreling right toward them. She reassures him that his new roommates are actually quite friendly. Inside the craft, everything is sealed completely tight with absolutely no openings. But the crew inside the rocket tells a different story. They are all heavily armed, wearing cold, menacing glares. Apparently, they are all top-tier elites and supposedly very easy to talk to. Inside the vessel, an automated announcement blares out. Jiang Si has entered the lunar prison, activating the entire confinement security system. Repeating, the confinement of Jiang Si is officially complete. Suddenly, the president of country A and the prime minister of country B step inside. A mocking laugh echoes from a strange cage nearby. The ancient human locked within is sneering at them with pure contempt. He asks if they honestly believe learning his nanometal technology is enough to hold a monster like that. Are they out of their minds? The president of country A stops silently staring at him, but the ancient guy remains completely fearless, continuing his arrogant boasting. At 917, a 1,000-kilometer nanometal layer will only hold him for a brief moment. This is based on his power levels when he wiped out the ancient civilization, and right now he's only getting stronger. The president finally speaks up, stating they have absolutely no intention of controlling Jiang Si. He looks at him, revealing their plan. The entire lunar prison project was actually Jiang Si's own idea. Hearing this, the ancient human freezes, his smug expression completely vanishing. Turning his back, the president explains they only used this project to verify that they have fully mastered ancient technology. And the results prove it. Whether it is deep space travel or planetary terraforming, nothing is a challenge for them anymore. The prime minister of country B hands some documents to the Yao twins, chiming in. If Jiang Si ever loses control, this lunar cage will buy them enough time to board the evacuation ships. He slams his hand down with a loud laugh. He screams that he never wants to see that absolute monster again. The prime minister stares up at Jiang Si's smiling face, displayed on the giant screen. They will carry the spark of humanity into the stars, saying a final farewell to that beast. Hearing this, the ancient human bursts into mocking laughter, realizing they are just trying to run. But get this, why did they never wonder why his own advanced civilization with all their space travel tech chose to stay and face extinction? The Yao sisters give him an annoyed glare. The ancient man drifts back into his memories, recalling a moment from his childhood, asking his mother what all the adults were busy doing. Back then, his mother had gently picked him up and smiled, explaining that they would find a new home very soon and finally escape this godforsaken place. But back in the present, inside the spaceships, a computerized broadcast echoes out. The fleet has officially left the solar system, heading toward deep space, cruising on the cosmic highway. The scientists on board are absolutely thrilled, hugging each other tightly as tears of joy stream down. They cry out in relief they are finally free from that terrifying place, never having to face that monster again. But suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air. The Third Fleet has collided with an unidentified force field, obliterating escape pods and tearing the ship metal apart piece by piece. The crew freezes in absolute terror, screaming, "What is happening? What is going on?" Someone explained this. Right before their eyes, a massive new planet is slowly forming out of floating rectangular blocks. The captain is ordered to look as chaos erupts. In an instant, a chain reaction of explosions rips through the battleships across deep space. The Third Fleet is completely wiped out. Inside the remaining ships, panic spreads as they struggle to understand what these mysterious crystals actually are. Their energy field is swallowing the entire solar system. There is absolutely no way this massive structure is a natural phenomenon. One by one, the battleships vaporize. Even the escape pods attempting to flee are instantly shredded by the overwhelming force field collision. The chain of explosions only grows wider and more violent. Even the ships that managed to survive the initial wave are caught in the blast. Surviving vessels desperately push through the burning wreckage, with the Fourth Fleet stepping up to guide what is left of the armada. Inside the burning hulls, soldiers scream as they are consumed by fire. Their commander yells to ignore the losses and keep pushing forward. They believe they can break through, but the last of the battleships goes up in flames. Their final plan: detonate Earth to eliminate Jiang Si. They want revenge for their fallen comrades. Suddenly, an operator reports a massive anomaly in the sector ahead as a lone figure appears. The scientists in the control room stare in absolute disbelief. Their jaws drop as they zoom in on the mysterious long-haired man. They confirm it is indeed a human being floating out there in the void. Clad in black, his silhouette stands before the newly formed planet. With his back to the newborn world, he looks completely untouchable. Down below, young Yao watches the monitor in pure astonishment. Even the ancient entities are panicking now. Within seconds, an entire fleet was wiped out, leaving the ground command with only one final transmission. The voice belongs to that floating entity. He calmly states that his patrol around the heavenly prison is complete, dismissing Jiang Si's sudden changes. Strands of white light suddenly warp through space as he declares the stain has been successfully erased. The surviving crew members are instantly drained of their energy. As their life force is siphoned away, the scene shifts to the city, where a violent explosion erupts from a high-rise building. Rubble rains down onto the streets. Amidst the chaos, Nai and Deep bow deeply, paying respects to the divine envoy. Sitting arrogantly with his legs crossed is Varro, wearing a confident grin. Nai, dripping with sweat, quickly begins her report. She reveals they unexpectedly found a surviving compatriot who has lived alongside Jiang Si for thousands of years and knows him best. This survivor holds the key to understanding Jiang Si's current state. Nearby, Diep summons the god of Mount Tai, who steps forward. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen is struggling against a powerful technique, gritting her teeth in anger. She scoffs at being called their compatriot. Declaring she has no time for their madness, the Demon Queen unleashes her power to blast away the giant boulders, pinning her down. Free from her restraints, she stands tall and calls them low-class trash. But she suddenly freezes, noticing something strange beneath her feet. A gruesome pool of blood and human bones has pooled right where she stands. From a distance, Varro calmly speaks to her. He suggests she might need a little help remembering her place after being away from their great civilization for so long. While Varro lounges with absolute authority, the Demon Queen stands far across the room. She suddenly winces, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She desperately tries to support herself as Varro instantly closes the distance. He stands directly in front of her, mocking her weakness. With a wave of his hand, he summons a thick mist that completely envelops them, demanding she submit to the divine envoy. The scene then shifts to the campus of the Abnormal Human Academy, where a mysterious object streaks across the sky. Varro and the Demon Queen slowly descend from above, landing just as a voice calls out to welcome them. Diep points ahead, confirming they have arrived at the academy, where the rogue compatriot said the records are kept. The Demon Queen is bound and floating helplessly in the air, forced to guide Varro to his ultimate destination. She bitterly reminds him that the data he wants on Jiang Si is right in front of him, telling him to go grab it. Looking up, she warns him that these humans possess the absolute peak power of modern civilization and advises him to proceed with caution. Varro glares at her, snapping at her to shut up. He mocks her for not even knowing where her own host is. Suddenly, a flash of blue light darts into the room as micro-thin threads weave a deadly trap in midair. Leader Gang Dai bursts onto the scene, unleashing a flurry of incredibly swift and powerful slashes. Instead of blood, perfectly sliced pieces of salmon fall onto two elegant plates. Inside the academy, a massive party is underway. Balloons pop and a banner from Weibing unfurls, reading congratulations to Jiang Si for finally leaving Earth. The leader happily skips around carrying the plates, shouting that the premium sashimi has arrived with plenty to go around. Someone notes that even though Jiang Si is a zombie, he did defeat the undefeated Dr. Jamin. His efforts also saved the city from meeting massive walls to defend against devastating monster tides. With everything Jiang Si has done for them, celebrating his imprisonment like this feels a little messed up. Someone questions if sending Jiang Si to prison is really the right way to thank him after everything he did for them. The man holding the skewer of meat shrugs. Of course they know Jiang Si has no ill will toward humanity. He spreads his arms wide, daydreaming. But having Jiang Si leave Earth brings absolute peace of mind. He feels like a massive suffocating weight has finally been lifted. His shattered nerves are finally recovering because even just remembering his encounters with Jiang Si is enough to trigger violent, sleepless nightmares. The other man stares silently at his food. At this point, they can only pray that the president's plan goes off without a single hitch. The man in the red hat stares into the heavy fog. Suddenly, he tenses up, eyes scanning the shadows as a cold sweat breaks out. He raises his weapon and chambers around, shouting for whoever is lurking in the dark to show themselves. Then Vero appears with a terrifying grin. Vero places a single finger on the barrel. Instantly, the gun detonates. He smiles, asking if this pathetic place is truly humanity's strongest academy. To Vero, these people are so unbelievably weak, they do not even register as a speck of dust in his eyes. The girl on the ground struggles to her feet, cursing under her breath. Suddenly, Leader Gang leaps from behind with a devastating punch. Vero just smirks, turning casually to catch the fist before countering with effortless brutality. Watching from the sidelines, Leader Ingon is paralyzed with fear. "Is this a joke?" he stammers. Vero blew them away with a single glance. Bodies lie shattered, blood pooling fast across the stone floor. The leader looks down in horror as the crimson liquid spreads. The deep red darkens, though the physical landscape itself remains eerily still. But beneath their feet, a thick blood-like substance begins to bubble up. Overhead, the decorative balloons suddenly ignite into terrifying flames. The balloons warp into floating, burning skulls. Watching this madness, the red hat fighter rips off his cap and lets out a defiant roar. He yells at Vero not to underestimate humanity. Activating his Type 1 nano-iron heart, his entire body begins to violently shift and mutate. Massive muscles rip through his clothes as his frame expands. His height shoots up, and he raises his monstrously altered arms to the sky. Within seconds, his arm morphs into a giant clawed black bird wing. Vero just watches with a twisted, highly amused smirk. The Type 1 nano-iron heart transformation is fully complete. Leader Ngan stares in awe at this legendary ancient nano-alloy technology. As Red Hat finishes morphing, Leader Nan yells at the fallen Leader Gang to get off the ground. How long does he plan on sleeping? Leader Gang snaps back that he has it covered, but suddenly a massive sphinx-like claw rises high above the dust. Smoke engulfs the battlefield as a towering beast emerges, the true power of the Type 1 nano-iron heart. It is time to fight together. This is the perfect chance to test their modified nano-alloy forms. Still, Leader Gang furiously grumbles about being left out of the heist. The towering tiger beast roars, firing destructive energy beams in every direction. Meanwhile, Red Hat readies his heavy weapon from a distance. In his monstrous form, Red Hat locks onto his target. Beside him, the fully transformed Leader Gang stands primed for action. They wait for the perfect moment, then unleash a massive combined energy blast that tears forward. Vero casually raises a single hand. He blocks the blast, effortlessly mocking them because even after 1,000 years, humanity has not made a single bit of progress. Vero points directly at his opponents. Out of nowhere, a colossal energy hand materializes, crushing the giant tiger form in its grip. Pinned and helpless, Leader Gang is forced back into his fragile human state. Vero casually deflects the remaining incoming attacks with a wave. Red Hat is completely outmatched. A brutal shockwave sends him flying, shattering his beast form. Silence suddenly grips the ruined battlefield. Red Hat drops to his knees, utterly exhausted. He looks up as Vero reminds him that 1,000 years ago they needed battleships to achieve that level of firepower, so this is technically progress. Standing nearby, Deeb observes the data and chimes in. She reports that these survivors are not the same massive fleet Vero wiped out back then. Modern humans focus on cultivating individual combat power. Since they already detailed this in prior briefings, Vero merely sighs with utter boredom, barely caring about the explanation. It does not matter, he notes, the pathetic ants breeding in this prison could be wiped out by Jiang Si at any second anyway. Stepping up to shield his comrades, Leader Nan demands to know who these intruders are and how they know Jiang Si. Vero spreads his arms, smiling warmly at the survivors. Knowing him is an understatement. Jiang Si is the demon he personally sealed. Now Vero has returned from the depths of space to put an end to that monster and to erase these insignificant pests. Suddenly, Diep points an alarm warning Vero that one of the human fighters in the back has managed to escape. Vara blinks in surprise, realizing the Red Hat fighter is gone. The man is already sprinting away to warn the rest of the academy. He needs to warn everyone about the threat. But Vero just raises a hand, coldly declaring that all his efforts are entirely in vain. A chilling voice echoes, declaring that escaping Vero is impossible and that their ultimate doom is already sealed by fate. As the runner flees, a colossal energy hand looms directly behind him, representing the absolute power of an ancient godlike civilization. Varro turns back with a closed fist. With a simple flick of his finger, a devastating explosion tears through another helpless target. Something massive crashes heavily onto the floor as the pooled blood slowly dissolves into nothingness. Varro approaches the low-tier demon. He demands to know where the intel on Jiang Si is. If she helps him find it, he might just overlook her failures. Attacking her academy was never meant as a warning to humanity. She angrily fumes to herself. She knew this useless bunch was terrible, but still, she never expected them to be this pathetic. With the leader knocked cold on the floor, her plans to escape during the chaos are totally ruined. These useless fools could not even last a single round. With their beefy leader completely out cold, she realizes escaping right now is completely out of the question. It looks like she needs a new long-term plan. Suddenly, Didi bursts out with a joyful shout. We found the files on Jiang Si. The Demon King smirks. See, I told you we would find it. Talk about a close call. Varro grabs the documents from Didi's hands. He asks what it is, and Didi tells him to see for yourself. In his hands is a book about the Prison Idol series starring Jiang Si. Didi presses play on the video. Welcome to the massive live reality show featuring our very own zombie superstar Jiang Si. This globally top-rated broadcast has easily smashed over 100 billion views. On the screen, the host points directly toward the moon, promising a raw global live stream with absolutely no filters or deceptive edits. They plan to lay everything bare for the entire world to see. The group sits back and watches. Under the aggressive push of the SAR Bureau, 8,000 of the world's most dangerous criminals have been moved. They are all confined directly inside the high-security lunar prison. This broadcast is about to show everyone a true land of lawless criminals. The viewers are absolutely stunned by the massive scale of the show. On the broadcast, Jiang Si is shown sitting with some rough characters. These burly inmates do not look friendly at all. Kept locked away in separate cells, they have no idea what is happening outside. They are completely unaware that they might soon clash with Jiang Si, the newly appointed official spokesperson for the SAR Bureau. Xiao He confidently claims that even in this lawless environment, Jiang Si will still manage to live in perfect harmony with humans. Back on the moon, Jiang Si is patiently waiting in the cafeteria line. He politely asks the server for some extra eggs. He hopes to use his prison stay to work out and relax. Meanwhile, the live cameras capture his every single move. As negative comments flood the chat, Varro watches the screen. Veins pop on his face as he grinds his teeth in fury. Didi proudly displays her phone, claiming they have already spammed 1,000 hateful comments about Jiang Si to ruin his reputation. She assures him they are fighting the great enemy of their clan. Varro glares at her coldly, telling her to shut up. He needs quiet to think. Back in the cafeteria, the server happily scoops an extra-large portion onto Jiang Si's tray. He happily thanks her. Over in the control room, Ziling is aggressively ordering her crew to fix the lighting. She snaps at Team 2, demanding to know if they are deaf, since Jiang Si desperately needs a makeup touch-up. The makeup crew rushes over, touching up his face mid-meal. Jiang Si stands completely frozen as they work on him. Varro's face darkens. He tells himself to stay calm, knowing a terrifying monster like Jiang Si would never act so docile. He remembers Jiang Si as a ruthless, cold-blooded demon who could easily wipe out entire worlds without blinking an eye. A cunning image of Jiang Si's fifth form flashes in his mind. A beast like him should want to slaughter every human. He should be wiping them off the face of the earth. Varro wonders if 1,000 years of isolation drove him mad. He stops, a sudden realization hitting him. Varro leaps to his feet, convinced he has finally figured out the truth. He believes Jiang Si is exploring the mysteries of the human soul, using these lowly creatures to unlock their ancient power. Yes, his ultimate goal must be to break through the divine barrier they built, even if it destroys an entire civilization. He has spent 1,000 years planning this elaborate scheme. Sitting back down, Varro marvels at how terrifying and cunning Jiang Si is. You are indeed my greatest rival, Varro mutters with a sinister grin, refusing to let him succeed so easily. Slamming his hand onto his armrest, Varro decides it is time to send a little greeting across the cosmos. Out in the vastness of space, high-tech satellites continue to drift. Deep inside a vessel, a muscular blonde man walks forward. Gritting his teeth, he grabs his food tray and scans the crowded cafeteria, looking for a place to sit. Jiang Si is happily eating his lunch, completely surrounded by a massive camera crew when the man slams his tray down. Ziling watches closely as the bruised, bloodied inmate sits directly across from Jiang Si, flashing a menacing smile. He tells Jiang Si, "It has been a long time." Meanwhile, reporters gather outside the secure lunar base. Broadcasting live on day 3, the correspondent reports that everything remains completely peaceful and quiet. Back on Earth, Xiao He and his friends celebrate with beers, cheering at the successful broadcast. The entire room erupts into a massive party. For 3 straight days, absolutely no one has dared to touch their king. Public opinion is incredibly positive, and the entire plan is running much smoother than they ever expected. But back at the lunar base, the reality is the exact opposite of the celebration on Earth. An entire gang of inmates is lying unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth in total defeat. They lie sprawled out on the ground. Ziling turns away with a cold, annoyed look. She had already educated these prisoners beforehand. As long as they do not actively pick a fight, there is no way Jiang Si would ever clash with anyone. Suddenly, a prison guard kicks the door open and rushes inside. He yells that there is an emergency for leader Ziling. Meanwhile, Vero is using his magic to possess one of the inmates. Glaring with a twisted grin, he stands before Jiang Si and asks if he still remembers them. Jiang Si just keeps eating his food, looking completely clueless and indifferent. He asks who the guy is, which completely shocks Vero. Refusing to believe it, Vero sneers and tells him to stop acting. Suddenly, he forces his host to throw a powerful fist and charge. The possessed man winds up his biceps bulging as Vero wonders just how weak Jiang Si has become. He unleashes a full-force punch directly at the spot where Jiang Si is standing. The young man does not even flinch, standing completely still as he easily catches the incoming arm. Using nothing but a pair of chopsticks, Jiang Si stops the massive blow, leaving the attacker trembling and unable to budge. Suddenly, a red alert blares. A high-level emergency alert echoes through the facility. Automated machine guns immediately power up and scan for targets showing signs of violence. Satellites orbiting above glow red as they lock onto the prison base, completely sealing off the entire facility. The self-destruct system activates because the violent threat remains. A final countdown begins, only 3 minutes left on the clock. Hearing this warning, everyone watching back on Earth completely freezes. Is the whole place really about to blow? Laser sights from the defense turrets paint red dots all over Jiang Si, targeting his body before mapping the ground beneath his feet. Bright red laser beams lock onto every square inch of him, leaving absolutely no blind spots. But Jiang Si remains completely unfazed. He only caught a single punch, and now he is staring down a dozen gun barrels. Watching this, Vero smiles, finding his theories confirmed. Varo laughs, finding it highly amusing that Jiang Si is choosing not to go on a rampage. Meanwhile, the other inmates break into a cold sweat. They frantically beg the two of them to play nice and make peace. Still pulling the strings of his host, Vero chuckles in amusement. He mockingly asks Jiang Si if this is what living in peace with humans gets him, trying to provoke him. No matter how much he acts, these pathetic ants will always live in fear of him. That deep terror will only drive them to repeat history's worst mistakes. They will inevitably trigger the same doom as the ancient machine civilization. Suddenly, Jiang Si claps his hands as if realizing something. He says he finally gets it now. Is this what people call a prison brawl? After a brief moment of thought, he remembers. The others had actually told him exactly how to deal with this. Ziling had laid out a few specific options for such scenarios. He recalls the stupid option, the violent option, the calm option, and the stealthy one. Ultimately, he decides to go with doing absolutely nothing. With a silent nod, he shifts into his third form and stares at his opponent. Seeing this, his loyal followers panic instantly. Realizing their king is about to make a move, they rush to free Aju and prepare for an all-out war with humanity. Meanwhile, Jiang Si silently stares down his opponent. Back in control, Ziling screams a furious order to shut down that brainless self-destruct system. Step by step, the young man slowly advances toward his enemy. Because the target threat level is too high, the automated system triggers. Still showing no fear, Vero controls his host to laugh and mock Jiang Si for still being a mindless demon of destruction. He challenges Jiang Si to fight his puppet, daring him to smash the poor human to pieces and show everyone his monstrous true face. But Vero suddenly stops talking, his eyes widening in sheer shock as the atmosphere completely shifts in front of him. Drenched in cold sweat, he watches in horror as Jiang Si towers over him like a giant, slowly extending a massive hand. Vero panics, completely frozen as the host's own mind begins to fight back against his possession. Jiang Si gently rests, a hand on his shoulder. A gentle breeze swirls and Vero's controlling soul is instantly blown away. The host finally regains his mind. Standing there, frozen, the young man softly asks him if he has calmed down yet. An intense, heavy silence fills the room. Jiang Si glances over and the terrified inmate screams for his mother before sprinting away in absolute horror. Vero watches through a screen in disbelief. He cannot comprehend how raw fear alone allowed a mere human to break free from his mind control. Meanwhile, Jiang Si glances upward. He senses Vero's spirit lingering. "Insect," he mutters. Then he sweeps his arm. Vero gasps in utter shock. A mysterious beam of light suddenly flashes on the moon, rushing downward. The light streaks down toward Earth at blinding speed. Xiao Hong is stunned. Dai Dai is left speechless, and Tai Shan watches in silence. Vero stands in shock alongside a wide-eyed Niai. An immense crushing pressure suddenly descends from the heavens, heavy enough to warp the air. Unable to withstand the crushing gravity, Ni and Dai Dai are pinned flat against the ground, gasping in terror at the overwhelming aura. Back inside the prison, Jiang Si shrinks back to his normal form and pulls his hat down. The automated system announces the threat is gone. As the alert cancels, Jiang Si cheerfully declares the matter settled, while the surrounding prisoners shrink back in sheer terror. Meanwhile, over on Vero's side, his base is in ruins with his men knocked flat. He stares at his smoking burnt hand in disbelief. He can only marvel in absolute awe that demon clearly hasn't weakened at all. So why does he refuse to fight back when challenged? Turn against humanity, Vero clenches his fist as a sudden realization hits. The demon must want to turn these weak insects into his loyal believers. How dare he compete for authority with a divine messenger like me? There is no way I can let him continue. Varro's expression darkens as he orders his subordinates on Earth to do everything they can to destroy humanity's trust in Jiang Si. Once reinforcements arrive, the divine army will turn this entire galaxy to dust. Ni and Deep quickly bow to show their obedience. Understood, Lord Messenger. Varro immediately vanishes, heading to the moon himself to stall Jiang Si before the backup forces arrive. The Demon King is pretty surprised to see him leave so easily. It looks like she won't need to run away after all. Ni turns around and explains that the Lord Messenger's main target is Jiang Si, so he won't be staying on Earth with them. She puts on her jacket, warning that the humans will soon discover the attack on the non-human academy. In her opinion, Jiang Si's followers and all the humans enhanced by ancient technology are definitely not going to be easy opponents. The Demon King looks incredibly confident as she suggests they submit to her, promising to keep them alive if they do. Remembering Vero's face, she knows that Lunatic is going down. Since she needs some minions, she might as well recruit these guys now. Ni warns her that the humans won't suspect a thing. If she doesn't believe it, she can go check the battlefield itself. The Demon King does not really get it, but steps outside anyway. Curiously, she notices the shattered wall starting to repair itself. Within seconds, the wall is completely restored. Even the people who vanished from the academy are slowly returning to normal. It turns out any battle damage or even casualties can be fully restored through the sheer power of imagination. She walks over to inspect. Projecting thoughts into reality is the ultimate authority of their divine-era civilization. The tough squad leader lies unconscious on the ground without a single scratch. So until this civilization is completely wiped out, they will never even realize they were attacked. The squad leader wakes up completely unharmed and fully revived. Everyone is perfectly fine, acting as if nothing scary happened. Passing away in ignorance is indeed the Lord Messenger's mercy. As the squad leader opens his eyes, Deep and the god Tai Shan appear. We fight using imaginary deities too. For instance, little Tai Shan is the mind god born from my own thoughts, she explains with a smug smile. Aren't you vampires born the same way? The Demon King is confused, asking if she means she was just imagined too, by a bunch of absolute fools. Ni steps out, warning that whether she believes it or not, if the messenger suspects she's tipping off the humans, he will use his lightning power. If so, they cannot let her leave today. Meanwhile, near a huge crater outside the peaceful city, a little green-haired girl climbs onto a car to take photos. That is the perfect pose. The photographer calls out, snapping another shot while adjusting his camera angles from a distance. Jiang Si saved us, he says, happily determined to run the best publicity campaign possible to thank their savior. But suddenly, a pitch-black hand grabs his ankle. Screaming in terror, he spins around to see who it is. A massive hand rises behind them, casually waving, leaving the crew utterly stunned as they look down. A heavily injured man missing limbs crawls forward, begging them to take him to the Guangzhou Special Bureau. Meanwhile, Vero contemplates the ultimate power of the universe, believing the greatest strength of all lies within the human mind. Red wisps of energy gather around him, sparking his imagination. It is through this mental spark that they created gods. It allowed them to build a divine civilization that stood proud alongside actual deities in the ancient era. With this very power, they locked away the primordial demon in their ancient homeland. Floating mid-air, Vero's eyes burned bright. Through endless eons of cosmic conquest, they never once lowered their guard against that sleeping beast. Yet here is Jiang Si, the terrifying demon himself, casually wearing pajamas and pretending to live peacefully among humans. Vero's expression grows fierce as a tiny spark of fire ignites in the palm of his hand. As a divine messenger, he refuses to let Jiang Si live out this peaceful fantasy. He shoots the flame forward. The fire hits a tall man, sleeping in bed, causing him to scream out in sudden, agonizing pain. Vero vows to show this fragile civilization your terrifying and incredibly dull true face right now. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is casually standing in line when he accidentally bumps into a large muscular man. The giant man glares, warning him not to cut in line. Jiang Si responds by slapping him incredibly hard. The rude man faceplants straight into the wall as Jiang Si casually walks ahead to continue waiting for his morning wash. He mutters about basic manners while the battered victim quickly whimpers out a terrified apology. The divine envoy flinches at that, his confidence slipping. He stammers that he will definitely expose the guy's true face soon. Over the next week, Jiang Si happily hums at his reflection, sleeping early and waking up totally refreshed. Meanwhile, in prison, Jiang Si lives an incredibly disciplined life, working out daily and staying positive. He happily exercises just like everyone else. He even starts eagerly racing the other inmates. Seeing this, the divine envoy fures up, summoning a spark of fire in his palm. He passes that fire magic onto two nearby men and commands them to destroy Jiang Si. The brainwashed crowd begins to close in, but Jiang Si instantly reads the entire situation. Moving at lightning speed, Jiang Si blasts the crowd back. Still smiling, he heads straight to the prison gym for his daily workout, loving the top-tier equipment. Furious, the envoy screams to keep attacking Jiang Si until the entire prison turns against him. But as his puppets rush to strike, they suddenly freeze in their tracks, staring in absolute disbelief. Jiang Si is effortlessly bench-pressing a weight bigger than his entire body. Shaking with fear, the puppets completely lose their nerve to fight. The envoy screams at them to move, but one guy just mumbles if this is some kind of joke. Having finished his warm-up, Jiang Si decides it is time for some real cardio. He switches over to playing pickleball, absolutely dominating the court and leaving everyone stunned. No matter the sport, he easily finds willing companions, finding the inmates surprisingly friendly. Soon his opponents are drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. They are utterly wiped out, but Jiang Si is just getting started. Bursting with energy, he makes even more friends, enjoying a peaceful, fulfilling day, while the divine envoy literally twitches with rage. The envoy screams in absolute frustration after all these attacks. Why is he not snapping? This is not how he used to be. Meanwhile, Ziling sits comfortably in her chair and picks up her phone. She asks Xiao Xiao what is going on, and the girl quickly reports in. Xiao Xiao asks if there is anything unusual happening at the Moon Prison lately. President Ziling calmly replies that everything on her end is completely peaceful and inmate fights have actually dropped. Xiao Xiao warns her they receive word that someone is targeting Jiang Si. Ziling looks over at him casually doing splits on the gym floor. She wonders who could possibly be that tired of living. Xiao Xiao is still worried, but Ziling just shrugs it off. She notes there is absolutely no need to worry about Jiang Si. However, the minister interjects, pointing out that their base being attacked was very real. As she stands among several machines, scanning devices are busy analyzing a young man lying on a medical bed. Lan Qi asks about the investigation at the non-human academy. The minister replies that the dean personally took a team down there. So far, they have not detected anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, weird bubbles float through the air as the dean arrives. He makes his way to the extraordinary human academy, passing through a grand entrance decorated with bright red ribbons. The startled leaders look on as the dean slides a curtain aside, steps into the room, and suddenly squeezes one of their faces. There is no pain and absolutely no signs of any physical injuries. Rubbing his head, the confused team leader asks if there is a problem. The leader asks if there is some urgent inspection. Looking around, the dean pulls out his phone to report his findings. He reports that there are absolutely no signs of any attack at the academy, walking off while continuing his call. He suggests they might be overthinking, wondering if President Gang simply fell on his own. Suddenly, Xiao Hong appears floating right above him. She phases straight through his body, leaving him with an eerie, chilly sensation as she lands heavily right in front of him. Oblivious to her presence, the dean complains to his phone about making a useless trip over nothing. Watching him walk past, Xiao Hong fumes. Is this guy completely blind to not notice the damage? Mi-ai steps forward, telling her it is useless because she has already trapped her inside a powerful mental illusion. She explains that nothing she does here will register in the real world, even if she tries to kill him. Dai Dai's expression darkens as she questions why Xiao Hong opposes them, suggesting they should be allies regardless of her master. Annoyed, Xiao Hong snaps back that she is the queen of the Blood Clan, not some fantasy creation, and she has no master. Tai Shan steps up, telling their master that this crazy girl is not listening and asking permission to break her bones. He begs his master to let him loose so he can shatter her bones, ensuring she will never ruin their plans again. Xiao Hong forces a calm smile, reminding the giant that he only caught her last time due to sheer carelessness. Her eyes glow with a menacing light as she promises to crush him this time. Meanwhile, the dean's assistant suggests heading back. Suddenly, a loud sound echoes through the space. Tai Shan lunges at Xiao Hong, but she counters with a massive kick. He crashes back down at a speed invisible to the naked eye, targeting the exact spot where she stands. Their collision triggers a massive explosion, leaving Mi-ai frustrated that they are running out of time before her illusion collapses. Just as they prepare to leave, a sudden noise shatters the silence. Tai Shan lunges forward. Xiao Hong counters with a swift kick. She sends him flying at a speed too fast for the naked eye. Recovering instantly, he charges right back to where she stands. Their collision triggers a massive explosion. Annoyed by the delay, Mi-ai grumbles that her illusion barrier is beginning to fade away. I can't take this anymore. I've raised the illusion barrier to the absolute maximum to protect you, letting Taishan deal with her with all his power. Taishan throws a heavy punch at Xiao Hong, but she easily dodges. He raises his arms to block her counterattacks. Xiao Hong lands a massive blow that sends him flying backwards. He hits the wall hard as she smirks with absolute pride. She mocks him for bragging shamelessly. Dai raises her heavily tattooed arm, realizing this opponent cannot be reasoned with at all. Furious, those tattoos begin detaching and floating around her arm. There is no other way. It is time to face a true mind deity. Stone fragments begin clinging to Taishan. Dai speaks as she summons the ancient powers to reshape his entire form. She chants, she imagines the earth shaking mountains, echoing lava, freezing and peaks breaking the sky as his hands are covered. Jagged stones quickly wrap around his legs, piling up and gathering until they completely cover Taishan from head to toe. She uses her magic to force every rock onto his body, calling out for her deity to finally descend. Suddenly, a giant foot emerges. Xiao Hong watches in shock as Dai transforms Taishan into a massive stone giant. He stands 100 times his original size. She proudly announces him as the Echo of Terror, the Ancient Mountains. The massive Taishan god looms over Xiao Hong while deity floats above, claiming a mind deity's power comes from pure imagination. A masterless rogue like her stands no chance against the Taishan god. Xiao Hong, furious, instantly charges straight at them. Calling them too talkative, Xiao Hong closes in, prompting Dai to fearfully order the Taishan god to crush her. He brings a massive fist crashing down, but she doesn't hesitate to clash directly with his giant hand. She struggles to hold her ground clearly, overwhelmed by the god's sheer weight. The clash of powers triggers a massive explosion. Xiao Hong cries out in pain. Taishan is completely fine, and he instantly throws another heavy punch. Xiao Hong extends her glowing hand to heal. She barely dodges the punch by pivoting her entire body on his arm. She spins gracefully but clearly loses ground in this intense fight, and honestly, she's in serious trouble here. Taishan's eyes glow red. Dai screams out, "Release the earth core bloom right now." He slams his massive hand onto the ground, shattering the earth. Sharp giant spikes erupt right behind Taishan. Xiao Hong struggles as the spikes target her, stabbing directly into her hip and forcing their way through her back. Blood flows as another spike pierces her thigh and rips through her hands in an agonizing display of raw power. Taishan morphs into a faceless porcupine-like beast. Xiao Hong groans in agony, bleeding heavily from her numerous wounds. Dai sneers, mockingly saying that regeneration won't save her because these spikes will drain every ounce of her power. She threatens to turn her into blood, telling Xiao Hong that begging for mercy now is her only option. Once her energy drains, she will completely fade away. But Xiao Hong is not afraid at all. She scoffs as the spikes suddenly begin to withdraw. Dai gasps in surprise before Ni screams out a warning. In a flash, Xiao Hong dashes past, slashing Didi across her neck and leaving her clutching her throat in pain. Dai crashes heavily to the ground while Xiao Hong lightly lands on a spike. Ni sighs at her partner's carelessness. Xiao Hong mocks them, asking if gods even bleed, and honestly, you have to love her absolute confidence. Dai curses under her breath. Ni quickly channels her healing powers, muttering that Dai would be dead without her. As the state regression restores her body, a furious Dai grits her teeth. Nobody expected a masterless rogue to be this strong. She refuses to back down, but Nie reminds her that they cannot afford to waste time talking right now. Without a master to replenish her energy, Xiao Hong cannot hold out forever. Nie closes her eyes to cast her spell. Chanting her imagination, Nie opens her pupilless eyes as a bright light shines over her head to the sound of bells. She commands everything to return to peaceful silence, and suddenly a massive gray-furred hand emerges from the void. Her personal deity finally descends, a bizarre beast with bright, clear eyes and a mischievous, highly playful expression. She introduces her deity as Unshaken Peace, catching Xiao Hong completely off guard as she prepares for another round. Dai orders Taishan God to rise. He erupts from the earth, reaching high enough to block an airplane window. The passengers inside freeze in utter panic as they stare out of their windows at the impossible, terrifying sight. Nie acts quickly, casting her dreamscape illusion. Unshaken Peace flies high into the air, trails of light following behind. A strange magical energy completely envelops the plane, forcing the confused passengers to rub their eyes in disbelief. One young man looks around in complete confusion, asking if they were just seeing things, or if they lost their minds. As Xiao Hong prepares to unleash her next spell, Unshaken Peace watches her closely and reaches out a massive hand. Xiao Hong tries to block with her hands, but the target suddenly vanishes, leaving her completely shocked. She is left floating in midair. Why did even that giant disappear without a trace? Suddenly, Taishan launches a brutal surprise attack, moving too fast for her to react. She screams as his fist slams directly into her, crashing her into Taishan, while something else leaps forward at the speed of light. It is actually Dai, Nie and Ri Chang rushing up to scale Taishan. An irritated Dai raises her voice in disbelief. How can a masterless spirit like her last this long? Just how ridiculously strong was this woman in her prime? Xiao Hong lies exhausted in the water, prompting Ni Ai to scream that this is impossible. She refuses to accept what she is seeing. Her energy was already fading, and after living on Earth for nearly 1,000 years, she should have vanished by now. Ri Chang calmly interjects. I can feel an unknown energy source inside her body that is keeping her alive, which only makes her master roar in absolute anger. Why her master screams out in pure frustration. Xiao Hong lies in the water, blood spreading around, a mysterious green glow on her chest. Deep within her cells, even her hormones have turned completely green. Richang acknowledges this while facing Xiao Hong's hateful, glaring expression. Fortunately, she cannot fully tap into that power, otherwise every single one of us would have ended up dead right here. She flies into the air with a loud scream, the water beneath turning blood red as she mocks them for hiding behind cheap illusions. Xiao Hong's terrifying presence panics the group. Now get this, Dai Dai looks up as actual red droplets begin to fall. Upon closer inspection, she realizes those are actual drops of blood. Xiao Hong calms herself slowly, gathering her massive power once more. Furious, she raises her voice, declaring that she will send every single one of them straight to hell together. Blood droplets swirl above Xiao Hong's head as she glares with pure hatred. A terrified Dai Dai wonders if this is some sick joke. Xiao Hong sweeps her arm, commanding the blood. The droplets shoot forward like lightning, catching the two girls completely off guard. They scream in panic, unable to dodge the incoming attack. As the blood beams target them, Ri Chang urgently yells out a warning. This is bad. She is absolutely furious and is unleashing her entire divine power. Taishan God appears, looking incredibly grim. Dai Dai screams out, begging Taishan God to stop her. He immediately raises both of his hands, preparing to engage in combat. He reaches his massive hands toward Xiao Hong, who lets out a fierce, desperate roar as she braces for the clash. She quickly counters with everything she has. The clash is brutal, with Xiao Hong fighting as if her full strength has returned. Her energy pierces right through Dai Dai, while Ni Ai also gets caught in the blast, screaming for their dream defenses to be fully deployed. Richang immediately executes the order, but the situation barely improves as Xiao Hong's overwhelming power continues to pierce right through them. Taishan and Xiao Hong trade blows until they are both completely exhausted, causing the drained giant to shrink back into his normal form. Xiao Hong leaps back to regain her balance just as a massive explosion rips through the ground, kicking up heavy smoke and debris. Shattered rocks fly toward nearby high-rise buildings, leaving the city residents gaping in sheer confusion at the sudden chaos. Taishan takes slow, heavy steps, his clothes torn to shreds and covered in blood, while smoke literally rises from his battered body. Ni Ai, bruised and utterly exhausted, quickly orders Ri Chang to reverse their state while Dai Dai rushes over to support her. Dai Dai asks if she is alright, but Ni Ai only winces in pain, apologizing because she cannot bring little Taishan back with them. The blood attack was simply too devastating, leaving her only enough power to revert them back to their normal states. Her spirit energy is completely drained, making it impossible to even sustain her own existence. However, she quietly tells herself that, as long as she, the main power source, is safe, her dissipated spirit form will recover in no time. Dai Dai panics, wondering how Xiao Hong could possibly unleash such a devastating strike without even having a proper host body. Ni Ai remains calm, explaining to Dai Dai that Xiao Hong is literally burning her own life force to pull this off. Without a proper host, she had to incinerate her entire being in that final strike just to hold off Taishan. Xiao Hong stands nearby, hearing everything. With her clothes in tatters, she gives a smug thumbs down, proudly claiming victory this time. Suddenly, a strange object streaks across the sky. Ni Ai turns around and spots a figure hovering high up in the air. A completely naked man is floating up there. Talk about a total brain melt for Ni Ai and Dai Dai. The frizzy-haired guy glares down, declaring they are responsible for this mess, while the girls scream in absolute disgust. Taishan steps in to block him, but gets his outer stone armor shattered, yet he desperately continues to shield the two girls. Ni Ai warns that once her energy runs out, the illusion barrier will collapse, urging them to retreat instead of fighting this creep. Dai Dai snaps back that nobody wants to deal with him, but little Taishan has already drained far too much of their power. She orders little Taishan to blow the creep away. Meanwhile, Taishan and the frizzy-haired man exchange heavy blows in the sky. Taishan lands a solid punch to his chin, forcing a grunt as the man glares back quickly, seizing the moment to counterattack. Grabbing his hand, he manages to block Taishan. Just as he yells to stop, a sudden red flash lights up the sky. A chopper. It drops Xiao Xiao off with a strange device. She giggles that this is way too fun, pulling her weapon. Boom! She fires a dazzling beam that obliterates the skyscraper. Debris rains down everywhere, sending Dai Dai into a complete panic. Beside her, Ni Ai shivers. Meanwhile, bloody Taishan grits his teeth through the pain. The minister stands with arms crossed. Surrender now. You are all under arrest for threatening human safety. Dai Dai sweats. These are the elite forces of Country A. They probably integrated some ancient tech, making them way stronger than they were in training. Niai is absolutely furious. Did their friend Zhou Xiaohong really dissolve into dust just to draw attention to this place? Why go that far? Suddenly, a glowing strand of DNA floats through the air. Obviously Xiaohong. Right on cue, she appears hovering above. Wrapped in a green aura, she scoffs. It was just one strong move, so why is everyone freaking out anyway? No way. Niai completely panics and screams that it is impossible. Without a host, how can she regenerate after vanishing? Xiaohong just rolls her eyes. Host. What host? She already told them she has no need for a mortal vessel. She proudly declares that she is the vampire queen who fought Jiang Si for 1,000 years. Still, she is scheming. Flexing with Jiang Si's stolen genes feels satisfying. Maybe she should head down to grab more. Meanwhile, out in deep space, on a moon prison, a tiny girl acts as the host for Jiang Si's bizarre new show. She kicks things off. Waving both hands with a happy smile, Jiang Si welcomes everyone to the world's first live criminal variety show. Run Prisoner, the host announces that after a grueling half-month of auditions, the main event is finally here. As she speaks, a group of buff men wearing pink skirts stop their dance practice to listen, completely exhausted. The show is streaming live globally, popping up on massive outdoor screens everywhere. Crowds watch in absolute awe as the host screams for everyone to start casting votes for their favorite contestant. Here comes Jiang Si onto the stage. Meanwhile, the divine envoy watches him with a red magic aura pulsing. Reading a ridiculous note, he learns that to save humanity from destruction, he has to debut as an idol. He instantly shreds the paper. Cursing his audacity, he fumes over how his controlled prisoners keep failing to anger him. Day and night they attack Jiang Si, yet none of it has managed to even scratch his composure. While the host announces Jiang Si's easy victory, the seething envoy wonders why he keeps playing peace games here. Creepy grin. He charges up dark magic in his palms. If they want to play, he will handle this himself. Crimson magical currents swirl violently around his entire body as he finally prepares to unleash his real power. Jiang Si wipes off his sweat and asks Ziling how his performance was. She answers in her usual deadpan tone. Outstanding. Even without the vote boosting from Xiaohei and the gang, he is still easily crushing the leaderboard. Ziling points out that the absolute best part is how much the public's perception of him has improved. Grinning, he scratches his head. All that practice paid off. If things keep going smoothly, his dream is close. Soon he will get to enjoy his sweet, peaceful retirement. Right then, the male host loudly bellows through the speakers. Contestant Jiang Si, please step up for the prison meal challenge. Jiang Si walks over happily, but suddenly freezes. Staring up at the sky, he gets lost in thought and clenches his fists. The impatient host calls his name again. Ziling gently places a hand on his shoulder, warning him that he will get disqualified if he does not move. Just focus on your job. She gives him a warm look, telling him to leave the rest of this to her. He quickly yells that he is coming. Left behind, Ziling rests her chin on her hand, sensing trouble brewing. Floating inside those magical waves are terrifying, glowing skulls hurtling directly toward the dome of the moon. Sensed it, Ziling instantly draws her sword and flies right out into the vacuum of space to intercept them. Showing off her incredible swordsmanship, she easily cleaves through the red beams. The envoy glares at her, completely annoyed. She sheaths her blade on her back and asks if he is the exact trouble Xiao Xiao warned her about. He sneers, mocking her as a mere mortal who dares to draw a blade against a god. Furious, she hurls her sword. The envoy barely dodges, but the blade still slices clean through his hair. Coldly, she removes her protective mask. I do not care if you are a god or a demon. Her expression turns pitch black as she speaks. The left side of her face transforms, her eye bleeding into black and red. No one ruins this plan. Glaring at him against the sun, she vows to do whatever it takes to survive. The envoy seems shocked. He yells back in disagreement, calling her childish. Then, wearing a wicked smirk, the divine envoy sighs and takes off his glasses. He mutters that she is going to die anyway, so he might as well show her how his ancient divine civilization actually fights. The envoy's eyes begin to warp hideously as he talks about the blood moon mirroring the deepest fears in a person's heart. Ziling watches in sheer horror as the top half of his face transforms into a sickening, grotesque beast. She can only stare. Unable to believe her eyes, she watches him summon a blood moon reflection beast, the mythical form of the terrifying Vero. Meanwhile, inside the SAB headquarters, several officers walk in. They have Dai bound tight, her hands completely chained up. Her face is badly beaten and swollen, yet she defiantly tells them to just kill her. A curly-haired agent sneers in response. Xiaohei asks if she was the one who attacked the academy, while the director warns everyone not to underestimate her. They had to deploy their entire elite force just to defeat her summoned giant beast before they could finally lock her down. He adds that a heavily wounded white-haired accomplice escaped, but Lan Qi is already hunting them down with the vampire queen. Out on the road, Xiao Han and Lan Qi speed along. Xiao Han is determined to find the blood crystal nearby. She vows to reclaim this territory while Xiao He keeps his hand covered to avoid causing panic among normal humans. He reminds them that the living dead cannot interfere in open combat, but offers to help with the interrogation instead. Hearing this, Dai Dai screams out for them to bring on the torture because she will never break under their interrogation. But just a few steps away, Xiao Xiao is casually sorting through some documents which she calmly hands over to Xiao He. She tells him there is no need because the captive was incredibly cooperative and spilled everything about her allies and plans. She literally shared every single detail, leaving Xiao He utterly confused. He looks at Dai, completely baffled by her dramatic act. If she already talked, who is this dramatic, unyielding show even for a tearful? Dai explains she was just following protocols. She claims they read plenty of human books where captured villains always put on a defiant show of accepting endless torture. She thought it was a mandatory human ritual. Xiao Xiao is completely speechless, wondering what kind of weird books she actually read. Xiao Xiao shrugs and hands the files over to Xiao He, letting him review all the intel they managed to gather. He skims through the pages, reading about an ancient divine age where gods are summoned through pure imagination to cleanse the earth. Looking absolutely ridiculous, Dai boasts that they have absolutely no reason to hide their grand plans from mere mortals anyway. She says they were only being nice by letting humans vanish in peaceful ignorance, quickly trying to regain her dignified villain posture. She proudly declares that mortals cannot stop divine wrath. Xiao Xiao just crosses her arms, looking at her with pure amusement. She mockingly asks if these so-called gods are somehow stronger than Jiang Si. Dai laughs, claiming the envoy already went to handle him. She points up, telling them to go see for themselves. But honestly, nobody in the room is taking her words seriously. Instead of arguing, Xiao Xiao just grabs the remote and switches on the monitor, which is currently broadcasting Jiang Si's latest show. The screen shows a global reality show called Run Jiang Si, where even moon prison inmates are glued to the screen. The host happily introduces a dish from his latest challenge, hyping up the crowd for the overpowered zombie's next big move. Back at the station, the director reports that the lunar prison scans show 0 issues and the broadcast is running smoothly. Since everything looks perfectly normal, Xiao Xiao wonders if that legendary beast Vero was already taken care of by Jiang Si. Dai hysterically screams that it is impossible, but Xiao He suddenly looks up, sensing that a major battle has indeed begun. The director is confused, since the cameras show nothing but Xiao He silently points his finger toward the ceiling, looking up. Everyone looks up at the sky and notices a strange, ominous red glow spreading across the surface of the moon. Up there, Ziling is fighting for her life, dodging massive energy beams with some seriously insane reflexes. The massive beast swells up as the envoy emerges from its body, wearing a twisted, satisfied grin on his face. He mockingly notes that Jiang Si infecting his subordinates with a virus is barely enough to match his own minions. As the beast grows larger, Ziling's expression distorts in shock, wondering what kind of monster can shrug off high-tech nano blades. Her cutting-edge gear can't even scratch his summons, so she channels her magic directly into her weapon for a massive strike. Xiao Xiao contacts her through the comms, urgently yelling for Ziling to disengage from that giant, terrifying beast. But as the beast keeps attacking, Ziling snaps back that it is easier said than done with these giant, annoying tentacles. She's completely pinned down, but Xiao Xiao reassures her that the orbital weapons have locked onto the target's exact coordinates. All Ziling needs to do is back away so the lunar defense grid can open fire with its heavy cannons. As the satellite aligns itself over the battlefield, Xiao Xiao screams for her to pull back before the orbital strike lands. Locked in combat, Ziling realizes she has only one option left. She prepares to activate a glowing green gene sequence. Jiang Si's genetic code integrates, causing her skin to crack. Forcing his cells to mutate inside her body is extremely dangerous. It risks total physical collapse. But she keeps calm. Holding it for just a few seconds might turn the tide. The Divine Envoy panics, realizing this is not a virus. She actually carries Jiang Si's genes. Her features warp into a terrifying, monstrous form. Furious at her transformation, the Envoy unleashes his divine magic, declaring he originally planned to grant them a painless end. But since they chose to fall so low and embrace the genes of that devil, everything has changed completely. He conjures a highly unstable, glowing red sphere of energy. Losing his composure entirely, he glares down from his massive beast. Standing atop his monstrous summon, the furious Envoy prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, chanting the final spell to end this fight. He activates the Iron Fire Legion Radiant Moonglow, channeling immense energy into the giant beast. Its entire body erupts in light. Locking onto the moon as his target, the beast conjures a massive magic circle and launches forward at the speed of light. It collides with the lunar surface, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Ziling rushes into the fray, determined to stop the destruction. She pushes her speed to the limit to protect the battlefield. Furious, she charges straight through the raining jagged debris. Shrapnel pelts her face. Closing her eyes, she realizes the sheer overwhelming power of the blast before being sent crashing down. Terrified citizens watch the lunar explosion and scream, asking if the sun just completely burned the moon and if they will still have the mid-autumn festival anymore. Meanwhile, Xiaoji quickly reports that the defense systems of the lunar prison are now completely destroyed. Xiao panics and calls out to Ziling, asking if she can hear her. Even the minister is highly uneasy, muttering that this guy is using the sun as a weapon again. Go runs over to ask Xiao He what is happening, noting that his monitors show the lunar surveillance cameras are completely wiped out. Can you believe an attack just pierced 1,000 kilometers of solid nanometal? It went directly to the prison at the center of the moon. Xiao He calmly tells everyone to relax, pointing out that the moon is not completely destroyed yet, but the shockwave still reaches the Special Law Bureau, catching everyone off guard as thick smoke and dust envelop the entire area outside. Terrified prisoners begin to scream. Having transformed into a new state, Jiang Si flies over to catch Ziling, while Xiao tries to contact them. She desperately calls out to President Ziling, begging her to answer. Ziling barely opens her eyes, spots Jiang Si, and gasps in surprise. Jiang Si gently sets her down. He tells her to rest, looking dead serious as he grabs her coat and gazes upward. Ziling is both terrified and amazed by his words. He reassures her that he will handle it, recalling how thousands of years ago, because of Jiang Si, their people were forced to flee their homeland, beginning countless long years of wandering aimlessly across the deep Star Sea. With space machines drifting everywhere, their ancient divine civilization witnessed countless cosmic wonders, pushing their minds and limits further. Their imagination and cognition expanded dramatically, and over time that very imagination became their ultimate source of power. The divine envoy stands proudly before the blinding sun, boasting power from a civilization that completely surpasses anything Jiang Si can comprehend. He glares down with utter contempt while Jiang Si stares back with intense hatred. The envoy raises his hand, issuing a command to his giant beast, mockingly asking Jiang Si if he really wanted to lock himself inside this pathetic nano-prison forever. The beast spreads its wings as the envoy shouts to let it all burn to ashes. Suddenly, the creature erupts in raging flames. Back on Earth, emergency broadcasts ring out. Leaders confirm that the strange and terrifying phenomena occurring on the moon are indeed a direct attack by an extremely advanced alien civilization. The sheer destructive power of their massive beast has already devastated nearly half of the moon. Inside the Special Law Bureau, pure panic spreads. The envoy raises his hand, commanding the lunar beast to strike. A blinding beam of light shoots down, slamming into the moon and violently blasting its outer crust. This explosion is far larger, with flames reaching the Special Law Bureau. Panicked staff scatter, screaming that they are all going to burn. Some even yell that they would rather face execution. Outside, the broadcaster demands that they activate all backup cameras and surrounding satellites. Despite her exhaustion, Ziling insists on keeping the live broadcast running, wanting the world to see Jiang Si fight to protect humanity. With tears in her eyes, the host announces that Jiang Si is standing entirely alone against these overwhelming invaders as a brutal battle begins. The massive beast attacks first, firing a colossal red energy beam. Jiang Si stands his ground, completely unfazed as the blast narrowly misses him. The residual energy slowly fades away, leaving Self behind a thick cloud of dust. Jiang Si rockets upward, ready to strike back. Moving like a flash of lightning, he fires a brilliant green laser right through the beast. The envoy watches in sheer shock as Jiang Si's incredible power tears right through his defenses, delivering a devastating blow. As the envoy groans in agony, Jiang Si closes the distance with absolute majestic dominance. Jiang Si leaves a massive gaping hole right through the monster, leaving the bleeding envoy trembling in fear. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he glares at him. Jiang Si holds his heart in his hand, forcing the divine envoy to gasp that he is a demon. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of years pass, that bloodthirsty nature will never change. But Jiang Si just scoffs. He tosses the heart right back, telling him to keep it. Clutching his chest, the envoy screams out in order to block him as the monster's eyes glow. But before the beast can even react, Jiang Si flies straight through its body, completely terrifying the envoy as our hero closes the distance. Catching him completely off guard, Jiang Si grabs him by the face. The envoy struggles to break free, suddenly realizing he's about to be thrown. With brutal force, Jiang Si slams him hard into the ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, deep in the mountains of Country B, a secret facility hides. This is humanity's escape project, a highly advanced bunker built right in the middle of a barren desert. Packing the absolute peak of human technology, they have built a massive super spaceship capable of carrying 30,000 refugees straight into the cosmos. On screen, an ancient figure sneers at their efforts, calling it a useless struggle, though he doesn't mind boosting their primitive technology a bit. Meanwhile, Dr. Jie Ming stares at the glowing vial in his hands. This serum will allow humans to sleep safely during long space voyages. It perfectly preserves their vital signs. For mortals, time is the biggest obstacle in space travel, making this cryogenic tech an absolute lifesaver. Taking a slow sip of water, the Prime Minister of Country B speaks up, noting that while they cannot achieve immortality, this is close enough. He declares that to escape this doomed planet, he would gladly release the very madmen who once nearly tore the world apart. A blonde man nearby agrees, pointing out that as long as they stay on Jiang Si's good side, humanity remains completely safe. Walking away, the leader calls back, saying Jiang Si is behaving himself up on the moon, so there is nothing to worry about. He claims they have plenty of time to break through outer solar system barriers. Suddenly, the Yao twin sisters burst into the room panting. Gasping for breath, they deliver terrible news. The observatories just sent an emergency alarm after capturing a massive energy flash out in deep space. It was a dying star's final burst, and Jiang Si actually crushed it with his bare hands. Hearing this, the Prime Minister freezes in absolute silence. The elder Yao's sister screams as she tries to hold him back, with the younger sister helping. The leader panics, shouting that he is leaving this galaxy immediately. He rants about not staying in this garbage place for another second, but the sisters scream that the giant beast on the screen is changing. Its strength is fading as fire consumes it and black blood pours from its massive tentacles. Back on the moon, Jiang Si looks down at his battered foe. Reverting to his normal human form, Jiang Si pulls his hood up. He casually apologizes for going a bit too rough because he's on a schedule. The defeated envoy struggles to move a massive gaping hole torn right through his chest. Jiang Si cheerfully mutters that it is time to wrap things up. The envoy weakly calls out his name. Jiang Si stops in his tracks to listen as his broken opponent lies face down in the dust. He wheezes, stating that the ancient archives of his civilization have recorded Jiang Si's terrifying power countless times throughout history. For thousands of years, they studied his combat patterns and psychological profile. Coughing up blood, the envoy forces himself to stand. Yet only by facing him in person did he realize that the real Jiang Si is far more terrifying than any exaggerated myth. No extreme research data could ever capture his true horror. Suddenly, the envoy's crushed heart begins to regenerate on its own. It beats louder, growing back inside his chest. Jiang Si watches in amusement, asking if he's seriously not going to run away yet. Looking up, he notices a dark, swirling vortex forming right over his head. Trails of ominous black smoke pour directly into the beast. As the envoy vanishes into the vortex, his disembodied voice echoes out, declaring that his true form has finally been unleashed. Reborn in a terrifying new form, the beast speaks with his voice, boasting that this body was engineered specifically to hunt down monsters like him. Its hideous face flashes across global screens. Down on Earth, everyone watches in absolute panic as Diep speaks up with a smug grin. Ever since Ziling leaked the news about the incoming alien invasion, global chaos has broken out. She looks incredibly pleased with her work. She gloats that while their master ordered them to sow discord, the mere presence of these gods is already breaking humanity's fragile civilization apart. Terrified citizens scream in the streets, convinced that aliens are about to wipe them out and that everyone is doomed to die. Amidst the panic, a curly-haired blonde guy decides to take advantage of the chaos, cheerfully looting valuables since society is ending. He celebrates not having to go to work tomorrow. But suddenly, the news broadcast cuts in with another urgent global announcement. The terrifying alien invader was just pulverized by Jiang Si in a single punch. The entire battle lasted only 2 minutes and 37 seconds. World peace is instantly restored. The blonde guy stands there completely deflated, realizing his dream of never working again is dead. Nearby citizens calmly wave it off, telling everyone to go home. Two guys casually plan to grab some barbecue together tonight. The curly-haired guy sadly calls his boss, promising to head right back to work. Watching this, Deep screams in absolute frustration. She rants about how absurd their civilization is, but Xiao just smiles. With Jiang Si around, world-ending threats are basically a daily routine. They've seen it all before. However, she wonders if that massive divine envoy was actually taken down in a single second. Ah Go chimes in, pointing out that right now, every single space telescope pointing at the moon is only showing a massive cloud of dust. Xiao He stares at a broken red fragment. He seriously notes that this brutal battle is far from over. The moon now feels incredibly dangerous. Jiang Si stands there frozen, his face darkening as he prepares for war. This presence is menacing. Far worse than their leader, the flaming monster stands completely cloaked in raging fire. Drawing his sword, Jiang Si prepares to fight. He hurls his blade, but the monster ducks low. Dodging the blade, the beast stands still to recharge. As it approaches, Jiang Si readies his quick reflexes. A heavy punch lands. Jiang Si grabs the monster by its head and violently forces it down. He rips off one arm, then tears off the other. Jiang Si cleanly yanks its flaming limb away. The severed limb loses its fire, The beast shrinks back, but Jiang Si suddenly vanishes, infuriating the monster. He dashes across the moon. Circling back to the raging beast, he charges in for a massive strike. A brutal punch lands on its face. Incapable of reacting, the monster is sent flying straight off the moon. Plunging like a blazing meteor, the beast crashes into Earth, causing a massive shockwave across the region. In the city, emergency broadcasts warn everyone that this terrifying alien invasion is far from over. The war has officially reached Earth. Citizens are told to pray for their lives as chaos unfolds. Tsunamis rise taller than skyscrapers, flooding the streets. On a movie set nearby, the crew watches in horror. Jiang Si speaks. Using his body as the moon to seize the heavenly radiance has forced the beast up. Rising from a massive whirlpool, the beast stands. Jiang Si chants the sky, splits and blood seas rage. Floating in the sky with his hands in his pockets, Jiang Si coldly observes the chaos below. He looks down with a mocking smirk. He finally remembers exactly who these two opponents really are. Seeking an escape from the whirlpool, the monster unleashes a beam of light that easily slices the water. The beam shoots directly toward Jiang Si. He effortlessly dodges, but the stray blast still strikes the moon. The impact splits the moon completely in half. Down on Earth, terrified onlookers watch the sky in absolute shock. Imagine looking up to see the moon split in two. How are they even supposed to survive this fight? Dissatisfied, Jiang Si gazes at the damaged moon. He invokes the thousand-faced moon as the beast revives. He declares the rise of purgatory. Suddenly, a horrific entity appears, covered in gaping and twisted mouths. Right at its center sits a giant, bizarrely colored eye. Terrified citizens watch this colossal nightmare ascend. The giant eye ascends past flying jets. It watches as Jiang Si and the monster clash in midair. Jiang Si throws a heavy punch, but Vero blocks it. Their relentless battle continues without pause. Retreating to a nearby asteroid, the monster swells in size, challenging Jiang Si to show his true power. Sprouting multiple arms, Vero brags that his mythical beast body cannot be broken by simple attacks. He boasts that his stolen sword of heaven fire is specifically designed to suppress Jiang Si's regeneration. A spark of flame drifts toward Jiang Si. He remains completely unfazed as Vero readies more weapons. The villain claims his entire arsenal was forged over thousands of years specifically to counter his foe. Charging forward, Vero unleashes a massive flurry of strikes, forcing Jiang Si to focus solely on dodging. Vero declares their long journey across the deep cosmos has granted them the power to destroy him. The thousand-faced moon approaches. Vero commands his creation to devour everything, and the giant eye moves. Massive tentacles shoot out. The construct successfully snags Jiang Si, who struggles desperately to break free. The appendages pull him deep inside. He drops into a bizarre, swirling pool of green and pink. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Si begins to sink rapidly, falling deep into the monster's eye. He plunges into a dark crimson void filled with tiny staring, red eyes landing at the bottom. A mutating figure slowly rises. The beast welcomes Jiang Si to the inner sanctum of his soul. This hollow entity resembles a human but lacks actual flesh, seasoned by centuries of cosmic travel. The creature explains that this space is built from the pure greed and desires of a planet. This stolen planetary essence grants him the ultimate power to seize control and dominate absolutely everything. Countless eyes and mouths stare at Jiang Si as he listens. Escaping from this space is completely impossible. The beast mockingly reminds him that when Jiang Si destroyed their civilization, he was not this weak. The giant eye demands to see the raw symbol of his death and hatred slowly sucking in fragments of the shattered moon. With the moon vanishing from the night sky, pure panic erupts down on Earth as citizens cry out in absolute terror. The news anchor screams through the television screen with an urgent global broadcast warning of a devastating meteor storm. She begs everyone to stay indoors as massive blazing stones rapidly breach the atmosphere and hurtle toward the ground. But humanity is prepared to fight back, and trust me, they are not going down without a fight. The minister clenches his fist in determination, relieved that the massive meteors over Guangzhou have been successfully destroyed. A terrified mother and child cling to each other while Ago lifts a massive boulder, determined to protect their city. He warns that while they can save the city, the entire planet will crumble if those two godlike entities keep fighting. As meteors plunge into the ocean, the Special Law Bureau up on the severed moon faces a critical life-threatening disaster. Thick smoke chokes the air as their facility drifts away on a broken lunar chunk, triggering a blaring emergency alert. The sirens warn of a massive prison break from the high-security lunar penitentiary, ordering all guards to take immediate action. Officers strap on emergency gas masks in the chaos while panicked prisoners scream to be put back in their cells. They cry out that they did not mean to escape, begging the guards to lock them up and save them. Even in this madness, the brave reporter keeps broadcasting, announcing that the moon is gone and death is closing in. Ziling grabs the reporter's hand and runs, urging everyone to keep going because Jiang Si will soon defeat the enemy. She closes her right eye to tap into Jiang Si's gene, once more desperate to restore her strength and mobility. The colossal eye drifts closer to the ruined facility, casting a wave of absolute terror over the helpless survivors. Two young men trapped inside scream in sheer panic, begging for their lives as the surrounding structure begins to collapse. They are slowly being pulled into that massive pupil. Ziling is utterly exhausted. She cannot fight back. Right at the final second, a bright green light flashes. It is Jiang Si descending to unleash his powerful magic. He swiftly grabs Ziling, pulls the reporter by her collar, and snatches the floating young man out of harm's way. Carrying all three survivors, Jiang Si lands safely on a drifting lunar fragment as the surrounding space continues to burn. Covered in intense flames, Jiang Si terrifies them while the enemy rises again and transforms back, mocking his distraction. The adversary's body ignites, warping into a monstrous beast, growling that Jiang Si forced this horrific transformation. He demands that Jiang Si pay for his selfish pride, his demonic gaze locking onto the hero from across the void. Jiang Si sets his allies down and growls, snapping that if this bastard really wants to see his true power, then watch closely, because Jiang Si clenches his fists as his entire face darkens with an ominous rage. Ziling watches in silent confusion as Jiang Si's dark hair begins to drain of color, turning stark white. His hair is now completely snow white, a sharp, fierce smile on his face that sends shivers down everyone's spine. The shocked reporter realizes this looks exactly like the legendary entity that once annihilated half of the galaxy's monsters. Meanwhile, deep within the supreme civilization, blood-red skies hang over the majestic palaces of the World Patrol sect. Shu Kai sits upon his throne of absolute power as the divine envoy. Arch-imposter Vero kneels before him in deep respect. Shu Kai speaks, asking if Vero truly destroyed a primeval planet and devoured its billions of souls to elevate his consciousness. Vero raises his glowing magic-infused hand, confirming the accusation without a single shred of guilt or hesitation. "Yes, my lord," he says, admitting he devoured the terror and despair of billions of lives over the centuries. He spent hundreds of years digesting their torment to completely evolve his soul into the moon of 1,000 faces. Gazing at the crimson energy swirling with skulls, Varo boasts he spent 1,000 years studying everything about Jiang Si. He honed his combat skills solely to defeat his rival, then angrily crushes the magical orb in his hand. Vero claims his current strength matches Jiang Si's peak form, while Shu Kai listens in absolute silence before narrowing his eyes. Shu Kai tells him to go if he is so confident, appointing him vanguard of the clan to seek revenge. Placing his hand over his heart, Vero's cracked face twists into a menacing grin as he vows to defeat Jiang Si. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Si has the enemy monster by the throat, ignoring its desperate choking gasps. Jiang Si smiles coldly at its futile resistance, asking why it is so shocked when he was always their nightmare. He mocks the beast, asking if it forgot who fled like a dog with its tail tucked so long ago. Furious at the insult, the monster roars back that he is the greatest genius of the arch-imposters. 1,000 years of relentless day and night training. I still have plenty of tricks to counter you. I won't go down this easily. Suddenly, the creature starts to warp, its body swelling to massive proportions. Ziling looks on in horror, shouting that the sea of blood is boiling. Terrified, she warns him that the beast is about to self-detonate. But Jiang Si just smirks. "Is that so?" he mutters, his grip tightening on its neck. He squeezes the monster's throat so hard, its disgusting bodily fluids spray everywhere. Catching the perfect opening, Jiang Si violently slams the massive beast down. A shockwave rattles both the female host and Ziling. Thick smoke rises as the beast leaks even more sludge. The sheer impact of the crash forces a chorus of agonizing screams from its multiple mouths. Its giant eye looks ready to shatter. Down on Earth, the terrified population hears the noise, and they cover their ears, screaming in sheer panic. Jiang Si has literally ripped off the monster's head, leaving only a headless torso, but suddenly, it sprouts two brand new arms. "I still haven't lost," the exhausted creature wheezes, boasting that he can't be killed. "I have already fused my soul and life force into one. As long as the 1,000-face moon exists, I will rise." Suddenly, even more clones begin to emerge. Dozens of identical monsters crawl out. "I can revive an infinite number of times," it boasts. As they multiply, Jiang Si just stands there calmly. He casually rolls his wrists with an amused grin. "You cowards who slaughtered my disciples and fled, you actually dare to show your faces again? Fine then. Let me crush you and this giant planet piece by piece so I can relive the pure ecstasy of wiping out your entire civilization." The monster sneers, confirming its suspicions. "So it is true. The things you cherish above all else are indeed those pathetic disciples of yours." The creature recalls his previous appearance, comparing it to his current form. But Jiang Si only lets out a dark, amused chuckle. The beast visualizes a tragic figure trapped beneath a razor-sharp blade. "You were only born because your precious disciples were systematically slaughtered by us. The beast taunts him, flashing an image of a stark, naked woman with long hair, her spine brutally pierced by massive metal spikes. It mocks Jiang Si mercilessly. You can never destroy me. The brave woman who tried to challenge me before suffered a far worse fate. She fell straight into the thousand-faced moon. By now, Ziling and the others are completely ensnared by the giant eye's writhing tentacles. The monster gloats her consciousness is now permanently fused with my mind, totally inseparable, and I can feel something incredibly pure inside of her. She carries Jiang Si's genes with absolute flawless purity. Tell me, is she another one of your precious disciples? Hearing this, Jiang Si raises his hand, eyes burning with rage. That is my friend. It seems having your civilization wiped out once before taught you absolutely nothing. He hurls a devastating punch straight ahead, aiming to obliterate the creature. But the monster reacts with terrifying, unnatural speed. It slips right behind his back. Oh, my friend, this just makes things so much more entertaining. The other clones begin surrounding him. They mock him, laughing at how deeply he cares for these lowly beings. Then the monster shrieks a warning to the entire world. Hear me, all you pathetic humans, the lunatic beast screams. The blood-red moon hanging in your sky is about to crash down. In exactly 1 minute, this world will be obliterated. Your tiny ant-like civilization is going to be erased from existence. Panic erupts on Earth as people flee, screaming that the apocalypse has arrived. Meanwhile, an emergency escape shuttle prepares for immediate takeoff. The Prime Minister of Country B frantically demands a seat, but the Yao twin sisters block his path. Take me with you, he begs. I am the elite, the actual future of humanity. But the twins simply mock him, pointing out that Queen Elizabeth has not even boarded. Queen Elizabeth just stands there completely frozen. Back in space, the monsters continue to taunt Jiang Si. Come on, Jiang Si. Kill me and maybe you can save that pathetic little civilization down there. Their tiny eyes and mouths sneer in mockery. But they are celebrating way too early. Meanwhile, the tentacles squeeze tightly around Ziling's waist, causing her immense pain. The beast warns him that his friend's mind will soon be drowned in the pure despair and terror of billions of dead souls. Not even your powerful genes can save her from this. As the monster gloats, the colossal eye crawls closer to Earth. Stop pretending, Jiang Si, the beast bellows. Jiang Si says nothing, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turn white. You are a demon who wiped out our entire civilization for a single mediocre disciple. How could you ever care about humanity? Before the creature can finish, Jiang Si vanishes in a blur. He moves with blinding speed, launching straight toward the giant eye. Wearing a cold, confident smirk, he winds up a massive punch aiming dead center at the core of the behemoth eye. The beast cannot react in time. Its tiny mouths and eyes scream in absolute terror as the fist approaches. Screams echo as the tentacles lose their grip, releasing Ziling. With a colossal impact, Jiang Si shatters the giant eye into pieces. Reeling from the devastating blow, the remaining clones retreat in panic. They are severely wounded. Jiang Si just stands there watching. The monster reverts to its original form, still laughing hysterically. Jiang Si, you just killed your own friend. Who will you destroy now? Jiang Si remains completely unfazed. He murmurs that his purely destructive combat form indeed is not suited for saving people. The beast tilts its head, utterly confused by his words, but suddenly its eyes widen in absolute shock as it senses something. Jiang Si is about to unleash a completely different, mind-blowing transformation. Let's try a different approach, he whispers, his eyes glowing. Completely different. Jiang Si has officially entered a new form. The monster is both shocked and terrified as his face darkens. Reaching out toward it, 3 sparks of fire spin together. The host floats in mid-air, only her head remaining looking completely lifeless. The young man is reduced to just his upper torso. Ziling's body is intact, though she lies there completely unconscious and bare. Surrounded by green embers, the beast still refuses to believe this is the hero's ultimate terrifying new form. Why is this happening? It shatters in absolute terror, trying to flee. The broken pieces scramble to fly away into the dark. The moon itself lies in ruins, but with the clash between Jiang Si and Ingola over the global catastrophe is finally suppressed. Afterward, Jiang Si uses his power to restore the moon and bring Ziling back to life, mending the broken sky. Aircraft rain down leaflets praising his heroic deeds. Once again, Jiang Si demonstrates his absolute terrifying power to the entire world. Up in space, teams work tirelessly to clean up the debris left behind from that brutal cosmic war. Days later, they safely secure the massive space rocks. No disasters occur, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Humanity returns to daily life. Even the news host is completely safe, her familiar voice broadcasting across television screens everywhere. The weekly live idol broadcast officially comes to a triumphant close, cementing his status as the savior of humanity. Jiang Si wins by a landslide, becoming a true living legend. Meanwhile, televisions inside the Special Law Bureau are broadcasting the news. Officers celebrate the glorious victory. They hang a giant red banner declaring the Zombie Idol project a total roaring success. Fireworks pop. Agu, Ah Lang, Ah Gan, Ah Mao, and Xiao He sing praises to their great king. Humans have finally accepted their lord. His heroic sacrifice for humanity must have touched the hearts of everyone on Earth. Xiao Xiao remains indifferent, noting that without Ngola acting as the perfect villain, their elaborate plan would not have succeeded. A robot serves her a celebratory cake, prompting a quiet thank you to the mechanical staff. When offered a slice, Dai Dai declines flatly, telling them to leave her alone because she just wants some peace. The director holds a stack of official diplomatic dispatches from Country B addressed to Jiang Si, instantly killing the mood. He announces that because the Prime Minister of Country B fled with all the national funds, the nation is in absolute chaos. Their satellites orbit. A crude yellow banner reads that even dogs would not live on a planet with Jiang Si. They even added a parting insult wishing him goodbye. Xiao He begins to read the contents of the official document aloud. Queen Elizabeth of Country B actually wants to invite their great king to her empire to become the new prime minister. He finds it awkward, asking why a country that spent years purging zombies is suddenly offering him a political office. A curly-haired officer with a broken arm walks over, mentioning that their own president offered to resign immediately for Jiang Si. Ah Go yells out in shock, questioning how humanity accepted him so easily when there were massive global riots last time. Lunar debris starts to gather. Ah Gu wonders how humanity accepted him so easily after the massive global riots. Honestly, with power that can literally rebuild a shattered moon, nobody is going to think about opposing him. Jiang Si focuses his magic, raising his hand to fully restore the moon as humanity watches in absolute disbelief. An indifferent mother guides her son down the street, reflecting the collective exhausted mindset of humanity after surviving such madness. Ah Gan pulls Ah Gu and Xiao He close, asking if this finally counts as peaceful coexistence with the human race. Xiao He shrugs, saying it is close enough. The director folds his arms and asks where Jiang Si actually went. Xiao Xiao steps forward, explaining that Ziling suffers from severe side effects after being revived. He is searching for cures. Out on the open ocean, massive explosions erupt. Ziling shoots out from the center of the blasting waves. She effortlessly dodges several smaller bursts as Jiang Si casts another spell to push her limits further during training. He aims to strengthen her physical vessel to balance the massive psychic power of 10 billion souls trapped in her consciousness. Underwater explosions multiply. Standing firmly on the water, she draws her blade, her facial features shifting under the immense pressure. She uses her magic to suspend water droplets in the air alongside her floating hair. A third eye opens on her forehead. Crimson magical arrays lock onto her. Xiling immediately sprints across the water, charging directly toward her master. Jiang Si watches, warning that she must unlock more of his genetic traits to withstand her current level of mental energy. Distinct vein-like patterns appear on her skin as Jiang Si's gene modifications take hold. Her appearance begins to distort further. Her eyes turn jet black with dark markings blooming across her cheeks. She grits her teeth against the agonizing strain. Veins bulge across her face. He asks if the attempt failed, but she suddenly arches her back with a primal scream. Crimson magic swirls violently around her, condensing into a single physical sword. Ziling grabs the blade, ready for what comes next. She swung her sword right at Jiang Si's shoulder. He stopped it, warning her that her spiritual power was completely out of control. She was lashing out blindly. Training was over. With a quick squeeze, he completely shattered her sword right before her eyes. After standing still for a moment in his fourth form, Jiang Si tapped her head, telling her to calm down. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the sea. It came from the Special Law Bureau's direction. A while later, the chief and Xiao Xiao looked over in shock, seeing Jiang Si holding someone. There stood Ziling. She was soaking wet and exhausted. He greeted everyone happily, announcing that the treatment was finally done. Xiao Xiao was blow-drying Ziling's hair, asking if it was another failure. Sitting on the bed, Ziling blushed as she answered. It was always the same story, with her body breaking down whenever she tried to let Jiang Si's genes fully take over. She couldn't suppress her spiritual power. The chief explained to everyone that the problem was the pure energy of billions of minds, which Wallow left behind during his revival. It had fused completely into her consciousness and couldn't be separated anymore. He continued, if she cannot strengthen her body to a boss zombie level, she will explode. Soon. And her death would not be quiet. It would blast the entire Earth into a giant donut. Complete annihilation. The chief and his assistant could only shudder at the thought. Made the chief and his assistant bow their heads, begging her to keep trying for the sake of all humanity. They were counting on her. Ziling wasn't thrilled, grumbling that to strengthen her body, she had to get beaten up by Jiang Si every single day. You are not the ones getting beaten, she grumbled. Jiang Si raised his hand. He had another plan, casually cracking open his own skull. If strengthening her body wasn't working, he suggested they try the mental control methods of the ancient divine civilization instead. He recalled seeing their cultivation methods, but his memory was hazy. It had been centuries. Then he literally pulled out his own brain. Horrified, everyone watched as he explained he could mold a dream world from his brain to send her back to that ancient era to learn. After closing his skull, Jiang Si scratched his head and asked if there was any issue. Naturally, they screamed right in his face. "That is your brain," they yelled. "You cannot just take it out whenever you want." Meanwhile, beneath a blood-red sky stood the ancient divine palace. Shivering, Ai hugged herself as she reported that Dai Dai had been captured. She had been hunted relentlessly and barely escaped to deliver the news. "Please save us." She begged the second divine seat, Wang Zikai, whose name was etched in gold right on the door. Sitting on his throne, he asked why she was the one reporting instead of Wallow. Ai hesitated, trembling as she replied. Bringing up a system interface on her hand, she explained that Wallow had fought Jiang Si and perished. His remains were now scattered across space, floating around the solar system. She handed over her recorded combat data, which he scoffed at as he read through the panel. What an idiot. Wallow read a bit of data and thought he could fight Jiang Si only to bring about his own destruction. The third divine seat chimed in, noting that Jiang Si was as monstrous as ever, capable of continuously unleashing even more powerful forms. Her door was labeled as the third divine seat, Elia. Ai spoke up timidly, sharing her recent observations of Jiang Si. She mentioned that he actually seemed to want a peaceful life with humans, questioning if he was truly still a threat. Zikai sneered at the idea, laughing at how anyone could believe Jiang Si wanted peace after everything that happened. He privately mused that Jiang Si was just an abandoned pawn like the rest of them. Meanwhile, another door came into view. It belonged to Jiang Si, first divine seat. The scene then shifted to a loud, rowdy bar where zombies were cheering happily. Jiang Si and his group walked into a chorus of cheers. Laughing loudly, he praised someone's incredible drinking capacity. But then Jiang Si began pouring beer directly onto his own brain, laughing that his head could certainly hold its liquor. He joked that his big brain never disappointed before telling the waiters to bring over 2 more bottles immediately. They served him eagerly. Long live the king. Ziling watched in utter disbelief as he literally poured beer onto his open brain. He smiled and raised his glass, explaining that it had been so long that he had forgotten quite a few things. But after a heavy drink, his dream memories always became much clearer. The chief suddenly recalled his usual routine, crossing his arms as he pointed out that Jiang Si rarely seemed to have dreams in daily life. Jiang Si agreed, explaining that he normally drank milk and did some exercise before bed to ensure a deep sleep. No dreams, just deep sleep. But he did remember one time when he was knocked completely unconscious and drifted into a bizarre state. When he finally woke up, he felt like he had collided with a volcano. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt utterly speechless. Sensing that things were about to get dangerously weird, she asked if it was too late for her to make an escape. The chief grabbed her head, telling her it was too late because they had to stay and record all the data. She shivered in horror. Jiang Si poured the beer straight into his head, making a sickening, wet, gurgling sound as it went down. He cheerfully declared that his brain had finally drunk its fill as his mind drifted back to the day he was born. Jiang Si shares a memory of his birthday alongside his old subordinates. Feeling quite nostalgic, he scrolls to another recollection of a drunk troublemaker getting thrashed by him. The next memory shows the vast sea, followed by him accidentally sinking an entire continent during a fierce battle. The 3 onlookers are left completely speechless. Honestly, we probably shouldn't be seeing this either. We're never supposed to see. Suddenly, Jiang Si happily exclaims that he found it, pulling up a memory from the ancient era of the gods. Jiang Si passes around a memory orb, revealing a desolate, ruined, apocalyptic world crawling with countless brainless zombies. Humans back then huddled in isolated shelters, lacking the physical strength and power of modern humanity. During that primitive era, science was severely limited, but human mental strength was incredibly powerful, though their dark world remained constantly gloomy and oppressive. Ordinary citizens bickered constantly, with mothers telling kids to stop playing around and go home, and guards warning others not to light fires on the streets. Jiang Si explains that very few humans possessed actual superpowers back then, making survival a constant, desperate struggle. Suddenly, a massive monster causes absolute chaos in the streets as terrified children scream, wondering if it is some new mutant. Although most of the creatures were completely mindless, their zombie kings possessed terrifying power, forcing survivors to run for their lives. Humanity stood zero chance in a direct fight, and entire shelters quickly devolved into bloody, chaotic war zones. With everything lay in ruins, the desperate survivors of that ancient era had to band together, pool their powers, and fight back. Jiang Si recalls deploying his elite forces to form hero squads, specially tasked with hunting down these massive zombie kings. The ruined streets were absolutely crawling with monsters, but Wang Zikai made his entrance with one incredibly flashy landing. He remembers that chaotic era well, starting from the exact moment he first met that legendary hero squad. He looks up, staring right into those glowing red eyes. A split second later, he immediately bolts. He screams for everyone to run, yelling that he warned them the tyrant zombie king is way too dangerous for treasure hunters. The hero squad members scramble in sheer terror, desperately trying to put some distance between themselves and the terrifying beast. They complain that the prophet told them to look inside the local museums, but the lead runner has other ideas. He claims he meant finding rare artifacts where destiny converges. Hearing this explanation, Elia is totally baffled by his logic. Wang Zikai points ahead to prove his point, but there is only a completely brain-dead zombie waiting for them inside. As they bicker, Jiang Si comes sprinting out completely out of breath. He frantically asks where the real threat is. He begs them to let him run away with them, leaving the beautiful Gan Ning utterly terrified by his sudden presence. She wonders why a zombie is escaping with them while he remains totally clueless about where the danger actually is. But look, the real danger is already closing in from behind as the tyrant zombie king launches a surprise attack. Wang Zikai gasps in total shock as he spots the threat quickly, screaming for Gan Ning to watch out. The monster unleashes a devastating energy blast directly at them, forcing her to glance back in sheer horror. The blast is absolutely devastating, sending the entire team flying through the air from the sheer force of the impact. Slammed into the stone walls. Hard. Wang Zikai screams for Gan Ning in total panic, fearing the absolute worst. But the prophet senses it. Something is completely wrong. A massive, deafening explosion suddenly erupts right before their eyes. The tyrant zombie king suddenly falls dead, silent, glaring furiously at the dust cloud in front of them. Elia stares at Jiang Si in disbelief, while the young warrior is equally shocked by what just happened. He actually shielded Gan Ning to save her life. Snapping back to the present, Jiang Si chuckles warmly at the memory. He laughs happily while watching his past memories play out, but another ancient recollection quickly catches his attention. He yells about how hot it was when his finger got roasted. Ziling watches him in quiet contemplation. She realizes Jiang Si actually had human companions in a different era, and he genuinely misses those old friends. He points to another glowing memory orb, suddenly recalling one specific opponent who was an absolute powerhouse back then. Pointing at the tyrant zombie king, Jiang Si notes that the zombies of that era were insanely powerful. He was just a small, ordinary face among hundreds of thousands of monsters. The trio is left completely speechless. Hundreds of thousands of monsters stronger than Jiang Si. What kind of living hell did humanity have to endure back then? He smiles, noting the coordinates are set and the dream begins here. Xiao Xiao is left thoroughly confused. She asks if he has not already projected the memory. Jiang Si points to the glowing orb to explain further. Their true goal is for Ziling to master the mental energy control techniques of the ancient sacred civilization. Simply watching a playback like a video won't teach her. She needs a hands-on experience, and she nods in agreement. Looking at it this way is completely baffling how they managed to do it. A simple nod of understanding works, though, as he reaches his hand out toward the glowing orb, even inside the dream. He slowly moves closer to it, knowing he must place them in an entirely different situation. The three of them are completely stunned, staring with their mouths wide open. Suddenly, the chaotic scene from their past memories flashes back to life. Above them, someone is leaping down from the sky, locking onto the exact spot where those two are standing. Ziling lands safely right behind him. She is completely shocked, wondering if she actually entered the dream world. He turns to comfort her, giving her a sudden start. He tells her not to fear as he replaced himself in the dream. Her assigned role is just a passing esper helping out friends. Jiang Si looks ahead to see the massive Rex zombie king charging straight toward them. The giant beast is on the attack. He steps into a combat stance, telling everyone to get ready to fight. Back when they first teamed up, they had to fight tooth and nail just to barely survive. There is absolutely no room for carelessness. Ziling nods, saying she understands. He rushes headfirst toward the monster, shouting for everyone to find a way to attack while he blocks it. Seeing Jiang Si charge forward, Wang Zikai is completely caught off guard. He mutters about that zombie, but quickly decides to brush it off. He summons a glowing golden sword and says angrily that they need to take down this Rex zombie king before doing anything else. Below him, his comrades shout in perfect agreement, ready for battle. By now, Jiang Si has closed the distance with the giant beast. He raises his fist with a confident smile, treating the monster like an old friend he is about to trade blows with once again. A split second later, his single punch connects with the Rex zombie king, completely pulverizing the massive creature into nothingness. The squad is left completely speechless, staring at his absurd power. But Jiang Si suddenly senses that something is not quite right. He stares at the pile of dust in utter confusion, wondering where the terrifyingly powerful enemy from his memories went. He just stood there after ending the Rex zombie king in one shot. The others stare at him in sheer disbelief. Defeating the mighty boss in a single punch is just insane. What kind of monster is this guy? Jiang Si stares at his hand, questioning if his senses are off since the beast shattered way too easily. He thinks back. In his memories, they had to go all out and barely scrape by with a win against that thing. It makes no sense. His companion speaks up, reminding him that it has been thousands of years and asking if he is sure he was stronger back then. Jiang Si shakes his head at Ziling, telling her that is not the case at all. He explains further. Even though he trains consistently and maintains a healthy routine, unlocking his full destructive potential is a different story. He smiles, noting that unleashing more power requires a new transformation which naturally alters his personality a bit. Remembering the days when he still had hair and trained passionately, he scratches his head with a sigh. He explains that in his current form, his raw power is basically identical to how it was back then. So for that giant beast to go down in a single punch, he wonders if it was just putting on a show. He turns away, deciding to stop overthinking. After going through life and death together, he knows his old squad is tough. Nearby Gan Ling is crawling on the ground, crying out for help. He proudly tells her that they are incredibly powerful espers. He explains he simply wants to tag along on their adventures. Just then, Ziling spots Gan Ling struggling on the ground. Fortunately, Wang Zikai steps in to rescue her. Meanwhile, Jiang Si continues talking excitedly, completely lost in his own world. He goes on about how they must master their spiritual energy, leaving Ziling utterly confused. She points toward the others. She tells him that if he is referring to those teammates, he should look around. He turns to see them fleeing in terror. Running for their lives, they shout for everyone to retreat. Ziling notes they have fled, leaving a bewildered Jiang Si behind. The scene shifts to a quiet forest where Wang Zikai calls for a halt. Honestly, can you blame them for running? The group catches their breath, relieved that the terrifying creature did not pursue them. The glasses-wearing man sighs in exhaustion. He wonders what kind of nightmare they just witnessed, since an S-class Rex zombie king was turned to ash with one hit. Sweating profusely, he remarks that the stranger's power easily surpasses even the legendary guardians written in their records. Gan Ling chimes in, pointing out that he did not seem hostile since he actually saved her life. Aliyah stands up. She tells everyone to let it go, glad they all made it out alive. With that, she collapses onto the grass. Exhausted, she decides they should camp there for the night before resuming their mission. Wang Zikai then makes a suggestion. He proposes they work together to pitch some tents, but his jaw drops when he looks at his teammates. Seeing them slacking off, he snaps in frustration, demanding to know why they are sleeping instead of helping him prepare dinner. Aliyah lazily groans that she is simply too exhausted to lift a single finger, leaving him completely on his own. Turning to the prophet, Jiang Si quickly points to a notebook, insisting on writing down today's battle. He looks over at Cam Ling, who sighs tiredly and admits she cannot even stand up anymore. Nearby, Ziling watches everything. Ziling speaks to Jiang Si, noting they all seem like interesting people. Jiang Si nods, but his lack of battle experience keeps him back. Working with a team has never been easy for him. Still, he smiles at them, knowing their mission is what truly matters now. They must rescue nearby Outpost 9. Jiang Si recalls that the crusade had already destroyed 3 of the Flame King's cities. Jiang Si clenches his fists in determination. If only he could gain some valuable team battle experience, their things would be perfect. She looks at him completely speechless, telling him to stay put so he does not scare everyone away. Suddenly, the young man senses an unusual movement. Jiang Si immediately shouts to ask who is there while she hides. She wonders if they are spotted. He replies that the glass-wearing prophet has incredibly sharp detection skills. The prophet stands up as rustling sounds echo nearby, prompting the boy to drop his firewood and nod. Jiang Si feels slightly uneasy. Noticing something off, he looks down at a burning leaf on the ground, then suddenly leaps up to shout a warning. He yells that the Flame Corpse King is here and tells everyone to stay alert, cursing their terrible luck while completely exhausted. The defensive party stares into the pitch-black darkness ahead, where a massive, terrifying eye suddenly blinks open. It belongs to a hideous face packed with razor-sharp teeth. The one-eyed demon grins creepily at the group. Without warning, the demon unleashes a massive wave of fire toward them. Elia clenches her fists, thoroughly enraged. She declares they must fight to the death, throwing her green energy forward as she yells a challenge to bring it on. The demon smirks, noting her defense is actually not bad, but immediately after a barrage of green energy strikes again. Sneaking through the flames, he curses under his breath desperately, hoping he won't be spotted. Raising its massive, sharp-clawed hand, the demon casually swipes downward, completely shattering her powerful green blast. Cam Ling trembles at the sight, realizing they cannot even scratch him. The one-eyed beast merely smiles to mock them. He sarcastically calls them too strong, then spews an even larger sea of flames, throwing everyone into a panic. Elia curses out of frustration, realizing how overwhelmingly powerful this opponent is. But Cam Ling reassures her. She points out that Wang Zikai is already moving in to strike and their distraction duty is officially complete. Dropping down from above, Wang Zikai targets the Demon King's head directly, shouting at it to die. He delivers a devastating kick straight to its skull. The impact is so massive that the ground beneath cracks instantly. Squeezing his eyes shut, he puts everything into the strike before opening them to check. Yet the monster is completely unharmed. It mockingly asks if such weaklings really thought they could defeat him. Sensing immediate danger, Wang Zikai quickly backs away. He is completely stunned that his ultimate move did not even leave a scratch. The demon laughs maniacally. It calls them useless trash and promises to turn them to ash, but suddenly Jiang Si appears right before him. This is the absolute perfect moment to strike. The demon glares at Jiang Si in surprise, demanding to know his plans. Jiang Si delivers a quick poke, reminding himself to control his strength so he does not cause a massive scene. The party is completely shocked to see him, recognizing him as the mysterious guardian who had been tailing them. Enraged, the beast clenches its fists and roars for him to get lost, threatening to slaughter him along with the others. Jiang Si notices cracks spreading across the beast's body. Wanting to show his good intentions to the group, he speaks up. He turns to offer his help, asking to fight alongside them against this incredibly powerful flame guardian king. But the cracks only grow wider. The furious monster screams at him for ignoring its warnings and being utterly shameless. Before it can even finish speaking, the beast crumbles into a pile of ash. The onlookers are left completely speechless. A moment later, all four of them are bowing on their knees at Jiang Si's feet, begging the legendary guardian for mercy. He dramatically cries out, explaining he only wanted to be their friend. Later on, Wang Zikai waits behind a hill. He waits patiently for the perfect moment. Suddenly, a massive tusked foot stomps down nearby, startling him completely. Looking up at the giant beast, their target is officially the tusked corpse king. He quickly activates his communication watch. Suddenly, a figure leaps from above, catching the monster off guard. He signals his team to attack immediately. Without delay, the Prophet and Elia spring forward to ambush the beast, pouring all their strength into the strike. Yet their combined efforts barely leave a scratch on the massive pig. Suddenly, a strange glowing energy emerges. It forms powerful roots that wrap tightly around its giant legs, locking the beast in place for their final strike. Right then, the target is momentarily restrained, prompting the young warrior to draw his blade and charge directly forward. He unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, but they barely scratch the beast. Landing safely, he spins around in shock. The beast stretches its massive jaws wide and lets out a deafening roar, easily tearing through their spiritual restraints. Its giant foot stomps heavily on the earth, shaking the ground as it charges forward with incredible, terrifying momentum. He screams a warning as the beast closes in, but Ziling calmly steps up to take the hit. She tells him to leave the monster to her, staring down the oncoming colossus without a single trace of fear. Drawing her sword, she challenges the beast head-on, even though her blade looks absolutely tiny compared to its massive horn. A loud explosion echoes as they clash. She grits her teeth against the impact, her boots sliding backward on the dirt. Holding her ground, she realizes the sheer scale of the monster's physical power is on an entirely different level. This is the legendary strength of a medieval guardian, proving to be just as dangerous as Jiang Si's underlings. Seizing the opening, the young warrior leaps into the air to flank the beast, shouting back to ask if Elia is ready. She nods with a confident smirk, asking if he even needs to ask. With that, they both channel their ultimate strike. He yells out the order to strike, and they unleash a devastating fatal blow straight down onto the monster's skull. That massive pig monster stares back with pure unwilling rage, but in the end, its time is up. After the team finally takes it down, two heroes land safely. Catching his breath, Zikai asks if everyone is okay. Ziling is asked if she is fine, and Alia places a hand on her shoulder, amazed by what just happened. No one expected her to take on a giant guardian beast head-on. Recruiting her was definitely the right call. Ziling just laughs, waving off the praise, but Alia wonders why a strength user this powerful was never heard of before. It is pretty strange. Ziling just brushes it off with a quick smile, claiming she just got lucky this time. But then Xian Shi senses danger. Jiang Si spins around and screams a warning to the team to watch their right side. Another ferocious guardian beast charges out of nowhere. Panicked, he yells for everyone to get out of the way. This monster is absolutely furious, charging at lightning speed. Its massive heavy feet crush the very ground beneath it. Its eyes burn with pure malice. It skids to a halt, turning its focus directly onto the terrified squad. Jiang Si curses under his breath, this damn thing found them already. Its sense of smell is way too sharp. Alia gasps in shock. They are twin zombie kings. No wonder every previous hero squad sent here completely vanished. The last battle drained almost all their energy. Fighting another boss right now is going to be incredibly tough. Suddenly, Wang Zikai steps forward. He looks back at his friends and tells them all to run while they can. He tells them he will stay behind to hold it off. Meanwhile, Jiang Si leaps down as the monster closes in. Zikai insists he can use his speed to stop it, but Jiang Si just smiles and throws a quick punch. He cheerfully throws another massive strike. Behind him, Zikai is still begging the group to run before it is too late. The girls are completely speechless. Alia points right behind Zikai and tells him she is sorry to interrupt his big moment. A massive gust of wind blasts past, whipping their hair back, and she sighs, telling him to never mind looking. Ziling watches Jiang Si work, genuinely unsure whether having this guy around is a blessing or a total disaster. The scene cuts to a high-tech military base where a loud automated broadcast announces the return of Hero Squad 23. As Wang Zikai and Alia step forward, the security scanner chimes to confirm the identity of their S-Class members. S-Class hero Wang Zikai and S-Class hero Alia. Walking right behind them are A-Class Shi and B-Class member Gan Ling. Jiang Si and Zi Ling follow at the back with the staff when a warm golden light suddenly washes over them. The system voice echoes through the hall, thanking them for their dedicated service to the survival of humanity. It officially welcomes them back to the Awakened Association. Alia stretches with a sigh, glad to finally be home. Zikai nods in agreement, offering to personally lead the group to meet their top commander after they settle in. Jiang Si happily thanks them for the help. He laughs, calling their wild journey one hell of an adventure. Ziling quietens down and whispers to him, reminding him that even though they fought side by side back in the day, she still has not figured out how to channel spiritual energy to unleash special abilities like these people do. Every battle she wins is purely from raw physical strength. Jiang Si smiles and explains how it all works. That physical power is her actual ability, which is why he wanted her to join the association in the first place. Standing there, they can feel the sheer scale of this place, humanity's absolute largest sanctuary in the entire wasteland. It's where they research and evaluate the mental strength of ability users. She glances back, catching a glimpse of two guys casually chatting with each other. Looking away, she locks eyes with a bald guy staring right back. She slowly turns to him and whispers, "This place feels a lot like our extraordinary academy. But is it really okay for Jiang Si to just walk right in? Like he owns the joint?" He shrugs. Looking at him, she remembers how newcomers at the academy used to wear disguises. Specifically, pretending to be the masked King Naho. Jiang Si chuckles, admitting that back in the civilized era, he had no human social skills. That absolute lack of experience caused plenty of trouble. He brings up the time he was literally tied to a cross, almost getting burned alive because they thought he was an invading zombie. Luckily, a guy named Wang Zikai stepped up, putting his own life on the line as a guarantee. Only then did humans accept him, viewing him as an ability user rather than a monster. He smiles, remembering how they immediately kicked off their wild adventure to conquer the ancient Imperial core. Defeating the primordial demon that triggered the apocalypse, they became the ultimate saviors of the world. Just thinking about it makes him proud. He calls them his most trusted comrades. Any human relations issues can safely be left to them. But right as he says that, a shimmering energy barrier blocks him, catching him completely off guard. Elia quickly apologizes, explaining that the raw power he showed was just too terrifying not to report. Wang Zikai crosses his arms. Knowing a walking calamity was loose in the city gave the elders back at headquarters heart attacks. The prophet chimes in, promising they will still report how actively he helped humanity during the battle. Meanwhile, Gan Ning is literally in tears, continuously bowing and apologizing over and over again. Outside the memory, she notes that insta-killing the King Guardian didn't build any teamwork, it just terrified everyone. Jiang Si stares at his hands. He didn't mean to do it, but the boss literally shattered on contact. Flopping onto the ground, he declares this run a complete failure. Time to reset and try a different memory. They need a fresh starting point for her to learn from. This time they will start when they first met Wang Zikai. Jiang Si clasps his hands together, letting out a heavy sigh because there is simply no other option. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He bolts upright, giving her a massive fright as she snaps back to reality. Both of them freeze in awkward silence. Realizing he messed up, he immediately drops back down to retry. She watches in utter disbelief as he repeats the process, jumping up and screaming for her to wake up. "What are you even doing?" Scratching his head, he confesses there is a tiny issue: he can't actually wake up. She glares at him, completely fed up, before realizing the horrifying truth. This is definitely not a minor problem. They are trapped thousands of years in the past. Her furious shouting echoes through the empty void. Cut back to reality inside a bustling tavern. Customers order drinks, calling out for a fresh glass of corpse wine. The minister and his companion stand there completely lost. Ever since Jiang Si fell asleep, those two vanished. The minister asks if this is even normal. Xiao Xiao shrugs, saying anything feels normal when Jiang Si is involved. Since they are dealing with his chaotic memories, everything that happens makes a weird kind of sense. He nods in agreement. Pointing to the scan, they discuss the bizarre glowing patterns that have suddenly started spreading across Jiang Si's brain. Is that normal too? Suddenly, a massive shift forces them to jump back as the sky above begins to crack. Terrified bystanders look up in absolute panic, wondering what kind of nightmare is unfolding now as people start floating. An invisible force lifts innocent citizens into the air, vacuuming everything in sight as the crowd screams in sheer terror. The minister and Xiao Xiao struggle to hold on as they get dragged toward the swirling rift in the sky. He yells out, asking if getting sucked into the sky is normal too. Meanwhile, Agan drops into action. Looking at the massive zombie horde, he deduces there must be a powerful zombie king pulling the strings from behind. If Aggo can solo the boss, he'll take full control of the entire undead army. Xiao Xiao doubts he can pull it off alone, recalling that zombie kings from this era are exceptionally dangerous. Ah Gan laughs it off, claiming he used to hunt zombie kings all the time back in his association days. Elsewhere, Jiang Si clutches his head in absolute panic. What if those terrifying humans catch and torture him? Maybe he should just obliterate the world of failing to wake up afterward and make things even worse. Ziling tries to calm him down just as heavy footsteps approach and a voice asks if he's the anomaly. Wait, friendly to humans. Hearing this, Jiang Si anxiously clutches his head. He is convinced he is totally doomed. Fearing imminent torture, he looks up. Officer Greta walks over with crossed arms and coldly introduces herself to him. She is here to handle the interrogation. Seeing her face, Jiang Si bursts into a joyful laughing fit. Is that really odd you? That means she is an ally. He happily yells for her to quickly set him free. He mentions remembering her as a high-ranking official in the association, immediately acting completely goofy while asking her to arrange things first. Eagerly begging for a nice room and some decent food, he leaves Ziling utterly speechless as he just rambles on and on. He even brings up sorting out Ziling's schooling, completely ignoring the fact that Greta is stomping over in a towering rage. Calling out her nickname, he asks if she hears him until she furiously slams her fist on the door. The loud crash startles Jiang Si, and she barks at him, demanding to know who he is to act so incredibly familiar upon meeting. He is taken aback. She continues, shouting, demanding to know if he has a literal death wish. As Greta fumes, Ziling watches quietly, suddenly realizing that this aggressive guard is indeed the very same Ah Go from their past. They are stunned. The scene suddenly shifts to a massive arena packed with an incredibly hyped, cheering crowd. The grand announcer welcomes all the outstanding superhumans present, declaring that without their efforts, mankind would never have found any stability. Standing high on the grand podium, the president of the Esper Association addresses the crowd, explaining why they have been gathered today. A crucial mission awaits. President Zhuo Lai steps up, formally announcing the event with supreme commanding authority. The scene shifts to show a massive monster bound in heavy chains as the president describes 3 human shelters that were destroyed. Displacing tens of thousands of poor civilians, the president points directly at the bound beast, identifying it. This is the terrifying 6-armed zombie king responsible for killing 17 powerful superhumans, now completely bound on the stage. He announces its successful capture, proudly adding that his own son Jose will be the one to execute the beast. This public execution is meant to showcase their determination to wipe out all zombies as Jose steps forward with a smug smile. He confidently boasts about showing everyone the absolute power of an Esper, drawing his sword to start gathering his energy. Flaunting his power, he draws the blade with a showy flourish before leaping high into the air toward the giant monster. He screams for the beast to pay for its crimes, sending the stadium crowd into a wild frenzy of cheers and applause. Talk about an instant mood killer, the entire arena falls dead silent as Jose repeatedly slashes at the beast. The 6-armed zombie king takes 0 damage, making Jose look like he is just playfully swatting at a massive pet. Shouting that the giant beast is tough, the president tries covering his embarrassment, urging his son to continue. Up in the stands, Wang Zikai scoffs in absolute disgust at the useless council, making a mockery of the situation. Elia chimes in, noting that half of their fallen comrades sacrificed their lives just to bring this thing back alive. Gan Ning adds that the association claims it is necessary for boosting public morale, leaving the wise prophet completely speechless. They realize their hero squad is meant to do the actual dying while the corrupt old leaders handle the propaganda. Pathetic. Jose keeps making a fool of himself, striking the giant and yelling to see how it likes it. That did it. The enraged zombie king twitches its fingers and roars, completely shattering the heavy chains. Jose turns pale with absolute terror, snot running down his face as the beast lifts a colossal fist to crush him. And just when you think he is absolute toast, Greta leaps in to shield the coward, causing a massive shockwave. The fight is on. The beast throws a massive punch, but she stands her ground, looking totally unbothered. She rapidly unleashes a flurry of blinding sword strikes, prompting the beast to raise both giant fists high in retaliation. It leaps high into the air, aiming to flatten her, but Greta calmly spins her blade, ready for the impact. Suddenly, glowing energy binds its legs, spreading rapidly until the entire monster is locked in place by a blue aura. Catching the beast completely off guard, she charges forward and delivers a clean, devastating slash straight through the monster. Pure precision. The decisive slash delivers a clean, fatal blow that instantly puts an end to the beast. She calmly sheathes her sword as the 6-armed zombie king shatters into a million pieces, prompting the president to cheer. It is over. The execution is officially complete, and the massive crowd erupts into deafening celebratory cheers. While the crowd loudly chants praises for the association, Jiang Si and Ziling listen quietly from the back. Ziling curiously asks Jiang Si how such a beautiful girl could end up acting exactly like Ah Go after turning. She wonders what he did, but he just smiles, ready to explain her strange new look. Executed by humans who claimed she would look cuter, this way she is completely speechless, muttering that their sense of aesthetics must be seriously broken. Right then, Roth fumes in absolute anger, calling his guards useless trash who cannot even build a secure cage to hold a single captive. He grumbles that the blunder almost got him hurt, then glares over at Jiang Si to demand a brand new execution target. He points a finger directly at Jiang Si, declaring that on behalf of the Esper Association he sentences the guy to immediate death. The execution must happen now. Before Jiang Si can even process the shock, two guards rush forward. He asks in shock if they mean him. Roth just barks back that there is no escape. Wang Zikai jumps in shock, pleading with them to wait since they only asked the association to look into Jiang Si's safety. Ling speaks up too, arguing that the guy literally helped them, so executing him on the spot makes absolutely no sense. Standing nearby, Greta adds that she personally investigated the matter, and though Jiang Si behaves a bit strangely, he never actually attacked anyone. Roth just sneers, asking if they seriously expect him to trust a zombie before leveling his sword straight at Jiang Si. Jiang Si quickly dodges the sudden strike, while Roth smugly boasts that the only way to prove his innocence is to stand still. From high above, Roth's father coldly agrees, looking down with a cruel gaze that promises swift death if the target resists. If Jiang Si dares to fight back, the security forces will put him down immediately, prompting Greta to look up in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wang Zikai and his team fume with anger, complaining that forcing Jiang Si to take a beating is incredibly unfair. They root for him to hang in there while Roth swings his blade forward with a loud mocking laugh. He tells Jiang Si to drop dead under his most magnificent attack, lunging forward with his sword raised high. But before the smug smile can even settle, Jiang Si delivers a massive slap that sends him crashing flat onto the ground. Wang Zikai panics at the sight, honestly, who wouldn't, knowing things just got incredibly messy, while Jiang Si realizes his mistake. He wonders how the guy survived, considering the zombie king literally turned to ash after a single touch from his hands. Trembling on the floor, Roth uses his last bit of strength to point at Jiang Si, desperately screaming for backup. In an instant, hundreds of fighters leap down from the stands, roaring to avenge the young master as they charge at Jiang Si. Looking at the oncoming mob, Jiang Si waves his hands in a panic, telling them to stay back, while outside a girl points. She tells her mother that someone is flying into the sky, while back inside, Jiang Si effortlessly bats down another attacker with one hand. Wearing a strange smile, Jiang Si shifts into a completely different form. Only actual zombies can be instantly wiped out by his touch, meaning Espers are perfectly safe. Espers remain perfectly normal and do not shatter upon contact, but behind him a group of fighters immediately lunges. They shout for everyone to grab their weapons since their target is no pushover, prompting Jiang Si to chuckle. Knowing he will not accidentally kill them, he is finally relieved and ready to unleash a massive earth-shaking scene. Immediately after, Wang Zikai's squad jumps down to stop the madness. Terrified, these fools will push Jiang Si into wiping them out. Greta screams for everyone to halt, stepping forward to release her overwhelming authority to force the rowdy crowd to fall in line. Crushed under her immense pressure, the attackers collapse onto the ground in pain, gasping that they thought they were dead meat. She calmly points out that despite being attacked, Jiang Si did not take a single life, proving his friendly intentions. Meanwhile, Roth is carried away on a stretcher, cursing in agony at the medics to be gentler. Calling them useless trash, Greta turns back to address the crowd, declaring that as a safety officer, she expects a fair trial. She requests the president to reconsider the sentence passed down on Jiang Si, her clear voice echoing up. The president slowly responds that since a safety officer has vouched for him, Jiang Si can temporarily join the squad. Hearing the decision, Ling smiles in relief, realizing her words actually worked as Jiang Si clenches his fist in determination. He is thrilled to have secured their hero squad status, knowing the next move is taking her to the Esper Academy. But before they can fully celebrate, the president raises his voice to announce a direct order for their newly formed team. He commands Wang Zikai's squad to immediately head north and execute a highly dangerous suppression mission. The sudden command leaves them completely speechless, wondering if he is sending them straight to their deaths, though she looks puzzled. Puzzled, she asks what the dead zone is, and Jiang Si explains its origin. Up in the north, 12 incredibly powerful zombie kings known as lords guard the territory, making it a completely forbidden zone for humans. Normally, a squad would require 2.5 years of training before even attempting a legendary mission like this. It seems things are moving way ahead of schedule, while on another front, Go battles a monstrous beast. She hurls the beast straight down, screaming for it to die. The monster crashes hard through several layers of jagged rock, desperately trying to stand. Angrily, the creature roars and curses at her, but then it freezes in sheer terror. Looking up, it spots a whole mountain falling right on top of its head. Panic sets in. The massive peak slams down perfectly on the beast, completely sealing it away beneath the earth. Watching from the sidelines, Gan is absolutely stunned. Shu's signature combat style is just as wildly brutal as ever, but suddenly a strange sensation hits him. Something is way off. Wait, is another powerhouse showing up? Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from below, calling out directly to Q. By successfully challenging the Lord, she has officially claimed the title of the new ruler of this death sector. Hearing this, Ah-Q spins around, with a cold snort glaring upward as a massive, horrifying eye suddenly tears open the sky itself. Now let's flash back a bit. Jiang Si and Ziling had recently joined the hero squad and were deployed by the Supernatural Association to the northern border fortress. Beyond this desolate boundary lies the lawless domain of the undead. This is a rotten wasteland overrun by countless zombies, a dead zone where normal humans can never hope to survive. Over the years, the association has launched several high-risk expeditions here, each ending in devastating defeats and countless casualties. But suddenly, a strange purple light begins to swirl around a nearby zombie. The creature stands there totally bewildered by the energy. Before it can even process the situation, a figure watches closely from above. It is Greta coldly looking down on the battlefield. With a swift motion, she stretches her hand toward the swarm of zombies. Instantly seized by her psychic control, the undead glare at her in rage. Her eyes narrow as she firmly clenches her fist. The surrounding peaks grind together, crushing the monsters. With absolute dominance, she manipulates a massive mountain to flatten everything in sight. She calmly draws her sword. Seeing this, the onlookers erupt in cheers. She is incredibly strong, a true top-tier powerhouse. The surrounding crowd goes completely wild, chanting praises for the association. Yet, amidst the roaring celebrations, the prophet silently observes. He quietly analyzes the situation. Even with such a devastating attack, it is still not enough to purge this dead land. Gazing at the flattened zombie, he knows even the lowest-tier undead in this region possess strength far beyond normal limits. He turns and warns the team not to mention those dreaded zombie kings, so everyone needs to prepare themselves mentally. The other three instantly break down, hugging each other and crying that they are doomed. One of them even prepares a will. He angrily snaps, telling them to stop writing final testaments. Just then, Greta steps forward to address the panicking team. She explains that while they explore the dead zone, she will remain at the fortress, providing long-range support up to 30 kilometers. As long as they stay within that range, she will fully back them up. Hearing this, Wang Zikai is deeply moved. Tears stream down their faces as they thank her profusely. She just humbly smiles and says it is simply her duty. Suddenly, a heavily bandaged and injured Ruth limps forward, declaring that his father ordered her to send them off to their deaths. He quickly corrects himself, saying he meant escorting them, but openly mocks the idea of offering them any actual help. He gleefully laughs, claiming they will soon be torn apart and eaten by zombies until there is absolutely nothing left. He jeers mockingly right in Wang Zikai's face, making his blood boil while Ganning and Arya glare with pure rage. The group instantly snaps, giving the guy a brutal beatdown while yelling at him for daring to test their patience. They mock him back, praising his courage for provoking people who have absolutely nothing left to lose. Greta decides to leave. She bids them goodbye, asking them to at least leave him breathing so she does not get in trouble with headquarters. Left bruised on a stretcher, Ruth screams that they will pay for this. Arya quietly watches him get carried away. As silence settles over the group, a heavy feeling of regret washes over them. Wang Zikai speaks up in frustration. He apologizes, feeling responsible for dragging them all into this mess. The prophet immediately steps in to reassure him. It is not Jiang Si's fault. Even without this excuse, the association would have found another way to send them to their doom. Arya agrees, noting that their successful hunts of the zombie kings made them too powerful in the eyes of the higher-ups. Whispers among the ranks suggest that the corrupt leadership simply cannot tolerate any squad becoming too popular or influential among the public. They fear that the rise of true powerful heroes will eventually challenge their absolute authority and control over humanity. Ganning is completely left speechless by the dark truth, while Wang Zikai punches the nearby wall in sheer frustration. He yells that overthinking gets them nowhere. If they just march into the dead zone and destroy the zombie horde, and wipe out the source of the plague once and for all, every single one of their problems will be solved. With raw determination, he vows to obtain the power needed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts inside the dark, gloomy fortress. Jiang Si approaches the owner to purchase the room, handing over a heavy pouch of money that leaves him totally bewildered. The owner trembles at the sight of the cash, but Jiang Si quickly reassures him that the terrifying face is just a mask. No way, there is no zombie who is this polite. He bent down to count the money. 1, 2, 3, 4, the money is all here. It is all here. This room is yours, so feel free to move in. Right after that, he looked up at the building. He gasped in shock. The entire house was completely gone, leaving him standing there in total confusion. Was their newly bought room just stolen? Zilang sighed, thinking that he now had to waste his energy chasing after him again. Meanwhile, the night here was bustling and lively. Everyone was having a great time. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and he spoke up, "Just place it right here." The shop downstairs has a natural hot spring. There is even a snack street nearby, which makes things super convenient. Standing on top of the house, he happily added that their budget was plenty. Exploring the dead land would leave them with plenty of funds, meaning they could live a bit more comfortably for a while. She poked her head out. She then asked why he looked like he wanted to settle down here permanently. He happily stepped inside to answer, explaining that this massive mission required heavy preparation. They needed to gather intelligence and secure enough supplies. On top of that, setting up a proper base would take a lot of time. Jiang Si continued to explain that they first had to complete side quests at the border fortress for almost 3 months before officially setting off. Hearing this, she asked in surprise what they would even be doing until that day came. He softly replied that every single day would be packed. He immediately recalled a scene of an angry Alia shouting at him, "What are you looking at? This place is strictly off limits." Pulling out a chair, he happily continued, noting that it was a time of mixed suffering and joy. Furthermore, they received skill textbooks from the association. He glanced at the books piled on the table. To study hard, she definitely needed a much more comfortable environment. He glanced at the books on the table, noting she needed a comfortable space to study. Book number 2 was a top-secret guide. This elite guide trained candidates to join the hero squad. Book number 3 was another top-secret manual. This manual also trained people to join the hero squad. She picked one up and murmured that she had been stuck here so long. She almost forgot why she even came to this world. He chuckled and told her not to worry since he had been drinking coffee daily. He hoped the Red Bull and coffee would wake him up soon. With that, he leaped down to the ground below. He told her to focus on studying while he went to buy groceries, promising they would have egg-fried rice again tonight. She angrily complained, asking if they could have something else since they ate eggs all week. He chuckled, saying the cook decides. With that, he happily strolled down the street. Suddenly sensing that something was off behind him, he quickly turned his head. Out of nowhere, Wang Zikai lunged from behind to kick Jiang Si, but he dodged just in time. He looked at him. He muttered that this was such a pain, calmly asking if he initiated this attack simply to avoid eating egg-fried rice. He watched him land, ready to strike again. The young man spun around, telling him to transform to boost his combat power. Instantly, the challenger vanished right before his eyes. A fraction of a second later, he reappeared right in front of him. He unleashed a fierce kick, but the target casually blocked it as if it were nothing. Shocked, the attacker quickly retreated. Landing safely, he glared back at Jiang Si and yelled that it was not over yet. Suddenly, his hands began to glow. It seemed he was gearing up for a big move. He lunged forward to attack, but the other man lightly leaped away. He looked down and calmly suggested switching to egg-fried rice instead. He also warned him that this was a residential area. He advised him not to fight with full power. Hearing this, he snapped back, asking who needed his reminders before attacking again. He kept unleashing relentless strikes. As time ticked away, the attacker kept pursuing him, but the defenders simply chose to dodge. He did not throw a single counter punch. Seeing this, the challenger panted, asking how his fastest surprise attack failed to scratch him. He acknowledged that Jiang Si was indeed terrifyingly strong. Looking at him, he hesitantly added that he had a special request. Jiang Si watched him, feeling a bit puzzled, as he realized this was the classic partner training scenario from the past. He recalled the fierce battle he once had with Wang Zikai, which was when they truly began to respect each other. A mysterious grin spread across his face. Instantly transforming his appearance, he looked at him with an excited gaze. He declared that he would also use a more passionate form now. He gently grabbed the challenger's face. He suggested they find a quiet place where no one would disturb them. Seeing this sudden change, the boy felt uneasy. He could not comprehend what was happening. A second later, he sensed something was wrong as space suddenly warped around them. In an instant, he had transported both of them straight to the forest of the dead land. He looked around happily. He remarked that this spot was actually quite perfect. Jiang Si eagerly faced him and raised a massive fist. He urged Wang Zikai to go all out as he swung a heavy punch. There was no need to hold back anymore. Panicking, the boy begged him to wait, shouting that he already acknowledged his power. But before the fist could land, before the punch could crush his face, he desperately screamed out that he only wanted to ask how he could become stronger. To be strong like him, the boy says. Hearing this, Jiang Si throws a punch behind him, missing on purpose. The kid looks totally lost. Jiang Si pulls his hood back on returning to his normal form while pondering this strange request. He remembers Wang Zikai. Even before awakening his true consciousness, this kid was already the most powerful esper around. His combat strength could easily rival a peak zombie king like Ah Ju. He used to be insanely proud too. So why is he begging for guidance now? Jiang Si stares at him, wondering if being stuck in this memory world messed things up. Did all of the kid's previous adventures and crucial growth experiences just get completely bypassed in this timeline? That would explain why he is so weak. Wang Zikai bows deeply, begging him to teach him how to gain power. He desperately needs to get stronger. Jiang Si places a hand on the boy's shoulder, startling him, and lets out a soft chuckle. Since the kid has free time, Jiang Si agrees to help him train. He says it's actually going to be pretty simple. The boy looks up in disbelief, asking if he's serious. Jiang Si just points toward a nearby zombie and gives his instructions. Just go kill that zombie over there, he tells him, and you will naturally grow stronger. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appears. It's the horrific Moon Village zombie king, the lord of this dead zone. The boy freezes in absolute terror at its hideous face. Why would a high-level lord appear this close to the fortress? Meanwhile, down below Jiang Si's home, there's an old junkyard. It is filled with rundown signs advertising border, chicken, rice snacks, and hot springs. Nearby, a young girl is busy taking a photo. She asks how the angle looks, and the photographer chuckles, calling it perfect. Indoors, Zi Ling is happily reading a book. Sipping her bubble tea, she ponders the concepts. Mental power creates different ripples, which in turn manifest as different abilities. According to the book, training and observing this power can be done easily just by watching the ripples in water. Yawning repeatedly, she groans that she doesn't understand any of it. Learning this magic stuff is way too much trouble. Just slashing things with a sword is so much simpler. She pulls something out of her bag to check it out anyway. Undressing, she steps into the warm, hot spring water immediately, letting out a sigh of pure relaxing comfort as she bathes. She remarks how long it's been since she relaxed like this. Jiang Si really found her a pretty great training spot. Closing her eyes, she tries to follow the guide. The manual says to first tap into her latent mental energy. She concentrates hard, attempting to vibrate the water. She keeps repeating the steps in her head to focus her mind. Looking down at her hands, submerged in the warm bath, the water suddenly begins to ripple and change right before her. Thrilled, she celebrates her apparent genius. But suddenly, Elia appears, reaching a hand out toward her with a playful smile. She bursts her bubble, saying those water ripples actually belong to her own mental energy, not Ziling's. Ziling gasps in shock, but then she spots Gan Ning standing right next to them and practically screams out loud. She demands to know when they sneaked in. Gan Ning casually holds up the manual, asking why she's reading a kid's guide. Ziling stammers, completely embarrassed. Elia watches her with a knowing grin, noting how powerful she seemed on their journey. She points out that the incredible strength Ziling displayed earlier definitely was not based on mental energy at all. Teasingly poking her face, Elia calls her physical superpower a total lie and questions her true motives for joining them. Blushing, Ziling admits the truth: she simply does not possess any natural talent for magical abilities whatsoever. Gan Ning rushes over in sheer disbelief, insisting they have all felt Ziling's incredibly powerful aura this entire time. But then Gan Ning's eyes drop to the water and she gasps at what she sees, suddenly asking about her legs. Ziling offers a gentle smile and explains that these are actually advanced prosthetic legs she modified herself. She had to take off the outer casing just to bathe. Elia asks with genuine surprise why she would keep this a secret. Ziling shares her tragic past, leaving both girls completely speechless. Her own parents bit her legs after they turned into zombies. To survive, she had to amputate them herself. Gan Ning freezes in horror, but Ziling just gives a reassuring smile. She tells them not to look so sad since battles with zombies always carry risks and she got used to it long ago. Elia leans back with a soft sigh and a gentle smile. Staring into the water, she explains the path to unlocking superpowers. You must satisfy two conditions, she says, demonstrating her own flow. First is possessing raw, controlled mental energy. Second is your own imagination and self-perception. Power is simply imagining a stronger version of yourself to warp reality. Leaning in close, Elia asks a deep personal question. She wants to know why Ziling refuses to grow stronger. Why does her heart actively push away power? Stunned by the realization, Ziling looks down at the water in silence. She asks herself if she really is the one subconsciously rejecting the very strength she needs to survive. Sensing a sudden shift, she instantly darts her eyes to the side. Staring at the door, she screams to find out who is lurking. Right after that, as the thick dust slowly clears, a massive block of ice hurtles outward, crashing down below and obliterating everything in its path. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupts. Furious at the sight, she speaks out. A zombie wielding elemental power like this is absolutely unheard of. This crushing pressure is somehow even more overwhelming than a typical zombie king. A chilling voice echoes from within the ice, praising their reaction speed. Not bad, the voice sneers, but this only makes your inevitable deaths much more agonizing. This monstrous figure is actually the legendary Dead Zone Lord, the Frost Spectre zombie king Han Yao. Glaring maniacally at the group, her aura flares. Ziling draws his sword and charges straight at her. Stop talking and just die, he screams. Han Yao only flashes a sinister smile, mocking their struggles and hoping they can actually entertain her. In an instant, giant razor-sharp shards of ice erupt violently from the frozen ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a different beast stirs. Sensing the massive commotion, a nearby monster curses in frustration. Han Yao is making way too much noise, drawing too much unwanted attention. He hates allies who refuse to follow orders. It is absolutely infuriating, completely unacceptable. Swearing under his breath, the vile creature lashes out. He mindlessly attacks innocent bystanders, venting his rage. Stalking closer to the terrified crowd, he grumbles that things are not going to plan. If he sneaks in early just to butcher their scouts, his entire grand plan becomes totally pointless, and he absolutely hates doing pointless things. Meanwhile, the prophet Xianji is facing his own nightmare with this lunatic. He watches the beast completely overwhelmed by its terrifying pressure. He never even sensed the attack coming. The sheer scale of this raw power is beyond comprehension. Could this truly be a legendary dead zone lord? How could multiple top-tier monsters of this caliber gather in the exact same place at once? The situation is spiraling out of control. Looking out over the horizon, he realizes the worst is yet to come. A massive, unending wave of zombies is marching straight toward them. Back at the front, the beast scowls. Whatever he mutters, a direct command from the source cannot be ignored no matter how annoying it is. With a twisted grin, he orders Fei Yue to unleash the massive horde. Their goal is simple: tear this disgusting fortress to the ground. A deafening explosion rocks the entire area, sending shockwaves through the streets. The sudden blast leaves the terrified citizens in absolute panic. Out of the smoke, a terrifying shadow emerges. But before it can cause chaos, Jiang Si steps in, completely blocking its path. "Stop making so much noise," he snaps. Recognizing his face, the monstrous leader immediately freezes in pure terror. Jiang Si grabs it by the neck. "I told you not to move," Jiang Si warns. "One wrong slip of my hand and you are dead. Do you understand me?" The beast nods, trembling under his grip. Keeping a firm hold on the monster, Jiang Si looks back and calls out to Wang Zikai. "I have got him pinned, now it is your turn to attack." Wang Zikai stares blankly, protesting that this does not feel like training at all. Defeating a powerful boss is way faster than doing daily push-ups if you want to level up, Jiang Si argues. No slacking off now. Then he offers a bizarre compromise. If the beast seems too dangerous, he can just snap a few of its limbs first to help. Once you finish fighting it, its limbs will eventually regenerate anyway. We can keep repeating this process until you get much stronger. This way, we slowly scale up the difficulty. If it fails, we just try again. But hearing this brutal plan, the monster snaps. Enraged by their casual disrespect, the beast lets out a deafening roar, blowing Jiang Si back. It raises a massive, heavy foot to strike. Preparing to crush him, the creature rages. How dare mere humans humiliate a proud zone lord like this? If they want to fight, then. Watching the monster gear up for a final desperate struggle, Wang Zikai grits his teeth. It looks like the beast is going all out. Then the absolute unthinkable happens. The mighty lord suddenly plops onto the ground, desperately begging them both to stop. "I surrender," the boss whines. Wang Zikai is completely speechless. What on earth is this terrifying dead zone lord even doing right now? He rolled over on his back like a guilty puppy. Jiang Si points out that he still looks like a giant, rugged, middle-aged man. "Please stop," Wang Zikai groans. "That is a horrible mental image." Quickly shifting gears, the monster jumps up to explain the situation. The source has ordered all the zone lords to unite and wipe out humanity. Hearing this, Wang Zikai looks completely shocked. What he stammers, trying to process the news. Every single lord leading an unprecedented massive horde unlike anything in history. Jiang Si scratches his cheek, trying to remember his past life. A massive invasion was supposed to happen, but years down the road. Why is the timeline shifting so fast? Wang Zikai demands answers, asking why the lords are leaving their designated dead zones now. Shaking his head, the monster explains that a strange ancient consciousness descended, ordering them to attack at all costs to find someone. They are hunting down a specific person named Jiang Si. Wang Zikai immediately whips his head around to stare directly at his friend. Jiang Si stands there in utter shock, realizing he is the target. Meanwhile, across the city, a sudden uproar breaks out among the citizens. People rush outside to see what the massive noise is. What is happening? In the middle of the night, someone cries out in panic. The great defense wall is cracked. Where is the military guard? Have they abandoned their posts and fled the city already? A terrified survivor sprints down the streets, screaming at the top of his lungs. Right behind him, an endless sea of undead approaches. It lunges, jaws snapping. The terrified guard screams at the top of his lungs that 7 zombies have breached the city wall. The citizens freeze in horror. Is this really happening? Instantly, absolute chaos erupts across the city as panicked screams echo everywhere. Pure madness. People beg for help, parents desperately search for their lost kids, and everyone fights to escape the rising tide. Then a little girl trips. She hits the ground hard immediately, drawing the attention of a nearby zombie that slowly creeps closer. She is frozen with fear. A second later, it lunges right at her, forcing out a terrified scream as helpless tears stream down. No bite. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, she slowly opens her eyes and finds the undead frozen mid-strike. A mysterious force holds them back. High above the chaos, Greta hovers in the sky, single-handedly freezing the entire horde in place. She calmly weaves her fingers together. The mindless zombies can only twitch in confusion as she tightens her grip, channeling her magic. With a sharp twist of her hands, giant boulders crush the screaming zombies under an avalanche of solid rock. Her fury peaks. She exerts absolute pressure, crushing every last one of them while lifting massive stones high into the air. This spectacular star fracture spell is incredibly powerful. Once the danger passes and the area quietens, she slowly lowers her guard. But then her eyes snap open. Something is wrong. Terrible slash lines have sliced right through her floating stone defense. A hideous monster steps into view, snarling in rage at her annoying intervention just when its mission was almost complete. It curses her existence, screaming about how much it detests these persistent humans who always ruin its perfect plans. Completely losing its mind, the beast charges. Yet she remains perfectly calm, pointing her sword directly at the incoming threat. And just like that, it freezes solid. It stares at her with wide, terrified eyes, unable to move a single muscle. Realizing its desperate situation, the monster growls that it is not over yet, telling her to take a look around. Seeing the ruined city below, she boils with rage and demands to know if this bastard destroyed the protective walls. She coldly clenches her fist, summoning sharp wind blades that pierce right through the beast's body in an instant. With a calm voice, she tells it to pay for the innocent lives with its death. Helplessly, the beast curses her. But then, shock hits. The monster instantly regenerates, appearing right behind her back while muttering its twisted, hateful curses. Muttering about detestable espers, the beast begins morphing into an even more grotesque and terrifying form than before. It roars a threat to shred her to pieces, turning its entire body into giant spinning blades that target the city. The impact is devastating. Skyscrapers crumble in seconds as its massive spinning appendages tear through everything in their path. Knowing she must stop it, she leaps down to land, but suddenly gasps in shock at her own arm. A deep cut has opened up and the dark veins around it are spreading rapidly. Her heart sinks with worry. Zombie poison. She remembers the association's old warning about Mo Ren, the zombie king, being one of the hardest bosses to kill. The monster rampages on, completely unfazed by her previous strike, scanning the burning city with its terrifying glowing eyes. Greta curses under her breath. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, she realizes multiple zombie kings have joined the siege. This is a nightmare. Down below, terrified citizens scream and run for their lives as the massive horde closes in. How can they survive a massive tide led by a zombie king? Pushing through the pain, she yells to reassure them. She tells them to stay calm because she is still here, promising to hold back the terrifying Mo Ren herself. Ordering the other association espers to secure the main defense lines, she is suddenly interrupted by a frantic transmission. The cowardly voice of young Master Zos crackles over the radio, ordering all forces to abandon everything and secure his escape. He screams that if he dies, his powerful father will execute them all. His bodyguard asks what they should do next. "Forget that, retreat, retreat," the coward yells as he jumps into his getaway car, abandoning the citizens. He barks at his men to drive, leaving the terrified soldiers with no choice but to follow his retreat orders. Greta listens in absolute shock as the retreat order echoes over the airwaves, sending the troops into a panicked retreat. Her blood boils at that spineless bastard, but she has no time to rage as Mo Ren's sharp blades suddenly strike. Narrowly dodging the deadly appendages, she draws her sword, swearing that even if she stands alone, she will never back down. Unleashing the absolute maximum of her esper abilities, she charges directly at the giant monster in one final desperate strike. Shocked by her sheer ferocity, the beast finds itself frozen in place again, amazed by her seemingly endless reservoir of energy. But then her luck runs out. The zombie virus suddenly flares up in her arm, paralyzing her entire body with intense pain. The monster smiles triumphantly. Greta drops her sword and collapses to the cold ground, completely losing control of her physical form. Mo Ren's dark corruption begins to warp her skin, spreading at terrifying speeds while the beast looks down and sneers. She grits her teeth in sheer frustration, unable to even control his actions anymore, while the beast watches her with a look of smug satisfaction. "My toxin will merge into your flesh and nervous system," the beast sneers. "Very soon, you won't be able to move. Using your abilities will only make the poison spread faster." The creature stands right in front of her, laughing with pure malice. "Run if you can," the beast says. "I won't chase you. I hate hassle and all I really need is to kill. By wiping out enough humans, it can find the target hiding among them. So its only mission here is to massacre everyone. I have no time to waste on a nuisance like you," the beast growls, preparing to end this once and for all. Around them, the city is in absolute chaos as innocent civilians are being slaughtered left and right by the zombie horde. Desperate cries echo everywhere, begging for help. Meanwhile, the monster Mo Ren opens its massive jaw, ready to devour her. "Goodbye, troublesome human," it mocks Greta. "Die slowly here or try to run is all the same to me." Her vision begins to fade into total darkness as her consciousness slowly slips away. The pain is absolutely agonizing. She has no strength left and just wants to sleep. Is this the end? Is she really going to die like this? Can she not even protect the people of this city? No, wait, she hears a voice calling out to her. A voice urges her to stand up and keep fighting. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, completely bloodshot and filled with rage. Tears streaming down her face, she screams to protect them. The beast growls in annoyance at her stubborn persistence. "Damn it," the monster mutters. Suddenly, an intense surge of raw power erupts inside her, forcing her to cough up blood. Her arm begins to mutate as her body literally starts to melt away, but she does not care about the pain anymore. She grabs her own throat, forcing her mind to override her physical limits and maintain control over her failing body. Through agonizing pain, strange structures burst from her back. She raises her sword, ready to slaughter every last zombie here. Gritting her teeth, she forces herself back onto her feet and screams. The monster watches her completely caught off guard. What a pain, the beast mutters, thoroughly annoyed. It glares at her and opens its massive maw once again. Why do you keep standing up? Why must you get in my way? It rants, losing its cool completely. The monster lunges forward in a frenzy, shouting that it absolutely hates dealing with stubborn pests who refuse to die. If you want to die so badly, I will gladly make it happen. Why do you force me to get serious? Greta fires back with equal rage, telling the beast to shut up and die already as she readies her weapon. Their clash unleashes shockwaves that tear through the city streets. Greta leaps gracefully directly toward the monster's open jaws. Mo Ren looks down on her attack, scoffing that a weak strike like that is completely useless against him. Gritting her teeth, Greta suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving the giant monster completely baffled as it scans the area. When she begins slicing at his limbs, the beast just mocks her, calling her repetitive tactics absolutely boring and pathetic. It lunges with an open mouth, telling her to stop trying and die. Yet Greta simply smirks in response. Confused by her smile, the beast hesitates. But then a massive structure comes hurtling down right toward its open mouth. The monster gets crushed flat under a 1,000-ton building. Standing amidst the rubble, Greta firmly grips her sword, ready to finish it. She unleashes a rapid flurry of slashes, slicing the building apart to ensure the beast is buried once and for all. But the monster breaks free, roaring that her insane style is actually getting interesting. It wants a real duel now. Greta swings her blade as they charge head-on, the ultimate clash of survival about to erupt in the ruins. Just as they are about to collide, the monster senses a bizarre energy heading their way. Something is wrong. What on earth is flying toward them? Is this another one of her tricks? Greta looks equally confused and annoyed. Suddenly, Jiang Si comes crashing down from above, carrying both the Demon King and Wang Zikai with him for a rough landing. The trio slams straight into Mo Ren, sending the massive monster flying backward. Oops, did we just hit something? Greta stares in utter shock, but as the dust clears, she realizes exactly who just dropped out of the sky. Recognizing Jiang Si and Wang Zikai, she calls out their names. Jiang Si quickly drops the other two and runs over. Seeing her mutated state, he circles her to inspect the damage completely, ignoring her raised hand of greeting. Even with the horde arriving early, go, you still got infected, he notes before asking about her next move. Are you planning a deathmatch with the corpse king Mo Ren to protect the fortress? Greta holds up a hand to explain. I have no idea what you are talking about, she interrupts, trying to get him to look at the situation. Pointing to the side, she tells him that the mighty corpse king Mo Ren was already squashed flat under his feet. Completely baffled, she points toward the fortress, arguing there is no fortress left to defend anyway. He can only look on, completely stunned. He awkwardly mumbles an apology. Quite a while passes, and once the wreckage is cleared, the busy sounds of rebuilding begin to echo. Everyone is urged to move fast and relocate the wounded before the zombie horde notices the breach. They are warned that the area is extremely dangerous, so they must stay back while saving as many survivors as possible. Suddenly, a soldier yells a warning to the team. He warns Wang Zikai that the ruins could collapse at any second and tells him to get back. But Wang Zikai keeps digging through the rubble. He calls back that he is almost done. After searching a bit more, he pulls something out and smiles warmly at Xianji, relieved. He is so glad that Xianji is alive. Grinning weakly, Xianji explains he managed to dodge the fatal blow at the very last second. He asks if the rest of the team is safe, which completely catches Wang Zikai off guard, leaving him totally unsure how to answer. He nervously scratches his head and plays dumb, admitting they are fine, but there is just one tiny awkward problem. Xianji asks him to spit it out. He tells him to stop beating around the bush. Wang Zikai anxiously explains that during the chaos of battle, Jiang Si accidentally leveled their entire base. This massive loss is going to be billed directly to their squad by the association, especially since their leader is still alive and kicking. Hearing this, the captain is completely speechless, regretfully wishing he had just stayed unconscious. Desperate, he tries to figure out a quick escape route. He raises his hand and calls out to the rescue crew, begging for immediate assistance. A rescue worker immediately asks how he can help. In absolute panic, he begs the worker to just bury him back under the rubble. The worker snaps back, furious that he is cracking jokes now. But the four-eyed captain refuses to back down, insisting he is dead serious. The worker sighs and tells Wang Zikai to control his leader. Wang Zikai can only offer a sheepish apology. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is staring at the catastrophic destruction he just caused, utterly lost. Jiang Si is so overwhelmed with guilt over destroying humanity's most critical border outpost that he literally tries to hang himself right there. He laments that after risking his life, he ended up protecting absolutely nothing, so he might as well just end it all. He scratches his head. He tries to comfort himself, reasoning that since only half of it is wrecked, maybe they can still patch it up and use it. While trying to stay positive, a sudden disturbance nearby startles him. He turns, wondering if there is still a battle going on somewhere. It seems to be coming from Zilang's direction. Jiang Si senses something strangely familiar about the energy of the moves being unleashed. Suddenly, memories from his past life spark. It is the signature frostbone technique of that notoriously cold and annoying zombie king. Remembering how much trouble they had fighting her back then, he realizes Zilang is in serious danger and urgently calls for backup. But looking around at his team, he is left utterly speechless. Having pushed herself past her limits, she is completely drained and utterly depressed. Meanwhile, CNG is so critically injured that he could stop breathing at any second. And as for Wang Zikai, meanwhile, Zikai is completely drained after brawling with the Frost Zombie King all night. He mutters a delirious response. His friend begs him to pull himself together, crying out that the squad absolutely cannot afford to lose him now. Jiang Si makes a call. With everyone else injured, he will go scout the area on his own. The threat ahead is the exact type of opponent Ziling struggles with. The others panic and try to stop him. They tell him to stay back because reinforcements are already heading to the Frost Zone to assist Alia and Gan Ling. The team is confident those girls can handle it. Jiang Si looks back, asking if they are absolutely sure. They promise him it is fine. Cut to the Frost Zone where Ziling is chasing after the fleeing girls. They scream in panic that they are going to die, making Ziling yell back, asking if they are actually heroes. Why are legendary zombie hunters running away like professional cowards? Alia looks back at the icy monster in absolute terror. She complains that she was mid-bath, so fighting soaked in freezing water is completely unfair. Gan Ling agrees completely. Her thin cloak does nothing to keep out the cold. Suddenly, the monstrous Frost Zombie King closes the distance. Alia screams a frantic warning that the enemy is right below them. The Ice Master suddenly manifests right beneath their feet. A massive spire of ice thrusts upward directly at Ziling as her terrified friends scream her name in panic. Sister. She lands carefully on the ground, telling her not to worry. She bites her sword and charges toward the icy bones. Time to strike. The woman smiles back, saying she is completely fine without showing any fear. Suddenly, she teleports right behind her. She whispers from behind. You are clearly human, yet your body carries a strange familiar scent that feels incredibly close. With a mysterious smile, she asks if she has some connection to that special entity the source is searching for. Still, she keeps appearing, teleporting right behind her with a wicked grin, promising to take her head back for interrogation. This pushes her over the edge. She challenges her to try it. She swings her blade with raw fury, but the enemy easily dodges using her speed, the ice to slide backward. But that is when Gan Ling unleashes her power, charging forward with her sword in absolute rage. Don't you dare harm Sister Ziling. But she easily dodges the strike, shifting her focus to Gan Ling with a mocking laugh. Kid, I will take care of you first, she sneers, but Leah steps in with a raised fist, yelling to pay attention to her instead. Leah throws a decisive punch, calling her a bastard as raging flames instantly erupt and spread from her hands. Leah unleashes her fire ability against the enemy's thick bone ice armor, but she remains completely unfazed while Gan Ling watches in worry. With a frustrated click of her tongue, Leah looks at the shattered ice block she just punched, realizing something is very wrong. She gets incredibly pissed off that even a surprise attack completely missed, proving that Lord-tier enemies are a total nightmare to fight. Ziling leaps down to join them, but Leah quickly warns her to stay alert because the enemy is still hovering above. Gan Ling looks around, noting that this ice is harder than steel, yet the enemy can phase inside it completely at will. Ziling nods in agreement as Leah points out that the charge-up time for their attacks makes hitting her virtually impossible. Inspecting the frozen walls, Leah adds that even if they manage to melt the ice, the enemy will just freeze it again. She quietly worries that if they keep dragging this out, they will all freeze to death before they can even land a blow. In Chapter 147, the trio stands frozen in place. Ziling senses danger and quickly speaks up to the group. Even with this freezing mist, Ziling explains that she can still hear the distinct sounds of others fighting in the distance. Glancing toward the side, she remains confident that Jiang Si will reinforce them soon, but Gan Ling is much less optimistic. Gan Ling slams her staff on the ground with a sigh, sadly questioning what Jiang Si can even do if he arrives. Our enemy is a lord of the dead, she slowly explains, pointing out that these top-tier beings carry a core primal energy. This primeval energy allows them to easily dominate all other undead, and Gan Ling looks on with deep looming dread. No matter how strong Jiang Si is, he simply cannot fight a lord due to the absolute suppression of their tiers. Ziling remembers how easily he wrecks everything and admits she does not really understand this concept of absolute suppression. But she is sure it does not apply to Jiang Si, confidently pointing out that this coward enemy only knows how to hide. She mocks the enemy for running away, but wait, the trio suddenly detects a strange movement, cutting her speech short. Leah alerts the team that the enemy is back, warning Gan Ling to watch out right before her feet are frozen. Bone ice wraps around Ganling, trapping her as the enemy laughs maniacally, calling her a useless little prize whose corpse they must clean. Furious, Ling swings her sword and lands a painful strike on the fiend, who only reacts with an unsettling laugh. She mockingly praises the effort, daring them to try and save their useless friend, which only fuels Ling's rage. As Ganling calls out helplessly for help, Leah suddenly blindsides the enemy from behind, catching her completely off guard. Leah coldly commands her to shut up, unleashing intense fire straight into her face while declaring she is no useless kid. She fires a spiraling torrent of flames at her opponent, fiercely yelling that Ganling is not some weakling. She declares Ganling her most precious companion, demanding the monster keep her filthy hands off as the ice begins to melt. Ling lands safely and asks if they are okay, but she completely freezes in shock when she sees them. Leah gasps, but Ganling happily assures them they are unhurt before suddenly trailing off in worry for Leah. Confused, Ling rushes over to inspect Leah, demanding to know what happened to her in utter shock. She panics, asking if she can hold on, reminding her that reinforcements are coming and they just captured the enemy. But Leah weakly explains that when Ling slashed her, she had already switched, causing Ganling to burst into tears. She bitterly blames her own carelessness for the disaster, sobbing and apologizing to Leah, who gently reaches out to wipe her tears. Calling her a silly girl, Leah reassures her that no one could have anticipated the enemy's sudden bizarre teleportation. She reminds her that anyone would have fallen for it and asks if Ganling would have done the exact same thing. Leah explains she only did what Ganling would do for her, telling her to stop feeling guilty, deeply moving the girl. But their tender moment is cut short as Ling senses a chilling shift in the air and looks up. Massive shards of ice rain down from above as the enemy laughs mockingly, expressing disappointment that they survived the blast. She admits one-shot kills are not her specialty, but boasts that she has successfully turned all the city's groundwater into ice. She gleefully asks if they like her grand gift as the entire area becomes fully consumed by frozen horror. Deep panic sets in as the girls realize they are completely trapped in an icy cage while the villain cackles. She tells them to slowly savor their agonizing end inside this beautiful cage, diving down to finish them off. With a twisted smirk, she commands them to embrace total despair as massive ice blocks rain down upon the helpless trio. Lang leaps to her feet, sword in hand, yelling a fierce challenge to bring it on. Charging forward, she quickly yells back some instructions. She tells Ganning to protect Leah. With a quick nod, Ganning storms ahead, slicing those massive blocks of ice into 100 pieces. The Ice Witch smirks at this display, finding their power amusing. She senses the core source her master has been searching for is right there. Unleashing another barrage of sharp ice, she declares she will take Lang's brain. Heavy impacts rain down, leaving the hero with no escape. The relentless force slams Lang backward, crashing her hard into a frozen wall. She grits her teeth, realizing she cannot even get close. Seeing her struggle, Ganning calls out in a panic, asking if she is all right. Lang struggles to sit up and quickly reassures her. She tells them she is fine, but warns them to stay alert. Looking at the powerful foe, she wonders what her next move should be. She considers forcing her second zombie form for one final all-out strike, but doing so would leave her completely paralyzed and defenseless afterward. Gritting her teeth, she makes a hard choice. She orders the other two to hide, advising them to hold out until Jiang Si arrives. Hearing this, Leah looks surprised. She wonders why Lang places so much faith in someone like Jiang Si, risking her life on him. Pulling an ice shard from her own body, Leah speaks up. She admits she actually had faith that their guild would come rescue them too. Even as she struggles, she says she expected Wang Zikai and the Prophet Association to show up, but hiding is not her style. Gan Ning watches her with deep concern. Leah declares that waiting around to be saved is exactly why she refuses to run and hide. She wants to fight with everything she has to seize a victory. Suddenly, a fierce fire blazes to life around her as she yells. She exclaims that pushing her limits is the only way to truly prove she is worthy of their absolute trust and support. Standing proudly before Lang, she asks if trust is supposed to be a two-way street rather than just relying on someone else. The question strikes a chord in Lang. She reflects on her bond with Jiang Si, questioning when she became so dependent on him. She wonders if she has lost herself by always waiting for his help. Is she still the strong warrior she used to be? Later, at a bustling cleanup site, soldiers shout orders to move the wounded before the massive zombie horde notices the breach in their defenses. They urge everyone to stay away from the dangerous, unstable areas and focus entirely on saving as many survivors as they possibly can. A nearby soldier quickly warns Wang Zikai that the structure above him is about to collapse, urging him to get out of there. But Wang Zikai keeps digging through the heavy debris, insisting he is almost done. Suddenly, his hands brush against something buried deep under the dirt. He pulls out the Prophet and smiles with immense relief, glad to see his captain survive the terrifying ordeal after all. The Prophet weakly smiles back, explaining he managed to shield his vital spots in time. He then asks how everyone else is holding up. Wang Zikai hesitates, scratching his head in sheer awkwardness. He reluctantly replies that they are fine, but there is one massive catch. The captain impatiently urges him to stop playing dumb and spit it out already. Sweating, the young soldier finally delivers the bad news. He confesses that during the chaotic fight, Jiang Si accidentally demolished a critical base, meaning the association will hold them financially responsible. Since their captain survived, the massive bill will fall on him. Hearing this, the prophet instantly regrets waking up to face this reality. Wanting to avoid the impending financial doom, the prophet frantically raises his hand, waving down a nearby rescue team for help. When the rescue worker asks what they need, the captain desperately begs him to just bury him back under the rubble. The rescuer snaps, telling him it is no time for jokes, but the spectacled captain insists with a straight face that he is dead serious. Annoyed, the worker tells Wang Zikai to keep his crazy captain in check. The embarrassed young man can only offer a quick apology. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is staring blankly at the destruction he caused. Beside him, Retta ties her own belt around her neck in absolute despair. She wails that the border outpost is ruined despite all her effort, dramatically claiming she would rather just end it right there. Jiang Si awkwardly scratches his head, pointing out that only half of the place is gone, and they might still be able to rebuild it. He tries to comfort himself, but a sudden flash of energy from the distance catches his attention and makes him spin around in alarm. Wondering if there is still a battle going on, he realizes the energy wave is coming from the area where Zilang went. He recognizes the icy technique from his past life, suddenly remembering the annoying frost power of that freezing zombie king from years ago. Back then, they struggled against her for a long time, meaning Zilang is likely in serious trouble right now and needs backup. Knowing they must act fast, he turns to ask his companions for help, only to look at them in sheer disbelief and disappointment. After using all her energy, Retta is completely drained and depressed. Meanwhile, the prophet is critically injured and barely clinging to life. As for Wang Zikai, he is absolutely exhausted after battling the eclipse-devouring zombie king all through the night with no rest. The captain weakly jokes about wanting to lose his crew instead. Wang Zikai immediately yells at him to stay strong and keep fighting. Realizing they are all completely incapacitated, Jiang Si decides to handle this alone. He heads out to confront the threat by himself. The frozen field is dangerous, and this cold enemy is the exact type of opponent that Zilang struggles to fight against. Seeing him leave, the three of them quickly stop him in a panic, telling him there is no need to step in himself. They are heading out to support the fight against Frostbone, confident that Alia and Gan Ling can easily handle it. Hearing this, he turns back in surprise, asking if they will be fine. They immediately reply that they can handle it without any problem. Meanwhile, Ziling chases after Alia and Gan Ling, shouting at them to wait as they panic and scream about their impending doom. Seeing their panic, she angrily snaps at them, asking if they are truly the heroes who hunt down the zombie kings. Why are they so good at running away? Alia looks back at Frostbone in fear, complaining about being soaked in water. Fighting while soaked is a major disadvantage, and Gan Ling adds that her cloak is not keeping her warm at all. She is freezing to death. Just then, Frostbone closes in on the three of them, and Alia quickly yells a warning. "Watch out, the enemy is right behind us." Suddenly, Frostbone appears right beneath them, thrusting a massive ice spike upward. The massive ice spike thrusts right towards Ziling, causing the others to scream her name in panic as she barely dodges. She lands safely and tells them not to worry. She bites down on her sword, charging at Frostbone to attack them. The enemy just smiles, showing absolutely no fear at all before instantly teleporting right behind her with a sinister whisper. "You are clearly human, yet your body has a scent that feels so familiar." She wears a highly mysterious grin. "Could you be connected to that special entity the Origin is looking for?" Suddenly, she teleports behind her once again. Smiling wickedly, she threatens to take her head back for interrogation. Angered, Ling snaps back, telling her to try. She slashes fiercely, but the enemy easily dodges her blade and slides back across the ice to gain some distance. But Gan Ling immediately strikes with her abilities, angrily rushing forward with her sword to defend her friends from harm. Frostbone easily dodges the strike, turning her attention directly to Gan Ling, praising her bravery with a cold, mocking laugh. Alia quickly steps in, raising her fist and shouting at the enemy to focus on her instead of her companion. She swings a decisive punch at the bastard. Right after, intense flames erupt as Alia uses her fire powers to attack. The flames engulf the ice armor as she stands her ground, while Gan Ling watches the clash with deep worry. Alia clicks her tongue in frustration, looking at the ice statue she just hit, completely furious at the result. She is shocked that even a sneak attack missed her. Lord-level opponents are indeed incredibly difficult to deal with. Ziling leaps down to call for Alia. Alia quickly warns her to stay alert because the enemy is still hovering above. Gan Ling points out that the ice is harder than steel, yet the enemy can move freely inside it. It takes too long to force an explosion, making it impossible to hit her. Alia carefully examines the surrounding ice. Even if they somehow manage to melt this thick layer of ice, the enemy will just freeze it right back. Alia realizes that if this keeps up, they will freeze to death. The three of them stare helplessly at the ice. Sensing danger, Ziling notes that despite the thick freezing fog, she can still hear sounds of battle nearby. She looks toward the source of the noise, hoping that their allies are fighting their way through to help them. She believes Jiang Si and the others will arrive to support them soon, but Ganling just slams her staff down. With a frustrated sigh, she asks what Jiang Si can even do here against a formidable lord of the Death Land. These lords possess fragments of the primordial origin energy, making them supreme beings that rule over all other zombies. With a heavy heart, she warns that no matter how powerful Jiang Si is, he stands no chance against them. No matter how strong he is, he cannot match a lord due to the absolute suppression of their natural tears. Ziling remembers his destructive power. She admits she does not know what absolute tear suppression means, but it excludes him. That definitely does not apply to Jiang Si. Besides, an enemy who only knows how to hide stands no chance anyway. Suddenly, the three of them sense a strange movement nearby. Alia quickly turns back to warn the others in panic. "Watch out below," she warns. Instantly, ice freezes Ganling's leg as Frostbone emerges from the ground to grab her. She laughs mockingly, calling the girl a useless toy and telling the others to prepare to clean up her corpse. Furious, Ziling charges forward, slashing her sword, force the enemy back and make her pay for the threat. The monster sneers, telling her to try and save this useless child. Ziling curses while Ganling cries out hopelessly. She desperately calls for her sister, but suddenly Alia appears right behind the enemy, catching her completely off guard. Telling the monster to shut her mouth, Alia unleashes intense flames directly into her face, defending her precious friend's honor. She channels a massive swirling spiral of fire, shouting that the young girl is her most important companion of all. Tell her to get her filthy hands off. The frost slowly fades away and Ziling lands safely before quickly turning. She looks up and asks if they are okay, but then she completely freezes as she sees them walking over. Elia starts to speak and Ganning happily chimes in that they are fine, though she looks worriedly at Elia. Stunned by this, Ziling leaps right down and runs over to Elia, desperately asking how she got hurt so badly. Panicking, she asks if Elia can hold on since backup is coming, especially since they just captured the enemy. Elia explains that the enemy must have made her move when Ziling struck, sending Ganning instantly bursting into tears of deep regret. Calling herself useless, Ganning apologizes, but Elia gently reaches out to wipe away the tears falling down her face. Elia smiles warmly, calling her a silly girl and explaining that nobody could have predicted the enemy's sudden ambush. Besides, if she had captured her sister, wouldn't they have risked their lives too? She only did what they would do, so there is no need for self-blame. Touched by these words, Gan Ning softly calls out her companion's name. Suddenly, Zilang senses that something is incredibly wrong and quickly raises her eyes toward the ceiling as frost starts falling. Huge shards of ice crash down as the enemy laughs, mocking them for surviving her initial strike. Cackling, the enemy gloats about turning all the underground water in the city into solid ice just for them. She asks if they like her special gift, leaving Zilang completely panicked as she realizes the danger. With ice enclosing them, the villain laughs, telling them to slowly savor the agony inside this beautiful cage. The mere thought of it thrills her as she swoops down with a twisted, chilling grin on her face. Screaming at them to embrace despair, she hurls massive ice blocks right at the group. Zilang draws her sword. Yelling out a defiant challenge, Zilang charges forward while ordering Gan Ning to protect the wounded Elia at all costs. Gan Ning nods and Zilang rushes ahead, slicing the massive blocks of ice into 100 tiny pieces. The enemy chuckles, noting that Zilang's power is fascinating and she clearly carries the source their master wants. Unleashing another freezing wave, she declares she will take Zilang's brain, pushing her back with relentless ice attacks. Zilang is slammed hard against a solid wall of ice, frustrated that she cannot even get close to her opponent. As Ganding checks on her anxiously, Zilang assures her she is fine and tells them to stay alert. Staring up at the enemy, she wonders if she must force open her second zombie form for a single strike. But doing so means she will completely lose all ability to move afterward. It is an incredibly risky gamble. Making her decision, she urges the other two to find cover, saying they only need to hold out until Jiang Si arrives. Elia is surprised by this, asking if Zilang truly trusts Jiang Si enough to place their lives in his hands. Then she slowly pulls a sharp shard of ice from her own body, gritting her teeth against the pain. She admits that she also believes Wang Zikai and the Prophet Society will eventually come to rescue them. As Ganning calls her name in worry, Elia explains that this is exactly why she refuses to hide. She is determined to fight with everything she has to seize a victory as a fiery power begins to surge. She declares that fighting back is the only way to prove herself worthy of the trust they place in her. Standing before Zilang, she asks if trust is supposed to be a mutual bond rather than one-way dependence. Stunned, Zilang reflects on the word dependence, thinking back to everything that has happened between her and Jiang Si. When did she start relying so heavily on him, and is she even the same person she used to be? Flashback to Zilang as a child sitting blankly on a hospital bed with heavy bandages and a completely soulless gaze. A phone rings loudly in the hallway as whispers drift in from the outside about the little girl inside. Rumors say she actually used a kitchen knife to hack away her own zombie-bitten leg piece by piece. An 18-year-old Dr. Ji Ming quietly listens to the gossip before heading straight toward the academy rescue point. Word is the ones who bit her were none other than her own parents who had already turned into zombies. Hearing these tragic whispers, Zilang shows no emotion as Ji Ming approaches and asks if she wants his new mechanical leg. He warns her that attaching the prototype requires separating each nerve and running electrical currents directly through them. Before he can even finish his sentence, she cuts him off flatly, stating that she accepts the terms. Tears streaming down her face, she grits her teeth and screams that she needs power to make all zombies disappear. Witnessing her younger rage-filled self, the present-day Zilang suddenly realizes just how far she has drifted. She frowns, realizing this is who she was at the very beginning. Ziling recalls every painful moment of her past, losing everything to zombies, enduring agonizing pain, and risking her life to grow stronger, all to prevent that tragedy from happening again. Her eyes fill with sadness. Is this the reason she can neither use Jiang Si's power nor awaken her own ability? Suddenly, a girl steps out. She tells her that is exactly it. Her heart is overflowing with pure hatred for zombies. Ziling flinches at the familiar voice. This girl is her own inner self, wearing a dark and ominous expression. She cannot lie to her own heart. Meanwhile, back in the fierce battle, the enemy is completely numbed by Li Ye's strike. Li Ye raises a furious fist. She misses another decoy. Damn it, she mutters as her feet hit the ground. She quickly asks if Ganling is all right. Clinging to a tree in terrible shape, Ganling mutters that she is fine. Looking up, the girl says that elusive enemy is everywhere, wishing the prophet were here. Li Ya turns to warn Ziling. Li Ya orders her to protect Ganling. She will force the enemy out. But Ziling just stares blankly, utterly silent. She stares upward, leaving Li Ya completely baffled. Why are you zoning out? Suddenly she asks, but Ziling stands frozen like a statue. She remains motionless as a strange rumbling sound echoes from the ground. Ganling immediately screams for her to watch her feet. Li Ye screams for her to dodge. But it is too late. A massive block of ice quickly impales her, causing everyone to scream. The rising ice spire keeps growing longer, lifting Ziling high into the air. Her heart is ripped away. The enemy grips the bloody organ, gloating over how easy it was to win. She mocks her. The cold and fear have paralyzed her completely. Next, she plans to claim the corpse. She claims the survivors will freeze forever. Hearing those arrogant words, Li Ya flies into an absolute rage. She punches hard, but the enemy vanishes into thin air. Damn it, Li Ya barks, turning to Ganling. She tells her to bring Ziling down and assist her because she is going to murder that slippery bastard. Meanwhile, the enemy is fleeing with a swollen face, cursing herself for getting hit despite dodging most of the damage. She realizes she must control her emotions better in battle. Over on the ice, Ziling lies completely lifeless. Ganling desperately yells that she is coming to get her. Inside her fading mind, Ziling thinks it is just a minor wound. She just needs to turn into a zombie. But her dark inner self manifests behind her, calling her efforts entirely useless. She points out the massive hatred consuming her heart, meaning she can no longer tap into Jiang Si's power at all. With a sinister smile, the entity claims only they can save her now, as her inner consciousness begins to twist violently. The entity morphs, manipulating her mind to merge. It whispers for her to surrender her body so they can seek revenge. They want to make the whole world suffer the exact same pain. Ziling frowns as a sudden realization hits her. She realizes they are the spirits of millions slaughtered by Vero, now condensed inside that eerie moon of 1,000 faces. They willingly serve their own killer, Vero, and now they are constantly trying to mess with her head mid-combat. The grotesque entity continues to manipulate her, claiming they had no choice because the mighty Lord Vero was just too powerful. Their entire civilization could not stand against him, so submitting to supreme power was only natural. Is she not doing the same? It mocks her for relying on her enemy Jiang Si for strength, slowly merging into her body with wicked delight. Without Jiang Si, a mere zombie king could easily crush her. It tells her to accept their collective spiritual power instead. She needs to become their willing puppet to exact revenge. With those final words, the entity fuses deep into Ziling. Down below, a massive pillar of fire erupts out of nowhere. Ganling can only watch the intense flames in complete awe. As the surrounding ice melts, Ganling cheers for Li Ya. The confident enemy laughs mockingly, asking if she is burning her own flesh. She warns that Li Ya will turn to ash before the ice even melts. Li Ya screams back for her to shut up. The ice beneath them begins to crack and crumble. Sensing a sudden violent surge of spiritual energy, Ganling panics. She looks up at Ziling in shock. Even the enemy senses this terrifying aura radiating from the impaled girl. The ice-piercing Ziling suddenly shatters. A monstrous third eye opens on her forehead, freezing the falling icicles midair. This newfound power locks everything in absolute stasis. Gently, Ziling steps onto a suspended piece of ice. She glides across the floating shards effortlessly. Observing her surroundings, she realizes this is the ultimate mental ability, born from the collective consciousness of millions of souls. Ziling's eyes glow crimson as she speaks coldly. While it lacks Vero's sun-shattering destructive force, she calmly notes that this eerie power perfectly fits her style. Squeezed tightly in her hand, the entity shrieks in disbelief, unable to comprehend how she completely tamed its power. How can her body resist our mental control? The question echoes as Ziling squeezes her grip even tighter. Speaking of that, I actually have to thank you for this, she thinks silently. Thank your lingering spirits for driving a wedge and waking me up. It made her remember her original resolve to fight. Memories flood back. She does not kill zombies for revenge, but rather to stop similar tragedies from ever happening again. She and Jiang Si are comrades, sharing a dream, and her trust in him was never about his raw power, it was always his pure kindness. Right at that moment, her third eye snaps open and unleashes massive power. For a man like him, no matter what he has become, she will gladly accept his power. With Jiang Si's genes surging through her veins, she instantly unlocks her second form. The gaping wound on Ziling's stomach rapidly heals. Her newly enhanced zombie physiology easily overrides the mental power of those annoying, lingering spirits. In her fury, she unleashes her ultimate technique, the mind-death moontime leap, crushing her target into bloody mist. They only deserve to bow to his power. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black and Ziling stands tall on the drifting ice. Below her, the stunned zombie queen stares up in absolute disbelief. This is not the innocent girl from before. A crimson third eye has opened on her forehead, cold and menacing. A violent white shockwave erupts from her entire body, making the queen gasp out in horror. What is this? It feels like she has become an entirely different person. Cold sweat drips down the queen's face as she mutters, "Things are bad, should I run?" But before she can make a move, a lightning-fast flash rips across her. Her eyes widen in sheer terror as her arm is severed clean off, flying through the air. Only now does she react, watching her own limb fly away. She wonders, did I just get attacked? That speed was simply insane. She panics, wondering when the attack even landed. Can we blame her? Watching this display, Gan Ning is absolutely thrilled, unable to hide her excitement as she asks if Ziling awakened a super speed ability, just like Wang Zikai. Standing beside her, Alia disagrees. With a serious expression, she points out that there is no wind resistance being torn apart. It is a power far beyond simple godspeed. This leaves Gan Ning stunned. What is she really that powerful? Meanwhile, the queen grits her teeth and freezes her bleeding wound, screaming in sheer fury at the sheer disrespect. You are only a bit faster, she shrieks, but in my domain that is completely useless. She unleashes her full domain power, summoning an absolute blizzard storm. Instantly, thousands of razor-sharp ice spears fly directly at Ziling. But she remains unfazed, her expression completely cold as she scoffs at the meaningless attack. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes. Freeze. As countless ice shards rush at her at dizzying speeds, Ziling slowly drags her gangly sword forward step by step. Her long hair flutters in the wind, her icy gaze halting the shards in their tracks. Not a single piece can touch her as her body flickers forward, stopping right before the queen. The queen gapes, in absolute shock. With the sharp sword tip pointed directly at her throat, she cannot even utter a single word. A clean, swift slash effortlessly cuts her body into pieces, leaving her severed limbs scattered across the icy floor she built. With a fading sliver of consciousness, her empty eyes wonder how this is possible. How could she have been cut? Ziling, looking incredibly badass, points her blade at her head, making the queen shriek in terror. She quietly commands her to kneel, calling her a weakling. With a few elegant slashes, she shatters the barrier above, leaving the queen completely dumbfounded. What, she gasps. Seeing this, Gan Ning cheers out in excitement once again. The barrier is completely shredded, she shouts, "Did Sister Ziling do that?" Alia's eyes shine with absolute admiration. Dust rises as ice shards fly past Ziling's face. Her eyes are filled with a quiet anticipation as she wonders if Jiang Si is watching, realizing she has successfully mastered her mental power. Sure enough, a gaze is watching her. From a distance, looking over a pile of frozen ruins, is none other than the young man himself, Jiang Si. Resting his chin on his hand, he notes that it seems he does not need to help anymore. But way above his shoulders is a massive building he is casually holding up. He innocently asks if everyone agrees. Beneath him, countless terrified people cling to his legs, pleading with him to please put the building down. A white-haired guy is crying his eyes out, begging him not to smash it. Jiang Si suddenly remembers and asks where the prophet is. Someone replies that Jiang Si kicked him far away at the very beginning. The ruined city remains quiet under a lingering purple mist. With the queen finally defeated, a sense of peace returns. A young runner rushes over to tell everyone to rest up because the rescue team is arriving soon. Hearing this, they all, breathing a sigh of relief, they can finally rest. Cam Lin looks at Alia with worry, but before the little girl can finish speaking, she cuts in. Cuts in with a bright smile, telling Cam Lin not to worry because she is totally fine. Nearby, Ziling stands beside Jiang Si, looking toward Retta. Retta is being corrupted, shrouded in a purple zombie aura with eerie red eyes. Ziling lowers her voice, leaning close to Jiang Si's ear to ask if Retta the Lightning Tower really just became a zombie. Isn't her zombie form supposed to be a cute, adorable little puppy? Meanwhile, Retta is absolutely shocked by her terrifying new appearance. Watching this, Jiang Si slowly opens his martial arts manual and answers her. He explains that Retta is still alive, just infected with the zombie gene. It is actually pretty similar to Ziling's own zombie form. Ziling nods in understanding, whispering is that so. While he explains further, he adds that, to normal humans, she is already a monster. Returning to the association is bound to bring a whole mess of trouble. Getting humans and zombies to trust each other is just too difficult. Retta finally snaps out of it, turning to the rescued citizens. She asks if they are all right. A woman with a dirt-stained face holding a young child coughs violently and tries to reply. Coughing, she says they are fine, but as she looks up, her eyes widen in sheer terror. There stands Retta with one ruptured eye, blood streaming down her beautiful face. Retta continues kindly, saying she is just glad they are safe. She asks if they need any help or supplies, but before she can finish, the woman's face turns completely pale. She grabs her child and flees, yelling that they do not need anything and telling Retta not to follow them. All this time, Retta is still radiating a cold, dark purple magic. As she watches them run, the little boy looks back and asks his mother why they aren't thanking the nice lady who saved them. Shushing him coldly, the mother tells him to shut his mouth. Her next words are brutally cruel. She warns him that even if she saved them now, she could turn wild any second. They have all heard stories of survivors being slaughtered. Urging her son to move faster, she says staying far away is safest. Overhearing this, Retta bows her head in deep sorrow. It's honestly heartbreaking to watch. Nearby, Ziling frowns at the harsh words. She scoffs, saying that no matter what those ungrateful people think, she will always trust Jiang Si and his squad. Jiang Si asks what brought that up. Ziling recalls her battle with the zombie queen when her own secondary mutation occurred. Back then, she could feel her personality shifting drastically. Her face had darkened into a wicked, arrogant expression. She had demanded her enemy bow down, throwing ruthless insults and calling her a weakling who only deserved to crawl. The queen could only grit her teeth in helpless rage. Remembering that embarrassing moment, now Ziling cringes with shame. She admits she spouted a lot of edgy, childish nonsense back then, her cheeks flushing bright red. Placing her hand over her heart, she says that despite those wild personality swings, her true core remained completely untouched. She was still herself through and through. Pointing a finger at him, she encourages Jiang Si, believing he is the same. No matter what he turns into, he will always be the same guy she knows. Jiang Si listens to her cheesy speech, totally dumbfounded. Ziling raises an eyebrow, asking what is wrong and why he is staring at her like that. He quickly shakes his head, explaining that he just remembered something important. Snapping into serious mode, he details that since she could not undergo further zombification, they had to enter this memory world to unlock her latent powers. Her face goes pale, sweat dripping as she refuses, joking that even a dog wouldn't learn this. Yet as Jiang Si notes, she successfully used zombification to master her mental energy. Clenching his fist, Jiang Si suggests they put it to the test. Since her training succeeded, he challenges her to a mock battle, assuring her they do not have to worry about breaking anything. Ziling instantly panics, frantically waving her hands to decline, insisting everything is already resolved and there is no need. As their banter gets lively, Jiang Si keeps teasingly nudging her, asking if she is really not curious about his true limits. But Ziling remains absolutely firm, shaking her head. Nearby, the zombie queen, whose severed head still retains consciousness, is completely speechless, watching their playful bickering. Just then, a guy wearing a dog hat walks up to the queen. He asks if she is still alive, making the queen explode in rage. She calls him a disgrace for surrendering to humans. She warns him that the Lord of Origin will make him pay. He just snorts coldly, choosing to explain his side. Sweating bullets, he tells her she understands nothing. If he had dared to resist, he would have ended up like Mo Ren, crushed under the sheer pressure of that terrifying lord. In the distance, a robot finishes its task and gives a farewell salute. Hearing this, the queen's jaw drops in horror. She stammers, asking how anyone could just casually wipe out entire hordes of zombies. The dog hat guy glances over at Jiang Si and Ziling, asking if she finally understands, even if his form is different. Meanwhile, the chaotic duo pays no attention, continuing to playfully bicker and challenge each other without a single care. He is absolutely sure that Jiang Si, the one living among humans, is the root cause of all the zombies. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is just laughing his head off while Wu Zi chases Ziling, who screams out in absolute panic. She begs their supreme lord to stop, and that is when the zombie queen finally puts two and two together. Their master ordered them here just to get beat up. She asks if that is really it, but he hushes her. Sheesh, do not ask, everything their lord does has a deeper meaning. Just then, Ziling suddenly spins around in confusion. Jiang Si lazily stretches his arms and casually suggests that since everything is wrapped up, they might as well head back. He just wants to get a good night of sleep, but she asks what will happen to Moki and Alia. His voice echoes through the forest as he recalls how they fought back together after defending the border base. They successfully destroyed the source of the zombie tide, but Jiang Si cannot seem to remember what happened after that. As everyone stares at him, he suddenly clutches his head and grinds his teeth, desperately struggling to recall the memory. He wonders why he is blocking it out, realizing there is a massive blank space in his mind. His head throbs in pain and his face darkens as he mutters about how they defeated the prime source. But that source could not be killed, so what did he do next? His head is itching like crazy now. Suddenly, it hits him and he gasps out that he actually devoured the source and sealed it inside his memories. He chose amnesia to keep it locked away. Ziling watches him in absolute terror and calls out his name. Jiang Si grits his teeth, muttering that as long as he never remembers, the source can never be reborn. But as he looks down at his hands, a highly eerie green energy starts erupting from his entire body. He screams that the seal is breaking. Meanwhile, we shift to the center of the Forbidden Dead Zone. It is a wasteland crawling with deadly zombie tides and ruled by the powerful lord of this dead zone itself. This bizarre winged beast has a single glowing red eye in the center, silently staring down at the ground. Any intruder is instantly obliterated and right now is staring at a tiny group of trespassers below. Leading this group of strange green-skinned zombies is a massive brute wearing a bright red cap on his head. The incredibly muscular guide raises a tiny flag in his hand, turning back to address his green-skinned followers. He acts just like a tour guide, announcing that they are currently entering a thousands of years old forbidden zone. He warns them to stay close and not get lost, and the crowd loudly shouts back their agreement. The zombies gossip about how massive the monsters are, while a red-haired girl named Xiao Xiao stands there completely speechless. She compares the real zombies to her friend's disguise and snaps at him in total frustration. Disguising themselves as zombies was a decent plan, but his highly ridiculous style completely ruins their entire cover. She points at the bright green-haired girl next to them, complaining about how many humans are mixed into this crowd. That girl is actually live-streaming the whole thing confidently, telling her audience that the situation is incredibly tense. Her companion flashes a thumbs up, declaring that in this crazy zombie era, absolute strength is all that matters. She can only grit her teeth in total annoyance. This massive red-hatted zombie guide is actually her close companion. The big guy laughs and explains that battles between supreme zombie kings are strictly one-on-one. With Agao's insane level of strength, he can pretty much do whatever he wants without any fear. None of the other zombie lords would ever dare to question him. Meanwhile, Agao is busy right now. He is literally standing on a giant three-eyed monster, casually telling it to stop being so stubborn. He clears his throat and aggressively declares that they are all going to be working together from now on. He tells the beast that its minions and territory now belong to him. Talk about a ruthless, hostile takeover. Agu looks down, waiting for an answer, but the giant beast remains completely silent under his heavy boot. Annoyed, he stomps its head even harder and coldly tells it not to make him repeat himself. The creature whines in pain and quickly agrees, making Ago smile and warn it to answer faster next time. The poor monster quickly screams yes, while the tall guy casually takes photos of the violent beating. He explains to Xiao Xiao that this is just the standard law of the zombie tide, so no one will complain. Xiao Xiao can only stammer in agreement as Captain Tai Jia joins in to discuss the global zombie rules. He mentions how he originally thought they were setting up some sort of grand international code of conduct. Only the big man could pull off a stunt like this. So is this source he is talking about really that insanely powerful? Right, the big man nods, saying it is an absolute certainty. Frowning, he seriously recounts a past battle where the king was almost assassinated. That clash with the source is burned into his memory. As the big man recalls the ruins of that day, he slowly begins his tale. Back then, the great king and his allies ventured deep into the Dead Lands, taking down every single lord in their path. Finally, they challenged the source itself. A hooded zombie rushed forward to strike, but the Dark Lord only laughed like a madman. Through the big man's vivid storytelling, the past comes alive. During that clash, the great king was completely overwhelmed. His allies had to put their lives on the line just to buy him enough time to regenerate and heal up. Pushing past their limits, those loyal friends unleashed everything, summoning a massive blood pillar wrapped in violent crackling lightning. The devastating blast sent the Dark Lord flying, slamming him hard into the ground before he could even react. Seizing that brief window, the Great King returned to the battlefield stronger than ever, his power absolutely exploding. He launched a massive punch that sent the Lord crashing away, constantly regenerating and throwing himself back into the fray. Step by step, the king evolved into an incredibly powerful form, clashing with the monster for 7 relentless days. Their battle completely erased the Dead Lands from the map. By the end, the Great King was severely wounded. He did not even have the energy left to regenerate a razor-thin victory. Hearing this, Captain Iron Armor can't help but marvel. That sounds way more terrifying than the giant mechanical weapon created by the ancients, the one the big guy mentioned. Xiao Xiao's face goes completely pale. She frantically asks if that means the big man finally reduced the source to ashes. The big man immediately shakes his head. Not even close, he says, explaining that the source can never be truly destroyed. The Great King knew this, so he brought it here himself. Taking a deep breath, Captain Iron Armor nervously asks where. Xiao Xiao holds her breath waiting. After a tense pause, the big man slowly points both hands toward the sky. He mimics Jiang Si's usual playful smirk cheerfully, announcing that he completely forgot because it was so long ago. That is apparently what the king said, making Xiao Xiao scream in sheer frustration. How could anyone forget something that important? Just then, a strange footsteps onto the rocky ground. Let's look at this. The entire cavern begins to violently shake. Captain Iron Armor and Xiao Xiao panic, wondering what's happening. Suddenly, a cold, mocking laugh echoes from right above them. The voice sneers that of course the big man doesn't remember. How could he ever dare to remember me? Below, the group descends into absolute chaos, shouting in terror and asking where that voice is even coming from. The arrogant voice echoes through the space, declaring that he is the most terrifying memory the big man possesses. Right on cue, the ground splits open. Crimson streams of blood erupt from the cracks alongside a wild, maniacal laugh. The earth beneath Xiao Xiao's team completely shatters. Terrified, she screams out completely, lost as to what is happening. She watches in absolute horror as thick, sticky blood starts binding massive boulders together, shaping a giant figure in the sky. Stunned, she stammers out, trying to comprehend what that thing is as the blood and stone mold into a massive beast. The monster laughs in triumph, boasting that Jiang Si could never destroy him, so he used his own mind to lock him away, sealing him inside this memory world. The beast gloats, explaining that the moment Jiang Si remembers him, he is reborn. Overhearing this, Jiang Si actually lets out a laugh before gritting his teeth, his tone turning incredibly sharp. He mutters that forcing this body to transform is exactly what he would expect from a monster like that. Staring at the massive beast in the distance, he sighs that they are in deep trouble. Tu Lang looks up worriedly, asking if he's okay. She asks if he knows what that thing is. Jiang Si stares at the swirling crimson aura floating in front of the stone monster. He heavily explains that this stone giant is just that guy's twisted hobby. The truly difficult part is only starting now. Sweat drips down Jiang Si's face as he suddenly calls out Tu Lang's name. Frowning, she asks what he needs. Jiang Si tells her it is actually very simple. She needs to run as fast as possible as far as she can go. While black and red blood streaks condense into a sinister shadow in the sky, Tu Lang is left completely bewildered. She asks what he could possibly mean by that, even as more crimson streaks erupt from the monster's head. Realizing the immense danger, Jiang Si urgently yells that there is no time to explain, they all just need to get away. Tu Lang immediately nods, promising to trust his judgment, while those ominous crimson streams merge to form a dark, shadowy figure. The phantom features glowing red eyes and a menacing grin. Screeching, the shadow shoots straight out of the monster's mouth. It flies forward with a manic laugh, declaring that it won't be using that giant body just to play around this time. Let us get straight to the point. Jiang Si waves his hand, shouting in absolute panic for her to get out of there right now. Before he can even finish, a massive blast of raw power slams directly into him, leaving Ziling completely frozen in shock. Her eyes widen as she watches Jiang Si get blown far away, screaming his name, but it does not stop there. He is launched high up, straight into the sky. The dark shadow chases Jiang Si relentlessly while he loudly mocks it. A furious high-speed chase begins. They tear right through Earth atmosphere, moving so incredibly fast that they leave nothing but blur lines. Ziling looks up. Stunned, she realizes this is no mere memory. Jiang Si actually sealed that monster inside his own mind. Wang Zikai stares in pure horror. He gasps that this terrifying force is the origin itself. Nearby, the pink-haired girl can only cry out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Si gathers his strength, launching himself completely out of Earth atmosphere. But the dark shadow of the origin is right on his heels. Looking down, he curses under his breath. Damn it, they are still too close. This distance is still incredibly dangerous for everyone below. Taking advantage of his split-second distraction, the origin catches up, grabbing his wrist in a crushing grip while laughing in his face. It mocks him, asking if he really has time to worry about others. Suddenly, violent torrents of dark crimson energy begin to erupt. The red energy forces its way into his mouth and eyes. The origin spits out in pure hatred, asking how he dared trap it. To be locked inside his memories is an insult. Jiang Si gasps for air, realizing things have gone completely south as crimson threads invade. They force their way down his throat, digging deep into his veins and limbs as he screams out in pure agony. The dark force is winning. The dark shadow of the origin laughs in triumph, declaring that once it breaks free, his entire mind will belong to it. It is a sickening sight. Jiang Si thrashes in agony desperately, clawing at the black threads and blood veins binding his body. Screams of pure agony echo through space, but he is completely overpowered as the crimson vessels grow thicker and stronger. They plunge straight into his chest. The origin sneers, mocking him that this battle has already dragged on for thousands of years. The dark veins sink deeper into his flesh, carving strange ancient markings that begin to spread across his skin. A dark, jagged collar manifests tightly around his neck, and a twisted, maniacal laugh starts to echo from his very throat. His physical form begins to warp. His once black hair turns a deep purple, and his eyes glow with a bloodthirsty red. Demonic sigils cover his skin as the origin, now completely taking over his body, sweeps back its hair and laughs. In the end, victory belongs to me. Possessing Jiang Si, the origin floats silently high in the sky, long hair blowing. His face is completely hidden in the shadows. He stands surrounded by violent crackles of lightning and residual energy. Floating high above, the origin casts a chilling cold gaze down at the tiny defenseless mortals below. Alia looks up, totally confused, wondering if the battle is over, and if Jiang Si somehow managed to win. Wang Zikai watches closely, completely doubtful as he notes that Jiang Si has taken on an entirely unfamiliar, terrifying form. It feels absolutely menacing. Ziling stares in absolute horror, her face pale as she tries to comprehend the situation. She admits she has never seen this state before. This dark aura is completely different from his usual destructive form. It is wild and primitive. A terrifying thought flashes through Ziling's mind as she looks at that chilling grin. This energy feels like pure death itself. Up above, the origin casually slips his hands into his pockets. Leaning forward, he mockingly greets them, laughing maniacally as he asks if these are indeed all familiar faces. He gestures casually like an old friend, dropping by pointing out how rare it is for everyone to gather like this. He grins like a madman, adding that since he did not prepare a gift, he will have to improvise. He hopes they do not mind this little present. He snaps his fingers. Below the glasses, wearing youth activates his power. Blue spiritual energy surges violently from his glasses, but suddenly fresh blood pours from his eyes, triggering a terrible premonition. Realizing something is terribly wrong, he screams out in pure panic, warning them that this person is not Jiang Si. He yells for them to run, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. But it is already far too late. The origin raises his hand and lets out a sharp snap of his fingers, releasing a devastating wave of energy. That simple gesture completely pulverizes the surrounding landscape, sending shockwaves of pure, unstoppable destruction miles in every direction. Wang Zikai turns pale, gasping in complete disbelief. Just a snap of his fingers did this. Alia and Wang Zikai struggle to escape. They take to the sky to look down. The terrifying blast has left a massive gaping fissure ripping through the earth. The canyon-sized tear stretches as far as the eye can see, even shattering their fortress. The glasses, wearing youth, stares. He stammers that the strongest human fortress at the border is about to be wiped out. The green-haired girl freezes. She goes completely pale, whispering in dread. Suddenly, the origin looks down at his new hand, speaking with casual interest. Under his pale skin, bizarre veins boil and writhe like crazy, dripping with a strange, slimy black liquid. He calmly praises his host, marveling that he still cannot fully take over, proving what humans are truly capable of. Origin clenches his fist tightly, instantly absorbing the dark ooze back into his arm as it slowly returns to normal. He mockingly taunts his opponent. Do not resist so fiercely, he will not do anything truly bad. Laughing insanely, he declares his only plan is to destroy this memory-built world and head to reality. Right at that very moment, Ziling suddenly materialized behind his back, her entire body shaking with pure, unbridled fury. She opens her third eye, screaming at him to return Jiang Si's body, but Origin does not even flinch. Instead, he grins widely and mockingly yells that he will return it, eventually easily dodging her aggressive incoming strike. He continues to play around casually, telling her to wait a bit because he still has some unfinished business. With a shameless grin, he laughs out loud, adding that she only needs to wait about 1 trillion years. And guess what? Alia has already snuck up behind him, clutching 2 massive bolts of golden lightning in her hands. Wang Zikai charges ahead at maximum speed. Fighting a boss even Jiang Si could not defeat is just absurd. Alia rushes in alongside him, screaming that this guy is far too dangerous, and they absolutely must stop him here. Origin slowly casts a cold glance over his shoulder, calmly asking if they are Jiang Si's old squad. With a tiny sidestep, he effortlessly dodges Wang Zikai's high-speed assault, making his absolute speed look like a joke. Laughing in delight, he raises his hand to snap his fingers while shouting for them to entertain his grand rebirth. Seeing this, Alia panics, desperately wondering what Wang Zikai is doing and why none of his attacks are landing. She rapidly hurls her giant lightning bolts, screaming for them to strike, but his devastating snap clashes directly with them. Alia freezes in utter shock, watching her powerful lightning struggle desperately to hold its ground against his sheer might. Gritting her teeth, she growls. His speed is unreal, there is no way to dodge. Just as the golden lightning is deflected right back at her, a dark shadow suddenly snatches her away. The savior yells at her to snap out of it and run right before the entire rocky cliffside explodes. The black-haired girl holds Alia as they cough violently in the thick dust. Origin only grows more amused by this. He loudly commends their survival skills, casually offering to treat them to another round of his deadly blasts. Seizing the distraction, Wang Zikai blindsides him from behind. Origin just sneers, completely unfazed by the sudden strike. The wicked entity mocks him as a sneaky little brat while effortlessly dodging Wang Zikai's full-force kick. He openly mocks him for always relying on cheap backstabs instead of fighting head-on like a real warrior. Refusing to back down, Wang Zikai unleashes his absolute speed, aiming a brutal kick right at his face. He yells that as long as it gets him killed, there is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Origin is startled. He wonders if this kid is actually faster since that kick almost connected. He narrows his eyes, realizing something is off. His gaze locks onto the spectacled boy below. Confirming his target, he watches the spectacled boy nervously adjust his glasses and transmit strategic battle coordinates. He tells Wang Zikai to aim 35 degrees upper left, then follow up with a back right spin kick. This tactical coordinate prediction only excites Origin further, prompting him to praise their clever teamwork. He commends their desperate efforts before leaping high into the air, brutally clamping his toes onto the speedster's collar. Pinning Wang Zikai down, Origin sneeringly dismisses their coordinate tricks as mere struggles of the weak. He declares an end to this game. Wang Zikai gasps in shock, but Origin delivers a devastating kick. The impact violently slams Wang Zikai deep into the ground, completely shattering the rocky earth beneath him. His eyes instantly roll back in unconsciousness as Origin mercilessly grinds a heavy foot right into his face. He looks down with disdain, muttering that killing an illusion built of memories is not satisfying at all. But a split second later, his grin returns. Sensing an attack, he shifts his weight instantly. He reaches back to grab Ziling's throat as she lunges, ignoring a blue shard shattering against his head. Origin happily remarks that she seems to be the real deal. Ziling's right eye suddenly reverts to normal. She grits her teeth in shock, realizing Ziyue was forcefully torn away. Origin firmly grabs her blade. He asks if she is Jiang Si's upgraded little toy, tightening his grip on her throat as she gasps. Blood. Alia is out cold and the black-haired girl is too badly injured to move. Wang Zikai is barely breathing. The spectacled boy is bleeding profusely, murmuring in a daze, "Is this really what happens when you directly cross Jiang Si? There is absolutely no hope of winning." Just then, a sudden scream rings out instantly, shattering this heavy, hopeless atmosphere of despair. "Let go of Ziling, you bastard." Origin throws the girl down onto the ground, excitedly yelling out, "Aya, I missed you." He looks at Gan Ning, who is gritting her teeth through tears, pouring all her power into her magic sphere. He calmly asks her if you had enough preparation time, you would be the most destructive one, right? Back then, they all risked their lives just to buy you a single chance to strike. Origin tilts his head upwards, acting like he is granting a grand favor. "So now I will give you that chance. Want to try? Maybe you can actually kill me." Gan Ning slams her staff down, fueling it with magic, naively believing his words, and shouting out, "You said it, no playing dirty." She screams in frustration that devastating blast that destroyed his main base. "I can do it too." Instantly, her staff erupts with an immense surge of raw energy, shaking the very earth. Origin is not even scared, just murmuring in genuine surprise. Gan Ning's glowing staff has created a massive blue magic sphere in midair, making him grin with wild excitement. "Very nice, you really do not disappoint me, kid." Gan Ning raises her hands, channeling everything into the sphere, screaming that this strike will absolutely work and save them. She grips her staff, tightly swings it with all her might, and hurls the giant ball of energy forward. She grunts to save everyone. Watch this. As the attack rushes at him, Origin just shoves his hands in his pockets without moving a single inch, calmly muttering, "Not bad. You have some spirit." But as the sphere gets inches from his face, he reaches out, laughing maniacally with an arrogant sneer. "Is this all you got? Can you hit any harder?" Back in the day, cruel, mocking voices echoed out, "You damn monster, if you cannot control your power, why don't you just die? Why waste food here?" Seriously, not only wasting food, she ruins everything. "Yeah, last time she literally blew up the wall of my room. What you freak trying to kill me now? I have put up with you for way too long." A gang of boys corners the helpless little girl, shouting nasty insults. "It is all your stupid mother's fault for insisting on having you after a zombie bit her. She made a freak who cannot control her mind. Power. Yes, completely her fault. Absolutely, your stupid mother is to blame." The cruel, bratty kids keep pointing and mocking her, saying she does nothing but destroy things. "How do you even have the nerve to stay here? So shameless." A brown-haired boy with a dark look warns her, "If you cause any more trouble, you will be executed by the association, just like your mother." He suddenly screams, "Got it," making her cry uncontrollably. The dirty, ragged little girl clutches her teddy bear, trembling as she begs, "I am sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once. And please, can you stop insulting my mother?" Hearing that, the blonde kid sneers in disbelief. "Wow, are you serious? You think you can make demands? Do you even know what you are?" Hearing that, the little girl immediately cowers, frantically explaining, "No, no. It is not a demand, just my plea. My mother just loved me. She did not know I would have this dangerous power." But the black-haired brat suddenly barks enough. The girl freezes in terror, her face turning pale. He narrows his eyes coldly, declaring, still trying to talk back, Seems we have been way too soft on you. You two, teach her a lesson." The chubby kid and the blonde kid quickly nod. Yeah, she really needs to learn a lesson. The blonde boy grabs a nearby trash can, dumping the garbage right onto her head, yelling furiously, "Remember, you are the freak hurting everyone, so stop playing victim here." They start kicking her, shouting, "Cruelly die, you monster. Just die already. Beat her to death." The poor girl can only curl up in despair, weakly begging them to stop. She tightly clutches her teddy bear, her scarred arms trembling in fear. She desperately warns them that this is dangerous. At that exact moment, a blue magic sphere begins forming in her palms. Moving on its own, the energy blasts toward the oldest brown-haired boy, forcing him to duck. In panic, the beam slams into the wall, cracking the bricks. The three boys stare in absolute shock at the damage. His face turning pale, the blonde kid grits his teeth in fury. Charging forward, he raises his fist and screams, "You actually dare to fight back? I will beat you to death." The terrified girl cries out, "I am sorry." Heavy blows and relentless kicks rain down on the frail little girl. Cruel, endless curses echo through the air. The girl's weak voice whimpers out, saying she is sorry, she should be executed, and the association should just do it. Cam Lin remembers. She recalls her miserable childhood, cursed by an uncontrollable, massive power. From a young age, she had always been a monster who only knew how to destroy. She had wished countless times that she never possessed this awful power. Suddenly, her face begins to crack, but Cam Lin does not stop. She screams, pouring everything into her desperate attack. Even her arms are about to shatter, yet she still grips her staff tightly. If a monster like her had never been born, maybe it would have been for the best. But right now, for the first time, she desperately wishes she was just a bit stronger. Cam Lin grips her staff, screaming hoarsely. She unleashes her full mental power, ignoring her crumbling body and the tears streaming down her face. Tears pouring down. She commands her internal energy to burn her very life force as fuel for one ultimate devastating blow. The boy with glasses screams in absolute shock, calling out Cam Lin's name. But she stubbornly presses on, completely ignoring his cries, saying it's fine because only one thing matters now. Her growing magic sphere surges directly toward the source's smug, smiling face. Cam Lin yells out she must defeat him right here and now, finally ending this world's apocalyptic disaster. Staring at his hideous face, she furiously swings her staff, screaming that she will wipe that smug smile right off his face. The massive magic sphere surges forward with terrifying force, just as a weak, trembling voice echoes from the ground. It's Alia calling out Cam Lin's name from the dirt, asking if she actually suppressed him. The black-haired girl watches on with desperate hope. She asks if they can actually win. Meanwhile, Cam Lin grits her teeth, desperately holding her crumbling body together while keeping her staff raised. Yet facing this massive attack, the source doesn't even move. He simply raises a single finger and slowly speaks. He notes that her attack has gotten a bit stronger and more interesting. Grinning widely, he lifts a second finger. Arrogantly, he declares he should probably get a bit serious too. The magic sphere rapidly closes in on him, but suddenly Cam Lin's magic sphere turns completely to stone. Wearing that same savage, arrogant grin, the source blocks the massive, life-burning attack with just 2 fingers. Cam Lin stares in sheer horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. She screams out in disbelief, but the source only sneers, calmly asking if she finds this so surprising. He coldly mocks her, noting she sacrificed her own flesh and blood to fuel this single desperate attack. Leisurely standing inside her raging energy, he openly mocks her, asking if she actually believed her tiny life could ever bridge the massive gap in their strength. Her tiny, insignificant life is nothing compared to his power. With her body on the verge of shattering, Cam Lin grits her teeth and continues to squeeze out her remaining energy. She has only one thought she cannot lose. If she falls, Alia and everyone else will die. Memories start flashing. She remembers her past when Zikai offered to help teach those bullies a lesson. He told her to trust his prediction, that she was the hero destined to defeat the source. She remembers Alia welcoming her, saying they were finally a family. Now Cam Lin's voice trembles as she breaks down. The little girl bursts into tears, crying out in absolute agony. Someone as useless as her just wanted to protect everyone for once. On her staff, the magic sphere slowly flickers out. The source frowns in disappointment, complaining that the fun ended so quickly, but suddenly a massive hand lands on her shoulder. A tall blue-skinned man suddenly appears behind Cam Lin, stretching out his hand to pour his own energy into her. Her fading magic sphere flares back to life, burning brighter than ever. He softly whispers to her. The magic sphere violently erupts, surging toward the source once more. He gasps in shock just as another massive blast comes charging in from behind. This new orb of magic is somehow even larger than Cam Lin's original attack. Thick dust fills the air as her drained staff clatters to the ground. The giant blue-skinned man gently catches her. He stands tall like a mountain. Cam Lin looks up blankly, wondering how his attack could be identical to her own. Staring at the stitch patches on his face, childhood memories suddenly flood her mind of when she used to sew. Her favorite teddy bear, scratching her tiny hands. She had held it high, proud of her clumsy sewing skills. She had smiled at its patched face, deciding to name him Ah Gan. He was her very first friend. Together, they would learn to control her powers and become great heroes who could protect everyone, making everyone love them. She remembers cheering herself on. Now looking up, the image of that beloved plush toy blends with this man. He smiles down at her gently, explaining that he is the manifestation of the self she burned away to protect everyone. Right at that moment, Xiao Xiao and the armored captain finally arrive on the battlefield, rushing in to help. Xiao Xiao exclaims in surprise, seeing how cute Ah Gan used to be and wondering why he ended up like this. Ah Go steps forward to explaining that during the final battle he completely burned away his body. Only with the Great King's help could he barely condense his soul. He used his spiritual power to manifest a physical form, choosing his current appearance based on his favorite doll. Perhaps this form brings him a sense of comfort. Ah Go glances over at Ah Gan, who gently holds the unconscious Gan Ling. Deeply moved, Ah Go whispers that his immense confidence allows him to protect not just himself, but everyone around him. As Gan Ning's scarred arms go limp, Zhen Yuan grins wildly, roaring with excitement that the real fight has finally arrived. On television, a blonde news anchor reports that He City vanished mysteriously a week ago, while the spatial rift remains wide open. Everyone is left wondering where this bizarre tear in the sky came from, and what its true purpose could be. While the Special Law Bureau investigates, military helicopters circle dangerously close to the massive black void. Inside, panicked crew members scramble to find answers, but progress is slow. Suddenly, a colossal sinkhole opens up on the ground. The reporter's voice urges viewers to follow their channel for live updates as the shocking disaster unfolds. Terrified spectators watch in absolute disbelief, quickly realizing the massive scale of the crisis they are facing. At the scene, a purple-haired youth stares up at the sky. With a subtle flick of his wrist, dark energy begins to gather. The dark black mist swirls around his arms as he points forward coldly, commanding the shadows to strike. Obeying his will, the dark aura shapes into a giant hand, surging directly toward the rift to probe its glowing core. But the moment it touches the barrier, an overwhelming wave of bizarre energy violently repels his dark attack, pushing him back. The shockwave completely shatters his dark projection, dispersing it into harmless mist before backlashing onto his right arm. Feeling his arm take a heavy blow, he narrows his crimson eyes, realizing that approaching the rift is still impossible. After regenerating his injured limb, he immediately pulls out his phone to report to the Special Law Bureau. He informs them that the rift definitely belongs to the Great King, though something about it feels deeply unsettling. Suddenly, emergency sirens blare as broadcasters warn everyone that the danger zone is rapidly expanding, advising immediate evacuation. Staring up at the rapidly darkening sky, a blonde boy wonders what the Great King is planning. If this continues, the neighboring cities will be swallowed whole. Suddenly, a strange caged creature bursts into wild laughter. He finds the situation hilarious. The gray specter Ah Lang grins widely, convinced the king intends to wipe out humanity. Thrilled by the prospect of destruction, he violently thrashes against his iron cage, demanding to be released. He screams to be let out so he can act as the vanguard, shouting at Ah Lang to hurry up. His endless yelling only annoys Ah Lang, who wishes he would shut up. Yet the specter keeps screaming to open the cage. He rants about wanting to slaughter everyone. Fed up, Ah Lang kicks the cage and tells Ami to back off. Nearby, another person trembles in terror, clutching her mouth and thinking this is the absolute end of the world. The blue-eyed girl hides her face, realizing Lord Shenzuo's prophecy is coming true because they failed to eliminate Jiang Si. The apocalypse will manifest through his body, turning the universe to ash. Meanwhile, the story flashes back thousands of years. Captain Tai Jia leaps down, instructing the team to get ready since the fate of this battle rests on them. Xiao Xiao jumps down. Ah Go warns that their enemy is here, and Ah Gan quietly nods in agreement. Zhen Yuan sits opposite them, smiling creepily. He steps forward with a bizarre grin, asking if they are from the real world. He laughs, saying he has been waiting for them. Ah Go looks grim, recognizing him as the source of chaos. If this memory world is destroyed, the ancient source defeated by the Great King will manifest in the real world. Ah Gan gently places Gan Ning on the ground and touches her cracked face, promising he won't let the enemy escape. He turns to a boy wearing glasses and politely asks him to look after the injured little girl. The boy frowns, telling Gan Duan that he would protect Gan Ling and the other injured members regardless. Gan smiles, thanking the prophet. The boy with glasses then dashes over to carefully help Gan Ling. He wonders how Gan Duan knew his identity, but quickly dismisses the thought to focus on saving lives. With the preparations complete, Gan rallies the team, calling on Chief Gu and Xiao Xiao to attack. Xiao Xiao activates her special ability with excitement, while Zhen Yuan reaches out his hand with supreme arrogance. He hopes they will entertain him far more than the simple memory illusions. Instantly, Go closes the distance. Raising his massive fist, Go prepares to strike Zhen Yuan square in the face while telling him to shut up. Facing Go's direct punch, Zhen simply grins and mutters that this is finally starting to make sense. Their massive fists crash right into each other. The collision unleashes absolute devastation. Go coughs, barely holding his ground, while Zhen just bursts into a crazed, ecstatic laugh. Their fierce clash rattles the surrounding space, shattering the ground beneath. Gao throws another punch, but Zhen easily sways aside. He counters, instantly driving a heavy fist straight into the center of Gu's head. But then Zhen's eyes widen in utter surprise. He blabs out in confusion, "Wait, something feels wrong. Here is your head, not your weak spot." Go instantly retaliates with a counterpunch. He mocks him coldly, who would keep their weak spot in such an obvious place. Zhen leaps back into the air, laughing maniacally. "You really are highly entertaining," he says, "worthy of someone personally trained by Jiang Si. If it's not the head, I'll just shatter your entire body." But before those words even leave his mouth, a massive gun barrel points directly at his skull. Xiao Xiao leaps high into the air. She fires a heavy minigun, screaming, "Before that, I am blowing you to pieces first." Zhen bends back to dodge. Jinju watches in awe, praising the awesome blue fire Gatling gun. But midair, Zhen suddenly grabs the barrel of Xiao Xiao's weapon. She freezes in shock. Instantly, a violent gust of wind rises. Zhen grips the gun with supreme force and swings both Xiao Xiao and the heavy gun around in circles. His savage laughter echoes, asking her to do him a quick favor. He begs her to just give him the weapon. Zhen rips it away, tossing her body aside. But Captain Ironclad saves her just in time, catching her midair. Zhen turns around completely thrilled, shouting, "Wow, what on earth is that now?" Captain Ironclad holds her with one arm, aiming his weapon at Zhen and saying, "This good stuff, I can give it to you." A blinding beam of golden energy erupts, blasting straight at him. The terrifying shockwave tears the earth apart, forcing Zhen to jump back. The golden beam chases his shadow, but Zhen literally grabs and tears the powerful mana apart with his bare hands. He yells out in absolute delight, "Amazing, truly amazing. It is just as strong as that girl, but completely useless against me." Right then, Gan blindsides him, raising his clenched fists high as magic surges wildly. He leaps with everything he has, screaming that this is not over yet. He slams his fists down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. However, as Gan strikes the earth, his eyes widen in pure shock. Zhen is completely unaffected by the heavy blow. He suddenly appears in front of Gan, driving a brutal fist right into his gut while laughing maniacally. "Great job, haha." He is absolutely losing his mind with excitement, yelling, "Hit me more now, things are getting fun." He lands another heavy blow. Gan is sent flying far away. Xiao Xiao screams in sheer horror. Oh my god, that hit did absolutely nothing to him. He truly is a monster worthy of Jiang Si's name. Gu charges in with rage, shouting curses. Zhen just sneers, mocking him to take his time. He raises his leg, stomping down hard toward Gu. He arrogantly yells that Gu is going to end up exactly the same. But Gu uses every shred of his strength to grab Zhen's foot. Zhen's foot shatters Gu's body completely, leaving a massive gaping hole. Gu gasps out through the pain. "Got you." Zhen laughs arrogantly. "Got me, and then what? Look at your body, what can you possibly do?" But right then, tiny stone fragments wrapped in blue energy begin rising, catching Zhen off guard. A sharp pair of glowing red eyes open up, shining right through the blue mana inside his broken bones. His ability triggers. Gu's arm firmly grips Zhen's leg, while his shattered body rapidly regenerates inside that blue energy. Talk about an absolutely wild healing skill right in front of us. Zhen grinds his teeth in anger, realizing he took the bait. Instantly, a massive stone hand starts closing in, locking Zhen tight inside as a cold voice echoes out, "I already told you before." The blue-haired teen, with spikes covering his back, glares over, declaring he has him now. Gan raises his hand and cheers, "Great job, Gu." He immediately orders everyone to unleash their full power. Gan's skin starts changing color, glowing bright as he screams in rage. His entire body undergoes a massive transformation. He charges forward like a meteor, yelling, "Take this strike of mine." Gan turns into a streak of brilliant blue light, flying like a rocket straight through Gu's massive stone hands. Rocks crumble as the stone hands shatter completely. Zhen crashes onto the ground, half of his body scorched and peeled raw. He mutters in complete daze, was I actually hurt? Jen grinds his teeth, realizing Jiang Si's body is not as flawless as he thought. Ah Gan yells out in sheer joy, it worked, just a few more attacks like this and we can destroy him for good. He calls for backup. Ah Go's face peers out from his heavily cracked armor, replying that there is no problem at all. He says he can easily keep the enemy restrained. But right at that moment, Jen suddenly bursts into a chilling laugh. Restrain me. He grinds his teeth and roars, I am the origin of all zombies, you are just trash borrowing his power. He goes completely ballistic, his eyes turning a dark, blood-red color as sparks of pure fury begin to crackle around him. Red and black magic surges violently as the angry source roars. Do they really think they can defeat him? Their arrogance has successfully angered him. Yet Ah Gan and Ah Gu step forward anyway, facing down the source's massive magic power. The two of them stand firm like pillars, holding up the sky, completely unbothered as the source continues to scream like mad. Kneel and feel the apocalyptic flood, transforming into a massive phantom with a savage grin. He begins tearing the earth apart. Xiao Xiao screams in panic, wondering how strong this guy actually is. But Ah Gan just says they might need to work a little harder. Ah Gu arrogantly shrugs it off. As the red magic sweeps across the battlefield, shaking heaven and earth, two idiots are sitting nearby. The one-eyed girl looks over, speaking up. Next to her, Elder Go just stares back with a completely blank expression. She asks him in confusion, their boss is up there fighting for his life, so is it really okay for them to just hide here? Elder Go sighs, telling her she clearly doesn't get how this works. Hearing that, the one-eyed girl grinds her teeth in anger. She snaps at him to explain what they should do if he is so smart. Elder Gu pulls his cigarette from his mouth. With a sly smile, he offers to share a little life lesson with her. He goes on to explain his philosophy. If you don't understand something, just run away from it. Life gets a whole lot easier that way. Besides matching that bald-headed look earlier with a massive figure in the sky right now, the zombie king makes a silly guess. Could this be a human? Can we be friends? To which the source foolishly responds, asking if this is what humans are. So please just go die already. Imagining this scenario, Elder Go concludes both auras definitely belong to the source, but their attitudes toward humanity are completely different. Blowing out a puff of smoke, he acts all wise. He advises that minor lackeys like them shouldn't get involved until they fully understand their lord's deep intentions. Otherwise, they'll end up dead without even knowing why. Suddenly, the one-eyed girl panics, showing him her hand, which is dissolving. She screams that her power is being absorbed by their lord, asking what they can possibly do in a situation like this. She tells him to look at her hand, but Elder Gao just pouts, trying to act cool. He shrugs it off as nothing. Everyone's going through it anyway. But then she notices his own head is also dissolving, pointing out that he's next. Holding his cigarette calmly, Elder Go replies that if their lord is destroying the world, fighting back is useless. They might as well just lie down and accept their fate. Plus, with so many people dying together, there's no reason to be sad. As she turns into dark energy just like him, she weeps, asking if this is his so-called life experience. Before they are completely swallowed by the darkness, her final desperate scream echoes. No, please. Meanwhile, nearby, Wang Zikai has woken up and is carrying Alia. He sets Alia and the black-haired girl down, calling out to the boy with glasses. He says he found them and asks him to treat their wounds. After all, the battle is far from over. This shocks the glasses-wearing boy, who is currently using his magic to heal Gan Ning. Wait, is that reality reconstruction? The boy yells back in frustration. He is no professional doctor, and keeping them alive is already pushing his absolute limit. How can he possibly keep fighting? Wang Zikai gives a forced smile and asks him to find another way. But mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly go wide. Wang Zikai freezes, completely stunned by what he sees. He asks the prophet what on earth is over there, staring blankly at the distant mountain ahead. The mountain is actually moving. But the glasses-wearing boy brushed it off, saying the whole world is shaking anyway. He tells him to stop talking nonsense and help save people. Panicking, Wang Zikai grabs his neck, forcing him to look. Look over there. But the boy with glasses just sighs, telling him he should probably get his own head checked first. He thinks the hit to his head must be causing wild hallucinations. But when he finally glances forward, he freezes too. In absolute shock, the boy realizes that is no mountain. Wang Zikai barks back, reminding him that he warned him. The boy stammers in pure terror as he finally realizes the horrifying truth of what they are actually looking at. It is a zombie horde, and not just any horde, one massive enough to consume the entire world. Xiao Xiao stares in horror at the oncoming tidal wave of zombies, screaming that this has to be a sick joke. Even during their world's darkest hours, they have never faced a zombie horde of this terrifying scale. Even if every single person on Earth became a zombie, there still shouldn't be this many. The armored captain remains slightly calmer, noting it is a relief that this is only Jiang Si's memory. If a horde this size showed up in reality, the entire world would be wiped out in an instant. Suddenly, an angry voice rings out. Ah Gu summons his magic, lifting hundreds of rocks into the air with a shout. We must stop this undead horde, he speaks grimly. If they get through human civilization, here is done for. The memory world will collapse, it will bleed into reality. A zombie tide of this scale is too much. The casualties will be completely incalculable. Gan steps up. Visibly sweating, he adds that the real issue is, if we do not destroy the root cause right now, the horde will just keep growing stronger until they devour everything. Xiao Xiao stands completely frozen. This is the exact despair the ancient divine era civilization had to face back then. The undead swarm forward. A massive suffocating wave. The armored captain and Xiao Xiao silently look on. They stare in absolute silence. But just as pure despair swallows everything, the captain suddenly laughs, driving his hand right into the center of his chest. He declares loudly that he gets it. Now he leaves Jiang Si to them, while the horde will be handled by his team. His arm turns into a gleaming golden alloy. Lowering his fist, he confidently shouts that they are going in. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao panics. She yells, asking about the ancient mechanical glove. Isn't that thing trying to take over his body? She demands to know why he would still keep such a highly dangerous weapon. The armored captain gets ready. He calmly replies that it does not matter. At least right now it is time to wipe out the zombies. His entire body instantly transforms, summoning a brilliant glowing golden armor. He calls out, asking if they are finally on the same page. He looks at Xiao Xiao, asking if she is ready to charge in with him. Xiao Xiao grits her teeth and snaps back. What did he just say? She activates her power, shouting they are absolutely doing this together. She looks up at Ago, asking if he can help her find a gun since her previous weapon was stolen by that enemy. Ago uses his gravity power to lift a heavy firearm, shouting back that it is an easy fix for him. He has it already. Xiao Xiao catches the massive cannon excitedly, thanking him while Ago nods with trust, leaving this undead horde in their hands. Gan steps up, saying they can now focus on their own target with complete peace of mind. Xiao Xiao confidently tells them to leave it to her. The armored captain warns them to be careful and not to worry about them since the two of them are the ones heading into danger. Gan smiles, and together with Gao they spin around and yell out a quick thanks. Once they disappear, Xiao Xiao hesitates before calling out to the captain. She looks incredibly anxious, her brows knitted tight as she voices a deep concern that has been eating at her. She wonders if those two can really defeat Jiang Si. She cannot even picture someone actually taking that monster down. Remembering the chilling face of the origin, she adds that this is a version of Jiang Si driven by pure malice. Right then, another ally steps forward with absolute confidence, assuring her that it is indeed entirely possible to win. She grits her teeth, explaining that they can win because that creature is not actually Jiang Si, he is just an imposter, stealing his body. Ziling declares with deep resentment that this fake is definitely not invincible. The other two look up, thrilled to see her. Meanwhile, on the far side of the city, the heavy defensive wall is cracking and crumbling away. Screaming into his communicator, Baldy panics, demanding to know how they are holding up or if they are totally overrun. He yells that the gap on his side is almost sealed, so they should retreat and find some cover right away. He asks if they can hear him, but only gets static until a frustrated voice finally crackles through the line. The soldier reports that the attack was unstoppable, and they have already lost a massive number of comrades on the front. Grimacing, Baldy tells them to fall back immediately so they can regroup, but the situation on the ground suddenly shifts. The soldier shouts back to wait because everything is different now. Confused, Baldy asks what is going on out there. The soldier quickly describes the insane spectacle unfolding right before his eyes. A miracle group has arrived. The armored captain, clad in heavy metal armor and wielding ancient magic gloves, has descended like a god from the sky. The moment these warriors arrive, they completely flip the battlefield. The forces that were once entirely helpless now watch in awe. With one hand, he lifts a massive stone pillar, his ancient gauntlet glowing with pure energy. Golden lightning wraps around the stone, crushing it to dust. It looks like they finally stand a fighting chance. The armored captain continues to channel the devastating power of his gauntlet, getting ready for his next strike. He swings his arm and commands them to go. The remaining pillars lift off, scattering debris and shaking the ground. He forms a quick hand sign, channeling electric fire around his body. The sheer scale of his energy is absolutely mind-blowing, as he keeps the massive pillars floating. The soldiers below go completely wild, murmuring in disbelief that they still have a chance to rebuild and fight. They cannot believe a powerhouse of this level has actually arrived to save them. A glowing web of energy blankets the monsters, making them shriek in agony. Up above, President Rowe stands firm in mid-air, his entire body radiating brilliant light like a descending god. He warns that he will not let them take another single step. This world is under his protection. With the situation now firmly under control, a silent hope crosses his mind. Things are secure here, so he prays that Ziling and the others can hold their ground. Gathering his remaining strength, his entire body glows a deep blue. The massive hovering sword pillars mimic his color as dark energy swirls like spiderwebs. Meanwhile, Ziling unleashes everything she has, swinging her blade directly at the origin with a fierce cry. Her slash tears through the air like a whirlwind, but the villain simply sneers as the blade draws close. Raising a massive fist, he screams out, "Did you really think that cheap trick would work on me? Now die." His brutal punch sends Ziling crashing straight down, shattering the earth and creating a massive crater from the impact. As the dust clears, Ziling lies completely still in the rubble. Honestly, things are looking pretty bad here. The Origin grinds his teeth in annoyance, muttering that they are all just a bunch of incredibly irritating flies. After crushing one, his rage boils over as he spots Aggo charging right at him with a whole group. He hurls sharp rocks at Aggo like a barrage of grenades, constantly complaining about how annoying they are. Aggo is forced to skid to a halt, raising his hands to block the incoming charged projectiles. Bracing himself with both hands, he realizes that the Great King's body is going to be incredibly difficult to suppress. Aggo attempts a pincer strike to crush the Origin instantly, but he vastly underestimates his opponent's speed. In a split second, things go horribly wrong. The Origin grabs both of Aggo's arms with a terrifying grip. He rips them clean off, leaving him bleeding out on the spot. Suddenly, the Origin turns his hollow eyes aside. Sensing a sudden wave of killing intent, he dodges just in time as a powerful explosive shell flies past him. Xiao Xiao is right there, firing her massive weapon while yelling out, "Hey bastard, is that ugly face your secret weapon? You cannot even regenerate your own body properly." She keeps mocking him, laughing with pure, unfiltered confidence. She mockingly asks if Ziling was right all along and if he really cannot control Jiang Si's body. What is the point of stealing it if you are this useless? Her harsh words push the villain over the edge. His face completely contorts with rage. Without a second thought, he lunges forward to deliver a devastating strike. Xiao Xiao is sent flying like a broken rag doll. Talk about a brutal hit, but Aggo quickly rushes to help. He screams her name, but the Origin already has her in a chokehold, muttering about those annoying flies again. He hurls her into the air, screaming if they all have a death wish, his anger burning like a volcano. If they want death, he will gladly grant it. Luckily, Agan flies in from a distance to catch her. Agan safely catches Xiao Xiao and glares at the villain, muttering that killing them won't be that simple. Unleashing his energy, Agan moves around the enemy at supersonic speeds, leaving behind nothing but green afterimages. The strategy seems to work as Agan successfully lands a solid blow, throwing the villain off balance. Seizing the moment, he channels his energy into a glowing green orb between his hands, ready to strike. He hurls it at the Origin, who roars in fury, shouting that he will make him the first to die. With a swift hand gesture, he drives a heavy blow straight into Agan's chest, instantly blowing him back. Aggo immediately rushes to help his fallen comrade, shouting that he is on his way to cover him. Relieved, Agan begs him to hold the enemy off for just a moment so he can charge up a final attack. Irritated by this annoying team-up, the Origin grinds his teeth and tells them to stop their useless chatter. Calling them mere insects, he prepares to strike, but Ziling suddenly stands back up with a fierce battle cry. Seizing the perfect opening, she slashes directly at his neck, but Jiang Si's body is as tough as hardened steel. Her sharp blade cannot even leave a scratch. Veins bulge on Ziling's arms as she pours in more power, growling that she just needs more force to cut him down. Enraged, the Origin coldly warns her that her chance is gone. Calling them mere pests, he unleashes a massive wave of dark energy to end this battle once and for all. The massive dark vortex threatens to swallow everything, shattering the surrounding landscape and sending debris flying in every direction. Gan struggles to sit up amidst the rubble, grimacing at the fact that the Great King's power is too overwhelming. Aggo is equally battered, agreeing that they cannot hold out much longer. Just then, Ziling appears behind them. They both agree that while they couldn't take him down in one shot, it is still a success, and right then they gasp. They are staring in absolute terror at what she is holding, that zombie's severed arm. Ziling proudly lifts the limb. She holds it up, admitting that while she wanted to take his head off, the difficulty was way too high. Snagging an arm is not bad. Xiao's floating head is right there beside her, immediately shifting into trash talk mode. She boasts about how well her distraction worked. That monster is going to be shaking in his boots. She really wants to see his face right now. He must be absolutely fuming. He's definitely fuming. Just then, Genuine silently appears, missing an ear and looking totally battered, cursing himself on the inside. How did he get hurt by the very toy he created? It seems Jiang Si's body isn't nearly as indestructible as he thought. Xiao is totally hyped, raising her massive cannon high. She rallies everyone to charge in together and finish him off. She is ready to blow him to pieces with one shot, but before she can fire, she clutches her chest and coughs up blood. Ziling quickly grabs her arm and tells her to stop pushing. Even with Jiang Si's genes inside her, there is still a limit. The monster is wielding Jiang Si's exact level of power, meaning even one single slip-up on their end could get them instantly obliterated. Aggo remains pretty optimistic, pointing out that since the guy is down an arm, his combat power is definitely crippled now. Agan cracks his knuckles in agreement. If they keep up this pressure, they will have him completely disabled in no time. Genuine clutches his head, laughing hysterically at their sheer ignorance. He mocks them as ants, asking if they think he actually cares about this body. He was only using Jiang Si's power to mess around. But now it is time for him to step in and handle things personally. He grabs his hair with his remaining hand, and a dark, sinister smoke starts erupting from the stump of his severed arm. The dark smoke quickly takes the shape of a twisted, deformed face as he commands them to prepare to face his true form. The hideous entity escapes Jiang Si's body, causing the physical vessel to collapse. Genuine arrogantly boasts that he is the source of all zombies. He claims to be completely formless and immortal. Watching this, Gan panics and yells at everyone to watch out. That form is a terrifying existence, easily on par with their king. But right then, Jiang Si regains consciousness and starts complaining. Hey, coming and going as he pleases is pretty rude. Genuine whirls around in absolute shock. That is definitely Jiang Si's voice. Two brand new arms burst from the stump, grabbing Genuine and dragging him right back in. Jiang Si is extremely annoyed. He asks why he's whining over a missing arm, offering to give him both instead. Genuine looks like a helpless child in his grip. Jiang Si relentlessly squishes and kneads the shadowy entity, telling him they should have some fun since they rarely get out. He commands the entity to behave and stay inside his body. Within moments, Jiang Si's physical form is completely restored. It is as if nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, Genuine is practically begging for mercy, realizing he cannot escape this prison. Flashback to the past when destruction wiped out the mechanical civilization right as Jiang Si awakened his formidable sixth form. The entire landscape is in ruins. Gan takes a devastating hit directly to his chest, his massive body curling in pain. He crashes through several buildings, like a cannonball, ultimately ending up stuck to a wall alongside his partner in crime, Gao. They're plastered flat against a wall right under a banner welcoming them back, and honestly this welcome is pretty brutal. The two quickly peel themselves off the wall. Gan groans that while he is happy to be alive, Go quickly cuts in to finish his sentence, wondering if this extreme welcoming ceremony is actually necessary. Jiang Si runs over with his signature blank expression, scratching his bald head. He wonders why they both seem so weak. He asks if something went wrong during their resurrection process. Gan wipes his mouth and offers a theory. He wonders if there is a chance that during the thousands of years they were dead, Jiang Si just became insanely powerful. He looks over at Mao and Lang casually drinking tea and spots Ju hanging in pieces on the wall. That guy is supposed to be a top-tier zombie king, yet Jiang Si casually chopped him up and hung him like a decoration. Even though Ju is totally embarrassed, he still defends Jiang Si's honor, shouting at the newcomers to show some respect. He demands they call him the Great King, glaring intensely at the newly revived duo as he tries to teach them the rules. He asks if they are looking for a fight, but Gu completely ignores the threat, turning back to Jiang Si. He ignores the yelling completely and asks if Jiang Si is strong enough to easily take down Genuine in his current state. Jiang Si blinks in confusion, thinking back to Genuine's hideous, writhing true form that constantly tries to pester him. He explains that the creature is a nightmare to fight because it has no physical form, it's just a concept. He says fighting the guy feels like trying to punch a boiled slug, making it a highly disgusting experience. But then Jiang Si snaps his fingers with a mysterious smirk, hinting that he has a trick up his sleeve. He props up his hands and laughs confidently, claiming he has finally figured out a way to completely deal with the source. He flashes a notebook right in front of Cam and Go, leaving them completely frozen. The cover reads Jiang Si's Source Elimination Plan. Inside are sloppy drawings depicting the source as a silly pumpkin, while he portrays himself with an open mouth like Pac-Man. Step 1. When the time is right, you will use his own body to seal the source away. He flips to the second page. It shows two cartoon figures beating up a purple-haired guy. Step 2. Let the sidekicks deal with the physical form of the source. Cam and Gu break into a cold sweat, asking if those drawings are supposed to be them, and if they actually beat it. But the masterpiece does not end there. The next page shows strange creatures raising their hands like some ritual. Step 3. Throw a victory party. Shoving the notebook forward, he proudly declares this as his master plan. Well, how is it? Jiang Si poses with a confident hand under his chin. His face is completely radiant with self-assurance. Are they blown away by his sheer genius? The two just stare at their boss, utterly speechless. They ask their great king if he feels like his master plan might have a tiny flaw. Hearing this sudden critique like lightning from the blue, Jiang Si gasps in utter shock, yelling out, "What do you mean a flaw? How could a flawless plan like this have any issues? Stop nitpicking." Cam leans right into his face and screams back that step 1 is already a complete disaster. After you hand your body over to the source, do we just fight with our lives? We cannot win, no matter how we look at it. This intense outburst makes Jiang Si shrink back. He lets out an awkward laugh. Oh, really? Well, it is fine. Besides, he has completely forgotten where he sealed the source anyway. He could not find it anywhere, so he just threw the book away. He is totally relaxed because there is still plenty of time to train them. Back in the present battle, A Go hesitantly speaks up, asking if the perfect timing His Majesty mentioned earlier is actually happening right now. Jiang Si keeps his arms crossed, head bowed in an unusually quiet moment before lifting his chin to confidently confirm it. Yes, exactly. Is it not obvious? Everything is going just like their original plan. Akam is absolutely furious at his boss's total carelessness. He yells out that he should have given them a warning. It has been over 1,000 years. Who could possibly remember that? Jiang Si looks shocked, teasing them about how forgetful they are. But suddenly, his own arm moves on its own, clamping over his mouth. A dark red glow slowly bleeds into Jiang Si's eyes, signaling the source has returned. It flashes a sinister grin. It mutters to itself, "So you let me take over your body on purpose. This is the grand scheme you spent thousands of years planning." Jiang Si retorts with a pout, saying it actually was not that long. After sealing the source, a lot of things happened in the divine era. He thinks back to the ancient altar, remembering how insanely busy he was back then. He looked so different back then, with long white hair flowing in the wind. Only much later, after resurrecting Akam and Agu, did they finally remember to easily deal with it. The memory of bringing them back to life plays vividly in his mind. The source is absolutely speechless, learning it was nothing more than an afterthought. Jiang Si keeps rambling on, admitting he forgot where he dropped the source and was just too lazy to look for it. So he just put it on hold. The source growls, demanding to know what he just said. Jiang Si suddenly panics. Two souls clash inside his body, twisting his face into a contorted grimace. Jiang Si screams out. Training Ziling this time made him realize he dropped it in his own head. What a lucky, unexpected bonus. The source is seething. Gritting its teeth, it laughs maniacally, violently shifting inside his body. It demands to know if he is mocking it. It threatens to make him remember the true terror of the apocalypse. Jiang Si, completely oblivious to the danger, keeps teasing. He complains that they were just talking, so why is it getting so mad? The primal soul suddenly tears itself away. They instantly trade heavy blows. Feeling the punch land right on his face, Jiang Si casually asks if that is all it has. Infuriated by his smug look, the source screams with bloodshot eyes to shut up. They trade furious blows midair. Shattered debris rains down. The crowd below scatters like panicked bees. The blue-haired girl runs for her life, crying out. She screams, asking why this kind of madness always happens to her. The primal soul possesses incredible raw power. It grabs Jiang Si and slams him into the cliff like a blue cannonball, shattering the rock face instantly. Through the thick dust, their blurry figures clash in a brutal life-or-death struggle. But on closer look, Jiang Si seems struggling. He is losing ground. The primal soul rams its hand straight through his chest, hoisting him high into the air. Even though it lands, the hit, it grits its teeth in pure frustration at this endless style of combat. The primal soul watches Jiang Si grab hold of it tightly. Its mind races, realizing no matter how many times it breaks him, it cannot deal real damage or actually kill him. Jiang Si's hair stands on end as he prepares to counter. He rises his entire body, radiating an eerie blue light. Channeling all his strength into one arm, he prepares a thunderous counterattack, confirming its worst fears. He grows stronger with every single appearance. The primordial soul takes a heavy blow right to the skull, seeing stars, as it screams in pure agony. Thousands of years have passed, Jiang Si, but is your fighting style still this disgusting? Has absolutely nothing changed. Ignoring its frantic shrieks, he slams the creature ruthlessly into the ground, causing a massive world-shaking explosion. Jiang Si pants heavily, standing still as he regenerates the gaping hole in his chest. Shards of raw life energy begin surging toward Jiang Si's arm, while he silently stares down at the beaten primordial soul in the crater. It watches this healing process, and absolutely loses its mind. Resurrecting again. You think I'm scared of you? Even if you do this 100,000,000 more times, I'll still kill you, Jiang Si simply scoffs. Don't be like that, actually, I have made some real progress. He immediately triggers his hair color-changing skill right in front of the primordial soul, casually teasing the monster. For example, you've never seen this form before, right? Jiang Si laughs out loud, watching the creature stand there completely dumbfounded. With a wild laugh, he drops swiftly from the air. The panicked primordial soul shrieks out, asking what this could possibly be. What else? Just another beatdown. This time, it takes a thunderous kick from Jiang Si. White-haired Jiang Si's power is absolutely unstoppable. The primordial soul is launched into the air like a rocket from the force of the strike. It crashes directly into the protective barrier, sending out massive shockwaves, like ripples in water. The barrier even begins to crack, making the beast groan. Gritting its teeth in pure rage, it glares at the cracks below quickly, realizing this damn cage is Jiang Si's memory boundary. This barrier is what's keeping it from breaking through into the real world. Overhead, a news helicopter broadcasts the live action. The reporter calls out to the viewers, announcing that the cracks in the sky are rapidly spreading. Jiang Si shouts up to his opponent, telling it to focus since they're still in the middle of a serious fight. The primordial soul roars back in absolute fury. Fight, don't make me laugh. Its rage boils over, cursing at him wildly. You think I can't feel it? I thought I took over your body, but your body is actually devouring my power. Before long, even my consciousness will be completely digested. Jiang Si just stands there, listening to the rant with a blank face. The primordial soul covers its face, laughing like a maniac. I actually wanted to possess this absolute monster. I must be insane. Jiang Si floats closer, casually offering some comfort. Don't be like that, you are really strong, so digestion will take some time. The primordial soul gulps in sheer terror. Jiang Si just laughs, cheering it on to keep fighting and pushing his limits. This could help him access his fifth form for an all-out attack, though he admits that might be pretty difficult. Sensing it has absolutely nothing left to lose, the primordial soul sneers with a terrifying grin, refusing to go down quietly. Don't think you've won, Jiang Si. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't let you off easy. Watch this. Its energy explodes as it screams, declaring that it will drag the entire world down with it to the grave. The primordial soul seizes control of the brain, moving close to the fracture. It deliberately injures the brain to leak a single drop of blood through the crack into reality. Below, a soldier stares wide-eyed as the mysterious droplet falls to the ground. What is that? The soldiers watch the blood droplet dancing on the street as if it has a mind of its own. Is that blood? Is someone injured? No, wait, that blood seems to be moving. This isn't right, reported immediately. The droplet suddenly erupts with a crimson power rapidly expanding outward. The terrified soldiers shout in panic as it grows. Expanding at an unbelievable speed, the anomaly swells until it covers the entire city, rising up to devour the protective barrier. It swirls like a raging vortex of fire, aggressively absorbing everything. The barrier cracks instantly, spreading rapidly outward. The crowd below descends into absolute chaos, staring up in dread. One man looks up at the sky, asking what that thing is. Could that crimson light have been caused by this? Suddenly, a strange energy surge blasts outward, prompting a soldier to shout. Wait, is someone still standing over there? The shouting gets louder as officers realize someone has abandoned their post. What are you doing, Private Min? Why did you leave your position? Did that red light come from your direction? Do you know anything about it? But Private Min remains completely frozen in shock, his mouth hanging wide open. The commander complains, demanding to know why he isn't answering. The rest of the squad gathers to see the horror. How did this happen? Fire, open fire immediately. A mutated anomaly has just emerged inside the red circle. Stay on high alert. As the soldiers unleash a relentless barrage of bullets on the strange creature, the commander screams into his radio. Call the Special Bureau. Abnormal fractures are appearing and monsters are emerging. Call the Special Bureau now. Understood. The response comes from the other side. They quickly get their answer. Total annihilation. The commander stares blankly, letting out a dry gasp. The surrounding zombies instantly descend into absolute madness, responding to their king's dark will. At the Special Bureau headquarters, a massive impact rips through the high-rise building, leaving a giant hole. Two zombies leap up, roaring in response to their king's will to destroy this entire world to ash. A human voice suddenly questions what is wrong with them, while a stunned girl asks her comrades in total confusion about the terrifying expressions on their faces. What happened so suddenly? The two zombies struggle to contain themselves, desperately trying to warn her, "Run, boss, we are losing control and desperately want to attack humans." She gasps in absolute panic. What on earth is happening? The white-haired girl looks up at the blazing red fireball in utter confusion, wondering what that terrifying thing is. Dark veins bulge across her face, her eyes wide as she wonders why her own bloodlust is growing so incredibly intense. The zombies around her are also screaming in a wild frenzy. They want blood and will work 10 extra jobs just to buy it. Me too, they cry. Jian Yuan watches the chaotic world before him, laughing maniacally. Go ahead and devour each other. Once our powers are fully fused, I will never have to run again. His malicious will expands outward, completely enveloping the entire Persis planet like a heavy, suffocating chain around the blue globe. Letting even a tiny fraction of this power leak out would trigger a massive zombie tide that ruins everything. Even if you manage to devour me, you will only inherit a barren, desolate wasteland where humans and zombies tear each other apart. He cackles, completely satisfied with his own devious plans. Haha, Jiang Si, you are finally finished. But mid-speech, he takes a heavy hit, grunting in pain as his body is sent flying into the sky once more. Jiang Si glares with icy, murderous intent, growling a warning. You have officially crossed the line. Fighter jets streak across the sky, relentlessly firing at the two zombies below while broadcasting an urgent warning over the loudspeakers. Zombie kings Ah Mao and Ah Lang have entered a hostile state. Repeat, the zombie kings Ah Mao and Ah Lang have entered a hostile state. Hit by bullets, Ah Lang roars in pain and swats down a fighter jet before shrieking for total destruction. The pilot grips the controls, frantically repeating the order to fire all ammunition. Fire all ammunition, do not hold back at all. Ah Mao intercepts them mid-air out of nowhere, tearing through most of the fighter jets as burning wreckage rains down. like fire. His eyes are blank as he locks onto his targets and screams in madness to destroy all of humanity. But suddenly heavy chains whip out of the dark, swirling around him as if they have a life of their own. They tightly bind Ah Mao from head to toe. He grunts, thrashing wildly, while Ah Lang below suffers the exact same fate. It turns out Ah Q is the one pulling the chains to restrain them. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his grip, trying to wake his comrades. Stop it. There is no way our king would suddenly order the complete destruction of humanity. Both of you calm down right now, because if we mess this up, the king will shred us and hang us up to dry. Elsewhere, the colossal beast finally collapses, exhausted after taking a heavy beating from the gunfire. The surrounding soldiers let out a massive sigh of relief, glad they finally finished it off. Curly stares at the hideous thing and asks the girl beside him if this is the monster responsible for all the mutations. She ignores the question, complaining that Jiang Si only had a few drinks, so why did he cause such a massive disaster? Xiaohe leaps down to join them, explaining that this creature is a fusion of their king and another incredibly potent power. Clutching his head in pain, his eyes glow red as he desperately warns them that this will trigger a mass frenzy among all zombies. The girl quickly checks her tablet and confirms the dire situation. The Special Law Bureau has gone completely silent. Zombies worldwide are turning violently aggressive to varying degrees, threatening to ignite a massive war between humanity and the undead once again if this energy continues to spread. Curly gently pats Xiaohe on the shoulder, advising him to stay far away from it. Then he confidently points a thumb at himself, declaring that the humans will take full control of the situation from here. Xiaohe reaches out to stop him, warning that the beast's ranking is extremely high and they are absolutely no match for it. After a brief moment of recovery, the monster suddenly rears its head again. The panicked soldiers shout out in fear that the damn thing is still alive, calling for everyone to keep firing. Ah Chang sighs heavily at the scene, noting that human combat power has always lagged far behind that of zombies. But then he flexes and rips his tattered military uniform to shreds, growling every word for 1,000 years we were the ones the academy kept beating down. Ah Chang leaps high into the air, leaving them with one final thought: if we cannot win, he unleashes a thunderous fist right into the monster's face, heavily distorting it. Then Ah Chang screams to hold it back, even if it costs their lives, launching a chaotic barrage of heavy blows. Deafening screams echo across the battlefield as the soldiers below quickly grab their weapons and charge forward to assist him. Wait, is this monster getting even bigger? Forget it, we need to back up the minister right now. Meanwhile, Ah Chang's mind is racing, fully aware he cannot handle this alone. The trainees watch the roaring beast swing its massive body around, their hearts burning with shared hatred. What about 1,000 of me, 10,000, or 100,000? Two students prep their combat stance, gearing up for a brutal fight. No time for talk, that is the direction of the minister, we must reinforce him immediately. The monster grows wilder by the second, stretching its body into massive tentacles that wrap tightly around bystanders and debris alike. Ah Chang is still lost in thought, remembering the precious time bought with their very lives. Meanwhile, the chaotic crowd nearby screams in terror. More of these beasts keep popping up. Is there seriously no way to completely wipe them out? The research lab is still trying to find a way to stall it first. Suddenly, he charges forward to kick a tentacle away and grabs a panicking soldier, shouting "Captain" in Ah Chang's head. Only one single thought remains: the others will research, learn, and keep finding new ways to fight until this threat is gone. He lets out a loud roar, screaming to not underestimate humanity. Over there, Xiaohe is clutching his head in sheer agony, veins popping on his face as he silently complains about the hassle. Black aura begins to overflow from him, signaling a violent outburst. Xiaohe grumbles that they really have to suffer so many casualties just to settle this. It seems the great king leaving him here has lost all its meaning. Lethal energy from Xiaohe erupts into his solid force, slicing the very air to ribbons. With his purple hair whipping wildly around, he completely unleashes his power. Left with no choice, he flies straight above the monster's head and drops a casual warning. He tells it to take things seriously before pointing two fingers straight down, ordering the pitiful creature to fall. It is just a light tap, but the monster instantly erupts with countless bloody wounds, thrashing and screaming in agony. Ah Chang stares at the scene, completely dumbstruck, mentally praising the guy. Truly impressive, a worthy subordinate of Jiang Si. The two students finally rush over, eagerly asking if it is already over and realizing they are no longer needed. Meanwhile, Xiaohe stands tall right in front of the massive crater he just carved into the beast. Suddenly, he looks up at the clear blue sky, wondering about a weird sensation. Is someone watching them, or is it just his imagination? And guys, check this out. The scene shifts past the clouds through the galaxy, arriving where Jiang Si is spinning his hands. He is molding the source essence itself. Standing tall in the void, Jiang Si concentrates his power to shape the energy. He whips the dark essence into a swirling black vortex. Trapped right in the center, the entity panics and screams. It coughs and shrieks, wondering what kind of absurd power this is. No one answers, and it only sinks deeper into the vortex. Looking up at Jiang Si, the trapped core makes one final desperate struggle, begging Jiang Si to wait a moment. It asks if he no longer needs his physical body, but Jiang Si dismisses the concern, claiming he will just absorb everything back. Losing its mind, the core prepares for a suicidal clash. Jiang Si leisurely watches the source essence rush right into its dune. Giving it a look of pure disdain, he welcomes the charge. With a casual wave of his hand, he rolls it up again. The entity screams in terror as Jiang Si rolls the essence into a neat ball, promising not to let its body go to waste. Holding the shiny black sphere, he warns the essence that he intends to harvest every single drop of its energy. Ignoring its frantic protests, he opens his mouth to feast on it. The desperate essence begs him to wait, crying out. But its final words are cut short as Jiang Si crunches it down loudly. He whistles and snaps his fingers in pure satisfaction. With a smirk, he drops back down to the ground, landing smoothly in front of his crew with his arms wide open. He flashes a bright peace sign and boasts about the delicious snack. Absolute perfection, the essence is incredibly nutritious. He feels himself getting stronger while Xiao Xiao and the others stand frozen, asking if he seriously just ate it. As peace returns deep in outer space, a mysterious figure cradles a glowing blue orb, muttering about the cosmic shifts. The tides and zombie outbreaks on Earth are merely shocks from the fusion, and now Jiang Si has entirely devoured the essence. He notes that they are just one step away from total ruin. Staring at his device, the figure sighs quietly. He silently hopes they are not too late. Back on Earth, Jiang Si plops onto the ground, playing with a glowing orb. He molds it like some bizarre craftsman, muttering that he should shape it like this, then add some more source energy. Smiling mischievously like a kid playing with clay, he proudly raises a clay doll that looks exactly like himself. With a clap, 6 identical replicas of Jiang Si suddenly materialize and begin dancing around him in circles. He calls out like a showman, proud of his masterpiece, urging everyone to look at what he just finished. This is his brand new ability. Right after announcing it, he raises his hand and commands his clones to act. The puppet leaps down behind Jiang Si and starts massaging his shoulders. Not a bad grip. Jiang Si nods in pure satisfaction. Another puppet immediately drops to its knees to massage his feet and even give him a neat manicure. He smirks proudly. You guys are pretty smart. No need for their father to control them, they just get to work. This ability is incredibly convenient, just wait until I upgrade them with nanotech, then I will be truly unstoppable. Jiang Si jumps around like a kid, showing off a brand new toy. Come on. Everyone come check out my new skill. Pretty cool, right? But the rest of the group just stands there, frozen, faces twisted in utter confusion. They do not know whether to laugh or cry. Zai Ling finally speaks up, her voice dripping with skepticism. Jiang Si, did you actually eat that possessed guy? Xiao Xiao also asks quietly, her face tight with worry. Are you absolutely sure you do not have any weird side effects? If we fight again, you might just die. Jiang Si crosses his arms, grinning widely with zero regrets. I honestly do not know why, but it looked incredibly delicious right then. So with zero hesitation, I just ate it, haha. He claps his hands, saying, overall, the results are great. Not only did he get a super convenient power, but he also recovered a chunk of his memories. Xiao Xiao glances at the puppets moving around on their own, whispering, is the mobility of these little things a bit too ridiculous? And where do they even get food? The minister standing behind them nods, his voice low and slow, as if he is reciting some ancient fairy tale. It is just like the old legends say. In our previous era, 6 generations of civilization were all wiped out by Jiang Si. He steps closer, his voice dropping lower. Right now, all we know are the ruins of an ancient high-tech civilization, along with the supernatural civilization of the gods. Jiang Si, what exactly were your past memories? Jiang Si thinks for a moment, then shrugs, answering casually. My past, actually I still remember. Before the age of the gods, I fought a pretty tough guy, and then I died, blown into a million tiny pieces. He shrugs again, explaining how Wang Zikai and the others gathered his remains and resurrected him using recovery technology. And just like that, he was brought back. The scene shifts to a memory. Jiang Si lies inside a healing capsule. Wang Zikai stands outside, speaking in a very solemn tone. Brother Xianxi, is this the museum you mentioned? Xianxi strokes his chin, eyes filled with doubt. The location is right. But how is he just a regular zombie? Jiang Si continues, back in the present. At that time, I was still completely blank, with neither my memory nor my physical strength recovered. He suddenly jumps up, hands on his head like he is preparing to project his memories. Come on, let me show you guys this. The space-time we once fought in has already collapsed. But right then again, an Agu pop up right in Jiang Si's arms, interrupting him hilariously. My king, there is really no need. That kind of thing happening once was more than enough. Ah, Go chimes in, saying they should definitely not go snooping around his memories. Under the flickering light of warp space, Jiang Si tilts his head in confusion. Wait, why is that? I think it is pretty fun, which is why I want to share it with you. Like when they challenged Wang Zikai. Is that not a great memory? In the distance, Jiang Si stands with his arms crossed, his voice flat yet full of meaning. If those earth-shattering events had not happened afterward, do you really think you would have ever met Jiang Si again? Wang Zikai chuckles softly. That is true. I definitely would have tracked him down eventually. Meanwhile, Jiang Si pouts, crossing his arms and shrugging. Fine, if no one is interested, let us just head back. But right then, he suddenly sneezes. A shockwave ripples through the air, shaking the very space and blasting away all dry leaves and dust. The minister gasps out, "What on earth is happening now?" Outside, the real world begins to crack. Xiao He stands tall atop a massive monster as space around them vibrates, seemingly fractured by an invisible force. At the edge of the solar system, actually far beyond it, it seems there is something lurking. Xiao He mutters, "Still not dead, truly a creature touched by my king's genes. This might take some effort." Just as he is pondering, a figure in a white cloak suddenly appears right behind him, giving Xiao He huge fright. Golden light bursts beneath the stranger's feet as a devastating stomp rains down, splitting the giant monster clean in half like a watermelon. Xiao He screams out, "Where the hell did you come from?" Doing that will not kill it, blowing it up only spreads the corruption. The cloaked figure does not even look back, replying calmly, "No need to remind me, I know how troublesome Jiang Si's power is." At the same time, a device glows in Wang Zikai's hand. He coldly commands them to activate the ruins of the First Era. System details flash: a level 99 monster with 10,000 health, 900 chaos, and Jiang Si's energy spiraling completely out of control. Xiao He flies up, breaking into a cold sweat. What the hell? How is anyone supposed to win this? Some random guy jumps in and ruins everything. And on top of that, he completely broke the script. Wang Zikai also takes to the air to dodge the monster's heavy counterattacks. No need to panic, it is almost over. He unleashes a massive kick, and the burst of light instantly drains 7,000 health. Landing a successful critical hit, he completely wipes out the rest of the beast's health bar. A system notification pops up. An alert flashes: target successfully eliminated. The monster instantly crumbles to ash, leaving everyone frozen in absolute shock. What Xiao He wipes his sweat, muttering that the beast was purified by his lord. But who is this guy? Wang Zikai descends from above, his gaze utterly icy. The second god of the divine civilization has arrived, and he is on a mission. To prevent a catastrophe, he must destroy Jiang Si and the planet. His threat lands like a heavy sledgehammer, shocking the ministers. Wait, didn't he just save everyone? This is insane. They should be sitting down to talk peacefully, not throwing out threats to terrify the world. He turns back with a grim look. That battle. Not even the prologue. He looks up. Suddenly, the sky splits wide open. Thousands of citizens trapped inside Jiang Si's mind come raining down. Panic screams fill the air. Xiao He gasps. With this many people falling, there's no time to lose. He sweeps his arms as two massive dark wings of energy form in the sky, gently catching the plummeting crowd. Are we dreaming? People cry in relief. Xiao He sighs, at least his lord won't scold him now. One at a time, don't push. Meanwhile, Wang Zikai grits his teeth. The prophecy was right. Jiang Si has finally absorbed the primal source energy, a power placing him on par with the gods. This means a massive catastrophe is inevitable. At that exact moment, Jiang Si and his team land safely. Jiang Si shakes his head, feeling a strange sensation. That was Xiao He's work, right, sharp kid. But they're back. Suddenly, he gets an annoying itch. We cut to a desolate island with only waves and a lonely apartment. It is too quiet, as if nature is hiding something. Ziling turns around, pale and terrified. Is he going to sneeze again? She begs him to stop. Jiang Si squeezes his eyes shut, miserable. He looks like a wet cat, completely helpless. Ziling is still shaking from their near-death experience. That was incredibly close. She sighs. Thank goodness he held back a sneeze that almost triggered a tsunami. A blast like that would easily sink 3 islands. She shudders, imagining if they were in the city. Trying to stay calm, she hands him some plain porridge. The doctor's orders say no solid food. Jiang Si sulks, whining that he cannot even have an egg. Suddenly, boom, Xiao He smashes through the wall. Crashing in like a meteor, he salutes his lord. Ziling nearly faints. Xiao He shoves something over. He offers a pile of strange blocky pills. They never expected him to get sick, so they brought everything. Xiao He suggests taking a dose 1,000 times the normal amount. Jiang Si forces a weak, watery smile. No need to worry, it is just a mild cold. But before he can finish, his nose runs. He is about to blow. Ziling screams at him to point it at the sky if he cannot hold it. Xiao He panics. Jiang Si tilts his head back and lets rip. The sound is like a meteor strike. The shockwave tears across the globe, shooting straight to Mars. Boom. 1/4 of Mars is completely vaporized. At headquarters, satellite feeds show the horror. His single sneeze has slightly shifted the orbit of Earth. Worse yet, Mars will disintegrate within 72 hours. The command center is in total chaos. The general goes pale. He thanks the heavens it did not hit the sun. Boom. Xiao He crashes through the door again. Gasping for breath, they barely make it back. He really thought they were dead from that sneeze. Even Ziling's clothes are totally shredded. Stopping time only saved her for about 5 seconds. The general points out they are lucky to be alive. He looks at the medics, Ah Liang and Ah Mao. They are in charge of checking Jiang Si, who is currently wrapped up tight like an Egyptian mummy. Ah Mao weakly greets Xiao He. As for Aju, he is still in pieces, looking like broken toy blocks. Xiao He breaks into a cold sweat, terrified. Truly, after just one day, they are still wrecked. Ah, Gan steps forward, trembling. How can a simple allergy cause this level of sheer planetary destruction? He desperately prays he is not next. Just then, Wang Zikai speaks up instantly, silencing the room. He warns them that this is merely the beginning and things will only get tougher. Everyone stares. Jiang Si possesses absolute genetic control over his body. Sickness or fatigue simply should not exist for him, unless he lets it happen. But looking around, the god notes that when Jiang Si absorbs a similar existence, his divine immune system weakens and only then do bizarre allergic reactions like this finally manifest. Now, for example, sneezing. Someone whispers asking what would happen if he sneezes with all his might. Wang Zikai replies, a normal sneeze is like a Category 12 hurricane, but if Jiang Si does it, he could blow away an entire planet. The air turns cold. If he stays sick for 2 weeks, our solar system is toast. Smack. Ah, Gan snaps, unable to take it anymore, throwing a punch straight at Wang Zikai's mouth, telling him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In the divine civilization, your mission is to wipe out the zombies so the source vanishes, right? Ah Go rushes in too, throwing fists and kicking Wang Zikai, relentlessly shouting that he is the one who angered the great king and triggered this world-ending war. Ah Gan chimes in. How even Ah Gu was killed because of him, calling Wang Zikai an idiot. Wang Zikai covers his head, explaining that back then, he had absolutely no choice while pleading for them to stop because he is sorry. He clutches his face, yelling out in pain, howling in agony. Ziling watches from the side, sighing heavily. So this is the real Wang Zikai, surviving for thousands of years, and still finding a way to live stubborn to a terrifying degree. Ziling tenses up, asking if he really meant what he said before, about destroying the entire civilization just to stop Jiang Si. Wang Zikai shakes his head, his eyes icy cold as he corrects her, saying it is about erasing them completely. Still, he wants to try one optimal solution first, leaving Ziling confused as a sudden, brilliant golden light bursts forth, cutting her off. Wang Zikai transforms into a radiant beam, soaring straight into the sky to confront Jiang Si out in the vacuum of space. He dives down toward Jiang Si, who is currently chilling and eating congee on top of a ruined apartment building. Suddenly, he stops, sensing danger. Boom, the wall shatters as Wang Zikai charges in like a heat-seeking missile. Jiang Si looks up calmly, welcoming Wang Zikai after such a long time. But Zikai does not answer immediately, throwing a heavy punch. Before the host can even finish his sentence, a massive sneeze takes over, unleashing a shockwave that blows Wang Zikai clean off the earth, sending him tumbling deep into space. Floating in the void, he grashes his teeth and curses, wondering why the guy is suddenly so strong. He summons his game controller as light wraps around his body, preparing for a real fight. He summons his sacred sword. A flood of level 9 skills activate at once, starting with Godspeed, Sword Intent, Warrior's Wrath, Heaven Cleaving Strike, Shadow Stealth, Iron Body, plus a Furious Charge and deadly critical hits. Lightning strikes as golden light erupts around Wang Zikai's body, each skill shining like a tiny brilliant star. They orbit him, a living constellation, but he is far from done, summoning the heavy crown of the Almighty next. This adds a super psychic shield, Gale Force Thunder, an unyielding soul divine protection, and absolute warrior's fury. He triggers a bizarre skill that stands his hair up like lightning, followed by a patient mind, soul barrier, and unyielding war soul. Radiant light shield, source of life, slaughter wall, and accelerated healing. Trust me, there is even more coming. Next, the Savior's Cloak, stacking eternal guardian fire, a desperate counterattack, storm protection, and the blessing of death. Unyielding resilience. Awakened mastery, battlefield protection, a phantom soul jump. Spiritual energy amplification. Next are divine realm blessings, anomaly exchange, dragon scale armor, absolute defense, rapid bloody recovery, and massive damage reflection. Bullet deflection, primal resistance, celestial protection, evasion, and shadow steps, all of them maxed out at level 9. Now Wang Zikai is basically a god of war, armed to the teeth. He takes a deep breath, screaming into the cosmos. He challenges Jiang Si to see if he can handle his next attack, unleashing a kick carrying hundreds of thousands of tons of energy. It tears through space and rips the atmosphere apart as it targets Earth. Boom, before it can land, Jiang Si appears from nowhere, slamming him backward. A massive shockwave explodes in the stratosphere, blinding the sun itself and kicking up a colossal cloud of dust. When the dust clears, Jiang Si is standing there with a relaxed smile, saying that wasn't half bad. He adds that if he hadn't blocked it, the entire Earth would have been obliterated. Tilting his head with a smirk, he comments on how Zikai has gotten quite a bit stronger. He then asks why he doesn't call that other lunatic to join the fun since fighting alone gets boring. Wang. Zikai grashes his teeth in deep hesitation. It is bad if he cannot instantly kill Jiang Si, the fight will only make him stronger. Squeezing the controller, he apologizes to Jiang Si, stating that to erase this cosmic threat, he has no choice but to use a dangerous relic from the First Era. Spotting the familiar controller, Jiang Si chuckles, recognizing the old device. He jokes about how he once used that exact toy to play a game of Whack-A-Mole version 6, but before he can finish, his nose begins to itch. Wang Zikai panics, screaming at him to wait and not sneeze in this powerful form. Too late, he sneezes. A colossal pillar of fire erupts from the void, sweeping through space like cosmic flames and completely engulfing Wang Zikai. The surrounding dimension cracks open space-time rifts, tearing through like obsidian blades that threaten to rip reality apart. Down below, Xiao He and Ziling stare up at the sky, their faces pale. Xiao He trembles, whispering that they are completely doomed. Inside the cosmic fire, Wang Zikai screams in absolute despair. He didn't even have time to explain. He yells out, one last desperate cry. It shatters the fabric of space before he vanishes. Instantly, Jiang Si and the others are teleported. They crash land into a bizarre, unfamiliar dimension. Jiang Si braces himself on the ground, rubbing his head in confusion. Where did Wang Zikai send them? Suddenly, Jiang Si senses something strange. He looks up with wide, questioning eyes. Nearby, Xiao Lu is completely dizzy. He stammers that he just got home and didn't even eat his noodles yet. Looking around, it is incredibly crowded. Jiang Si spots his allies asking Xiao He if they got dragged here too. Xiao He confirms it. He asks his master what this place is, wondering if they are caught in some bizarre seal. Jiang Si can only scratch his head with a forced laugh. Suddenly, a massive towering structure rises right before them. It is absolutely colossal. A mechanical voice echoes from the tower, warning of a clothing violation and demanding proper attire. Standing completely naked, the minister complains loudly. What is this nonsense? Are they trying to censor his glorious combat stance? I mean, can you blame them? The surrounding crowd screams and runs from the naked creep as fast as they can. Xiao Xiao flies over and delivers a solid kick. She angrily yells at him, asking why on earth he is naked. The minister covers his face in defense. He argues that the chaotic explosion earlier forced him to activate battle mode. Suddenly, a pair of legs steps out of the tower. It is Alia, completely covered in a white cloak from head to toe. She welcomes them to the game world. She explains they used a sacred relic to digitize the entire planet of Earth. Now they are all merged into a virtual space built from that data. Here, Jiang Si's condition is also digitized. By converting everything into pure data, they can successfully avoid the world-ending crisis triggered by his dangerous, severe allergies. Jiang Si sniffs the air, testing his nose. A second later, he cheers in sheer delight that it doesn't itch anymore. Xiao He is so happy he sheds tears of joy. But after the initial excitement, Jiang Si starts looking closely with suspicion. That voice sounds way too familiar. Yun Feng is also skeptical. Can an ancient civilization actually digitize an entire planet? Xiao Xiao laughs dryly. After visiting the inside of Jiang Si's brain, she can accept literally any crazy logic now. Yun Feng nods along, admitting she has a point. Meanwhile, Alia apologizes for the sudden teleportation without any warning. She explains that Wang Zikai didn't have time to fill them in, so she will break down the details now. Sneaking up extremely quietly, Jiang Si takes advantage of the moment. He positions himself directly behind the mysterious girl. He grabs her hood with a mischievous grin. Pulling it back, he demands to finally see her real face. A bright light shines as the cloak falls away. Just as expected, the girl standing before them is indeed Alia. Underneath the cloak is her incredibly eye-catching, perfectly slender figure wearing an outfit that turns heads instantly. Jiang Si covers his eyes and leaps back. He frantically defends himself, arguing he only meant to pull her hood back. He adds that he had no idea she dressed like this, now assuming she wore something plain like Wang Zikai. Alia gasps in shock. Suddenly, Ah Chu and Ah He spot her running over with happy cries to greet her. Ah He comments on her drastic wardrobe change. Alia gets incredibly embarrassed, desperately trying to explain the situation. She begs everyone to listen first. To cooperate with Wang Zikai and control the sacred relic, she had to sacrifice her body. She had to bind her consciousness to a virtual mascot waitress avatar in the game. This outfit is hard-coded. The costume is completely unchangeable. She yells out in frustration that it's not like she enjoys dressing like this. Xiao Xiao smirks at her explanation. She teasingly asks if this game of hers is actually decent and appropriate. Meanwhile, more people keep materializing in the clearing. The chief notes that the crowd is growing larger by the second. Xiao Hong lands and immediately complains. She demands to know where they are and what mess Jiang Si caused this time. Xiao Lan spots her friends while Ah Guai cheers after finally spotting his beloved leader in the massive crowd. Seeing everyone gathered, Alia clears her throat. She explains that the players of this game are actually entire civilizations. By digitizing the Earth with Wang Zikai, every single intelligent living being in the world will end up here. Suddenly, Ah Mao falls from the sky, landing right on top of Ah Guai. The minister mentally assesses the massive crowd. With over 8 billion humans and zombies combined, he concludes that this courtyard is way too small to hold everyone. Crossing his arms righteously, the minister demands a formal explanation for humanity. Xiao Xiao covers her eyes in pure embarrassment. She pinches him hard, telling him to put some clothes on before trying to act cool. Xiao He turns to Alia. He asks how they can leave this place and if they must wait for the king to fully recover first. Arya works to calm everyone down first. She steps up, declaring she will explain everything and begins breaking down the dire situation. With a wave of her hand, a glowing system interface appears. This lobby is a gaming world where everything is run through the system. Directly from this starting login lobby, they can choose to enter different game instances fighting to win and secure much-needed points for their own civilization. Arya highlights the immense benefits, explaining that points can be exchanged for absolutely anything they need. Suddenly, two holographic lines of text appear. The words showing Earth's civilization and their current point total float in midair. Everyone stands there with their mouths wide open, staring in utter disbelief. Arya gives concrete examples of the rewards including extended survival time, food top-tier gear, and even the ability to buy back Earth. Clearing the entire game allows them to achieve legendary status just like Wang Zikai. Suddenly, a massive projection screen lights up before them. The display reveals a vast, breathtaking world alongside text stating the main trial has not yet begun, but she quickly highlights the absolute greatest benefit. They can bring their hard-earned in-game powers back into the real world. Hearing this, the minister is completely shocked. Realizing he can acquire such incredible strength, he rushes forward eagerly, claiming that securing victory and earning points should be left to him. Boasting to everyone that he is an elite gamer, his hands move much faster than his brain as he eagerly taps his selection screen while speaking. He casually chooses a random option, asking if any game will do. Arya barely has time to react, screaming for him to stop. The very next second, his entire body vanishes. Xiao Xiao rushes forward in shock, desperately calling out for the missing minister. She frantically asks if he's going to be all right, but Arya calmly reassures her with a serious expression, explaining he only entered the game. A sudden system announcement echoes through the area, notifying everyone that the minister has officially joined a random matchmaking battle. Landing on a grassy field, the combat battlefield, the minister looks up in confusion. He notices his status bar is only 2/3 full, wondering if his previous combat injuries kept it from recovering. Shrugging it off, he decides it does not matter, confidently believing his pro-gamer skills can easily make up for the deficit. With that bold declaration, he immediately sprints forward into the massive grassy field, actively searching for his opponents while trying to look incredibly cool. The minister frowns, searching around and asking where the enemy is. Meanwhile, a system alert notifies everyone that Earth has been defeated. Before he can even process the thought, a massive, terrifying shadow appears right in front of him and launches a devastating attack. Back in the main lobby, Arya spots the return signal and announces he is back. Xiao Xiao turns pale, immediately rushing over to check on him. She frantically asks if he is all right. The minister collapses onto the ground, weeping and apologizing for being so pathetic. He cries about being too weak to do anything. Shocked, Xiao Xiao covers her eyes and screams that he needs to wear underwear. She calls him a complete bastard as the main system screen flashes, showing Earth's sudden defeat alongside another painful deduction of 100 points. Arya looks up, a deep sense of dread filling her heart. This is incredibly bad. Right after the system issues a cold announcement. Due to insufficient points, a portion of their civilization's survival space will be reclaimed. The chilling announcement instantly throws everyone into panic. The very ground they are standing on begins to crumble and shatter. People scramble around in absolute chaos, screaming at everyone to quickly back away right now. They scramble away as the floor shrinks. A system screen appears showing Earth's current active player count has dropped to 6. Against a staggering total game population of over 143.2 billion, Arya wipes the sweat from her brow, calling everyone over. She summarizes the grim situation. Besides Earth, this world is filled with veteran players who joined long ago. Compared to these highly seasoned fighters, Earth lacks all of the crucial in-game enhancements, leaving their players at an absolutely massive disadvantage during matches. Because of this, their next match choices must be extremely careful. Hearing this, the guild leader starts to feel anxious. Even a powerhouse like the minister was obliterated instantly. He glances at the weeping man and realizes they are in deep trouble. The minister keeps sobbing about being useless. Xiao Xiao asks what happens if they lose. Arya remains grimly silent, her expression deeply troubled. Bowing her head, she apologizes and says they have no other choice. Xiao Xiao mutters the words in confusion, wondering what she means. The guild leader steps in, clarifying they simply cannot lose. Xiao Xiao groans, cursing loudly at the intense pressure. However, Jiang Si stands right beside her with a completely different, highly excited, energetic, and curious attitude. Crossing his arms, he looks at the system panel with deep interest, asking Arya if he can play as well. The matches inside look incredibly fun to him. Arya responds that he probably can, since he is already present here. This means the system has officially recognized him as a member of Earth's civilization, and hearing this, Xiao Xiao suddenly feels a massive surge of hope. Her eyes light up, confident that everything will be completely fine once Jiang Si gets involved in the battle. Jiang Si clenches his fists excitedly, noting that a match requires 5 players and tries to recruit some companions. Hearing his sudden request, the entire crowd instantly takes a massive step back, while Ah Chu shamelessly decides to betray his own teammate right away. He shoves Xiao He forward to join the terrifying zombie. Xiao He panics, complaining and asking why he has to go. Alang calls out that Xiao He wants to join, but Jiang Si just drags him along anyway. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong stands nearby and volunteers too, saying that if there is a fight, she is in. Xiao Xiao, brave and fearless as always, agrees to tag along with Jiang Si, believing that following him guarantees an easy win. Having gathered a full team of fighters, he shouts to boost morale and starts the dungeon queue. The squad is ready. Jiang Si feels a strange, exciting sensation as his body begins to dissolve for teleportation. Lady Li Ya stands nearby, calling out his name. She looks at him with absolute determination and tells him to do his best. Jiang Si flashes a confident grin, telling her to leave it to him. Li Ya watches the system notification with a blank expression as Jiang Si, Xiao Hong, Xiao Xiao, the president, and Xiao He enter the game. Entering the new space, the dungeon title appears as Kingdom of Glory. The team lands in an unfamiliar area. Xiao Hong looks around and mutters, wondering if this is really the battleground and where the enemies are hiding. Xiao Xiao asks why there are only 4 of them. Perched on the president's head, Jiang Si sighs that they have no choice but to go find the king. Xiao Hong sighs in frustration at Jiang Si. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Si's bare foot steps onto the ground. Above his head, a system tag reads, Level 1 Wild Zombie. He searches around, wondering where the rest of his team ended up. Inside the Kingdom of Glory, a massive army clad in heavy iron armor marches forward. A girl steps calmly in front of them. Xiao Hong raises her hand, summoning a glowing red energy orb with a smirk, mocking them for pointing swords at her. She swings her hand, launching a devastating slash of pure energy towards the soldiers, shouting for them to kneel. The energy blade tears through, effortlessly wiping out the armored troops. The massive shockwave ripples outward, slicing down giant trees. Xiao Hong proudly looks down at the scattered armor on the ground. Hands on her hips, she announces the ground is cleared, telling her aerial support to handle the mountaintop target. The president raises his gun, focuses his energy, and aims his sniper scope directly at the crystal star. Locking onto the mission target, he fires. A massive beam of energy erupts, and the crystal star shattered instantly. Wait, is it actually over? As the white smoke clears, the president reports the target has been successfully cleared. Down on the ground, Xiao Hong stomps on an old helmet. She sneers at how pathetic the game enemies are, claiming they are weaker than average manual labor. The president removes his armor and lands back on the ground. Xiao He stares thoughtfully at the crystal screen. According to the rules, this is a strategic combat game. Meanwhile, Li Ya points to the map, explaining that both kingdoms are on opposite ends, constantly sending waves of troops to attack. They must lead their own soldiers forward to destroy the defense towers. Taking down the enemy's main stronghold is the key to securing victory and earning points. Xiao He taps the screen, warning everyone to stay alert. This game, created by Wang Zikai, is extremely bizarre, and other civilizations might even exist inside it. Looking at the defeated soldiers, he notes that these were likely just basic grunts. The real enemy has yet to show up. And the worst part of all, Xiao He slams his fist onto the screen in pure frustration, yelling out, where this garbage game has taken their king. Xiao Hong just shrugs with her arms crossed, asking why he is worried. They do not need to wait for Jiang Si to deal with these weaklings. She can handle them all on her own. Plus, the president is providing excellent air support with his impressive sniper skills. The president quickly agrees. Xiao Hong adds that Xiao Xiao is guarding the rear against sneak attacks, making their defense solid. But meanwhile, the girl is yawning, wishing she could head to the front lines instead. Xiao Hong just scoffs at the game's setup, declaring that they will just crush everything in their path first. She orders her minions to charge forward. Xiao He immediately snaps back, telling her that absolutely nobody here is her servant. Meanwhile, the president flies forward, calling her highly impulsive. Xiao Hong keeps shouting for everyone to push ahead and take the next position. Somewhere else, a girl points out to M3 that a group of complete amateurs has actually arrived. It is Xiao Ai watching closely. She notes that new players have entered and 13 quickly replies that these newcomers are not just amateurs, they are completely foolish. Watching them on screen, he adds that players cannot respawn in this dungeon. Their split team is reckless and foolish. But then 30 walks up, disagreeing with that claim. He analyzes their attack, noting it reached level 20 tier strength without any buffs. They must be top-tier experts from their original world. Just then, a cold voice interrupts them, telling them to stop guessing. Whether they are experts or rookies, the dark-haired girl raises her hand, summoning massive thorny vines. 99 says one quick test will show their skill level. The screen lights up loading her skills. She snaps her fingers, declaring she is heading out. Electrical currents surge across the ground, with one bolt heading straight for Xiao Hong. She and Xiao He immediately feel the danger. Xiao Hong throws 99's thorny vines to the ground, screaming that there is an ambush. High above, the remaining vines are completely untouched. Perched high on a vine, 99 mocks them. No matter how strong they were in their original world, this place operates by different rules. In this game world, the system rules are absolute. She calmly tells them she is about to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Innumerable thorny vines erupt from the ground. Xiao Hong watches in absolute shock as they wildly lash out at her group. Xiao Ai watches the screen and sighs. With 99 rushing in like that, all their tactical planning was completely pointless. 13 replies that their opponents are just a bunch of raw rookies. Crushing them in one clean sweep is much easier anyway. She looks at the screen, saying that as long as they are fine with it, she is too. Xiao Ai then calls out to Jiang Si. She tells him to stop farming monsters, grab the buff item, and meet up. But Jiang Si hesitates, saying he has a bit of a problem. Hiding in the grass, 255 reports that some thief has completely cleared out their wilderness farming zone. Xiao Ai dismisses it, saying a few stolen resources from level 1 rookies do not matter to them at all. He hesitates. No, he means a massive crater has literally appeared on the map with land floating in the sky. 255 explains their entire zone was stolen. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is literally lifting the massive floating land chunk with his bare hands. He hops around, pure perfection. Any creature that dies in this forest immediately respawns without any limits. Spotting a wild chicken, he snatches it up instantly. Jiang Si mutters to himself in pure excited delight. Wild monsters respawn instantly, yielding endless loot upon defeat. The creature he just defeated has already reappeared. Chewing on a meat skewer, he realizes that bringing this infinite meat forest back would end human hunger forever. This game world is incredible, giving him such a massive harvest right at the start. Jiang Si laughs happily. After being sick and living on plain porridge, he can finally feast. Suddenly, a massive axe swings right toward his face. He dodges, but his skewer drops. Jiang Si lands with a completely dark expression. He completely ignores the giant floating land mass crashing down. Wasting food is his absolute biggest pet peeve. He dusts it off, whispering that it is probably still edible. Meanwhile, the axe-wielding attacker slowly marches toward him. Jiang Si freezes mid-dusting. The armored attacker 255 wonders where this strange new species suddenly came from. Looking at Jiang Si, the system identifies him as a mere wild mob. 255 proudly declares his dominance. No mere mob stands a chance against him. The system loads his anti-monster weapon, the heavy patrol battle axe. He tells his team to go ahead, promising to join them after he easily clears out this minor mob. He recalls his past life at the Universe Corporation, where he was named after his employee code T255. To avoid supreme risks, the board of directors decided to migrate their entire civilization into this virtual game. He served as an elite risk control specialist. Back then, 255 stood proudly above the other employees. Now on the battlefield, he aims his axe. Ever since that migration, his sole duty has been hunting monsters. He hunts down valuable targets inside dungeons, a job most people simply refer to as mob farming. For that exact reason, he poured all his equipment and skills solely into specializing against wild beasts. Others scream at him to stop playing with weak mobs and rush over to help them out instead. No matter how desperate the main battle gets, it will never affect his ultimate monster farming efficiency. In other words, he is the king of this jungle. Gripping his heavy axe tightly, he charges. He yells that he won't let anyone steal his zone, talk about a serious case of territorial pride. Frowning, he stares at the target. Shockwaves blast nearby animals away, even making the captured chicken squawk in panic. The heavy axe slams straight down, shattering the ground and sending massive debris flying in every direction. System alerts keep popping up. Killed Bloodfang Bat gained 5 points, killed Mad Star Beast gained 5 points, and killed Wild Bull gained 5 points. 255 listens to the notifications and suddenly freezes. Killed Wild Boar gained 2 points. Killed Giant Wolf gained 3 points. Killed Dread Bear gained 5 points. The notifications keep rolling in, but he notices something highly unusual. There is no alert for killing a zombie. Jiang Si easily dodged the entire blast, jumping high into the air and demanding to know what they are doing. He is annoyed to encounter another player in the wild, let alone one who attacks without warning. Got it. Clenching his fists, he charges straight at 255, realizing this is definitely some kind of survival battle royal. So he will not hold back anymore. 255 watches in sheer terror as Jiang Si flies right at him, screaming in shock. He yells to activate his shields, equipping his Forest Guardian gear, boosting his defenses by 30% while reducing monster damage by 80%. Bracing for the impact, 255 gets absolutely blasted by Jiang Si. Smiling, Jiang Si notes his opponent feels pretty solid. Talk about tough. But suddenly, massive chains burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around Jiang Si. They bind his wrist and left ankle. Grabbing hold of the chains, 255 yanks them hard, dragging Jiang Si right off his feet. 255 leaps into the air with the chains coiled around his prey, pulling back his fist to strike. Bring it on, 255 charges down with a devastating strike, unleashing a massive shockwave across the area. The guy swings a heavy fist, screaming for him to die, but Jiang Si quickly dodges and delivers a sharp kick to his chin. Furious, 255 grabs the chains and curses. Suddenly, Jiang Si appears behind him, grabbing his head with a cheeky grin. Time to spin. 255 turns around in rage, shouting, "How dare you play with me?" But Jiang Si meets his fist head-on. Their raw power collides. 255 is blasted backward, tumbling across the dirt. He stammers in utter disbelief. What kind of mini-boss is this guy? Jiang Si wipes the dust off his face, impressed by how tough these players actually are. Now, this is getting good. Jiang Si smiles as his body begins to shift, deciding it is time to get serious. 255 gasps, shouting in pure shock. Wait, there is a phase 2. Jiang Si just laughs. Get ready, he warns, sprinting ahead. But as Jiang Si moves, his body suddenly wavers and stumbles out of nowhere. The system alerts him of a debuff, an allergic reaction, slowing his movements down to a complete sluggish crawl. 255 is baffled. Jiang Si struggles to move, realizing his body has completely locked up on him. He gets it now. This must be a special boss mechanic. 255 realizes the bald form was actually his strongest combat state. Since his hair grew back, the boss became incredibly weak and completely paralyzed, leaving him totally unable to fight back. Grabbing his massive battle axe, 255 declares he will slay this rare mob, charging forward to claim the prize. Die, he screams, swinging his weapon. Jiang Si grits his teeth, trying to move as the axe slams into the ground. A massive wave of energy erupts, sending Jiang Si flying through the dust. He struggles to lift his head. He tried so hard to move earlier with no luck, but suddenly his body surged forward a bit too fast. This paralysis is worse than sneezing non-stop, he grumbles. He looks up to face 255 again. Whatever, he will finish this fight first. He calls out for the guy to transform again, but suddenly freezes. Wait, how did he die? Suddenly, a system message announces player 255 of the Merchant Guild has been eliminated. Elsewhere, massive thorny vines burst from the ground. The guild leader dodges frantically, aiming his high-energy cannon to fire. He fires a barrage of energy blasts, but the vines take 0 damage, relentlessly chasing after him. As one vine lunges, Xiao Hong rushes in, kicking the thorn away to protect the guild leader, telling him to watch out. Talk about a powerhouse. He needed multiple cannon blasts just to push them back, but she did it with a single kick. He quickly thanks her, but Xiao Hong snaps back that she hates saving humans and warns him to pay attention. The guild leader nods frantically, agreeing immediately. But another vine shoots toward them, and she drops him. She tells him not to get in her way before leaping into the air, dodging the incoming strike easily. Do not underestimate me, she shouts, unleashing a heavy kick directly into the vine to shatter it. The vines split apart, but 99 controls a thorn to block them. She claps her hands with a smug grin. Electricity crackles as 99 activates her force field splitting skill, looking at the vines with total confidence. Amateurs who only rely on raw strength should just surrender already, she mocks, raising her hand to strike. Thorny vines erupt from the ground as she promises to add her as a friend once this is over. Don't look down on me. Xiao Hong screams in rage, narrowly dodging 99's relentless barrage of attacks. A dark energy field expands. Xiao He wonders if she really thinks they will surrender, questioning who holds the upper hand. Snapping his fingers, he calmly points out that she is actually the real amateur in this situation. Xiao Hong and the guild leader gasp in shock as the thorny vines suddenly begin to coil back on their own. Xiao He calmly reminds them that in this game world they are made of pure digital data. Fighting does not exhaust them, and they feel no pain or injuries that could ever slow them down. A vital spot took a fatal blow. S99 stands up and walks forward, explaining that victory is decided solely by raw stats like attack, defense magic, and the health points, keeping them alive. Hearing this, Xiao Hong and her group grind their teeth in pure rage. S99 continues those flashy but overly complicated combat moves they just showed off are completely useless. The system registers them as basic attacks, no better than toddlers flailing around. She points directly toward the thorns and explains that basic attacks are heavily mitigated by the game's built-in defense mechanics. Even if they land, they barely tickle her health bar. The system screen pops up S99 level 52 with 1198 out of 1250 health. She adds that her skills will drain their health completely. The guild leader stares at his health bar and screams in shock. What, that attack barely grazed him? S99 smugly replies that since they cannot feel pain here, they assume they are totally fine. But in reality, a few more hits will deplete their health completely, triggering an instant system death. Suddenly, a massive barrier unfolds as S99 speaks. Besides, as a crowd controller, her goal is not to defeat them, but to trap them here forever. Xiao He gasps in horror. But suddenly, several dark figures emerge, weapons drawn as they complete the encirclement, ready to reap their prey. Meanwhile, 13 stares at his screen and panics. Wait, Chi is in serious trouble. His health is skyrocketing down and he is not replying to messages. 13 gasps while Xiao Ai suddenly pieces it together. She grits her teeth and explains the split. They divided their 5 members. Dachi was isolated and killed by the enemy duo, while blindly farming monsters. She immediately orders 13 to open the portal and take Uncle Ka to rescue him, leaving this side to her and S99. 13 reluctantly agrees. Tilting his head, he reaches his hand right through the holographic screen to pull Uncle K along. He taps 30 on the shoulder through the interface to summon him. 13 adjusts his glasses and tells him to prepare. 2 beams of light flash as they cast a teleportation skill. In an instant, they arrive right where Jiang Si is standing. 13 gasps, realizing they are a step too late. Chi has already been eliminated. 30 suggests taking out the survivors, but looking around the area is completely empty. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is casually strolling nearby, completely unbothered. 13 mutters that there are only wild monsters around. Jiang Si wanders over and innocently asks them a question. Are you guys looking for that big guy from earlier? 13 and 30 freeze. 13 whispers that they might get clues. 30 agrees, but his eyes narrow as he suddenly charges at Jiang Si. Wait, what are they thinking? He roars that monsters do not talk. 13 draws his gun and aims directly at Jiang Si, shouting a warning. This target is using a disguise skill and is definitely no newbie. Jiang Si easily dodges 30's swift strike. 30 is shocked that a monster dodged his blade. Jiang Si sighs, annoyed that everyone attacks on sight. This truly is a brutal survival game where everyone is an enemy. He smirks to himself. This is his absolute specialty. Rules or no rules, he knows how to win. 30 charges again, calling to finish him. 13 agrees and they coordinate to bring down their lone target together. Jiang Si hesitates, knowing his allergy debuff will ruin his combat focus. Fortunately, he has another plan. His true strength lies in real-time strategy. He smiles, knowing that tactical command is his playground. Stepping forward, he summons a massive army of miniature paper clones of himself rising from the dirt. He orders an all-out assault. 13 gasps in utter confusion while 30 yells to ignore it and keep slashing. A wild brawl erupts. Meanwhile, Shai suddenly freezes as an emergency rescue alert pops up on her screen. She wonders how 13's group is already in trouble. Summoning her hoverboard, she leaps on it to investigate. She deduces the enemy's main force is there and tells S99 to keep their current targets busy. She flies off, leaving S99 totally speechless at how their perfect encirclement plan just fell apart. In the distance, Xiao Han and her allies grin maliciously. Xiao Ai glides effortlessly through the air on her board. Touching down, she frowns, wondering why they have not sent any updates from what must be a fierce battle. She fires up her board again as the system announces that her energy reserves have fully replenished. With her thrusters fully charged, Xiao Ai zooms forward like lightning, heading straight toward the battle coordinates. Her plan is to assess the situation first before joining the fray, but a sudden system alert derails her. It warns her that high-speed flight consumes massive energy. What lies ahead is about to change everything. Ngai immediately opens her eyes wide in shock. The bizarre scene before her eyes makes her curiously fly closer. When did this wild forest even turn into such a bizarre and crazy place? Tiny zombies are happily sawing wood together, carrying heavy stone blocks off in one direction, toward a gloomy gray castle. They are all working toward the golden throne of power. 2 highly alert figures stand guard for the majestic dark figure on the throne. However, the atmosphere between the 3 remains incredibly tense and gloomy. The person sitting on that throne is actually Jiang Si in his zombie form. The guy beside him is pursing his lips with a swollen cheek, and the young man opposite is just as beaten up with a bruised face and shattered glasses. Yet they show absolutely no expression, leaving Ngai completely bewildered. What on earth are those two up to? Jiang Si sits right in the middle, maintaining the exact same pose, but a second later, his face lights up with a strange joy. Origin power is indeed awesome, and city-building games are definitely the best. Jiang Si cannot help but get excited thinking about the moment his zombie horde will attack T-13 and K-30, using passion and sincerity to win over his enemies, turning them into friends. After all, the more friends you make on an adventure, the better. His voice quickly echoes across the sky as everyone joins forces to build their ultimate dreamland. With that, Jiang Si steps down the stairs. He has made up his mind. In this game, he will unhesitatingly spread his arms and shout, "I will crush all my rivals with this carefully managed territory." But very quickly, Jiang Si freezes. A dark shadow sweeps past. He glances back at the two behind him, demanding to know if someone can fly. They answer in unison, completely clueless. Hearing this, Jiang Si feels pretty annoyed. What a bunch of useless helpers. Meanwhile, Ngai has flown around until she is completely dizzy, but with zero news, she has no idea what is actually going on. But her gut tells her those two are totally beyond saving. So Ngai changes direction, aiming to fly right out of the forest. Something is definitely wrong with this game, so she needs to retreat first. The further she stays from this forest, the better. But she has no idea that the massive stone castle is already following her. Going back to help Sister 99 fight might still work. When a giant shadow suddenly blocks her view, Ngai freezes. She curiously glances back, wondering why on earth the sky has gone so dark. High above, T-13 is still sobbing and screaming, while K-30 yells just as loudly to get out of the way. But Ngai is too panicked to react to the massive structure. Seriously, how is someone actually chasing her in this wild, empty area? With a wave of his hand, the entire castle falls and collapses. Only then does Jiang Si finally let out a sigh of relief. He softly announces a direct hit to all his tiny zombies below. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the kingdom's civilized merchant association, where currents of raw power continuously intertwine. Little Hong screams wildly as she raises her claws and charges forward. Green tentacles quickly follow right behind her. They connect with one another, forming a massive shield to block incoming attacks for her. Looking back, she smirks and praises them, saying, "Not bad for a human." The guild leader doesn't really care about her words, and simply tells her to focus on moving forward while he handles the rear. She has no issue landing right on, his massive hand casually teasing little Hey. "Hey there, little bro, why don't you keep using that move of yours?" Hearing this, he growls in irritation, asking who she thinks is her little brother. Little Hey grits his teeth, clenching, his fists in pure rage. Calling her an insolent brat, he pulls his arm back, preparing for a devastating, earth-shattering punch. This time, she better finish the opponent off in one clean strike or else. As he swings, he keeps muttering on about having no time to play around, but before he can even get close, she has already flown off. Red energy weaves through the gaps of the tentacles to escape, but S-99 has been lying in ambush, determined to stop her. Under her command, mechanical tentacles instantly wrap tightly around the red energy, forcing little Hong to scream out for her to stop. However, S-99 remains completely unfazed. She presses her attack, but that very energy suddenly lashes back to counter her. Damn it, even a direct block cannot stop it. The tentacles quickly morph into a long, thick rope stretching toward the sky. At the exact same time, she breaks free. Safe. Meanwhile, S-99's hand starts transforming. That was incredibly close. The castle was almost destroyed. She finally activates the system communication, desperately begging her teammates to hurry up and help. She can hold them off 1 versus 3, but she cannot kill them. The system immediately displays S-99's frantic messages. She needs mid-lane backup since 3 opponents are already pushing the main tower. Where on earth is everyone? Just 1 returnee would be fine. Say something, do you not care about the base? Your core is literally about to blow. Receiving no reply. Her anger flares up. Damn it, these opponents keep covering for each other, leaving her with absolutely zero chance to strike. Plus, she cannot reach any teammates. These guys are real pros. While S-99 is distracted, her opponents quickly begin calculating their moves. They have finally whittled her health down to 50%. Perfect time to finish her in 1 shot. She can only grit her teeth in total helplessness. But since things have come to this, S-99's eyes flare with fierce determination. This is her only choice. Players are clashing right in front of her, but S-99 ignores them, aiming for a higher spot. Up on the giant tentacles, she yells at everyone to move. The guild leader freezes at her voice, and then Xiao Hong suddenly appears with a smug sneer. "Weren't you so arrogant earlier, running away now?" But only one of them realizes something is wrong. "Wait, this isn't right," the guild leader screams in panic as he watches the trajectory of the tentacles. They are heading straight for our own kingdom's castle. But Xiaohe quickly cuts him off, saying they should just ignore her. As long as they destroy their opponent's castle first, they win. With that, his hand reaches out toward the enemy base. But right before he can touch it, a powerful barrier blocks Xiao He completely. He stands there frozen in absolute shock. Wait, why is this castle's health pool so insanely high? Behind them, S99 cannot help but let a smirk slip. She glides over the massive pile of iron, feeling extremely pleased. The kingdom's castle is just like a player, having health points. Even though those opponents are strong, they are still just newbies who have not been upgraded by the system yet. Destroying their castle will take quite a while, and during that time, a quick plan forms in her mind. She will launch a direct strike on the enemy's defensive line, then forcefully tear down their castle in one go. Seeing this, Xiao He panics and screams out, Xiao, Xiao, stop her, do not let her get near the castle. From a nearby vantage point, Xiao suddenly appears, holding a massive cannon and begins firing giant artillery shells. She boasts about blowing S99 to pieces, and true to her word, S99 takes a heavy hit, losing some strength. Yet she forces herself to stand back up. Her health bar can still take some damage, so she pushes forward anyway. Her eyes burn with fierce determination, believing victory is within reach. Little does she know Jiang Si's castle is right above. As she confidently declares victory, her survival instinct suddenly screams a warning, causing S99's mouth to drop wide open. The moment the castle slams down, the system announces that Civilization Merchant Alliance T13 and K30 have both been eliminated, along with Civilization Merchant Alliance S99. As thick dust blankets the forest, the guild leader witnesses the scene. He easily figures out that Jiang Si must be the one behind this massive commotion. Xiao He is left completely shaken. He admits that in the end they still had to rely on their boss. Suddenly, through the fading smoke, he spots something. Down on the ground, a protective barrier begins to crack and shatter, leaving Lu Xiaoai dizzy and complaining in frustration. She groans, wondering what kind of monster that zombie kid is. Her force field shield is now completely broken. She scrambles to her feet, realizing this match is totally unwinnable. It is definitely time to throw in the towel. Without hesitation, Xiaoai summons the system menu and taps surrender. All she can do now is read the final results. The screen confirms the Merchant Alliance surrendered, eliminating all enemies. Earth's civilization has officially won the match. Xiaoai happily waves goodbye to this place. Feeling relieved, she keeps repeating the same words over and over. She sings about going home, completely unaware of a hand reaching out behind her. Jiang Si suddenly appears right there, grabbing her shoulder. As Xiaoai yelps, he asks if she wants to become his underling. But before she can answer, the entire space shifts, leaving Jiang Si stunned. He finds himself in a high-tech lobby inside the Merchant Alliance. At the headquarters, a trembling voice stammers. Meanwhile, Jiang Si curiously looks around at his new surroundings. Only Xiaoai looks back at him in absolute terror, wondering how this crazy guy managed to follow her here. Back at Earth's lobby, the crowd is shouting and pushing. Everyone is packed together like ants, complaining constantly. Someone begs for help as they get squeezed, while a grumpy old man complains about being touched too much. Nearby, Chu grits his teeth as he watches the entire chaotic scene of humans shoving each other. They have been pushed right against the protective barrier, and there is absolutely no more room left. He curses in frustration but cannot do anything. Relying on this barrier will not work in the long run. Right in front of him, several people are pushed clean over the edge of the protective barrier. Fortunately, Yunfeng swoops in just in time to catch one of them, telling him to be careful. The saved man stammers his thanks. Yunfeng reassures him that he is safe now and immediately moves him. Yunfeng gently releases the man, sending him over to Xiao He. But as the man looks around, he panics upon seeing thousands of humans floating. He stammers, asking where this is and how there are so many. Their numbers are growing too fast to hold. Nearby, the minister's voice is hoarse, but he still screams out. Another massive continent is about to be digitized, and refugees from Country B are flooding in. Floating high above, Lang can only watch the chaos. He sighs at the massive crowd, wondering if they are completely out of options. Pushed to his limit, his body is barely able to stand. Nearby, Mao helps the refugees while looking around anxiously. This is bad. Why has not their king returned yet? Hearing this, Akwai tightens his rope and grumbles. He complains they should have just killed off some humans, but the others shut him up immediately. Inside the system space, Leia is startled by a sudden notification. It congratulates human civilization for securing their very first victory. Her eyes light up with pure relief as she processes the incredible news. They are finally saved and the nightmare is over. Leia quickly taps the screen, completely blown away by the reward. So many points. They can buy an incredible amount of land with this. The system text flashes with a joyful message. The super challenge is a massive success, and they have won the group competition. That is 1,400 points, 1,000 more for the first win bonus, plus 57 points from the dungeon run, bringing the grand total to 2,457 points. She starts rambling in excitement, eager to calculate how much they can buy. But Yunfeng suddenly appears to stop her. He tells her to stop calculating and exchange everything for survival space right now. The more the better, he insists. Startled by his shout, she quickly nods and gets to work, promising to handle the exchange. After some frantic tapping, Leia reaches the final screen to claim 245,700 square kilometers. She agrees instantly. The moment she confirms, the land rapidly expands, giving humanity much-needed breathing room. The ground is growing. This is incredible. Move forward, stop crowding, and keep going. They run as fast as they can, staring at the expanding land in absolute awe. Look at that rivers. It is still expanding. How massive is this place? Honestly, who cares? They finally have space to breathe. With the crisis averted, Lang steps up to take charge, telling everyone head down now that there is solid ground. Chu and Ahe hesitate for a second before finally stepping onto the new land. Are they truly saved at long last? They head down as Leia exits the system. Overjoyed by their newfound safety, Xiao Xiao and the others celebrate their close call. They made it just in time. This absolutely insane game literally put the survival of all humanity on the line. One of them grumbles about returning so soon, claiming they wanted to fight more. Seeing her friends safe, Leia tears up. She welcomes them back with tears of joy. Chu and Ahi rush over, amazed that a single victory could yield such massive land. The exchange rate in this game is surprisingly generous. If they win a few more times, they might buy back the entire Earth. Seeing them so incredibly excited, Leia hates to rain on their parade, but she has to break the bad news. She explains that the land is only a temporary lease. Since they needed so much room, she got the lowest rate. It only costs 1 point per 1,000 square kilometers, but there is a major catch and only lasts for a single day. Everyone turns pale at her words. What? The hot-tempered Red immediately jumps up, shouting at her to stop talking nonsense. She grabs Leia and starts pulling her hair. She literally risked her life fighting only for the land to last 1 day. Red demands to know if Leia took a cut of the points, yelling at her to spit them out right now. Leia can only cry and beg, explaining that the platform takes a massive fee. Hearing the commotion, the minister walks over. He adds fuel to the fire, pointing out they must win at least 1 match a day. This pushes Red over the edge. She demands her points back, grabbing Leia's hair while Leia desperately tries to defend herself, pleading with her to stop biting. Seeing the fight, Akwai steps in to calm everyone down, reminding them that as long as they have their king, they are fine. Hearing this, the minister brightens up instantly. Right, they still have Jiang Si. But suddenly, Akwai's expression completely shifts. Wait, where is their king? Akwai notices Blackie's nervous face and asks why they look so miserable if they actually won. Cornered, Blackie stutters out the truth. He begs Akwai to calm down first, but the news about their king is bad. The terrifying revelation echoes across the newly built land, sending a fresh wave of panic through the crowd of survivors. What do you mean their king was lured away by another civilization? At that exact moment, the system drops another announcement. Earth's current point balance is now 0. Meanwhile, back in the bustling lobby market, Jiang Si is entirely focused on food. He happily pigs out on local delicacies. Around him, vendors are calling out to customers, promoting their special new stews. Eating a hot bowl of noodles on the move, Jiang Si realizes that grabbing a snack after gaming is the best feeling. He offers a quick thank you to Xiao Ai for treating him. She just shrugs, her focus glued to the screen. The forum is currently blowing up with a wild question about what happens when a dungeon boss gets loose in the lobby. It is an absolute emergency. Underneath that panicked post, other users are chiming in, completely fascinated by the bizarre situation. Some jokingly advise them to visit the medical center, suggesting the local doctors might have a cure for their sudden delusion. Is their department's KPI stress really that bad? While she is killing time, another system notification pops up on her screen. Team 3 of the Investment Info Department. Xiao Ai grits her teeth in pure frustration as that troublesome name pops up yet again. Every single time the work chat pings, her entire body tenses up. And looking at the latest message from management only makes it worse. It is about her. The follow-up words make Xiao Ai absolutely furious, since those office-dwelling executives have absolutely no clue what is happening. They do not see how fast the outside world changes. Shut up, isn't this entire mess actually your fault in the first place? You dragged everyone into this with that corporate sellout reply. Frustrated, she finally clasps her hands and bows to beg them to stop. Whatever, let them argue. Xiao Ai turns her attention back to Jiang Si, wondering if anyone has ever encountered something this bizarre. What is this weird wild monster anyway? Meanwhile, he is completely focused on stuffing his face, ignoring everyone else around them. He only cares about the pork tenderloin. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashes through her mind, suggesting this could be a rare beast taming event. A legendary zombie beast. A wide smirk spreads across Xiao Ai's face as she imagines herself dominating everything from here on out. She is going straight to the top of the world. She grins, picturing herself pointing proudly at Jiang Si as her ultimate prize. Look at that, folks, her ticket to a promotion, a massive raise, and maybe even paying off her entire home loan early. She could settle her mortgage years ahead of schedule. Jiang Si has absolutely no idea what she is planning and just acts friendly. He cheerfully asks if he can get another bowl. She smiles warmly and tells him that even 100 bowls would be fine. Hearing this, he lets out a joyful shout, calling her the most generous boss ever. He is not holding back at all. Jiang Si immediately orders another bowl of egg-fried noodles. Xiao Ai just smiles and lets him eat whatever he wants. She spoils him completely. But in another corner of the area, the special execution squad from the security department has just arrived. They have spotted their target and are locking down the area. The squad leader uses his high-tech visor to track every movement. He is pinpointing the exact coordinates of this foreign data intruder. Soon the captain's cold mechanical voice echoes through the comms. He orders his team to begin the purging operation. On his command, the special execution squad disperses to scan the crowd. They inspect every single person, ordering everyone to stay exactly where they are and not to leave the designated perimeter. They announce a security investigation into anomalous data demanding full cooperation. Meanwhile, the captain searches for the actual target. He spots someone and orders him to stand up immediately. The loud, satisfying, slurping sound of noodles suddenly cuts short. A terrified, unfamiliar face turns around, asking what is wrong. The captain pays no attention to his fear and starts searching. He barks at him to cut the nonsense and stand up with his hands on his head for a security scan. They scan for anomalous data but find absolutely nothing. The captain is baffled since the tracking coordinates pointed right here. He moves on to the next person. While the guards are distracted, Xiao Ai seizes her chance to quietly slip away. Finding nothing on that person, they call for the next suspect, ordering another bystander to put their hands up. Xiao Ai watches from a safe distance, gritting her teeth at how stubbornly the security department dogs track their prey. Jiang Si follows her closely, curiously, asking what this anomalous data actually means. She is surprised but patiently explains it. Since everything in this world is made of code, she explains any anomalous data is considered a massive threat. He simply nods along, asking what happens next. That is when Xiao Ai reveals the true nature of that squad. The security department is the strongest defense force the Merchant Union civilization has to guard their precious data. They hunt down foreign spies, refugees from collapsed civilizations, and rebels who are desperate to return to reality. All of these individuals are flagged as anomalous data. Jiang Si listens in awe while firmly clutching his bowl. Seeing his reaction, she explains that once anomalous data is detected, the system will execute a total data purge. They have the administrative power to wipe anything clean. Hearing this, Jiang Si begins to tremble, his voice shaking. He asks if they really wipe everything. The blue light on Xiao Ai's hand fades as she confirms it is total. Not a single trace remains. Jiang Si breaks into a cold sweat as the terrifying reality of being erased sinks in. Xiao Ai continues to keep watch while explaining that she absolutely cannot afford to draw their attention either. She warns him to keep his mouth shut, but he is completely frozen, repeating those horrifying words over and over. Total erasure and absolutely nothing left. Completely wiped out. Not even a single scrap remaining. Completely wiped. Xiao Ai hears him muttering and quickly tells him to shut up before she acts. She fires several red radar beams that dart through the crowd to disrupt the security department's scanning devices. This will create enough chaos for them to make their escape, while a new system notification suddenly flashes regarding its features. Even with the distraction skill, their captain is still completely clueless. Why is this thing so useless? Xiao Ai is thrilled to have achieved her goal. It is a success. Little zombie, in a bit we will do this, then like that. But the guy next to her just will not stop muttering. Wipe them out completely, leave nothing behind. Wipe them out completely, leave no single trace. Wipe them out completely, wipe them out completely, and leave absolutely nothing behind. Xiao Ai finally loses her patience and turns to scold him. What are you doing? Are you still mumbling? Be quiet and follow me. But before she can finish, her eyes widen. Finding herself suddenly swept up in Jiang Si's arms, Xiao Ai panics. What are you doing? Don't do anything foolish. But he ignores her, marching straight toward a nearby diner. Jiang Si's voice suddenly carries a cold, sharp edge as he calls out, "Boss." Yunhu replies instantly that he is right here, while Xiao Ai continues to struggle and scream. What are you doing? Hey, what are you putting me on the table for? Don't you dare sell me out. Watching this play out, the boss decides to make a preemptive strike first. He tells them his place doesn't take dishwashing to clear debts, but Jiang Siji just smirks. No, that is not what I want. He doesn't hesitate to drag Xiao Ai along like baggage, announcing they want to pack this to go. Yunhu is stunned before screaming out that it is a robbery. He runs off to report that a robber is on the loose. Meanwhile, the captain's subordinate reports in. Captain, our scanner detected anomalous data characteristics at bearing 07, but before he can finish, the captain slaps him right across the face, yelling, who cares about the distance? On the other side, Jiang Si keeps dragging Xiao Ai along while urging her to run since everyone saw them and is now giving chase. Xiao Ai is driven absolutely crazy by this chaotic mess. Her jaw drops as she demands to know why they are running if nothing is wrong. Finally, he admits that he is actually a player from Earth's civilization. This shocking revelation completely spins her head around. What on earth does that even mean, Jiang? Si skips the explanation, spelling out the consequences instead. If they get caught, they will be labeled as spies and executed immediately. Back with the captain, he tracks Jiang Si's movements closely. Having detected the anomaly, he is determined to boost his record by eliminating them. The captain fires straight at Jiang Si, who cries out in regret over losing his late-night snack and his breakfast. Dizzy from the chaos, Xiao Ai can only scream at him to focus. Forget about the food and focus on running for our lives. But the captain quickly closes the gap, shouting that they cannot escape and must become his stepping stone to a promotion. However, the captain is forced to halt when a dark shadow suddenly darts past. Jiang Si quickly executes a maneuver to put some distance between them, warning him to stay away. Right then, a beam of light pierces straight through the squad's spaceship. Captain, are you all right? System alerts blare that security is facing violent resistance in the login lobby. Amidst the absolute chaos, Jiang Si manages to slip away. He warily glances back, hoping that throwing so many obstacles has finally bought them some time. Xiao Ai, completely out of breath, can only stammer that she hopes so. Right then, the system quickly generates a brand new, foggy dimension, deploying its administrator authority to repair the corrupted data. It quickly wraps up with a final system prompt. With the repair complete, the captain recovers instantly and charges forward again, screaming at them not to steal his precious promotion. The runaway duo panics as they realize they cannot shake him off. Jiang Si's teeth chatter uncontrollably from sheer terror. He clenches his fists, looking up at the sky in desperation. What should we do? Should we trash the entire login lobby? Or just kneel and beg for mercy? Should we rip the fabric of space to escape? I do not want to die yet. There are still so many foods I haven't tried. Save me. But Jiang Si is instantly silenced when Xiao Ai grabs his hand. Telling him to quit screaming, she reassures him as they make their move. Let's go. Jiang Si is left utterly speechless. Her jaw drops as she literally tears a hole right in midair. The system chimes in to activate an emergency hack skill. Without wasting a second, she drags Jiang Si down into the massive void. Behind them, the captain keeps screaming about his promotion. Watching this, the special squad is left feeling completely defeated and panicked. Great, those targets have slipped inside the shopping mall. Damn it, the place is packed. They cannot use heavy weapons to blow things up, which means a manual search is required. The captain laments his lost career opportunity. The squad charges down the street, screaming at citizens to get out of the way. They begin questioning passers-by, announcing a security investigation into a data anomaly and ordering everyone to cooperate. Have you seen? Two people falling from the sky. An annoyed bystander raises her hands to cooperate, stating she knows absolutely nothing. The search party continues to shout, demanding answers and threatening anyone who harbors fugitives. Meanwhile, two hands remain tightly clasped in the crowd. They are currently hiding in plain sight among the bustling crowd. What is wrong with these people? They must be glitched again. A familiar energy signature quickly materializes inside the women's restroom. It sweeps past each stall door, looking for an empty stall. Soon the presence detects an open space. The stall door slams shut as they prepare to revert back to their original forms. Before Jiang Si can even complain about being in a ladies' restroom, Xiao Ai completely shuts him down, telling him to cut the nonsense. Her fingers fly across the screen as she tells him to wait right there. She is putting all of her skills to work. She bypasses the system itself, locking down a secure firewall while tossing out decoy addresses to completely throw off any pursuers. She sets up a localized sandbox network, leaving Jiang Si standing there totally clueless. Before he can ask, she shoves the glowing screen in his face. And just like that, it is done. Jiang Si stares at his newly generated profile in absolute shock, holding back a scream. Xiao Ai grabs her gear and explains that the basic cover is set. Now comes the most critical part of the plan. He must use the Merchant Guild credentials to play a single match, forcing the system to officially recognize his account. Is that clear? She asks. It takes a solid minute for Jiang Si to process this massive dump of information. He finally mumbles that she seems way too professional at this. Hearing that, Xiao Ai just flashes a quiet, mysterious smirk. Her voice carries a slight chill in the dark restroom as she scratches her head. After all, she is also anomalous data. The system instantly responds to her inputs, booting up a fresh instance for a random matchmaking team game. Her eyes are completely blank, but her tone remains sharp as she tells her little zombie that it is time to move. As they vanish, a strange flash of light bursts outward, leaving onlookers baffled. In a blink, they arrive in the game. Over by the lobby queue, Vero quietly sips his water while listening to the other players grumble about the wait. Why has not the match started? Yet they whine. Vero sighs, crosses his legs, and wonders why he is playing this kid's game. Right then, Ziling appears to give him a reality check. Vero, she warns you, had better behave yourself. She rolls her eyes, reminding him that his soul houses 10 billion slaughtered spirits, which makes their entire faction look like a lone threat. Because of that, the system labels them a solitary civilization, meaning everyone in their faction shares a blood debt with him. Vero immediately recalls Ah Gang Dai and Ah Tao. Those two still want payback for the way he brutally ended them. Ziling drops a final threat, telling him that if he does not help them win, his life is going to be hell. Varo complains, arguing that he is merely a lingering soul fragment now. He should not be blamed for his physical body actions. Still, he promises to follow orders. Even the game system recognizes who is really running the show here. In their faction, she is the undisputed boss. According to him, she is the true powerhouse the system highlighted. Welcome to the Z-Ling Civilization match. The system broadcasts the standard survival rules across the arena. Players are split into groups to tackle multiple stages, earning points based on performance to qualify for the grand finals. There is a catch, though all skills and items are completely disabled for this stage. Welcome to Round 1, the Crazy Playground. Players scream in panic as massive spiked walls start closing in on them. What on earth is this madness? Contestants get flung everywhere in seconds. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is already struggling, gritting his teeth as he gasps for air. But when he sees a giant puzzle block hurtling straight at his face, absolute panic sets in. What is this thing doing? He dodges and curses, yelling that trying to play a reflex game with this much lag is practically impossible. His complaints echo across the field. To make matters worse, the floor behaves like a treadmill, sliding forward constantly. He can barely keep his balance, yet he is forced to run. He screams that he was definitely set up. Jiang Si watches the obstacles approach and panics, shouting that he is dead. Xiao Ai, who is way ahead, sighs. What a useless guy, she thinks, but she still slows her pace a bit to stay near him. She even offers some advice. She reminds Jiang Si that the goal is to secure his disguise and sneak through quietly. Just get some basic points. But as she speaks, Jiang Si stomps his foot hard on the platform. Gritting his teeth, he bites back. What nonsense is that, he snaps. If you play a game, you go all out. Do not insult a gamer pride. But a second later, he freezes up again in absolute panic, totally stuck in place as the block looms. As a massive pillar drops, Xiao Ai rolls her eyes. He is so incredibly noisy. Why did she rescue this weirdo? Before she can move, the ground underneath them begins to shake violently, leaving her completely stunned. The other contestants scream as the platform violently shifts. Why is the entire stage suddenly flipping over? Jiang Si struggles to hold up the massive falling pillar. The match just started and he still has people back on Earth waiting for him. Digging his hands deep into the stone, he refuses to give up. How can he possibly fail here? With a roar, Jiang Si lifts the massive pillar. Everyone else is being thrown off and Xiao Ai watches in disbelief. What is he doing? She gasps. With one final burst of strength, he flings the pillar away, refusing to be eliminated so early. Everything in the dungeon shatters as a result. What is happening? Why did it suddenly explode? The system quickly fires off an announcement. All the other players tumble right off the stage. Dropping down, they scream in frustration that they are completely doomed and that this loss makes absolutely no sense. Amidst the thick smoke, Jiang Si hears the system alert. He scored the highest points in this specific group. Looking around, utterly dazed, he wonders if he actually won. Suddenly, Jiang Si claps his hands together with a knowing grin, realizing this trick actually worked. Shortly after, the system teleports everyone to stage 2, a massive maze. As soon as the match starts, players are already arguing and shouting at one another. Hey, wait up. Where are you anyway? Don't go getting lost. Wait, you are the one who is lost. Even with the bird-eye view active, navigating this place is incredibly tough. One exhausted player collapses, complaining that he cannot walk another step and searching yields no exit. He decides to take a quick break but freezes a second later at a strange noise. What was that? Suddenly, a massive crack appears right next to his hand. What is happening to this wall? Out of nowhere, Jiang Si forcefully smashes through, completely ignoring everyone. Get out of the way, open your eyes, and watch how a genius actually plays. Even the top players are forced to scramble out of his path. Jiang Si keeps charging forward like a madman, telling everyone not to block him. A nearby bald player watches him break the map, utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? But by then, Jiang Si has already crossed the finish line with a blue screen. You win. The system continues to announce the victory to Jiang Si. He successfully cleared the maze and reached the goal. Once again, Jiang Si chuckles foolishly behind the smoke, boasting loudly about being the absolute best while ignoring Xiao Ai on his back. None of these players figured out this exploit. I knew it. I am a pure gaming genius. On to the next round. Right on cue, the setting shifts to Stage 3 Treasure Alliance, where participating players are already having a blast fighting over valuable loot. This chest is mine, all mine. But just as another running player bumps into him, the guy immediately tenses up. What do you think you were doing, trying to steal my treasure? Jiang Si tries to explain that he is not trying to steal anything, but his grin slowly turns rather sinister actually. Every single treasure here belongs to me. Any objections, silence fills the room after his words, with no one reacting at first. Once they process what Jiang Si said, they burst out laughing, mocking him for being incredibly arrogant and asking who this crazy guy even is. They laugh hysterically, totally ignoring the smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Si kicks one of them away without a second thought. Do you object? Then he easily sweeps another back down, to the ground. Piece by piece, the floor starts crumbling. In the end, everyone is forced to submit to Jiang Si. We agree. Just like the previous stages, the system announces his team has once again scored the highest points. Everyone is then sent to stage 4 obstacle flight. Slipping his hands casually into his pockets, he looks up. Then Jiang Si crouches down and slams his hand onto the floor, cracking it wide open. A ruthless gleam flashes in his eyes. Too lazy to walk, let us just drag the finish line straight over here. With that, Jiang Si tightly clenches his fist. The cracks quickly catch up to a player aiming for the trophy under the victory banner. First place is mine. But before he can celebrate, an uneasy feeling washes over him. What is wrong with the ground? As he speaks, his body is pulled and warped. The entire dungeon is suddenly tilted completely upright, causing the ground to shatter. The trophy and the victory announcement everyone desired are now sitting right at Jiang Si's feet. The system quickly updates, displays that his team is the first to arrive. You've won this match. He only glances at it calmly, clicking his tongue. Okay, job done. At this moment, Jiang Si's status screen updates, showing him ranking first under commercial civilization J4. He cannot help but cheer in sheer excitement at his achievement. This is incredibly fun and breathtakingly dramatic. There must be more to come. However, Xiao Ai's next words instantly crush all of Jiang Si's hope. What do you mean continue? We are about to be finished. He stares at her screen in utter confusion. What? The system notification is clear. Other players have reported you. Now Xiao Ai can only nag and blame Jiang Si. I told you to lay low. But look at us now. Not only is the Chamber of Commerce security coming, but the purge armies of other civilizations are hunting us down. Hearing this is like a total thunderbolt to him. I was only playing the game normally, he complains. Xiao Ai is driven completely insane by Jiang Si's naive attitude. Normal, my foot. What normal player literally breaks the entire game's landscape like that? Still, she tries to navigate the system options, reminding him of something she forgot to mention. Because we violated some of the system's rules, we are flagged as anomalous data. Anomalous data will eventually begin to lose its very humanity, fading away until there is absolutely nothing left of them, losing their humanity and turning into horrifying monsters known as data corpses, which can even spread this weird anomaly to other nearby players. Because of this, they are always a prime target for the game world civilizations to hunt down and eliminate. Xiao Ai complains to Jiang Si, trying to sway him, saying she went through so much trouble to fake her identity, just to settle in that civilization chamber of commerce, and now she has to run. He quietly ponders her words. Losing humanity and turning into infectious monsters sounds a bit cliché to him. Meanwhile, at the Civilization Chamber of Commerce headquarters, things are getting weird. S168 walks in wearing a formal uniform, reporting to the Supreme Council about anomalous data. The anomaly detected today has been identified and isolated. Even though he is only a third-tier security chief, he cannot help but frown before this system interface. It confirms the target disguised himself using staff code J4 to infiltrate. Game instance D142, which is a ranked shooter. The reckless target made absolutely no attempt to hide his bizarre anomaly, suggesting he already lost his mind. He recommends arresting him the moment he returns. Hearing this report, a woman with bright red lips smiles. She belongs to the Civilization Chamber of Commerce Supreme Council, gently swirling a wine glass in her hand. Is instance D142 just a coincidence? The second-rank member chuckles and orders him not to deploy any troops, since the target will never return anyway. S168 is stunned, asking what that means, but she only swirls her golden wine glass. Smirking, the Rank 2 leader reveals a secret. They recently teamed up with 3 other civilizations using a rare item to inject massive amounts of dangerous glitch data into a specific instance, triggering it all at once. The chosen location is none other than Casual Instance D142. Get ready, because it is about to become a brutal hunting ground. Back inside the game, everyone is transported to a brand new space as the system announcement echoes loud and clear. Stage 5 is about to begin, and all players must take their positions. Instantly, the crowd pumps themselves up. They yell to gather quickly, telling each other to do their best and secure a solid victory this time around. But Xiao Ai cautiously warns Jiang Si to keep a low profile this time. He stays silent for a moment, then asks her if she finds anything weird here. She does not quite get what Jiang Si is hinting at, feeling slightly annoyed. She snaps, asking what could possibly be weird about this place. Without any change in his expression, he casually responds that it is hard to explain, but he feels something strangely familiar hiding in the crowd. Nearby, another player also notices the bizarre behavior of those around him, calling out to ask what is wrong with them. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. The final showdown begins, a chaotic, massive obstacle course, and the sheer scale of it is just insane. Players who were previously separated into different groups are now thrown together into this giant final arena. Feng Ye runs for his life, screaming and complaining about what on earth is going on with this crazy stage. Looking completely panicked, he yells that the platforms crumble the second you touch them on top of all the other traps. Some platforms fall apart unbelievably fast. Unable to contain his frustration, he curses the one who created this nightmare, wondering when they will ever reach the finish line, questioning if the game designer even plays their own garbage game. The rules are much simpler than the actual gameplay. On this collapsing map, the longer you survive, the higher your score. While sprinting at full speed, Xiao Ai has to listen to Jiang Si defend himself, claiming he is not the one breaking the map this time. Exhausted, she screams at him to just shut up and keep running. Up above, Ziling watches the chaos. She is surprised to see Jiang Si here, guessing he was placed in a different group earlier. A Tao asks her if they should go meet him, and a Gang Dai agrees, wanting to ask about the Earth civilization. Ziling firmly shakes her head, stating they cannot do that until they uncover the true nature of this game world. She recalls Vero's shocking words, claiming that Wang Zikai was the one who actually created this entire virtual reality. Right on cue, Vero himself appears easily, shattering a massive stone sphere. His motives go way beyond simply protecting the Earth. He speaks calmly, asking if they are talking about him, claiming his status as a divine messenger places him near the top. Elsewhere, Zikai is completely lost in a strange space, deeply reflecting on things he has kept hidden for a long time. Thousands of years ago, the Second Divine Throne discovered a divine artifact shaped like a game controller deep within the cosmos. Gaining immense power from it, he touches a cracked stone slab, memories of that ancient era rushing back to his mind. His reflection is distorted by fractures in the mirror. He never shared the secret of that divine device with anyone. Vero doubts that anyone would prepare for thousands of years just to save Earth. Returning to reality, a sinister smile creeps onto Vero's face as he proudly declares the grand purpose behind the existence of their entire civilization. The ancient divine civilization exists solely to destroy Jiang Si, and a clueless Gang Dai has absolutely no idea what to say. He cannot fathom how anyone plans to defeat Jiang Si using a mere game, while A Tao and Zhang stand right beside him. Honestly, if Jiang Si completely demolishes this game, it wouldn't surprise him one bit. Breaking the silence, Ziling finally decides to speak up. She suggests they start investigating this dungeon with the abnormal player count first, and right then a strange change appears on her face. Her third eye opens as a massive wave of energy erupts while players inside the dungeon slowly begin to lose their minds. The chaos quickly starts taking a structured, terrifying shape. She can sense through her mental perception that their actual consciousness is fading away. One by one, players turn on each other in mindless rage. In this dungeon, nearly 30% of all souls are shattering rapidly. Players are actively losing their humanity. Right before her eyes, their bodies undergo a bizarre, monstrous mutation. Every trace of who they once were melts away, replaced by something grotesque that looks nothing like a human. They turn into glitchy, data-mutilated zombies. Nearby players scream in absolute horror. How on earth did these things even get here? More players are mutating on the left and right as zombies swarm from every corner to tear apart the survivors. This is bad. The entire area is spiraling out of control as the infection spreads. One fleeing player can barely hold back his panic. They are completely doomed, stuck in a dungeon where active skills are blocked, while the relentless horde grows stronger by the second. Desperate screams echo through the halls. Run, but look who just dropped in from above. He slams a zombie straight into the dirt, casually telling it to behave. The creature can only groan under his heavy grip. The annoying noise gets on his nerves, but his curiosity spikes when the beast's other arm suddenly begins to morph. The creature reshapes itself entirely, bearing rows of razor-sharp shark teeth in a desperate attempt to intimidate him. Vero chuckles in amusement, impressed that it can still fight back, though his playful smile hides a sudden freezing coldness. He mutters that he still needs its body intact before violently stomping his foot down and crushing the stone beneath them. The overwhelmed monster goes completely silent and still. Standing over the body, Vero calls out with a smug grin on his face. He proudly invites Boss Ziling over to investigate, wondering if there is anything special about the zombies in this digital world. Unfortunately, everyone else is already locked in intense combat, completely ignoring his call. He looks up and scoffs in annoyance. He asks if they are seriously struggling against weaklings like this, while a Gang Dai tries his best to fend off the mob. A Gang Dai fires back, telling him to stop talking trash and look closer at the monster right beneath his feet. The defeated zombies are literally rewriting their own data to self-recover, meaning they never actually stay dead for long. Before dying, they rapidly replicate themselves. Instead of being worried, Vero just flashes a twisted, incredibly thrilled smile. Several newly sprouted heads loom right behind him, prompting him to call them fascinating creatures as he prepares to play. Over on Ziling's side, she is surrounded by an equally massive swarm, deeply questioning their ability to replicate out of nowhere. Her blade flashes like lightning, slicing through the monsters as she complains about how incredibly annoying these things are. They are way more troublesome than a real-world zombie outbreak. Down on the ground, Vero unleashes a barrage of brutal attacks. He laughs like a kid with a new toy, thoroughly enjoying the workout as he slices down wave after wave of monsters. Surely killing a few won't hurt the investigation. With every swing, he completely suppresses the surrounding hordes. The shockwaves reduce the entire area to absolute rubble. Suddenly, Vero freezes in mid-swing as his senses pick up someone new. Out of the thick dust, a mysterious man effortlessly catches Vero's heavy blow. Wait, did he just do that with one hand? The newcomer flashes a deceptively polite grin, apologetic as he stands there with his hands stuffed in his pockets. He casually shields the mutated beasts, claiming that he cannot allow these specific corpses to be slaughtered just yet. He explains that every single player in this dungeon must be infected first to ensure no prey is left behind. His lazy, playful voice echoes through the dusty ruins as he insincerely begs them for a little patience and forgiveness. Vero flatly refuses, declaring he has no intention of letting them go before immediately launching a brutal attack. Yet the mysterious man walks out completely unscathed, his mockingly polite tone catching even Vero by surprise. Commending Vero on his terrifying strength, the man summons a sword out of nowhere to block and counter seamlessly. He correctly guesses that Vero is a top-tier powerhouse from the original civilization, analyzing his capabilities with ease. Even if his game level is currently low, every single stat upgrade is perfectly optimized to unleash raw physical force. Adjusting his glasses, he slowly notes that it is quite fortunate a certain spatial warp got activated in time. Shrouded in a blinding level 91 aura, he proudly reveals that he is the ultimate pay-to-win player. With enough cash, he can rely on pay-to-win mechanics to totally crush you. So now what? The top 5 player asks with a smug look. He asks if they still want to fight him. Vero takes in the situation and laughs out loud, charging forward like he just spotted a tasty prey. He tells boss Ziling to keep investigating while he goes and has some fun playing with his opponent. Meanwhile, constant reports echo inside the Civilization Chamber of Commerce headquarters. At the Joint Operations Command Center, the alarms never stop. The plan to purge the abnormal data is underway, but high-level powerhouses have been dragged in. Even the 5th ranker has personally stepped in to suppress it. Just then, a woman in high heels walks in and S168 quickly steps up to report. He states that the 5th ranker is currently fighting an opponent whose strength is incredibly formidable. The 2nd ranker replies coldly, saying if he dies, it is just his bad luck. S168 stands behind with a calm posture, not even counting the insane amount of money poured into this purge. Our civilization and several others have deployed our top first-team experts. The screens quickly light up, displaying the elite players representing the chivalry civilization, starting with Manhwa at level 94. Next is the Fortune civilization with their hunter Captain Mimi at level 91. Finally, from the Empire civilization, is Warlord Menki at level 96. The 2nd ranker is highly pleased, knowing no powerhouse can survive this. They are doomed to be erased inside that dungeon. Meanwhile, Jiang Si is panting heavily as he carries Xiao Ai on, his back running from a horde of zombies while pushing himself to keep moving. He urges himself to hurry before everyone else gets wiped out. The top spot will definitely be theirs. At the same time, the system screen flashes constantly with announcements of player eliminations. Desperate screams for help echo across the battlefield as players beg to surrender. Under a pile of rubble, Xiao Wu's trembling, frantically tapping his system screen to find a way out. He smashes the surrender button, but the system does not respond at all. He curses, wondering why he cannot just surrender and escape this nightmare. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him, causing him to freeze completely. Looming right above the helpless player is a pack of monsters bearing their fangs, drooling over their new prey. Shrill screams tear through the dungeon as mutilated bodies dissolve into streams of data. The dungeon is literally consuming the player's life force to feed itself. Once a human player is digitized, their body mutates instantly. The number of monsters begins to multiply rapidly, overrunning the entire map. What was supposed to be a simple obstacle course game has turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. No one can escape, all because of a legendary item known as the Dimension Lock. Meanwhile, in another location, the casualty numbers continue to rise rapidly. 38% of the players have already been slaughtered by the undead. Watching the death toll skyrocket, May is highly pleased with how everything is playing out. His plan is working perfectly. He stands leisurely at the top, looking down at the absolute chaos. With their legendary lock item in place, nobody stands a chance of escaping. Now, all they have to do is wait for every single player to die and turn into zombies. Once that happens, they will wipe out the horde to complete the mission. Xiao Hua adjusts his hat with a slight smirk, knowing this is the only way to prevent the abnormal data from escaping. He stands there watching the absolute tragedy unfold. To him, these sacrifices are just necessary casualties for the greater good. Meanwhile, across the field, Mimi lets out a lazy sigh. She is sitting casually on a heap of freshly defeated monsters, muttering about her luck. Her own civilization was once wiped out by the undead, and seeing them again in this game is quite a pain. She decides she needs to clear them out fast. But just as she says this, she senses a massive power nearby. Mimi looks up in absolute shock, wondering if a fight is still raging nearby and who could possibly go head-to-head with that pay-to-win monster. High in the sky, Vero is locked in a spectacular duel against the fifth ranker. Menki watches the battle from afar, openly praising the combatants. He admits that both of them are incredibly skilled. As he analyzes the deadlocked battle, he recalls that the opponent is a powerhouse from the newly joined Z-Ling civilization. According to intelligence reports, the members of that civilization exist only as souls now. He pauses, realizing they must have faced a similar zombie apocalypse. Mimi sighs, noting that it is a shame no one else will make it out alive. They are all trapped here. Watching the grim situation unfold, Meng Xiaohua decides it is time to stop chatting and act. He begins channeling his power, rallying the others to join the fray before the threat escalates any further. He declares that they must work together to suppress the target, speaking with the authority of a true leader. If a top-level combatant gets infected, they will become an unstoppable monster. He charges forward while issuing orders. Mimi excitedly agrees to join the attack, while Mei casually puffs his cigarette, amused by how quickly things are moving. Has he really been forced to step in himself? Up in the air, Top 5 is already showing a few injuries from this grueling, drawn-out battle. Looking up, he feels a quiet wave of respect. Not bad. He recalls their fierce clash and the sheer number of items he had to burn through. In such a remarkably short time, that beast made him burn through 27 high-grade defensive items and 63 recovery items. Vero is still full of energy, charging in for another strike and shouting at him not to run. Snapping out of his thoughts, Top 5 smirks. He smirks, admitting that Vero's power is truly peerless, but reaching out, he summons yet another high-tier item from his inventory. It is a real pity. Next, he tightly squeezes his fist and shatters a glowing crystal. The moment it breaks, his entire body is flooded with power. Top 5 surges with fresh strength. He mocks him, saying he has over 80,000 items just like this. Rebirth crystal health points increased by 100. Under the Merchant Guild, over 3,000 workers are employed day and night, grinding away without any concept of a shift break. They work to build a future, pushing hard to prove their worth, dedicated completely to their jobs, all to achieve top performance. To them, the company is everything and the project is their entire life. Eventually, people start losing their minds over their mortgages. Even when worked to absolute exhaustion, they never quit. For the baby formula and school tuition, they simply cannot afford to fall. With 32 years left on their home loans, they eventually succumb, turning corrupt just to keep receiving their paychecks. They endlessly fight and grind items for him inside dungeons. Suddenly, Top 5 erupts with an incredibly terrifying surge of power, an incredibly terrifying force. He sneers, telling Vero that he can never hope to stand against the sheer power of capital. He looks down on Vero as a broke loser. In response, Vero just mocks him with a wild grin, looking more crazed by the second. This is turning out to be incredibly fun. Vero laughs, glad his opponent can actually take a beating. Suddenly, Vero unleashes a devastating wave of energy. It crashes directly into Top 5, threatening to grind him to dust. Vero scoffs, asking if he is running away yet again. Floating calmly in the air with his dimensional wings, Top 5 coolly replies that this is not running but waiting for the perfect moment. Dimensional wings agility plus 85, destructive energy attack plus 90. Vero is totally annoyed by his preachy words. Top 5 smiles, declaring it is not over yet. Right as those words leave his mouth, a giant sword materialized above Vero. The massive iron sword forces Vero to swear out loud right away. Colossal iron sword accuracy rate plus 70%. Cursing, Vero wonders where it came from as he struggles to block the massive blade. Top 5 watches with a sly grin. Vero is completely trapped on the defensive now. Top 5 launches his next attack. Goblin artillery, destructive power plus 85. A massive explosion tears through the battlefield, threatening to obliterate everything in sight, but Top 5 does not look very pleased. How is he not dead? Yet he mutters. Escaping the blast, Vero quickly analyzes his options in this tough fight. Against such a ridiculous spam of items and skills, relying on the Moon Beast alone is proving to be incredibly difficult. He quickly recalculates. Worse, he can feel 3 other powerhouse players rapidly closing in. It is time to make a desperate move. His only hope is to borrow Z-Ling's 1,000-faced moon for a desperate gamble. Suddenly, the ground beneath them violently shatters. Players and monsters are blasted back by the sudden eruption. They panic, wondering what that sound was and what is happening now. It seems to be coming from the finish line. Right there, amid the ruins, a shiny gold trophy appears and Jiang Si is pissed. He violently stomps on the trophy, complaining that he reached the finish line but did not get any points. He turns to Xiao Ai. She is currently throwing up. He asks her if the machine is broken, but she just gives him a blank, exhausted stare. Telling him to never carry her like that again, she says she would rather be eaten. Suddenly, Jiang Si spots a threat. A swarm of monsters charges in. Shouting a warning, Jiang Si grabs a beast by its head and hurls it away in frustration. He demands to clear the stage already. Watching their buddy get tossed like a rag doll, the other monsters freeze in sheer terror. Jiang Si slams another monster into the dirt, wondering if they need to wipe out all these new spawns to pass the level. Instantly, the monsters play dead. Jiang Si falls silent but then says something no normal person in this situation would ever think. He mutters that they actually look pretty cute. Immediately, a ridiculously peaceful scenario plays out in his mind. "Go fetch it," he commands. "Yes, my lord." With rosy cheeks, Jiang Si lets his daydreaming wander completely off track. They remind him of Ah Mao and Ah Lang, making him reluctant to hurt them. He tosses the monster back, startling the pack. He tells them to go over there and behave, maybe he will recruit them. He confidently steps toward the trembling horde. Trying to soothe them, he tells them not to be afraid because he came to live in peace. Pointing at a nearby beast, he strokes his chin, deeply lost in thought as he tries to name his brand new follower. He decides to call one Ah Huang and points to another, naming it Ah Kai. Not wanting to leave any of them out, he turns to the next. But as he ponders the perfect name, a sharp blade suddenly flashes through the air cleanly, slicing right through the monsters' heads. By the time he snaps out of it, something already feels completely off. Xiao Hua has somehow decapitated the entire horde of monsters with a single, effortless stroke of his blade. His sharp gaze scans the area where every last creature now lies, chopped to pieces. Cleanly wiped out with no high-level threats in sight. Checking the updating system screen, M finds the whole situation incredibly bizarre. All interferences were supposed to be cleared. So what was that massive surge of power from earlier? Meanwhile, tears well up in Jiang Si's eyes as he silently grinds his teeth, wondering if the source is just this ridiculous glitch standing right before him. Xiao Hua raises his weapon to deliver a swift, decisive strike. There is no need to hesitate when dealing with a potential threat. Floating above him, multiple spectral blades materialize with aggressive intent, ready to shred everything. But right then, a massive explosion erupts right in front of Xiao Hua, catching him completely off guard. The blinding flash of the blast burns his eyes and his floating blades fail to protect him, shattering under the immense shockwave and scattering in all directions. A raw, unstoppable force comes tearing through, shattering every obstacle in its path. As the thick dust settles, a heavily veined, tightly clenched fist emerges. Jiang Si is taken on a terrifyingly powerful new form, standing tall and radiating pure majesty. Meanwhile, Zai Ling is desperately darting and weaving, leaping over vibrant colored blocks to escape, a beam of light that easily dismantles her special abilities. She can only watch in absolute horror as the blue energy lays waste to everything it touches. The sheer scale of destruction leaves nothing but crumbled ruins behind. Could her purple moon dimension really be collapsing from this? The only one here capable of shattering her domain is Jiang Si. Zai Ling thinks in sheer panic, we are totally doomed if he actually starts taking this fight seriously. While she can still manage her abilities, she needs to get as far away as possible, pushing her speed to the absolute limit. But the violent blue energy only grows more aggressive, swelling into an uncontrollable storm of raw destruction. Unbelievably, just by swirling in the air and striking the ground, the blue light triggers a massive tremor that shakes the entire area. Everything around them turns upside down in a disorienting spin, accompanied by terrified, blood-curdling screams from the crowd. Inside the crumbling dimension, someone yells out in confusion, demanding to know what is happening as the shockwaves intensify. The violent impact launches everyone into the air. People are dizzy and screaming in total chaos while the purple-haired guy, hiding behind a boulder, grumbles, "Are they completely insane to provoke someone as dangerous as Jiang Si?" At that exact moment, Vero, who's observing everything from high in the sky, lets out a delighted laugh. He glances down at the High Commissioner of the Merchant Civilization, mockingly asking if that guy is their ally before confidently declaring that they are finished. Since those three fools decided to target Jiang Si directly, Varo knows he can just sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, Pawn 5 silently analyzes the battlefield, realizing that Devastating Strike did not rely on any items or equipment. In fact, Jiang Si had not even activated his skill, relying purely on his raw base attributes to unleash that simple punch. The absolute scale of this strength leaves everyone in disbelief. Xiao Hua struggles to comprehend how this could be happening. The shattered ground around them lies heavily deformed. Slumped in the middle of the crater, Xiao Hua coughs violently, gripping his talismans. In absolute rage, a single casual blow was enough to completely shatter his powerful defensive warding talismans. Landing lightly, Jiang Si offers some mock praise. "Not bad, you survived that, much better than expected. Let us see how much more you can take." Infuriated, Xiao Hua tells him to drop the arrogance. Realizing this opponent is far beyond a simple glitch, he prepares to go all out. Calling on the others to attack together, Xiao Hua commands his legendary blade to charge straight at Jiang Si. Sneering, he yells that Jiang Si only destroyed a mere duplicate blade, warning him to wait until he faces a genuine strike. But Jiang Si merely sighs. He shifts his stance and prepares to catch the incoming sword with his bare hands. With effortless precision, Jiang Si grabs the legendary weapon right out of the air, leaving Xiao Hua utterly frozen in disbelief. Before the swordsman can even process what happened, Jiang Si pivots on his heel and lunges directly at him. With a decisive swing, Jiang Si strikes back, forcing the terrified swordsman to scream out in sheer panic. Looking at the shattered blade in his hand, Jiang Si mutters in disappointment, criticizing the cheap quality of the treasure sword. Xiao Hua barely manages to dodge the follow-up strike, his heart aching over the loss of his precious sect weapon. Jiang Si tosses the broken hilt aside, teasing him to not run away since the fun hasn't even started yet. Just then, a bold new opponent lunges in. The captain of the furry civilization's hunting team swiftly grabs Jiang Si's arm. Right on cue, Mimi whips her tail around, binding his legs tightly and catching the zombie completely off guard. Flashing a wicked grin, she leaps high and slams him into the ground before unleashing a rapid barrage of claw strikes. Her razor-sharp nails shred through the air as she prepares her ultimate combination, determined to finish him off once and for all. At the same time, she opens her mouth wide and screams. Mimi's attacks have such insane destructive power that the earth shatters. She stands on her tiptoes. Mimi sports a smug face, absolutely destroying him so he has no chance to fight back. Mimi really is the strongest cat. But right then, a hand reaches out from behind her, and a voice tells her to let him think. That hand belongs to none other than Jiang Si. He picks Mimi right up and suggests that if a cat is being stubborn, you just need to grab the scruff of its neck. That stops them from moving right. Jiang Si stares as if he has just figured out some secret. Now Mimi gets completely furious and screams for him to let her go. Right then, the voice of the anonymous player rings out. So they have been spotted, but it does not matter. That stranger is Mike, a powerful warlord from the Imperial civilization. He shouts for them to lock their targets and feel the burning fire of the Empire, a flame that shakes heaven and earth. Someone calmly points out that this opponent is unbelievably strong. Meanwhile, Mimi collapses to the side, utterly dazed by this crazy power. She wonders how a normal max-level player could possibly be this strong. That is when the cat Xiao Hua steps up. Xiao Hua reasons that it must be anomalous data, meaning the guy probably used some kind of cheat to modify his stats. Xiao Hua glares and unleashes his power, declaring with absolute certainty that this is where everything ends for them. Jiang Si stares down as the earth cracks beneath his feet. Xiao Hua boasts that once Jiang Si stepped into their trap, it was over. He activates his ultimate magic, summoning millions of flying swords in the infinite sword array, confident that their target is dead. Mike points his gun toward the sky, explaining that in this casual dungeon only they have this special item to use active skills. This special privilege allows them to freely use their game skills. Suddenly, bright signals shoot from his gun into the sky. A massive dimensional rift opens above them. Turns out Mike is calling in an entire space fleet from the cosmos. The space fleet commanders wonder who summoned them as the ultimate bombardment skill activates. Seeing this, Mimi gets incredibly competitive. She wonders why everyone is showing off their ultimates and immediately decides to transform into her majestic immortal beast form. The cat boasts that no matter how high Jiang Si's base stats are, he cannot stand against them without his skills. Now every single one of Jiang Si's enemies wants to take him down. Xiao Hua especially is leading the charge. He shouts for everyone to charge straight at their target. Yet Jiang Si remains completely unfazed by the threat. He mutters that these flashy tricks are useless, though the game is getting interesting. Suddenly, a strange notification catches him off guard. Despite the bizarre alert, he leaps high into the air with a serious expression, ready to unleash his supreme technique. The Soul Flame lock activates, followed immediately by the infinite sword array, firing 10,000 blades at once. Mike sighs in relief. He looks up at his fleet and declares that the battle is over as the massive energy beams charge up. The blinding beams lock onto Jiang Si with devastating power. He quickly realizes that normal maneuvers simply will not work here. Since dodging is out, he decides to face it head-on. Look at that smirk, he is clearly about to cook. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Si unleashes raw power that actually halts the fierce Imperial bombardment right in its tracks. Xiao Hua's jaw drops in absolute shock. The sheer force of Jiang Si's strength blows everyone back, leaving them unable to stand. Even Mike struggles to resist the pressure, staring in absolute disbelief. He wonders if this is some kind of sick joke. Nearby, Xiao Ai screams for help, desperately wondering why she cannot log out of the virtual game. She panics, thinking she might be trapped by greedy developers. Even though she climbs to safety, the unfolding chaos terrifies her. She looks at the destruction, wondering how a simple casual run could ever turn into a battle of epic proportions. Terrified and sweating bullets, she tries to calm down, glad that she at least managed to survive the initial blast. She vows to take a long vacation after this match, but right then she spots something truly horrifying. Burning spaceships are falling right over her head. She climbs faster, completely shocked by the sheer scale of the disaster. Through the thick smoke, a loud laugh echoes alongside a bold challenge from none other than Jiang Si himself. He dares them to keep going, appearing in a flash with striking white hair, eager to see what other surprises they have. Right then, the top 5 player watches the battle in utter shock, his face tight with growing and sheer panic. He cannot believe the Imperial flagship fell in a single blow, worrying his own precious items will be destroyed next. Panicking, he realizes that dying in this specific dungeon means there is absolutely no way to respawn. With survival on the line, Xiao Hua desperately channels his energy, swearing that he has to go all out. His allies are just as terrified, wondering if there are any remaining moves they can possibly pull off. Just when it looks like the arrogant Xiao Hua will unleash a final fatal attack, he does the unexpected. Time to run. Retreating is their only option now. They must activate the space lock to escape this dungeon immediately. He unleashes his divine light sword escape. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's allies Mimi and Mike are disgusted by his cowardice. Throwing his dignity out the window, Xiao Hua scrambles toward his legendary artifact. He just wants to escape. Dimension lock, activate right now, he commands his legendary artifact, and the system prompts him for authorization. The dimensional space lock opens up, granting players Xiao Hua, Mimi, Mike, and top 5 permission to escape. Xiao Hua cheers in pure relief, shouting for everyone to pull back as he flies away at full speed. He keeps hurling insults, telling the monsters he'll return after preparing at his sect. His hand reaches out. Almost touching the portal, he mutters that next time will be different as he screams like a madman. He vows to slaughter them, but watch this. Out of nowhere, Jiang Si appears and locks him in a chokehold. Why wait for next time, he asks, like a terrifying demon, making Xiao Hua shiver with absolute dread. Jiang Si slams Xiao Hua's face hard into the dirt, showing absolutely zero mercy like a true demon king. He refuses to let his prey go easily, laughing that guys like Xiao Hua are just perfect for punching. He chuckles maniacally while tossing the helpless cultivator around like a rag doll, enjoying every single second of the beatdown. Xiao Hua can't even process the beating. But Jiang Si keeps repeating that they are not done yet. In seconds, Xiao Hua is beaten to a pulp. Jiang Si laughs, impressed that his punching bag is still standing. He keeps thrashing him, finding it way more fun when they do not break. Meanwhile, his teammates flee. Their escape request is approved, and the lock opens for Mimi, Mike, and top 5 to leave the dungeon. As they prepare to escape, Jiang Si sneers, mocking them for abandoning their comrade without a second thought. He vows to drag those 3 back. Meanwhile, having successfully entered the portal, Mike cannot hide his relief. He yells out in joy that they are finally safe. But top 5 is still sweating bullets, fearing Jiang Si. He desperately orders them to open the main exit portal immediately, telling Mimi to watch the gate. While they open the portal, she needs to guard the entrance. Hearing this, Mimi panics instantly. He keeps urging her to hurry, cursing himself for setting such a ridiculously complicated password earlier. Mike grumpily complains about their terrible luck. Just then, a blinding flash of light streaks across the sky. Jiang Si appears and roars for them to halt. Mimi's jaw drops in terror as she yells for allies to run. She warns them that the monster is coming. Top 5 tries to stay calm, muttering that he is almost done. He hits the confirmation button just in time. Terrified, Mimi screams for the portal to close immediately. As Jiang Si reaches out, the gateway slowly shuts. Mimi shrieks in absolute terror, begging him to stay back. The lock system alerts them that the gate has slammed shut. Operation complete, and the space lock is secured. Logging out of the dungeon, the team is disbanded. Top 5 gasps for breath, his face drenched in cold sweat. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. Mimi shivers, admitting she thought they were dead for sure. Mike just continues to groan about their terrible luck. Suddenly, the system announces that the game is over. Players are directed to return to their respective civilization halls. That is when Emperor Qian Di summons Mike. Mike answers quickly. The Emperor warns him that leaving before finishing the Imperial mission is forbidden. Making an unauthorized retreat is a massive crime. The fierce Emperor Qian Di continues to pressure him. He demands to know why Mike shouldn't be executed as a filthy deserter, giving him a harsh ultimatum. He has exactly 3 minutes to explain his actions. Terrified, Mike desperately begs his emperor to listen. He argues that the entire operation was under the Merchant Guild, yet all 4 players chose to flee. Suddenly, Wang Kai chimes in, suggesting the esteemed Supreme Counselor should provide them a proper explanation. As leader of his civilization, he demands to know if the Merchant Guild calculated their losses. He shares the battle footage so they can see for themselves. Top 2 growls in sheer frustration. He explains that incredibly powerful anomalous data appeared in the dungeon, making things entirely unpredictable. Cursing their luck, top 5 quickly chimes in, agreeing that the monster they faced was absolutely terrifying. Its overwhelming strength completely shattered their understanding of system anomalies, and Mimi is still shaking. She whines about having nightmares for weeks. Meanwhile, Mike feels incredibly lucky that they activated that space lock. At the final second, they completely seal him inside that dungeon. Suddenly, a polite voice cuts right through. "Excuse me. Pardon me interruption, but is that sect leader white-hair celestial master of the swordsman civilization?" he asks in total confusion. "Why isn't my chief disciple Meng Xiaohua inside the locked space coordinates? Can anyone give me a straight answer?" Whitehair demands. Why the sudden silence? He keeps pressing for answers but gets absolutely nothing back. "Hello, is anyone still online out there? Where on earth is my disciple?" The top 5 players dare not speak the truth. Long is sweating absolute buckets right now. He nervously explains that for the very survival of their civilization, the kid volunteered to stay behind and secure their escape. Mai chimes in. She's barely keeping it together herself. He was a brave warrior worthy of imperial honors. Mimi adds, her voice trembling. By now he has probably been eaten alive. Meow. Suddenly, a terrifyingly familiar voice echoes right next to them looking for him. Mai spins around in sheer panic, completely losing it. Jiang Si rips open a massive rift in space and tosses Xiaohua through. "Here is your boy back." Meanwhile, watching this unfold from a completely different dimension, Whitehair can only stare in disbelief. He calls out to his disciple. Jiang Si merely grins, announcing that the zombie has arrived too. Mimi is utterly speechless. Her jaw literally drops to the floor. "Talk about a nightmare following you home." Jiang Si floats down wearing a creepy smile. He lands softly and happily complains that those chaotic glitches outside kept trying to delete him. "It is way nicer in here." The others scream in absolute terror, begging for their lives. Watching this, Jiang Si is utterly paralyzed with shock. Tearing apart space and tanking through chaotic raw data with just his physical body. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Kai panics. "Shut down the dimensional lock right now," he screams. "We cannot let him breach our home landing zone." Whitehair completely agrees. The monster has nowhere left to run, so they must use the system deletion code to erase him. Top 2 is absolutely furious, her fingers flying across her keyboard. "You think I do not know that? It is already closing." A system warning flashes. The temporary zone is collapsing, and all internal data is slated for immediate total erasure. Panic grips the room, and Mimi screams out in absolute despair. "Wait, are you serious? We are still inside here." Jiang Si is not pleased. "Hey, I thought we would be gaming together a lot, so I came to be polite. Is this how you treat your guests? Fine, then do not blame me for what happens next." He issues a dark threat. He raises a devastatingly powerful fist. Respect is a two-way street after all. Channeling raw energy into his arm, he points forward. Eerie blue light pulses from his hand, sending everyone into a wild frenzy. Within seconds, the energy breaches Top 2's location. She is completely frozen in shock. The cosmic rays from Jiang Si blast directly into the headquarters, setting the building ablaze. Flames rage everywhere. A system notification pops up, showing a special instance has opened. The top players gather in a chat room. Top 2 officially starts the meeting. She called them here to discuss the catastrophic wipeout from their recent joint operation. Whitehair sits with his back turned, admitting that he never expected such a disaster. Thousands of players were infected. They turned into mindless corpses, completely occupying the mutated dungeon. Clearing them out is going to be incredibly difficult. He warns that this ticking time bomb could trigger an absolute disaster at any moment. Top 2 nods in grim agreement. 4 of their top-tier players are dead. Even if they force a resurrection, tears suddenly begin to stream down her face. Top 2 weeps, realizing they can never regain their peak power. Right then, Wang Kai cuts in with a snarl. Showing his sharp predatory teeth, he argues that the real issue is that bizarre anomalous data stream that suddenly appeared. His power is enough to utterly crush top-tier players. A single full-strength strike from him can literally shatter dimensional space. He damaged the login lobby of several civilizations. Destructive force on that scale is definitely no laughing matter. Top 2 weeps with pure, unadulterated hatred. It is all that monster's fault. Whitehair sighs and tells her to let it out. Wang Kai watches her, genuinely surprised. He never expected a cold corporate boss to care so deeply about her fallen comrades. Jiang Si nods in sympathy, offering her condolences. Meanwhile, Top 2 continues to tremble and sob, completely unable to speak. Suddenly, she snaps. "My guild headquarters is completely destroyed. That building was my most valuable personal asset, and I want revenge. Can we also change this chat theme to something brighter? I am depressed enough as it is. Are you doing this on purpose?" The rest of the group stares in silent judgment. So that is what she was actually crying about, classic capitalist behavior. You can never trust a capitalist to have a real soul. Seeing this, Jiang Si tries to calm her down. "Miss Top 2, if it is just a financial loss, doesn't your civilization have those things called insurance companies?" Scene transition is successful. Top 2 suddenly collapses to her knees, unable to handle the brutal shock. Jiang Si keeps trying to comfort her, but she is completely broken down, sobbing uncontrollably. She tells her, if you do not. Speaking of that, it only gets worse. The insurance company they mentioned suddenly, she completely loses her cool and screams. She wails that she founded that company, forcing her to pay out endless claims. She wants to die. All those massive payouts are just too much. She refuses to give away even a single penny, leaving everyone standing there completely speechless. Speechless. They are stunned by her greed, but Bai Mao quickly cuts in to redirect their attention. Forget the payouts. He calculates that their urgent priority right now is to destroy that terrifying evil entity. Its very existence threatens their entire world. Level 99 Emperor Jiang Si steps forward calmly. But how can they kill it? Even temporarily pushing his power to level 120, he has absolutely no confidence. He cannot face its white-haired form. Can they do it? Zikai speaks up. Level 160. The second-ranked player is shocked. Who is this guy and why does he know the exact rules of this game? Jiang Si's fifth form sits at level 160. Deadly tension fills the air. He's back. Wang Kai is absolutely furious. Bai Mao prepares her magic, warning him not to take another step. Now check this out, showing up like this takes serious guts. Frustrated, she feels totally looked down on. A relic thief. Jiang Si readies his skills, demanding to know how he dares to face them. Zikai remains completely unbothered. He calmly explains that this power is necessary to fight the incoming world-ending catastrophe. She scoffs. Their outside world means absolutely nothing to them anymore. They only care about this game. But Zikai quickly counters, dropping a massive truth bomb. The threat is already inside. This warning makes Wang Kai freeze as a shocking realization hits. Could it be that monster? Zikai nods, confirming that their nightmare is indeed Jiang Si. He is an absolute force of destruction. Seeing their hesitation, Zikai pitches a plan to save them. This world is their only chance. He offers to help, but Jiang Si remains highly skeptical of his intentions. But how? Wang Kai agrees that the enemy is just far too strong. Bai Mao chimes in. Even with his help, the power gap is simply too massive. It is a chasm. The second-ranked player reluctantly admits that the gap is just too vast. Zikai just grins. He tells them not to sell themselves short, asking if they forgot who they are. 5 expert players. That is enough to take down a boss 10 times stronger than themselves. This grabs her attention. With 10 seasoned players, they can challenge giants with massive health pools. Dragon Slayers. A raid of 25 prepared gamers can easily hunt down world-ending beasts. And with 40 experienced players unite after endless practice, even gods will fall, trampled like dust. Most of them scowl at this speech, but Jiang Si just smiles. Zikai clenches his fist. Haven't players always been the ones to defeat the impossible? She has no words. Even though the spatial lock shattered, the dungeon has not actually ended. Here is the twist. That glitch, Jiang Si is still trapped inside, making Wang Kai grin wickedly. Time to hunt. Bai Mao instantly agrees, noting that no matter how strong he is, he only has one life. Jiang Si agrees, noting that their infinite retries make this gamble viable. It just might work. Seeing them agree, Zikai is completely surprised and smiles with deep satisfaction. He excitedly thanks them all. He rallies them to band together and defeat Jiang Si once and for all. Meanwhile, a whiny voice echoes. Someone is desperately begging from inside a building. No work. The poor Jiang Si is being dragged into manual labor, begging for mercy. Work is basically death. Xiao Ai grits her teeth, reminding him that he is already dead. No mercy for zombies, the undead guy snaps back, but Xiao Ai just lists off regulations. She quotes the Constitution. Everyone must work hard, buy a house, and pay taxes. Just kill me instead. Faced with debt, the depressed zombie begs for death, but Xiao Ai refuses. She glares at him. She worked hard to forge this fake identity, and he better not ruin it. She risked total erasure. She hacked the core system just to pull him out of that glitching dungeon. He barely survived. But the Jiang Si quickly points out that the real problem is the job itself. Under this brutal 996 schedule, Xiao Ingai pouts. She complains about having zero free time, but 996 is a blessing. Out there is all 007. Suddenly, B250 interrupts. Xiao Ingai scrambles to save face. She quickly asks the manager why he came in person. She keeps brown-nosing, asking if it is too much trouble. The zombie just sighs at her shameless bootlicking. The manager coldly cuts her off. He was just passing by. Then he asks the zombie if he is the new recruit. The zombie nervously stammers his agreement, desperately wishing to run. Meanwhile, Ziling has finally reached the rocky cliff. Looking up, she realizes the sky anomalous presence is gone. Could it be because of Jiang Si? Gang Dai suddenly appears. He quickly asks Ziling if Jiang Si and the others really left by following that giant machine. Ziling nods, saying it seems so. Just then, a severed beast head flies right past them. Suddenly, Dao appears desperately, slaying ferocious beasts. He grumbles that Jiang Si completely broke this entire dungeon. If they stay behind, escaping will be impossible. He warns that every beast must be destroyed before they copy themselves. It is a massive pain. But Ziling ignores him calmly, touching a nearby rift with her finger. She explains that she never planned on leaving. Their true goal is to go even deeper inside. She inspects the rift. Perfect. This crack will do. Ziling immediately orders her ally to take action. Vero gets the command to blast the crack. He complies quickly, channeling a massive blazing fireball. Using his iron fire barrier skill, he warns everyone to get ready because he is not stopping there. Vero uses his strongest arms to unleash his fire magic, channeling the wild sparks into the core sphere. He screams his ultimate move, Solar Fall. Cracks tear open, making Ziling believe it might actually work. The cracks slowly begin to widen. But Vero gets impatient, roaring as he unleashes his absolute full power. The space slowly tears wider until it finally opens completely, marking the success of his intense spellcasting. Ziling cheers in excitement. It actually worked. She and her team immediately sprint toward the open rift. Even though the gap is only a few dozen centimeters wide, she knows it is enough for them. She realizes this game world operates in a login space, hiding other dimensions beneath countless dungeons. Vero proudly brags about his work, but Ah Gang Dai sighs, completely unimpressed by the tiny opening. He scoffs that full power only made a tiny slit no one can fit through. Ah Dao agrees. He tells Vero to look at Jiang Si's punches instead, making Vero quickly shift back to human form. Vero mutters that Jiang Si is a terrifying monster and he has long given up on comparing himself. While they argue, Ziling sinks deep into thought. The truly terrifying thing here is actually the game itself. His ultimate attack could not even collapse this single space, which is just one tiny dungeon in this world. Wang Zikai knows Jiang Si inside out, from how he defeated Vero to his constantly evolving power. Since he lured Jiang Si into this game, there must be a hidden power here that can actually threaten him. Somewhere, a hooded figure sits in the shadows while a nearby monitor displays information about the entrance exam. This turns out to be the test for the nervous zombie whom Xiaoyungai dragged along to get a job. Right now his mind is in complete chaos. Cold sweat pours down. He does not know a single answer. Outside, Xiaoyungai panics as well, realizing a zombie could never answer questions about their advanced civilization. She sheepishly approaches B-250, suggesting they should just skip the entrance exam since she recommended him. B-250 suddenly remembers, realizing the recruit she brought in is indeed quite a unique character. He pulls out his phone to call human resources, deciding to make a special request right in front of her. Xiaoyungai cuts in excitedly, thanking him for his generosity and promising to work hard to repay his kindness. But the manager ignores her, telling human resources to raise the entrance exam difficulty to the absolute maximum. He demands the candidate write backwards within 10 minutes, causing Xiaoyungai to imagine pouring hot coffee on his head. She screams in her mind for him to go die, furious that this awful boss is picking on her again. The manager shouts that she can kiss her annual bonus goodbye, which finally pushes Xiaoyungai past her limit. She snaps back in her mind that she does not even care, though obviously this was all her imagination. She quickly resumes her sweet flattery, asking why the manager has to be so serious during their daily work. The rumor is all about dungeon farming. Does this written exam really require the big boss to personally watch over it? Seems like a waste of the chief's valuable time. Why not just let him take the practical test while the boss waits in the office for the results? But B-250 listens to her reasoning and actually agrees. She has a point. Later, he tells her to have that bald kid follow him to another room for the test. Xiaoyungai breathes a sigh of relief and thanks the supervisor. Meanwhile, Top 2 is sipping wine, trying to calmly analyze the whole situation as she finally regains her composure. Wang Zikai was clearly wrong, because no matter how strong that monster Jiang Si is, he is still trapped inside the dungeon right now. They just need to organize a solid team and run the dungeon over and over again, until they finally take him down. Suddenly, she bursts into a manic laugh. As for all the property damage that Jiang Si caused, she thinks about forcing the entire staff to take a voluntary 20% pay cut. No, scratch that, let's make it a 50% salary drop to compensate her losses. Since they are all locked down by loans, they cannot afford to quit anyway. Just then, an employee announces that the head of information investment is asking to see her. She immediately sneers in disgust, wondering why a low-level supervisor would dare bother her. But since she is currently in a good mood, she decides to let him in, and opens the automatic sliding doors. B-250 steps inside with a fake smile, greeting the powerful commissioner. According to the guild's official rules, exceptionally talented recruits must have their practical exam conducted directly by the highest-ranking executives in a live combat test. Jiang Si suddenly interrupts, asking why everyone in this place has that exact same expression on their faces. The manager quickly tells him to shut his mouth. Top 2 remembers that this is indeed the guild's policy, so she decides to test this newcomer himself. She turns around with an excited grin, ready to see this special talent, warned that they better not disappoint her. B250 quickly kisses up and introduces the applicant, asking her to hold nothing back so the rookie can truly experience the ultimate power of the guild. Jiang Si simply gives a clueless greeting, saying hello. Top 2 freezes in absolute shock, wondering if this is some sick joke. She tries to calm herself down, thinking she must be hallucinating because of her lingering fear, but as her eyes sneak a glance, Jiang Si starts copying the flattering behavior of Xiao Ngai and B250, asking the commissioner to please go easy on him since he only wants a small job to buy groceries. B250 secretly praises the kid for adapting to the situation so quickly, while Jiang Si keeps babbling and begging her not to hold a grudge. But Top 2 is utterly paralyzed with sheer terror, realizing this monster is the real deal. Why is he even here? Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands there with a dropped jaw, taking in the massive, luxurious office space. He is completely blown away, wondering if all giant corporations look this fancy, and excitedly points at some training gear. He asks if he can play with them later, making Xiao Ngai look helpless, telling him he can if he wants. Before she can finish, Jiang Si is already running around the massive facility like a kid who just entered a toy store. Xiao Ngai sighs, realizing this guy has absolutely zero sense of tension or fear. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, asking about the rookie she recommended. She turns around to find her colleagues arriving, with excited faces including Sister Ah Ju. But when she spots B250, her face immediately turns sour as she grumbles at him. 13 waves with a friendly hello, while S99 winks, saying they had to check out their future co-worker, since he is joining the team. But 255 feels deeply suspicious, staring at Jiang Si with a strange sense of familiarity. Xiao Ngai nervously looks away and stammers, while 13 lets out a nervous chuckle about getting a commissioner for a simple combat test. The manager scoffs from behind, calling him an idiot for questioning the boss's strict standards, as B250 glares at them. He complains that his lenient management has caused the entire department's performance to completely stagnate for far too long. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice cuts through the chatter, ordering them to stop messing around. On the training floor, Top 2 appears on the giant screen, declaring in a crazed tone that their division is not a place for useless, lazy bums. Jiang Si looks up in confusion, asking if she is talking about him, with a clueless expression. She smirks deviously, telling him not to be too tense since it is just an entrance exam, after all. Her words make Xiao Ngai and S99 look incredibly tense, though it is a live combat test. As one of the guild's strongest fighters, she claims she knows her limits. She keeps rambling on and on, promising there is absolutely zero risk to his life. But Jiang Si is just thrilled, politely clasping his hands and thanking her, while shouting that the commissioner is the absolute best. Top 2's face pale with utter panic, trying to keep herself together. She repeatedly tells herself not to panic, but Xiao Ngai is already looking at her with concern, wondering if she is all right. Meanwhile, 255 is still staring, absolutely sure they have crossed paths before. She wonders who this newcomer is. Striding forward, she knows this desperate situation is both a massive risk and a huge opportunity. With a serious face, Rank 2 plunges downward like a lightning bolt. No matter how absurd this monster job interview gets, this is still reality. This storyline is completely ridiculous. Jiang Si frowns, holding out his papers, stating he is here for the job interview. The beast is here. She quickly calculates her options, hoping that if she plays her cards right, she can avoid angering him and keep this battle completely safe and controlled. He is tied up tightly with ropes just like this, right? Rank 2 wears a sly grin, confirming that this is just the standard entry test. Everyone goes through it. Suddenly she leaps, slams straight into the ground, shattering it into pieces. This might actually be the best way to eliminate this terrifying monster. Talk about an absolute beast. Watching this, Xiao Ai is utterly amazed, thinking that Rank 2 really lives up to her fearsome reputation. She points a slender finger, mockingly warning him that their company standards are incredibly brutal, so he better be mentally prepared. Jiang Si starts stretching calmly, promising that he will do his absolute best. Rank 2 lets out a delighted laugh. With those words, the test officially begins. Suddenly, the elite squad leaps up from below their leader, aiming a massive rifle. They lock onto their target, ready to wipe him out. He stares in utter disbelief, while Rank 2 wears a smug look. Immediately after, a deafening explosion turns the entire area into a blazing inferno. Xiao Ai freezes right in her tracks. Total chaos. Why on earth is the elite squad here? Is that guy okay? Suddenly, several silhouettes burst out from the raging fire. It is Jiang Si. He makes a flawless, epic landing, but the squad is still hot on his heels. Why is this exam so crowded? She grins widely, shouting back that these are just her summoned beasts, totally normal for a combat test, so he should not worry. Jiang Si fends them off calmly, replying that he gets it now. He begins systematically taking down one summon after another. He is an absolute monster. The elite squad stands zero chance against him, easily swept aside. Now she must put in effort. Rank 2 smiles with deep satisfaction, proud that her trick worked. Next she will have the security force surround him, and then she can easily beat him to death. Jiang Si calmly notes that to deal with this kind of enemy, there is only one way. With a crazed look on his face, the best way is obviously to eliminate the summoner first. Her eyes widen. She looks up in pure disbelief. Jiang Si drops from the sky like a rocket, completely blowing away her elite forces. He warns her to take this. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Ai marvels at the insane impact force. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Check this out, she smiles with excitement. Rank 2 actually manages to block his devastating attack, proving she truly belongs at the very top. She admits he is pretty good, possessing the raw destructive power of an absolute monster. But luckily for her, this is a game. She boasts that since this is a game, her broken skill can provide unlimited full lifetime coverage for her own health. Pulling out a mysterious black card, Rank 2 raises it high as a faint golden aura starts to envelop her. She is Rank 2 at level 94. Her asset is her life. Her broken passive skill is called Black Card Eternal Insurance. She laughs mockingly, asking him if he is completely out of options. Yes, she is still totally confident. She orders the elite squad to attack, mocking him that even a monster like him cannot survive against her despair-inducing health bar. She tells him to prepare to get crushed. B250 screams in pure excitement, praising the commissioner and urging her to wipe him out. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai looks completely panicked, desperately questioning if this was actually supposed to be a normal job interview. Out of nowhere, Jiang Si grabs her arm tightly. He whispers that he finally understands. Rank 2 stares back in total confusion. Pure madness. His face contorts into a terrifying, crazed expression as he asks if she wants it even more brutal. Suddenly, Jiang Si brutally flings her and the others away, asking why she did not say so earlier. They fly through the air, slamming directly into the wall and leaving a massive crater. Jiang Si lets out a tired sigh, looking completely drained. This is unreal. Rank 2 sits in the debris, completely paralyzed with fear. This sheer power makes absolutely no sense. Before she can even recover, he raises his fist high. But since this is the boss's request, he will just have to put in a little extra effort. Stop it, Rank 2 panics, screaming at the top of her lungs. Wait, let me explain. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the insurance company's press conference. Right now, K197 stands on stage giving a presentation. He admits that their insurance company had indeed faced some major struggles in the past, but they have successfully secured a new round of funding. Financially, there is absolutely no issue. He proudly pats his chest to prove his sincerity. He is even ready to show everyone the company's total assets displayed right on the system, showing off their solid backing. He urges the crowd to take a look at their steadily growing market value. Everything seems perfect. Below the stage, V25 and the crowd cheer in absolute excitement. But back in the arena, Rank 2's face gets caved in by a brutal punch. Her subordinates instantly break into a cold sweat of pure panic. Oh god, what is going on? But then the market value suddenly bounces back. Wait, it went up again. How is this even possible? Is the system glitching? Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air. Thick smoke billows everywhere as the company's market value takes a sharp dive. Oh boy, it is crashing again. Stop staring and find out why. Meanwhile, Jiang Si maintains a dark expression as he raises his heavy fist once more. This is far from over. Over at the press conference, K197 drops to his knees and begs. Seriously, he's praying for the stock to stop dropping. Meanwhile, inside the Civilization Alliance's private platinum lounge, an incredibly angry voice roars. You bastard, Rank 2, how dare you sell me out? Rank 5 screams in rage from his hospital bed. He demands double compensation for every single bit of his massive losses. His items, his wealth, he wants every single bit of it repaid. Sobbing with a runny nose, Rank 5 holds his head in despair. If Jiang Si had not shattered that space lock, he would have been completely deleted along with the system data. He is furious at Rank 2 for dragging him down this hard. She is definitely going to get what she deserves. But before Rank 5 can finish venting, his anger, panic screams echo down the hall. Please, manager, you have to hold on. A crowd of panicked assistants rolls Rank 2 past him, rushing her straight to the operating room. No one else is allowed inside. One assistant cries out, asking about his job. Another begs her to use all her strength to kill that guy, telling her to stop faking. But the wounded sweep's breathing is fading fast, and they must immediately prep the operating room for her. Rank 5 watches in absolute confusion as Jiang Si runs right alongside her hospital bed. Wait, is that Jiang Si next to the manager? Did his own brain get damaged too? Meanwhile, Rank 2 lies on her stretcher, her heart completely shattered into pieces. She is completely bankrupt this time. Absolutely ruined. But Jiang Si refuses to let her go, shouting right in her ear. He demands to know if he qualified for the position, screaming that he absolutely refuses to get eliminated like this. Jiang Si claims he didn't even show his full strength yet. He begs her to let him hit her just one more time. Hearing that, she nearly bites her lip off. Rank 2 sits straight up and yells that he passed, so please don't hit her anymore. He jumps up in pure excitement, celebrating his success. B250 scowls, muttering that the kid got lucky, then begs the manager to be serious. He asks how a kid like that could ever crush her, but her expression darkens as she glares back. She demands to know if he was the one who recommended this kid's combat test. He nods with a flattering, greasy smile. He happily promises to train the boy well in the future, but immediately Rank 2 grabs a nearby robot. She uses every ounce of her strength to smash it onto B250's head. From now on, Jiang Si is the new manager here. She demotes B250 to an intern on the spot. Tom Ko and Xiao Ai stand there with their mouths wide open. They can't believe their ears. Seriously, Jiang Si asks if being a department manager is actually that big of a deal. Talk about clueless. She quickly explains that this department is a massive branch of the guild. The manager is second only to the 5 grand directors. This basically means he is about to become a massive official. Hearing this, Jiang Si flinches in absolute shock. He can't believe it. Even the Extraordinary Academy would have taken ages to promote him to a position this high. Yet she just met him and immediately handed over such massive authority. His heart instantly fills with absolute joy at this unexpected gift. Is this what it feels like to be truly trusted? He resolves with determination to make the most of this chance. He thanks the manager for her trust, amazed that she gave him such a huge role on their very first meeting. He bows deeply, promising to work his hardest. But his sheer physical strength accidentally launches Rank 2's bed into the air. She flies through the air in a perfect arc, screaming in absolute horror before crashing face-first right into the hard floor. Rank 2 groans in agony on the floor, muttering to send a distress signal and summon Rank 1 immediately. Meanwhile, a girl casually munches on a slice of watermelon. She calmly tells them to stop calling because she is already back. As for the mission to suppress Jiang Si, the other civilizations have already canceled their attacks. But when she returned, she saw this. She found Rank 2 pinned to the ground and getting beaten by Jiang Si. She jumps down, finding this special dungeon incredibly fascinating. Loud cheers echo from inside the arena. Yes, just like that, beat him to death. He Feng stands in the spectator stands looking incredibly excited and thrilled. Bo Guwu screams out in pure frenzy, beat him harder. I want to see blood flow like a river. On the arena, the giant raises his massive hand, preparing to land a devastating blow on his opponent, top 3. At this moment, utter shock is written all over his face. In the next second, the giant iron punch smashes down, cracking the ground violently. The crowd goes absolutely wild at the sight. Bo Guwu holds her face in pure excitement, screaming that this is too thrilling, and a fight like this is totally worth the ticket price. Meanwhile, top 3 lies collapsed on the ground, severely battered. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the entrance asking if it is already over and expressing disappointment since he wanted to see more. As they step forward, Bai Mao speaks up from behind, questioning why they chose this prison dungeon as their final battleground. Leading the way with folded arms, Rank 1 calmly admits that things did not go exactly according to their original plan. There is no other choice because Jiang Si has escaped, and only in this no-respawn deathmatch dungeon can they truly end him. Another teammate chimes in from behind, reminding everyone that this dungeon operates strictly under the rules of an arena battle. According to all the data gathered so far, they stand absolutely zero chance of winning in a straight fight against Jiang Si. He is the Grand Marshal of the Suji Empire. With a grim tone, the teammate asks if this fight is even necessary. The hunter from the Pudding civilization walking beside them agrees, wondering why they should bother stepping onto the stage at all. With such a massive gap in power, what is the point of fighting? Rank 1 just smiles and holds up 3 fingers. She winks playfully at them, explaining that she has 3 specific reasons for picking this deathmatch dungeon. Under these rules, team members take turns entering the arena, and the next player steps up only when the previous one is defeated. Right now, a giant iron golem is relentlessly pounding Rank 3 into the dirt, sending the crowd into a wild frenzy. The crowd gets even more excited, screaming for the beast to smash him to pieces, while Rank 1 pauses before continuing. She reveals that their merchant guild managed to register Jiang Si's different forms as completely separate individual players. Each of his forms has a separate health bar, meaning once a form is defeated, it cannot return to the stage. Pudding takes a slow drag from his cigarette and exhales a puff of white smoke, finally understanding her clever strategy. If the boss transforms, it counts as a player swap, disqualifying his previous form and letting them wear down each stage individually. Bai Mao narrows his eyes, pointing out that while they can handle the first 3 forms, the real trouble starts after that. They might stand a chance against the 4th form with tag team tactics, but Rank 1 has already anticipated that challenge. That is exactly her second reason for choosing this dungeon, she says, just as arena debris flies directly toward her. Her automatic shield easily blocks the shards, and she smiles mockingly, asking her old friend if he is having fun. She mocks him for ignoring an old friend. Meanwhile, Rank 3's body begins to regenerate at an alarming rate. The giant golem recoils in shock. Hearing Rank 1, Rank 3 sneers bitterly at the mention of being old friends. Clenching his fists, Rank 3 sits straight up. He punches the giant golem high into the air with pure rage. His voice drips with deep hatred. He remembers how they framed him and got him exiled to this place. Turning his freezing glare toward Rank 1, he questions how she can still dare to call him a friend. He is the former Supreme Commissioner of the Merchant Guild, Rank 3. Suddenly, Pudding's eyes flash as he coughs on his cigarette. A health block chi activates as a pair of slender hands with sharp claws rip through the air, targeting Bai Mao. Sensing the danger instantly, the veteran leaps back and immediately retaliates, summoning his powers for a swift counter. He unleashes a volley of sword energy that streaks like arrows toward his hidden attacker, illuminating the entire arena. A seductive laugh echoes through the blinding light. "Long time no see," Lian Yi says, slowly appearing before them. She smiles charmingly, teasing her white-haired senior for being so cold and guarded around her. As the demon sect leader of the Jiang Si civilization, her gaze turns incredibly sharp and calculating. She asks if he is still holding a grudge, laughing at how childish he is acting despite his age. Furious at the mockery, Bai Mao clenches his fist and activates a magic circle, calling her a shameless, wicked woman. His eyes lock onto her, knowing he must stay on high alert against her problematic wall hack ability. Sensing the explosive tension, Rank 1 raises her hands to intervene, asking them to calm down and listen to her first. But Rank 3 gets up from the ground, his icy voice cutting her off before she can even start. He tells her to save her breath, his expression darkening as he warns her that he will not just stand by. He has no intention of letting her wander around him freely, leaving Rank 1 with nothing but an awkward smile. She sighs, wondering why they can never just cooperate for mutual benefit when the ground suddenly begins to tremble violently. Rank 3 looks around in surprise, and Rank 1 quickly senses the shift, gasping in shock that the beast is awake. As the arena cracks apart, Lian Yi and Bai Mao stop bickering, while Pudding grins, realizing they woke that thing up too. This is getting interesting. Staring down at the shaking ground, he grins as things get completely wild. He wonders if the beast is eager to stretch its limbs after being locked up down there for so long. A deafening roar echoes from the depths as a massive clawed foot emerges, gripping the shattered arena to pull itself up. A massive beast appears before everyone, heavily bound by giant chains to keep it contained. This colossal creature is named Rocky, and right next to it is a transparent glass cube inside of which a mysterious figure sits completely relaxed, casually stacking up dominoes. Those hands are incredibly skillful, carefully placing each piece on top of the next. As a small tower rises, the creator's face remains hidden. He rests his chin in his hand, looking lost in thought, but behind his fingers lurks a very pleased, knowing grin. Up above, Pudding tosses his cigarette down to the ground, standing with his arms crossed as he laughingly asks the top ranker, "What is the final reason?" he asks, since there should be three. She just covers her mouth with a mysterious chuckle. "The last reason is the most critical." The top ranker points excitedly toward another entrance to the arena, shouting out loud. It turns out Jiang Si voluntarily entered this dungeon. He slowly materializes, his feet touching the ground with a soft step. Clutching a book, he seems completely oblivious to his surroundings, wondering if this is indeed the dungeon they mentioned. Opening the book, his face lights up with sheer excitement. He laughs, talking to himself about what type of stage it is. A classic fighting game is his absolute favorite. Meanwhile, the stands start buzzing with a sudden announcement about a special deathmatch. Word quickly spreads through the crowd that the next match features none other than the legendary white-haired celestial master. People can barely believe their luck, saying the ticket is worth every penny, though they wonder who the unlucky opponent is. Nobody really cares as long as it is a good show. Nearby, Xiao Xiao stands calmly, taking in the entire spectacle. This trip is definitely turning out to be worth it. She looks around casually, asking if this is his money-making spot. The minister eagerly confirms it, full of absolute, unwavering confidence as he begins to brag about his master plan. He claims this is a secret tip gathered from other civilizations, guaranteeing they will walk away with a massive profit. He explains that they can watch the dungeon live and use their points to place bets on the active players. A correct bet means hitting the jackpot, and this particular round is a completely sure thing with absolutely zero risk. Sure enough, a massive crowd of people is already pushing and shoving to buy tickets, eager to place their bets. Frenzied fans are screaming to put 300 points on the great sect master, demanding their tickets right away. This leaves Clover completely overwhelmed, trying to calm the crowd, while Xiao Hei casually munches on some popcorn. He wonders about this legendary white-haired celestial master, looking down at the arena to spot the old man. Just as he says that, powerful footsteps echo out. The first fighter is a grandmaster of the cultivation realm. He steps out to roaring cheers for the white-haired celestial master. Watching this, Xiao Hei just smirks. The old man looks pretty imposing, but Xiao Hei wants to test if he is just all show. He quickly channels a bit of magic. He flicks a piece of popcorn, sending it flying at extreme speed directly toward the master. But the old man instantly senses it. With a single sharp glare, he cuts it clean in half, muttering about their insolence as the shockwave rattles the nearby stands. The crowd panics over the sudden blast, but Xiao Hei just smiles, finding the old guy strong enough to watch. Meanwhile, a rough hand aggressively pushes through the crowd right in front of Clover, demanding everyone move aside. Clover gets totally flustered quickly, asking how many tickets they want to purchase. The minister does not hesitate. He bets all of Earth's civilization points on this single match, confidently planning to secure their future. Winning this means renting their space for a few more days, making even Xiao Xiao curious about such a massive gamble. She figures the white-haired master is a safe bet, while the minister keeps shouting to finalize the wager. Just then, the announcer loudly introduces the next challenger on stage, who happens to represent the powerful Merchant Guild civilization. Jiang Si happily steps onto the field with a casual wave, causing Xiao Xiao to spit her drink in sheer shock. Unaware of the drama, Clover is guide scanning the transaction while the minister nods, ready to complete the payment. Before he can finish, Xiao Xiao screams at him to stop immediately, leaving the man completely baffled. She violently drags him back, prompting him to yell out in confusion, while Xiao Hei looks on in equal shock. He cannot believe his eyes, wondering why their leader is down there. Meanwhile, Jiang Si starts stretching. Throwing a few practice punches, he is absolutely thrilled by the arena atmosphere and this grand battle setup. He loves everything about this event, especially the guild's plan to target him. Up in the stands, his crew cheers. They loudly cheer for their beloved director, boosting his confidence as he reassures them to leave everything to him. He boldly calls for his opponent to bring it on, while Pudding finds his relaxed attitude quite curious. He wonders if this carefree challenger even realizes the insane level of the opponent he is about to face. What he then shifts to questioning him, asking what on earth is written in your plan and why are people of your civilization cheering for Jiang Si. Rank 1 calmly explains that this is to let him challenge every single civilization all at once. Since he competes under the name of the Merchant Alliance, if he fails to win, we can just immediately surrender. Suddenly, Rank 3 interrupts their chat, saying that if they offer a pardon as the price for his help, then the guy is dead. Lian Yi shows sheer contempt on her face, stating that everyone is just worried he won't even last until it is our turn to enter the arena, since even her senior brother Bai Mao is ready. Just as she finishes speaking, a magical formation appears under Bai Mao's feet. He is cheating too, his gaze turning serious to show a formidable attitude. The magical patterns spread while Jiang Si is off guard, and the official system announcement slowly echoes across the arena. Deathmatch. The formation instantly activates, starting the battle. Having not noticed it in time, Jiang Si can only gasp. He asks what this is, but in a flash, Bai Mao directly knocks him into the air as countless chains extend. Swords rain down on the target, prompting Su Ji to initiate an emergency analysis. The combat power of Celestial Master. Bai Mao has vastly exceeded his historical database, breaking far past the level of any ordinary player. What kind of move is this? On the sidelines, Lian Yi giggles, saying her senior brother is cheating. A sinister look spreads across her face. He probably secretly laid a formation on the stage beforehand, linking it directly to the sect. Now he controls the entire cultivation civilization. Out of nowhere, countless people join the fight with the combined sword intent of 30 million cultivators, who train day and night, unleashing their swords to aid him. Bai Mao decisively waves his hand to signal. He is absolutely certain that Jiang Si's first form can never block this devastating blow, expecting him to break under it. At his command, the swords charge forward. Next, while the target recovers, he will deploy a sword formation to wipe out his second form in one go. Activate. However, his confidence shatters the moment he sees what happens next. From high above, Jiang Si suddenly lands by stomping the entire sword formation into tiny pieces, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave shakes the air as Bai Mao's allies watch in disbelief, wondering how their legendary sword formation was completely shattered. What on earth is the Celestial Master fighting? Right, then another form of Jiang Si emerges, leaving Bai Mao shocked. Staring at this guy, his eyes grow highly alert, wondering if he has already unleashed his third form right off the bat. Meanwhile, Jiang Si casually replies that the rules never stated his forms must appear in order anyway, so why not make it quick? He suggests they just settle this quickly to avoid hassle. Bai Mao replies that it is no problem for him. He has already condensed the sword intent of his entire civilization. With a heavy stomp, he shatters the stage, exuding a terrifying power. His eyes change as he says it has been a long time since he used this move, but it is worth it against him. Thanks to his ultimate skill, the Immortal Stance, Bai Mao's presence surges with extreme power, promising to wipe out his opponent. He vows to destroy his opponent's first 4 forms. Hearing this, the crowd cheers wildly for the Celestial Master. Despite the intense pressure, Jiang Si remains completely unbothered, calmly asking what he just said about destroying his forms. Before he can finish speaking, the old man suddenly charges at lightning speed, forcing Jiang Si to react instantly. Jiang Si quickly jumps back to dodge, realizing that his opponent has indeed grown significantly stronger in this mode. Bai Mao's shadow flashes through the dust, and a second later he sharply redirects his sword intent toward him. Jiang Si looks up to check, wondering if it is just the same old trick before easily shattering the incoming attacks. He notes his opponent is stronger, but not by much. Unfazed, Bai Mao summons more swords and immediately charges again. Jiang Si looks confused, wondering why his opponent went through all that setup just to end up in a fistfight. The two exchange furious blows. Watching the relentless clash, Bo shouts, asking how this brickhead can be so strong. He wonders if they made a bad bet cheering for the Celestial Master to win. The human crowd also cheers loudly. Suddenly, Bai Mao grabs Jiang Si by the shoulder, declaring with a grin that he has finally caught him. Jiang Si calmly asks what comes next, causing the old man to growl and prepare to unleash his full power. Bai Mao roars that he is going to end him. Jiang Si calmly warns him that this level of attack won't work. The crowd erupts in joy as a massive explosion occurs on the stage, believing their master has landed a direct hit. The crowd celebrates their victory, but Jiang Si is actually looking at Bai Mao in pure shock at what he sees. Countless swords have pierced right through Bai Mao instead. He asks what is happening to him. Even Xiao Xiao is stunned. She wonders if he missed, while the minister laughs at the clumsy display. Yet the intense sword intent still lingers, is slowly merging into Bai Mao's flesh, a change that Jiang Si immediately notices. But on Bai Mao's side, he grips his weapon even tighter. Realizing something is wrong now is far too late. He channels his strength, aiming straight behind Jiang Si, and a giant sword instantly strikes down. 10,000 swords as one. That incredible sight makes the crowd cheer. Incredible Heavenly Master, we love you. Back in the match, Jiang Si has to use his hands to support his body. He sighs, I got hurt, while the top player up there notes he merged someone else's sword chi directly into his own body. This Bai Mao guy actually had this trick. But Pudding wonders if doing that is like cramming the entire data of a whole civilization into one single person. Wouldn't that mean a guaranteed win? Only Lian Yi looks down in disdain, arguing that sword chi simulated by game data only has pure damage value. Does senior brother really want to use them like real spiritual energy? Absolutely ridiculous, she quickly adds. Forcing them into your meridians to circulate will only tear you apart from the inside out. Now Bai Mao prepares to attack again, screaming, die. Suddenly, Lian Yi's lips curl up. But down below, Bai Mao desperately chases his target, shouting, don't you dare run, while she comments that he can indeed briefly fight just like a real immortal. In this critical situation, Jiang Si smiles with interest, then happily says, this is pretty cool, finally something actually interesting. Bai Mao gets impatient, directly closing in on him as he grips his sword and swings. He yells, I have bet everything on this state. The sharp slash aims straight at Jiang Si's neck, promising to be faster and stronger. But contrary to his expectations, it only hits thin air. Jiang Si calmly raises his fist, mocking him faster and stronger. Let me test that. Those words instantly provoke Bai Mao once again, his eyes widening with a sudden flash of pure killing intent. Don't look down on me. The unexpected strike actually grazes him, and Jiang Si's health bar suddenly drops dangerously low. He realizes he needs to be careful as his health is nearly gone, requiring serious healing. Right now, Xiao He starts panicking. This tiny scratch is absolutely nothing to our king, but if his game health hits 0, it is game over. Damn it, can I go down and help him? The person next to him stops him, warning that it is against the rules and could cause an instant disqualification. Meanwhile, Bai Mao confidently mocks Jiang Si, your health is fading fast, like a candle in the wind. This match is mine. Prepare to fall under my sword intent. He slowly raises his hand, unleashing a devastating strike directly at him. Go to hell. Countless sword slashes instantly released to lock Jiang Si down. In that critical moment, he simply smiles with amusement. As Jiang Si lets the attacks form a massive vortex, the shocked spectators gasp at the sheer power, saying if the stands lacked protective barriers, they would have been shredded. But witnessing such a clash of top-tier powerhouses is absolutely worth dying for. Meanwhile, Bai Mao struggles to maintain his massive sword formation when his eyes suddenly fly open in pure shock. Before him, Jiang Si's body is continuously torn apart, but his healing speed is incredibly fast. In no time, he returns to his original state without a single scratch, shocking him. Is this a joke? His recovery is faster than my slashes. How is that possible? Bai Mao channels more power into his formation, pushing his slashing speed faster, and even faster than before. The massive vortex now grows larger than the entire arena. Bai Mao desperately reaches out amidst the surging spiritual energy, but everything slowly begins to weaken. As the golden light fades away, he sinks down in complete despair, muttering that it is impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Si calmly steps forward, teasing that the strike was decent, but his healing speed is just too fast, so he needs to try harder. He adds that fully healing also repairs his clothes, which is pretty convenient. This makes Pudding gasp, wondering what just happened. Even the top player is completely shocked to see that after taking such a devastating blow, he is not only alive but fully healed. Lian Yi completely loses her smug look, while the third rank watches with interest. Sweat pours down Bai Mao's face in sheer panic, wondering how anyone could ever defeat such a monster. He starts to look back. Bai Mao, the legendary heavenly master, is the absolute strongest combat force of the Xianxia civilization. At just 5 years old, he already showed incredible talent, far surpassing his peers and shocking the sect elders. By the age of 16, he had already defeated all opponents under heaven, becoming a household name in the cultivation world. By age 28, he already assumed the role of the youngest heavenly master in history, a true prodigy of heaven, one of the most. He once held legendary titles admired by tens of thousands. Yet returning to the present, why has the old man completely collapsed? Why is this happening? Before Bai Mao's eyes, his own terrifying killing intent is absolutely nothing compared to this absolute monster. At the same time, the system updates to declare him the winner. Jiang Si just stares indifferently, another easy victory. Right after the stands absolutely erupt, even Celestial Master Bai Mao lost. It is impossible. Little Bo is shocked and starts protesting. There must be some cheating going on. Others are chanting for refunds. Meanwhile, the top-ranked fighter calmly observes the situation. They promised a 1 versus 4 sweep, yet Bai Mao could not land a single blow after stepping onto the stage. He could not even identify a single one of Jiang Si's forms. Suji chimes in, noting that Jiang Si's combat power is far beyond expectations, his eyes shining brightly. Still, to suppress Bai Mao, he must have used up plenty of stamina. Slowly raising his muscular arm, Suji eagerly declares that he is stepping up next to take his turn in the ring. He vows to at least force out Jiang Si's second execution form. However, Lian Yi just mockingly sneers at them. She tells them not to waste time, complaining that going up now is just delivering their heads one by one. This catches Suji off guard, demanding to know what she means. Lian Yi firmly replies that the monster out there is not something that rule-abiding righteous factions can ever defeat. A devious smile creeps across her face, asserting that only cheaters and scoundrels like them are qualified to fight him. Taking a few slow steps forward, her movement triggers her bracelet. Her slow steps trigger her bracelet to flash. Lian Yi continues to coax them, proposing they just lift the limits and let the convicts take the stage instead. Facing this sudden request from her, Suji sinks deep into thought. He turns to ask the top-ranked fighter for her opinion. She nods immediately, agreeing it is exactly why they recruited them. With her approval, Suji quickly takes action, telling Lian Yi to hold out her hands to restore her player privileges. This will allow her to access the basic system interface. Hearing this, Lian Yi smiles brightly and offers her thanks. While granting the access, Suji strictly warns her that they are only allowed to leave this dungeon after defeating Jiang Si. Only then can they return to the login space. Furthermore, these granted permissions are strictly limited to the arena floor. They will not function in the spectator stands, so they had all better behave themselves and stay in line. Tapping the screen to finalize the process, he warns that if they exploit any bugs or use game hacks, the 4 major empires will deploy rare items to eliminate them immediately. Right on cue, the system sounds an alert. Restoring account functions, the handcuffs vanish to set her free. Lian Yi gasps in pure excitement, celebrating her new freedom. She can finally stretch her arms and move around completely unrestricted without those annoying shackles holding her back anymore. Wearing that heavy pair of cuffs only allowed tiny movements, which was incredibly irritating. But Suji sternly cuts in. He tells her not to celebrate too early, demanding she show appreciation for the Empire's grace by winning first. Lian Yi's tone turns mocking as she thanks him, but she suddenly stabs him directly, refusing such an overwhelming favor. This betrayal is so sudden that the top-ranked fighter gasps in total disbelief. At the same time, Suji reacts. He is furious at this fool, wasting the Empire's mercy, immediately attempting to trigger her account's self-destruction protocol. However, Lian Yi is one step faster, successfully pulling out a massive iron device that she complains is incredibly heavy. Suji suddenly stiffens as the light in his eyes completely fades away. His entire body collapses right before her. She reminds him that her custom hack has a hidden feature she forgot to mention. With system interface access, any player restrictions can be completely bypassed. Smirking triumphantly, she activates her wall penetration hack to rewrite the database. She tells them to update their database as the top-ranked fighter curses under her breath, grabbing Suji's clothes. Countless sharp spikes erupt from the void, targeting Lian Yi, as she drags Suji back and activates her defensive skills. It seems these villains still had a hidden card up their sleeves. Meanwhile, Lian Yi urgently calls out to her allies. She can now bypass the system and unlock their handcuffs. Surprised, she asks her ally if he is still alive. If so, he needs to hold out his hand. The third-ranked fighter snaps back, telling her, of course, he is alive. His body glows with a blood-red light as he asks her to warn him next time before pulling such stunts. Getting caught in that blast was extremely unpleasant. Lian Yi quickly nods, promising to give him a heads up next time. Shattering the incoming spikes in an instant, the two step out from the smoke with Lian Yi leading the way. She is absolutely smug about finally securing their freedom when a sudden flash of lightning streaks right past her face. Looking back, she sees Pu Ding has grabbed the third-ranked fighter, swearing he will never let them escape. He sends Lian Yi flying back. Shifting into his electric rodent form, he snaps that as long as he's standing, not a single soul is escaping. The shockwave leaves the crowd utterly confused. Why are there massive explosions already? The match hasn't even started yet. What on earth is happening over there? Meanwhile, Xiao He is incredibly busy preparing for the next match. Apparently, the Empire's Grand Marshal is betting everything on the Great King to win. Already standing out in the arena, Jiang Si suddenly looks up at the massive disturbance. He instantly realizes something pretty wild is going down. He figures there must be some seriously powerful fighter over there. Meanwhile, back at the prison block, electric sparks keep triggering massive explosions. Finally, Pu Ding slams the third-ranked fighter's head straight into the ground. To make absolutely sure, he unleashes a paralyzing electroshock skill to lock him down. He smirks that he finally caught him, but Lian Yi just glances over with a pout, telling him to handle it while she goes to finish the real job. He casually agrees. Right then, the third-ranked prisoner reminds him that she's escaping, mockingly asking why he's so focused on someone who won't die anyway. But Pu Ding is completely losing his cool now. He growls at him to shut his mouth, promising to deal with him first before catching the girl. He yells for the top-ranked fighter to lock down the prisoner's account immediately. It's time to put an end to this guy's little game. The number one ranked fighter quickly responds that the lock is complete. Once the account freezes, she'll use her admin authority to throw him back into prison. Hearing that threat, the captive only sneers. He mockingly tells Pu Ding that chasing after the girl would actually be doing him a massive favor, because right behind them, Rocky is already breaking free. He laughs that he's not the only one who managed to unlock their system restrictions. Sharp claws swipe directly at the top-ranked fighter, sending her into a total panic. Suddenly, Rocky bursts right out onto the main arena floor. Another massive blast rocks the stadium. The audience gasps, realizing some legendary powerhouse must have just busted out of the containment zone. The impact accidentally drags the top-ranked fighter onto the field. Now she's utterly furious. Why can't these absolute fools just stick to the plan? Her eyes narrow with deadly intent. It looks like she's going to have to personally teach these troublemakers a brutal lesson. Facing her down, Rocky just lets out a feral growl. He roars at the top-ranked fighter in a desperate attempt to intimidate her. But a split second later, Jiang Si blindsides him with a heavy punch. He looks at his fist, feeling completely baffled by the situation. He wonders aloud if this is really his next opponent. It definitely feels a bit different from what was written on the schedule. He yells out to the crowd, asking if anyone owns this massive dog and begging them to come chain it up already. Suddenly, a massive clawed hand swipes at him with insane speed, pushing Jiang Si back. He narrowly dodges, realizing he's in for a fight. He grumbles that he needs to shut this beast up first to get some actual answers. Clenching his fist, he prepares to strike. He commands the beast to lie down. Seeing the sudden chaos, the crowd goes wild, wondering if the second round has already started. Spectators scream for them to fight so they can win back their lost cash. Nearby, Lian Yi laughs, calling the beast a good boy. She whispers for it to keep causing chaos while she slips away. Raising her hand, she targets the annoying barrier blockading the exit. With a slow scratch of her sharp claws, she activates a model penetration cheat code. For a second, the heavy shield remains completely still, but the impact suddenly sends violent shockwaves through the barrier. The spectators look up in pure confusion, wondering what is happening. A massive crack splits the shield, though Lian Yi takes heavy backlash from the strain. A bright red warning immediately flashes above her head. System alerts blare about an escaping prisoner. But almost instantly, the crack seals shut as the system's security firewall begins automatic repairs. She scowls at the rapid recovery. It turns out unauthorized cheat codes still cannot go toe-to-toe against the official system software. Since breaking right through is impossible, she decides she will just have to bend a few rules to force her way out. Glancing over, she realizes she must still defeat the arena boss to fully clear this stage. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Si, he just lands a solid kick right to Rocky's skull. Capitalizing on the opening, he desperately tries to get some answers. He demands to know why everyone is rushing the arena floor, asking who he's supposed to fight first. But Rocky easily shrugs it off. The sudden impact rattles Jiang Si to his core. Their positions instantly flip as the beast drives its head straight into his chest. Landing the strike, Rocky agilely flips back onto his feet. His bloodthirsty eyes lock onto his target once again with terrifying intensity. Jiang Si slowly looks up, fairly impressed. He mutters that the dumb dog has some decent power, but then his eyes suddenly widen. Before he can react, Rocky unleashes a devastating powered blow that completely shatters a massive section of the concrete arena floor. The resulting shockwave leaves the crowd stumbling. Even Pep panics loudly, screaming to ask if the entire dungeon is about to blow. Landing safely to the side, Jiang Si lets out a breath of relief. He thinks to himself that taking that hit directly would have hurt. His health points would have definitely taken a serious plunge. Looking behind him, he sees a massive smoking crater in the ground. System notifications pop up immediately warning that the stage and barrier have suffered critical damage and are undergoing emergency repairs. While Rocky pants with rabid intensity, the top-ranked fighter holds back, silently observing. She coldly judges him for being so reckless. Using illegal cheats to artificially boost stats always has a price. In this case, his mind shattered, turning him into a mindless monster. The monster has gone completely feral. At this cost, his stats have broken through the roof so high that even the system cannot even display them anymore. They are basically infinite, and right now the beast is lunging straight for its target. As for Jiang Si, his playful attitude instantly vanishes. This is a real pain. The beast is tough, meaning it is time to get serious. The moment Rocky swings, Jiang Si lightly leaps back to dodge. But he's not just running, he is already loading up a massive counterpunch. He scoffs at the wild swings and unleashes 3 rapid-fire strikes of his own. But wait, none of them actually connect. Suddenly, Jiang Si senses something is off. He looks down and notices his own arm starting to crack. Meanwhile, Rocky just stands there, breathing heavily as heat radiates off its body. Slowly, the beast arches its back and lets out a deafening roar aimed straight at Jiang Si. The hostility only fires him up. "Good, you wild dog, come at me and let's go all out, let me teach you a lesson." But the moment those words leave his mouth, Jiang Si suddenly loses his balance. He stumbles back, completely caught off guard. He looks down, wondering what is wrong with his legs. Strangely, the ground looks perfectly fine. No, there is something hidden underneath. Jiang Si does not hesitate for a second. He swings his arm down to smash the floor, shouting at the sneak attacker to show themselves. The arena floor violently shakes and cracks under his raw power. The shockwave forces Lian Yi to break out of her rocky hiding spot. Having her cheap trick exposed infuriates her, forcing a curse from her lips. But before she can even blink, a dark shadow rushes past. Jiang Si has already closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Glaring at her with pure annoyance, he warns her that cheap shots are a very bad habit. Knowing she cannot dodge, Lian Yi can only smile bitterly, thinking she is done for. Then the arena explodes. But wait, Jiang Si's health bar suddenly drops straight to 0. He looks down in absolute shock and confusion. Turns out the number 3 ranker blocked his attack, praising Jiang Si's immense power. Jiang Si can only wonder who this newcomer is. Up in the stands, Xiao screams in panic, asking why so many opponents are jumping in at once. The director also yells out, calling them shameless, cheating cowards. But Lian Yi simply glides backward with an elegant, carefree smirk on her face. She giggles, saying that cheating is her specialty. They cannot break the dungeon barrier, but they can easily tweak the match rules. The number 3 ranker immediately chimes in, laughing. That is right, since this is a team match. You are free to summon your teammates too. He mockingly adds that it is perfectly fair, assuming Jiang Si actually has any. Faced with this, Jiang Si realizes these guys are pretty tough. Relying on his basic physical strength alone might not cut it anymore. He needs a new plan. But before he can think, Rocky leaps into the air, bare teeth snapping directly toward his head. Right as the massive jaws close and Jiang Si's body suddenly splits in 2. Looks like he has no other choice here. The clone fires a powerful counterattack that sends the beast flying back. When Rocky opens its eyes, it freezes in pure shock. The number 3 ranker is just as stunned, stammering in disbelief. Even Lian Yi's jaw drops as she struggles to process this. By now, the clones have fully materialized. Jiang Si smiles and agrees, since it is a team match, calling out allies is fair game. Another clone eagerly steps forward, agreeing that this is indeed incredibly fair. Soon 3 identical Jiang Sis stand side by side. The god-level clone steps up with an excited grin, suggesting a 3-on-3 showdown. All 3 of them burst into wild laughter. He points directly at his opponents, mockingly asking if they are scared. They wanted a 3-on-3 fight, so they better be ready. The 3rd-ranked fighter can only stare in complete disbelief, utterly speechless. Up in the stands, Xiao is rubbing her eyes, staring at the 3 identical boys. The director is just as shocked, wondering how he split himself. Meanwhile, Xiao remains quiet, recognizing this as the primal source energy their master absorbed from his memory world during his last breakthrough. He explains that ever since mastering this power, their king has been experimenting with all its bizarre capabilities. As the progenitor of all zombies, Jiang Si once handcrafted a tiny replica of himself, allowing him to duplicate his body. By utilizing his pure physical source energy, he can easily manifest these clones and distribute different combat styles to each of them. Now back in the present, all 3 avatars lock onto their targets. This is how the ultimate squad was born. With 3 overpowered kings on the field at once, the fight completely shifts. They instantly charge toward the beast. The 3rd Jiang Si rapidly winds up a heavy punch. Rocky reacts instantly, throwing a massive claw to counter him, but the clone suddenly shifts his weight. "Sorry, bud," he sneers while parrying the blow. "I am not here to trade punches. I came to kick you." He sweeps the beast off its feet, sending Rocky crashing into the dirt and shattering the ground. Before the beast can recover, another clone descends from the sky like a meteor, laughing with pure chaotic madness. He mocks the giant dog for being so arrogant just a moment ago. A split second later, the entire tower violently trembles from the sheer impact of his landing. Talk about satisfying. This fight is getting crazier by the second. The crowd roars louder as the giant dog gets its head slammed into the ground. Is it dead? Weight bets are not even closed. Suddenly, Rocky channels raw magic straight into his arm right after that hit. He then lifts a massive stone block to stop him. Jiang Si actually looks amused, praising the monster for having such insane strength before he quickly steps aside to dodge. His appearance begins to transform. At the same time, the dungeon system flashes a warning of critical data overload and infinite attack power. The other two clones of Jiang Si seize the chance to strike unleashed with even deadlier force. Time for everyone to join the action. Watching with pride, the original body praises his clones, yelling that they are doing great before swiftly delivering a massive kick. His massive kick lands right on Joki's face. In the heat of the battle, Jiang Si wonders if the beast can even survive. Taunting his clone, the original tells him not to worry since its hide is incredibly thick, making Jiang Si smirk. He agrees and they charge right back into the fray together, leaving a dazed Rocky trying to recover over on the side. Rocky clutches his broken jaw and screams in pain, forcing Pep to cover his eyes at the sheer brutality of it. Yet he finds it incredibly exciting. Sure, is brutal, but after all, is not this the exact violence they came to watch? Meanwhile, Jiang Si repeatedly thrashes the monster's face. Jiang Si then aims a devastating blow straight to the stomach. Out of the clones, Jiang Si seems to enjoy this the most, thinking the wild beast could make a pretty cute pet with training. Thinking it might even end up cuter than Alang, he leaps high into the air to strike again. Desiring to unleash his full power, this round he delivers a massive impact that actually cracks the protective barrier. After satisfying his urge to fight, Jiang Si steps back with a smug grin, finally happy to have gotten some action. Nearby, the heavily injured top 3 players step in, saying they still need this giant dog and cannot let it die. Though they complain about the intense pain from that strike, their desperate defense only excites Jiang Si even more. Looking terrifying as he invites them to fight, he doesn't notice the enemy leader secretly signaling his team. The leader plans to hold off the strongest opponent himself, secretly signaling Lian Yi to move in and provide backup. Lian Yi flashes forward, mocking that the wild dog is too tough to die easily. Before anyone can react, she strikes. Unexpectedly driving her blade straight through his heart, she smiles smugly as she boasts about landing the fatal blow. Reaching deeper to crush Jiang Si's heart, she is shocked when his blood vessels suddenly surge forward to trap her hand. She watches in horror as the vessels creep up her arm at a terrifying speed, forcing her to pull back. Barely managing to rip her hand free, she stands completely shocked that even his heart can fight back like this. Wondering what kind of monster he is, she watches Rocky crash into the wall to the roaring cheers of the crowd. As the spectators clamor for more action, Xiao He suddenly urges the others to leave, leaving Xiao Xiao completely confused. The minister is equally shocked, protesting because he was just about to bet all his points on Jiang Si. Everyone agrees that watching 3 clones fight like this is a rare sight, but Xiao He quickly warns them of the danger. Xiao He explains that despite the insane stats and cheating, they are still technically bound by the rules of the system. But right now, Jiang Si is completely destroying the top 3 players as his excitement reaches a peak. The clash against Rocky is just as intense, making it unclear if the game world system can even handle this. Looking up toward the sky, Xiao He seriously doubts that this dungeon instance can survive the massive shockwaves. Right on cue, massive spatial cracks begin to tear through the sky, showing that the virtual realm is about to collapse. With the surrounding space becoming increasingly unstable, the panicking crowd finally realizes the entire dungeon is collapsing. Spectators scream to run for their lives as they lose health, while the minister frantically begs the others to wait. Xiao Xiao asks where he is going, only for the smug minister to brag about exchanging all his winning bet points. Though he boasts about making a massive fortune, she angrily snaps back, telling him to focus on escaping immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao still asks Xiao He if they can really just leave Jiang Si behind safely in this collapsing dimension. Nodding immediately, Xiao He admits he is not sure what will happen next but knows they must leave right now. Adding to his warning, he says that when their king is this hyped up, nobody can stop him until he is done. Suddenly, Xiao He freezes in shock as a flash of bright white hair amidst the absolute chaos catches his eye. Recognizing Wang Zikai instantly, Xiao He doesn't notice Pep nearby, who curiously asks if he is also hesitant to leave. The young man simply smiles and says he still has business, prompting a shocked response about what could outvalue life. His expression darkens as he quietly admits that this matter is indeed worth more than his own life. On another side, Jiang Si is ruthlessly thrashing top 3 with Jiang Si 4 waiting in line to strike. That blow immediately sends top 3 flying back, crashing straight into the wall without any way to resist. Buried deep in the rubble, top 3 can only cough weakly as his vision begins to fade. He wonders if he must keep going. Suddenly, Lian Yi emerges right from the wall. She tells him not to be lazy since his health bar is locked anyway, so he must go tank the damage. But top 3 just shakes his head, saying he will actually die if he keeps taking hits. He shows her his cracked arm, explaining that, even with locked health, it is useless because his body is literally breaking down. He then looks ahead toward the battlefield and adds that the mad dog over there possesses infinite attack power. Yet unlike them, it is still getting beaten up regularly by Jiang C4. Jiang Si's health bar was completely empty during that brutal exchange, meaning the system should have declared him dead. Top 3 slowly voices his confusion, pointing out that Jiang Si keeps fighting as if nothing happened and is actually getting stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Si 5 shows absolute madness, laughing and calling his opponent a good dog as he continues the onslaught. Top 3 notes solemnly that this means Jiang Si's power has completely broken through, shattering the very limits of the system. Meanwhile, Rocky is still getting relentlessly thrashed. He wonders why on earth such a monster would exist in this game world. Even its third eye widens in absolute terror as it now has to face 2 different copies of Jiang Si at once. System warnings begin flashing everywhere, announcing that the barrier has shattered and demanding that all personnel evacuate the area immediately. As the tower structure begins exploding into pieces, Zikai calmly makes his way toward the highest security containment zone. Holding a bag of pastries, he casually remarks that Jiang Si's all-out combat style is just as terrifying as always. At this rate, it looks like this dungeon will not last much longer, but as he takes another step forward, a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes right in front of him. A level 100 system prison guard immediately warns him that this is the highest security containment zone and entry is strictly forbidden as it gathers more electrical energy to attack. It demands that he leave immediately, but Zikai only sighs coldly that the guard is in his way. In the next instant, he blasts the entire entrance open, sending debris flying everywhere and throwing the prison security into absolute chaos. The prisoner inside slowly looks up, greeted by the sight of a warm bag of pastries held right in front of him. The defense system continues to scream warning alerts, but Zikai just smiles, saying it has been a while since they last met. He greets brother Xianji, who grumpily snaps back, demanding to know why he always has to make such a massive scene. Despite his grumbling, Xianji still steps closer. Zikai shrugs it off, mentioning that Jiang Si has already manifested 3 forms. At this rate, the dungeon is going to get completely wrecked. Zikai hands over the warm pastries, which Xianji accepts while asking if he really brought Jiang Si into this game world. In response, Zikai calmly lists all the chaotic variables, monsters, players, and cheat codes. He confesses that he set up the entire game world to constantly fight against Jiang Si. Through this endless conflict, he explains that the system can analyze the data and use it to fully upgrade its core system. Lowering his voice to a more mysterious tone, he looks at Xianji and asks if he has made any new predictions. Zikai summons his transcendent form as he poses his next question, wanting to know what his chances of winning against Jiang Si would actually be. Xianji coldly answers that he only has a 10% chance, which completely catches him off guard. He complains that he expected at least a 30% chance, but then Xianji looks closer at Jiang Si, adding that if he can successfully force Jiang Si to unleash his full power and go all out in his third form, things might change. Xianji pauses before delivering his final prediction. The probability of the system successfully copying Jiang Si's abilities is 70%. Zikai smiles, satisfied that those odds are more than enough. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, 2 copies of Jiang Si chase close behind, with Jiang Si 5 leading the charge. Even after such a grueling fight, he keeps shouting and mocking them to keep the fight going. Facing this endless nightmare, Top 3 and Lian Yi immediately drop to their knees and yell their surrender. That is right, fine. She bitterly admits that fighting is useless with such a massive gap, but that reaction is totally beyond his expectations, leaving him gaping. In that split second of crisis, Jiang Si hurriedly changes direction, unable to pull back. As a result, one side of the tower is punched through. That devastating punch barely misses them, freezing them in pure terror. A moment later, the Top 3 finally shudder. How can they even fight against such terrifying power? She can only agree in complete fear, nodding along. Suddenly, the top ranker yells from afar, scolding them. How can you lose even with hacks? Do you even know how to play? What a total waste of effort bringing you out here. Hearing those harsh words, he grits his teeth in anger. Lian Yi snaps back immediately, asking what she means and demanding she look at the absolute chaos around them. Then even that mad dog was beaten into submission. Neither of them is stupid. Over on this side, Jiang Si is still coaxing. A good boy, he tells him. The top 3 ranker starts complaining, already scrambling to escape outside the dungeon. They got hit where it hurts. Frustrated, she snaps back, shouting that she is no prisoner and can leave whenever she wants. It is completely normal. Meanwhile, Jiang Si Form 5 is eagerly waiting, wondering why everyone suddenly stopped to chat. Who is the next opponent? Watching from the sidelines, Zikai mutters that forcing out Jiang Si Form 5 is the limit. This game cannot handle more. Meanwhile, Jiang Si himself keeps shouting out that he wants to fight someone stronger. He has not had enough. Suddenly, Zikai flashes back to his past life. To his eyes, it remains unforgettable. Jiang Si had a smug smile on his face. That demon completely destroyed their entire civilization during the apocalypse. Total chaos. The Divine Age civilization was collapsing under a massive zombie siege, with people screaming for help. They frantically searched for any possible place to escape, while roaring flames erupted right in the middle of the majestic tower. Only Zikai sat there in absolute silence. He bowed his head deeply, lost in thought as his brows suddenly furrowed. The fierce red flames had already reached the inner chambers. Suddenly, an exasperated Leah stormed into the room. She cursed. Their final army was completely wiped out by Jiang Si, and their abilities could not hurt him. He had entered his destruction form. Peace talks, negotiations, and desperate pleas were all completely ignored. Wang, Zikai, they had lost. Prepare the exile plan. He heard her words but remained strangely quiet. A long pause. Then Zikai suddenly asked if Lady Leah remembered. The question made her hesitate. What confused, she listened as he muttered that the core of an ability is imagining a stronger version of oneself. Walking slowly past the row of empty chairs, he admitted that he simply could not imagine defeating Jiang Si. No one could. His hand stopped right in front of the chair labeled with Jiang Si's name. All their powers were useless. Leah finished his sentence, reminding him of their choice to wage war. They had to kill every zombie, even Greta. The memory brought a deep, heavy sadness to his eyes. Was it too late to regret a hopeless battle? Slowly, the aura around Zikai began to shift. To defeat Jiang Si, he needed to imagine an existence as powerful as a god, an absolute deity. Raising his hand, he channeled a massive surge of spiritual energy. He called this mental force the mind. The entity manifested instantly. Returning to the present, Zikai drops down right where Jiang Si is waiting. This was the first birth of a mind-turning ability users into deity manifestors. Jiang Si Form B recognized him. Wang Zikai. Meanwhile, Jiang Si Form 3 yawns in boredom, asking if the game has any stronger opponents. Is it already game over for him? Before they can even react, Zikai unleashes a devastating punch. The sheer impact blows Jiang Si Form 3 to pieces. Only a stiff, severed hand remains in the void. Jiang Si Form 4 quietly analyzes the strike. In a single instant, Form 3's genes were completely obliterated. Regeneration is impossible. Truly impressive. Out of nowhere, Jiang Si Form 5 chimes in, praising the clone. The fake Zikai summon has grown stronger. He excitedly asks if they can finally fight to their heart's content. This is the final week of the game. On his end, Zikai grows dead serious now. Jiang Si, you are the strongest person I know. That is why I created this mind with everything I had. The puppet mimics his stance. It is just your copy after all. Zikai opens up about his past. Even so, he could never defeat Jiang Si. His power completely surpassed the limits of his imagination. He recalls leading their civilization through the stars for thousands of years, blending cosmic wonders into his mind. Yet the outcome was always the same. Even Vero, constructed from that spiritual energy, was easily crushed. The Jiang Si of that era was cold and heartless. His strength had surpassed the boundaries of the universe. No more memories. Zikai pulls out a device. That is why he wagered everything on this game. It contains Earth's civilization and others that witnessed his power. Activating the device, memory fragments begin to escape. Endless recollections of him drift out. Their numbers multiply, feeding the imagination. He gathers their emotions and belief, their pure faith and hope, and finally the desolate ruins of fallen planets and their absolute terror. All of it merges to empower the puppet, flowing directly into his mind through the game system. Zikai waits for the absolute perfect moment. He takes a deep breath and shouts out the command, "Awaken into my own power." Then blue light from that energy swirls upward like a massive hurricane. Witnessing that spell formation, Jiang Si gasps in sheer amazement, muttering how interesting this is. In contrast, Zikai solemnly declares that Jiang Si is now facing his 6th simulated clone. "I am here to challenge you," he says. Meanwhile, in another area, an army is marching forward step by step, and right before their eyes lies the dungeon core. An anomaly is detected, prompting the Purge protocol to activate as Gang Dai immediately reports the situation. They are back and up front. Ling urgently orders them to charge, knowing the game core must be right ahead. Suddenly, a massive wave of data materializes beside her, and from within a puppet extracted from player data is created to serve as a system guardian. Unfazed, Ling tightly grips her sword, welcoming the challenge. The moment it attacks, she swiftly slices off its arm. Ling then delivers a fatal, decisive blow to finish it off. With that done, she frowns in frustration. These system copies are somehow getting stronger, but fortunately they still do not have any brain cells. Right nearby, Gang Dai tightly grips his weapon as a fierce golden lion charges toward him with aggressive, terrifying momentum. Their army splits up to engage, but the real issue is this combat seems endless. Ever since they stepped into this bottom floor, waves of guardians have kept coming. In the middle of this absolute chaos, Vero suddenly shouts out. Right there, he is knocking down monster after monster while complaining, asking when on earth this endless fighting will stop. Not to mention nearby lights are flashing with crackling electricity. Seeing this, Vero grinds his teeth and swears under his breath. This is so damn annoying. In his line of sight, the mage is forming an electric sphere, bringing along two more troublesome foes. Right then, his hand tightly grips his steel pipe. Whatever he decides. With that, Vero directly flings the monsters away. Since they are nothing but minor pests anyway, the momentum sends them crashing straight into other heavy pipes nearby. The impact is severe enough that their bodies begin to dissolve. Seeing this, Vero smirks. Even though this is annoying, everyone should stay a bit positive. Even though the game copies these fakes, he quickly dodges an incoming attack. At least it has not cloned Jiang Si for us to fight. Thinking about it that way makes you feel relieved, right? But as soon as those words leave his mouth, Vero's eyes widen. What completely catches him off guard is the newly generated clones of Xiao He and Ah Guai. This time he is genuinely worried. Hold on, let's take them one by one. Meanwhile, Gang Dai is feeling pretty optimistic, saying Vero has a point. The Golden Lion agrees, adding that if a clone Jiang Si appeared, they would be absolutely dead. Then it chuckles, as long as it is not Jiang Si, they are fine. Standing beside it, he joins in on the laughter. Yeah, there is no way the system would clone Jiang Si. The two continue chatting peacefully, reassuring themselves. But slowly their laughter fades, replaced by an instinctive dread. All they know is that, next, both of them sprint forward rapidly, wanting to shut down this stupid game once and for all. Charging ahead, the space transitions back to the dungeon. The tower is swaying heavily on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, Zikai and his puppet resolutely stand against Jiang Si. Standing on his side, Jiang Si's excited voice echoes. Not bad, Wang Zikai has that sandbag you molded after me. Learn a new form. This is followed by a wide expectant grin, signaling that this time they are in for a real fight. A second later, Jiang Si suddenly throws a punch, looking forward to a satisfying battle, but Zikai does not flinch and simply raises his hand. In Vero's memory, the clone's arm mimics the very move used during the sixth form to suppress him. As for Jiang Si, he is visibly taken aback. Is it like this? The surrounding gravity begins to be manipulated by Zikai. He then alters it, pulling Jiang Si into the vortex. The immense pressure weighing down on his body starts to crack his arm. What is this? Jiang Si wonders. Just then, Zikai calmly speaks, telling his clone to directly deliver the strike, so he can fully feel this power himself. A massive palm strikes down out of nowhere, dragging his opponent away, smashing through the barrier and continuing on. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit login lobby of the Merchant Guild Civilization, Top 1 arrives with an exhausted tone. I am back, finally out. Her entire body is trembling uncontrollably, having watched a match that almost killed her. In response, Top 5 urgently asks if she is alright and if the plan succeeded. Top 2 immediately chimes in, demanding to know if they successfully dealt with Jiang Si, as that is what matters. Facing their intense, impatient pressure, Top 1 just pouts, telling them to show at least a little bit of compassion. She then reports the situation, explaining there was an unexpected hiccup, making it impossible to directly kill Jiang Si. Hearing this, they cry out in shock, asking if they failed, but she quickly cuts them off, telling them to let her finish. With a serious attitude, Top 1 cautiously reminds them that the brutal battle has completely collapsed the dungeon. Now Jiang Si is likely completely lost in the chaotic flow of data, and if she had not escaped quickly, he almost couldn't make it back himself. Seeing this, the second rank rejoiced, thrilled that their stock might finally rise, while the third rank cheered happily, celebrating that everything was finally back on track. Caught up in the joy, she proudly declared, yes, the issue is completely resolved. But before their short-lived celebration could even settle, the entire building was violently pierced through. What on earth was that sound? Over in the cultivation realm, chaos erupts. Disciples frantically plead with their master to speak, telling them what to do before passing out. Holding the white-haired Bai Mao, a young girl keeps desperately asking questions. Weren't you supposed to slay demons? Why did you trigger this world-ending apocalypse? Someone nearby gasps, oh my god. Has the sky itself been shattered? Meanwhile, at the Fushu civilization, Login Lobby Mi stares curiously at a strange streak of light. On the other side, the Imperial Login Lobby takes heavy damage. Sirens wail with reports of an unidentified object attacking the fleet. It is only after reaching the chaotic space that Jiang Si finally breaks free, though his body is now severely battered. Still, he quickly regains his footing and lands firmly. Once he catches his breath, Jiang Si smirks with a question, asking Wang Zikai if this puppet he created has actually gotten stronger. Zikai calmly replies that his mental projection holds the weight of countless civilizations spanning thousands of years, combining every memory, imagination, and longing for him. It is the ultimate recreation that surpasses his absolute peak. To make sure it sinks in, Zikai raises his voice, asking if that is really so. Standing right before Jiang Si, Zikai directly dares him to use his full power. Hearing this, a wicked grin spreads across Jiang Si's face. Revitalized and eager, he readily accepts the challenge. Let us do this. Immediately, Jiang Si uses the floating debris to launch himself forward. He swings a fist with pure, unbridled excitement, shouting out a job well done. In contrast, Zikai and his puppet carefully counter. This terrifying clash completely scares the onlookers. Sweating profusely, Lian Yi and Rocky wonder if they can even survive. She can only sigh in total helpless frustration. Oh my god, a stray shockwave suddenly slams into their hiding spot, tilting the giant boulder and throwing Lian Yi into despair. Lan Qianting that because of their little tricks, the system flagged them for hacking and locked them in this prison dungeon. Unable to hold it in, she screams out, "Then what about those two monsters?" Meanwhile, the battle rages on with no clear victor. Why does the system not stop them? Before throwing his next massive strike, Jiang Si eagerly warns his opponent to brace themselves. An absolute barrage of punches rains down directly on Zikai. As dust and smoke completely blind the area, something unexpected happens. The puppet's arm suddenly whips out of the smoke. It delivers a devastating blow that leaves Jiang Si completely dazed and reeling. Sent crashing straight through a nearby spatial rift. Dropping through the tier, Jiang Si falls hard onto the ground of another lobby. This is the Cultivation World's Login Lobby. Zikai and his spirit follow him right through, landing to observe their opponent. He confidently notes that in raw combat stats, his spirit projection easily outclasses Jiang Si's fifth form. But the massive commotion they are causing quickly draws the attention of nearby cultivators. They gasp as the sky cracks open. One cultivator squints, finding the white-haired figure in the sky strangely familiar. Another suddenly panics, shouting out to look down below. Never mind the sky, look at the ground. Over in the rubble of broken stone, a quiet cough breaks the silence. Wiping blood from his mouth, Jiang Si compliments the fake on a job well done, but his presence quickly triggers sheer panic. Terrified cultivators scream that it is the heavenly demon himself, and they must fight to the death. They immediately charge forward, seeking vengeance for their master, the White Emperor. Thousands of holy swords fly, filling the sky with dense, lethal sword intent, all aim at destroying the heavenly demon. Yet Jiang Si remains completely unfazed, effortlessly taking control of the swarm with both hands. Instantly, the flying swords reverse direction on his command. He condenses them all together into a massive, swirling sphere of power. Fueled by this abundant energy, he gets even more thrilled, telling his opponent to try defending against this next attack. Clenching his fists, he compresses the massive sword formation down into a tiny point until his hands are tightly locked together. All that remains is a single brilliantly glowing orb. The cultivators stare in absolute horror as their flying swords are compressed, molded into a mere toy. One laments losing the weapon they spent their entire life savings on. Meanwhile, Zikai frowns, watching carefully with deep suspicion. Jiang Si casually catches the glowing orb, and the moment his fingers close around it, his arm gets encased in sleek golden armor. He admires the result with a grin, a neat little technique he refined through battle. After fighting that multi-armed moon monster, he can finally put this to good use. Zikai carefully observes every single detail, recognizing the stellar-level heat of Vero's legendary ability. Keeping such extreme intense energy in his bare hands is truly an unbelievable feat. But while he is lost in thought, a massive object comes hurtling straight toward them, absolute breakaway speeds. Sensing the danger, Zikai's summoned spirit reacts instantly, dodging a sudden lethal punch with incredible swift agility. That move by Jiang Si accidentally sent massive shockwaves deep into outer space, violently blowing away all the cultivators out there. People screamed in panic, wondering if their master had truly lost. Meanwhile, Jiang Si only smirked, declaring that a cheap copy is always just a fake. Shifting his crazed gaze over to Zikai, he mocked him for not even having the guts to block an attack of that level directly. Even Zikai started to panic, cursing under his breath because a normal star should never possess energy of this insane caliber. He quickly ordered his spirit beast to charge, realizing this power far exceeded the fifth form of Jiang Si from his memories. While Vero could only borrow a star's power, Jiang Si was literally triggering a nuclear reaction with his bare hands. Jiang Si smugly taunted his opponent, asking if he was still throwing a tantrum and inviting him to keep the attacks coming. Before the enemy could even react, Jiang Si threw a massive punch, warning him that running away would not be an option this time. A second later, massive explosions tore across the entire planet. Zikai could only stand there silently watching that terrifying, overwhelming power unfold. His gaze turned cold, realizing that completely shutting down Jiang Si's fifth form was going to require some serious extra effort. Suddenly, Jiang Si's fourth form materialized right out of nowhere, asking Zikai what he was thinking and if he planned to run again. He looked down at Zikai with total contempt, noting that no matter how strong the spirit was, the fight ends once the physical body dies. Zikai was actually quite surprised, wondering why Jiang Si was relying on his fourth form avatar instead of launching a direct full-on assault. Jiang Si simply shrugged, saying that would be too boring, especially since he remembered how fast Zikai loved to run away. He even offered to give him a 10-second head start. That made Zikai smile, genuinely surprised that Jiang Si still remembered. Nostalgia washed over Zikai, recalling how they fought the zombie horde and invaded the purple domain together with Jiang Si leading the charge. Back then, Zikai relied purely on his speed to provide support from the flanks, keeping his eyes on Jiang Si while slaying monsters. Yet no matter how fast Zikai accelerated back then, Jiang Si would suddenly pull ahead, leaving him wondering just how much faster he needed to go. Over time, that question became a deep obsession. Zikai reached out his arm in vain, desperately trying to catch up to that unstoppable shadow. He could never close the gap, not even by a fraction. Snapping out of his memories, Zikai gritted his teeth in sheer determination. He declared that things were different now as a bright, blinding light began to wrap around his entire body, transforming him completely. Jiang Si just stood there calmly, watching as Zikai's brand new powerful form slowly began to manifest right before his eyes. Zikai revealed he found this power in a game world, believing it existed solely for this very moment as his armored hands reached forward. It was a promise left unfulfilled since the divine civilization era. Finally, the level 30-dimensional swift kill armor stood fully complete. Zikai swore to begin by shredding Jiang Si's fourth form, suddenly swinging his arm to unleash a devastating lethal move. Jiang Si's eyes widened in sheer shock. Get this, the incoming slash literally sliced the sky into two clean halves. With the battle officially beginning, the scene shifts back to the ancient divine civilization era during the reign of the three immortal kings. After the core was destroyed, Jiang Si, Wang Zi, Kai, and Alia ruled together, ushering in a golden age of peace between humans and zombies. Ordinary citizens and zombies happily coexisted with neighbors, inviting each other over for dinner and sharing warm, peaceful moments. A passing girl curiously asked where they were all headed, and they cheerfully replied that they wanted to make the most of this peace. They were planning to travel the world and bid her farewell, prompting the girl to quickly offer them a parting gift. She ran off to grab them some travel rations, making the travelers cheer and express their heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, back in the castle, a sudden furious shout echoed as Leia slammed the table in absolute anger, completely opposing the idea of starting another war. She could not believe they were planning to wipe out all zombies. Beside her, the prophet nodded, pointing out that peace had barely settled in. Leia aggressively scolded Wang Zikai, calling him completely insane and swearing she would never let him go through with this madness. She explained that the core had already been destroyed and the remaining zombie kings were all loyal followers of Jiang Si. They had absolutely no reason to attack humans, and the prophet gently reminded him that even Greta was currently a zombie. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Si himself was one too. Zikai remained quiet for a moment before speaking up. He explained that he did not want to resort to this either, reaching into his pocket to pull out a mysterious object for them. Leia was deeply confused, demanding to know what shocking piece of evidence he could possibly have to justify his extreme actions. She frowned even more upon seeing the odd crystal, while the prophet scoffed, asking if he really expected to convince them with that. Leia flatly repeated that he had completely lost his mind, but Zikai remained perfectly calm as he activated the crystal. He told them not to rush, promising that the real threat was about to reveal itself right before their very eyes. Suddenly, the entire room dissolved, and look at that, the duo gasped in absolute horror as their surroundings transformed into ruins. Buildings and massive structures lay completely shattered and destroyed. Spaceships were scattered across the grim ruin zone. The prophet's face turns pale in sheer terror. This isn't some basic teleportation ability. Wait, are they inside a parallel world? Zikai chimes in. More precisely, it is the bone remnant world. He then pulls out a pouch of glowing stones. They are everywhere. What is scarier, inside lie countless memories he has hoarded. Each fragment represents a whole civilization that Jiang Si once destroyed. Shifting back to reality, Jiang Si stands before a spatial rift. Without hesitating, he reaches out and grabs the dimensional crack barehanded. Hey, you jerk, what do you think you are doing? He crushes the rift right in his palm, warning his foe not to mess around with other people's worlds. That raw force causes the spatial crack to splinter even more. Zikai is totally stunned. Who clips a dimensional tear together with bare hands? Well, it is Jiang Si. After all, nothing he does should surprise anyone anymore. Zikai quickly swings his claws to strike. Take this. Another spatial tear opens right behind Jiang Si, and he is starting to lose his patience. He warns his enemy. Out of nowhere, Jiang Si delivers a brutal heavy kick. Stop messing around in other people's worlds, he snarls. The impact of that single blow sends Zikai flying straight down the cliff. Jiang Si just looks down from above. Is that really all you have got? Jiang Si asks. Suddenly, Zikai charges back up from the abyss to counterattack. This isn't over. Who are you to talk about messing up worlds? As he flies upward, the dimensional tear across the sky widens. You have no right to preach to me. But mid-sentence, Zikai notices something very strange about his opponent. He easily blocked the counterattack. How long did you spend building this armor anyway? Is this really the best it can do? Jiang Si mocks him, warning that this weak armor won't survive his fists. But suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his body. Jiang Si's eyes tremble in shock. This thing still exists. No, something is wrong here. Suddenly, a blue system screen flashes. It warns him of a severe allergic reaction. His movements instantly lock up, slowing him down to a crawl. Zikai doesn't waste a second. He strikes immediately, using his spatial slice to tear Jiang Si's body right in half. Zikai quickly leaps back to safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Si stands there, stunned, his split body failing to heal in time. Zikai reveals his master plan. Jiang Si is just too strong, so tricking him into this game world was necessary. It was the only way to stall him and slowly corrode his entire existence. This shocking revelation hits Jiang Si hard. Zikai proudly boasts that his armor's true ability was never just about slicing through dimensional space. Instead, it used the scars on Jiang Si's body to grant the system complete access to his physical form. Step by step, the system's authority is overriding his database. Zikai explains that his data is slowly eroding. Soon the system will completely take over his body. Jiang Si grits his teeth, frustrated by this ridiculous data override. It blocks every action he tries to make. Seizing this golden opportunity, Zikai shouts out to his ally to strike. The order reaches his spirit clone immediately. At that moment, the spirit clone is busy fighting Jiang Si's fifth form. But upon hearing the command, the phantom freezes. It quickly turns towards Zikai's location and activates its gravity control. Zikai backs away to let the spirit clone finish the job. Under the crushing pressure, Jiang Si's body begins distorting. Finally, both halves of his body are crushed together. Within seconds, Jiang Si's fourth clone is completely erased from existence. Zikai smiles, thoroughly satisfied with this result. Not a single trace of Jiang Si's DNA remains in the rift. With that, 4 of Jiang Si's powerful clones are gone. Now only his fifth form remains on the battlefield. The fifth Jiang Si is incredibly annoyed. You have got some nerve, he growls as he unleashes flames to incinerate the spirit. How dare you look away during a fight with me to help someone else? Jiang Si throws a massive, devastating punch. The strike completely obliterates Zikai's spirit. You aren't even worthy of being my punching bag, Jiang Si scoffs. Zikai steps up to face the fifth clone himself, activating his system lock override once again to seal his movements. If you can't move, then I will be your opponent. Hearing this, Jiang Si just bursts into a loud laugh. Why are you in such a rush to die, he mocks. Zikai is completely caught off guard by his confidence. In that split second of hesitation, Zikai takes a brutal kick. This garbage game system can't restrict my fifth form. Zikai's armor shatters instantly as he groans in pain. Fortunately, he managed to stall Jiang Si for 1 second. That second is all he needs. Summoning his remaining spiritual energy, Zikai uses the opening to trigger a fusion. The scattered spirit fragments around Jiang Si begin to gather. He is fusing with the very spirit that was just obliterated. Seeing this crazy move, Jiang Si steps back. This is getting interesting, let's back off and see what happens next. From the blinding light, a giant hand slowly reaches out. Show me your sixth form, Jiang Si. This daring request. Jiang Si finds the whole thing completely laughable, asking why Zikai thinks his sixth form can possibly defeat him. Meanwhile, Zikai's tone remains incredibly serious. That is right, Zikai has successfully returned, taking on his fused Wang Zikai Jiang Si form, warning him that his fifth form has absolutely no right to fight his fused form. Then he slowly clenches his fist, and with just that simple movement, Jiang Si's body begins to shatter. Yet the man simply smiles with amusement, muttering that the strength behind it is not bad. In return, Zikai lets out a cold snort at such arrogance. He refuses to hold back any longer, clenching his fist as the entire body of Jiang Si completely explodes. Now that is some real force. Even the space outside Earth begins to shake. Suddenly, Zikai abruptly stops. Something is wrong. Has he disappeared? Staring at the floating remnants, he realizes this might have just been another one of Jiang Si's clones. Zikai reaches out his hand in sheer confusion. No, this can't be right. Why does it look exactly like the fourth form. Looking closer, there are only dead remnants left devoid of any life force. He had only been fighting a simple clone of Jiang Si this entire time. As Zikai pieces it together, a disturbing thought hits him. From the very start, did the real Jiang Si never actually show his face? Frustrated by the realization, he lets out an annoyed snort. Instantly, Zikai scans the surroundings, desperate to find Jiang Si. This fused mental state will not last much longer if the enemy keeps hiding. Meanwhile, the cracked sky slowly plunges into a heavy silence, only for a sudden laugh to echo from the void. Suddenly, Jiang Si emerges with an excited grin, praising Zikai for the spectacular fight and admitting it was incredibly thrilling. His next words are mockingly directed at his rival, telling Zikai that his fused state is actually quite fascinating. He even asks Zikai to teach him how to do it next time before casually offering to summon more clones to keep playing. But despite the praise, Zikai looks completely furious. Jiang Si simply laughs it off, admiring how his rival used an allergic reaction to apply a debuff on him. He admits it is a clever trick, declaring Zikai the winner this time and telling him to keep trying. Jiang Si remains incredibly relaxed, finding the battle highly stimulating. He turns to ask what form Zikai should face next, or maybe a team fight. His companion hesitantly replies, promising to take care of all the special effects for the show as long as he makes the request. Hearing this, Jiang Si looks utterly confused, wondering aloud why they are being so formal and overly polite with him all of a sudden. He tries to chat warmly, asking if they have grown distant since they haven't met in so long. He tells brother Xianxi to relax. Xianxi can only squeeze out a forced smile, replying that he is glad to hear it and that they should just be casual. Yet deep down, Xianxi is sweating bullets, panicking that this monster is getting stronger by the second as old memories flash before his eyes. He vividly remembers when Zikai first departed and Jiang Si suddenly materialized right out of nowhere to drag him away. Back then, Jiang Si had greeted him with a booming voice, shouting that it had been ages since they last crossed paths. Xianxi nervously points out that Jiang Si and Zikai were both blasted right off the combat arena by a massive mental strike. While holding him tightly with one hand, Jiang Si exclaims in genuine disbelief at how ridiculously strong Zikai has become. Meanwhile, the terrified prophet is in a total panic, desperately searching for his glasses as his face goes entirely pale with dread. Even worse, no one else seems to notice their presence. Realizing the terrifying power gap, he regrets ever leaving his prison cell. Out of nowhere, Jiang Si asks a surprisingly naive question, wanting to know where they managed to find this incredible game world. Standing in the vast expanse, he cannot help but marvel at the beautiful shattered remains of various alien civilizations. He stares at the glowing login lobbies of other worlds, completely mesmerized by the sheer beauty of it all. Eagerly, he decides that besides the Liu merchant chamber, he absolutely must pay a visit to all the other factions as well. With a bright smile, he says that visiting other worlds is the perfect way to live life to the absolute fullest. Right then, Zikai appears directly overhead, glaring down at him with pure hatred as he realizes he is being toyed with. He demands to know if this is how Jiang Si always looks at the very civilizations he personally wiped out. The sudden question catches Jiang Si completely off guard, leaving him utterly speechless, while Zikai's burning rage only continues to intensify. Spitting curses at their casual attitude, Zikai commands him to listen carefully before beginning to recount a tragic history. The Xianxia civilization fought the brutal zombie tide for thousands of years, eventually seeing almost everyone turn into the undead. Countless powerful sect masters perished, leaving behind nothing but ruined wastelands before the civilization was completely wiped out. Zikai then bitterly describes another world where desperate humans hoped that uninfected animals would inherit their legacy. These creatures were carefully injected with advanced evolutionary genes, causing them to rapidly develop and build their own highly intelligent society. Though the evolved animals achieve human-level intelligence, Zikai's voice turns incredibly bitter as he delivers the final blow. All of their efforts were utterly useless because when Shi Shaoxian arrived, they too were completely wiped out. And when it comes to outer space or the Imperial civilization, even far out in the cosmos, that cold-blooded gaze instantly glares down. Then they still could not escape their fate of being wiped out by him. Just then, he pulled out that device while he went to retrieve the fragments of their civilization, the final obsession of countless departed souls. With that item, Zikai directly declared war on him, completely fusing into the game to become a weapon against him. As for Jiang Si, he frantically waved his hands and explained, wait, he has never even seen those civilizations, and though there was a war with the divine civilization, they were the ones who started it. He quickly brings up the past, reminding him that Agan and Agu were resurrected by him. Besides, the magic in his chest vanished long ago, and his dragon of hatred has also been completely shattered. Summing up all of this, Jiang Si happily gives a thumbs up while also making sure to assure them that they do not need to worry about any old debts and everyone should just live well together. Return those words do not move Zikai at all, and his face darkens as he mutters that he obviously knows. The guy cannot remember. Realizing this, Jiang Si warns him that Brother Prophet is still here, so they should go elsewhere to fight. Hearing this, Prophet weakly thanks him for the thought while Jiang Si flashes a smug smile, saying, "Of course, he is." Suddenly, Zikai grabs Jiang Si and drags him away, asking if this is too small a fight before tossing him far, away to a distant spot. Jiang Si's body goes flying straight down, and while he is still dazed, Zikai once again appears right beside him. He gently extends a hand in front of Jiang Si's head, slowly curling his fingers one by one to lock down the dungeon. Jiang Si's mind becomes distorted while Zikai notes that he truly does not remember, just like he forgot that he was the one who asked them. With his doubts confirmed, Zikai ruthlessly crushes him, determined to kill him anyway. That devastating strike instantly turns Jiang Si into a golden spiritual stream, and from the vortex center, a mature voice echoes, asking if he really must kill him even like this, adding that they should clarify a few things first. Next, a very calm hand reaches out, and the moment Zikai sees it, he instinctively flinched in shock, uttering "What?" in disbelief. Instead, Jiang Si gently redirects the force around them, instantly twisting Zikai's arm into multiple painful loops as he grimaces at the unbelievable power. But his focus is quickly pulled back to Jiang Si, who is finally showing himself. Now fully restored to his original body, Jiang Si remarks that Zikai seems to know quite a lot about him. Staring coldly, Jiang Si tells him to go ahead and spit out everything he knows. At that demand, Zikai quickly breaks free from the grip and charges straight at Jiang Si with a clenched fist. When the two clash, he roars that Jiang Si has to defeat him first before asking questions. The resulting shockwave instantly shakes the entire space, forcing Prophet to desperately cling to a rock. Below, people panic and scream, wondering what that is and if they are about to be destroyed or if it is another new dungeon. Unlike them, Leia calmly watches the scene. Knowing he has finally arrived, the sixth form of Jiang Si. Suddenly, everyone stops what they are doing upon sensing a strange force surging through the air. Within a split second, the crowded streets erupt into loud screams as people shout out their confusion, wondering if it is a shockwave or who opened a new dungeon, though some argue who cares, since it has absolutely nothing to do with them. After working hard for so long, they have finally secured enough space for their entire civilization to survive, so there is no point in worrying about someone else's dungeon. That is right, they should just ignore it. Hearing these dismissive comments naturally annoys Xiao Hong, who scoffed at their claims of working hard when her group was clearly the one carrying everyone. Her blunt reaction forces Gang Huai to quietly remind her not to waste breath bickering with ordinary folks. Suddenly, A Gan joins the conversation, suggesting that since they cannot leave right now, anyway, they should just focus on growing inside this game world, first prompting him to quickly cut off Xiao Hong before she causes a scene, telling her to ignore them. A Gan then turns his attention to the depressed figures standing in the distance, asking if they can come over and lend a hand, only to get some dismissive rejections from his three friends. They sigh, wondering how their king is doing right now, noting that, until he returns, they have no motivation to do anything. Right at that moment, Xiao He suddenly appears with plenty of news, announcing he has one piece of good news and one piece of bad news about their king. Hearing that familiar voice instantly brightens Ah Ju's face. He gasps that Xiao He has finally returned, asking if they found the king and what the good news is. Waiting for the barrage of questions to end, Xiao He hesitantly shares that the good news is that the king is coming back. That single sentence instantly lifts the depressed trio. Suddenly, noise erupts. The king was right. See, no way anything could ever happen to him. We knew it. But what is the bad news? Surely it cannot be that terrible after the good stuff. Why are your faces so dark? Come on, cheer up. For some reason, the minister is the one replying this time. And the news is definitely grim. When he returns, he will be locked in his combat form, his sixth form. Suddenly, the whole space falls dead silent. A split second later, utter chaos. Their panicked screams echo loudly across the entire fabric of space and time. The racket is so loud that the sixth Jiang Si can hear it clearly. Yet, he completely ignores it to fight. He is locked in combat with Zikai. As Zikai unleashes a shockwave, the energy fields of nearby cosmic spheres start distorting. The fabric of that world bends out of shape, a bizarre anomaly that the sixth Jiang Si instantly notices. He suddenly reaches his hand forward, trying to summon something to stabilize the area before the damage becomes permanent. He grabs the energy threads left behind by Zikai, stopping the nearby spheres from being pulled into the chaos. Within moments, those warped energy fields snap right back to their original shapes. Zikai can only stare, absolutely furious. Shaking with absolute rage, Zikai unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy attacks on the sixth Jiang Si. Jiang Si fights back while shielding other civilizations. You are ridiculous. If you wanted to save them, why destroy them first? Besides, let me tell you something, the civilizations of this entire world and everyone in it exist solely to defeat you. Even after a barrage of heavy attacks that do absolutely zero damage to his opponent, Zikai refuses to back down. Driven mad by rage, Zikai channels all his energy into one final massive punch. Do you still want to save them now? Answer me. Facing this raw fury, the sixth Jiang Si does not even bother attacking, simply raising his arm to block. Once his opponent finally quietens down, he calmly speaks up, why even ask? Of course I will save them. That incredibly calm response completely catches Zikai off guard, but it does absolutely nothing to stop his momentum. But unfortunately, when we fight, people are bound to get hurt. The sixth Jiang Si is not intimidated at all. He immediately drops into a fighting stance, bring it on. Zikai swiftly gathers a fresh surge of energy. Jiang Si takes a deep, steady breath to center himself before releasing an equally massive blast of raw power. The opposing forces collide in a devastating explosion, sending shockwaves that violently warp the surrounding planets. They are suddenly pulled into a massive black hole created by Zikai. The bizarre, terrifying sight makes Jiang Si frown. He tries to make sense of this. Meanwhile, innocent people across different worlds panic as an unseen force drags them away. They are pulled straight toward a blinding light in the distance. We are doomed, we are getting sucked in. What is this? We are dead. Save us. They scream in terror, not realizing they are being transferred into real space. The sudden displacement leaves several people utterly baffled and scratching their heads in confusion. Where are we? Thank goodness I am still alive. Xiao Hong is among those cast into space, and her fiery temper quickly flares up. Some very colorful words fly out of her mouth. Damn you. Jiang Si, could you not fight somewhere else? Ah Go, who is busy using magic to catch the falling people, happens to overhear her and offers a gentle reminder. Do not say that. I am pretty sure this whole mess was not the king's intention at all. Just then, Akin finishes pulling a group of survivors to safety and immediately asks, does anyone know where we are? We just settled down and now we are changing maps again. Those words prompt Go to scan their unfamiliar surroundings. This place isn't just a fleeting moment, the vast empty space is filled with loud chatter. Experienced survivors quickly realize what they are dealing with. This is a brand new dungeon. What are we supposed to do? We literally just got comfortable. Leah completely ignores the chatter, focusing entirely on monitoring the battle statistics in silence. She quietly keeps track of every single combat value, not uttering a single word to the panicked crowd. Wang Zikai and Jiang Si's sixth form have been fighting for 8 minutes and 9 seconds. The collision of three civilizations causes total collapse. Over 1,758 dungeons are lost. Only 16 minutes and 32 seconds remain before the game world is destroyed. Fortunately, Zikai will be defeated before that happens. He is completely suppressed, and if he keeps desperately struggling like this, Jiang Si will finish him off in 5 minutes at most. Leah quietly brings up another crucial calculation to check. What is Jiang Si's exact combat value in his sixth form? The system database immediately generates the answer. The current progress is extremely favorable, with 82% of the data successfully collected. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes out. Startled, Leah quickly whips her head around. Found you, and Gang Da are desperately running toward her. As fast as possible while still rambling nonstop, he finally finds it. This is the very center of the game world. Naturally, their sudden arrival deeply annoys Leia. She immediately unleashes her full firepower, calling them a complete nuisance. Right as the tension peaks, Ziling suddenly appears. She halts her dead in her tracks with a time freeze spell. Do not move, she warns you, better not act recklessly. Leia is completely caught off guard by this sudden situation, but she quickly masks her shock. What is this? Even in a passive position, she cannot help but scheme. She frowns, realizing this is a time manipulation ability. Her silence gives Ziling the perfect chance to finally speak up. Lady Leia, Ziling says, in Jiang Si's memory world, we once fought side by side. When I learned my abilities, I even had your help. I wanted us to have a friendly talk, but Vala absolutely must destroy the core right now. We cannot let them use game data to copy Jiang Si. With the orders given, Vala charges ahead to finish the job. No problem, Boss Ziling, I was waiting for those exact words, Vala shouts excitedly, reaching his hand forward. He aims his spell at the massive energy stream to shatter it, but the chaotic force inside suddenly reacts with violence. The multicolored light erupts with fierce, violent energy. The sudden backlash catches Vala off guard, shocking him instantly. What on earth is that? He gasps. Sensing danger, he retreats to a safer distance to catch his breath. He panics, wondering aloud if they might actually clone Jiang Si. He really does not want to fight that monster again. Hearing this, and Gang Da lose all their courage, instantly hugging each other while crying that they are completely doomed. Just then, a sleek and highly advanced sphere suddenly emerges directly from the swirling mass of multicolored energy. Ziwei's annoyed voice rings out from within, asking who would ever do something as boring as copying Jiang Si. She suddenly shifts into her human form, standing eye to eye with the group as she begins to lecture them. She demands to see his sixth form, claiming they only used his progress over the years to wake her up. After all, he was always just my defeated underling. If he is not strong enough, he will not interest me. Since absolutely no one answers her arrogant rant, Ziwei just stretches casually, letting her muscles loosen up as much as possible. She wonders aloud how long she slept, admitting she has not stretched like this in ages. Is Jiang Si here yet, she asks. He must have found this place. It has been a while and he seems much stronger now. Let me see for myself. With that, Ziwei begins leaping around the room like a total maniac. She quickly secures a great vantage point. Her boredom quickly fades and she smiles. This is perfect, she thinks, as expected of Jiang Si, he never disappoints. This is going to be a fun fight. Nearby, Gangda overhears her words thanks to his incredibly sharp hearing. Talk about a massive plot twist. Did she seriously just say that the mighty Jiang Si was once her defeated underling? Gasps in pure shock at his friend's words. The core of this entire game is actually a girl. Sensing the immense danger, Ziling completely freezes up. What kind of ancient monster did Wang Zikai actually summon here? It looks exactly like that ancient mecha from before. Desperate, Ziling screams out to her ally mid-battle. Vala, taking down the thousand-face wish is up to you. Do not hold back, use everything you have to defeat her. He pauses for a moment to process the order, then grins and shouts back happily that he has got this. Leave it to me, I was waiting for those exact words. With Ziling's double mental buff, he feels terrifyingly strong now. Meanwhile, Ziwei completely ignores the loud commotion on the ground, focusing entirely on her own private battle plans. Now that she is awake, her first priority is summoning Jiang Si for a fight. She grins with a mysterious plot. Get ready, Jiang Si, she sneers. Meanwhile, Jiang Si number 6 is busy catching the limp body of Zikai. Looking down at the unconscious boy in his arms, he sighs and quietly asks him if he can finally answer. How much do you actually know about me, he wonders, even though the boy shows no signs of waking up. Jiang Si number 6 holds him patiently until Zikai finally starts to stir, slowly opening his tightly closed eyes. The first thing Zikai says is not sarcasm or a word of thanks. Instead, he whispers something else. It is finally complete, he murmurs softly. This completely unexpected line catches Jiang Si number 6 totally off guard. What Jiang Si wonders right before Ziwei's massive hand sweeps down from the sky in a swift surprise attack. He cannot react in time, allowing Ziwei to easily trap both him and Zikai inside her gigantic palm. But she does not stop there. Ziwei lifts her hand high and violently hurls the two helpless captives downward. She laughs in delight as they plummet toward the ground below, shouting for them to crash down hard. The massive shockwave leaves Gang Da completely dazed. Something was thrown out of there. Hua Luo squints hard, trying to peer through into the thick smoke, desperate to dig up some fresh intel before those two idiot teammates behind him can. But unfortunately for him, the moment those two let out a sharp yelp, he realizes a brutal truth. Something is seriously wrong here with Jiang Si. Everyone completely ignores Zikai and his arms, focusing only on the sheer terrifying rage radiating from Jiang Si, number 6. Hua Luo is shaking in his boots after witnessing the earth-shattering display, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He is badly bruised too, and that girl did all of this with just a simple, effortless wave of her hand. He screams in absolute panic, I am out of here, what kind of freak are we even fighting? But Ziwei hears every word. Boss Ziling, count me out, let Jiang Si deal with this insane monster himself. Meanwhile, she glares down at him. Who are you calling a monster, you rude jerk who is a scary monster? She yells back, completely offended. Back in the day, Jiang Si liked me the most. Ziling freezes in shock upon hearing this bombshell. Her face turns bright red. What did she just say? Liked? Ziling's mind spirals into utter chaotic confusion. And like the most. Could this girl actually be Jiang Si's special someone? Li Yao, reading the room, steps in to confirm it. That is right. We searched the entire star system to find the only one who can stand up to Jiang Si. She watches Jiang Si carefully tending to Zikai, telling him to rest well, and cannot help but sigh. Is she really the one who can counter Jiang Si? Actually she is, but Li Ya's loud voice cuts her off. The noise accidentally wakes Zikai up. Ziling ignores him, pressuring Li Ya for answers while Hua Luo listens nervously. Even the panicked Hua Luo leans in closer, holding his breath as he waits for the big reveal to happen. Meanwhile, his two comrades are just plain curious. But Zikai, barely awake, already knows the truth and yells it out. She is the exact gaming console that Jiang Si has obsessed over since the ancient era of humanity. This completely absurd revelation leaves the four evils utterly baffled, wondering if they just heard her right. But hey, weird things always happen around Jiang Si. Now Ziwei finally gets her chance to take center stage. That is right, I am the gaming console Jiang Si used to play all the time, she brags proudly. She bounces around like an overexcited kid, boasting that she was born from a god's heart. Call me Ziwei. Remember that name because I am definitely not a monster. Jiang Si, number 6, watches her antics with a blank stare. No wonder she felt so familiar. It turns out she was my favorite toy from my past life. While Lewis silently tries to digest this insane piece of information, he is still left completely stumped. What on earth is a gaming console? Ziling blurs out the burning question on everyone's mind. Before anyone can say another word, Li Ye steps forward to clear the air with a grand dramatic explanation. If that is the case, can you even begin to picture what Jiang Si looks like when he actually loses? Even though Wang Zikai conjured entire civilizations, they were just imaginary, and they could never beat Jiang Si. Zikai cannot even muster up a sarcastic laugh right now, barely able to mumble a few exhausted words. But a split second later, he suddenly gathers every bit of his remaining strength and yells out at the top of his lungs. That means Jiang Si is basically invincible, except for when he plays video games where he loses over and over again. Those are the times when Jiang Si number 1 lets his trash gaming skills test the limits of human patience. He would cry out in rage about losing again, refusing to accept defeat and demanding just one more round. After telling that hilarious story, Zikai drops back into his serious tone, making sure his words hit home. This console represents the very concept of Jiang Si's defeat, the one thing he actually fears and respects. It is the only entity that can truly beat him. Now Ziwei finally steps up to greet her old friend. She greets Jiang Si after all this time. Suddenly, Li Ya interrupts with a look of pure anxiety. She asks Zikai if they should keep moving forward given the massive crystal energy, and he answers instantly. Of course we are going in. We did not travel across the universe for years just to back down now. He tells her not to worry and let him handle it. Meanwhile, the crystal continues to emit a terrifying pressure. Suddenly, deep cracks begin to web across their protective shield. Lia's face goes completely pale with terror. She gasps that the celestial energy is far stronger than they expected. The barrier might not hold. She suggests making a quick retreat, but he simply clenches his fists, a confident smirk spreading across his face. This is far enough. Let me go in alone to check things out. Zikai moves with lightning speed as he speaks. His voice is firm. Wait for me to return. But then Zikai suddenly hesitates, his eyes wavering with sudden doubt. A sudden bolt of dark static energy crackles to life. Leah turns pale as a sheet. Wang Zikai, however, stays calm. Don't worry, he reassures her. The energy inside this crystal is actually very stable. Still, a wave of unease washes over her. She whispers a warning. It is good that you are okay, but is there something inside? If not, we must retreat. It is just too dangerous. Zikai now stands directly in front of a strange arcade machine. If there is a threat, this is it. There actually is one. Just wait for me here, he says, stepping closer to examine the strange cabinet. An arcade machine in here. Zikai is absolutely stunned when the machine displays a match history log. Even crazier is directly linked to Jiang Si. After 10,000 years, Jiang Si is taking on this ancient challenge once again. Suddenly, Ziwei materializes right in front of him. She smirks mockingly and begins to taunt him. First of all, you do not even understand your opponent, blindly throwing out moves. You are still the exact same as before. Hearing this, 6th Jiang Si remains totally unfazed by Ziwei's blatant provocations. Let me teach you how to play this game again, she sneers, and make sure you pay close attention this time. Dozens of paper dolls suddenly materialize as she tries to break his spirit. I will tell you now, brute force won't work. Just like you, as long as I want to, I can easily create an infinite number of clones of myself. Now what are you going to do? Let me see just how much you've actually grown over all these years. Without a word, 6th Jiang Si lunges forward in a powerful dash. He hurls a clone high into the air with wild intensity. My growth, he snarls, his eyes turning blood red with pure killing intent, is telling you to shut your mouth. He unleashes a barrage of devastating strikes, leaving the clones helpless to defend. He is focused entirely on the fight. The surrounding clones only laugh mockingly, telling him to keep playing. 6th Jiang Si immediately counters with extreme speed. He spins gracefully mid-air, landing a succession of brutal kicks. His eyes burn with pure, unbreakable determination. Shattering the stone ground right beneath him, he charges headfirst into the swarming horde of enemies. Standing tall amidst the rising smoke, he sneers. Why do you talk so much when you only have this level of skill? Suddenly, the clones dogpile him to mess with his head. This is your second weakness, she whispers in his ear. Mindlessly fighting just because you have high stats makes you fall into traps so easily. She smirks with cruel amusement. Now let us begin deleting your character. 6th Jiang Si freezes, a cold shiver running straight down his spine. If you are deleted along with my clone, you are gone forever. But he retorts sharply, you think you can delete me? Get lost. A massive wave of pressure erupts from 6th Jiang Si, blasting the clones backward as debris rains down. The entire cavern collapses into absolute chaos. Runs for his life, screaming that they are all going to die. No way, he yells. Fighting with the 6th form of Jiang Si is madness. A battle like this kills everyone nearby. Ziling is still utterly shaken. Stop talking and run, she urges, but she suddenly freezes as shockwaves shake the ground. Multiple shockwaves rip through the air as the clones continue to laugh mockingly. What is wrong, starting to run already? You are totally useless, they jeer. Nearby, the onlookers watch in horror. Oh crap, what is that massive energy coming this way? It is Jiang Si, he is bringing the battle right to us. This entire area is about to be completely obliterated. Sixth, Jiang Si realizes the danger. He cannot let this fight drag on here, otherwise innocent people below will get caught in it. He needs to move the battle. Underneath him, massive boulders begin to shake violently and float directly into the air. Go up, he yells. The clones watch in utter disbelief, demanding to know what he is planning to do next. Their bodies begin to dissolve under his overwhelming power as a blinding light completely consumes the entire dimension. Sixth, Jiang Si shows absolutely no fear, radiating pure dominance. Even so, the clones continue their mental attacks. Where are you taking us? Jiang Si, do not think your little friends are safe just because they ran away. Your power is the real danger here. As long as you are alive, they will always be in constant danger. His eyes turn razor sharp. If that is the case, he mutters, then I will just have to go even further. Sixth, Jiang Si makes a final heavy decision. He will take them to a barren wasteland where no living thing exists. A place so distant that no one can ever trace him. Moving like a hurricane, he pushes further and further. A violent surge of energy detonates the surrounding machinery. Just a little further, he tells himself. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Red warning signs flare across his vision, announcing that the game world is collapsing and about to be completely erased. Snapping out of their shock, they realize these monsters are trying to shatter this world while he just stands there frozen. What about us? Do we keep running? Leia immediately shouts out in a firm, commanding voice. Everyone get over to my side right now. We'll use my special powers to hold them off for a while. The scene quickly descends into total chaos. All right, I'm coming. Run, we are dead. Leia's face instantly turns serious. Though originally just a digital entity, Jiang Si has actually managed to break out of this virtual world and return to reality. Shu Kai lowers his voice with a helpless gaze. The game system cannot bind Jiang Si anymore. They had anticipated this all along. He watches as massive cracks slowly begin to appear inside the system. What happens next? It all depends on those two out there. Suddenly, a cold notification sound rings out. Exited the game. Character skills deactivated. Through all of this, Jiang Si number 6 still remains remarkably calm and collected. As if he has dealt with these clones just in time, his expression grows complicated. Has he dragged everyone into danger again? Has he dragged them into danger yet again? Jiang Si number 6 suddenly pauses, filled with doubt. Wait, where is Ziwei? He needs to deal with her first, go back into the game and keep fighting. But then a sharp, commanding voice cuts through his thoughts. No need, she sneers mockingly. Do you honestly think leaving the game world means I cannot fight? You seriously underestimate me. Ziwei declares with absolute confidence. Even out here in the real world, I can fight just like this. After all, I am also Jiang Si. I can think of the only being capable of defeating someone like you. Watching Ziwei transform into a giant colossal cosmic entity, Jiang Si number 6 merely frowns slightly as he draws his conclusion. The game master has invaded reality. Simply looking at the scale of their sizes, he looks incredibly tiny, like a microscopic germ standing right before a doctor's massive palm. Yet he is still calm enough to realize that apparently, a crazy woman can pull off just about anything. Ziwei does not seem annoyed at all by his calm reaction. Instead, she responds in a tone filled with absolute delight. Well, of course, I was created by you, and I exist solely to defeat you. As a handheld console originally owned by Jiang Si, Ziwei understands him completely. After all, what you crave most is for a slightly stronger final boss to actually appear in this world. That way, everyone can finally cast aside their fears, doubts, and constant suspicions towards you and stand by your side. They can become real companions who fight right next to you. Suddenly, a bright light erupts between her hands, shining as brightly as the sun as her voice shifts to match the chilling words she speaks next. But there is still one minor problem. Once I become strong enough to threaten your existence, no teammates can fight alongside you at this level. Finishing her long speech, a mocking smirk curls on her lips as she reacts to Jiang Si's sudden movement. Relying on his strongest form, he effortlessly creates a spatial vortex powerful enough to tear right through her colorful cage. He completely ignores her playful, mocking tone. Are you still trying to resist? She asks. Without uttering a single word, Jiang Si number 6 moves incredibly fast, literally slipping right out from between her giant fingers in an instant. Of course, wielding supreme power, she has no intention of letting her favorite opponent get away so easily. Fine, she thinks, let's let the entire universe feel a fraction of our power. Even though their battle spans a massive distance, its impact is still enough to make the citizens of the water civilization break out in a cold sweat. Over on the Imperial planet, the mecha pilots are equally stunned to see chunks of rock floating backwards into the sky. It is a truly bizarre sight. Even the citizens of the swordsman civilization are witnessing the exact same phenomena. Despite being in completely separate dimensions, the heavens and earth are truly collapsing, they whisper in panic. As the absolute top powerhouse of the Merchant Guild civilization, her brow furrows deeply at this sudden disaster. She has to witness it firsthand. What on earth is happening to this world? At the same time, inside the system space, Ziling is completely startled to see debris floating upward. She knows things have gotten worse than ever before. Wo Luo urgently yells out, getting straight to the point. Boss Ziling, the entire game world is falling apart. There is absolutely no way to escape anymore. But amid the suffocating tension, a cheerful, noisy voice suddenly, with her. Boss Ziling, the entire game world has collapsed and now there is absolutely no way left to escape anymore. But amid this suffocating, incredibly tense atmosphere, a very loud and cheerful voice suddenly rings out, leaving her completely confused and bewildered. Come on everyone, we can start eating now. At the exact moment, she decides to walk toward the source of the commotion. A piping hot, delicious feast suddenly catches her eye with welcoming her with a wide smile. What an incredible coincidence that you are here, Ziling. Unable to take it, she lets her rage explode. He completely snaps. Seriously, what kind of situation is this for you guys to be comfortably eating hot pot? Who could have guessed their absolute faith in Jiang Si had grown so high that Ju and his group responded with absolute calm. Since they are doomed anyway, they will wait for the great king to finish fighting and resurrect us. The department head mumbles while happily chewing, not forgetting to add, when the game world collapses, points are completely useless. I exchanged for plenty of food, so let us eat together. But before they can relax, for long, Elia lands nearby and instantly ruins their mood with a heavy reality check. Sadly, this kind of easy salvation is impossible as the entire planet has already become digitized and her protective barrier will not hold much longer. If it breaks, it means absolute deletion. Conceptually, they will completely cease to exist. As her final words, fade, Ju and his group pale in absolute terror. Wait, what? In the very next moment, Wang Zikai drops an even more terrifying truth than what Elia just revealed. Even if Jiang Si manages to win, he will not remember any of them, just like how he can never recall his own lost past. After his grim warning, he decisively triggers a summoning and channels his own life force straight into the system sky, declaring that he has spent an entire 1,000 years preparing to defeat Jiang Si, not to watch him drag the whole world down into ruin. Now he will pour every ounce of his power into this shield to survive this reckless, self-destructive move. Horrified by his sacrifice, Elia screams out to stop him, telling Wang Zikai to stop being foolish because he will die, but he cleanly cuts her off before she can finish. He simply says it is fine. Disregarding his own survival, his crimson eyes flash with absolute unwavering resolve. Jiang Si, before you are totally defeated, I will protect this place with my life. At that very moment, deep within the vastness of the endless galaxy, violent cosmic storms swirl and surge straight toward Jiang Si. Possessing an incredibly sharp perception in his powerful sixth form, he suddenly snaps his eyes open, realizing something. And without a second of hesitation, he pinches his fingers together and swipes them decisively downward. At that point, Wang Zikai, who was fully prepared for a suicidal sacrifice, freezes in shock at a sudden anomaly before him. As a strange blue mist suddenly gathers and solidifies into a physical form, he gasps, realizing it is a clone of Jiang Si. With cold sweat rolling down his cheek, he cannot believe the warrior from high above is now standing right in front of him, leaving Zikai completely baffled. But instead of a gentle explanation, he gets a brutal, merciless punch from Jiang Si, number 1. As Zikai crashes, face first straight into the hot pot, an angry shout echoes. You idiot, he yells, I told you I had questions for you, why are you suddenly trying to blow yourself up? Wiping the warm, sticky broth off his face, Zikai grits his chipped teeth and yells back, demanding to know why. Damn it, Jiang Si, do you want us all to die together? As soon as the words leave his mouth, Jiang Si flashes a calm, confident grin and speaks with absolute, unquestionable, and firm certainty. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the world about to be destroyed? Without letting anyone else speak, Jiang Si, number 1, decisively raises his fist again. I will take care of it, he says. In the very next second, he snaps his gray-skinned fingers with a sharp, echoing crack. Without even using some massive, earth-shattering technique, he unleashes a raw, devastating burst of pressure that warps the entire system space itself, bending it like a miniature black hole. Naturally, other regions like the Merchant Alliance civilization are also heavily impacted, prompting their second-ranked leader to scream at the top of her lungs, demanding if Rank 1 is reconstructing the world. She immediately denies it, on the spot, claiming she has absolutely nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, deep within the Empire's main palace, A subordinate watches the terrifying anomaly unfold across the screens and nervously asks, "Your Majesty, what is happening?" Emperor Jiang Si calmly observes the screens, noting that it seems this world is about to undergo a massive change. In contrast to his calm, the martial artist faction descends into total panic as chaotic whispers erupt. Is this happening? Could there really be legendary gods descending? At the exact same time, inside the prosperity world, Wang Kai grits his sharp teeth in absolute frustration. What on earth is happening? He snaps. I have not even moved yet. Why is the world already falling apart? Suddenly, reality warps and the landscape surrounding Zilang and his companions shifts completely. Personally, feeling the fresh open breeze of nature on their faces, they can hardly help but gasp. No way, they cry, we are back. Looking at the birds soaring freely across the beautiful open sky, someone suddenly realizes a shocking, unbelievable truth. Wait, this is not right. It turns out that Jiang Si Clone 1 officially creates an entire green planet, stabilizing it right before the stunned eyes of the players. These are refugees suddenly dragged into this brand new world. After recovering from the absolute shock, Geng Huai simply cannot hold back. He channels his power and leaps straight into the sky. No way, right? Is a new world really created that easily? Using his high vantage point to take in the breathtaking view, he can only marvel. Oh my god, this is beyond insane. It looks about 20% larger than their original Earth. Is this to make room for players from other civilizations? Meanwhile, right down on the ground, everyone is riding a crazy roller coaster of shock and absolute pure joy. All of our data is gone. Have we actually got our physical bodies back in the real world? It feels so soft. After a stunned silence, Ziling's deep purple eyes contract violently as a terrifying realization suddenly flashes through her mind. Wait, a simple snap of his fingers can recreate the entire world. That means Jiang Si must have given his strength away. Since his clone has that power, how can his main body fight? Right now, back to Jiang Si's intense battle. He is in the middle of a fierce clash with Si Wei. His energy is visibly draining and his shirt is gone. Sweat pours down his face, but a grin still spreads across his lips in the next moment. Fighting like this is definitely way too much of a stretch. After watching Jiang Si silently go through with his actions, even beyond the battlefield, her blank white eyes narrow as she suddenly lets out a chilling and smug laugh. Si Wei slams her massive palms together, eager to crush the tiny mosquito-sized pests standing right in her sight. Goodbye, Jiang Si, she sneers. Her clap lands like she is swatting a fly, leaving him absolutely no escape. When she opens her giant hands glowing with cosmic colors, his figure is completely gone. She doesn't even bother checking. She simply assumes she won. Instead, she happily flashes a smug victory sign celebrating her easy and absolute triumph. The battle is over. Watching this unfold from below, Ziling is completely shattered, her spirit deeply shaken. She collapses to the ground, losing all strength to stand. Waluo panics immediately upon seeing her fall like this. Boss, what is wrong? Disbelief and overwhelming horror reflect in her crystal-like eyes as she stares blankly ahead. Jiang Si has been defeated. Hearing this devastating news slip from her lips, his panic reaches a whole new level. Cold sweat pours down his face as he stutters. Boss, is it too late to surrender to the divine throne? The giant companions can't help but force a nervous smile, chiming in. Hey, take me with you. After a long tense silence, Zikai finally speaks up, letting out a series of low chuckles. Finally, his entire body and mind can fully relax after thousands of years of planning and calculating. It is finally over. But before he can even celebrate, a sudden question makes him jump in sheer terror. The voice of Jiang Si, Clone 1, echoes right behind him, casually asking what exactly he is scheming. Poor Zikai whirls around in absolute shock, his voice cracking as he stutters his name in a panicked scream. Ziling, who was just mourning now, has her jaw drop to the floor as she blurts out her confusion. Didn't you just get destroyed to protect us? How is this possible? The group feels frozen in place. That is right, Zikai's group nods. First form Jiang Si looks up at the sky with deep dark eyes. After a silent moment staring up at the sky, he calmly delivers a piece of obvious gaming logic. When you lose a game, you just reload your save file and try again. Isn't that normal? He looks back to lock eyes with Ziling's stunned group, casually tossing the question back at them. Did you actually expect everyone to clear games in one life? That would be totally boring. Jihan collapses. Her jaw remains dropped in shock. She can only stammer out a few words, completely dazed by his answer. Ignoring their completely blank faces, Jiang Si sighs and casually admits that her last attack was actually insanely powerful. He had to use his full power in sixth form and still barely blocked it. Zikai's mind races. With his face full of sheer horror, Zikai finally manages to blurt out a long, desperate question. Is it because this entire world is just a mental projection of your game, meaning she can never truly destroy you? But you cannot defeat her either. In the end, your endless battle will only result in one thing: the entire universe turning into absolute nothingness. Is this the true nature of the apocalypse? But in the next second he gets The response Ziling's group receives is an explosive, furious roar. "Who said I cannot win?" he yells. Under everyone's stunned gaze, rage surges through his veins as Jiang Si growls through his gritted teeth. It was just a boss fight after all. In the blink of an eye, he shifted to his second form with a grin, confident as if he held the world in his hand. Why not just enjoy a little leveling up? Then, in the very next moment, Jiang Si lightly pushed off his feet, immediately launching himself straight out of the atmosphere. His massive aura exploded. Accompanied by his loud ringing laughter, his entire body flew directly into the next clash. It was clear his sudden acceleration left a brilliant white streak tearing right through the sky, looking exactly like a nuclear missile launching at its absolute maximum speed. Seeing him stubbornly charge straight at her, Ziwei did not even bother to be annoyed, merely smirking in pure disdain. "So you want to play for real," she scoffed, "but this is still just the beginner difficulty." Even as she unleashed a blinding light, engulfing the entire area, Jiang Si in his second form remained completely unfazed as he clenched his fist to strike. Without a single moment of hesitation, he used pure physical force to counter the attack, his expression remaining completely calm, even as his arm shattered. But in the next second, Jiang Si regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The playful smile from earlier completely vanished from his face, replaced by a sharp glare of absolute raw seriousness. As he entered his third form, she raised the intensity in a flash, which was quite annoying. If one hand was not enough, he utilized all 10 of his fingers to hold his ground. In the very next second, the energy inside Jiang Si surged even faster as his hair grew out, transitioning into his fourth state. Annoyance flared so intensely that veins bulged clearly across his chiseled face. He decided to end this in one shot, relying entirely on his raw strength. Physical power. Jiang Si easily broke free from Ziwei's grasp, leaping high into the air right before her eyes. With a mocking smirk, Ziwei let out a sarcastic comment, noting he had grown much stronger. In that case, she could raise the difficulty level too. As soon as she spoke, 2 entire planets suddenly materialized on either side of Jiang Si and hurtled toward him at extreme speed. No one knew if he could escape in time, but a colossal explosion erupted as the massive celestial bodies collided, yet there was actually no need for him to desperately dodge. Amidst the sea of raging flames, a small distinct silhouette emerged belonging to none other than Jiang Si. Stepping straight into his wildest fifth form, he let out a thunderous shout, radiating an unstoppable aura. "Now we are talking. A path must be carved by yourself to be satisfying." Seeing her attacks fail to stop, Jiang Si's Wei was not even slightly annoyed, keeping up her playful tone. "You are progressing fast," she teased. "How about trying this next then?" A thin thread of light sliced past, successfully cutting Jiang Si into 3 pieces and catching him completely off guard. This ultimate technique from Ziwei in her final boss form was so devastating it could easily tear neighboring planets apart, making him realize she was literally cutting space itself. To counter her attacks while regenerating his body much faster, he decisively unleashed his strongest state, with a simple trick of creating a small black hole right inside his palm. Jiang Si in his 6th form easily sucked all the spatial rifts inside, watching her own energy attacks get neutralized. Ziwei could only sigh in deep, genuine admiration at how easily he solved it. In the very next moment, she casually delivered her verdict with a lingering smile, murmuring that unfortunately this was still not enough. However, at this exact moment, droplets of his fresh crimson blood suddenly transformed into waves of bright light, almost like a system process under Jiang Si's name. "No big deal," he thought. His glowing ruby-red eyes carried a bloody glint as he spoke in a low, firm voice, declaring he just needed to get a little stronger. This sudden transformation triggered by Jiang Si caught Ziwei completely off guard, her expression shifting to shock. A rainbow stream of light swept over, completely enveloping his massive, completely motionless body. In just a single brief moment, he was fully covered. Jiang Si's 6th form was upgraded into a brand new state, complete with a massive, powerful suit of iron armor. Revealing a pair of piercingly cold, ice-sharp eyes, he followed up his previous declaration with an absolute unwavering confidence, firmly stating that he now wanted to challenge the absolute highest difficulty. Facing this fiercely determined stance of Jiang Si's 7th form, Ziwei remained silent for a moment before quietly saying she understood. Her usual playful look completely vanished. She calmly closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and granted his wish. As her final world-shaping technique was unleashed, the entire colorful space began to turn completely blindingly white, even as he was being swallowed by the deep void. Jiang Si's calm expression did not change in the slightest, remaining perfectly still until he dissolved into black streaks. Suddenly, a sunny beach appeared with clear blue water and golden sand, along with an incredibly lively, energetic atmosphere. A volleyball hovered high in mid-air as Ziling gathered her strength. A powerful hand smashes the volleyball, sending it flying straight ahead. As the ball hurtles forward at high speed, Xiao Hong stands at the bottom, looking up and giggles. With eyes full of determination, she smirks and challenges the ball to bring it on. Meanwhile, Xiao sits on his pool float, watching the lively match and marveling at how much fun they are having. Over there, Ah Gu stands up from the water, holding a massive fish, reminding them that they have not had a relaxing moment like this in forever. Hearing this, she winks with a smile and agrees. Meanwhile, Lan Qi crosses her arms and tilts her head to ask if they are actually done with their work yet. Jiang Si does not reply, choosing instead to blow out air through his puckered lips while suddenly lifting a piece of meat to proudly announce that it has been grilled to absolute perfection. Immediately after that, he pops the meat into his mouth, blushing as he mutters how incredibly delicious it is. But while he happily enjoys his meal, Zikai stands behind him, staring at the food with sheer horror. Yet the moment he takes a bite to taste the flavor, he cannot help but admit in his mind that the seasoning of this era is truly unique. Then Zikai suddenly snaps out of it. He slams his bowl down to the ground and screams out that this is wrong, completely and utterly wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Si immediately scolds him for being wasteful, but Zikai just turns and yells back in pure frustration. He asks how they can have a hot pot beach party right now, when literally seconds ago they were fighting a universe-ending battle. Jiang Si thinks about it for a second, and then calmly suggests that eating hot pot on a sandy beach is indeed rather strange. The sand could easily blow into the pot, so maybe they should just do a barbecue instead. Zikai instantly agrees with a smile, but then he quickly catches himself and roars that he was not talking about the food menu. Jiang Si, having been screamed at directly in the ear, recoils in fear. Just then Xiao He, holding a food bowl, chimes in quite seriously. He explains that he understands now Zikai is talking about how their master used his seventh form, which destroyed the entire physical universe. Massive energy beams crackle across the vastness of space as the master stares down his opponent and calmly analyzes the situation. Because the scope of destruction was so vast, fixing everything will take time, leaving them with no choice but to relax on the beach. Right down on the ground, a long line of adorable little Jiang Si clones are marching forward in a perfect orderly queue. At that moment, Ah Gan walks up and seriously adds that taking a little break on the beach is not a bad idea at all. After all, the game's civilization forces are still blocking the building, and the second rank is currently throttling a little Jiang Si clone, screaming in absolute fury about flushing the toilet first. Ah Gan continues his analysis, pointing out that they still have other issues, like Wo Luo, who is currently acting as the entire universe's light source until Jiang Si finishes repairing the sun. A shot reveals Wo Luo squirming in sheer agony while struggling to keep things lit. Hearing this ridiculous explanation, Zikai breaks into a cold sweat, asking in total disbelief if they honestly find it normal to just blow up the universe and put it back together. Ah Gan, looking completely unfazed, calmly replies that all of humanity has already died and come back once before. Xiao He shrugs, admitting he is simply used to it. He says whatever their master does must have a very good reason. Meanwhile, Jiang Si keeps stuffing his face while laughing merrily. He giggles and points out that restoring everything is no easy task, especially since the seventh form makes repairs incredibly tedious. But then Zikai calls out to Jiang Si with a serious frown, demanding to know if destroying the world is just a game to them since it can be restored. Hearing such harsh accusations, Xiao He cannot hold back his raging anger and snaps at the young man to shut his mouth. Xiao He glares with gritted teeth, reminding Zikai that he is the one who caused this whole mess in the first place. He asks what right Zikai has to question how their master fixes things. Seeing the tension quickly rise, Ah Gan steps in to play peacemaker. He nervously waving his hands, telling everyone to calm down since they finally got a rare chance to take a break on this beach. Since he has so many questions to ask anyway, Jiang Si suddenly pulls out a portable gaming console and suggests a quick gaming session. Lan Qi takes one look at the console and immediately panics, screaming at him to wait just a single second. Beside them, Xiao He turns pale and grabs Jiang Si by the arm, desperately begging their master to reconsider his choice. On the other side, a terrified Zikai clings to the master's waist, shouting that the universe literally just got destroyed and needs a breather. Even though Jiang Si is sweating buckets from their intense reactions, he confidently insists that they will just play a casual game. He commands Ziwei to boot up a game. Right on cue, the system responds to the master's order. A small white-haired girl suddenly emerges right out of the console screen, giggling happily as she acknowledges the command. She points an eager finger at the group and excitedly invites them to begin a brand new game. Immediately, an electronic lock snaps onto Zikai's wrist, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Finding himself completely bound, the poor guy starts to panic. He screams out, asking what on earth is happening, and begs Jiang Si to just ask his questions directly instead of playing games. Sure, let's play, but don't mess with me. Number 1, Jiang Si. just smirks with an amused, pretty mischievous smile. It feels pretty suspicious. This game is called Truth or Dare. Hearing the name Si Wei covers her mouth and giggles. This is a real throwback to the Age of Gods. With the zombie threat gone, everyone is finally dancing and celebrating. A flushed Zikai approaches with a bottle. He calls out to Jiang Si, saying everyone is looking for him to drink. Why is he hiding here all alone? Jiang Si, his hoodie pulled up, just smirks happily and shares his big news. He claims defeating the source unlocked a super wild new form and he wants to show it off first. Hearing this, Zikai gasps in utter shock. Glowing with raw energy, Jiang Si excitedly tells him to watch. Zikai squints forward with dazed eyes, totally confused. Suddenly, he accidentally crushes and shatters the glass bottle in his hand. He screams in absolute panic, shouting that Jiang Si's power has completely vanished from his body. Seeing such an overreaction, Jiang Si looks completely puzzled. Meanwhile, Zikai is still screaming in utter shock. He's just a normal human now. But hearing this, Jiang Si just chuckles proudly with pure amusement. Next, he looks up at the starry sky and smiles, realizing how long it has been since he first became a zombie. The world has become so lively again. Then Jiang Si gently asks if Wang Zikai can do him a small favor. Hearing this request, Zikai breaks a cold sweat but quickly nods, telling his boss to go ahead. Then, Jiang Si holds out a glowing, colorful stone and offers it to him. Zikai can't hide his intense surprise. He asks what it is, and Jiang Si calmly explains that it is a fragment of a world he destroyed. Zikai is completely startled and gasps in shock. With a serious look, Jiang Si confirms his insane story. To prevent things from getting too chaotic, he destroyed those worlds, and now Zikai must find a way to kill his zombie self. Suddenly, Zikai floats dazedly in the sky, finding himself remembering the exact day that changed his entire destiny. Suddenly, his entire body plummets headfirst, making him wide-eyed and terrified. Zikai screams out in sheer panic. This is not a heartwarming memory at all, it is just a loop playback of a coiled timeline. It is going to kill him. Help. Watching this chaos, Si Wei gets even more excited and demands more speed. She rapidly mashes the buttons on the console, laughing with delight, asking if she can go even faster. At the same time, S99 spots a streak of light across the sky and gasps, asking if it is a shooting star. Xiao Ai frowns next to him, immediately pointing out that no shooting star orbits the Earth. It must be Jiang Si's tricks. Lian Yi looks quite curious about the sky. What is going on up there? Bai Mao stays calm and suggests that it is none of their business and they should just focus on rebuilding. As soon as Mimi sees the blue streak of light, she clasps her hands to make an excited wish for lots of delicious cat food. The bodyguard with a cigarette in his mouth looks up in surprise. Your Majesty, that is Qian Si, sits in her wheelchair and calmly notes that someone is actually playing Jiang Si's game. Jiaming looks up at the sky. Beside him, Lu Hao breaks a sweat and mutters that it is too extra. The bald guy just smirks calmly, saying that is just how Jiang Si is, get used to it. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes. He screams in shock that he finally crashed. He nearby is puzzled, saying he already flew several laps. Number 1, Jiang Si sees Zikai faceplant on the ground after his ride, hands on hips, and happily asks how he feels about this world now. Si Wei appears as well, saying she is back. With dizzy eyes, he gags and stutters that he is about to die, asking why there are so many copies of Jiang Si. He sees multiple blurred images of Jiang Si in his vision, who just curls his lips and smiles warmly. That is not bad. Before I reached the 7th form, the world I saw was almost like this. When my power broke through space, it felt like there was more than one world unfolding before me. Unfolding before me were endless universes and endless copies of me. Most of them ended in total destruction. Next, Jiang Si gently shares his deep feelings, saying this world is different because in this world, I have all of you. Sharing era after era with everyone made me realize that being human is much better and far more interesting than being a god or a natural disaster. Meanwhile, Ziling smiles and calls out. Xiao stands nearby, giggling happily. Meanwhile, Zikai, looking pretty confused and sweating, gasps in shock. But back then I really met you as a human, the hope I came for. Jiang Si doesn't let him finish. He finished speaking and immediately gave a thumbs up loudly, asserting that was indeed his starting point back when he was still human. Hoping to stop the zombies from destroying the world across countless parallel universes, he broke into a cold sweat. Panic gripped him instantly. Was he really being asked to go stop countless parallel worlds of Jiang Si on his own? Right then, countless rays of light focused on Jiang Si, leaving everyone present with looks of pure shock on their faces. Jiang Si just burst out laughing with pride, claiming that was obviously not the case as a massive flow of energy gathered. Vibrant green energy concentrated in one spot, causing his glowing body to float up into the middle of the vast open cosmos. Gently running his index finger through the air, he tore a short rift that instantly ripped wide open. Inside the growing rift, a brilliant, colorful galaxy vortex swirled. Right at this moment, Jiang Si number 7 calmly spoke up. Smiling, he suggested they all go together on this exciting adventure, but the mech was unexpectedly massive. The machine was way more oversized than anyone had imagined, making everyone's expression turn incredibly subtle the moment they saw it. Even the mother had to look up just to get a glimpse of it. Xiao Guang clearly did not want Ah Ju to steal his spotlight, screaming in fury that he refused to believe his opponent was so difficult to kill. Gathering a massive surge of power, his opponent watched as the giant mech charged straight forward, completely fearless. Built to settle the score with Xiao Guang, the mother construct prepared to fight, leaving everyone completely overwhelmed. Blown away by their devastating power, Old Han burst out laughing, shouting that this was exactly what he wanted. Third brother was just as thrilled. This was the exact third form they fought back in the day, pumping them up. Roaring to take him down, Old Han watched the mech and the mother clash, ignoring everything around them. Screaming in rage, Xiao Guang controlled her, but the battle was far from over. How did it feel to lose control? Suddenly, the mother erupted with shocking energy, but Ah Ju's mech refused to back down, swinging its blade. Charging forward, the mech easily dodged her deadly strikes, countering effortlessly every single time she threw a blow. Zipping to the other side, it wove through shattered space debris before launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Sprinting forward at insane speed, it unleashed a series of devastating punches before landing smoothly on the ground. A massive explosion erupted right where it had passed, leaving Xiao Huang staring in disbelief and shouting in absolute shock. Seizing the opening, Ah Ju's mech lunged forward as he admitted he never really knew what he wanted to do in life. His mother always told him to study hard, meaning everything he did was always decided by someone else. Stunned into silence by those words, Xiao Zhang watched. But starting today, everything was about to change. Suddenly, appearing right in front of Xiao Huang, Ah Ju declared he would do whatever he wanted from now on. Winning without his junk mech was still a guarantee. With that, he slashed Xiao Huang with a cold blade. The target vanished in absolute shock, but the shockwave from the strike was so violent that the surrounding space seemed to warp. A colossal explosion went off, leaving everyone standing frozen in sheer terror, completely unable to utter a single word. All eyes were locked onto the glowing sphere of energy radiating in the middle of the crimson night. Staring in speechless wonder, Xiao Zhang and brother Huang watched Ah Ju stand firm, letting out a long sigh. Over on another battlefield, Ah Lang called Ah Liang for an update, asking if the fight was finally over. Casually holding two guys by their collars like chickens, he looked slightly surprised as he tossed them to the ground. Dead pale and looking half dead, the two bodies thrown on the ground left Fang Yu and Baldy Ba terrified. Shaking with absolute terror, they watched as Ah Lang glanced at his screen to review the battlefield details. Apparently, he protected the brand new human girl, but the whole setup felt incredibly strange and backwards to him. Usually you fall in love first before protecting someone, not skip straight to stomach pumping. He loved this personality. Deciding the kid was actually too amusing, he stamped the official record in his hand, liking his style. Just like that, Ah Ju passed his evaluation. Ah Lang told Ah Liang they had a powerful new ally. Smirking softly, his eyes gleamed with deep curiosity, while the very person they discussed was silently reflecting, quietly telling himself that he was finally free. Ah Ju walked away as a defeated Xiao Guang lay flat. Struggling to mutter a curse, the defeated foe lay there. Brother Huang panicked and called to restrain him. Knocking him out cold was their immediate priority, but Xiao Guang completely ignored them, his mind focused elsewhere. Consumed entirely by a single desperate question, he cursed himself over and over for losing so miserably. Even his watchdog couldn't put up a fight. Just how strong is Jiang Si, and is the power gap really that massive? In the Mecha City, everything lies in complete ruins. Towering skyscrapers have collapsed, thick gray smoke rises, and bald-headed. Xiaoba crawls out of the rubble, staring in disbelief at the destruction. How is this even possible? The entire city is burning. In a fiery hell, the result of a brutal bombardment. The mastermind is Xiao Hong, standing on the rooftop of a building, staring down coldly at her absolute masterpiece. Lan Ling gazes in sheer shock at the terrifying power of the person standing right before him. She single-handedly wiped out the entire Mecha City, which was supposed to be the heart of their entire civilization. He keeps repeating it in his head. She did all this with just a single blow of advanced modern civilization. Lan Ling thinks that this bald guy is incredibly unlucky. After some time passes, she finally speaks, telling him to get over here. She grabs Xiao Ba by the collar, and before the confused kid can react, she shoves him into a seat, while Xiao Hong orders him coldly like a CEO, demanding him to sit down and watch. She says she has already dealt with the most annoying, troublesome things in this world for him. Starting today, he is the king of this world. Meanwhile, down below, taxi drives through the ruins. After a short distance, it stops. The driver is pale, his lips trembling as he tries to say something. Right then, Jiang Si hands him a bill, calmly telling him to keep the change. But the moment the driver sees his face, he scrambles out of the car, screaming that a zombie is on the loose. Jiang Si calmly steps out of the car, followed by Xiao He calling him boss. Jiang Si walks forward, speaking in a flat tone. He notes that after that massive war, the last bloodline he left for the Mecha civilization seems to be gone. With that, he looks up toward the rooftop where Xiao Hong and the others are standing. He calls out to the girl up there, but they don't seem to recognize him at all. Lanling wonders who this guy is, while Jiang Si remains silent, keeping his eyes fixed upward. Seeing this, Xiao Hong scoffs at him as a weirdo, while Lanling spots Xiao He and begins guessing that someone with a subordinate must be important. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong leaps straight down to the ground, likely wanting to confront him face to face. Xiao He smirks as if he is about to watch a good show. But as Lanling looks closer, his face turns pale. He thinks the guy looks incredibly familiar. Xiao Hong gets straight to the point, asking what he wants from him. In contrast to her blunt attitude, Jiang Si remains calm. He states that since this is the last bloodline he left for the Mecha civilization, he does not want to fight a woman as long as she promises to be law-abiding and behave. He will not be her. These bold words freeze Lanling and Hong Zhao. They cannot believe someone would dare threaten Xiao Hong. But to their surprise, she calmly agrees, swearing that she will behave. Lanling sighs in relief, but Xiao Hong seems to be plotting something. Since Jiang Si got what he wanted, he calls Xiao He, telling him it is time to go. Suddenly, Hong Zhao screams and points at him, shouting that she remembers he is Jiang Si, and her shout makes Xiao Hong freeze. Lanling tries to cover her mouth, but it is too late as tension rises, and Xiao Hong unleashes a sudden surge of murderous intent. Gunpowder fills the air as Jiang Si immediately senses her shift in attitude. With lightning speed, she strikes, landing a brutal punch right on his face. The force is so immense that it sends Jiang Si flying straight into the sky. Witnessing this sheer destructive power, Lanling and Hong Zhao stare in absolute horror. Xiao Ba is still dazed, pulling Hong Zhao's clothes and grumbling that he always tells her to talk less in public. She defends herself, crying that she had no idea her slip of the tongue would cause this huge mess. Xiao Hong raises her eyebrow with a cocky grin, wanting to confirm if he is indeed Jiang Si. Before launching another rapid-fire assault, she throws a barrage of heavy attacks, determined to end him right here and now. But Jiang Si has no intention of being a punching bag. As Xiao Hong unleashes a devastating high kick, quickly ducks to dodge the strike. However, she anticipates his reaction and seamlessly pivots her stance midair to deliver a brutal uppercut kick right to his chin. Once again, Jiang Si is sent launching skyward like a rocket, and Xiao Hong is clearly not holding back. She channels her energy to activate a massive spell, flicking her wrist upward, as a deep cosmic void swallows the entire city. The ruins are now floating in outer space, leaving Lanling completely speechless. He has never witnessed anything so crazy in his life. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Hong charges in with full confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao He somehow pulls out a chair, sets it down a flat surface, and relaxes, sipping a warm cup of coffee as if he is enjoying a peaceful movie. But in reality, a devastating blow from Xiao Hong is hurtling forward, targeted directly at a crumbling building where the rest of the gang is hiding. Point out Jiang Si is standing right there. However, that punch might not even happen this time. Xiao Hong widens her eyes, shocked as he launches a sudden counterattack. Jiang Si rushes directly at Xiao Hong just as she prepares to strike him down. But she quickly realizes something is very different. Jiang Si is no longer passively dodging her moves. Every single punch of his carries massive destructive power, throwing both of them back. Xiao Hong cannot believe her eyes, wondering what on earth is happening. In stark contrast to her rising panic and disbelief, Jiang Si remains completely calm. That is because at this very moment, he has transformed into his highly aggressive second state. Lanling and Xiao Ba look at this terrifying new form and freeze, utterly speechless with fear, while only Xiao He remains completely calm, as if this outcome was always bound to happen.